Boom. Squeal. The moving train suddenly slammed to a halt. The surrounding light was instantly swallowed into darkness. Yet inside the carriage all was quiet, no one panicked at the sudden crisis. 20 grand knights in heavy armor stood ready, their silver-white battle chi shielding the carriage. So this is the dark tide. Interesting. A golden-haired girl leaned against the window, her sapphire blue eyes watching dark beasts emerging from the blackness outside. The dark tide caused by variances in spatial stability would occasionally carry a small number of northern dark beasts inland. It often occurred on magic-guided trains. Aira had only read about it in the library of her father, the Northern Grand Duke. In the north the dark tide usually struck in large-scale waves. However, she had only been here for 3 days and had not yet inherited any memories. Her family simply thought she had hit her head, but they could not delay the wedding with the emperor. So this was her first encounter with dark beasts and the dark tide. Your Highness, please do not look directly at the dark beasts. We will clear this danger immediately. Sweep it away. No. I just happen to want some practice. On her first day here she had sensed 4 gems in her sea of consciousness. Conquest, desire, stillness, plague. The 4 gems represented 4 domains: lightning, wind, death and flame. In that instant Aira forgot about kings and queens, she was the mandate of heaven. She had wisely changed how she referred to herself. As she locked eyes with the monsters in the dark tide she suddenly felt weightless, pulled out of the train by some force. The air carried a putrid stench that made Aira want to vomit. She quickly pulled 2 copper coins from her pocket. She weighed them in her hand twice. I'll use you to test my cannon. A smirk tugged at her lips. Electric sparks crackled around her small fist. Take this, super electromagnetic cannon. The copper coin soared into the air, dropped in front of her and was flicked away by her thumb. Boom. Lightning tore through the pitch-black tide. A brilliant flash shot 100 meters and the charging dark beasts turned to ash without even a scream. Princess Aira. The Knight Commander Leigo cried out in shock. He had served in the Duke's mansion for 20 years and had watched Aira grow up. Yet he had no idea his young lady had such a trick. Boom. 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 Aira was like a turret. Tigers, wolves, hounds, all kinds of dark beasts turned to ash before they could approach. Unfortunately, after firing 4 shots Aira felt a wave of mental exhaustion. Her body had done no heavy work, yet her mind told her she was tired, sleepy and wanted to sleep. Uncle Leigo, I'll leave these to you. I'm tired. Aira hung her head looking wilted. Leigo instantly understood. In his eyes his young lady was a 1 in a million arcane mage. Her current condition was most likely caused by spiritual exhaustion. 4 of you stay and protect Princess Aira. The rest finished this quickly. At the command the 4 knights closest to Aira remained by the train, guarding it with their battle chi while the others charged in all directions. Silver-white battle chi flew about in a formidable display. Aira watched the knights fighting outside the window. So battle chi isn't as weak as I thought. The thought lasted only a moment before she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again they had arrived at the Imperial City. Uncle Leigo, is this the Imperial City? Yes, miss. I haven't been to the Imperial City in over 20 years. I never expected it to change so much. Leigo, like Aira, looked at the city in wonder. The train slowly stopped. Everyone alighted. My king. The Grand Knights placed their fists over their right chests and bowed respectfully toward a young man in a black tiger-striped robe. Duruk Yeligia was the king of the Lyrakoya Empire. Aira watched the young man's beaming face and curled her lip. If she hadn't actually read this novel she might have thought Duruk was some sunny, cheerful boy. As the major villain boss of the novel, Duruk used his schemes to eliminate the Grand Dukes of the southern and eastern territories in the middle and later stages. He regained control of both territories and their armies were absorbed into his own. Unfortunately, it had taken too long to deal with the 2 dukes, giving the male and female leads time to grow strong. He later seized the western territory, and then came the classic tale of righteous heroes overthrowing a tyrant. It wasn't until Aira learned she was to become the queen that she realized she was the second villainess in the book. She was the kind of malicious villainess who tripped up the heroine and eventually died at the hands of the other 3 regional queens in Duruk's harem. But he, a grown man, wasn't interested in harem scheming. He had always skipped over those chapters. A real man fights, awesome. Hello, I'm an Aira. She almost blurted out her name from when she was on Blue Star, so she quickly corrected herself. She extended her fair little hand toward Duruk. Duruk wore a smile warm as a spring breeze, but her gesture truly annoyed him. But he had only recently ascended the throne and the Northern Grand Duke was his staunch supporter. After a brief stalemate he slowly knelt on one knee and kissed the back of Ayla's hand. "You. What are you doing?" Ayla snatched her hand back as if shocked. She had only wanted a handshake, why did this big villain go and kiss it? "You're a man and I'm a man too." "No wait, I'm not anymore. But that doesn't mean I can accept a man kissing me." Even if this man was many times more handsome than her past self, a man was still a man. Dirk felt quite upset. To be honest, he had some good feelings toward this queen who represented the Northern Territory. After all, the Northern Grand Duke was his own man, which gave Ayla a natural halo. But on their first meeting she made him a king kneel and kiss her hand, and then she acted as if she had touched something filthy, leaving him deeply humiliated. He couldn't help but feel anger. Could it be that the Northern Grand Duke was trying to test him now that he had ascended? This queen from the north had given him a slap in the face right from the start. Just as his guard Isua could no longer restrain himself from stepping forward to rebuke her, Ayla hurried over on her short legs and pulled Dirk up. "You are the king. I won't allow you to kneel." She also patted his back in the manner of a seasoned elder. "Don't worry, your strong support has arrived. I'll protect you from now on." "Just kidding. With my invincible power plus Dirk as a puppet emperor, I could be the real power behind the throne. One day I'll just have the male and female leads taken care of." "Wait, no." Ayla realized the blind spot. The heroine had remarkably high beauty. "Princess Ayla, mind your manners before His Majesty." Isua finally could not help but voice his rebuke. Ayla glanced at him. She had some impression of this loyalist to the king. The male lead had killed Isua before killing Dirk. Isua truly upheld his oath. To kill His Majesty, one would first have to step over his corpse. Ayla reached out and patted his shoulder again. I understand. You brothers have it hard. From now on with me here, I won't let you suffer that humiliation again." Ayla boarded the Royal Magitech train. Reading, she felt a strange dissonance. The scene looked like medieval Europe. Now however she could see that industry here was quite advanced. And because combat chi and magic existed, the local technology was more or less intertwined with those systems. Vehicles were a common sight. In the distance chimneys puffed white smoke. Street-side machines made snacks. Various small electrical appliances lined the stalls. This place was far more developed than she had expected. "What, Lady Ayla, do ordinary snacks surprise you?" Dirk had asked the question in a casual tone. "No, it's simply far better than I imagined." Ayla shifted into a comfortable posture, leaning against the backrest, almost crossing her legs. Dirk gave a faint smile, feeling even more astonished. The young ladies of the imperial city always observed etiquette and displayed their ladylike grace. But Ayla, was this the so-called northern style? "By the way, Dirk, among the people under your command is there a knight named Ruilican?" Dirk's wandering attention snapped back. He had only been on the throne half a year, and the men under his command had been gathered to deal with the Grand Duke of the East. They had been in formal training for less than 4 months. "Hell, Lady Ayla, what do you mean by my men?" "The kingdom's knights. There are far too many to count." Ayla glanced at him. By the timeline she assumed to be queen had only just met him, hardly someone worthy of trust. But she paid that no mind. She was bound to the great villain anyway, and that would help her seize power. She could not let Dirk develop at his own pace. By the time he built his strength it would be far too late. She wanted a strong, flourishing empire, not a broken realm falling apart. "No, Dirk. You know what I mean, those men you have prepared for the Eastern territories." Dirk narrowed his eyes, a cold flash in his dark pupils. Lady Ayla must be jesting. The East has Grand Duke Aira. I have no need to prepare anything there. Forget it. If you refuse to speak, then don't. I won't press the matter. All you need to know is that there's a young man named Ruilican among them. His combat chi talent is extraordinary. Take it as my first gift to you, he will make a fine sword at your side. Dirk was silent, still wearing that fake smile. Just as they neared the royal palace he suddenly asked Lady Ayla, "Whose side are you on?" "You're asking which side I, a future queen, stand on." She had almost revealed her real purpose, but she was not flustered in the least. Once her spiritual power was a little stronger, anyone with complaints could take them up with her invincible might. When the maid led Ayla away, Dirk turned and said, "Yelajuo, go check whether there is a knight named Ruilican among the guards. If not, look through the hidden shadow guard." "Understood." Yelajuo hurried away. The fake smile vanished from Dirk's face. Watching Ayla's departing figure as if she were strolling through her own garden, a flicker of thought crossed his eyes. His allies were few. Although the Grand Duke of the North supported him, the dark tide made it impossible to send large-scale reinforcements. He had to ensure every ally was reliable. Beyond the palace, the Grand Duke of the East had been recruiting knights and mages in droves, growing restless and showing little respect for the empire. Inside the imperial city, the ministers colluded on all sides, deceiving both higher and lower. Without his own channels and his own forces, this emperor was deaf and blind in the imperial city. So he had been secretly building his own strength. Yet Aira, the daughter of the Northern Grand Duke, even her father did not know that he possessed a hidden shadow guard. How could she possibly know? And then she gave him a gift. A person as a gift. Aira meanwhile didn't care what Duruk was thinking. She followed the maid to a guest room. This area was not yet considered part of the royal harem, since Aira had not formally married Duruk or taken the queen's position. Legu and his men stood in 2 lines outside the door. Uncle Legu set them to guard in groups of 10 rotating shifts. Take the rest and get some rest. Understood. Legu pressed his fist to his chest and nodded. Aira finally had her own space. The moment the door shut, she sank into the sofa and began to meditate. In her mental sea, the Conquest gem glowed softly, trails of lightning coiling around its surface. The other 3 gems remained dim and still. The 4 gems each bore a unique rune. Gazing at the rune on the Conquest gem, she began to cultivate. The sky above her mental sea churned, small storms converged and lightning flickered through the dark clouds. As time passed, the gem's light seemed to brighten slightly. Tap tap. Aira opened her eyes. Meditation was a form of cultivation, yet its restorative power was almost as good as deep sleep. Had it not been for her spiritual exhaustion, she would have meditated to recover right on the train. It was the cost of being too inexperienced in her first battle. Tap tap. The knocking came again. Creak, the door opened. What is it, Uncle Legu? Milady, His Majesty requests your company at dinner. All right, I'll be there. And call me Your Highness. She followed the maid to the banquet hall. Unexpectedly, aside from Duruk, 3 women were already seated. One glance told Aira what they were: daughters of the 3 other Grand Dukes, sent as spies, hostages, or for those unloved at home, expendable cannon fodder. Lady Aira, please. Duruk made a sweeping gesture, his trademark false smile in place. Aira walked past the 2 consorts and went directly to Duruk's side. Healy, the first consort and daughter of the Grand Duke of the South, watched Aira pass her and go to Duruk. So Aira, the Northern Grand Duke's daughter, truly was as overbearing as the rumors claimed. She didn't put any of them in her eyes at all. And she had not even become queen before acting this way. Healy had just resolved to endure it and shift aside for Aira when Aira patted Duruk and said, "You're taking up so much room. Scoot over and make room for me." Duruk then obligingly shifted to the left. The maid quickly brought a chair over. Healy truly hadn't expected this. Even if the Emperor's power was weak, he was still mocked and suppressed in veiled ways. Could this future queen not even be bothered to pretend? Soon the dishes were set. Steak, fish fillet, turkey, and a few green vegetables. Aira had been eating the same things for the past several days. She had hoped for something better in the royal palace, but it was the same. Wait, you all eat this too? Duruk looked puzzled. What? Is something wrong? Aira glanced at the knife and fork in her hand, then turned to the little maid beside her. Go tell the knight outside to bring my chopsticks. The maid first glanced at Delco. Only after seeing him nod did she hurriedly withdraw. Seizing the moment, Aira raised her head and gestured, "Aren't you going to introduce me? Or must I wait until later to get to know them myself?" "Miss Aira, why not try to guess? After all, it was thanks to you that we discovered such a talent today. Surely even without my introduction you should recognize them. It seems that in welcoming the Queen today, Your Majesty has also gained an unexpected surprise. Why not share it with us and bring some joy?" Heli appeared greatly excited, as if genuinely curious about the gift. "Heli Piles, I haven't mispronounced your name, have I?" Though Heli did not fully understand what Aira meant by Jean, she roughly grasped that it referred to herself. "It seems Miss Aira knows a little about us." "Indeed, I know a bit. I also know that you have been acting as Duke Kobat's informant, passing him intelligence from within the palace. Isn't that so?" Heli's hands beneath the table gradually clenched into fists. Her face remained impassive as she said, "Miss Aira must be joking. As Your Majesty's consort, I naturally place His Majesty above all else. How could I keep reporting the palace's affairs to my father?" Delco narrowed his eyes, watching Heli. The appearance of Ruilican had already inclined him to believe Ayla's words by 3 parts. Yet he wondered how Heli, a consort with no access to ministers and rarely allowed outside the palace, could gather information and send it back to the southern border. There's no need to put on an act with Jen, nor do I have the patience for it. You only need to know that your mother is not faring well and that Kobut has not kept the promises he made to you. Heli's breathing grew heavier at these words. In your previous conversations he was only using you to threaten your mother. She struggled to swallow the bitterness in her throat. How does Miss Aira know all this? Ayla's words unsettled her, yet a flicker of hope still lingered in her heart. Aira thought to herself, I know because I've read the book, but if I told you that, would you believe me? The servants in your household must all be aware. Heli lowered her head, her eyes shadowed. Ayla's lips curled into a smile. Among the 3 consorts Heli was the most calculating. Her presence in the southern border had made Delco's plan to pacify the Empire an arduous task. But if she could be brought into their fold, things would be different. If you don't believe me, you can ask Delco to send someone to the southern border to investigate. If you don't trust him, you can watch the investigation via video call. Aira slung an arm around Delco's shoulder as if they were old friends. Yet the faint fragrance of the young girl lingered around his nose. Miss Aira, we are not yet wed. We should observe proper decorum. Delco gently pushed her arm off his shoulder. TCH, we're brothers, why so formal? Delco. Who's your brother? You're about to become the queen, how can we be brothers? Delco had been bewildered from the start. Ever since their first meeting, Aira had addressed him as a brother. This was wrong, very wrong. No matter how uninhibited the customs of the northern border, they still recognized the distinction between men and women. How could anyone call each other brother and sister regardless of gender? Miss Aira, I wish to conduct the investigation personally. The gazes entangled between Aira and Delco were abruptly drawn to Heli. That won't do. If you were discovered, it would be too dangerous. You don't think your father truly trusts you, do you? The guards accompanying you are all your father's men. Apart from escorting you, they are also tasked with watching you. If you suddenly decided to return, he would surely sense something amiss. Leave this matter to Delco. All you need to do is feed false information to the southern border. You are clever. You should know what will become of you and your mother if the empire falls and you are no longer of use. Ayla's tone was flat. In her past life she would never have dared to speak to anyone like this, but now it was different. The 4 gems in her spiritual sea were her greatest reliance. With power came a shift in mentality. Moreover, she had read the original book and held the script in hand, which only added to her confidence. Heli lowered her head and said in a subdued voice, I understand. Tap tap tap. The maid hurried back with a pair of chopsticks. Aira smiled and took them. All right, enough of that. Let's eat first. Delco, the second consort Anfair, and the third consort Mia watched in amazement as she skillfully picked up a piece of steak with the 2 small wooden sticks and took a large bite. This is how it should be eaten. Eat. Why is everyone just staring? Heli's mood was understandable, but the other 3's gazes left her puzzled. Never mind. Miss Aira is truly unconventional. Though Delco was an emperor, he had learned etiquette before his ascension. In the past and present, everyone adhered to propriety conforming to the worldview they had been raised in. The sudden appearance of someone who seemed to belong to their world yet stood outside it left not only Delco but also Anfair and Mia startled. After the meal, Delco kept Heli behind. Throughout the conversation, Aira had been the one doing all the talking, making Delco feel as if he, the emperor, were merely a backdrop. He recalled Ayla's words from their noon meeting. Backing. Delco rarely felt such a sense of control over the situation. Yet as a ruler he still harbored deep wariness toward Aira. She had seen through his hidden forces at a single word and even knew who among his trained subordinates were loyal to him. This forced him to be cautious. And so he was conflicted. Thud. Heli fell to the ground. Your Majesty, I can feed false information to the southern border. If you wish to kill me, I have no complaint. I only beg you to rescue my mother. Delco tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair. So everything Aira said was true. He stared at Heli. A faint golden aura of battle chi shimmered on his skin. A mountain of pressure bore down on Heli's heart. Yet she steeled herself and nodded. Yes. Delco's battle chi gradually receded. Then do as the Queen says. Once the southern border is conquered, you will have a chance to atone for your crimes. I will grant your wish. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the meal, Aira did not return to her room but wandered through the vast palace. The evening breeze tousled her hair, tickling her skin. She began to consider cutting her long hair shorter. Unconsciously she reached the main gate. A man and a woman walked in side by side. Both had black hair and black eyes. Who are you? This is the palace. Don't you know you're not allowed to roam freely? Kana pointed at Aira and shouted. Mind your own business. This palace will be my home from now on. I'll wander wherever I please. Karna, mind your manners. The young girl immediately reminded him. Then she gave a slight curtsy to Aira. Hello Sister Aira, I am Lilia and this is my brother Karna. Please forgive his simplicity. Lilia made excuses for Karna. Aira observed the girl before her. Long straight black hair was rare in this land, a mark of pure royal blood. She now seriously suspected whether some relative from her homeland had transmigrated here to establish this empire. Never mind, I'm not one to torment the intellectually disabled. Where have you been? You're back so late. Karna didn't understand the term intellectually disabled, but he instinctively sensed it wasn't a compliment. Yet upon hearing the name Aira he realized this was Delco's queen, his elder brother's wife. He refrained from arguing. Lilia replied, there were some academy activities today so we returned later. Academy? Aira recalled, wasn't the academy where the male and female leads first met? The female lead was a born arcane mage with a high affinity for the wind in nature. Ordinarily only descendants of high-ranking mages had a minuscule chance of becoming arcane mages. Without relying on elements or magic arrays they could cause immense destruction simply by channeling their spiritual power to communicate with the heavens and earth. High-ranking mages were usually nobles, yet the female lead was a commoner who became an exceedingly rare arcane mage. In the academy many nobles overtly and covertly oppressed her precisely because of her status. The commoner faction regarded her as an aloof aristocrat and kept their distance. Neither side accepted her. Later a noble attempted to take her as a concubine, hoping to sire offspring who might become arcane mages. Then the male lead appeared and saved her. That was their first encounter. Aira pondered for a moment. Nodding she said, the academy is good, one must go to the academy. What's needed to enter the academy? Enter the academy. Sister Aira, you're about to become queen, you shouldn't need to attend the academy. Delco had ascended the throne, making Lilia and Karna not only blood relatives but also his subjects. Thus they needed to study at the academy. But for Aira, becoming queen meant she would be the co-ruler of the empire. If the emperor went to war she would remain in the imperial capital as the ruler governing the nation. Hence the queen's position was reserved for the daughter of the northern Grand Duke who had always supported him. In other words, Aira now held power second only to Delco's, with ministers to assist in governance and no need to lead armies herself. The academy was entirely unnecessary. Of course there's something to do. Just tell me what's needed for enrollment. But enrollment has already passed. However, if His Majesty speaks of it, the academy head might open a back door. I see. Aira nodded slightly. Alright, thank you. The faint fragrance of Lilia reached Aira's nose. She then took a closer look at her sister-in-law. Her features leaned toward their homeland, which might not be considered beautiful by local standards. But Aira thought otherwise. Lilia's appearance was exactly to her liking. Yet she reminded herself that she was now in a female body, so some intimacy should be fine. She took Lilia's arm and the fragrance grew stronger. Sister Aira. Have you eaten yet? Aira asked cheerfully, feeling the soft touch on her arm. Not yet, I was about to go. Come, I'll go with you. It's a good chance to get familiar with the place. Aira pulled Lilia inside and Karna hurriedly followed. After winding through the vast palace they reached Lilia's residence. Once she put away her things they went out for a meal and encountered Delco, who had just finished lecturing someone. Brother. Bro. The siblings greeted Delco. He smiled and asked, how did you end up together? We met Sister Aira at the palace gate on our way back. Aira took the chance to pull him aside. Delco, I need your help. Aira looked up at him with her small face. The sudden intimate address startled Delco. Apart from his parents no one had ever called him by his name. Out of respect before his coronation he had always been addressed as Crown Prince or Your Highness. Even the three consorts only called him Your Majesty. Yet Aira directly used his name. Was she already assuming the role of queen? He quickly adjusted. A matter. What matter? I want to enter the academy. The academy. Kasalar Academy. Exactly. Aira crossed her arms and nodded with certainty. Delco feigned confusion. May I ask why you suddenly want to go to the academy? 4. Well, to find talent. Delco stared at Aira. Oh, you wouldn't understand anyway. Let me carry this, just support me. Trust me, I'll definitely get you through alive. Alright, but we must wait until after our wedding the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll arrange your enrollment. Delco didn't grasp the meaning of Ayla's words, but he understood the last part, getting him through alive. Ayla must know something. Pat pat pat. Ayla patted his back. Trust me, we're on the same side. Delco chuckled and left. Sister Ayla, you're amazing. I've never seen a girl so close to my brother. Oh, we're just bros. Brothers. Lilia was puzzled. This sister-in-law was indeed different from the other three. After a second meal with the siblings, Ayla returned to her room satisfied. She cultivated all night. At dawn, Ayla in her spiritual sea approached the gem beside the gem of Conquest, the gem of Serenity. The power of death representing the inseparable forces of annihilation and creation. After the dark tide, a great knight had sustained minor injuries and needed a mage to heal him. This reminded her that having others was never as good as having one's own ability. So she decided to allocate part of her spiritual power to activate the gem of Serenity. Creation and annihilation arrived together. Though faint, she could control them, focusing on enhancing one output. Ultimate creation could even grant others immortality without side effects. Annihilation corresponded to decomposition, accelerating cellular aging when used on living beings, causing rapid aging. Ayla opened her eyes, sat up on the soft bed and felt immensely pleased. My invincible power has grown further. Invincibility is indeed lonely. Uncle Lego, let's go out for a stroll. Yes, miss. No sooner had Ayla stepped out of the palace than Ducal received the news. Beside him stood a lean young man with cyan hair. Your Majesty, although your queen is the daughter of the Northern Grand Duke, you should still remain vigilant. You have already uncovered the truth about Princess Healy, and you should take it as a warning. Ducal and he were classmates in the same grade at Kazeralar Academy, sharing a desk for 6 years. Now they are both sovereign and confidant. The Stedulai family behind Igz is a staunch follower of Ducal. Although his family is merely of count rank, the commercial guild they established spans half the empire, serving as Ducal's eyes and ears. Thus Ducal trusts Igz deeply. In his presence Ducal need not maintain his false smile, but now he truly felt like laughing. Igz, do you know who exposed Healy? Exposed? Who? I thought it was your investigation. The smile vanished from Ducal's face in an instant. How could Igz's words make him seem so incompetent? It was Ayla. Miss Ayla. Igz's face showed astonishment. Impossible. How could she know the Southern Grand Duke's schemes? He had previously warned Ducal, so Ducal had already planted his own people around Healy. Yet they had never caught Healy in the wrong. Why did Ayla, who came from the far north, sense Healy's anomaly on her very first day? Do you know what she said to me? Igz looked at him curiously. Ducal stood up, gazing out beyond the palace. She said she would be my support and lead me to survive. So Miss Ayla must know something, and she chose to stand on your Majesty's side. Perhaps. She has only just arrived. Whether she is truly on my side or what her intentions are, time will tell. I believe it won't be long. Ayla rode a carriage to a marketplace, then alighted with Lego and another great knight following behind her. Today Ayla deliberately chose a sharp, practical outfit. She would never have worn a dress yesterday if not for her mother's insistence. The usually bustling, crowded marketplace fell silent as Ayla approached. Everyone within 2 meters of her gave her a wide berth, fearing they might offend this noble of unknown origin. The vendors there found it odd too, for places like markets were usually only frequented by servants of noble families. The nobles themselves disdained mingling with commoners. Ayla noticed this situation soon after walking a short distance. But she had no good solution. She couldn't exactly shout at people to come closer, claiming she didn't eat humans. Ah, my life is like walking on thin ice. But soon her attention was captured by a roadside barbecue stall. After so many days in this world, she finally encountered something familiar. Boss, how much are these skewers? The same price inquiry as in her past life. The vendor, seeing Ayla approach his stall, trembled uncontrollably as he grilled. Miss, please take whatever you like, no charge. No, I can't be short of your money. Ayla suddenly realized a serious problem. That was, she really had no money. She'd had a few copper coins on the train, but she used them as bullets. She remembered that when she left, her mother said she could spend the palace's money once she arrived, so why bring money from home? The problem was she hadn't had time to ask Ducal for money. Uncle Lego, do you have any money? Lego immediately pulled out a pouch of coins from his breastplate, his broad face beaming. Miss, here it is. I'll have could double it when I return. Aira took the pouch and placed it on the table. Boss, how much for this chicken leg? Just tell me. 5 copper coins will do, but if you want it 3 copper coins are fine. No need, just charge me 5. I'm not short of that. She paid, took the chicken leg and meat skewers, eating them as she walked, and bought plenty more for Lei Gu and the other great knight. She also brought a lot to share with ducal later, since she couldn't take money for nothing, she had to show some gratitude. She strolled and shopped until she had so many things she couldn't carry them all. In her past life she never had so much money to buy what she wanted. Now with abundant money, buying without hesitation was natural. So she bought and bought. At the far end of the marketplace, among the stalls of small vendors, one stall stood out conspicuously. A man sat beside a broken sword, looking disheveled and unkempt. His stall had no goods, only a piece of straw paper with the words, 10 drops of dragon blood, written on it. Beside the reward an arrow pointed to himself. Aira looked at the broken sword and immediately recalled a plot from the book. The sword Saint Lai Yasili. He and his ailing mother depended on each other. To cure his mother's illness he sought out a 4th-rank mage of the church. The mage demanded 10 drops of dragon blood. Dragons even in their infancy possessed at least 6th-rank power. At this time Lai Yasili. Aira gazed at the ragged man before her. She didn't know what rank he was now, but he was likely below 6th rank, otherwise given his filial devotion described in the book he would have already taken up his sword and gone after the dragon. Later, when he finally obtained the dragon blood, his mother was already near death. Fortunately the dragon blood was secured. But it turned out the church mage had deceived him. He needed the dragon blood for himself, and his mother ultimately succumbed to illness. In a fit of rage he charged into the church, killed the mage, and later fled, taken in by the male protagonist, eventually becoming a sword saint of his generation. You want dragon blood? Aira stepped forward and spoke. Lai Yasili looked up, and seeing her attire and the 2 guards behind her, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. Yes, give me 10 drops of dragon blood, and from then on my life is yours. Aira nodded. A very fair deal. Lai Yasili swallowed hard. After begging for so long he could finally obtain the dragon blood and cure his mother. Your name is Lai Yasili, right? He was startled at her words, then nodded. Then it's correct. What's correct? Lai Yasili was bewildered. He only wanted to get the dragon blood and save his mother as soon as possible. Dragon blood is useless for your mother's illness. That mage lied to you. He needed the dragon blood for his magic circle research. Aira said casually. What? Useless for my mother's illness? Lai Yasili's eyes widened and red battle chi surged around him. Miss, step back. Lei Gu instantly lunged to shield Aira. Silver battle chi erupted. The 2 types of battle chi clashed and entangled. A 5th-rank great swordsman and a 5th-rank great knight. Offense and defense. Sword and shield. The shockwave from the collision of their battle chi was considerable, sending nearby stalls flying. The market instantly fell into chaos. Alright, both of you stop. I was merely stating a fact. Why are you so agitated? The battle chi around Lai Yasili gradually subsided. He then sat down on the ground in dejection. What else can I do? I've traveled so far and seen 17 mages, only he said he could cure her. And now you're telling me he was lying to me. A middle-aged man sat on the ground, covering his face with both hands, crying like a helpless abandoned child. He lied to you, but I am different. Bring your mother and come with me shortly. Don't worry about the treatment. Upon hearing this, Lai Yasili looked at Aira with reddened eyes. Is that true? What? Do I look like someone who would deceive a vagrant like you? What do you want? I have nothing. That mage had deceived him for dragon blood. What about this noble lady before him? What do I want? Isn't it all written on this paper? I want you to be loyal to me from now on. Aira put her hands on her hips. Although she was not as tall as in her previous life, she was still 1.65 meters. Lai Yasili looked up from the ground, and that petite figure seemed so majestic. Of course, even if he stood up, he still felt that Aira possessed an indescribable aura. Princess Aira, Lai Yasili called out. Who am I? You are my lord. Fine. As long as your highness can cure my mother, this life of mine is yours. For that I am willing to sign a vassal contract. A vassal contract meant slavery. His life would be placed in Aira's hands, and he would live the rest of his life for her. No need. I want your loyalty and your talent. As for your life, keep it well. I'll wait for you at the market entrance. Bring your mother. Once we return I'll make all arrangements. Your task is to cultivate. Lastly knelt on one knee, bowed in gratitude, and then hurried away. Aira looked at the few remaining coins in her purse and handed it to Liege, saying, Uncle Liege, give 1 silver coin to each damaged stall. Help me distribute it. Yes, miss. The vendors who had fled far away, seeing the conflict had subsided, hurried back to tidy up their ruined stalls. Though they harbored resentment, they knew they couldn't afford to provoke those people and could only blame their own misfortune. Liege's robust figure approached a stall. The vendor looked at him tremblingly. Sir Knight, is there anything you need? Liege took out a silver coin from the purse and handed it to him. Sorry for the trouble. This is compensation for your stall. I can't accept it, Sir Knight. Please take it back. I really can't. Just take it. It's Miss Aira's order. Don't make things difficult for me. He placed the silver coin in the vendor's hand and turned to walk toward other vendors. The vendor stared at the silver coin in his hand. 1 silver coin equaled 100 copper coins. It was the amount he could earn in a week or even half a month during slow times, and now it was in his hand as compensation. And it was handed to him personally by a knight. Miss Aira. Aira, carrying various bags, returned to the carriage and waited until Lastly arrived with his mother before heading back to the palace. Using the power of death, she temporarily stabilized his mother's severe illness. After arranging for her to be in the palace medical institute, she took Lastly and rushed to Dirk's government hall. Dirk. Her voice arrived before she did. Dirk and Igz looked up upon hearing it. See, I've brought you another talent. Pay up. Various bags of food were placed on the table. Though they had gone cold, their aroma was still unmistakable. Your Majesty. Lastly hadn't expected Aira to bring him directly to meet the king. Even though he was already a 5th-rank great swordsman, he still felt nervous about facing the emperor. A smile curled at the corner of Dirk's mouth. This is the talent you mentioned. He looked at Lastly kneeling on one knee on the ground. The mere 5th-rank battle chi on him was completely exposed in his eyes. At this age and this rank it was indeed not impressive. That's right. He just looks a bit scruffy, don't underestimate him. She took a skewer of grilled meat from the purchased food, found a sofa, sat down casually and crossed her legs. Is that so? Your name is? Your Majesty, your subject's name is Lastly. Lastly, how old are you this year? 21. Dirk. Wait, why do you look so mature at 21? One would think you're a burly man in his 30s or 40s. You. Really only 21? Yes. Dirk fell silent. Igz stood by, finding his lord's reaction somewhat amusing. He felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Hey brother, don't you want some? Aira held out the bag of skewers toward him. Igz quickly waved his hand. Thank you, Miss Aira, but I'll pass. Igz. Dirk suddenly spoke. Igz immediately turned around. Take him to the shadow guard. Lastly immediately looked at Aira. Don't worry. I keep my word. You can visit your mother at the medical institute anytime you're free. Lastly remained kneeling on one knee, bowing his head, but this time to Aira. Igz led Lastly out. Only the two of them were left in the room. Aira placed the items in front of Dirk. Want a drink? 2 plastic bottles held a translucent purple-red wine. It was fruit wine. In her past life Aira didn't like drinking because it was either spicy or bitter. But this fruit wine had a sweet taste, so she bought it. Dirk took it and took a sip. Remember to pay up. What money? Aira chomped on a skewer casually. The money I spent, of course. From now on we're brothers, family, real family. What's yours is mine and what's mine is still mine. It's perfectly normal for me to spend a little. Dirk choked, then handed her a card. This is the key to my private treasury. Take what you want, just don't empty it. Of course not. I still care about my own money. What did you buy? Dirk rummaged through the various bags of food on the table. I can tell you've never been down to the grassroots, she said with the air of an experienced person. Do you understand, from the masses to the masses? Take a walk outside once in a while. Dirk pondered her words and found them quite insightful. And what about Lastly? Where did you find that talent? Aira briefly recounted what happened in the market. Let me tell you, he's going to be a sword saint in the future. You should be secretly pleased to have him. How do you know? Secret. Aira crossed her arms, pretending to be mysterious. Dirk suddenly stood up and leaned closer. My queen seems to have quite a few secrets. Aira placed her delicate hand over his face and pushed him away. Thanks but no thanks. I'm not into that. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Aira woke up faintly early in the morning. To treat Lei Yasali's mother's illness she poured the night's cultivation of spiritual energy into the serene gem. The mark of the serene gem in her spiritual sea glowed slightly brighter. Aira estimated that her spiritual power rank had reached the second level. Breaking through to the second level in such a short time would shock any mage who examined her. Unfortunately Aira herself had no such concept, she even felt that after a week of hard cultivation sleeping she had only reached the second level, finding the progress too slow. However, besides that there was also the third level battle chi cultivated by the original owner within her body. Of course it couldn't compare to the 4 gems in her spiritual sea, and she didn't know how to use this battle chi. So she simply left it alone, allowing it to circulate naturally in her body. It was very helpful for her sleep. Tap tap. Your Majesty the Queen, it's time to get ready for the wedding. Aira sat up abruptly. She almost forgot today was her solid step into the top of power. 7 or 8 maids entered and carefully dressed her. But the floor-length gown really gave her a headache and she couldn't avoid wearing it. Oh well, it's just a dress, not the first time she's worn one. She could only silently comfort herself in her heart. When she stepped out of the door the red carpet was already laid out with flowers on both sides. In fact, since Aira arrived she had seen many people in the palace already preparing. But the courtyard where she lived had not been decorated yet. At some point the courtyard was also fully decorated. Your Majesty the Queen, please get in the carriage. Lei Gu without yesterday's casualness bowed and opened the door for Aira. The carriage passed through the crowd and arrived in front of the church. Dirk was already waiting there early. The ministers had already lined up on both sides, craning their necks to await the Queen's arrival. The wedding carriage stopped. Dirk walked down the steps from the church door and personally opened the door for Aira. My Queen, you really made me wait for a long time. Aira looked at Dirk's expression, which seemed to welcome spring, and was speechless. Be normal, we are good brothers. This expression of yours always makes me feel weird. As she spoke she couldn't help but shudder. Dirk took Aira's small hand and pulled her out. Although he didn't say anything he did restrain himself a bit. The ministers looked at Aira with expressions of admiration for her beauty, scrutiny or calculating gazes. The ceremony proceeded quickly and Aira barely managed to endure the strange feeling and complete the formalities. Just when she thought it was finally over she didn't expect to have to parade through the imperial city in the wedding carriage with Dirk. The important ministers followed in several cars behind while the less important ministers could rest for a while. On the streets the people stood on both sides. The guards following the wedding carriage scattered copper coins. Aira looked at the crowd. These were all her subjects. This feeling of inspection instantly filled her with a sense of responsibility, as if she had a mission. If she had the imperial seal now she would probably shout out, by the mandate of heaven may it be long-lasting and prosperous. An arm suddenly wrapped around her waist. How is it, are you adapting? Aira quickly slapped Dirk's wandering hand on her waist. Go away, you have no sense of boundaries. I treat you as a brother and you want to hit on me. You are not my brother, you are my queen. Dirk smiled and waved to the surrounding people. Aira was speechless. If she hadn't read in the book that Dirk, due to his situation, was always vigilant and never approached women, she would have believed him. Of course, even if she believed, she wouldn't let him touch her, she wasn't a pervert. In front of so many people she had to give her brother some face, so Aira didn't bother with the arm around her waist anymore. Suddenly she caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of her eye walking dejectedly behind the crowd on one side. She showed no concern for the lively scene. There was also some dust on her clothes. Aira was certain that she must have been bullied. She took a flower from the countless flowers behind her and attached the power of creation to it. She threw it out. With the weak control of electromagnetic force from the Conquest gem, the flower was guided through the sky over the crowd and landed directly in the girl's hand. Ywynir held the petals in surprise and the power of creation on them surged into her body. In an instant the faintly aching injuries on her body felt a coolness and she could no longer feel the pain. She quickly looked up around. Through the crowd she only saw Aira smiling at her gently. Something seemed to bloom in the little girl's eyes at that moment. The wedding carriage drove away until it turned a corner and she could no longer see it. She held the flower and murmured, Your Majesty the Queen. The little girl turned and walked back the way she came as if she had made a decision. The parade lasted the entire afternoon before ending. Outside the palace Dirk also set up hundreds of tables of fine food for the people to enjoy. Inside the palace a banquet was also held. The ministers came with their families. Ha ha ha, your majesty, with this you have finally secured your footing. The wolves and rats in the imperial city should become much quieter, right? There were many people present, but this minister was unabashed. Aira could guess the general idea at a glance. Nothing else. The ministers on Dirk's side were indeed few. Plus this burly old man who seemed to care nothing about others was the only one. The adapter of the 7 deadly sins armor, the pride armor. Without the armor he had strength comparable to a sword saint, with the armor he was one of the best among sword saints. He was also the Minister of Military Affairs. Dirk's teacher. The most powerful Marquis. Senkatu Aladansai. He was truly loyal to Dirk. Ha, indeed. But if it weren't for the teacher's presence, the imperial city would probably still be unstable. Oh. Senkatu was quite surprised. He had said this just to subtly ask Dirk about Aila's stance. His queen's stance. And Dirk's quick and confident response greatly surprised him. Ha, that's good, that's good. Then he turned and bowed to Aira. Senkatu pays respects to the queen. No need for formalities, uncle. We're on the same side, no need for such etiquette. Senkatu was surprised for a moment, then burst into laughter. The queen is truly different from ordinary noble ladies. Having you is a blessing for his majesty. Igizi arrived late holding a wine glass to offer his blessings. You are late, Igizi. Senkatu's big hand slapped the other's back, making a loud thumping sound. Ahaha, Marquis, you are still so energetic. Congratulations. Dirk looked at him. Igizi nodded and said, Rest assured, your majesty, the government affairs are all handled. Today you can enjoy the banquet to your heart's content. That's right, Igizi was late because he had been a miserable worker all day. After all, a worker's work and holidays are decided by the boss. Dirk mingled among the many ministers. Aira, on the other hand, was pulled into the circle of ministers' wives. She had originally thought she was not interested in these domestic trivialities. Until the topic turned to gossip about whose husband had an affair, whose daughter had fallen for a commoner, whose son insisted on marrying only a certain strong-willed ordinary girl. She realized that liking gossip is human nature regardless of gender. Yet her arrival was destined not to be peaceful. While the crowd buzzed with gossip, an elegant lady walked over and sat down beside Aira. Your Majesty the Queen, you are the daughter of the Northern Duke. I have heard that you take great pleasure in tormenting slaves. Does His Majesty know of this hobby of yours? Aira looked over in confusion, who was so lacking in tact as to dare speak to her like this. I have some relatives living in the north, and they often speak of your illustrious name to me. The beautiful woman's voluminous purple curls puffed out wildly, some strands reaching forward like venomous serpents poised to strike. Aira took one glance at her and felt an instant dislike. Besides, the woman's words were clearly nothing more than an attempt at blackmail. But whether what she said was true or false, it was the doing of her predecessor. What did it have to do with her? Did she want Aira to bear this infamy? Or was she trying to sow discord between her and Delco? None of that mattered. What mattered was that Aira found this woman utterly irritating. Whether Delco knows or not, that's none of your business. I suppose your relatives have far too much free time, or perhaps you sent them north as your spies. Or are you trying to threaten me with this? The beautiful woman was struck dumb as if hit by lightning. She had never imagined that a duke's daughter could speak so crudely. She left no room for pleasantries, charging straight ahead. Your Majesty jokes. How could I ever do such a thing? The woman's expression flickered. Seeing that Aira was completely unshaken, could the intelligence she had received be false? You seem to be the wife of some earl or another. Are your people so interested in Delco's throne? Fear jolted through the woman, and she nearly fell to her knees begging for mercy. It took great effort to suppress the urge as she stiffly replied, Your Majesty, such jokes are not amusing. My Lord Count Sally has always been utterly loyal to His Majesty. Oh, so you're from Count Sally's household. Had you not said so, I truly would not have known. The woman now desperately wanted to slap her own mouth. Why had she said so much? She rose, repeatedly emphasized her family's loyalty, and hurried away. Aira gave a cold snort and only told Delco about the matter after the banquet had ended. Meanwhile, on the way back to his residence, Count Sally's wife recounted the entire affair to him. The carriage held not only Sally but also 2 other ministers. This queen seems to care little about her reputation in the eyes of His Majesty. Or perhaps the intelligence from the north is false. The men in the carriage fell silent. None of them had expected that Aira, now the queen, would not even bother to maintain her image before Delco the emperor. Then there was only one option. In a few days spread this news among those common rabble. I refuse to believe Delco will not care. Sally's voice was malicious, his eyes gleaming with venom. The other two ministers nodded in agreement. Later, back in the inner chambers of the imperial palace, Delco arranged for Aegis to make early preparations, then walked away with Ayla under Aegis's beaming smile. Inside the room, Ayla swiftly shed her long gown, feeling instantly at ease. She tossed the gown carelessly onto the sofa and changed into her short pajamas. When Delco pushed open the door, she looked up in surprise and asked, "It's so late, why are you here?" Now it was Delco's turn to be puzzled. "You are my queen, this is our bedchamber. If not here, where should I go?" No, I mean. Ayla faltered. Well, technically there was nothing wrong with it. But she simply could not accept it. Delco skillfully began changing his clothes. Ayla didn't find it particularly strange, since changing in the dorms in her past life had been perfectly normal. However, once Delco had changed into his nightclothes, the atmosphere grew rather awkward. Ayla grabbed 2 cushions and stuffed them between them in the middle of the bed. Let me state this first: a brother can take a knife in the ribs but not a leap into intimacy. We must maintain proper distance. Delco frowned. No, I am not your brother. You are my queen, we are husband and wife now, and we ought to do what husbands and wives do. Ayla was baffled. Hadn't he sworn off women? Was this really Delco? Of course, all of this was thanks to Aegis's suggestion. He wanted to bind Ayla through a child. Once there was a child and an heir was named, the Northern Duke would have far greater reason to support Delco. This was not out of carnal desire but a matter of political choice. Delco approached Ayla while Ayla rolled away to the other side of the bed. Delco grabbed Ayla's fair ankle in a firm grip. Let go. Let go of me. I treat you as a brother and you're actually trying to sleep with me. Ayla resisted fiercely, and in the end Delco released her. Seizing the chance, Ayla grabbed her little blanket and rolled herself into the shape of a silkworm cocoon. Then all fell quiet. The room sank into silence. Delco lay down on the bed in helpless resignation. He and Ayla had never shared much affection. Were it not for Aegis's suggestion, he would not have touched her at all. But now it seemed he was the one being scorned. Just as he was pondering how to develop his secret guards and deal with the disobedient ministers, a rhythmic breathing sound arose beside him. As the night deepened, Ayla poked her head out of her cocoon. Her golden hair fanned out, and with her usual vivacity gone, only a serene sleeping face remained. Delco looked at her and remembered what she had said when they first met. Your strength has arrived. I will see to it that you live. Ever since he ascended the throne, he had been mired in intrigue every day. He could not afford to let his guard down. His 3 consorts were all daughters of Grand Dukes. Sent to the imperial city, and with what intentions, he understood well. And so he could not relax. Outside he had to match wits with ministers and nobles of the capital. Within the palace he had to remain constantly on guard against the 3 consorts as well. No emperor had ever been forced to live like this. When he had given the queen's position to Ayla, he had only meant to strengthen ties with the north. Yet he had never expected a queen like Ayla, one who wanted to be the backing of an emperor. Gazing at Ayla's sleeping face, Delco reached out uncontrollably and gently pinched it. The soft, smooth touch was almost bewitching. Still he withdrew his hand, closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep on his own. Ayla, deep in meditation, noticed nothing at all. When dawn broke and light spilled into the room, Ayla withdrew from her meditation. After investing her share into the silent gem, she slowly came to her senses. She stretched her hand out from under the thin blanket and moved her fingers. Yawning, she bumped into Delco behind her. Ah! Startled, she instinctively turned and kicked out. Boom! Delco tumbled off the bed. Hiss! Still dazed from being violently woken by the sudden attack, he looked up to see Ayla on the bed, wrapped in her blanket, stretching out a fair delicate foot with her golden hair tousled everywhere. Don't you owe me an explanation, my queen? He had rarely slept so soundly, only to be forced awake by Ayla's kick. Explanation? What explanation is there? There's nothing to explain about almost getting bumped into by a brother's little brother. Ayla turned her head away, her expression full of disdain. Durka stood up, let out a long sigh, and looked at the sulking young girl as he changed the subject. I've already arranged for your application to the academy. Lilia will take you there shortly and guide you through the process. After speaking, he dressed himself fully and walked out. Ayla finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that being alone with Durka in the same room was not a good thing. Glancing at the time, she thought of the school hours for Lilia and her brother and quickly put on her casual clothes. In the adjacent banquet hall she saw Durka again, who was eating breakfast. After shooting him a glare, she hastily grabbed 2 pieces of bread, stuffed one in her mouth and ran out. Ducal continued eating calmly, not calling out to stop her. Aira ran out and spotted the siblings about to depart. Lilia. Wait for me. As she opened her mouth she forgot she still had bread in it. She quickly used electromagnetic force to make the bread that hadn't yet fallen fly back into her hand. Seeing this the siblings' eyes widened. Sister-in-law, you're actually an arcane master. Arcane master? Well, I suppose so. An arcane master is essentially a mage with extreme affinity for a certain element, able to manipulate the elemental rules of the world without needing to absorb elements or use magic circles. But she wasn't. She controlled electromagnetic force, not the lightning element, let alone any extreme elemental affinity. She was a mere muggle who couldn't even become a basic mage apprentice. There was no such thing as elemental affinity for her. Aira squeezed into the car. The three chatted in the car and within a few minutes they arrived at the academy gate. Most people wore the academy uniform. The clothes for Battle Chi students were form-fitting, not hindering sword practice. The mage students' uniforms were loose, providing ample space for inscribing magic circles for experiments. Kana and Lilia's clothes were also like that. Aira in her casual outfit was immediately recognizable as not a student of the academy. Sister Aira, let me take you to complete your enrollment first. On the way, Aira had emphasized that she should not be called sister-in-law, so Lilia reverted to the original address. As they walked toward the headmistress's office many students kept glancing their way. Isn't that Princess Lilia? She's personally accompanying that girl. Who is she? She looks familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen her. And Prince Kana too. For both of them to accompany her, could she be a princess or a queen? Amid the murmurs a blue-haired girl walked by and glanced sideways. Aira's dazzling golden hair caught her eyes. Queen. Your Highness. Watching Aira's gradually receding figure, Ywynir stood in a daze. Aira followed Lilia to the headmistress's office. Opposite her was an elf. Silver hair, golden eyes and pointed ears that were very noticeable. A green skirt added to her vitality. Headmistress Aie, this is my sister-in-law Aira Fuluoxalin. Headmistress. Aira greeted. Aie slightly bowed. Greetings, Your Highness the Queen. No need, you don't have to be so formal. Aie curled her lips and walked over to Aira. Your Highness the Queen, you really are adorable. Aie was a full 1.8 meters tall, making Aira look particularly petite beside her. Even Lilia beside her seemed shorter. Aie caressed Aira's cheek. A wave of fragrance wafted over, not like any perfume but rather as if one were in a forest with the scent of grass and flowers. Ducal actually made you his queen. Such a little cutie in this position is so dangerous. Aie affectionately stroked the top of Aira's head. Sister Aie, I'm here to enroll. Sister. Ha ha ha. Aie laughed heartily, seemingly surprised that a young girl would call her sister. Little Princess Aira, do you know how old I am? How old? Aira only then realized that elves lived much longer than humans. Aie looked young, but that didn't mean she was young. Even Ducal's grandfather would have to call me grandma. Aira waved her hand dismissively at that. What's the big deal? We can just address each other as we please. It doesn't matter if I call you sister. Aie covered her mouth with a light laugh. She had heard people say, each according to their own terms, but it came from the daughter of a Grand Duke, now the queen of the current emperor. Alright, in that case little sister Aira can call me sister. She walked back behind her desk and sat down. Attending classes at the academy can also provide a safe environment for you. It might even be safer here than in the palace. Lilia and Aira walked to the desk. Aie took out an enrollment application and pushed it over. Come little sister, take a look. What do you want to study? Magic or Battle Chi? Aira hesitated. But Lilia spoke up, Headmistress, Sister Aira is an arcane master. These courses don't seem quite suitable for her. Arcane master. Aie looked surprised, not expecting this young girl to be a 1 in a million arcane master. Actually, that's not really important. I'd rather learn Battle Chi. Battle Chi? That goes somewhat against your innate talent, Aie reminded. It's fine, I'll cultivate my spiritual power on my own. I just want to experience training in Battle Chi. Well then, if you ever want to switch to the Magic Academy you can come find me. After bidding farewell to Aie, Lilia went to the Magic Academy. Kana, who had been waiting outside for a while, took Aira to the Battle Chi Academy. They randomly found a class and she became a transfer student. Kana was in the second-year class while Aira, having no foundation at all, went to the first-year class. This class was still at the stage of sensing battle chi, which was perfect for a complete novice like Aira. It was also because she hadn't inherited the original host's memories, otherwise she wouldn't have had to start battle chi training from scratch. In the morning there was only an hour and a half of class. The rest of the time could be spent freely cultivating and sparring within the academy, but they were not allowed to leave. Aira herself already possessed a third-order apprentice-level battle chi rank. With her second-order spiritual power, after a general explanation from the teacher, she quickly grasped the opportunity. The cultivation of battle chi relies on extracting battle chi from one's own cells. It requires a large amount of food and potions. When Aira started her first cultivation, she felt that besides the already existing battle chi in her body, there was also a considerable amount of potion residue. The first extraction went very smoothly and she could clearly sense the amount of battle chi increasing. But as time passed, the amount grew less and less. When she stopped cultivating, she was left with only a feeling of emptiness and hunger. She had only grabbed 2 slices of bread in the morning rush and now she was even hungrier. "Sister Aira," Kana called from outside the classroom. As Aira walked out, everyone fell into discussion again. In the academy there was no distinction between nobles and commoners. But rules were rules. They wouldn't be foolish enough to take them seriously. And a prince like Kana was undoubtedly the pinnacle of these nobles. "Boss, what are you doing in the first-year class?" "Hey boss, are you in love? Is this your arranged marriage partner?" 2 or 3 noble youths gathered around Kana, chattering with questions. Slap. Kana slapped the head of the young man who spoke first. He scolded, "If you don't know, shut up. This is my sister-in-law, the queen. If you want to die, don't drag me with you." "Queen, your highness." Several young men looked very flustered. They hurriedly knelt to apologize. "Ah, forget it. Let's go eat quickly. I'm starving to death." Aira truly understood what it meant to be ravenously hungry. If not for her battle chi, she would probably have hypoglycemia by now. The others, being perceptive, took charge of preparing lunch. However, Aira did not forget her main task. She looked around the dining hall and saw a young girl sitting alone with no one around her. The girl was quietly eating bread dipped in jam. Aira pointed and said, "Put the things on that table over there." The others quickly moved forward. Yawainir, as usual, was eating the black bread she brought from home and the free jam from the cafeteria. Several people walked toward her. "You go somewhere else. This place is now taken by us," Karna's number 1 lackey said in a very arrogant tone. Yawainir took one look at him and knew he was a noble not to be trifled with. She was about to pack up and leave when the remaining bread on the table was swept to the floor. "Princess Aira, please." Aira frowned and came over. Being too short to reach the other person, she simply flew up. "Who told you to push her things off the table? How can you, a noble, have no gentlemanly manners at all?" The lackey covered his head and stepped aside. Lilia also came over at this time. "Sister Aira, what's wrong?" Yawainir froze in place. Who did she see? The queen. It's Her Majesty the Queen. She had wanted to speak with Aira, but then realized that both Karna and Lilia were members of the royal family and could be considered top-tier nobles in this academy. As a commoner, what right did she have to speak with the queen? Classmate. Aira waved her hand in front of Yawainir. "Ah. Yes. Sorry they ruined your lunch. If you don't mind, why don't you eat with us?" "No need, I can't." Before she could finish, she was already pushed onto a seat by Aira. While the other was still stunned, she had already read the name on her chest. Yawainir. The female lead in the book. All she wanted was to achieve her goal. Perhaps if it were someone else, she would have just given some money or sent someone to buy food as compensation. She wouldn't have so warmly invited a stranger to eat together. Aira picked up the black bread from the ground, brushed off the dust and placed it on the table. Yawainir felt as if something had struck her heart. She carefully put away that piece of bread. One after another, dishes that Yawainir had only seen in menus and advertisements were placed on the table. A set of utensils flew in front of her. "Don't be polite. This is all compensation for you. Please enjoy." Lilia and Karna also sat down. The other lackeys ran to the next table to eat. Yawainir suppressed her desire to eat heartily, awkwardly imitating Lilia's slow and measured way of eating. However, Aira didn't care about that. She took out her own chopsticks and started stuffing food into her mouth as if she would starve to death if she were any slower. Ywynir watched Aila's eating manner, her knife and fork frozen in her hand, staring with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. "You are the commoner mage Miss Ywynir, aren't you?" Lilia suddenly spoke, looking at Ywynir. "Yes, your highness the princess." She quickly responded, her body tensing. Lilia curled her lips into a light smile and said, "Don't be nervous. I just think you and Sister Aila are quite fated." "Fated?" "That's right. Sister Aila is also a mage. There are only 6 mages in the entire academy. Out of 800 students, how could your meeting not be considered fate?" Ywynir's gaze at Aila became even more admiring. She hadn't expected Aila to be a mage just like herself. You are also a mage. That's really impressive." Aila pretended to know it for the first time. But her acting was really unconvincing. Lilia was still wondering why her sister-in-law was acting so strangely all of a sudden. But Ywynir on the other side seemed not to notice at all. She quickly nodded and said, "That's right. I have a strong affinity with the wind element. I can rely on the sound of wind to gather information, and I can also." Ywynir wished she could tell everything she could do, hoping to leave an impression on Aila. "By the way," Ywynir took out the flower that Aila had thrown to her yesterday. "This is the flower Her Majesty the Queen threw to me yesterday. That person was you. You were being bullied." Aila hadn't expected that the disheveled little girl yesterday was actually Ywynir. Even more, she hadn't expected that she had already made contact with the female lead earlier than she had anticipated. "It's nothing. It's all in the past. I also need to thank Her Majesty the Queen for her help. Otherwise my injuries wouldn't have healed so quickly." "Hey, it's nothing. If anyone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I'll have your back." Ywynir nodded vigorously. Her Majesty the Queen was indeed different from those nobles who only oppressed commoners. She was very approachable, very easygoing, and very cute. Ywynir felt very relaxed staying by Aila's side. She didn't have to constantly be on guard against malice around her, nor did she have to always find excuses to numb herself. Aila gave everyone a small chicken leg. Because they were eating too slowly. She was afraid that she would finish everything before they could get a few bites. After the meal ended, Ywynir did not stay long. Her status was not suitable for staying there. However, Aila still extended an invitation, making plans to have lunch together again tomorrow. Ywynir was very excited, and so was Aila. Boiling the frog slowly, she didn't believe the female lead wouldn't end up on their side. "Karna, do you know someone named Charles?" "Charles? He seems to be in the next class. His father is just a baron. I'm not familiar with him." Karna thought and answered. Not familiar as they were, but Charles was exceptionally talented and very arrogant. The problem was that his father was only a baron. His arrogance surpassed even that of several earls' sons. That was the reason Karna remembered him. Aila recalled the plot in the book. The male lead Charles did not save Ywynir out of subjective intention. Rather, he wanted to teach a few people a lesson, and coincidentally saved Ywynir. From then on he was remembered by Ywynir, and later Charles's family was implicated with the Duke of the Eastern Realm. They were wiped out by Delco. Only then did Charles go from arrogance to maturity, becoming an avenger against the Empire. But there is no doubt that Charles's family did participate in the rebellion of the Eastern Realm, only to end up on the losing side. Should she also bring the male lead to her side? Aila had thought about it, but he himself was a man. What was the point of recruiting the male lead? Moreover, the male lead was currently very arrogant and domineering, no different from those snobbish nobles. He was hard to control and could easily cause trouble. So she decided not to recruit him. "Between you and that Charles, who is stronger?" Aila looked at Karna and asked. "Of course it's me. He's merely the son of a baron." "Who asked you that?" "I'm asking who would win if you and that Charles fought." "Me." Karna was very confident. Aila still harbored some doubt, seeing Karna's confident demeanor. Although Karna was a prince and enjoyed exceptional resources outside the academy, Charles was after all the male lead. In the book, Charles's talent was described as once in a century. She was already contemplating how to have Charles killed off prematurely. But since the Duke of the Eastern Border had not yet raised the banner of rebellion, killing Charles outright would be unwise. Moreover, without Charles, who knew if a second Charles would emerge? Letting him continue to stir trouble might not be a bad idea. The afternoon class was swordsmanship. Aila selected a long sword and practiced swings in an open space. Because her body had been tempered by combat aura, the longsword felt almost weightless in her hand. The class lasted another hour and a half, during which many female classmates sparred with Aira. It was evident that they were holding back feeding her techniques. Noble girls who could attend the academy were often nurtured by their families from childhood, not merely tools for marriage alliances. Thus they were already proficient in swordsmanship before entering the academy. Thanks to the nourishing lunch and the lingering medicinal power, Aira remained energetic even after school. Returning to the palace, she first went to the infirmary to treat Liasli's mother. No wonder he had taken her to so many mages without success in curing the disease. During her first treatment, Aira discovered that the illness involved genetic factors, a hereditary disease. Her treatment involved optimizing and eliminating the defective genes. While treating, Liasli returned from training. He stood aside without disturbing and only bowed after Aira finished. "Your Majesty the Queen. How is your training? Are you adjusting?" In a sense, Liasli was the first talent she had personally recruited, and she felt a natural sense of closeness to him. "It's acceptable. The training methods differ from what I was used to, but the plan the instructor devised is indeed effective. I've already touched the threshold of the 6th rank." He appeared delighted, his former dejection swept away. It was evident that under Delco's arrangements he was living a fulfilling life. "Good. Stay with your mother then. I'll take my leave." "Yes." Liasli bowed respectfully, watching Aira depart, then immediately rushed to his mother's side. "Mother, do you feel any better now?" Aira strolled to the banquet hall. Kana and Lilia were already having dinner. "Sister Aira, where were you? We waited for you for dinner, but after a long while we started eating." Aira pulled out a chair and sat beside Lilia. She gave a brief account of Liasli's situation. The siblings understood. After dinner they returned to their rooms. Aira began pondering Charles's subordinates from the book. As everyone knows, none of the male lead subordinates are mediocrities. While treating Liasli's mother, she had thought saving one is saving, saving two is also saving. There was indeed one candidate. The wielder of the armor of wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins, armor's Helder. 20 years ago he was a general in the Empire's northern frontier, tasked with guarding the territory granted to him by the Duke of the Northern Border. During a catastrophic dark tide he was forced to retrieve the family heirloom armor passed down for generations and said to possess earth-shattering power. That was the armor of wrath. The territory suffered heavy casualties, but a large portion was saved. However, to become the wielder of the armor of wrath, one needed the blood of a blood relative to gain the armor's acknowledgement. His wife was killed by him to protect their daughter. Only when the armor touched the blood of his daughter, connected by blood, did the rampage cease. After that battle he lost his wife, leaving only a dying daughter. Fortunately, a mage from the church was present and saved her life. However, afterward his daughter's relationship with him became strained and her health deteriorated, leaving her with a disability. Helder resigned from the Duke of the Northern Border, went into seclusion with his daughter and stored away the armor. According to the book, 3 years later the male lead's rebellious family was purged. 2 years after that he encountered Helder and promised to cure his daughter's disability. At that time there was indeed a renegade church mage with considerable skill in healing magic. Seeing hope, Helder followed Charles. The plot also mentioned that he had been in seclusion for 10 years, now he had been in seclusion for 5 years. Sending people to search might be feasible. However, that was the Western Border territory, so they could only send people secretly. The Duke of the Western Border had always remained neutral, neither siding with the royal family, the old nobility seeking to control the empire, nor the church. Delco could hardly command him. Aira lowered her head and thought perhaps she could only send people secretly to search. Just then the sound of the doorknob turning came. Delco walked in looking exhausted. The fake smile from their first meeting was no longer maintained, this was his most ordinary expression now. Aira looked at him. She watched as he skillfully unbuttoned his robe and removed his shirt. Aira simply observed, finding nothing amiss. Delco entered the bathroom and Aira caught a glimpse of the bath. "Oh. There's a bath here. Hurry up and wash. Remember to change the water when you're done, I'll bathe later." Aira said and withdrew, closing the door behind her. By the time Delco finished bathing, Aira had already changed into her pajamas. She grabbed her towel and dashed into the bathroom. Ah, a comfortable sound came from the bathroom. After washing up, Delco casually picked up a book to read. Aira sang while washing in the bathroom. Delco's heart grew restless. Accustomed to reading before bed, he found it impossible to concentrate. Half an hour later Aira emerged from the bathroom. Wearing slippers, she padded to the bed, skillfully stuffed the bolster between them and released her mental energy to dry her damp hair, leaving it fluffy. Aira asked curiously, "Why are you so quiet today? Encountered something troubling?" "Nothing much. How about you? How was your day?" Delco looked at the young girl. Not bad, everything's going smoothly. You know, with me as your brother you've hit the jackpot. Found another talent. Humph, Ayla smiled knowingly. More important than a talent. But I do have something to discuss with you. Ayla leaned on the bolster that marked their boundary. How are your relations with the western border? The western border. Delco was puzzled why she suddenly brought it up. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, it's okay, but only on the surface. Can you go to the western border to find someone? Delco nodded slightly, then said thoughtfully, I can, but the Duke of the western border may not put in the effort. Then just send your own people. Go to a place called Solhowl Ridge in the western border. There's a man named Helder. No, that's not right. Ayla suddenly remembered that Helder was probably living incognito now. Never mind. Just look for a man with a little girl who has a paralyzed lower body. His name is Helder. If you find him, tell him that I can cure his daughter's disability. The little girl's lips flapped incessantly. Dirk fixed his gaze on her cherry-red lips. He was deeply engrossed in watching and listening, as if Ayla were a beacon granting him revelations. The candidates she mentioned were not ones Dirk would let slip. How exactly do you know about these people? Dirk finally voiced the doubt in his heart. Why do you care so much? Just treat it as if I know some things about the future. Then in the future you know what will become of us. What will become of us? I died quite miserably, and you won't fare much better either. Ayla turned around and lay down. So you have come back from the future. Backtrack. No, it's not that. Anyway, you might not understand even if I tell you. Just know that your brother will lead you to break through the encirclement. Ayla patted Dirk on the shoulder, then shoved him back to the other side. Alright, I'm sleepy. Remember to send people to find them. With me handling it, don't overthink. After saying that, she pulled the blanket over herself and began meditating. Within a minute her breathing became even. After turning off the light, Dirk stared at the ceiling. His sleep was very light all night. In the middle of the night the little girl's meditative sleep was restless. One of her feet rested on Dirk. It immediately woke up Dirk, who was already a light sleeper. He pushed her foot off his body, but soon a slap landed on his face. Seeing the little girl had already crossed the midline, he pulled her into his arms. Only then did the little girl settle down. Inhaling Ayla's faint fragrance, Dirk finally fell into a deep sleep. Bang! A familiar morning. Dirk woke up on the floor again. Looking at the furious Ayla, he said nothing and calmly put on his clothes. Hurry up and get dressed, come eat breakfast. There's still some time before we go to the academy. After saying that, he walked out. Ayla found it strange that Dirk was so calm. Unlike yesterday, he didn't look like he wanted to hit someone. She put on the Battle Aura Academy uniform. She went to the banquet hall next door. The three were already seated when Ayla arrived. The maids began to serve. Dirk tactfully gave up his seat. During the meal, Lilia looked oddly at her brother and sister-in-law. She felt that the atmosphere between them had changed. Ayla spoke less and her brother kept glancing at her sister-in-law from time to time. Could it be that her brother was being disliked by his wife? Dirk, what about your three consorts? Do you plan to keep them in the palace forever? What do you want? Healy's mind is sharp. She can go to the academy to study political affairs. And Fayer and Mia can go to the Mage Academy for further study. Mia's talent is not bad. It's better than staying in the palace as parasites. Dirk wanted to slap himself. He had just thought that the little girl was jealous when she asked about his three consorts. Indeed, his queen was the one who understood best how to maximize benefits. Alright, I'll have the three of them go with you today. Take them to handle the enrollment procedures. No problem. You should also find the people you need quickly, don't dawdle. Dirk could only nod incessantly. Once upon a time when he became emperor, he had to spur himself on daily to deal with the unstable political situation. Now things had changed. Now it was the queen spurring him on. Not only was his own life at stake but also Ayla's. After eating, the group immediately dispersed, each busy with their own affairs. When the three consorts heard that Ayla wanted to see them, they felt uneasy. Although Fayer and Mia had done nothing to betray Dirk. On the very first day Ayla arrived, she had exposed Healy's matter, making both of them feel that Ayla was too domineering and hard to get along with. Although Healy was a convicted criminal, she was the most straightforward among the three. Everyone is here, let's set off. Your Majesty the Queen, where are we going? Mia hugged her magic book tightly and asked timidly. He Kasalar Academy. You need to go to the academy for further study. Aira put her hands on her hips looking very proud. Further study. Can we? Empress asked incredulously. Their fates had been predetermined from the very beginning. Mia was the least favored in her family, receiving no resources and had to explore the path of magecraft on her own. Empress's father was the Grand Duke of the Eastern Border, and sending her to the royal family was using her as cannon fodder. After all, the Grand Duke of the Eastern Border had long decided to rebel. Empress was merely cannon fodder to buy time for the Eastern Border. Healy, needless to say, was even worse. As for going to Kosalar Academy, the largest and best school in the empire, for further study, it was like a windfall from heaven, almost unbelievable. No, young lady, remove that intelligent doubt from your words. Did you think you could stay in the palace eating and living for free forever? Do you understand dedication? You must dedicate yourselves to the royal family and the empire, which is why you need further study. You are consorts, how could the empire's construction do without you? Aira employed a wave of PUA tactics, both sugarcoating and genuinely thinking so. Talented labor should naturally be utilized. Just like using Dirk, those with money contribute money, those with power wield power. All for the sake of survival, to secure an intact empire that moves toward a brighter future. She took the three women to the academy. After completing the procedures, Aira returned to the Battle Aura Academy. By noon, the lunch companion she had arranged did not show up. Aira waited and waited, but no one came. Not until she saw Lilia, who told her that on the way there was a crowd gathered watching a commotion. Aira sensed something was wrong. She stood up and rushed outside. At that moment, Ywynir was surrounded by three noble ladies. Commoners should know their place. Do you think a commoner like you is worthy of Camille? He is a noble who will inherit the Viscount title. How dare a commoner like you covet him? Don't think that becoming an arcane master makes you superior and a noble. I think you are truly ugly, but dream of beautiful things. Faced with the three's aggression, Ywynir kept apologizing and explaining, I don't know who Camille is. You have the wrong person. However, the other side didn't care and even pushed Ywynir. The surrounding crowd was mostly nobles. Commoners only dared to watch from afar. Make way. Make way, all of you, make way for me. Aira let out a crisp shout, pouring all her today's mental energy into the Conqueror's gem. A powerful electromagnetic force instantly parted the crowd, sending the onlooking noble youths flying. Ywynir sat on the ground staring fixedly at Aira. What happened? Get up quickly. Did these people bully you? Aira hurried forward to help her up. Who are you? How dare you interfere with us nobles? Never seen her before. Where did this commoner come from? Get lost. One of them raised a hand and a magic circle appeared, condensing a flame that was hurled at Aira. Watch out. Ywynir raised her hand and a gust of wind swept through, extinguishing the flame in an instant. You dare to fight back? The noble lady who had thrown the attack, furious, was about to strike again. I've been too nice to you. Aira raised her hand and a thunderbolt exploded. A thunderbolt as thick as a bowl split into three, electrocuting the three until they were charred, barely clinging to life. A nauseating burnt smell immediately filled the air, making one want to vomit. The surrounding students stood frozen in place. What happened? What's going on here? A middle-aged man descended from the sky, his battle chi blazing fiercely, landing before the three charred figures and loudly asking the watching students. Teacher Yu Han, it's her. She attacked Miss Gomu and the other two. Yes, it's her. I saw with my own eyes that she summoned lightning and injured them like this. Most of the teachers at Castler College were nobles and knights, with only a few commoner teachers. Of course, among the students, commoners were also few. They made up only about 20% of the college. The knight class naturally favored the noble class. And Yu Han was no exception. As a knight, he knew all the prominent noble children, if not everyone. But Aira was not among them. So it's you. You dare to openly attack someone in the college. According to college regulations, you will be expelled. Now you are no longer a student of Castler College. As a teacher, seeing you blatantly assault my student, I have the right to strike you. Yu Han spoke with righteous indignation, and Aira was shocked by his shamelessness. The next moment, the blazing battle chi on Yu Han's body instantly converged, a prelude to his attack. Teacher, please wait, this is. You're just a commoner. Don't think that being an arcanist makes you special. Get out of my way. Yu Han showed no intention of stopping. I see you are also a piece of trash who can't tell right from wrong. Go join them. Aira fished out a few copper coins from her pocket. Yu Han roared and swung his palm toward her. Railgun. Although Aila's spiritual power realm was not high when this electromagnetic force was concentrated at a single point, the terrifying explosive power was enough to make even Yu Yahan retreat. A dazzling beam of lightning shot out. Yu Yahan did not dodge, instead the battle chi in his palm grew denser. You dare to resist? Attacking a teacher, that's an additional offense. Boom. The beam met his palm. Battle chi scattered and the beam gradually dissipated. Yu Yahan's palm was charred flesh turned outward, bones faintly visible. Ding. Aira flicked the coin in her hand. Come on, keep going. The level of spiritual power affected Aila's endurance. At the first stage 4 or 5 shots would exhaust her. Now at the second stage she could fire 10 more such railguns without issue. Of course this was because the power was sufficient. If it were stronger the number of shots would inevitably decrease. Another arcanist. Who exactly are you? What does it matter to you who I am? You attacked me without any reason, you're no good yourself. She snapped her fingers lightly. A faint grey mist rose from under Yu Yahan's feet, startling him into dodging, but the black mist clung to him like a bone-gnawing maggot, impossible to shake off. What did you do? You dare attack me? Aren't you afraid of the college's retaliation? Sister Aira. Lilia ran over, finally catching sight of her sister-in-law the queen. Princess. Your Highness, please be careful. This person is dangerous. Sister Aira, why are you running so fast? I can't catch up. Lilia came to Aila's side and looked at Yu Yahan. Frowning, she scolded, what are you doing? Seeing how familiar the two were, Yu Yahan's heart sank. Your Highness, she attacked the college students first. I was stopping her. He tried to defend himself. Attacking students. Are you saying that my sister-in-law the queen would attack 2 students for no reason? The queen. Yu Yahan's panic deepened. He never imagined that yesterday he heard the queen had come to the college and today he would run into her. But why would the queen as a queen stand with commoners? Why not mix with the noble circle and instead get so close to a commoner? No, there must be a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was Her Majesty the Queen. I just... Enough, I don't want to hear it. Since you've already acted, it will be decided by the judiciary. Your Highness, no, I really didn't mean it. Please forgive my offense, Your Highness. His voice cut off abruptly and the grey mist attached to him gradually dissipated. Yu Yahan now had sunken eye sockets and withered skin, looking as if he had been drained dry. Lilia was also startled. It's fine, just gave him a lesson. Aira explained. Lilia hadn't expected her sister-in-law to have such an ability. Seeing Yu Yahan's miserable state made her shiver. She must not make her sister-in-law angry, she didn't want to end up like Yu Yahan. In reality, Aira had only accelerated Yu Yahan's cell aging iteration and aging again. This process consumed a large amount of Yu Yahan's internal nutrients and vitality. Not much, roughly 5 years of life were erased. Of course this was because Lilia had arrived and Yu Yahan had learned Aila's identity, so he didn't resist. Otherwise at most it would have shaved off only a year or 2 before being neutralized by his battle chi. The group left the scene and Yu Yahan was carried into the college infirmary by several students. Many noble children watched as if it were a performance. A group of students 100 meters away chatted about Lilia and Aira as if after a meal. These children of high ministers, marquises or counts did not hold the royal family in high regard. They only gave face superficially because since the heir who ascended the throne the empire's situation had been turbulent. This made the heir who the emperor appear quite weak. The royal family, the church, the old nobility. But knights like Yu Yahan were not qualified to look down on the royal family. All he could do was accept his fate. After leaving the scene, Aira took Aira to eat as if nothing had happened. Aira kept thanking her along the way. Your Majesty the Queen, I'm truly grateful. If it weren't for you. Aira pressed her index finger to her lips. From now on just call me I, like Lilia does. No need for, Your Majesty, long and short, it's unpleasant to hear. Can I? Aira was at a loss. Calling the queen sister, was that something a commoner like her could do? Then Aira. Sister. Her voice grew softer, the word sister almost inaudible to Aira. Lilia looked at Aira with a beaming smile. If possible, Aira would have liked them to call her brother, but then the two might think something was wrong with her. Not as easy to accept as the heir coup. The incident at noon didn't reach the heir coup until near dusk. Yu Yahan. A great knight who just entered the 5th rank. Do you know the families behind those 3? Count Kula and 2 barons. A voice came from the shadow behind the air ko. And the queen. Is she injured? No, but the 5th-rank Great Knight who attacked the queen sustained severe injuries. Durek was somewhat astonished. You mean the queen defeated a 5th-rank Great Knight? Yes, and the queen used some unknown power. That academy instructor was drained dry, and by this afternoon his rank had even fallen to the 4th rank. This power is very similar. Similar to what? Durek's tone suddenly turned cold and severe. The shadow remained silent, not daring to speak. Very similar to the power of the death curse witch. Yes. Only after Durek himself spoke did the shadow respond. Durek's father, the former emperor of Lyrkia. It was because of the death curse witch's curse that his life force drained at 3 times the normal rate. This was also the main reason why Durek ascended the throne at such a young age. The accelerated loss of life force coupled with the heavy affairs of the empire meant that Durek's father had only one queen. To have fathered Durek and his 2 younger siblings, his father had already done his utmost. His mother had also died in childbirth while giving birth to Kana and Lilia. His father struggled on for over a decade without remarrying. Alas, his life ebbed away too quickly. In his 40s he looked like a man of 70 or 80. The death curse which was to Durek no less than a father-killer. He still remembered his father's skeletal appearance before death, a memory etched deeply into his mind. And now the power displayed by Aira was very similar to that of the death curse witch. It was even shorter in duration and more potent in strength. Forget it, don't bother with this. Go and investigate those people. Keela cannot be touched yet. Go and deal with those 2 barons. Durek commanded calmly. The shadow then vanished into Durek's shadow. Durek did not want to associate Aira with the death curse witch, yet the similarity in power compelled him to think otherwise. This curse-like power was, as far as Durek knew, possessed only by the death curse witch. Now there was another Aira. Just as Durek was lost in thought, a group of lively, cheerful female voices chattered past his rear window. Before long, light footsteps drew nearer. Old have you sent for the people I asked for? Old da. Durek's eyes darkened. What kind of terrible nickname was that? I've already sent for them, don't worry. The place you mentioned is far from the imperial capital. They probably won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Oh, all right. Call me when it's time for dinner. I'm going to the medical ward first. Durek watched Aira walk away, opening his mouth to ask something, but in the end he remained silent. Ijizi walked in at that moment carrying a stack of documents. Your Majesty, you and the Queen seem to have quite a good relationship, he remarked with emotion. In the half-year since his ascension no one had ever disturbed Durek, no matter how late he handled state affairs. Now that Aira had arrived, she would come to the administration hall right after school. Durek rubbed his forehead. Ijizi, shouldn't you find yourself a wife as well? Me? Hey, you need not worry about that, Your Majesty. I am already betrothed to Miss Kellier, the daughter of Count Deman. You must come to our wedding banquet then. Seeing the sour scent of love emanating from Ijizi, Durek admitted he felt a bit envious. Despite having 3 queens each from the 3 dukes of the 3 domains who harbored their own agendas, he had always remained wary of them. After finally getting his own queen, the daughter of the northern duke, he figured that even if he didn't gain an ally, at least he wouldn't be gaining a formidable enemy. Who would have thought he had actually gained a solid pillar of support? On the very first day she had brought him a talented individual. In just a few days Ruilikan had already advanced from the 2nd rank to the 3rd. Later she even found Lei Yasali, a 21-year-old who was already a 5th-rank great swordsman. It must be noted that before joining the royal family the resources available to Lei Yasali were extremely limited, yet he had still reached the 5th rank at 21. Now he had even touched the threshold of the 6th rank, making astonishing progress. She had also provided him with a location where a magic armor wielder could be found. Despite having no emotional foundation with this queen, he felt a sense of reassurance from the bottom of his heart, even joy. Durek had already begun to feel a desire to be close to her which had nothing to do with politics. It was purely because of Aira herself. However, while his wariness toward her had gradually dissipated, the young lady's wariness toward him was far from small. Though they were already married, she still addressed him as a brother. It was a headache, and seeing Ijizi's springtime expression only made him more annoyed. But there was no help for it. After all, this was a talent he had recruited himself. He let out a long sigh and slumped into his chair. I'll definitely be there when the time comes. Time passed quickly and it was late into the night. Only after finishing his daily cultivation did Durek return to the bedchamber. Pushing open the door, the bedchamber was utterly silent. There was no sound nor the person he had expected to see. With a dark expression he walked out and asked the knight standing guard in the corridor. "Where is the queen?" The knight glanced at the maid beside him. "Well, your majesty, the queen is with the third consort. She said she would be sleeping there tonight." Dirk walked back into the bedchamber and rubbed his face vigorously. Had his own queen been stolen away by a consort she had only known for a day? But it had only been 2 days and he already felt something missing without the young lady by his side. Unsurprisingly, he suffered from insomnia. In the end he only fell into a deep sleep after covering himself with the small blanket that carried Aira's scent. He had to admit the scent of his own queen was very reassuring to him. Pity it wasn't as good as holding the young lady in his arms. But looking on the bright side, at least he wouldn't be woken up every day by being thrown onto the floor. Dirk could only console himself like this. When breakfast time came, Mia walked in arm with Aira while Fair and Healy followed the two. It was clear that the group had a very close relationship. Dirk moved a seat aside for Aira. Aira sat down with practiced ease. After the meal the group was walking out. Dirk called out to stop Aira. "Queen, you'd better come back to the bedchamber to sleep at night. Sleeping with Mia is not a good idea." Mia, who was walking out, shrank her neck but continued walking with a forced bravado. Aira turned back and stared at Dirk, pouting. "You just can't give up your wicked intentions wanting to sleep with me. You have no sense of brotherhood at all. It's my freedom to choose who I sleep with." As if she would rather sleep with the fragrant and soft Mia than go back and sleep with a villain who constantly covets her body. Her brain wasn't that fried. Dirk said helplessly, "There are many things we still need to discuss, aren't there? If you're not here, who do I talk to? I also want to hear more stories from you." Seeing Dirk's pitiful look, Aira softened. After a moment of thought she nodded and agreed, "All right, but you must not touch me or get handsy at night." "Of course." Dirk smiled knowingly. It wasn't he who would be handsy, it was the young lady who didn't sleep properly every night and moved first. Over the following 5 days Aira kept her word, staying at the bedchamber once to explain to Delco the general sequence of how Charles turned against the Empire. Delco, however, took no action against Charles, only secretly assigning 2 men to keep watch over him. Now every move Charles made fell under his control. According to what the girl had said, something about protagonists and fortune. This was also the reason Delcos had refrained from touching him. A controlled variable and an uncontrollable one, Delcos knew the difference well. Watching the sun sink beyond the west, Delco found his mood greatly lifted. Because tonight he finally had a legitimate reason to make the girl stay in his bedchamber. "Old Del, any news yet?" Aira came to ask Delco as usual, and she had also begun scouting out the next candidate. But there's a small problem. Let's talk about it tonight." Delco held documents in both hands, looking quite busy. Aira shot him a suspicious glance, but when he ignored her she left. As usual she went to treat Liasley's mother. After so many days of meditation the Radiance gem's glow had already matched that of the Conquest gem. This meant the authority of death had caught up to the authority of lightning in strength. With the same mental power, Aira's influence could now reach far greater heights. Under her ever-strengthening power of creation, Liasley's mother had nearly fully recovered. The influence of that power had even rendered the rest period unnecessary. After finishing the treatment, Aira finally spoke. "You can get up and walk about when you feel up to it. No need to lie in bed all day. Walk." "Your Highness, you mean walking? Can I really walk now?" The lady was deeply moved. "Your body should have had enough strength to move around since the day before yesterday." "No, it's just I've been lying down for so long." Aira said nothing more, simply taking the woman by both hands and helping her down from the bed. The moment her feet touched the ground, tears silently streamed down her cheeks. 11 years bedridden. Her husband had died in the jaws of a beast in the mountains to scrape together money for her treatment. Her 10-year-old son had carried her a burden through 11 years of life. She had given Liasley no good life, only pressure. In the past years she had thought more than once that death might be the best choice. It would free Liasley of this burden. But when Liasley had keenly sensed her thoughts and knelt by her bedside, clutching her arm, weeping and pleading over and over, saying she was his only family, her wish to die melted away beneath his tears. She had thought Aira's daily treatments would only stretch her life a few more years, buying her a little more time with Liasley. She never imagined she would truly recover one day. Aira had a maid bring a pair of shoes and helped her put them on. Leaning on support, the woman slowly paced out of the room. Standing in the corridor, she looked out at the lawn in the distance and at the gate of the medical courtyard. She had strength in her body. She could walk. She could recover. She was at last no longer just a burden. Mother. Just as he pushed open the courtyard gate he saw his mother standing at the door and Liasley shouted in excitement. A rush of hurried heavy footsteps approached from afar. Liasley threw himself into the lady's arms. Leia, my little Leia, mother is well. Mother is truly well now. Aira stood to one side, arms crossed, a proud smile spreading across her face. She had intended to slip away quietly, not wanting to disturb the mother and son's moment of joy. But just as she reached the courtyard gate, Liasley caught up and dropped to one knee. The impact of his knee cracked the floor tiles. Your Highness, I Liasley swear here and now for the rest of my life I shall protect your Highness with my very life until my dying breath. There was still the ceremony of sword knighting to be done, but Aira simply reached out and raised Liasley to his feet. My dear subject, please rise. I trust your loyalty. Liasley's spirit soared. He struck his right fist against his left chest. Thump. A muffled sound rang out, and at that moment his battle aura surged like a sluice gate thrown open, shooting skyward like a sword's edge. 6th rank great swordsman. No, he should now be called a great knight. Thank you, my liege. Liasley bowed his head in gratitude. Now steady your battle aura. Don't startle your mother. In a single breath Liasley's battle aura, so towering it seemed to pierce the heavens, was fully drawn back within him. As Aira left the medical courtyard, settled back into calm. That evening Aira lay on the bed, slowly flipping through a light novel she had managed to dig out from among Mia's countless magic books. Her fair little feet swayed up and down in a gentle rhythm. When Delco returned to the bedchamber he lingered nervously at the door, afraid that pushing it open would reveal the girl was no longer there. When he had steeled himself enough and entered, Aira happened to look his way. Why so late tonight? I was almost asleep waiting. Aira rubbed her tired eyes, a hint of resentment creeping into her voice. My apologies. There really was a great deal of state affairs today. Fine. What exactly were you going to tell me? Delco changed into his nightclothes with practiced ease before speaking. Held has been found. You came all the way here just to tell me that? Aira glared at Delco in displeasure. But the man in question didn't seem to realize anything was wrong, he only thought the way she glared at him looked almost like teasing. Of course not. Held's condition is that he must first confirm you can truly cure his daughter before he'll agree to come to the Imperial City. Delco quickly averted his gaze, forcing his tone to stay calm. Oh, so you mean I have to go to the western frontier? I'll send men to escort you. Isn't that obvious? With my status, of course I need an escort. By the way, since I'm heading to the western frontier I have another task for you. Aira pulled a piece of paper out of her school uniform and handed it to Delco. What's this? A talented person I've found, of course. I don't care what your relationship with the church is like, win this person over for me. And of course her conflict with the church is already written down here. You can start from that angle. Anyway, by my estimate it won't be long before she defects from the church, so move quickly. Try to secure her before I get back. Alright. Cough cough. Delco had argued fiercely with several ministers all afternoon and had barely managed a sip of water. His throat felt parched and he gave a dry cough or two. You're not getting sick, are you? That won't do. As she spoke she pressed her hand against Delco's arm. Her spiritual power swept through his body. You seem a little worn out. Nonsense. Why are you getting defensive? I didn't say it was kidney deficiency. Aira looked at him with a teasing, gleeful expression. It's nothing serious. For a high-ranking workhorse like you, irregular meals are normal, sleeping late and waking early is normal, and being worn out is also normal. Delco closed his eyes and said nothing. Before long he felt a warm current flow through his body. Mixed with the girl's soothing faint fragrance, a deep drowsiness wrapped around him. Before long he had sunk into a deep sleep. Aira smiled with satisfaction. You sneaky old dog, did you really think I couldn't see through your little scheme? With just a small trick from me you had no choice but to sleep obediently. Of course Aira thought she had handled things very well. It would have been even better if she hadn't nearly kicked Delco off the bed in the middle of the night. Still holding the girl in his arms, Delco slept more peacefully than ever. It was not the first time she had woken up in Duruk's arms. Aira had grown somewhat used to it. Even she herself had not realized that she was gradually accepting his embrace. With a look of distaste she shoved him aside and scrambled upright in one fluid motion. Barely awake, Duruk instinctively grabbed Aila's slender wrist. Slap. Aira shot her hand back and smacked Duruk square on the chest. In the end he could not escape the morning greeting. Turning her back to him, Aira began changing into her casual clothes. Those clothes had no other virtue than convenience, just like the uniform at the Battle Chi Academy. Dirk lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand. The little girl had always waited until he was out of the room before changing. Now she did not even mind him being there. Did that mean she was gradually accepting him? Clearly he had not learned his lesson from the morning slap. Acting on some inexplicable impulse, he stretched out a hand and touched Aila's fair jade-white back. Eep. Aira jolted. Her body, which had been curled up pulling on her socks, instantly snapped taut. Then a blazing flash of lightning burst to life in an instant. Dirk realized he had stirred up a hornet's nest. Battle chi spread through his whole body in the blink of an eye, shielding him. Amid the lightning he thought he caught a glimpse of something pink. Boom. Behind Dirk the window and the wall burst apart together, sending up a huge cloud of dust. Outside the door the thundering footsteps of the royal guards quickly drew near. Dirk hastily snatched up his clothes and pulled them on, then went out to stop the guards from approaching before returning to the bedchamber. Aira was squatting beside the wall that had been reduced to rubble, still holding 2 pieces of broken stone in her hands. My poor wall. It was only when Dirk moved closer that he heard what the girl was muttering. He pressed his forehead in helplessness. It seemed the girl had a bit of a money-grubbing streak after all. If a single ruined wall could upset her this much, what would she do if he told her that precious metals had been mixed into the materials used to build the palace? It's all your fault. You have to pay for my wall. Aira changing clothes in front of Dirk was simply because she had grown accustomed to it during these last few days at Mia's. When Mia changed clothes, Aira found it pleasant to watch, and when Aira changed clothes, Mia did not lose anything by looking either. Although Mia thought Aira's gaze was a little strange, in the end they were both girls, so there was no harm in looking. Aira had grown used to that as well. But whenever the two changed clothes, they were attended by maidservants, and neither would touch the other without reason. In addition, she had just slapped Dirk and he had also touched her back while she was focused on putting on her socks. She admitted that she had been somewhat startled. But in the end it was all Dirk's fault. Fine, my fault. I'll have it repaired before you come back. Watching the girl's sulking figure as she stormed off, Dirk admitted that he had been too impatient. He should have been like a frog in slowly warming water, keep the heat low for a while and wait for her guard to come down first. However, Aira was about to leave for the western frontier, and this period would give her time to cool off. No, wait. A thought suddenly struck Dirk. Didn't that mean he would not be able to see Aira for days? Yesterday he had only thought about keeping her in the bedchamber and had forgotten all about this. He dismissed the guards and ordered someone to find workers to repair the palace. Only then did Dirk head to the dining hall. Aira was already halfway through her meal. I'll have Lei Yasali accompany you, and I'll also arrange 8 royal guards to follow you. How about that? Bringing so many people along, are you afraid the Western Grand Duke won't discover us? The two quickly slipped back into their proper roles, and no matter how things were in the bedchamber they could set it aside when it came to serious matters. Just Lei Yasali and Uncle Lei Gu will do. The 2 of them are enough. Dirk was still wondering whether 2 people might be too few. Aira put down her chopsticks and looked at him. You've been hiding your strength well. Your battle chi rank is not low at all. In the moment of the explosion earlier she had clearly sensed an extremely powerful surge of battle chi. That battle chi had even surpassed the one Lei Yasali had given off yesterday when he stepped into the 6th rank. She knew that Dirk had already become a sword saint during the final battle. She had thought his current rank would not be too high, but the result was rather beyond her expectations. Is Her Majesty interested in my secret? Aira looked at him speechlessly. Secret, as if she didn't have her own. Seeing the oily lecherous expression on Dirk's face, she waved her hand impatiently. Just eat your meal already. If you wait any longer it'll be oily rice. Kana and Lilia watched the interaction between their royal elder brother and sister-in-law from the side that the two who had just eaten their fill felt even more stuffed. They asked for a short leave. Dirk escorted her to the familiar platform where they had arrived. As the train approached, Dirk leaned close to Aila's ear and said, "A journey this long, is Her Majesty not going to give me a farewell kiss?" Aira stepped a full pace away to the other side. Want me to give you a kick instead? This little brother Dirk could no longer be kept around. He was thinking about her body every single day. Aira made up her mind that once she came back, no matter what that little wretch Dirk said, she would never stay alone in the same room with him again. Just picturing herself pinned beneath Dirk with him doing that to her made goosebumps rise on her skin. But Dirk leaned in once more. If Her Majesty wants to bid farewell in that way, that's fine, of course without shoes. Aira felt as if she had been struck by lightning as she stared at Dirk's face, which still wore a warm, gentle smile. Bro, is this right? This isn't who you're supposed to be. What happened to that tyrant who kept his distance from women, bided his time, killed without mercy, and was so moody? You've actually turned into an AI moo. Woo. The train arrived and Aira did not even know how she had gotten on board. Only 5 minutes after the train departed did she snap back to her senses. He's sick, he's definitely sick. As Dirk watched the train recede into the distance, the upward curve of his lips gradually fell. Did you get anything out of the people Solly sent? This subordinate failed you. We have no useful information so far. Those captured are merely bribed commoners. They know nothing at all about Count Solly or the forces behind him. Elijah kept his head low, not daring to meet Dirk's gaze. Dirk's expression turned dark. Then kill them all. Keep a close watch on Solly. I don't want any bad rumors about the Queen. Understood. At that moment in Count Solly's residence the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The two ministers sat as if on pins and needles. Dirk has already taken notice of us. Could the Queen really have been sent by the Northern Grand Duke to assist him? Solly could not understand it. The Northern Grand Duke had openly declared his support for Dirk, which should have been enough to keep Dirk from making a move against him. Then what was the point of sending this Queen? Knowing full well that the Church was irreconcilable with the current royal family, what good could come of letting his own daughter side with Dirk? My Lord Count, what should we do now? Dirk has seized quite a few of our people. What's there to fear? They're nothing but base-born rabble. What could they possibly know? Have no or send men to kill the families of those rabble. Let Dirk have a headache, and it will also cut down on the eyes watching us. In a moment the two of you will leave from the tunnel out back. There are too many eyes outside. The two ministers left the Count's residence through the tunnel. Before long Aira finally arrived at the border of the western frontier. Aira brought Leslie and Reg to the nearest stop to the soul-devouring ridge. After some inquiries she learned that the ridge did not even have railway tracks laid. They had no choice but to take a carriage. Then Aira noticed something amiss. The area was mostly populated by demi-humans, humans bearing faint animal traits. The most famous of these were cat-eared maidens, most of whom were born from unions between beastkin and humans. The western frontier was far less developed than the imperial capital, with few carriages to be found. They waited nearly half an hour before an exorbitant sum of gold finally lured a driver to take Aira and her companions to the soul-devouring ridge. Aira clutched her half-depleted purse on the verge of tears. Still, at least they had been delivered safely to the soul-devouring ridge. A young man in coarse cloth seemed to be watching them. When he caught sight of Aira he pretended to stroll past, muttering the word, "Queen." Aira immediately turned to him. "Ducati." The young man spun around in delight. "Your Majesty the Queen, you've finally arrived. Thank you for your hard work. Where is Heald? Take me to him." Ducati led the way, and before long they arrived at a dilapidated house. The four people sitting outside rose and bowed when they saw Aira. Not far away a grizzled man splitting firewood set down his axe and walked over, offering a deep bow. Though he had left the Northern Territory years ago, he had never forgotten the favor shown to him by the Northern Grand Duke. He had even met Aira before she came of age, when he resigned his post. The noble young lady of those days was now a queen. "Your Majesty the Queen." Aira stood on her toes and patted his shoulder. You're a bit scruffy, old man." Heald seemed flustered and somewhat lost in thought. Had his own daughter remained healthy she might have been just as lively as Her Majesty. Heald mused silently before respectfully ushering them inside. The dry air carried a chill and little light entered the room. Heald felt helpless. Ever since that battle his daughter had grown more and more withdrawn. It was a mistake he had forged with his own hands, and he could only swallow the pain. He knocked on the door. "Tia, I'm coming in." No sound came from within. He was already used to it. He pushed the door open. Aira told Leslie and Reg to wait outside and stepped in alone. A young girl lay on the bed, her eyes vacant and lifeless. Her flaxen hair and silver-gray pupils held no luster at all, like a broken doll. Aira looked at the wounds on her body. Her legs were clearly atrophied, nearly reduced to bare bones, and at her navel a horrifying scar 2 fingers wide was exposed on her skin. Heald tried to keep his voice calm. "Your Majesty, this is my daughter Tia." Aira stepped closer and probed with her spiritual sense. She now had a general picture of the injuries inside Tia's body. Compared with Leslie's mother's affliction, Tia's wounds were lighter, for they involved only the flesh, not the deeper layers of genetics. Seeing Aira withdraw her spiritual sense, Heald spoke with desperate hope. "Your Majesty, can Tia's wounds be healed? Even a partial recovery would be a mercy." Aira instinctively shook her head, since it was hardly a grave injury. Heald let out a dejected sigh. I thought as much. Ha. No, I meant it's not a serious problem, not hard to cure at all. Aira hastily explained. Heald's emotions swung like a roller coaster surging violently. Really? Your Majesty, can Tia truly recover? Heald, overcome with excitement, seized Aira by both shoulders. Calm down, calm down. I already told you it's nothing serious. You must trust your queen. By the end, Aira deliberately lifted her chin and wore a confident expression. On the bed, a glimmer of light returned to Tia's eyes. Your Majesty. She struggled to raise her head and look at Aira. Stay lying down. I'll give you some initial treatment now. She reached out and pressed down on Tia, who tried to rise. A soft fluorescent glow enveloped the girl and the scar on her abdomen visibly faded. Her withered legs also began to gain some fullness. However, after barely half an hour, Aira's spiritual energy gave out and she had to wave her hand to stop. If she continued any longer, she would collapse on the spot. It will take 2 or 3 more sessions to fully heal, but there's no need to worry. Hearing Aira's words, the weight lifted from Heald's heart at last. He could not stop thanking Aira. Tia, now with a bit of strength, watched her father profusely thanking the queen, and a shadow flickered across her eyes. When she looked back at Aira, she had returned to normal. Your Majesty, Queen, thank you. Hearing the girl's earnest gratitude, Aira grinned. Hey, it's nothing serious. No need to keep thanking me. Aira did not linger. She left the room and stepped into the courtyard. A moment later, Heald followed. My queen, I am willing to serve His Majesty. I shall obey whatever command you give without exception. The burly man spoke with resounding force. What if I asked you to put on that armor once more? Heald hesitated for only an instant before answering firmly, if that is your Majesty's will. Good. I'm in no rush to return. We can wait 2 or 3 days until Tia heals before setting out. Understood. Leslie and Reg stood guard by Aira's side in silence. Ducati and the others exchanged uncertain glances. They had just received a secret letter from His Majesty. Once the matter was accomplished, they were to escort the queen back immediately. But had it been accomplished or not? It seemed the queen herself had said there was no hurry. No one objected, and of course no one dared to. They did not even dare to ask. They stayed in the soul-devouring ridge for 1 night, and the next day Aira treated Tia as usual. But then a squad of cavalry charged into the town, heading straight for Heald's home. The moment Leslie and Reg caught sight of the riders, they tensed for battle. Heald also pulled out his rusty iron sword. And a suit of crimson armor whose helm bore a face guard. Once Heald donned it, he resembled a demon crawling out of the abyss, ferocious and savage. Of course, Heald would not activate the power of the rage demon armor unless he actively channeled his battle chi into it. Aira was shielded behind the others. The cavalry squad halted about 50 yards away. The leading knight rode forward, dismounted, and bowed respectfully before removing his helmet. His fiery red short hair was quite striking, yet there was not a trace of arrogance or overbearingness on the young man's face. Everyone, I come with no ill intent. The group did not relax in the slightest and continued to watch him warily. The young man sighed. The sole purpose of my visit is Her Majesty the Queen. Shing. The moment he spoke, Leslie and Reg's longswords were already pressed against his neck. Your purpose is Her Majesty. Your purpose is Lady Aira. The two demanded furiously. The young man quickly raised both hands and corrected himself. No, I mean now that Her Majesty has arrived in the western frontier, I wish to invite her to the Duke's mansion for a talk. I hope Lady Aira can offer her aid. Aira, escorted by a group of knights, arrived at the ducal mansion of the Grand Duke of Shijing. She had no choice but to comply, for the knights had come to fetch her with great fanfare. However, with Liege and Lei Yasali present, she was not truly coerced. It was merely that the young man's mention of extending a helping hand had piqued her curiosity. In the original narrative, the Grand Duke of Shijing had little involvement. Yet Charles had begun consolidating his power starting from the western frontier. The Grand Duke of Shijing seemed as transparent as a ghost. Later, the Church's grip on the western frontier grew ever tighter. Because the male protagonist had taken in Halen Y, a saintess who had defected from the Church, he was forced to leave the western frontier and develop his power in the southern frontier. Even at this stage, the Grand Duke of Shijing remained a nonentity. Aira could not comprehend just how passive this Grand Duke of Shijing was. The Church had practically ridden roughshod over him, yet he still refused to counterattack. Could it be that the Grand Duke of Shijing himself was a supporter of the Church? Aira had entertained that thought, but upon alighting from her carriage in the western frontier, she dismissed the notion. The western frontier was home to many demi-humans, and the Church deemed demi-humans even lower than commoners. The Grand Duke of Shijing, who was dedicated to creating a duchy where humans, demi-humans and even half-orcs coexisted harmoniously, could never collude with the church. And so Aira followed the knights to the ducal mansion to meet this invisible duke. The young man led Aira through the halls to the reception chamber. Even before they reached the door they could hear arguing within. Shiva, I am the eldest. The glory of Gustali should be inherited by me. But father chose me as his successor. I am the firstborn. Father chose me. You are but a woman. What gives you the right? Father chose me. You. Tap tap. The young man pushed open the door. Sister, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. According to protocol, Shiva should have been waiting outside to receive the Queen, but Aira, impatient with the delay, had followed the young man directly inside. In the room 2 people were present, a woman with crimson hair and ruby eyes with brown dragon horns extending above her ears. Opposite her stood a burly young man with short reddish-brown hair. He was leaning over the table glaring fiercely at Shiva. Enough, Kahade. A distinguished guest has arrived. Failing to welcome her is already a discourtesy of the Gustali family. Do you wish to continue this spectacle and invite ridicule? Aira was astonished. The lazy, indifferent voice she had heard outside had suddenly become so assertive. Truly, people had multiple facets. Kahade clicked his tongue in annoyance but still stepped forward with Shiva to bow to Aira. No need for formalities. Rise. You went to such lengths to summon me here. I trust it wasn't merely to have me listen to your squabbles. Aira was unsure of the situation in the western frontier and the ducal household, so she decided it was best to maintain an air of authority. Your Majesty, you must forgive us. It was all my brother's lack of propriety, Shiva said with a placating laugh. Kahade's face darkened. This was his dear sister, always using him as a shield. Enough, I care not for your family affairs. Tell me, what did this young lad mean by extending a helping hand? And where is Grand Duke Bosting? Why are you the one in charge? Aira walked past Shiva and sat directly on the chair behind the table as if she were the master of the house. She did not know the western frontier's stance, and though the family before her had shown courtesy, it did not mean they were favorably disposed toward the royal family. She could only project an air of assertiveness. Of course, she did not believe that Shiva and the others would actually harm her. Leaning back in the chair, she crossed her legs. She looked at the 3 of them. Shiva was clearly the leader. Stepping forward, she said, Your Majesty, the Gustali family wishes to seek your aid in healing my father. Healing? Is Grand Duke Bosting injured? Not injured, but cursed. Cursed. Aira was even more surprised. Curses involved another group, witches. Apart from the normal cultivation system, there existed the divine chosen system. However, humans chosen by the gods were exceedingly rare, even rarer than arcane mages. She recalled that only 3 or 4 witches had appeared in the original story. Among them, Halenwai, who had defected from the church, was the chosen of the god of holy light, while the church operated under the banner of the god of radiance. Although both deities belonged to the light domain, they were ultimately 2 different gods. The church's fervor in hunting her down was thus exceptionally high. Ironically, within the church that worshipped the god of radiance, aside from Halenwai, the chosen of holy light, there was not a single other chosen, let alone a chosen of radiance. Curses, however, leaned toward the domain of darkness and chaos associated with the chosen of those gods. Such were the witches Aira referred to. Have you provoked some witch cursing Bosting like this? Shiva shook her head, indicating she did not know. But since a witch was involved, they knew it was a grave matter. Aira rose and walked toward the door. Come, take me to see him. The young man Calais closest to the door hastened to open it. Aira nodded to him as she passed. You have a bright future, young man. Shiva pursed her lips in a smile and led the way. Kahade ruffled Calais' hair and followed behind. In the ducal mansion there were few maids, only patrolling knights. The closer they got to the duke's bedchamber, the fewer people there were. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Shiva pushed open the door. A young woman sat on a chair, gazing with concern at her husband lying in bed. Hearing the sound at the door, she turned to look. Mother, Shiva called out. Aira's eyes widened. Good heavens, what a sight! Blue hair, dragon horns, emerald eyes. And even a tail. The man in bed had crimson hair, his eyes closed, their color unseen. Aira looked at the 2 brothers, then at Shiva. The Grand Duke of Shijing certainly had strong genes. Of the 3 children, only Shiva had inherited the dragon horns, the rest bore no trace of their mother's traits. Shiva. Why hasn't your father woken up yet? Is he dying? Kyla hugged Shiva, sobbing and rubbing against her. Shiva was exasperated. Every time she saw her mother it was the same scene. Mother-father is fine. Her Majesty the Queen is watching. Please mind your manners. Kyla then noticed the small girl watching her. You are the Queen. She approached Aira curiously studying her. Your Majesty, please forgive my mother. Her curiosity is a bit excessive. I can see that. Kyla began sniffing around Aira. Aira hastily pushed Kyla away. Though she liked girls, a married woman was a different matter. She was no chow chow. Please your Majesty, examine my father's condition. Shiva pressed her mother back into the chair, freeing Aira. How old is your father? 45. Bosting is 45, Kyla blurted out. 45. Does he look 45? Aira asked, gazing at the man on the bed who appeared to be in his 70s or 80s. His body was withered, his face deeply wrinkled with 2 or 3 prominent age spots. This was not a state that could be achieved by mere exhaustion. The curse upon my father causes his life force to drain at twice or even 3 times the rate of an ordinary person. Before this he had drunk many potions to slow the drain or replenish his vitality, but none of them were of any avail. Shiva spoke up to explain. I recall the church has magic that can purify curses. Haven't you gone there to give it a try? Shiva fell silent for a moment, then said, Father suspected that the church had sought out a witch to lay this curse on him, so he did not want the church to know of his condition. Even when he goes out he uses heavy rouge to conceal the abnormality lest anyone notice. Moreover, in recent years people have often come to see Father, even churchmen have come to pay their respects. If before it was only a conjecture, then now I am basically certain that the church is behind it. As she listened, Aira probed Grand Duke Bosiding's body with her spiritual sense. Aging inactive cells. Sluggish blood flow. A faint heartbeat. And over it all a layer of power. It was neither elemental nor spiritual energy. Could it be the divine power mentioned in books? Seeing Aira withdraw her hand, Shiva asked nervously, How is it, Your Highness? Can my father's curse be lifted? Aira suddenly raised her head to look at her. How do you know of my abilities? Shiva choked on her words, not expecting Aira to ask this abruptly. Let me think, do you have spies in the imperial capital? Or are they right there at the medical institute? Or did Mia tell you? The third consort, Mia, was the disfavored daughter Bosiding had sent to the imperial capital. After a great war, Bosiding had been wounded and saved by Mia's mother. However, Mia's mother was no simpleton. She seduced the Western Duke and became pregnant with Mia. The books only mentioned this in passing. How Mia later came to the ducal mansion was never stated, and Aira did not know. Thus Mia was an illegitimate daughter by status, but still a duke's illegitimate daughter. As for what became of her mother, Aira did not know. I really should have give the royal palace a thorough cleansing. It's been riddled with infiltrations like a sieve. Aira complained while Shiva and the other 2 lowered their heads in embarrassment. After all, it was because the western frontier had planted people in the imperial capital that they had learned of this at the medical institute. Meanwhile, after Aira alighted from the carriage, the scouts near Minghun Ridge had already sent word back. That was what led to today's scene. From here on I require an explanation, and I also need the western frontier to publicly declare your allegiance. Do you understand? I understand, Your Highness. As long as Father recovers, the western frontier will surely support you. Promising. Since she and Duruk were on the same side, whether they supported her or Duruk made no difference. Shiva was still regretting her impulsive slip of the tongue, only to find Aira casually praising her as promising. Shiva was stunned. What had she just discovered? Could it be that the Queen wanted to usurp the throne? In that case, once Father recovered, should they support His Majesty or the Queen? No, wait, Shiva noticed a blind spot. When her father got better, wouldn't she no longer have to worry about such headaches? Your Highness, then my father. He should be curable. Aira's hand blazed with creative force, nourishing Bosiding's body. Yet the life force she had just infused quickly drained away under the influence of the curse upon him. Aira frowned. The life force replenished by a single treatment would last at most a day against the curse. If she had to refill it every day, wouldn't she be tied down completely? Gazing at the dark, eerie divine power on Bosiding, a new idea struck her. A force of death and ruin shrouded Bosiding. It hastens aging and also causes decomposition, throwing the target's molecules into chaos from within so that it breaks apart on its own. What about divine power then? If it were thrown into chaos, would it decompose too? The 4 family members watched Aira's workings nervously. Boom! A violent force burst outward, splitting and shattering everything in the room. Metal objects fell to the floor with a clattering din. Your Highness! Shiwa barely started to speak when a second wave followed immediately. Boom! Another wave of energy radiated outward. Ayla withdrew her hand wearily, her spiritual sense grade was too low, not strong enough to sustain the effort. The cursed divine power covering Boziting had shattered, shrinking to a small patch from his abdomen to his thigh. But Ayla's spiritual energy was exhausted. The gem of Serenity, when there is mana it drains mana, when there is none it drains blood. She had no intention of risking her own life over it. That's enough for now. We'll talk tomorrow. Find me a room, I need to sleep. Ayla's voice was feeble, she felt as though a mountain were pressing down on her upper eyelids. Kylo reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Thank you for saving Boziting. She could sense that the strange dissonance she had felt on her husband had greatly lessened. Ayla had already fallen asleep the moment she was embraced. Kyla simply held her in her arms. Mother, perhaps we should put the queen in a guest room. All right, I'll carry her there. Kyla was simple-minded. Whoever was good to her and her family, she was good to them in return. Boziting had protected her well, and she had hardly ever joined the tea parties of other countesses and viscountesses. After all, with her temperament she could not fathom the intricacies of the nobility. She carried Ayla to the guest room, gazed at her for a while, then left. Lay Yasali hesitated, then took out a magic crystal. After a moment's thought he placed it by Ayla's bedside without activating it. Then he turned and waited outside the door. When Ayla awoke from her deep meditation, the sky had darkened completely. As usual, she deftly allocated her points into the gem of Serenity. Its glow now surpassed that of the gem of Conquest beside it. Her death authority had grown a little stronger. Ayla stepped out of the room. Lay Yasali and Rij were still faithfully standing guard. Their eyes brightened with joy at the sight of her. Is dinner ready? I'm a bit hungry. This way, Your Highness. Miss Shiwa already led me to the banquet hall earlier. Lay Yasali led Ayla to the ducal mansion's banquet hall. Everyone was seated, no dishes served yet. Your Highness. You're here. Shiwa stood and the two brothers Kahade and Kalaisi rose one after another. Ha! Kyla looked bewildered, but seeing her sons and daughter rise she stood as well. Sit all of you. No need for ceremony. Ayla took out the chopsticks she always carried with her. The family watched her in confusion. When the dishes arrived and they saw Ayla using chopsticks, everyone was even more astonished. Your Highness. What is that? 2 little sticks, how amazing. Kyla asked curiously. Only after finishing her meal did Ayla teach her how to use them. Simple-minded people truly learn quickly. Ayla only demonstrated the finger positions and movements twice, and after a few tries Kyla could use the chopsticks with ease. Afterward she destroyed the remaining curse on Boziting and replenished his vitality with her creative force. Then Ayla returned to her small room. Tomorrow she still had to go back to Minghun Ridge to treat Dia. What a bitter, toilsome life she led. Just as she was about to turn off the light she noticed the crystal at the head of the bed, clearly placed there deliberately by someone. She reached for it, and as her spiritual sense swept over it, it was absorbed by the crystal, which began to flicker. Moments later the bust of Duruk appeared. Old Duh. Were you missing me, Your Highness? Leaning against the headboard, Duruk looked at the bewildered Ayla and chuckled. Ayla was quite disgusted by this man who even from 1,000 miles away could still make her feel the pheromones radiating from him. Have you found the person I asked you to find? I sent Yelajuo, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of betraying the church. It's still early, there are things she needs to verify for herself. Did you give her the note? How could I forget something the queen entrusted? Then we'll wait. Ayla hugged the crystal and fell onto the bed. Ayla, where are you? It was the first time since their marriage that Deeker had called her by her name in front of her, and she could tell her little brother was truly anxious. Ayla immediately replied, the Duke of Bosting's mansion. Didn't your people tell you? Deeker fell silent. Indeed they hadn't. So why are you at the Duke's mansion? What do they want you to do? Ayla finally found someone to vent to after a day of holding it in. Let me tell you, old de Bosting's got a huge problem on his hands. The topic was successfully steered toward Ayla. A huge problem? What kind? If you know there's a huge problem, why don't you come back quickly? What's the rush? Let me tell you first. Seeing the girl's mysterious air, Deeker's curiosity was piqued. Go ahead, I'm listening. Duke Bosting is cursed, definitely a witch's doing. And from what Zyva says, it's very likely the church is behind it. I suspect the church traded something for the witch's help. The church? A curse? What kind of curse? One that accelerates life's drain by 2 or 3 times. When I examined Bosting I could feel his body aging far too quickly. Deeker's hand holding the magic crystal trembled. This was exactly the same as his father's condition. So his father's curse back then was likely also orchestrated by the church. Old duh. Deeker. Why are your hands shaking? What's wrong? Deeker forced a smile and replied, I'm fine. I just remembered someone else had the same symptoms as Duke Bosting. The same. Who? My father. Aira fell silent. In the books most of the story focused on Charles's maneuvers and Deeker's counterplay. There was little background on Deeker's ascension prior to this, so Aira naturally didn't know about this hidden layer. Moreover, in the books the church's movements were mostly treated as background, rarely appearing after Charles and Deeker officially went to war. Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Those 5 words suddenly flashed through Ayla's mind. But now she seemed to need to comfort her little brother first. Don't be sad. With me here I won't let you end up like my father-in-law. Father-in-law. Deeker didn't understand the term, but he guessed it referred to his own father. Can you break the curse? Humph, a piece of cake. Aira pinched her thumb and forefinger together. Deeker smiled knowingly. Then I'll be relying on my queen from now on. Ah, we're brothers. How could I not take care of you? After the banter, exhaustion from the treatment washed over Aira. Let's stop here. Breaking that curse was exhausting. I still need to go back and treat Tia tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. Alright, can you leave the crystal by the bedside? What are you going to do? It won't shut off until my spiritual energy is exhausted. Since it's on, I'll keep watch for you tonight. You're at Bosting's place, it's not safe. Aira wanted to consider the possibility of Deeker's words, but unfortunately her mind was now consumed with nothing but sleep. Ah, suit yourself. I'm going to sleep. Aira casually placed the crystal by the bedside, turned over and fell asleep within a second. My queen. Aira. Deeker tried a soft whisper, but only Ayla's steady breathing answered. He stared at Ayla's back. Back when he first learned of Ayla's power to age people, he had suspected her. He had even thought she might have been deceiving him from the start. But over these many days Aira had never shown any sign of anomaly, and she had proven that his dependence on her far exceeded hers on him. When Aira was by his side he felt a kind of confidence, as if the road ahead was all smooth and bright. But the first day she left he was terribly uncomfortable, like a blind man who had briefly experienced sight only to lose it again. Yet he knew he was the emperor and couldn't rely on Aira for everything. He still followed his plans and laid out his own strategies. But seeing Aira again he truly felt at ease. Good night, my queen. Aira slept until dawn. As she sat up groggily she felt a cool sensation in her mind, instantly becoming much clearer. 3rd tier. Her spiritual power had reached the 3rd tier. Aira allocated this round's gains to the stillness gem. Its glow increased by 30%. Even she herself could clearly feel the increased potency of her death authority. If she had still been at the 2nd tier she was confident this intensity could have unraveled Bosting's curse in one go. And without any residual energy leaking. After breakfast she went with Zyva again to the Duke's bedchamber. Duke Bosting could now sit up and Kyla was feeding him with a look of heartache. My dear, it must be hard for you to face an old wreck like me every day. Bosting's voice was hoarse and dry, but Kyla sitting across from him paid no heed. You're wrong, Bosting. In my eyes you've never changed. Kyla. Bosting. Ahem. Zyva coughed loudly and the 2 lovebirds turned to them naturally. Is this Her Majesty the Queen? Please forgive me for not being able to greet you properly in this state. It's fine, I don't mind such formalities. I'm going to treat you again now. Originally you were supposed to be treated later, but since your condition is so severe I'll let it slide this time. Bosting looked at Aira, a girl younger than his own daughter in both age and stature. How long had she been queen, yet she faced him with such composure. Aira, I'm counting on you. Kyla's eyes sparkled as she looked at her. Don't worry. Bosting was surprised. Very few people were addressed by their first name by his wife, only him and their 3 children. When it came to outsiders Kyla always referred to them as, that person, or, so-and-so's wife. She called Aira by her name instead of, the queen. Ayla's hands emitted a faint glow and Bosting sensed it, vitality. Never before had he felt vitality so clearly. His heart pounded like a drum and his blood surged. The cells in his body rejoiced like parched earth finally receiving rain. The wrinkles on his face gradually faded and his breathing grew stronger. The curse had accelerated the draining of his life force, but it hadn't fundamentally shaken his genes. The vessel was still there. Aira just needed to fill it with water. In just over 10 minutes though Bosting's face still had some wrinkles, they were much fewer and his dull red hair seemed vibrant with life. Alright, that's enough. You can take some potions to replenish the rest. I need to return to Minghun Ridge. Only when she was truly done could she relax. She couldn't wait to tour the western frontier. Aira was personally brought back to Minghun Ridge by Bo Sighting also to let the church agents who had been probing for news of him know that he was not dead and that the western frontier was not yet theirs to meddle in. When Aira saw Bo Sighting and Aira arriving together, he hurriedly bowed to the two. He had never imagined that after a trip to the ducal mansion Aira would actually appear with the Grand Duke who had not been seen for a long time. He had originally been a general under the Grand Duke of the northern frontier and had personally garrisoned the territory. As for why the Grand Duke of the western frontier had stayed out of sight for so long, he had some guesses of his own. And this queen had in so short a time swept away the obstacles that had ensnared a Grand Duke. Aira could not help feeling even greater awe for Aira. Alright, no need for ceremony. I'll go see Dia. Aira walked into the house on her own, leaving Bo Sighting and Aira outside the door. Your Grace. Haha, no need for formalities. I know you, Aira. You were one of the more capable generals under Idolank. That's all in the past. I'm nothing but a cripple now. Over the years Aira had rushed about taking care of Dia and had not seriously cultivated. His cultivation rank had even fallen to the 5th tier. Don't sell yourself short. This arrival of Her Highness the Queen is probably to recruit you. Bo Sighting unhesitatingly slung an arm around Aira's shoulder. Her Highness the Queen is no ordinary person. Follow her and your future will be immeasurable. The western frontier is also ready. Before the Queen leaves I will openly announce my support for His Majesty and the Queen. Aira nodded, then suddenly seemed to notice something. Why make a point of saying Her Highness the Queen? This was my daughter's promise to Her Highness the Queen. Besides, it's only right that I support the one who saved my life. The western frontier's condition for supporting His Majesty is that Her Highness Aira remain Queen. If she is no longer Queen, the western frontier has no reason to continue supporting His Majesty. Of course, if Mia could become Queen that would also do, but that child is not suited for that position. Mia was not favored in the western frontier, first because of her birth mother. Second, Kyla simply did not know how to get along with her, and Kahade as the eldest brother had a temperament that had never allowed him to treat Mia well. Shiwa and Khaleesi however were better. The spellbooks in Mia's hands had been given to her by Shiwa. In this ducal mansion where it made no difference whether she was there or not, the book Shiwa gave her was already the best gift she had received since birth. The Grand Duke of the Western Frontier himself could hardly protect himself, let alone pay attention to Mia. Apart from Kyla, he did not pay much attention to Shiwa and the other two either. It was only because he needed an heir that he spent some effort on grooming Kahade and Shiwa. Even so, it was not much. But he still knew what kind of person Mia was. Compared with a personality like Aira's, Mia was far behind. As the two men were talking, the door opened. Aira helped Dia, who was unsteady on her feet, walk out. Aira immediately pushed Bo Sighting aside. Dia. He rushed to his daughter's side and reached out to support her. Dia turned her head away and silently pulled her hand back from Aira's big hand. Aira's body froze at once and he stood there awkwardly. Aira patted Dia's arm. What are you avoiding? I know your mother's death has left a knot in your heart. But don't you think your father's heart aches too? Your mother's death was not something he wanted to cause. Without wearing that armor he couldn't protect his people, let alone you. He has stayed here with you for a very long time. He could have easily gone on being a general and lived a comfortable life. Instead he took you to see so many mages and emptied all his savings. Now that you are well, what are you hiding from? In Aila's view, Aira could not be said to be completely blameless. After all, it was indeed he who caused everything then. Yet it was not really him either, for with the demonic armor on his body he had been no master of himself. The large-scale dark tide had also been a trigger. After that he had carried his daughter far and wide in search of renowned healers and mages, which showed his love for Dia. Aira could well be called a qualified father. It was just that whenever Dia looked at him she would remember the sight of her mother being killed before her eyes. Aira looked at Dia, who kept her head down and said nothing. She reached out and pushed her. Dia lost her balance and Aira quickly caught her. Aira, as agreed, I have healed your daughter. It is time to go to the Imperial City. I understand, Your Highness the Queen. I will set out at once. Bring what you should bring. What I need is you in it. Aila's tone was icy, filled with a noble's contempt for commoners. Yes. Aira turned and walked into the house at once. Dia's gaze followed Aira's figure. Watching her father rummage through the house packing his baggage, her nose stung. Tottering, she went into the house wanting to help Aira to pack. Dia, sit for a while. I'll have everything packed in a minute. Aira chuckled softly and helped her onto a stool. Aira, what are you dawdling for? Didn't you hear me say hurry up? Aira urged impatiently from outside the house. Yes, your highness, I'll be ready in a moment. Fixating narrowed his eyes watching Aira and calculating something. Before long Aira had finished packing. His and Dia's combined luggage was not much. The main thing that made the luggage look much larger was the demonic armor. I need to know whether the man I went to so much trouble to obtain still has the strength he had back then. I've booked you a train that leaves in 10 minutes. Aira casually tossed out 2 tickets. There are no spare carts or horses here to carry you there. Whether you can catch this train is up to you. Aira took the tickets. Aila's meaning was very clear, he was to run there carrying Dia. Yasali said nothing. He knew that the queen must have her reasons for doing this. Liege could not help wanting to speak, but Yasali held him back. Fixating remained silent too. If you miss it, I will make your daughter's legs exactly what they were before. The hand gripping the ticket suddenly clenched. I understand, your highness the queen. He knew this was the time to prove his worth. No matter how accommodating Aira had seemed before, Aira had now overturned that impression. After all, that was how nobles work. In all his years seeking healers, he had gained no small understanding. From Minghun Ridge to the train station was a full 60 li. Even in his prime, covering that distance at a stretch would have given him a headache, let alone now. But he still lifted Dia onto his back. I'm setting out, your highness the queen. Aira nodded slightly, and without a sound a faint gleam of light landed on Aira. Grand Duke, let us go too. Where would her highness the queen like to go? Let it be Fengwu City. Fengwu City was the first city the church had fully taken control of and the reason Charzi had been driven to the southern frontier. The group boarded the train and set off immediately, leaving behind only a trail of exhaust and dust for Aira. Aira ran with all his strength, and the long untempered battle chi inside him began to recover. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead and his back was completely drenched. Dia on his back could feel it clearly. She watched Aira running desperately without making a sound. Dia lay against his shoulder, her eyes reddening, and murmured, Father, I'm sorry. Aira's body stiffened, but he quickly returned to normal and kept running. Silly child, why sudden nonsense? Aira replied, pretending to be relaxed. Within just a few minutes of running he already felt as if his lungs were going to explode and sweat poured into his eyes, causing an unbroken sting. With Dia on his back, only 2 thoughts remained in Aira's mind: don't fall, get there fast. Dia had already dissolved into tears on his back. If not for her, her father would not have to fight so desperately. And because of her, her father had not cultivated for a long time. This sudden trial was one that Aira could only face by risking his life. Father, stop running. Stop running. Aira was panting like a bull and his vision was already growing dark. He couldn't hear what Dia was saying, only felt that his daughter seemed to be crying. Don't cry. Father will arrive on time. I won't let you go back to the way things were. Run. Faster. Even faster. Just as he was about to give out, it felt as though a clear current surged into his body. The feeling that his lungs were about to burst disappeared and his legs, heavy as lead, recovered as before. His mind cleared, and at the same time his battle chi climbed higher and higher. His rank had returned once more to the 6th tier. Father, stop running. Stop running. Only then did he hear clearly what Dia was shouting. Tia, stop crying. I've arrived at the station. Helder lifted his luggage and stood before the train station. He slowly crouched down to set Tia on the ground. He took out the ticket, intending to quickly find the platform. Only then did he realize the time printed on the ticket was still 40 minutes away. In truth, he had spent nearly 20 minutes rushing here, but the ticket Aira bought gave him a full hour. Helder's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. Her Majesty the Queen, truly. Father, let's go back. Tia, holding a small pocket watch, knew the time had long passed, but she merely gently grasped Helder's large hand and whispered. Helder smiled and handed the ticket to her. Tia reached out and took it, only then seeing the time on the ticket. This time. Helder patted Tia's little head. Let's go inside. Imperial City. Durko had received word early that morning that over 30 people had been killed or injured overnight in the Imperial City. Investigations by Elasel further confirmed that the victims were all relatives of the commoners who had spread rumors about Aira abusing her servants. This was undoubtedly a diversion to distract Durko, and he knew it, which made him furious. Aegis standing nearby also wore a grim expression. In the imperial city beneath the emperor's very nose, such a massive murder case was an outright challenge to the empire and the emperor's authority. Aegis, who do you think is behind this? Durko had people watching the Sari Count's estate. If Sari made any move he would know. But no one reported anything clearly indicating that the mastermind behind this incident was not Sari. According to the information Alasal sent back this morning, all victims were beheaded with a single stroke, clean and swift. I suspect it was likely a knight from some noble family, and there were quite a few of them, all while evading the city patrols. In the imperial city, aside from Count Sari, about 6 viscounts and 2 counts could pull this off, though that doesn't rule out the possibility of collusion among them. Durko looked at the list Aegis had drawn up, then said, "You go assist Alasal with this matter. If you need military support, seek out teacher Serenity." "Very well, but what about you?" Durko glanced at the mountain of documents and sighed helplessly. "Go on. I'll handle this myself." After Aegis took his leave, Durko felt even more acutely the lack of trustworthy people around him. Ever since he ascended the throne, the remaining ministers had aligned themselves with the major nobles of the city. Even nobles like Sari, who held only honorary titles and no lands, were targets of the minister's courtship. Without lands they would remain in the imperial city, never straying from the palace's center of power. For the ministers, a stable noble who wouldn't be sent away was a golden opportunity. As for Durko, only the military minister Serenity and the northern duke, who couldn't send troops, stood with him. With no faction of his own, he had to rely on these ministers for everything, an emperor who was beholden to them. Only a fool would pledge allegiance to him. Durko closed his eyes to rest, then sat up to begin handling affairs. He had to ask Aira more insistently for recommendations on talent. Now without Aegis he had to slowly review government documents himself. How long would that take? And he needed suitable ministers. Even if they started in lower positions, they could gradually replace the current key officials. Meanwhile, in the western borderlands, Aira, under the guidance of Boston, arrived at Windwither City. As soon as they entered the city, they could see small replicas of the church's revered light god statue along the streets. Moreover, the worshippers were almost exclusively humans, with no demi-humans. In fact, there were instances of demi-humans being thrown out of restaurants that displayed the light god statue. "Duke, don't you find these statues a bit intrusive?" "Your Majesty, the Queen is quite right. They are indeed an eyesore, but Windwither City is the church's center in the western borderlands. I want to act, but the church is no pushover," Boston said helplessly. He hadn't expected that after being out of sight for just a year or two, the church had managed to infiltrate Windwither City to this extent. "Who is stationed here?" "Count Had. When his territory was attacked by magical beasts, he fled here, and I kept him on to manage Windwither City." "Come, let's go meet this count." 20 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of a luxurious manor where Had was already waiting. Upon seeing Boston, he quickly bowed. "Respected Duke, Windwither City welcomes you." "Welcome." "I doubt that." Aira walked past Had and headed straight into the manor. Had was about to reprimand her when Boston quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, the Queen, for your safety please don't wander alone." Then he hurried after her. Had shuddered. The Queen. This yellow-haired girl was the Queen. He also felt relieved that he had held his tongue. If he had spoken too quickly, he would have landed himself in serious trouble. Aira wandered through the manor's gardens, then entered the mansion and sat down on the sofa. Had stood by, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. "Your Count, Had, I presume?" Yes, Your Majesty." "Good. I'm curious about something." Had immediately pressed, "Your Majesty, please speak freely. I'll tell you everything I know. I'm curious why a city as large as Windwither is so poor yet boasts such lavish church buildings and an equally opulent count's estate. Your manor here doesn't seem much inferior to Duke Boston's residence." Aira was deeply struck by what she had observed along the way. A noisy market with everyone in coarse linen clothes living mostly in stone houses or even dilapidated wooden huts, yet amid this world a towering magnificent structure, the church, suddenly appeared. Stone pillars and walls gleamed sanctimoniously in the sunlight, and the enormous church emblem shimmered with a resplendent golden light. Then there was the Count's estate. Though not as grand as the church, it was closed, and the interior furnishings were even more luxurious than Boston's ducal mansion. "Your Majesty must be joking. How could my humble abode compare to the Duke's? It's just that my subordinates have done some small business and earned a bit of money. I don't care how much you've earned. I just want to know whether you have any cooperation with the church." In the original book it was written that without the Western Duke's restraint the church had completely taken over Windwither City. She found it hard to believe that Had, the city lord, was unaware of this. Especially since his estate was so luxurious, the cost was astronomical, far more than could be squeezed from the commoners of Windwither City. Cooperation? None. The church once tried to cooperate with me but I had them driven away. Had said with a look of utmost sincerity. Is that so? A wisp of black mist rose from beneath Hat's feet. Ah. What is this? Your Majesty, I'm telling the truth. This black mist is just a lie detector. Don't be afraid. Aira said with a light smile, trying to comfort him. Good, good. Had wiped cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, then suddenly noticed his withered right hand. Ah. Your Majesty, what's happening to me? My hand. It seems Count Hat has told a lie. Lying must have consequences. Consequences? No, Your Majesty, I truly didn't lie, I really. He watched helplessly as his left hand also shriveled. I was wrong, Your Majesty, please spare me. I was momentarily foolish. The church's cooperation only required me not to interfere with their activities in the city, that's all. Aira remained silent, merely watching as Hat shrank from a fat man to a withered one. Every month the church would take 50 people asking me to look the other way. That's really all. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy. Duke, please beg Her Majesty to stop. Only when Hat had become a human husk did Aira use a divine force of creation to pull him back from the brink of death. Take him away. Lock him up. The accompanying knights dragged Hat away. Boston, who had witnessed the entire scene, felt great admiration. For a young girl to possess such methods and such a temperament was truly rare. Boston asked himself if it had been him he probably would have stopped when Hat confessed to not interfering in city affairs. Duke, what do you think should be done about Windwither City? Handle it. I think this is an opportunity, a chance to suppress the church's influence and make them rein themselves in. Ayla raised an eyebrow. That's all. Boston explained patiently, the church's power is not what it once was. Now without a doubt the church has become an existence that no one wants to provoke. Nearly half of the Empire's subjects are followers of the Radiant God. Although very few of them are in my western frontier, that doesn't mean I have the ability to halt the church's spreading influence. All I can do is try to delay that moment. If His Majesty were to lead us, there might be some hope. But relying on me alone. He shook his head helplessly. Ayla couldn't understand. You're a Grand Duke, you have plenty of people under you. How could you lose to the church? That was what she thought, and that was what she asked. Boston explained patiently, a single branch chapel naturally wouldn't make me wary, but it's the church's insidious schemes that are hard to guard against. Her Majesty the Queen should know far more about this matter than I do. Me? What would I know? Back then your father was the one who resisted the most fiercely. During that period plagues, endless undercurrents and even beast attacks frequently occurred throughout many territories of the northern frontier. And your mother, she was the holy maiden of the church 2 generations ago. Much of what I know is mere speculation, but what she knows are secrets. Ayla was shocked. She never expected that her so-called birth mother had once been a holy maiden of the church. Then my father opposed the church and my mother. Your mother probably chose your father over the church. Or rather, between faith and your father she cast aside her belief in the Radiant God. Ayla clicked her tongue inwardly. Her mom was apparently pretty incredible. So you're afraid of the church's revenge? Boston sighed. If it were just beast rampages, that would be manageable. The undercurrents don't extend to the western frontier either. The real problem is the plague. You should know that most healing mages come from the church. The western frontier isn't like the northern frontier. Your mother was once called the goddess of life, but mages in my western frontier are scarce enough as it is. A thought began to take shape in Ayla's mind. Goddess of life. Duke, just go ahead and act. If a plague really does come, isn't your emperor here? Since the church believes in the Radiant God, we'll establish a church of our own. Establish a church too? Which deity would it enshrine? Ayla curled her lips and smiled. Why naturally me? Your Majesty the Queen, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. All Boston could see in Ayla's eyes was confidence. You worry about plagues, but I don't. A small orb of water appeared in Ayla's palm. It was a droplet she had created directly with the power of Genesis. Genesis, it doesn't only involve life but also creation. Even one such droplet contains such power that even diluted 100-fold it could easily cure ordinary illnesses. Once the development of her still gem reached another level, this power would grow even stronger. By then she would be the goddess of life incarnate herself. Who would dare question her then? After Ayla briefly explained the efficacy of the water orb, Boston's eyes flew wide open. With a divine object like this plague. That was pure comedy. And as for droplets like these, Aira could condense over 10,000 of them with ease in a single breath. So, are you in or not? Bosting nodded firmly. I'm in. Deep down he had always wanted to drive the church out of the western frontier. Now the opportunity was right before him, especially since his greatest worry had just been resolved by the queen. How could he refuse now? Good. I need you to spread the word first and give the people of Fengwu City an initial understanding. I know what to do. Leave it to me. Having served as Grand Duke for so many years, Bosting knew exactly how to build momentum. Alright then, it's in your hands. After their discussion, the hour had grown late. Bosting rushed back to the ducal palace overnight to begin making arrangements. He didn't plan to limit himself to just Fengwu City, he intended to spread the word across the entire western frontier. This way even those beyond the western frontier would hear some whispers. Since he had already sided with the royal family, he would do the job as well as possible. When the royal family eventually moved against the church, he would be the foremost contributor. Meanwhile, Aira stayed behind at Hades Earl Manor. She had someone prepare a room for her, planning to sleep and meditate. But before she could even touch the bed, the magic crystal began to flicker. Aira extended her spiritual sense toward it. Delco's haggard face appeared before her. Aira was startled. Old Del, did you overdo it? Why do you look so worn out? Overdo what? Delco didn't understand what Aira meant, but he knew she was referring to his appearance. There was some trouble this morning. Aegis went to investigate, and only then did I realize I couldn't find a single person capable of replacing him. Delco complained helplessly. Your Majesty, do you have any talented people who could replace Aegis? Aira thought carefully about talents suited for governance. Actually there was one, Ivy Nil. As the female lead, her strength and capability were absolutely top-notch. Whenever Charles was away at war, governmental affairs would be handled by Ivanil, and there had never been any trouble. That was enough to show her caution and decisiveness in handling matters. However, Ivy Nil hadn't undergone much tempering at this point in time, and she might need Delco to guide her through things. So Aira introduced Ivy Nil to Delco. After making the introduction, Aira remembered the most important thing. In the original story, Delco had fallen in love with Ivy Nil at first sight, which was why the original Aira had targeted her. She wondered whether Delco would still fall for Ivy Nil now. If he ended up completely love-struck and abandoned his duties, where would she find another top-tier worker to handle government affairs in his place? Even if she found someone, she couldn't necessarily trust them. After all, they wouldn't be her own people. Old Del. I'm advising you not to get any improper ideas just because the young lady is pretty. The Empire isn't stable yet, this isn't the time for you to take it easy. Aira cautioned him solemnly. She hadn't even gotten to rest yet, so Delco certainly couldn't. To her surprise, Delco seemed rather pleased. Your Majesty, are you jealous? Or have you developed some possessiveness toward me? Jealous, my foot. Possessiveness. I already told you I'm not into guys. Aira looked utterly speechless. Ha ha ha. Delco laughed heartily. It was one of the few joyful moments in his otherwise miserable day. Looking at Ayla's disgusted expression, he could only feel that his queen looked truly adorable. Alright. I'm going to sleep now. You just wait in the imperial capital. Once I return from the western frontier, I'll make a huge move. Aira smiled mysteriously, then tossed the magic crystal aside. She had asked Liasley today and finally learned how to hang up, so she didn't fall for Delco's tricks this time. Watching the image vanish, Delco disappointedly covered himself with Ayla's little blanket. Breathing in the fragrance from the blanket, he drifted peacefully into sleep. Early the next morning, Delco sent someone to escort Ivanil into the royal palace. Following the night, Ivanil clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her heart pounded violently. She tried to calm herself but found it impossible. Before long she was brought before Delco. Ivanil greets your Majesty. She hurriedly knelt and bowed, utterly terrified. Miss Ivanil, there is no need for such formality. Delco gestured for a nearby maid to help her rise. I summoned you here to ask whether you would be willing to enter the palace and work for me. Work? Ivanil had never imagined that being summoned at dawn would result in a job offer. But I have no experience at all. I have only helped my family sell fruit. Ivanil spoke with faltering confidence. This position was recommended by the Queen. She believes you are capable, and I trust the Queen's judgment. So what do you think? Would you like to give it a try? Your Majesty, may I ask what kind of work it is? Delco pointed to the documents on the table. Organize the documents and serve as someone I can consult when I need advice. Before long, when Secretary General Aegis returns, he will work alongside you. Since you are new here, I will also give you some time to adapt. Upon hearing this, Ivanhoe realized that Aira had recommended her again. Her gaze suddenly turned resolute. Very well, Your Majesty. I believe I can try. Good. In that case you will receive a monthly salary of 5 gold coins to start, and it will be raised once you become familiar with the work. Delco had not wanted to set the wage so low. After all, Aira had recommended her as a talented administrator, but there was no helping it if the royal palace was short on funds. He had just ascended the throne, taxes could not be raised, and tributes from the nobles great and small outside the imperial capital were dwindling. Of course he knew very well why that was. It was only that he lacked sufficient manpower and the imperial capital was still unstable, otherwise he would have long since sent Senkitu with troops to interrogate those nobles on their own lands. Seeing Ivanhoe standing there stunned, Delco asked uncertainly, "Do you think the salary is too little?" "But the empire." "No, Your Majesty. It is just that I never imagined it would be so much money. I seldom even see silver coins." Ivanhoe laughed awkwardly and scratched her head in embarrassment. Delco sighed in relief, as long as she did not think it too little. Only then did he take a good look at Ivanhoe. Aira had told him not to set his designs on her. Yet after a closer examination he reached a conclusion. How could he possibly have any designs on this girl? She was neither as beautiful as his queen nor as adorable as his queen. Yes, the queen was still the best. When would the queen return? After 2 days of brewing, the rumor that the queen was the reincarnation of the goddess of life spread throughout the land. In taverns, inns, marketplaces, and even among slave traders in the slave market, everyone was discussing it. "Have you heard? The current queen is the goddess of life, descended into the mortal world, come to bring the empire the miracle of life." "That is the old version already. I heard that the current queen even lifted the curse of death placed on the Grand Duke by the god of death. That was a divine curse, mind you." Indeed, Boston had even used the matter of the curse as a sensational talking point to spread the news. "Yours is the outdated version. I heard that the queen is on very bad terms with the god of light, and the two deities have not spared each other in their clashes." No matter how the rumors transformed, at least they had spread. On the 3rd day Aira led Boston and his party to the church. "Duke, it has been too long. Seeing you in good health truly brings me joy." Boston had simply given up on pretense. The moment he looked at the bishop's face he could not help wanting to punch him. As if he did not know full well who had nearly cost him his life. "Is that so? How solicitous of you, Bishop. My health is excellent. How disappointing for your church." "Duke, what words are these? In days past we frequently prayed for you, hoping the god of light would protect you." "Oh. Is that so?" Boston snorted coldly. "Then it seems your church is truly useless. I now strongly doubt whether you are genuine followers of the god of light." The bishop's expression shifted slightly. He already knew that Boston's arrival boded ill. Boston stepped aside and gestured to Aira as he introduced her. "You pray day and night, yet I nearly lost my life. Had I not encountered Her Highness the Queen, the goddess of life descended upon the world, I would probably be meeting the late king by now." The bishop's face darkened. "Duke, you openly slander the god of light and dare to defame a deity in my church. Do you not fear divine punishment from the god of light?" "Defame a deity? No, I am merely questioning the legitimacy of the church." Boston was not foolish enough to truly deny the existence of the god of light. If one were to strike, one must strike at the church itself. After all, the god of light had countless believers. Denying the church while acknowledging the existence of the god of light would not provoke that group of followers. At that moment Aira patted Boston and stepped forward herself, asking, "So you are the bishop, are you? How many chosen ones of the god of light has your church produced? What makes you claim to be the deity's spokesperson?" The bishop was left speechless the moment she opened her mouth. Chosen one. In all the years of the Church of Light apart from its founder there had never been another chosen one. You do not have a chosen one, do you? If you do not even have a single chosen one, how can you claim to be the spokesperson of the God of Light? The bishop stammered, You. For a long while before finally squeezing out a sentence. The Church naturally has its ways of communicating with the divine. All that our Church does was personally commanded by the God of Light. Oh. So you mean the God of Light requires living sacrifices, the God of Light requires keeping nuns for you high-ranking clergy to indulge in pleasure, and the God of Light also requires mass accumulation of wealth and a life of decadent luxury, is that it? The mockery in Aira's tone was utterly undisguised. The believers who had come to worship the God of Light glared furiously at the bishop, if what Aira said was true. Then the bishop was publicly besmirching the God of Light. You. Do not spout nonsense. Our Church worships the God of Light and acts with utmost integrity. How could we ever do such things that defame the deity? Humph, do not be so stubborn. As long as the money is sufficient, the elders of your church will talk faster than anyone. And do you truly think I have no evidence? Aira had not idled these past 2 days. Through hard she had contacted the 3 elders in charge of the western branch. As for the money she mentioned, Aira did not even have enough for herself, so how could she give them any? She had used the same method as with Hard. It was only that the 3 elders were of considerable rank, and fortunately Leslie and Reg were there. Aira had also used a magic crystal to record the 3 elders confessing. Now amplified by Boston's magic device, the footage was played right before the church doors in front of over 1,000 believers. No, what exactly are you trying to do? This will only provoke the High Bishop's wrath. What am I doing? Boston walked to the great doors as his battle chi erupted. The Church of Light has tampered with divine will, defiled the gods, and is thoroughly corrupt. Now Her Highness Aira, the goddess of life incarnate, could not stand to see a fellow deity defiled by a pack of hypocrites sullying her friend's name, so she came to me. Now I, Duke Boston Gostel, declare that the Western region will never recognize the Church of Light. And to celebrate the arrival of Her Highness Aira, the Gostel ducal house will establish the Church of Creation. Whether they are humans, demi-humans, or half-beasts, the Church of Creation will welcome them all. Silence fell before the Temple of Light. Farther away, humans, demi-humans, and half-beasts all rushed toward the scene in eager droves. Aira stood in the back, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. After having people spread the word these past 2 days while distributing the diluted type 1 life potion, the time had now come to reap the rewards. Before long, a tide of over 10,000 people flooded the square before the temple. The soldiers brought by Boston began to maintain order at the scene. Boston, what are you doing? Have you been possessed by an evil god? You dare to speak before the God of Light about founding a Church of Creation, and even allow these lowly demi-humans and half-beasts to appear in the sight of the god? The bishop shouted excitedly from behind. Aira turned to look at him. What you did before the God of Light is worse than beasts, and you even used life sacrifices. I now seriously suspect that you are worshipping some evil god. You are questioning the gods. Slap. Aira walked over and delivered a hard slap. Gods. I have been talking about your church from beginning to end. What? Do you think the church can represent the God of Light itself? Do you think the church can represent the God of Light itself? You commit sins everywhere and then smear all the blame on him. Your church is truly shameless. You. Slap. Another slap landed on the bishop's face. Stop your you. If you have nothing to do, get out of the way. Next is my stage. The bishop was dragged aside by a group of guards. A 6th-rank mage, he dared not utter a word in front of Boston's army. He understood the difference between saving face and saving his life. The soldiers lined up on both sides. Aira stood at the forefront gazing at the sea of people in the square below. A surge of pride swelled in her chest. These are my people. She straightened her chest. Casually taking the microphone handed by Boston, she said, my people. As her voice rang out, the crowd fell silent, then erupted into waves of cheers. Your Majesty the Queen. Goddess Life, Goddess save me. I want to join the Church of Creation. Aira cleared her throat and continued, I am the Queen and also the Life Goddess you speak of. Today I establish the Church of Creation. Those who wish to join need only pay 1 copper coin to become a member. The Church will distribute a batch of life potions every month. As the first believers, I will grant you a miracle. Boston raised his hand to signal the mages to cast. A giant magic array appeared above the square. Dark clouds gathered and a light drizzle began to fall. Aira also sent a powerful surge of creation power into the air, and the ordinary rainwater instantly carried faint traces of creation power as it fell. The rain felt warm instead of cold, making the body feel relaxed and comfortable. Another wave of cheers rose from the crowd. Even the believers of the God of Light mixed among them received the nourishment of the rain. At that moment their faith wavered. Didn't the Church of Light have similar miracles? Yes, but such miracles were never meant for ordinary believers like them. Unlike here with Aira, where even before deciding whether to join, a miracle was already performed. They couldn't help but be tempted. My people, I hope you will spread the teachings of creation far and wide so that all the people of the Empire may receive the blessing of life. I declare here that the Church is your church, and more importantly the Church of the Empire. While abiding by its doctrines, you must also obey the laws of the Empire. If anyone seeks to use the Church as a shelter to evade legal punishment, the blessing of life will never descend upon you. She could not allow the Church she founded to oppose her own empire. After speaking, Aira withdrew to the background while the rain of life continued to fall over the square. In reality, this kind of rain could only cure minor ailments. As for terminal illnesses, there might be hope if one stayed in the rain long enough. However, Boston would not keep his mages here raining indefinitely. There was still the retaliation of the Church of Light to deal with later. Regrowing lost limbs would be even more difficult. However, Aira had already instructed Boston to plan the church's development. In the future, when her tranquil gem advanced further, they could provide more potent life potions. The bishop and a group of high-ranking believers were driven out of the western border. The original temple of the Church of Light was transformed into the Temple of Creation overnight. The original colossal statue of the God of Light was replaced with a statue of Aira, though with some minor adjustments. Long hair reaching her waist, her expression was compassionate with a touch of maternal love, as if grieving over her children's suffering. Aira was stunned when she saw it, but it was a rush job, so she had to accept it. Nearly 60% of the people in Funwu City had already joined the church. Now Boston was already planning to open branches of the temple. Taking advantage of the fact that the Church of Light had just been driven out of the western border with no constraints, he needed to rapidly spread the Church of Creation throughout the western border. Aira now spent her free time condensing small water droplets for later use. Meanwhile, Boston, who was busy planning the church's expansion, was urged by Aira to issue a public announcement. The template was exactly the same as the one issued by the Duke of the Northern Border back then, with the only difference being that the list of supporters had grown from 1 person to 2. 5 days had passed since the establishment of the church. The notice was issued yesterday and Deco's message arrived today. Deco was very pleased about this. The western border was different from the northern border, which had to resist the dark tide. The western border could actually send troops to aid. The northern border, due to the dark tide, was the most martial. The western border, due to the presence of demi-humans and half-beasts, had inherently strong individual combat power. The eastern border had the most frequent foreign trade, bordering the neighboring country of Gorsa, and possessed excellent weapons and equipment. As for the southern border, 5 of the 8 marquises were there, making it a gathering place for old-line nobles. Its military strength was second only to the northern border. But the southern border was peaceful. If it dispatched troops, it would have none of the northern border's concerns. Now both the western border and the northern border had aligned with him. It was a great surprise after so many days of worry. It was a pity Aira was not by his side, otherwise he really wanted to hold the little girl down and give her a good teasing, no, a good thank you. Moreover, with Boston's help, the Church of Creation had been established. If they could replace the Church of Light, the royal family would simultaneously control the church's influence on public opinion. Even if they couldn't replace it, standing as equals would greatly reduce the threat of the Church of Light. Deco truly felt like he was winning by doing nothing. As for why Boston's announcement had to include the Queen, Deco thought it was perfectly reasonable. I'm already winning by doing nothing, why should I care about that? It just emphasized the Queen a bit more. Even if the little girl came back and kicked him in the face, he would still smile and say it smelled good. Ah, why isn't the Queen back yet? Day 9 of missing the little girl. Ywinier was organizing documents when she heard Deco say this, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His Majesty and the Queen are truly in love. Little did Deco know Aira was about to board the return train and had arranged with Boston that someone would be sent to the Imperial City every month to pick up a certain amount of life potions. On the 3rd day after the bishop was driven away, the church's retaliation had already shown itself. The town closest to the Imperial City was the first to suffer a plague outbreak. Zyva, as the daughter of the Duke's house representing the Duke, personally led people to distribute life potions. The plague was released on the 3rd day by the church, and the people arrived that very night. By the next morning, all the infected residents had fully recovered. This move by the Church of Light did not teach Boston a lesson, instead it allowed the Church of Creation to gain even greater fame. The news had even spread to the northern and southern borders. Even some people in the Imperial City had caught wind of it. However, what followed was the impact of a beast tide. But for Boston it was not a major issue. It was fine even without Aira. After being away for 10 days, Aira also missed the little sisters in the Imperial City. Although only Mia was actually younger than her, that didn't stop her from thinking of them all as younger. Deco, why isn't the Queen back yet? Aira, little sisters, I'm back. Early in the morning, Delco was handling paperwork as usual. In the incident some time ago, Sally had pushed forward several barons to take the blame. Based on the evidence Aliso and the others had gathered, it was difficult to directly implicate Sally. Since these men had come to cover for her, Delco accepted them into custody. After all, they were of Sally's faction. This would at least trim her influence. Moreover, by making these barons take the falls, Sally had sown discord among the lesser nobles. If she had pushed out these few today, the next time she might push out any one of them. Count Sally's estate saw fewer watchers, but the cost was not merely a few lives. A rift had already formed among the nobles of the imperial capital. In the center of the capital the charges were read aloud and the executions were carried out before the eyes of the common people, a gesture to settle the affair. Yet the resolution did not satisfy Delco. Still he could not find any leverage against Sally for the time being. As he buried himself in official documents a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Old Del, your Empress is back. Why don't you come out and welcome Her Majesty?" At Ayla's voice a hint of delight appeared on Delco's face. He hurriedly rose and walked outside. Ayla was still wearing the same casual clothes she had on when she left, as if she had never been away. "My Empress, you've finally returned. I have missed you dearly." Delco spread his arms wide, making as if to embrace Ayla. "Oh, hold on. Have you finished repairing the wall in my bedchamber?" "Of course. Tonight my Empress can inspect it personally." "And Helen Vi? Did you bring her here?" Delco scratched his chin awkwardly. "Soon. The Church's latest so-called divine sacrifice is about to begin and she will discover the truth herself. Eliso is already watching them. When the time comes we will save those people. And Helder and Tia. How could I not properly settle the talents you brought back, my Empress? Rest assured it's all arranged. Helder is also training with Master Senkoto, recovering his strength. That's good." Watching this young woman who only asked about this and that yet did not care about him, the Emperor Delco felt a twinge of jealousy. Ignoring Ayla, who was still deep in thought, he wrapped his arms around the young woman and pulled her close. What are you doing all of a sudden?" "My Empress, I haven't seen your husband for so long. Why don't you ask about me at all?" Ayla's head ached. Oh no, she had become a heartless capitalist, so focused on squeezing Delco, her high-grade labor force, that she forgot to show some concern. But honestly, she hadn't really asked Delco to do all that much. Still, she patted Delco on the back. All right. You've worked hard too. I know you've been under a lot of strain. Tonight I'll personally give you a massage." Delco held her even tighter until Ayla could feel her toes leaving the ground. "Hey, don't get carried away. I've been busy outside and I'm tired too." Delco set her down. "Fine then, tonight I'll give you a massage as well." Ayla didn't take it seriously. After all, you can't expect an emperor to know how to pamper someone. Iveniel, who had been watching the two interact from the side, smiled with her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Ivy, it's been a few days." Ayla turned to chat with Iveniel. The three of them returned to the room. Iveniel chatted casually with Ayla while Delco dealt with official papers. Every now and then he would lift his head to see Ayla smiling brightly as she talked happily with Iveniel. Delco had hired Iveniel, meaning she could not attend classes at the academy during the day. Fortunately, Iveniel's grades were already outstanding. She had already earned all her cultural course credits. All that remained was diligent training to advance her rank and enter the next academic year. Thus spending her days at the palace wouldn't hinder her studies. Moreover, the academy was originally founded to cultivate talent for the empire. Iveniel, who had entered royal service before even graduating, filled her mentor with great pride. As night fell, the others returned from school and looked overjoyed to see Ayla at the palace. Ayla took the opportunity to hand out the gifts she had brought for everyone, with Mia receiving an especially large share. That was because those gifts were prepared by the siblings Shiva and Cleese. There was also Kayla. She was not Mia's biological mother and didn't know how to get along with the girl. Still, since Mia was Bosting's child, Kayla had given Ayla many things to pass along. Looking at the magic book covered in annotations, tears welled up in Mia's eyes. Shiva knew Mia loved magic, so she had written all her insights from learning magic into the books. There were 6 volumes in all, stacked up to the height of Ayla's calf. This was magic. One needed extremely profound magical knowledge to achieve anything. Seeing that everyone had gifts, even Iveniel but not him, Delco leaned close to Ayla's ear and whispered, "My Empress, where is my gift?" "Your gift? You still want a gift? Isn't the support of the western border and a church that has fully sided with the royal family gift enough? That counts." Seeing Ayla's displeased expression, Delco quickly voiced his agreement. In his heart he sighed. I celebrated too soon. But thinking on it, those 2 great gifts were indeed far more precious than any trinket. Iveniel did not leave and everyone gathered together. Since Ayla had grown tired of the monotonous palace meals, she decided to show off her cooking skills. In her past life she had been a young male college student, so she knew the basics of cooking. It wasn't anything gourmet, but at least it was a change of flavor. Using her power of creation, she built a simple stove. She also had people bring over all kinds of seasonings. Though the daily meals were always the same few dishes, the ingredients available were quite plentiful. She took out ingredients she had brought back from the western border, braised pork in Beijing sauce, shredded pork with garlic sauce. She couldn't cook anything more complicated, but with just a simple combination of seasonings the aroma of the food already filled the air. Then she brought out some rice. Though they usually ate bread, the palace actually did have rice, mostly used to make desserts. My Empress, where did you learn this style of cooking? Just eat, doesn't the food shut your mouth? I can't explain it to a palace bumpkin like you. As Delco was about to pick up his knife and fork, he saw Iveniel and Lilia both pick up chopsticks. What? When did they learn? Why didn't they teach him? When he saw Karna also holding a knife and fork like himself, Delco breathed a sigh of relief. My Empress, do you have extra pairs of those little wooden sticks? Teach me how to use them. Ayla frowned at Delco. She felt like this guy had been especially troublesome ever since she returned. Shouldn't she, the one who just got back from a business trip, be the one to complain and rest first? Still, with so many people around, Ayla spared Delco's dignity. She said nothing and patiently taught him to use the chopsticks. They ate while she taught, and the meal stretched late into the night. Everyone dispersed, but the paperwork was still unfinished. Aegis was summoned for an emergency overtime session. Delco was eager to return to the bedchamber, so he dumped all the work on Aegis. Aegis understood, after all, a short separation can reignite passion. But when Delco arrived at the bedchamber, he found Ayla lying motionless on the bed, breathing steadily. He had been waiting for some intimate interaction with Ayla, but the young woman had fallen asleep on her own. He pulled off her boots and socks, then looked at the clothes she was wearing, and hesitated. She still hadn't fully accepted him. Wouldn't it be bad to just undress her? She might wake up tomorrow morning and hit him again. The wall he just repaired. It hadn't even been a few days. Just then Ayla stirred awake. Blinking drowsily at Delco standing before her, she asked, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Go back to sleep." "Wait, let me wash up first. I haven't washed my feet yet." Seeing the girl's sleepy look, Delco gently pressed her back down. "You stay lying down. I'll fetch the water for you." Ayla didn't want to move anyway, so she lay back on the bed and waited for Delco to bring the basin. After a moment she felt her ankles grasped and her feet sank into warm water. That's comfortable." Seeing that she had no strong reaction, Delco reached out and started to wash her feet directly. Ayla had been on the verge of drifting back to sleep, but now sleep eluded her entirely. If the rebellious child from her past life's dormitory had washed her feet, she would have been embarrassed but deeply happy. After all, it was a gesture of filial devotion. But Delco was different, and perhaps her current body was far more sensitive than her previous one. She sat up abruptly. A faint blush crept across her delicate face. "Old Del, don't. I'll wash them myself. It's fine. The queen has labored for so many days, I naturally must show my appreciation." Delco focused solely on massaging Ayla's small feet, utterly unaware that the blush on her face was deepening. He washed them with great care, as if tending to a precious treasure. This entire ordeal had roused Ayla considerably. All right. I appreciate your sentiment, but you've washed them long enough. No need to continue." Ayla struggled to pull her feet back. "Don't move." Delco rose, fetched a towel and carefully dried her feet. He then carried the basin away, and Ayla took the chance to change into her nightclothes. When Delco returned, Ayla had already covered herself with her small blanket, her gaze vacant as if lost in thought. Delco lay face down on the bed, his upper body bare. "My queen, didn't you say you would give me a massage? Since you're awake, let's begin." "Oh, all right." Ayla had thought it somewhat improper for her little brother to wash her feet. Giving him a massage in return seemed like a fair trade. "How would you like it?" "Then please step on my back, my queen." Ayla suddenly understood why Delco had washed her feet so meticulously just now. But since she had agreed, Ayla naturally wouldn't refuse. Before 20 minutes had passed, she was already back in bed. Tired, so tired. "Let's stop here." Having enjoyed himself for so long, Delco sat up and reached his large hand toward Ayla. "What?" Ayla glared at him. "My queen has been weary for days, I naturally must show my appreciation as well." Ayla raised an eyebrow slightly, then lay down just as Delco had done. "Don't you find these nightclothes a bit cumbersome, my queen?" "No, I don't." Ayla looked at Delco speechlessly. "Don't think I don't know what you're really plotting. Can't you focus on something more proper?" "My queen is my most proper concern. Producing heirs is the paramount matter of the royal family. If it's about heirs, can't you leave it to Heli? Faye would do as well." Ayla didn't mention Mia. If she were to rank her 3 little companions by affection, Mia would undoubtedly be first. After all, who wouldn't love a little bun who only cries out for her sister all day and often acts adorably dazed? That was why Aira didn't want Delco to lay his hands on her. Anfei was acceptable, a standard noble young lady whom Aira didn't particularly dislike, and she was quite beautiful. Aira liked her looks. As for Heli, she had a sharp mind suited to be a high-level worker like Delco. But in terms of personal connection, Aira didn't really want to deal with a cunning merchant. It was only because she knew the original story that she had managed to pick Heli out at the start. Otherwise that useless teammate would have dragged her down to ruin. Upon hearing this, Delco stared at Aira with an unreadable expression. What? Aren't they your queens as well? Aira turned over and began to argue with Delco. They're all your queens anyway, so why must the task of bearing heirs fall on me? Heli and MMPH. Suddenly a tremendous force pinned her down, and before her eyes was Delco's strikingly handsome face inches away. To be honest, Delco wasn't ugly at all. On the contrary, with his black hair and black eyes he had the most acceptable appearance to Aira in this world. His handsome features paired with that habitual faint frown were indeed quite dashing. But Aira couldn't accept a man pressing down on her. The sensation on her lips filled her with a feeling she couldn't quite name. Was it panic or disgust? Feeling the little girl struggling in his arms, Delco didn't resist and let Aira push him away. You. What's come over you all of a sudden? Aira, somewhat flustered, covered her lips with the back of her hand. Watching the little girl look like a frightened rabbit, her slender jade-like finger pointing at him as if accusing him. Delco took her hand. Aira, you should know why Heli and the others were sent to the palace. The families behind them all have their own agendas, but you are different. How am I different? I have my agenda too. Who says I'm different from them? Aira quickly protested. What is your agenda? Why, it's to survive, then rule the entire empire and expand its borders. Let this world witness my invincible power. Aira declared this with utmost conviction, as if she could already imagine herself as the homeland's champion. Delco was stunned for a moment, then reached out to feel her forehead. What are you doing now? Aira warily dodged Delco's hand. Have you been overworking lately? Or have a fever? Why are you talking nonsense? Smack. Aira slapped his hand away. Who's talking nonsense? I'm this capable. What's wrong with being emperor? Who said an empire can only have one emperor? Delco was silent for a moment before speaking again. So aside from wanting to live, you came to the imperial capital to become emperor? Of course. After Aira spoke, she noticed Delco's gaze toward her turn strange. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Delco let out a sigh. Don't you know that now that you're queen, if you so wish, you are the empire's second emperor? The queen and the king shared co-rulership of the empire, but this came with a prerequisite: the emperor who held power had to be willing to delegate it. Still, in practice, the queen was expected to align with the emperor. Well, I still have to survive, don't I? Aira, having realized her position, remained stubborn. Relying on yourself, when will my empire ever find stability? That's why I have you. In the future, when you no longer wish to govern the empire, our child can inherit the throne. Isn't that good? Good. Good, my foot. I don't want that anyway. Isn't being good brothers fine? Must we use a child to maintain our relationship? Aira truly didn't want to argue with Delco any longer, so she kicked him back to the other side of the bed. Delco said nothing, and the bedchamber fell into silence. Forget it, let's sleep. Delco extinguished the lamp and the bedchamber grew quiet. Delco lay awake, and so did Aira. The meditative state that she could usually enter with ease eluded her completely. Her heart couldn't find peace. She felt she was becoming more and more dangerous, even to the point of no longer being herself. If this had been when she first arrived at the palace, had Delco dared to do such a thing, she would have surely punched him. But now she only felt a certain psychological resistance, and for some reason her legs felt weak, yet she couldn't muster the same level of anger. Why had she become like this? She was frightened, her heart racing to the point that she only fell asleep in the dead of night. Delco also stayed awake until the early hours. The little girl slept remarkably peacefully. She curled up on the other side, a tiny ball. When the sun rose, Delco, with faint dark circles under his eyes, went off to attend to state affairs. Ella slept soundly until noon. She did not as usual add anything to the gem of stillness. The lightning of conquest, the death of silence, she had already experienced the powers of both. Of the remaining two gems, the craving storm and the plague flame, she had granted not a single share to anyone. She decided to unlock both at once. In an instant everything within 1.5 meters around her was perceived with perfect clarity. Even with her eyes closed she could sense it all distinctly. However, the range was disappointingly small. To expand it would require ever greater spiritual energy. As for the plague flame, there was nothing particularly special about it save for its extreme intensity. Though only just awakened, it already radiated temperature surpassing ordinary fire. Scorching and explosive. She changed into her own clothes, tiptoed to the door and peered outside. The last person she wished to see right now was Delco. It was not out of aversion but embarrassment, she did not know how to face him. Last night she had come to fully understand Delco's feelings for her emotions. No word of hers could ever change. Only after confirming that no one was around did she breathe a sigh of relief. Decision made: starting tonight she would sleep at Mia's place and lay low for at least 10 days or half a month. At this hour Delco should be handling state affairs. She made her way to the banquet hall where maids had been waiting all along. "Your Majesty the Queen." Upon seeing Ella the attendants bowed one after another. "Sister Ella." To her surprise Iveniel was there too. After asking she learned that Delco had arranged for Iveniel to wait for her. In Delco's view he and Ella had merely had a small falling out and she might bear him some resentment because of it. So he had sent Iveniel to keep Ella company, hoping the girl's anger would cool. Accompanied by Iveniel, Ella enjoyed a rare leisurely afternoon. In the Western Territories she always had to be cautious crafting small water droplets by hand. She also had to appear on the streets from time to time, making her feel like a celebrity. But in the palace none of that mattered. There was plenty of time and no one disturbed her. The goal she had set for the academy had been achieved, so there was no need to return. It's time to find more people to strengthen my team. Among the 7 great demon armors Pride and Wrath were already in her ranks. Therefore the holders of Sloth, Lust, Envy, Greed and Gluttony ought to be summoned together as well. However, the holders of the Lust and Envy subarmors were not good people. Both were in the Southern Territories, tangled within the webs of the old nobility. They were lords notorious for their cruelty. Under Lust's rule any commoner's daughter with even a trace of beauty had to be appraised by the lord before she could marry. As for Envy, he could not bear to see anyone living better than himself, whether in wealth, reputation or happiness. Whenever he learned of such a person he would scheme in every way to exploit and destroy them. When Charles waged war against the restless old nobles of the Southern Territories after Delco had dealt with the traitor in the East, Charles seized the opportunity to claim those 2 demon armors. For a long time no suitable wielders were found. In the end, when all 7 great demon armors were gathered, he summoned the divine smith Balg to reforge them, creating the Sin armor, one that inherited the power of all demon armors without bearing their curses. Charles's strength soared as a result, and in the final decisive battle he narrowly defeated Delco by a single move. Demon armors divine smith. Lust and Envy currently remained in the Southern Territories, but making a move now was still too early. As for Greed, it had been taken from a female assassin recruited during an attempt on Charles's life. Gluttony began to reveal itself during Delco's campaign against the East. At present it most likely belonged to a servant of Charles's household. Sloth would later fall into Charles's hands as well, but for now it was probably still kept in her own father's collection room. The Adapter. That person almost never made a move. He was lazy and his name rarely appeared. Ella only remembered that he seemed to be an elf. Very well, Sloth could already be considered secured. All that remained was to have her generous father send the demon armor over. As for the female assassin, she had no idea where to find her. Ella only recalled a killer organization called the Death Side. Its exact location was unknown to her, so she would have to let Delco search for it himself. But the divine smith, that she knew. He lived in a small city near the imperial capital. And he was called the divine smith because he was one of the chosen, a chosen of the god of the hearth and flame. He was also one of the few remaining chosen. During this period he was most likely still crafting equipment for people free of charge. The only requirement was that materials had to be provided by the client. And since he wished to forge a divine artifact of his dreams, materials were naturally the great obstacle. Later the successful creation of the Sin armor fulfilled that wish, which was why he chose to follow Charles. Ella refused to believe that the royal treasury filled with countless treasures had no rare materials. Recruiting Balg would be a piece of cake. Sister Ella, what are you thinking about? You're so lost in thought. Seeing Ella lost in a daze for quite a while, Iveniel asked. Nothing, I was just thinking, Ivy is so beautiful and capable, who will be lucky enough to win her heart in the future. Ella teased with a playful smile. Iveniel's pretty cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Money truly could nourish a person, that saying was no exaggeration. When she had first met the girl, Iveniel had still been a schoolgirl in uniform with braided hair. Delco had paid her monthly salary in advance, and it had barely been half a month since then. Yet the girl's cheeks had already grown rosy, her skin fairer and smoother, her nourishment abundant. Her entire demeanor, both in spirit and appearance, had transformed dramatically. Sister Ella, honestly this is still far too early for me. Ivy replied bashfully. What is there to be shy about? Look at me, I'm already Mar. Her words suddenly halted. Married? Me? Between marrying Delco and taking Delco as her husband she had originally preferred the latter. Yet when the word slipped out she subconsciously said marry Delco. Something was off, very off. Ella sank into deep self-doubt. Why, and when, had she gradually come to accept herself as a girl? Just a month ago she had not felt this way. At that very moment a faint phantom ache stirred in her lower abdomen and a warm current surged below. Ivy noticed it immediately. Sister Ella, you're bleeding. Is it your monthly visitor? Ella's mind buzzed and nearly went blank. In her previous life when she asked for tissue in the dormitory those rebellious boys would always tease her asking if she wanted sanitary pads instead. Now she truly needed one. Ugh. I can't believe it. Ella sighed. With Ivy's help she managed to change into fresh clothes. But there were bloodstains on the recliner and even on her trousers. Ella had no choice but to go change her clothes. Ivy's face flushed softly, she had never expected Sister Ella to look so adorable and yet so fair and clean. His Majesty truly is fortunate. The Queen. What happened to the Queen? Hearing from a maid that the Queen was bleeding, Delco immediately abandoned his pile of documents and rushed to the bedchamber. Your Majesty, the Queen is inside. Before she could finish Delco had already opened the door and stepped in. Thud. A dull thud rang out as Delco staggered backward, followed by Ella's boot. He rubbed the red mark on his forehead, carrying Ayla's shoes in one hand. He had been too hasty, he went in right as the girl was changing clothes. Even though he hadn't seen anything he had still been thrown out. Now her guard was probably even higher. Your Majesty, at times like this a girl's emotions are easily stirred and her mind tends to wander. Please don't blame Her Majesty the Queen. Is that so? I see. Are there any precautions I should take? Though Aira was a commoner, her family's circumstances did not allow her much rest. But that did not mean she had no idea what needed the most attention at such a time. With a serious expression Aira explained to Durk the things to be careful about during a menstrual period. She also solemnly urged Your Majesty, please restrain yourself during this period. Doing that kind of thing at this time would do very great harm to Her Majesty the Queen's health. A tinge of redness crept onto her pretty face. Even as a commoner it was still embarrassing for a girl to explain such things to a grown man. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for telling me. After changing, Ayla opened the door a crack and saw Durk thanking Aira. She looked at the two of them in confusion. What are you two talking about? Sister Ayla, I was. Nothing. Your Majesty the Queen shouldn't move around too much today. Rest well. Ayla nodded in agreement. There wasn't much to do after returning anyway. It just so happens I can rest for these few days. Durk said if Your Majesty needs anything done just send someone to tell me. Fine. Ayla returned to the bedchamber. She had originally intended to stay a little away from Durk and go sleep at Mia's place tonight, but now that was not very appropriate. If she leaked in the middle of the night and made a mess of someone else's bed it would be embarrassing. So she behaved herself and stayed in the bedchamber. Even without a phone she could meditate, and once she started cultivating she no longer felt bored. Dinner was even brought over by Durk. It wasn't that she had reached the point where she couldn't move, she was simply being lazy. When Lilia learned about it she ran to the bedchamber to visit Ayla, which gave Ayla the feeling she was hospitalized. When Durk returned to the bedchamber in the evening he learned that Ayla should try to avoid contact with water as much as possible now. Just like the previous night he washed Ayla's feet. Afterwards he gave Ayla the full body massage he had failed to give last night. This time however he was well behaved. He didn't let his hands wander and Ayla felt relieved. Closing her eyes she relaxed and enjoyed it. Your technique is very good. Did you and Emperor actually train in this? Back then when my mother was pregnant with Kana and Lilia she often got very tired. That was when I learned a few things from the palace physicians. In this era when magic flourished physicians were an inferior substitute. They couldn't heal as quickly as magic, but their advantage was that they were cheap. In cases where it was uncertain whether magic might have side effects physicians would take over. I never expected you to be such a filial son. Durk gradually increased the pressure in his hands. Hiss. Be gentler. In the current atmosphere even Ayla's reproachful voice unconsciously gained a hint of coquetry. Satisfied, Durek loosened the pressure in his hands. All right, stop massaging. I'm sleepy. Let's sleep. Hearing this, he stopped what he was doing. Looking at the girl with her back to him, Durek decisively tossed away the pillow that marked the boundary. He pulled Ayla into his arms. His large hand pressed on her lower abdomen through her pajamas. Ayla's body stiffened and she asked in a trembling voice, "What are you doing?" A faint battle aura emerged on Durek's hand and Ayla only felt a warmth at her lower abdomen which made her even sleepier. "Yuanier told me that this would make you more comfortable. Sleep." Hearing his voice so close to her ear, Ayla was somewhat unaccustomed to it, but the warmth coming from the large hand on her lower abdomen was indeed reassuring. Sleep aid level max. She could already use the power of creation to improve her physical condition. Even without Durek's hand she wasn't in much pain. So this only served to help her sleep. Therefore, after remaining stiff for a moment, Ayla was swallowed by drowsiness. Her body began to meditate automatically. Durek held her, a soft little thing. She gave off waves of faint fragrance. He too fell into a peaceful sleep. 2 days passed like this and Ayla's attitude toward Durek softened considerably. Just as Ayla was basking in the sun after lunch and feeling drowsy, Yuanier came trotting over. "Sister Ayla." Ayla sat up feeling much more awake. "What is it? Why are you in such a hurry?" "His Majesty asks you to go to the Hall of Governance. He says a nun named Halenwai has come to visit." Halenwai? Ayla perked up. She sped to the Hall of Governance in a flash, where Durek was conversing with someone. Silver hair, golden eyes and an intricate but unobtrusive pattern on her forehead. Hearing the commotion, Halenwai turned her head to look. "My queen, this is Halenwai. This time she has come to ask for aid." Durek called Ayla in and explained. "Asking for aid?" Ayla looked Halenwai up and down. Face. Not bad at all, 9. 8 points. Figure. Even a larger nun's robe couldn't conceal it, 100 points. Absolutely 100 points. As expected of the god of holy light's chosen, her looks really do defy heaven. Ayla had to admit that she truly wanted a spur-of-the-moment cuddle with Halenwai. Who could not love a voluptuous older woman who put on a brave face yet wore a sorrowful, compassionate expression? "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Halenwai lowered her head. She was deeply shocked because she had never told anyone that she was the chosen of holy light. After all, she was a member of the Church of Light and moreover its holy maiden. How could she let anyone know that she had become the chosen of the god of holy light? Yet this queen had seen through her identity with a single sentence. "Don't be nervous. The church is not a good place. You've probably already learned something about it." Durek moved aside to leave Ayla more room on the sofa. She sat down, crossed her legs and exuded both languor and authority. Durek watched Ayla with a smile. His queen was truly charming when she was this serious. "Yes, I hope your Majesty can help me leave the Church of Light and rescue those subjects abducted by the Church." "Of course we will rescue them, they are subjects of the Empire. But you as the holy maiden of the Church of Light helping you defect from the Church will certainly offend it. And once you leave the Church, what can you offer us?" Ayla said these words flatly and Halenwai clenched her jade-like hands. "Then you don't have to worry about me. Just rescue those people. I will find a chance to escape the Church myself. Then after that the Church will hunt you without end." Halenwai pressed her lips together. How could she not know how deeply the Church's power had infiltrated the Empire? But even if she died, she did not want to remain in this filthy Church any longer. If she stayed any longer, she feared she too would not escape the fate of being drained dry. "Since you are the chosen of holy light, how about joining my Church of Creation?" Ayla extended her hand toward her. The Church of Creation. Halenwai had heard a little about this church, but she knew very little about it. Looking at Ayla's outstretched hand, her beautiful eyes gradually widened. "That's right. I founded the Church of Creation. It is the royal family's church, and in the future it will surely replace the Church of Light. The Church of Creation lacks a permanent leader. If you join now, you can shape it into whatever you want. Of course, its most fundamental principle is still that it cannot be separated from the royal family. What do you say? Do you want to change the world, young lady?" Halenwai gazed at the hand Ayla extended. To reshape the church into the vision she desired and change the world. Entrusting the affairs of the church to her, a former saint of the Holy Light Church, and granting such immense power, what profound trust and esteem this signified. "Your Majesty the Queen, I can conceive of no reason to refuse." She smiled gracefully, placing her palm over her chest. "Halenwai Monge, I pledge my loyalty to His Majesty and Her Majesty the Queen." Dirk's smile grew even more radiant. Excellent. Tonight during the operation Captain Yelazuo will rescue those subjects. As for you, you may proceed to the Church of Creation now. If you wish to return, do whatever you please. The Church of Creation and the royal family will protect you. The Holy Light Church cannot touch you. A talent acquired. Ayla was likewise a divine chosen. If this were a game, Halenwy would be an SSR card shimmering with prismatic light, both rare and maximally versatile. A composite talent encompassing healing, purification, combat prowess and administration. Who could not adore such a person? Moreover, as a divine chosen, Halenwy could genuinely summon the descent of a deity. As Halenwy departed, the joy in their hearts remained undiminished. Old in a few days I need to go to the city of Egula. Ayla planned to strike while the iron was hot, hastening to find the divine blacksmith. Besides, she could take the chance to roam about. Staying cooped up in the palace all day was rusting her spirit. Egula. The city near the Red Moon Wilderness. Exactly. There is another divine chosen there. I should try to recruit them if possible. Another divine chosen. Dirk was somewhat astonished. He had already felt immensely fortunate to have Halenwy, the divine chosen of Holy Light. He never expected there to be yet another. He moved closer to Ayla, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. What are you doing? Ayla frowned, looking at the man who always seemed to cling to her for no reason. Halenwy is the chosen of the God of Holy Light. Then this other divine chosen. This one is the chosen of the God of the Hearth, known as the divine blacksmith. Once we find him, he can take on apprentices and the Empire's equipment will surely become far superior. Perhaps we can even catch up to the Eastern Territories' armament level. Seeing the young girl revel in her envisioned triumph, Dirk couldn't help but follow her line of thought. If that divine blacksmith truly brought about an equipment revolution, the threat from the Eastern Territory would be greatly diminished. With the Western Territory's stout soldiers armed with the Imperial city's gear, conquering the Eastern Territory would be effortless. At that thought he suddenly tightened his grip on Ayla's shoulder, pulling her into his embrace. Ha! Before Ayla could react, Dirk had already drawn her close and leaned down to kiss her. Ayla quickly pressed her hand against his face. I suggest you stop before I slap you when I'm this happy. Dirk tried to brush her hand away. In a flash Ayla vanished like a wisp of wind, reappearing at the doorway. I swear you never have anything serious on your mind. Get back to handling those documents. Ayla grumbled. Every time she was near Dirk, he was either clinging to her or scheming to do so. Where did he get so much craving for physical contact? He never got any real work done. If Yelazuo were present, he would have spoken up. Before Ayla arrived, Dirk had just suffered the sudden death of his father, and the 3 territories had been stuffing spies into his harem. Were it not for Senkitu stabilizing the situation, Dirk might not have even secured the throne. For half a year Dirk had been like a machine, spending every day processing documents, dealing with all sorts of troubles and cultivating without a moment's rest. Let alone seeking physical affection. Only in Ayla's presence did he relax. When she was absent he remained the imperial machine that kept the empire running. Night fell. Dirk had not even come for dinner and his whereabouts were unknown. After finishing her meal, Ayla recalled that there seemed to be some event tonight. Unfortunately she didn't know where they were, or else she would have loved to watch the excitement. Actually, she might know. The church. The main temple of the Holy Light Church was located in the northwest corner of the imperial city. It occupied a vast expanse of land visible at a glance. Perhaps tonight a grand drama would unfold there. Uncle Liege, I'm going out. You don't need to follow. Liege saw Ayla heading out and was about to step forward when he heard her words. Your Highness, it's unsafe to go out so late. Let me accompany you for protection. No need, I'll be more agile alone. Just keep watch over the palace. With that, a crackle of electric current shimmered around Ayla and she suddenly soared into the sky. Whoa! Unaccustomed to flying with electromagnetic force, she wobbled in the air before steadying herself. The authority of Conquest electromagnetic force. The authority of desire, to put it simply, wind, but more precisely fluid dynamics. Wind was merely one manifestation. Empowered by both forces, Ayla's figure shot toward the temple like a bolt of lightning. Flying. Has Her Highness already advanced to Archmage? Liege was astounded. Flight, whether in the system of battle, chi or magic, could only be achieved at the 7th rank or above. Low-level flight spells existed but were too costly and impractical. Moreover, magic arrays were indispensable. It was obvious whether one flew by their own power or using magic. Arcane mages, unless they commanded wind elements like Ywynir, had to wait until the 7th rank. But as far as Liege knew, Her Highness possessed the lightning element. Being able to fly meant she had definitely reached the 7th rank. His princess was truly a genius. Ayla flew through the night sky, her golden hair strikingly conspicuous in the darkness. She realized that this hair color was hardly favorable for a stealthy observer. Her golden tresses turned black and the power of creation wove a layer of black night attire to conceal her trail. Yet when Ayla arrived above the church she found not a single stir. The temple was still as bright as day with many believers praying inside. Clergy members maintained order. Strange is the battlefield not here tonight. That old dog never explains things clearly, always wasting time on nonsense. Ayla mentally scorned him. After watching for a few more minutes the temple remained utterly calm. Just as she was about to return she saw a distant arrow of light shoot into the sky and then dissipate. Ha! What's that over there? Her figure shot forth again, vanishing like a bolt of lightning. Dirk, you rule as emperor and I worship my god, what's wrong with that? Why must you force this confrontation to be happy? An elder in church robes pointed at Dirk and shouted angrily. Fine, it's fine. But you worship your god by offering the lives of my subjects. Should I not kill you for that? His battle chi blazed like flames and beside him Senkitu's battle chi surged similarly. They are nothing but the lives of lowly commoners. What's wrong with sacrificing their insignificant lives for my lord? The old man glared at Dirk, demanding an answer. I see you've become a fool sitting on your high seat. My subjects are under my protection. You have violated the empire's laws. Hereby I pronounce you guilty of death. You dare to judge me. I am an elder of the Church of the God of Light, the most loyal servant of the God of Light. Loyal? Dirk sneered. The sacrificial ritual you are performing now, is it offered to the God of Light? Does the God of Light require lives as sacrifices? Wearzy choked, then continued to argue this is an offering to the God of Tainted Light. He will help us communicate with the God of Light and receive the divine will. So a pack of fools like you who cannot even communicate with the divine will without relying on another evil god deserve to call yourselves believers of the God of Light. Do you really not know why the God of Light does not communicate with you? In my view this so-called Church of the God of Light might as well be the Church of the Tainted Light by now. Shut up, Dirk. You are nothing but an emperor who could be dragged off the throne at any moment. What right do you have to judge us? Wearzy's expression was grim yet calm. The magic circle on his hand spun. Arrows of light condensed one after another, blotting out the sky. The mages in the ranks immediately unfolded barriers protecting everyone. Third tier spell, prismatic light feathers. The light arrows shot forward, bursting apart against the barrier. Third tier magic. He really does look down on us. Senkitu sneered coldly as his battle chi erupted violently. The light arrows summoned by Wearzy were shattered by that force. You old dog, just how much do you look down on us, huh? Senkitu was not wearing the Pride Demon armor. In his view anything short of a large-scale war was not worthy of such seriousness. He charged forward, his whole body like a fire meteor. At that moment the mages with Wearzy all joined the fight. More than a dozen magic circles lit up, their intricate patterns dazzling and dizzying. All kinds of spells struck at Senkitu at once. Useless tricks. Get out of my way. Battle chi blazed and blade light flew in all directions. Wearzy hastily retreated behind the others. Any mage touched by the blade light had their flesh and blood sent flying amid screams. The air around suddenly became scorching dry and the searing heat left everyone present parched. This was Senkitu's blazing battle chi. Even near the imperial capital this was already his power under extreme suppression. If he were allowed to unleash it fully, this place, even half the imperial capital, would be swallowed by a tide of flames. This was the power of a half-step sword saint. A being who could change the course of a battle by himself. Senkitu rested his great blade on his shoulder and stared coldly at Wearzy. All you can do is let these scum shield you from the blade, he sneered disdainfully. Teacher, take him alive. He is to be publicly executed in the imperial capital. Very well. Senkitu nodded in agreement. You are all blasphemers. The god will not spare you. The elements around him seethed. His subordinates had been slaughtered, the sacrificial circle destroyed, and he was surrounded. There was no way out. 6th tier spell, Holy Sword of Light Shiurkalai. He himself was a 6th tier archmage and this was the highest tier spell he could unleash. A 30-meter greatsword of light element stood under the sky and came crashing down toward Senkitu. Now this is a bit more interesting. The veins on Senkitu's sword hand bulged. Blazing blade across the heavens. Blade light shot into the sky, stirring gales for 1,000 meters around. The greatsword of light element shattered inch by inch and gradually dissipated. Wearzy, surrender now. Senketu swooped down from the air heading straight for Weyersi. Hey, you want me dead? Then don't think you will get off easy. Durek, I curse you. A porcelain veil appeared in his hand and burst open abruptly. A layer of black light emerged on Durek's body. Bastard! How dare you curse His Majesty? Senketu was furious, wishing he could cut Weyersi down with one stroke. You think it's over? Pinned beneath Senketu, Weyersi sneered coldly. A magic circle appeared beneath him, and then his figure abruptly appeared 5 meters away. Since the god of light does not protect me, I might as well stop believing in this god. The light element within his body gradually corrupted. O god of tainted light, your most loyal believer Weyersi is willing as a mortal believer to welcome your descent, if only to curse the two before me. You bastard, you are asking for death. Senketu no longer cared about Durek's order to take him alive. If a true divine descent occurred, death would not be the worst, it would be far more troublesome than death. A low hum. Blade light drove Weyersi away, then was corroded and dissolved by a suddenly emerging force. Heh heh heh. Weyersi's body began to twist. His head hung against his chest and his limbs were like tentacles, all their bones shattered. Who? Human. Delicious. Offering. Senketu's face turned grave. What he feared had come. He gripped his great blade tightly, his expression solemn. The reason a deity was that even a trace of its power contained the power of a law. The god of tainted light governs corruption and decay, driving people to perdition in despair. You and you, curse. A ghostly green withered yellow divine power drifted towards Senketu and Durek. The two hurriedly channeled their battle chi to resist. Yet their battle chi melted on contact with that power like snow falling into hot oil. 7th tier spell, Sovereign's Protection. A magic circle lit up on Durek's forehead, enveloping Senketu as well. A trace of surprise appeared in the god of tainted light's ghastly pale pupils. Meanwhile, the mages in Durek's guard were also ready. Countless fireballs, ice spikes, and even mid-tier spells rained down in a furious bombardment. Yet few spells could touch him, they were corrupted to nothing within 1 meter of his body. The attacks were ineffective, but they still consumed his power. This wisp of divine power could not remain in the mortal world for long. So much food. What a pity. As he spoke, 2 beams of tainted light shot towards Senketu and Durek. Weyersi's mangled body slowly collapsed to the ground. Perhaps because of that wisp of divine power he had not yet breathed his last. He wanted to laugh at the withered yellow curse radiating from Senketu and Durek, but every movement he made was agonizing pain, like spikes piercing his chest and bones. 2 mages stepped forward to examine them, but the withered yellow curse spread to the 2 mages. Everyone fall back. Durek quickly cried out, halting the others from drawing close. This curse is contagious, everyone stay away. Durek felt a violent surge of weakness wash over him as if he had been drained dry. Just as everyone was at a loss, old Da. Why have you turned yellow? Aira descended from the sky and landed directly beside Durek. Durek hurriedly dodged, but a wisp of the withered yellow curse still got onto Aira. Stay away from me. This curse is contagious. Looking at the wisp of curse on her hand, Aira knitted her delicate brows. The deathly grey mist easily ground it away and dissolved it. That's all. Aira indicated that these were all small problems. With a wave of her hand, the grey mist covered the 4. After half an hour of struggle, it was finally completely dissolved. The curses on the 4 were far greater than the single wisp she had received. Why is there another curse on you? It looks very similar to the one on Bozeting. Aira casually erased this curse as well. Having flown for a long time and then suddenly dispelling such a lingering curse was truly too much for her 3rd-tier spiritual power. Durek swept her into his arms. It is the same type of curse as the Duke's. The young girl did not resist, she was somewhat listless. Durek knew that the expenditure just now had simply been too great for Aira. Sleep. When you wake up we'll be home. Amen. The night's ordeal had been a narrow escape from death. This place was not close to the imperial capital. If someone were sent back now to find Halenwai with the round trip, there was no telling whether they could hold on. They never expected Aira to come. And she had so easily removed the curse laid on them by a deity. Senketu too was reflecting on himself, he had been careless. He really should have come wearing the demon armor. If not for Her Majesty the Queen, they would have been finished. Durek was his student. Watching Aira in Durek's arms, Senketu felt as if he were looking at his own granddaughter. Thankfully Her Majesty the Queen was here. Otherwise we really might have capsized in a ditch. Durek let out a few light laughs as he watched his teacher's still frightened expression. Looking at the young girl in his arms, he thought surely stealing a kiss now shouldn't be a problem. Returning to the palace. Delco brought the girl back to his bedchamber to settle her in. He then turned and went back to the Hall of Governance. The commotion caused tonight was considerable and Serenity was tasked with handling the cleanup. The agent tasked with surveilling the Church of the Radiant God had not yet returned. It was only past 1 in the morning that Delco finished all the loose ends. By dawn the church was certain to send someone to pick a quarrel. Fortunately he had already arranged for people to record the night's events before the battle began. Even if they came demanding answers, the royal family held an absolute advantage. Returning once more to the bedchamber, the young girl had already claimed most of his side of the bed. After washing up briefly, he quickly climbed into bed, gathered the girl into his arms and slept until daybreak. When Aira woke she felt refreshed and invigorated, and she channeled the night's share into the gem of stillness. After last night she had realized that the authority of death was an absolute all-rounder. With creation she could snatch people back from the Grim Reaper. With annihilation, even if she could not purify, she could still decompose. Within only a few days, Boston Delco Serenity. It seemed that whenever a witch was involved the evil god's curse was sure to be present. She needed to place more focus on the quiet authority of death. After tidying herself up she stepped out to find Reeg standing guard outside the door. "Uncle Reeg, have you eaten?" "I have, your highness. His Majesty left you breakfast. I'll have them warm it up for you now." After eating, Aira found herself with nothing to do again. She had saved Delco's life last night, yet no one came to thank her for it. This little lackey of hers was truly lacking in tact. Strolling aimlessly she arrived behind the great hall of the royal palace. It was the largest palace in the royal grounds, where in former times ministers had gathered to discuss affairs of state. But in the month since Aira had arrived she had never once seen Delco convene a grand assembly. Perhaps those ministers had little desire to follow Delco's bidding. Now the documents Delco handled each day mostly came from minor local nobles. These small regional aristocrats were beneath the notice of both the church and the old noble factions. They could hardly be called vassals of the crown, after all they were still nobles of some standing. The royal family paid them no monthly stipend, on the contrary they sent tribute up to the crown. As for Delco's decrees, the more obedient carried them out while the indifferent skimmed them and selectively followed whatever pleased them. In a sense the documents they submitted were nothing more than asking Delco for a scrap of authority, using it to legitimize their own selfish desires. Even if a commoner uprising broke out, the great nobles could be investigated and still drag Delco out as their shield. Aira arrived behind the great hall. "Your Majesty, it is true that Wells defiled the radiant god, but that should still be dealt with internally by our church. Isn't the royal family's rash intervention in need of an explanation to our church?" An aged but righteous questioning voice drifted into Aira's ears. "Your Eminence, do you mean to say that your radiant church is not a part of the empire?" Delco sat upright upon the throne, looking down at the old man below. "The church is naturally part of the empire, leading the people of the empire under the radiant god's guidance toward a brighter future." "Then according to your Eminence's reasoning, is this the radiant god's empire rather than an empire founded by the Jerigia family?" "Of course that is not what I meant." "Then you mean that the empire under the leadership of the Jerigia family will stride toward darkness, and only under your radiant church will it stride toward the light?" "No, I mean..." Archbishop Bushka found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could this monarch who had taken the throne merely half a year ago be so difficult to deal with? "Your Majesty, I believe the Archbishop did not mean that at all. What the Archbishop initially said was simple: the empire should not interfere in the church's internal affairs." A minister stepped forward to speak for the Archbishop. "Oh. Lord Kansley, do you mean that my execution of Wells a sinner was interference in the church's internal affairs?" "Indeed, your Majesty. The church has its own system of punishment. An act of betraying the faith ought to be left to the church to handle." Serenity watched coldly as Kansley spoke up for the Archbishop. He itched to step forward and tear into the man, but Delco already had a plan, so he could only hold back. Lord Kansley's words carry some reason, but they are not justification enough," Delco responded with a calm expression. The ministers below exchanged uneasy glances. Before long another stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Wells was after all an elder of the church. This action is indeed detrimental to the harmonious relationship between the royal family and the church." "Exactly, your Majesty. The royal family should give the church an explanation and offer compensation to show how much the royal family values the clergy. Your Majesty should also hold a banquet, express his apology and make peace with the church, demonstrating the magnanimity of the royal family." Before long 8 or 9 ministers stepped forward to plead the church's case and proposed a string of absurd measures. "All of you are nothing but a pack of the church's lackeys. His Majesty is the Emperor, the owner of the empire. Does he need to consult your church when executing a criminal on his own ground? And as for your so-called elder and followers, they don't even know the distinction between superior and inferior. They even dared to raise a hand against His Majesty. Are they plotting rebellion? Other ministers also stepped forward, rebuking those who sided with the church. The two sides quarreled fiercely. The latter were mostly ministers belonging to the old noble factions. Earlier calls had demanded that Delco publicly apologize, admit fault to the church and pay compensation. A simple admission of error could still be endured, it would have dealt a blow to Delco's prestige. But now they demanded a public occasion with gifts and apologies. No matter how one looked at it, Delco was still the supreme noble of the realm. If he were forced to do this, would that not mean the church stood above the nobility? That they could not tolerate. As the two sides bickered, Delco watched with quiet pleasure. The archbishop raised his head to meet his gaze. He did not respond, waiting until the two factions were nearly at blows before finally speaking. Enough. Silence. Senkitu immediately let out a cold snort, and the overwhelming pressure of his battle chi caused the entire hall to fall into frightened silence. Archbishop, let me ask you this, which is greater, the law of the empire or the rules of your church? Wells first sought to offer my people as tribute to an evil god, then attacked me. Was I wrong to punish him under the law of the empire? His gaze was icy, boring into the archbishop as if demanding an answer. No, you were not wrong. But he abandoned the faith, and the radiant god will surely call him to account. Oh. So your eminence wishes to subject Wells to another round of punishment. Unfortunately, he has already turned to ashes. His tone was flippant, his exaggerated manner seeming to express great regret. The old archbishop's face twisted with embarrassment. But someone did remind me just now, he worshipped an evil god and attacked me. Shouldn't the church offer some compensation? Or perhaps a token of gratitude? Thank me for helping you purge a heretic, won't you? Bushka forced a smile and replied, indeed, the church is grateful for your majesty's help. A token of gratitude will be delivered afterward. Amen. Delco nodded with satisfaction. Your eminence should thoroughly inspect the church. Otherwise, if the empire helps exterminate heretics, for you again having to send more gifts would be rather troublesome. Then there is no need to trouble His Majesty. Bushka left in dejection, having meant to extort something from Delco only to lose both profit and dignity. Senkitu. Your servant is here. Senkitu stepped forward. Compile a list of those ministers who have grown muddle-headed. It is time to let them retire in peace, they have already contributed enough to the empire. Yes. Senkitu accepted the order and led several knights toward the 8 or 9 ministers who had pleaded for the archbishop. Your Majesty, this servant is not muddle-headed, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I truly acted for the sake of the empire and for peace between the royal family and the church. But no matter what they said, Senkitu dragged them out of the hall by force. Not bad, old Del. Quite the move. Your Royal Highness the Queen. Ella waved her hand. The ministers straightened themselves. How is your recovery? Delco asked familiarly, taking Ella's hand. It was never anything serious. Delco turned to the ministers. You may all leave. This meeting is adjourned. They bowed once more before dispersing in 2s and 3s. He turned his gaze back to Ella. Holding her hand, he tried to draw her into his embrace. He pulled. She did not budge. He pulled again. Still she did not move. What are you tugging at me for? Ella shook off Delco's hand. You'd best be careful. Boston said that opposing the church brings serious trouble. Are you ready? Of course. Helen Vale hasn't left the church yet. She'll keep an eye on their movements for us and gather evidence of their misdeeds. Ella pondered for a moment. Then have you sent someone to protect her? If she's discovered, she'll be in danger. I intended to, but she refused. Ella could think of no better solution. After all, Helen Vale was the chosen one. If she fell into peril, she could at worst escape by divine descent. Fine, enough of that. Right now I'm your lifesaver. How do you plan to repay me? Ella planted her hands on her hips and looked at Delco. Then what does my queen desire? He asked, a smile tugging at his lips laced with affection. Let me think. I do have a proposal. Delco rose and stood before Ella, barely 2 fists distance apart. What proposal? Ella instinctively felt Delco would not offer anything good. How about this life for life? Let me give the queen a life, shall I? He bent down and set the young woman upon the throne. One hand braced against the throne's backrest. A life. Ella did not catch on at once. Indeed. A life. A child. How about it? A child. You wish. The young woman flared up at once. She knew full well nothing decent ever came out of Delco's dog mouth. Is my queen implying one isn't enough? 2. 3. However many the queen desires I can give. There's nothing proper in that head of yours. Ella slipped out of Delco's reach in a flash, not even bothering to negotiate further, and dashed out of the great hall. Watching the young woman's fleeing figure, Delco burst into laughter. Yet a moment later the laughter faded. Elaso waiting outside hurried in. Your Majesty. Go tell General Serenity that once those people have been dealt with, have the knights patrol the towns and villages around the imperial capital. Respond immediately to any disturbance. Yes. Delco was not particularly concerned about the plague. Back in the Western Territories, Ella had once told him of Boston's measures against the Church's counterattack. He also knew about the distributed life potion. With her right here by his side, if a plague emerged, life potion could be produced at the fastest speed. The imperial capital had only 15,000 knights, with another 15,000 stationed across the various towns. Beyond the capital, the nobles and lords who governed the cities also maintained knights of their own. Serenity could command only 30,000 knights. Yet among those 30,000, who could say whether some belonged to other nobles? Those who had long been loosely kept might well have secretly pledged themselves to someone else. But that did not matter much to Delco. What he needed was manpower. No matter whose men they were, so long as they obeyed orders and fought the enemy, they were his. After all, the things these people could access were things he could not be bothered to hide. 3 days later Ella finally recovered completely and began packing her things early in the morning. After waiting so long, she could finally go traveling. My queen, are you so eager to leave? What would you know? Staying cooped up in this palace every day is suffocating. Delco stood where he was, watching the young woman pack her luggage, an indescribable bitterness welling up in his heart. Was it stifling to stay in the palace? He seemed to stay here every single day in that administrative hall that belonged to him. Don't worry. This time I'll definitely bring the divine artisan back for you. Also, the base solution for the life potion has been stored in the medical wing. If anything happens, just send someone to get it. If it runs short, send me word. And keep an eye on Helen Vale too, don't let anyone harm her. And you, put more important matters in your head. Stop thinking about those trivial things all day. Listening to the young woman's nagging, Delco suddenly felt as if he were facing his own mother. Perhaps it was that kind of warmth that he would never forget. Ella. She paused in folding her clothes and looked up, puzzled. Delco had already stepped before her. He reached out and Ella instinctively covered her rosy lips. But Delco kissed her forehead instead. Stay safe. Ella shifted her hand to her forehead, hearing Delco's gentle admonition. I know. I still have Uncle Reg and Leosley with me. Nothing will go wrong. She had never told Delco her true strength, but that night she had descended from the sky and still managed to astonish him. He had originally wondered when Ella had reached the 7th rank, but after lifting the curse for everyone she had been so drowsy she could barely keep her eyes open. Clearly her mental strength was nowhere near the standard of the 7th rank. But the young woman had many tricks, and fierce ones at that. In his eyes Ella's combat power was no weaker than his own. Yet worry was worry, it had nothing to do with strength. After seeing the young woman onto the train, Delco returned to the palace as if he had lost his soul. Your Majesty, Archbishop Helenvale has sent word. Elaso's report snapped Delco back into work mode at once. Helenvale was still in the Church of Light, but that did not change the fact that she was the Archbishop of the Church of Creation. That was how Elaso referred to her in private. What's the situation? Word has it that the Church purchased a large quantity of madness powder from merchants of the Gorsa Kingdom in the Eastern Territories, planning to release it in the Red Moon Wasteland and the Back Night Forest. The Red Moon Wasteland. Delco's eyes instantly turned sharp and fierce. The city of Aira, where the divine artisan resided, stood right beside the Red Moon Wasteland. The two places were adjacent. If the magical beasts of the Red Moon Wasteland went berserk, then Ella. Delco dared not think further. Quickly. Send this news to General Serenity and tell him that the Queen is in Aira City. He is to protect her well. As for the Back Night Forest, tell him not to worry about it. I will send Helder to quell the beast uprising. Yes. Elaso hastily withdrew, fighting aura blazing from his body as he bounded out of the palace in a few leaps. He headed straight for Senkitu's residence. On the other side, after a journey of over 2 hours by train, Ella finally arrived at Aira City as she had wished. It was not as prosperous as the imperial capital, nor did it have the same vitality. If not for the trains still running, she might have thought she had time traveled back to the medieval West. Leaving the station, there were very few vehicles here, even fewer than at Nether Soul Ridge. But mercenaries and knights could be seen everywhere. Come on, let's find a place to stay first. Ella led the way with Reg and Leasley following behind, carrying 2 small bags of luggage. They had deliberately dressed plainly to avoid attracting attention. Yet it was precisely what they feared that came to pass. Several mercenaries trailed the trio as they wound through alleys into a deep lane. Your Highness, these people. Dispose of them to spare others from their harm. Legu nodded. Hey, you 3, hand over your money. And that woman, come have a drink with us. 7 or 8 mercenaries blocked the intersection while 3 more climbed over from the other side of the alley, forming a pincer attack. Legu did not waste words. His battle chi erupted, and since his knight's greatsword was too cumbersome, he simply used his fists. The lead mercenary hastily raised his short sword to parry. Crack. The short sword shattered, the mercenary's chest caved in and a bulge protruded from his back. Lei Ji's punch nearly pierced clean through him. La Yasili also swiftly dealt with the 3 mercenaries who had climbed over the wall. Quick, let's go. These people are not right. Ah. Ugh. Spare me, I won't dare again. The commotion in the alley quickly subsided. Blood pooled, yet Aila's boots remained unstained. However, she was somewhat uncomfortable with the smell of blood. Her stomach churned. Only after the power of creation surged through her body did she manage to suppress the sensation. Let's go. This inn looks fine. She quickly found an inn and led the 2 inside. After settling in, they had a simple lunch. Aila then took the 2 out onto the street. The inn was not far from that alley. At the alley entrance 4 or 5 knights were washing the ground. The bodies had already been cleared away. Aila paid no attention, she didn't want to see them. She found a fruit stall. While picking, she asked, "Boss, is there anyone in this city with exceptional blacksmithing skills?" The boss, seeing that Aila was buying a fair amount of fruit, enthusiastically replied, "In Agula City, when it comes to blacksmithing, it has to be Master Ba Ergo. Not only is his forging incredibly skilled, but he also doesn't charge you. You just have to provide the materials yourself, as he doesn't keep any on hand." Aila's eyes lit up. So she had found him. She handed the selected fruit to the boss. "How much for these?" The boss quickly took them and weighed them. 11 copper coins. "How about 10, customer?" Aila threw him a silver coin directly, the smallest denomination she had brought. "Keep the change. Where is the blacksmith shop you mentioned?" The boss couldn't suppress the grin on his face. "It's at the north gate, the first blacksmith shop on the side near the Hongwa Desert. If you need, I can guide you there." "Alright then, this is your guiding fee." Aila handed the boss another silver coin. Sure, this way please." With the boss leading the way, Aila arrived smoothly at the blacksmith shop. "Ba Ergo, I've brought you guests," the boss called out. The blacksmith shop door was open from inside. A muscular young man stepped out. "Who is it? Don't you know it's rude to disturb someone's sleep in the early morning?" Early morning. The 4 people, including the fruit stall owner, all looked up at the big sun hanging in the sky. It was clearly already afternoon. Ba Erge's expression was unfriendly, looking like someone not to be trifled with. Customer, I've guided you here, so I'll take my leave now." With that, he ran off without looking back. "So you're the ones looking for me to forge something?" Ba Ergo looked at Aila and the other 2, asking in a low voice. "That's right, but I need to know if you are qualified to forge this." "Oh. Qualified?" Aila took out from her bag a pale material that emitted streaks of elemental light. "This is it. I want to forge a sword with it. Can you do it?" Ba Erge's originally drowsy expression instantly cleared up. "Is this dragon bone? Not bad, you have some insight. So can you forge this?" "Of course no, I mean lady, please let me forge it for you." Ba Erge's voice trembled slightly. This was the material he had been waiting for, a rare substance that would allow him to display his true skill. "I need to see your work first before making a decision." "No problem, but I don't have many finished pieces here. Let me show you my most satisfactory work." With that, he turned and went into the blacksmith shop, and in less than half a minute he came out holding a longsword. "This is it. It's forged from fine Yunma iron with a bit of Huntian or essence. It's also my most satisfying work so far, the Hanmo greatsword." This sword was forged from the scraps of materials that had caught his eye over the years from people seeking his craft. In terms of material, though far inferior to dragon bone, it was certainly far better than common goods. Lai Yasili, come test this sword. Lai Yasili held his own knight's greatsword in one hand and the Hanmo greatsword in the other. As his silver battle chi blazed, he swung the knight's greatsword fiercely toward the Hanmo greatsword. Ba Ergu crossed his arms with a confident look. Clang! There was no violent clash nor the imagined sound of metal clashing. The knight's greatsword snapped in two, the cut smooth and even slightly reflective. Wow! Clap, clap, clap. Aira pouted in surprise, clapping in admiration. Indeed, it's a fine sword. Not bad, truly not bad. I am quite impressed by you. Come work for me. Aira, holding the dragon bone in one hand and placing the other on her hip, invited him. Ba Ergu was slightly stunned. Was this young girl inviting him? She traveled with guards, and the great sword she had just taken out, though of poor quality, was clearly of a knight's standard from a noble house. Nobles. Ba Ergu recalled some unpleasant memories. Sorry, I have no intention of serving you. If you want me to forge equipment, I'm happy to do that. But if you want me to fight for you, then you should leave. His attitude suddenly turned cold, and Aira was a bit puzzled. She didn't know Ba Ergu's past experiences, but it seemed he had mistaken her for the daughter of some noble family. Hold on, you can first hear the terms I offer you. No need. Even if you give me more money or more women, I won't fight for you. Ba Ergu refused without mercy. Money. Women. I don't have those things myself. Why would you think I would give them to you? When she had taken money, she had noticed her small treasury had visibly shrunk. But compared to earlier, when she had to borrow money from Lei Gu just to buy a meat skewer, it was already much better. So you want to use my life as leverage to force me into your service? Of course not. After all, you are a chosen of the Hellfire God. Treating you like that would make me seem unappreciative of talent. Who would ever work for me then? Ba Ergu felt a chill down his back. What chosen? There's no chosen you're looking for here. I'm just an ordinary blacksmith. What are you afraid of? Since I've decided to recruit you, I certainly won't put you in danger. Perhaps you should hear my terms. Seeing him silent, Aira continued, on behalf of the royal family, I can promise that as long as you pledge your allegiance, this dragon bone and even the rare materials in the palace treasury can be reported and selected as you wish. And your tasks are a simple: one is to be a teacher and the other is to upgrade the equipment of the Imperial City Knights. Are you a member of the royal family? A princess, or? How can you be certain His Majesty will agree to your terms? Barge felt a stirring of temptation. The royal materials were undoubtedly superior to those found in the marketplace. He wished to forge a divine artifact, and superior materials made that far more likely. Of course he will agree. In this household I have the final say. His opinion is irrelevant. Household. Confusion deepened in Barge's eyes. Master Barge, allow me to introduce you. This is Her Highness the current Queen Aira. Reg saw Barge's bewildered expression and stepped forward to introduce her. Barge's face showed little change in expression. So it is Her Highness the Queen. Barge finally understood, though he failed to grasp what Aira meant by household. After all, even members of the royal family like Kana and Lilia, who shared blood ties with Durko, would never refer to the palace as home. Marital relations, for instance, were more commonly referred to as the palace, in a manner akin to blood kinship. The nobility used the manor to signify their status. Only commoners constantly spoke of home. Then I can accept your demand, but I have one more request. Speak. Aira was very direct. I want to forge a dragon bone now, immediately, at once, and I request permission to slay a man afterward. Kill someone. Who do you want to kill? Viscount Mori. Did he offend you? Barge said no more, merely giving a faint assent. But his right hand, trembling with excessive force, betrayed his emotions. Fine. When you make your move, let me know. I'll send someone with you. Aira was also growing weary of these nobles, so many of them, and why did they need to exist at all? They were parasites sucking the blood of her empire. They deserved to be killed. The nobles and theft at the founding of the nation, those who helped build the empire, had long passed away, yet their descendants were now tearing the empire apart. Such a situation needed to change. Take the dragon bone. After forging, come find us at the inn nearest the train station exit. Aira thrust the dragon bone into Barge's hands. Barge hadn't expected Aira to simply hand him the dragon bone like that, to trust him so completely. Yes, Your Highness. I will bring you a satisfactory blade. Then give this sword to Liasley, for now he's without a weapon anyway. Take it all. Whatever catches your eye, take it all. With the dragon bone in hand, Barge had clearly lost his senses. He rushed to his forge clutching the bone. He even brought out the scraps of rare materials he had hoarded for years. Aira truly didn't hold back. Aside from the greatsword, she found a shield for Reg and another greatsword. Both matched the heavy, robust nature of Reg's battle chi. In addition, Aira discovered a rapier. Its electromagnetic field was so violently disturbed that just holding it caused arcs of electricity to crackle. The arcs even spread outward, but she managed to contain the influence, otherwise Barge's shop might not have survived. She found a scabbard for the sword and casually took down all the weapons displayed in the room. These were forged by a master craftsman. She had been told to take whatever she wanted, and it would be a waste not to, since Barge himself had no use for them. Fortunately, Reg knew some basic spatial storage magic. However, Reg's affinity for space was not high, which was why he had specialized in battle chi. His spatial storage magic could only hold a few swords, no more. Aira and her companions wandered until evening before returning to the inn. For Liasley, the city of Aira was not unfamiliar. He had traveled through many cities. Each had its own character, and Aira was a fairly typical example. Though Reg had seen fewer cities, he was not lacking in knowledge. It was Aira who was the most curious. She wanted to visit taverns, the slave market, the bazaar, and even the elven hostel. It was like a maid cafe filled with elven girls. This was a place for pouring out one's heart, not a lascivious den of indulgence. Aira had just returned to the inn and lain down on the bed. The flickering crystal in her luggage bag caught her attention. "Old, what is it?" Aira, leave quickly, flee Aira city. The church has spread frenzy powder across the Red Moon wasteland. A beast tide will soon erupt. Master Senkatu has already led the knights to quell it. They should be arriving soon. It's not safe there. Take the train back at once. Durko's tone was urgent, fearing for Aila's safety. Go back. You mean I should abandon my people and return to the imperial city? Aira was angered. If it was a beast tide, she could not leave. With 4 gems upon her, possessing invincible power, if she could not protect even the citizens of the city, what use was this power? What use was this empire? Listen to me. Master Senkatu has already taken 3,000 knights there, and reinforcements will follow. We won't abandon Aira city. Durko explained patiently. Then I should stay here all the more. How can I, as the queen, flee while my men fight bloody battles? At that moment the sound of breaking glass came from outside. Beasts. The beasts are rampaging. Someone shouted. The streets were not too chaotic, but everyone was fleeing toward the south gate. Liasley and Reg immediately sought out Aira. Let's go to the north gate. Aira took off into the air, stunning Liasley. Come on, we must hurry. We can't keep Her Highness waiting. Reg reminded him. The two of them dashed swiftly across the rooftops toward the north gate. Aira arrived first. Compared to the area near the inn, the order here was a complete mess. The clang of hammering still echoed from Barge's forge. The knights of Aira city were already outside the walls, fending off the beasts. Unlike the dark creatures of the dark tide, beasts were creatures that had evolved by absorbing magical elements. They could feel pain and could be tamed, unlike the dark creatures that were mere puppets of the dark tide. Untamable, insensible to pain, and capable of endless self-repair as long as the dark tide was strong enough. However, in terms of destructive power, the two were evenly matched. The beasts outside the city were mostly engaged in melee combat, clearly low-tier beasts. Only beasts of the 4th tier and above could release the elements they had absorbed, possessing their own ranged attacks. Aira landed on the city wall. My people, I, Aira Flossilin, the Queen of the Empire, am here. Do not panic, do not crowd. Evacuate in an orderly fashion. The Empire's knights are nearly here. For the beasts to enter the city, they will have to trample over my corpse first. Do not fear. I am here with you. The power of creation spread out, turning into specks of starlight that fell upon the crowd. Her Highness the Queen. She is the Queen. Yes. Last month I saw Her Highness in the capital, golden hair, emerald eyes, not tall, with that very aura. It's her, the Queen. Someone confirmed it, and the crowd began to stir. Aira looked toward the city walls. The knights had almost retreated to the base of the wall, and the power of creation healed their wounds. But the gathered beasts grew ever more numerous. Liasley and Reg also reached the wall. Silver chain flash. Mammoth charge. The two plunged into the beast tide, blood flowing freely. Aira watched this scene without feeling nauseous. A gray mist spread from beneath her feet. Chaotic thunderbolts poured down upon the beast tide. Within the city people began to organize themselves, directing groups to evacuate. A screech. Dense fireballs began to rain from the sky. Reg shouted a warning. "Your Highness, be careful. Those are mid-tier beasts." Flocks of crimson falcons wheeled in dense formation above the city of Aigula. The falling fireballs covered a span of nearly 1,000 meters within the city walls. "What a nuisance," she muttered. Bolts of lightning began precisely locking onto the falcons. The falling fireballs were caught in midair by Aira with electromagnetic force and hurled toward the rampaging beasts outside the city. Lyasli, who had been worrying about the safety of the crowd in the city, could not help but exclaim at the sight. "The Queen's power is truly beyond anything I could ever imagine." Nor was Lyasli the only one. Among the night army holding back the beasts, many witnessed the fireballs reverse direction and burst amid the horde. The people bringing up the rear in the city saw fireballs about to slam into their faces, only for Aira to wrench them away at the last moment. They looked up at Aira standing atop the city wall. "She's practically a superhero." "Stop staring. Her Highness the Queen is covering our retreat, hurry." Still shaken by their brush with death, the crowd immediately turned and continued running toward the south gate. Huff. Huff. Aira gasped for breath. Controlling those fireballs earlier had meant seizing their command directly from the beasts. On top of that, she had to ensure the flames did not explode within the city. It was a considerable drain on her strength. The falcons above were visibly thinning out. In fact, this beast riot was not especially high in either numbers or rank. Otherwise the knights of Aigula alone would have collapsed in minutes. Before long, knights from the surrounding towns and villages of Aigula came to reinforce them. Senkitu was a blazing sight in his radiant golden magic armor, with the 3,000 knights charging behind him in mighty strides. Aira even began to wonder whether she was seeing things. She could have sworn she saw many knights riding motorcycles. In the Western territories even automobiles were rare. In the imperial city they were not unusual, but she had never seen a motorcycle. Knights. So this was how knights rode. In reality, apart from a few commanders up front on motorcycles, the main knight army behind them still rode warhorses bearing beast bloodlines. "They're finally here." Aira's suspended heart finally settled, but her hands did not stop moving. In barely half an hour the output she expended was even greater than the day she had broken down the curses for Delco and the others. "Brave knights, charge with me." Senkitu took the lead, his great blade falling as he rode forward. A dozen or more beasts split in half, their blood gushing out without the slightest obstruction. With 3,000 knights joining the battle, though the beasts still held the numerical advantage, it could not change the fact that most of them were low-rank creatures. With Senkitu, Reg and Lyasli also present, the riot was quelled in less than an hour. The ground outside the city looked as if it had been washed in blood. Senkitu led the fight all the way to the boundary between the outer and inner wasteland. Aira forced herself to stay alert atop the city wall until the first pale light touched the sky. Daylight replaced the night. Only then did the residents begin to return through the north gate. "Her Highness the Queen. Thanks to Her Highness the Queen. Praise the Goddess of Life. Her Highness the Queen." Clearly some among these people had swift information and had heard of the Church of Creation in the Western Territories. "My people, the beast riot has been quelled. General Senkitu and his knights have swept the beasts from the outer wasteland. You need not worry about beast raids for a long time to come." The crowd boiled over again, only this time their gratitude went to Senkitu and the knights in front of the north gate. Aira had her own private motives. The knight orders had mostly been formed by nobles, and noble numbers were sure to dwindle sharply. The knights of every house would inevitably be gathered together. It was hard to guarantee that hearts and minds would be united. But if these knight orders belonged no longer to the various nobles but to the empire, a knight order of the people, then not only would the issue of ownership be resolved, their values and core beliefs would change as well. A knight order of the people indeed. After a night of fierce fighting, the knights encamped before the north gate. Even with their bodies caked in blood and grime, they did their utmost to obey the knightly code. After the initial gathering and thanks, the people returned to their homes and came back with watercourse grains and fruits for the knights. Some young women even brought towels and wiped the knights' armor clean. Though many knights considered themselves above the common folk after fighting all night weary to the bone, a group of people now looked at them with grateful eyes and brought food they would normally begrudge even themselves. Even these knights who ordinarily looked down on civilians now felt a warm current rising from the bottom of their hearts. After several hours of meditation, Aira had recovered. Looking at the crowd below the wall, a sly smile of a fulfilled plan crossed her pretty face. "Does your Highness enjoy scenes like this?" "Scenes? No, what I enjoy is a relationship like this, one without knights or commoners." No intense opposition between classes, only knights who yearn to protect the people and commoners who love and respect the knights. Aira set her hands on her hips and explained with rising excitement. Senkatu felt his values being shaken and for a time he was speechless. Your Highness, what do you mean by that imperial you keep using? Does it carry any deeper meaning besides referring to yourself? All he could do was change the subject, sidestepping a contradiction that challenged his entire worldview. Of course it does. As the Emperor's Queen, how could I not have a proper way to refer to myself? It would be dreadfully unprofessional. The two chatted on, trading idle remarks. Have I forgotten something? Aira suddenly fell silent, feeling that some important matter had been neglected. 100 li away, Delco had stayed awake all night keeping watch before the magic crystal. Why is there still no message? Your Majesty, perhaps the fighting was too fierce and they had no time to reply, Elaso said consolingly at his side. That remark only made Delco worry even more. Ivniel entered the room and was startled by the dark circles under their eyes and their haggard faces. Your Majesty, Captain of the Guard, what has happened? Was there some urgent matter that kept you up all night? Delco remained silent, merely staring at the magic crystal. Elaso quietly explained the situation to Ivniel. Suddenly the magic crystal flickered. Delco connected at once. Hale's rough booming voice came through. Your Majesty, I have not failed my charge. The beast riot in Backnight Forest has been quelled. He was clad in dark red wrathful magic armor and around him sat many knights, all bearing wounds. It was plain to see that their battle had not been easy. Good work. Life potions from the Imperial City will reach you soon. When you return, a victory banquet will be held for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the call ended, it would have been a lie to say Delco was not disappointed. But Hale and his men had with their lives cleared obstacles for the Empire. Delco nevertheless made all the necessary follow-up arrangements. At last this feeling of having capable hands to entrust with heavy responsibilities brought Delco great comfort. It was not until noon that word from Aira finally arrived. Old Del, so sorry, I completely forgot about you. At midday while eating with Senkatu, the conversation turned to Delco and Aira finally remembered to send Delco word of her safety. Senkatu, as Minister of Military Affairs, was used to receiving reports after battles. All he had to do was report whether it was victory or defeat. Having gone so long without leading troops himself, he too had forgotten to update Delco on the battle. The two of them somehow put it off until noon before finally remembering. How are things on your end? What else could they be? With me on the case, it's guaranteed to be trouble-free. Aira was brimming with confidence. Any injuries? A few knights were injured, but with me around they were only minor problems. Then it's a good thing the Queen was there. But I asked whether you were hurt. Delco stressed me. I'm fine. I just forgot about you. Looking at Delco's somewhat haggard appearance, Aira continued, why don't you go get some rest? From the look of you, you haven't slept all night. The Queen is in the same boat, isn't she? It was just past noon, so Delco could finally take a break. Aira of course could rest whenever she wanted. When she opened her eyes again, she heard Reg calling her to dinner. Your Highness, this afternoon Viscount Mohawk requested an audience. Mohawk? Who's that? Aira had never even heard the name. She had no idea why he suddenly wanted to see her. Egula City is his fief. A fief? Oh, so he's the city lord. But wait, what was he doing all this time? From last night until now I haven't seen him once. Why does he come requesting an audience now? Your Highness. Liasli added, according to the Knights of Egula City's night order, it seems that before the beast rampaged, this Viscount had already packed his bags and was ready to leave at any moment. I see. Aira understood immediately. This city lord seemed to have some connection with the church. Otherwise he wouldn't have been ready to flee before she had even received any news. Someone had clearly tipped him off in advance. A Viscount, the city lord of Egula City, had abandoned his own citizens and fled alone. Where is he now? He has already gone back. But before he left he said he would come to pay his respects again tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning then. Liasli, have General Senkatu and his knights left? Not yet. They are stationed outside the city. Have him arrange 10 knights dressed in plain clothes to stay at the inn and await orders. Yes. Egula City had been under Mohawk's control for so long that there were inevitably knights, merchants and even nobles from other places who had vested interests tied to him. If they relied only on Liasli and Reg, their combat strength would indeed be sufficient, but they would be short on hands to handle the cleanup afterward. So these knights were the ones Aira had summoned to clean up. From the blacksmith shop north of the city the sound of hammering came unceasingly day and night. Since the beast rampage had just ended, no one went to cause trouble for Barge. Otherwise they'd have at least accused him of disturbing the peace. A night passed and Aira added the knight's share to the Conquest gem. It was like the feeling when the Serenity gem had been strengthened during the advancement of her spiritual power to the 3rd rank. Aira felt that if she were to control those fireballs as she had that day, she would probably need only 40% of the spiritual power she had used then. Even summoning thunderbolts would be easier. She was outside eating breakfast. Lastly walked in. "Your Highness Viscount Mohawk is here. Let him in." After a moment a lecherous-looking bald greasy middle-aged man walked in. "I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen." You may rise." Aira studied him. He was a rather typical image of a greasy noble. But in Mohawk's eyes Aira was nothing more than a little girl still wet behind the ears. Still her face and figure definitely had something to them. He instinctively swallowed hard. "Mohawk, you've been seeking an audience since yesterday. What is it?" Aira asked as she ate breakfast. No, it's nothing urgent. It's just that Your Majesty came to my territory, I should naturally come to pay my respects." Mohawk rubbed his hands together with an ingratiating look. "Oh. Is that so? Your territory? Then why, when the knights were all resisting the beast rampage outside the city yesterday, did I not see any of your people?" Aira said with a taunting tone. "Well, I knew the city's defenses were insufficient, so I rushed out early to the nearby villages and towns to ask for reinforcements. The Viscount is rather well informed, isn't he? You rushed out of the city even before the beast rampage. Surely the Viscount doesn't have the power of prophecy." Mohawk choked, already somewhat angry inside. Just a little girl, and she actually dared to make things so hard for him. He glanced at Reg and Lastly, who were standing outside the door. He chuckled and slipped his hand into his robe. Then with an air of mystery he said, "Your Majesty, I have a divine object here." "A divine object?" Aira became slightly interested. "Exactly. It is because of this that I have the power of foresight." Bent at the waist, his hand still in his robe, he scurried to the door and closed it. Only then did he hurry back to stand before Aira. "Mohawk, why so cautious? Are you afraid the guard knights might snatch your treasure?" "Your Majesty jokes." From his bosom Mohawk produced a small statue of the light god. "The treasure you mentioned is this statue?" "Of course not. Your Majesty, take a close look at the material of the statue." Aira examined it carefully for a while and finally recognized the material. It was the same magic crystal used to communicate with Delco. "Your Majesty, I believe you understand what this means." "That's right, I am a supporter of the Church." Aira watched Mohawk, who had drawn close without changing expression, to see what he truly intended to do. "You should know that the Church and the royal family are destined for war. As a noble appointed by the royal family, you support the Church. Aren't you afraid Delco will cut you down?" "Afraid?" Mohawk let out a sneer, his face full of contempt, and went on. "He's nothing but a callow youth. He can't even control the imperial capital, let alone reach me here." When he finished he put on a smile, no longer the fawning grin from before, but one tinged with the satisfaction of a scheme taking shape. "Your Majesty, if you stick with the current emperor you'll eventually become a plaything after the power struggle. Why not come with me? I can guarantee your safety, you may even keep everything you have now." He leaned forward, already able to catch the faint fragrance of the girl's body. He had even begun to fantasize about her under him, weeping and begging for mercy. "You think the Church will be the final victor?" Just as Mohawk's pudgy greasy hand was about to touch the back of Aira's fair hand, a bolt of lightning struck him, sending his whole body flying backward. Bang! The loud crash sent the two people outside the door bursting in at once. "Your Majesty, think it over carefully. If you follow that 24-year-old brat, what will be waiting for you once the Empire collapses?" She floated up from her stool. A faint luminous glow emanated from her body. Although she was indoors, her hair drifted gently as if stirred by an unfelt breeze. "I don't know who gave you the confidence to believe that the Church can contend with my Empire. To the Empire the Church is merely a replaceable instrument of faith. Since the Church of Light refuses to stay in line, I will naturally replace it with a more obedient one. You keep saying the Church will win, yet a few days ago the Archbishop you rely on was reduced to silence in the main hall of the Royal Palace. He didn't even dare to have an open break with Delco. So who are you, some nobody from nowhere, to think the Church is so mighty?" For the past half-month, though Aira had remained in the Royal Palace, the Church of Creation in the western frontier had been expanding at a rapid pace. It spread from the western frontier all the way to the northern frontier. When the Grand Duke of the northern frontier heard that a new church wanted to spread its doctrine there, he was furious. The first temple that the Church of Creation built in the northern frontier was surrounded by the Grand Duke's forces personally led by him. However, when he stepped inside the temple he laid eyes on the statue at once. Good heavens, wasn't that his precious daughter? Since when had she become a deity? The intelligence he had received previously only said that a new church had been built in the western frontier and had driven out the Church of Light. It had been established under the personal leadership of Grand Duke Bosting of the western frontier. He had been wondering what had gotten into Bosting that he would touch something as sensitive as divine faith and even found a church over it. Could it be that one of his children had been chosen by some deity? Yet now he was being told that the deity worshipped by this Church of Creation was his own precious daughter. In the end the Grand Duke of the North tore down the temple all the same, then gathered even more hands to expand it. His precious daughter was in the north, and the temple on his own land ought to be far more luxurious than the one in Funwu City in the western frontier. Not only that, the Grand Duke of the North had to have a hand in the construction of temples in every other region of the north, which greatly accelerated the pace. Thanks to the mages it took only a few days to build a temple, and the Temple of Light that had originally been in the northern border region was forced to withdraw. This dealt a severe blow to the Church of Light. Now the Church's main strength was concentrated in the Imperial City and the eastern frontier. The old nobles of the southern frontier would never allow the Church to wrest away their power. That was why Aira found Mohawk's idea utterly laughable. Look how thoroughly the Church of Light had been suppressed, yet here he was still talking about killing Durko and carving out an empire of his own. What would a little girl like you understand? The Church's power and its accumulated heritage are beyond your imagination. Mohawk blustered, fierce in tone but quaking within as he scrambled hastily to his feet. Enough. I have heard enough of your barking. Lastly, take him into custody. You dare touch me. Every knight in Egula City has already been deployed around this inn. At my command they will charge in. You couldn't even escape my Egula City. Wearing the expression of a man who had already won, he looked at Aira and continued gesturing with his hand. Of course, if you come to me and side with the Church, I can have my knights let you go, though your knights will still have to die. His beady eyes locked directly on Ayla's chest. Veins bulged in Lastly's hand as he gripped his sword, and his battle aura erupted uncontrollably. You bastard! How dare you speak to Her Majesty the Queen like that? The Frost Demon greatsword was drawn ready to cut Mohawk down. Lastly, calm down. We should make his death worth more than this. If you slay him now, don't you think that would be letting him die too quickly? Lastly immediately withdrew his sword. Yes, your majesty. But his eyes, blazing with murderous intent, remained fixed on Mohawk. Reg was hardly any better. As the knight Captain Aira had brought out from the north, his bond with her went far deeper than Lastly's. But he knew his liege lady's temperament. If she had not lost her temper yet, then she must have a plan of her own, and he could only swallow the fury churning in his chest. Ha ha ha. You still want me dead? I told you at a single word from me even those two cannot protect you and get you out of this city. Escape. Do you think I need to escape? Crack. A streak of electric light turned into a blade and slashed at Mohawk's legs. Blood gushed as both lower legs were severed cleanly at the knees. Ah! Mohawk opened his mouth to scream as the sudden searing pain struck him. Tears and snot streamed down his face, yet not a sound escaped his throat. Aira hugged her arms and rubbed them. The look Mohawk had just given her made her skin crawl. Even Durko had never looked at her that way. It made her feel positively revolted. Honestly, if you had simply accepted my judgment, none of this would have happened. But you just had to provoke me. Aira had drained the space around Mohawk into a vacuum. It was trained only around his head, preventing any sound from escaping. Mohawk tremblingly slid his hand into his pocket and drew out a pocket watch. The next instant his entire body was locked in place by Aira, and the pocket watch was already in her hand. Mohawk looked at her in terror and despair. So this is your trump card? A signal device. She crushed the pocket watch in her hand. A moment earlier Mohawk had been despairing, now a sinister grin broke over his face. You seem rather happy. Don't be impatient, you'll soon know why. Lastly shot out the door along with the 10 knights who had been summoned ahead of time. As soon as they went out, they found themselves surrounded by more than 20 knights. Among them were even 2 4th-rank Grand Knights. Despite being outnumbered, Lastly's side showed no fear. All 10 of his knights were 4th-rank Grand Knights, and Lastly himself unleashed the battle aura pressure of a 6th-rank Grand Knight. In an instant those knights were frozen in place as if a mountain had come crashing down on them. Nobody move. We are here on General Senkitu's orders to guard Her Majesty the Queen. Yet you surround this place with weapons. Are you plotting to murder the Queen and betray the Empire? One of the 10 knights stepped forward and shouted. The knights surrounding the inn exchanged glances. These were the knights who had escorted Mohawk away the previous day, knights he had secretly raised and trained with his own money. Many had been children from the church tempered through harsh training into knights. The two fourth-rank Grand Knights were precisely such cases. They had not taken the other party's warning about the Empire seriously, but Liasli's battle aura pressure as a sixth-rank Grand Knight could not be ignored. Liasli pinned down more than 20 men while the 10 knights swiftly stepped forward to bind them. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered around. Mohawk plotted with the church to murder the queen, and these subordinate knights are all accomplices. By the laws of the Empire I now arrest you all pending judgment. Liasli was but one link in the spreading of the news. Unsurprisingly, within the span of a single noon, the rumor that Mohawk had colluded with the church and tried to murder the queen had spread throughout the city. The residents of the northern district reacted particularly fiercely. When Aira had Mohawk and the others loaded onto the prisoner wagon, she deliberately ordered the driver to detour through the northern district and make a full circuit before heading to the imperial city. The gaps in the wagon's cage were quite wide. Stone shards of glass and even broken blades were hurled from the crowd at the prisoners. The knights could at least muster a little battle aura to protect themselves. Mohawk, whose legs Aira had severed, was now as helpless as a cripple with no way to dodge. His meager spiritual power was even less capable of protecting him. Amid the curses and abuse of the northern residents, the wagon reached the north gate, circled around and returned to the south gate. Then it drove out of Agila city. At night, just as Aira was about to have dinner, the statue of the god of light began to shimmer with light. Viscount Mohawk, how did it go? What of the queen? When the communication connected, a figure appeared and the other party seemed eager to learn what had become of Aira. Hello there, Bishop. Half a month without seeing you, how I have missed you. The man in the image was none other than the bishop who had been driven out of that temple in the western frontier. How can it be you? Surprised to see me? Oh right, perhaps if Mohawk were standing before you at this moment that would better accord with your expectations. A flicker of mockery drifted across Aila's face. You little girl, don't think that simply because you become queen you're anything so special. The church is not a force you can afford to offend. The god of light will sooner or later rain divine punishment down upon you. The bishop cursed in frustrated fury, yet when he met Aila's utterly uninterested gaze he only felt a lump of stifled rage stuck in his chest, impossible to let out. Enough. Divine punishment from the god of light, you say? Among you people of the Church of Light, how many genuinely believe in him? Don't tell me you knew nothing of Wairsi's offerings to the god of defiled light. Hade once said that every month you drag off more than a dozen commoners. I never settled accounts with you before, but don't think this matter has blown over. The bishop, his furious expression unchanged, immediately denied it outright slander. This is slander. The god of light loves all living beings, how could he ever do such a thing? The god of light is the god of light. Your church does not represent the god of light, or perhaps your Church of Light might as well rename itself the Church of Defiled Light. After all, I've only met a few of your high-ranking members and it seems not a single one of them truly believes in the god of light. Aila mulled it over. This bishop, whether in himself or in his underlings, since he had chosen to act or to turn a blind eye, he was inevitably tied to the god of defiled light in some way. Wairsi went without saying. As for Archbishop Bashika being able to find a follower of the god of defiled light a place in the royal palace, Aila would not believe there was no connection behind that. Nonsense. Every last person in the church is the most loyal believer of the god of light. Then what about Wairsi? That was an accident. Then why do you two make sacrifices of human lives? You're spouting nonsense. Seeing that Aila kept seeking opportunities to coax him into speaking, the bishop hastily sneered, the royal family has long since rotted. With that tyrant Duruk on the throne, the empire will not endure much longer. I advise you to keep your hands off the church's light reform. With that he cut off the communication. Aila curled her lips. What a pity she hadn't managed to make the man admit his own crimes. Had she recorded it with a magic crystal and played it out loud, that would have been another kind of fun. But the light reform. She had never seen any mention of a light reform in the original book. Could it be that this reform was simply about letting the church replace the royal family's position and then spreading the Church of Light's doctrine throughout the empire? This point, however, was reflected in the book. The church's power within the empire had been expanding all along, and by the final ending the church had already seized control of more than half the empire. In the late phase, Charsi likewise received the church's support. The old noble faction was crushed outright and the Southlands were consequently pocketed by the church. Although the story had come to a close with Charsi becoming the new emperor, thinking back now, the moment of his coronation was probably the very moment he became a puppet propped up by the church. After all, by the end of the war Charsi's subordinates had been nearly all killed or wounded, hired Aira and the rest had likewise died in battle. She couldn't work out what the light reform truly was, but Aira seemed to have discovered something far more intriguing. Hired Aira and the others were all counted as talents under the male lead's command, only now they were all on her own side. Then what of the men Duruk had cultivated himself? Hired Aira and the others died in wars against Duruk, meaning that among those Duruk nurtured himself there were certainly some who were no less accomplished than they. Who could it be? Aira was racking her brains when the magic crystal at her side lit up again. Old what is it this time? Duruk's sword-shaped brows quirked slightly. What was with this little girl's impatient tone? Had he done something to offend her? What's the matter? Why so impatient? Duruk's tone carried a fondness so faint that Aira failed to perceive it. Thinking of course. Aila's eyes brightened. Wasn't the very person right in front of her? Old besides Yelejuo, is there anyone else you trust or anyone you consider a talent of exceptional promise? There is. Duruk replied without the slightest hesitation. Is there? Who? Aira was just hoping that the name Duruk might speak would stir some memory of her own. Then she heard him say you. I certainly trust the queen very much. Aila's face fell. Then besides me. Yelejuo doesn't count and neither does Senkitu. Who else do you trust the most? Duruk understood, this little girl must have thought of something once more, only she couldn't recall the name and the person was certainly connected to him. He sank into deliberation. Only after a long while did he open his mouth again. Kellybuyer counts as half, I suppose. The gloom on Aila's face brightened into delight. Kellybuyer had served as Duruk's agent since he reclaimed the Eastlands, turning that territory into the Empire's golden pocket and supplying ample financial support for Duruk's military development. When Charsi returned to the Eastlands seeking to muscle into the trade with the neighboring Gursa kingdom, she had become a colossal obstacle. She was a talent who coupled a bent for management with a shrewd economic mind. Kellybuyer, splendid. Where is she now? Dihala Academy. Where is that? Whether in the book or since arriving in this world, she seemed never to have seen or heard of the place. Kushamir, at the center of the Duchy of the Southlands. And what is she doing there? That place appears to be beyond even your reach. Indeed. But Kellybuyer is a hidden agent I planted in the Southlands. The intelligence others send back is a mixture of truth and falsehood, yet I believe that the overwhelming majority of Kellybuyer's reports is genuine. Aira did not know what story lay between the two that allowed Duruk to trust Kellybuyer so deeply. Then is there truly no one you can send to replace her? You are plainly wasting her talents. I intend to have her go to the church, assist Halenwy in managing the church, and then by relying on the church and the Igizi family's trading company establish a trading company of the royal family's own. Duruk listened to the little girl's plan, stroking his chin as he pondered for a moment. It can work, but whether Kellybuyer is willing to follow your plan, I cannot guarantee. An emperor like you, yet you carry so little weight. Aila's mildly disdainful tone jabbed straight into Duruk's heart. Fine, fine. You summon her back and I shall convince her. Duruk was tempted to say that this had nothing to do with being an emperor. Kellybuyer's parents had sacrificed themselves to protect the queen, his own mother, who was then pregnant with the Kana siblings. And his mother had once nearly drawn up a betrothal between him and Kellybuyer on the spot, intending to make her part of the royal family in order to protect Kellybuyer. Only Kellybuyer had refused. She and Duruk were childhood sweethearts, but she simply did not want to remain trapped within the palace. Before Aila came, all those entering or leaving the palace had to be reported. Without permission none could pass in or out. Yet where Aila was concerned, that decree became null and void. Co-rule, a lovely phrase indeed, but with an emperor unwilling to share power and ministers refusing to accept co-rule, it was nothing more than a joke. Especially since Kellybuyer, once she came in, was a consort rather than a queen. Very well, I will call her back later. Whether she will serve you depends on you. I know. By the way, when are you coming back? It had only been 3 days since Aila left, yet Delco already knew what it meant to count every day like years. What's the hurry? With you cooped up in the imperial capital, someone has to patrol the realm. Otherwise, how would you ever come to understand the empire? Then when Kolbel returns, are you going to have her report to you? Aila pondered for a moment. That made sense. Talents should naturally be treated as talents. Fine, then wait until I finish surveying the area around Egura city before I come back. Delco's words lodged in his throat. Could he really admit that he just wanted Aila to hurry home? Never mind. Surveying the cities, towns and villages across the realm wasn't a bad idea. At least he could learn which places belonged to the church and which were the domains of the old nobility. Oh right. I've already sent Mohawk to you. Remember to do it at the marketplace where the crowd is thickest. Firmly establish his crime of colluding with the church to murder me, then kill him. I know. You should be careful out there too. Are you joking? If you had witnessed my invincible power you would be telling them to be more careful instead. Seeing the little girl's triumphant manner, Delco's smile grew even warmer. By the way, a letter arrived today from Duke Boston. The church temples in the western frontier have basically all been established. What remains is slowly developing believers. So Duke Boston wants to send someone to bring back another batch of life potions. Fine. It spread that fast. Far quicker than I expected. Ayla marveled. She had thought it would take at least half a year to cover the entire western frontier. It had taken Duke Boston less than half a month to finish everything, which truly surprised her. Indeed, on a fief the efficiency you achieved all depended on whether the local duke was willing to cooperate. Also, the northern frontier has already begun building temples. Your father personally recruited people to construct one for you. Father. In this world Ayla had only stayed in the northern frontier for 3 days. That so-called father of hers was always too busy to be seen and she had hardly met him. She had however seen her so-called mother quite often. And then there was the brother who had come as part of the package. But she had none of the original body's memories and everyone simply assumed she had hit her head and lost them. At the time Ayla had not paid them much attention. Apart from her mother whose otherworldly beauty made her feel unusually close, neither her so-called father nor her brother had left much of an impression on her. And now her so-called father was helping her build a temple. Was he a true doting father or was there some political calculation behind it? Fine. I might as well make a trip back to the northern frontier sometime soon. Ayla nodded slightly. As for that batch of life potions for Boston, just take some from the imperial reserves. They would only sit unused anyway. Alright, I'll share some with them. Wait. Whose blanket are you using? Ayla suddenly noticed that a corner of the blanket Delco had pulled over himself looked very familiar. The Queen's, of course. When you're not here it's the only thing that can keep me company. A chill ran up Ayla's spine from the base of her tailbone. No wonder after I returned my blanket smelled like you. Are you some kind of pervert? Pervert? What's that? Delco looked puzzled. It means someone like you. Do you understand that this is harassment? Harassment? No matter. I never harass anyone else. This is exclusively for you. A triumphant grin hung on Delco's face. Damn it. I'm done with you. Can't you go bother Helly and Fiel or something? Why do you keep fixating on me? I've told you before. The crown prince who will inherit the throne can only be born from you. The two stared at each other in silence. Ayla was furious yet utterly helpless. Delco's eyes however were resolute. It was in his view the best choice and the one he had decided upon. Honestly, Ayla had a high tolerance for Delco. He was also the one male she found least objectionable. But that did not mean she was willing to be toyed with. His kisses were already the limit of what she could endure. I'm tired. Going to sleep. With those words the communication image cut off. Delco felt a pang of loss. The little girl's resistance to him seemed to have intensified. Just a few days ago everything had been fine. It truly seemed they should not be apart for too long. After only 3 days she was already resisting him this much. He began weighing whether he should dump all his governmental affairs on Aegis and Ivanhoe. Perhaps he should simply go find Ayla. After a fierce internal struggle he suppressed the impulse. In 5 days Halenwy had also gathered a fair amount of evidence, especially from that same night when 2 magical beast gathering grounds had erupted simultaneously and the church had left behind some loose ends. Those threads were now firmly in Halenwy's grasp. It was also time to get her away from the church as soon as possible. Moreover, someone had to remain in the imperial capital to control the sporadic small-scale magical beast rampages. The church had temples in many cities as well, so naturally they would not push things too far. If the magical beasts trampled a city flat, who would still believe their claim that the radiant god protected them? There were also the nobles in the imperial capital restraining him, yet he in turn was the one keeping those nobles trapped inside the capital. He could not and must not step out of the imperial capital. He could only rely on Ayla to shatter this deadlock more quickly. Early the next morning Ayla arrived at Barge's door. The sound of forging from within continued without pause. Let's go. Let's take a look at the nearby towns. Senkitu left 2 knights and a magical automotive behind, then drove Ayla toward a small town east of Aira city. What is this? Why is this town so barren? Ayla saw vast stretches of wasteland with no one tending the crops. Most of the houses in the town were still made of wood, many with holes in them, and the buildings themselves looked quite old. The faces of the residents were filled with numbness and pallor. How could a village so close to a city like Aira have fallen into such destitution? Your Highness, it was Viscount Mohawk colluding with the church that extorted the residents here into this state. Extortion? How do you know about this? Ayla looked at the knight who was explaining while driving. I was originally a garrison knight of Aira city. It was only when the general summoned the knight orders that I temporarily left. I didn't expect to return so soon, so the general asked me to stay. Listening to the knight's explanation, Ayla nodded. So what did you mean by extortion? 3 years ago during the autumn harvest the church spread a curse here. Not against people though, against the crops. At that time the city happened to be buying wheat. Mohawk colluded with the church and had several commoners eat the cursed wheat. Within days they dropped dead. The residents couldn't sell their grain, so Mohawk bought it up at rock-bottom prices. The church only needed to purify it lightly and it became grain at normal prices again, even premium-priced grain after receiving the purification ritual. In the year before last and last year the residents refused to accept it and kept planting. Mohawk and the church tricked them again with the same method and took the grain at low prices. I heard this 2 months ago when one of Mohawk's knights let it slip while drunk. It was too late for me to learn, otherwise I would have reported it long ago. The knight even made sure to express his loyalty at the end. Ayla fell silent after hearing all this, countless thoughts swirling in her mind. Enlighten the common folk. Enlighten their minds. It had to be done. A few academies alone would not be enough. To enlighten the people there must be civil examinations. Just as a wave of court ministers had been swept out, it was the perfect time to recruit common-born geniuses which could also restrain the influence of the old nobility to a certain extent. But the key point was not restraint. It was to make people like those in this town develop a sense of skepticism and vigilance when something like this happened. There also had to be reforms to the imperial system across the provinces so that no noble lord could cover the sky with one hand in any single place. Perhaps the church would prove a worthy proxy. The temple networks of the Western Territories had long been established, each sanctuary a landmark, countless temples woven into one vast web. Extending basic education across the Western Territories likewise seemed worthwhile, just a little elementary knowledge, battle chi cultivation methods and meditation arts along with some popular understanding of curses. After all, the temples would soon welcome a chosen one of the holy light. Halenwy after all commands the most powerful purification magic, far stronger than anything the church currently possesses. Should anyone wish to learn simple purification magic, a modest sum of money would suffice. After all, the Church of Creation's operations did not come without cost. As for teachers, Ayla had already settled that the Empire's academies had been open for so many years, yet only a scant few had ever made it into the royal palace hall. Those civilian students who had graduated could simply be brought in as teachers, that was the post where they truly belonged. As for equality for all, Ayla gave it no thought. In this world, setting aside status and setting aside wealth, the one thing closest to every individual was power. To advocate equality for all, to seat a divine mage side by side with a first-rank magic apprentice and preach equality, that would undoubtedly lead to grave trouble. All Ayla could do was maintain the necessary order and a measure of relative fairness, at the very least to ensure that a situation like this town's would never come to pass again. Why is it that most people here are elderly with not a single able-bodied young person to be seen? All along the way these people, in age and spirit, were just like the houses about to rot away, candles guttering in the wind. Probably because they couldn't pay this year's taxes and were dragged off as slaves. If next year's taxes still go unpaid, these old people will be dragged off into slavery too. Ayla was further enraged. After wringing out all their value, they meant to wring out the people themselves as well. This was utterly beyond the pale. Slavery, however, was not something she could reform now. The moment she touched it, the interests of 98 of the nobles, from dukes on high to barons below, would be shaken. Even if reform were needed, it could only be carried out after the eastern and southern territories were secured. By then the empire would issue policies and the church would push forward on the ground, both prongs working in tandem. But the immediate problem was still unsolved. This town was in such a state, and from the knight's words it seemed the disaster had not stricken only this one place. Aira city and its surroundings had probably all been affected. What this place needed was an outside force, a powerful one that could restore prosperity to Aira city and its neighboring lands. Let's go, on to the next place, Ayla ordered. This place needed grain and it needed money even more. Without money there was no point in talking about getting the economy flowing. Perhaps the work for relief program from her homeland was a viable solution. Ayla quietly recorded it in her little notebook. But the main priority was to keep these people alive and to retrieve the able-bodied young people who had been taken as slaves for unpaid debts. One day 3 towns 11 villages. The conditions were much the same everywhere, only the 2 or 3 villages that had always been poor were left untouched. And the road conditions, the infrastructure in her homeland was obvious to all while the infrastructure here was simply atrocious. The roads were broken and muddy just like back then at Minghun Ridge in the Western Territories. Only the streets of the imperial capital were still halfway presentable. Strictly speaking, although the technological side of this world leaned toward magic, it had never developed road paving wonders such as cement or asphalt. Yet there were no fewer than 10 kinds of magic capable of altering the terrain and shaping smooth flat roads, and still not one had ever been used for paving. Back in Aira city, Aira first bought a batch of grain from the trading houses in the city, entrusted the important task of delivering it to the residents of the northern quarter and paid them wages. A group of them delivered the grain to the surrounding towns and villages that very night. Though limited, it was enough to ease the most pressing need. While delivering the grain, the northern quarter residents did not forget to advertise how Her Majesty the Queen had covered the rear for them, the commoners, during the magical beast riot, the miraculous power she had displayed in the fireball reign of mid-tier magical beasts. It earned Ayla a considerable surge of prestige. That night Ayla went to find Delco again. Fights aside, squabbles aside, serious matters could not be neglected. Doesn't Aegis's family have a merchant guild? Yes, there is one, but Halenwy and Kellybell have yet to take up their posts. It's too early to call on them. This has nothing to do with those two. I want the Sidegeli family to take over Aira city. Ayla played the footage she had recorded that afternoon for Delco. This region has been exploited far too harshly by that Kermohuk. Left to fend for itself, who knows how many years it would take to recover. Delco frowned. Indeed, the arrival of Sidegeli would expedite the recovery. But the cost of such an investment would be enormous. Although Sidegeli, like Aegis, was one of his supporters, dragging an entire merchant guild down into such a fire pit would inevitably breed resentment. It would open a rift between him and Sidegeli, and even Aegis. That's true. Your idea is good, but Sidegeli is not a charity. They still have a merchant guild to sustain and the royal palace's expenditures to cover. The money the palace receives has been decreasing of late, you should know that too. Ayla knew, of course. She had been taking from the treasury until it was nearly empty. Naturally they wouldn't be helping for nothing, the Empire will also give them policy support. Ayla showed Delco the general framework she had thought up over the afternoon. In short, with the Hongyue wasteland nearby, there would be no shortage of mercenaries here. The Empire would also deliberately channel people toward this area. Moreover, the Empire would establish a royal merchant guild, listing the Sidegeli Merchant Guild as the foremost royal guild guaranteed by the crown. All the Sidegeli Merchant Guild had to do was turn Aira city together with the surrounding towns and villages into an economic zone. With the Hongyue wasteland, a place fairly abundant in magical beast resources, acting as the source, it was a guaranteed profit with no risk of loss. The crown would also reduce or waive the commercial taxes and personal levies of the region. After reading it, Delco gave a slight nod. Good, then I'll discuss it with Aegis tomorrow. And have you summoned Kellybell back? Of course I did. How could I deliberately delay a task Your Majesty had ordered? She should be back in about 3 days. All right. I'll go see how much longer Barg still needs for his forging. Once he's finished we'll return. Ayla lay at ease on the large bed. A knock came from outside the door. Your Highness, Barg is here. Ayla's eyes lit up. Without ending the call, she picked up the magic crystal and went out. Come broaden your horizons, see how mighty a weapon forged by a divine smith can be. Soon enough Barg, his face rosy and full of warmth, stood up eagerly to greet Ayla. Your Highness, I have not failed my mission. Barg offered up a pitch-black longsword with both hands. SSS. Isn't this sword's appearance a little too understated? Ayla muttered quietly. No, Your Highness. This sword recognizes its owner, only when it is anointed with blood will it reveal its true form, so this blade is at the very least a demigod artifact. Barg was exultant. Having consumed such a large piece of dragon bone along with the leftover scraps of the rare materials he had hoarded over the years, it was after all a resounding success. It recognizes its master. If it recognizes me as its master, can anyone else still use it? Of course not. In your hands it can fully unleash its power, in anyone else it is nothing but scrap iron. Hearing this, Ayla was thoroughly satisfied. Do you want a sword? Delco was stunned by her words. This weapon was at least a semi-divine artifact. After all, the only semi-divine artifact in the royal palace was a suit of armor passed down from Delco's great-grandfather. It was said that it had only become a semi-divine artifact after a dwarven master smith forged it and high elves blessed it. Now a weapon even more precious than the family heirloom armor was right before Aira, and yet the first thing she asked was whether he wanted it. Even at the very least this is a semi-divine artifact. Doesn't your majesty the queen want it? Me? Aira placed one hand on her hip. Even without this weapon I'm still the strongest. Could this be? Bard looked at the image of Delco floating above the magic crystal in Ayla's hand. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Delco, Emperor of the Lyarkoya Empire. Aira held the magic crystal closer to Barg. I greet your majesty. Barg was excited, true, but not as excited as he had been when he forged the sword. Barg, I am very glad to meet you. This sword indeed proves your ability. Your majesty is too kind. I already know the terms the queen has stated. Rest assured, whatever the queen has said I will not refuse. Barg was somewhat taken aback. Even if one searched every ancient book, there were not many emperors who would trust their queen this much. Then I thank your majesty. So do you want this sword or not? It is Barg's proudest work after all. Yes, of course I do. Delco's smile was radiant. What could be more joyful than the one you love giving you a semi-divine artifact? And I want the queen to bring it back for me. Ah, that's nothing. Barg spoke at this point. Your majesty, when it recognizes its master, may I watch? Of course. You are its forger, it is only right. Well, Barg, do you have anything else to pack? If you have finished gathering your things, we return to the imperial city tomorrow. Aira had thought Barg might need a few more days before finishing, but unexpectedly he had completed the forging in just a few days. She had also thought she might wait until the Stegelite Trading Company arrived before leaving. She could only come back to inspect it later. At least she could return and wait for Carabel. I don't have much to pack. I just need to bring my tools. All right then. We depart tomorrow morning. Make sure you come early. Okay. Barg left the sword with Aira. Then he rose and went back to pack his belongings. Uncle Reg, go protect Barg for the night. I do not want him to meet with any accident on the eve of his departure. Reg nodded and went out after him. What about you? Anything else? If not, then I'll see you tomorrow. Aira asked Delco. Delco was in a wonderful mood, almost giddy. A semi-divine artifact, and tomorrow the girl would also fall into his hands. He was almost afraid he would laugh himself awake in his dreams tonight. Nothing. Get some rest. The two ended the call. Aira began meditating to cultivate. When a glimmer of light spread across the sky, she stopped her meditation. With practiced ease she allocated her points into the pestilence gem. If one could say the gems had stages, Conquest and Serenity should both be at the second stage now, while pestilence and desire still remained at the first. As her own rank improved, the portion gained through meditation also gradually increased. Now a single night of allocating points to pestilence could equal 2 nights' worth of meditation from before. The authority of flame had also improved dramatically. Moreover, Aira discovered that the authority of flame did not seem to be a simple increase in fire attributes. Instead, it manipulated the movement of molecules, causing them to become more violent. Back when she fought against the beast rampage, she had tested it on those fireballs, and the explosive force was far more powerful than the fireballs released by those foolish birds. It was also an extremely powerful attack. Compared with the Serenity gem's deathly decomposition, Pestilence's molecular agitation could make enemy attacks collapse and explode on their own. But if this were applied to a curse, it was hard to say whether it would make a person explode directly. After a few hours' journey, Aira once again set foot in the imperial city she knew so well. Delco had come specially to pick her up. And Barg. In the great hall, the charcoal black longsword was held in Delco's hand. With one hand he gripped the blade tightly and slowly drew it across his hand. Blood flowed down and covered the sword blade. One crack after another appeared on the blade as if it might shatter at any moment. Boom! Battle chi erupted from Delco's body, quite unlike Senkitu's crimson flame-like battle chi. His battle chi shifted more toward radiant gold. Yet Aira standing beside him could still feel a scorching heat. The sword body absorbed Delco's battle chi. Even Delco's battle chi reserves comparable to a sword master's were almost drained dry. A low hum sounded. The longsword's pitch-black outer shell gradually dissolved, revealing a bright gleaming blade. But Delco could not see his own face reflected in the blade. All at once, centered on Delco, the elemental forces of heaven and earth converged. They surged into the blade wildly. After quite some time, the longsword, satiated, transformed into a stream of light and rushed into Delco's body. A longsword mark quietly emerged on the back of his right hand. The artifact resides within the body. A divine artifact. Barg shouted excitedly. It wasn't that he had never imagined the sword might become a divine artifact, but the hope had been slim. A semi-divine artifact was the most likely outcome, perhaps one infinitely close to a divine artifact, but the probability was too small. Yet the truth was that the long sword he had forged had merged with Delco. That was a mark exclusive to divine artifacts. He truly had forged a divine artifact. Unlike Bard's excitement, Delco was also delighted to have a divine artifact. But this divine artifact was now using the vast elemental power it had just absorbed to nourish his body in return. His battle chi was rising at a visibly rapid pace. He had stepped across the threshold of Sword Master, and his battle chi was still rising, along with his mental strength. When his battle chi reached the limit of a Sword Master, his mental strength also finally reached the level of a 6th rank mage. A divine artifact, so this was a divine artifact. He now seemed to understand a little of what holders of the demon armor felt. The power of the demon armor, however, came at a price, so it could only be counted as a demonic equipment, never a semi-divine artifact or a divine artifact. Summoning the long sword into his hand, Delco felt a profound connection with it. When he released it, the sword soared in circles through the great hall, following his will. Although the mental energy consumption was heavy, it was nothing for someone of his 6th rank mage caliber. Bard watched the circling sword with an expression of excitement and thrill. Delco cast a glance at Aira at the side, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The longsword suddenly stopped in front of Aira, its tip pointing to the ground. Then, like a child, it flung itself into Ayla's arms. Aira hugged the huge greatsword with a thoroughly baffled look. When she suddenly saw Delco's triumphant smile, her slender brows shot up. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" She hurled the longsword out, and Delco controlled it to catch it steadily. "Bard, I truly like this sword you forged. What reward do you desire?" Delco walked down the steps and asked. "Materials, your majesty. I only want superior materials." "Very well, Eliso." Eliso stepped forward at once and awaited the order. "Take Bard to pick 3 materials from my treasury, then take him to the royal palace treasury and let him choose whatever he likes." "Yes." Eliso led Bard away. In the great hall only Aira and Delco remained, Aira, who had at some point already seated herself on the throne, looking down at him. "My queen, after all these days, did you not miss me?" "Miss you? Why would I miss you? Don't we have video calls every night?" Aira looked at him somewhat speechless. "Did you go find Igezi to discuss the Sidegeli Chamber of Commerce's investment in Agila City?" "Of course, didn't I tell you? Whatever the queen orders is naturally the most important." "So what was the result?" "Igezi had to go back and discuss it with his family. Perhaps there will be news this afternoon." Durek leaned closer to Aira. A single day apart felt like 3 autumns, this time it had been years. Looking at the young girl's rosy lips, Durek felt his heart stir. "What are you looking at me for? It's broad daylight, what are you trying to do?" Aira clearly felt the atmosphere turn wrong and hurriedly stood up from the throne. "Does the queen mean that some things can only be done at night?" "Night isn't all right either," she rushed to correct herself. "Then it has nothing to do with time." Durek pinned her to the throne. Aira had a feeling this scene was familiar. "I warn you, don't you dare act rashly." Aira mustered her spiritual power, about to flash away. But Durek caught her wrist with one hand. With a turn the position switched, Durek sat on the throne and she was held in his embrace. However, a certain stiff thing became quite obvious in that position. Aira had been male in her previous life, so how could she not know what that was? Why you let go of me? I just gave you a divine artifact. Instead of familiarizing yourself with the artifact you just obtained, why are you coming after me? In my eyes, no divine artifact is more important than the queen." Durek leaned close to Ayla's ear and whispered. As their cheeks rubbed and breaths mingled, Durek slowly neared Ayla's rosy lips. She was already on guard and immediately raised her hand to block. Yet 2 tendrils of battle chi wrapped around her hands. "Durek, you, MPH." Aira glared at him angrily. Durek's eyes showed a smile. He kept moving, trying to pry apart the young girl's teeth. Ayla's beautiful eyes widened, there was fury in them and even more shock. Durek slowly stroked her lower back, the spot he had discovered last time when he massaged Aira. A violent numbing tingle rushed from her back straight to her brain. The moment Aira let out a soft gasp and opened her mouth, Durek seized the opening. Aira wanted to push him away, but she could not summon much strength. Instead, her pushes seemed like coquettish shoves. After a long while, as their lips parted, it drew a glistening thread. Both were breathless. "You. Tonight you'll sleep by yourself. I'm going to find Mia, MPH." The words had just left her mouth when Durek pressed close again. Then he pulled away. "Still going to find her? Yes, MMPH. Still going. Are you never going to stop, MMPH? Still going. I'm not going. Won't that do? Ayla's fair and pretty face was now covered with a blush. This dog, how dare he treat her like this? Now what made her uncomfortable seemed to be Duruk's audacity, not the kiss itself. Seeing that a layer of mist had already risen in the young girl's eyes, Duruk did not continue, he only wanted to hold her quietly in his arms. Ayla seized the opportunity and flashed away. You dog. I just found a divine artifact for you and you use battle chi against me. Haha, after all this is a gift from the queen. How could I waste the queen's kindness? Duruk was now greatly elated. Watching the young girl run out in fury made him very happy. If he wanted to eat the young girl, he still had to proceed step by step. The young girl's tolerance for him was far greater than before. Duruk hummed a light tune and returned to the Hall of Governance. He needed to review a few documents to settle his mood. Ayla ran back to the bedchamber and rinsed her mouth thoroughly with water. This dog truly was getting more and more audacious. If he dared to do this to me today, tomorrow he'd dare to do that to me. I need to go out on another long trip soon, staying in the royal palace is too dangerous. Lying in bed, Ayla felt a little lost. Had she really changed? She should not be a bottom no matter what. Why, after Duruk had made so many moves on her, had she not yet beaten him to death? Was it only because he was the arch-villain in the book, or because she wanted to take over this empire without shedding a single drop of blood? Or was it because she had married him? The more she thought, the more conflicted she felt. Before long she simply fell asleep. She slept until dusk. She got up yawning. She seemed to have found that the only benefit of returning was that the bed in the bedchamber suited her. Her sleep quality had improved a lot. She rose and headed for the banquet hall. Sister Ayla, you're back. Mia, who had just finished school, ran to Ayla's side with a joyful expression and hooked her arm. Mia. Ayla's inexplicably gloomy mood after waking disappeared in an instant. It was true, a young girl like Mia was the most endearing. She really hadn't changed, she still liked pretty ones. Ha. Sister Ayla, your lips look a little swollen. Have you been having too much internal heat? Hearing Mia's words, Ayla subconsciously covered her lips. Maybe a little. It might be because I haven't been drinking much water lately. Ayla. Your Highness Ayla. Anfir and Heli came out from around the corner one after another and greeted Ayla. Oh. Ayla looked at Anfir in surprise. Anfir had originally been a 4th-rank great knight. After only a month at the academy she had actually reached the 5th rank. Anfir was the daughter of the Grand Duke of the Eastern Frontier, but the Grand Duke had too many children. Someone like Anfir was nothing more than cannon fodder sent to the royal palace as a hostage. Once the Eastern Frontier rebelled, who would care whether Anfir lived or died? Thus Anfir had no good feelings toward her nominal biological father. The two could practically be called strangers. You've already reached the 5th rank. It seems your battle chi talent is pretty good. Hee, not bad. I'm only a little bit strong. Anfir had been praised for the first time, so she was a bit shy. Sister Ayla, what about me? I'm strong too. Mia's spiritual fluctuation as a 4th-rank mage radiated outward, and a 4th-rank magic array appeared in each of her hands. 4th rank. Not bad, not bad. Mia is also very strong. Ayla thought of patting Mia on the head, but unfortunately Mia was the same height as her. Raising her hand to pat her head was a bit awkward. Ayla could only pat her on the shoulder. A mage's advancement was much more difficult than battle chi advancement. It was not enough to have sufficient spiritual power, one also had to absorb enough elemental energy and master the corresponding magic arrays. Of course it wasn't all bad. At least Mia, a 4th-rank mage, and Anfir, a 5th-rank great swordswoman, would be somewhat difficult to take down. Ayla looked at Heli and thought of Kellybuyer. Heli, in 2 days you don't need to go to the academy anymore. Ah. Yes. Heli answered in a low voice. She only thought that Ayla still considered her a ticking time bomb and that studying more would not do much good. At most she would just have to stay in the palace again. She had already been there for months and was used to it. Someone will return in a couple of days. Then you'll go with her to the western frontier to take care of the church's estates. Learning only from books won't do, you need more practice. Hearing this, Heli did not react immediately. Wait, so she wasn't going to be locked in the royal palace again after all? And what did going to the western frontier mean? Why did she have to go so far? Wait, what, church estates? Had the church been absorbed into the royal estate? No one had told me. Heli's mind had not caught up yet, but her mouth had already agreed. What are you all talking about standing here? Durk's voice came over. He appeared before them with a smile and looked down at Aira. Aira shot him a vicious glare. Durk merely let it pass with a smile, quietly praising his queen for being so pleasing to the eye even when she was angry. In Durk's eyes now it truly was a case of beauty lying in the lover's gaze. Whether Aira laughed, fumed or looked at him with disdain, she was a delight to his eyes. He even found himself savoring the feeling of being scorned by her. Once they began eating in the banquet hall, Durk said, "This afternoon Igz came to report that the Sidegeli Chamber of Commerce will urgently dispatch a shipment of supplies to Agula City within 2 days. And following the general framework you provided, they will work out the details themselves in order to build an economic zone around the Hongwe wasteland. And then with them taking care of it, the Empire also saves a good deal of manpower and resources, and they get an excellent trading hub. It's simply a win-win." Ayla's spirit soared. "Also, you should be able to see Kelly Buyer around this time the day after tomorrow." Aira gave a slight nod and said, "And Halen, why? Why haven't I heard much about her lately? Hasn't she left the Church of Light yet?" "She left yesterday. By now the Church probably senses that something has happened. I expect we'll see its wanted notice by tomorrow." "What about the Church's criminal evidence?" "I've had it put away. Once the Church posts its notice, we'll wait 2 days before releasing the evidence." Heli and the other two kept their heads down, eating in silence. They could not help feeling that Durk was like Ayla's errand boy. Aira gave the orders and Durk carried them out. It was as if Queen Aira herself were the emperor. The three said nothing, and seeing how intimate the pair was, they most likely didn't care. Both Anfeir and Mia were the sort who paid no attention to worldly matters and thought only of cultivation. Heli, however, was different. She had studied the church and the faction her father belonged to. After she came to the palace, Heli had felt that the royal house had no chance of winning, whether in strength or in influence. But now things were different. Since Ayla's arrival, the palace had begun to change. The three of them had been sent out together for further study, and every now and then new faces would appear. Most of them were especially strong. After Aira went to the western frontier, its Grand Duke Bozating openly declared his support for the emperor, adding enormous weight to Durk's side, an entire western frontier. Yesterday Durk personally oversaw Mohaki's execution, greatly lifting the royal family's prestige in the imperial city. It was said that Aira had ordered Mohaki brought back to be executed, and Durk also had people spread the word, especially around Agula City. The royal house seemed to be slowly becoming the side that held the initiative. Now they even held the church's weak spot. She had also just remembered hearing about a new church recently. It appeared to have emerged around the time Aira was in the western frontier. And since it was Aira who had her brought along to manage the church's holdings, that was almost certainly the newly risen church. One person had breathed life into the stagnant pond of the palace. All Heli could do was describe what she felt as admiration. Imagine if she too had had a queen like this during her days of decline. She would also have doted on her without end. "Old do you know where the death curse witch is?" Aira asked while gnawing on a rib. The hand Durk was reaching out to pick up food paused. "Why do you suddenly ask about that? Don't you think recruiting a witch is a good idea?" He fell silent at that. His father's death was by no means unrelated to the death curse witch's curse. But after the Wyersi affair, he also knew that the curse had likely been obtained by the church from the death curse witch. His father's curse back then had also been inseparable from the church. Somewhere in his heart he did resent the death curse which, after all, if not for that curse, his father would most likely still be alive and well. But think about it, when a loved one dies on a battlefield, would you blame the arms dealer for selling guns? It took Durk a long while to calm himself before he spoke. "Fine. But if she ever breaks the Empire's laws, I will kill her." Aira patted Durk on the back twice. "I know it's hard on you, but she really is a fine blade. With her you can throw that curse onto the Archbishop and let the church taste their own curse." Durk raised an eyebrow. That did sound good, making the church pay blood for blood, and with the very curse it knew best. "Fine. But do you know where she is?" "I don't. But she should be in the Empire. Maybe she's even in the Imperial City, since the central sanctuary of the Church of Light is here. If they traded with the death curse which, this place was likely. Didn't you say that when Wyersi crushed a bead back then that was the curse? The Imperial City is a likely bet." "About that. I might have a clue about the death curse witch. It's only a faint clue, and I'm not sure," Mia said timidly, feeling a little cowed by Durk's presence. "A clue? Mia, have you seen the death curse witch?" Aira asked. "No, but a few days ago after class I saw lots and lots of inky black things crawling all over a person. Those were probably magical elements. Since my affinity for light elements is relatively high, I'm particularly sensitive to dark elements. Dark elements HM. Ayla considered this. A chaos-side evil god would in theory indeed lean toward dark elements. Darkness involved erosion, devouring curses, dissolution, and even poison. Do you remember what she looked like? Mia's eyes swiveled around twice before she answered. She was an older sister with purple hair, very thin and very frail. How tall? Ayla continued. About the same height as Sister Heli. Ayla looked at Heli and the latter tactfully stood up as a comparison. About 1.78 m then. Mia, where did you see her? At the marketplace, the one on the north side of the academy. Good. Starting tomorrow I'll bring Mia with me to stake her out. Ayla had just finished eating, so she stood up and announced it. I'll also do my best to look for her. Mia replied quietly. Ayla's heart nearly melted at the sight. Old I'm going to sleep with Mia tonight. Ha. He narrowed his eyes and gave Ayla a dangerous look. What are you looking at? I'm going to sleep at Mia's so you can have the bed to yourself tonight. Ayla refused to so much as glance at his expression. She turned around, went back to the bedchamber, grabbed her little blanket and returned to Mia's room. At 9 o'clock, just as Ayla and Mia were about to go to sleep, a knock came at Mia's door. Who could that be at this hour? Ayla opened the door impatiently. Mia also looked toward the doorway. A sturdy arm reached and pulled Ayla away without a word and conveniently shut the door behind them. Mia's bedroom fell silent at once. The only sounds were Ayla's cries growing fainter down the corridor. Dirk, put me down right now. Dirk strode back to the bedchamber in long hurried strides, Ayla slung over his shoulder. He tossed her onto the bed. Ayla's little quilt still lay in Mia's room, but it was far too dangerous to fetch now. Wrapping herself in Dirk's quilt, she rolled herself up like a caterpillar. Olda, I think we might have some kind of misunderstanding. The girl buried her head beneath the quilt, her voice muffled. Dirk was practically amused into exasperation. When angry she called him by his full name, when guilty she called him Olda. Don't curl up in there. Come out. He patted the caterpillar in front of him. No way. I'm sure you're up to no good. Dirk narrowed his eyes. Ignoring Ayla's caterpillar form, he pulled her into a tight embrace and started to sleep. Don't hold me, MMPH. Ayla had just poked her head out to protest when Dirk captured her and pried her jaws open. After ravaging the girl's pink lips for half an hour, he finally released her. Ayla learned what it meant to be hoisted by her own petard. Wrapped up as a caterpillar, she couldn't even push Dirk away. She could clearly feel her lips beginning to swell and her mouth was full of Dirk's taste. Stop, stop, stop. I'm sorry, okay? I shouldn't have gone to Mia, don't kiss me anymore. She drew in her neck and apologized with a wronged, aggrieved expression. Then come out. No. Ayla was no fool, she knew the difference between talking with her lips and getting eaten. Then I'll just continue. No, they're already swollen. Ayla hastily cried out to stop him. Then what should we do? A mistake must have a punishment. Ayla's delicate brows knitted. You still dare to punish me? Wait, haven't you already punished me? She pouted her swollen pink lips. Not enough. That was only compensation, not punishment. Or is my queen refusing to acknowledge what she promised me this morning? Of course I acknowledge what I said. But you broke your word. What's to be done about that? Dirk looked straight into Ayla's eyes. Then what do you want to do? Ayla had been full of confidence a second ago, but the next moment her voice turned weak. The fire you started, it's only right that you put it out. The night passed in a flash. Dirk rarely stayed in bed, but he lingered that morning because Ayla had dragged him into massaging her right arm. Even after a few hours of reprieve, her arm was still aching. As the one who had profited, Dirk was in a splendid mood, happily kneading the girl's arm. I'm telling you just this once. If you ever dare do that again, I'll break it off. Ayla closed her eyes, enjoying Dirk's massage. Break it off. Then the queen's happiness would be ruined. The man wore a faint smile, thoroughly pleased. Who wants that happiness? You only want to bed me, and I'm not falling for it. Dirk chuckled. Whether she fell for it was not something the little girl could decide on her own. In the past month or so, from not even allowing a touch to kissing, and even the girl's tolerance for him was rising with terrifying speed. After massaging for nearly 10 minutes, Dirk stopped and began to dress. All right, it's late enough already. I'll give you another massage when I come back tonight. I haven't agreed to that today. Tonight I'm going to find Mia. Duruk already at the door paused. He came back, leaned down beside Ayla's face and gave her a light kiss. My lady, if you wish to experience your husband's embrace, there's no need to resort to such tricks. Experience. Experience my foot. Ayla kicked him out with one foot. Duruk, quick of eye and hand, caught Ayla's ankle. He planted another kiss on her instep. Eek. Ayla hastily snatched her foot back. Go, disgusting. She turned over and Duruk began his day's work in excellent spirits. Ayla couldn't say just what was stirring in her heart. The first comfort she had given in this world had actually gone to Duruk. My poor five-fingered maidens, I've done you wrong. She had thought she would be so disgusted that she'd throw up, but in reality it was bearable, just as off-putting as kissing Duruk. It was nowhere near revolting. In her past life she had done plenty of handiwork. But doing it for another person was the first time in either lifetime. Ayla patted her face, got out of bed and kicked aside the crumpled paper balls on the floor. She still had to go stake out someone with Mia, so she couldn't rest any longer. As soon as she stepped out, Heli and her two companions appeared in the banquet hall neatly dressed. Why is everyone here? Is it a holiday? No, Sister Ayla. Envoys from the southern border have arrived and were required to attend. Mia explained. Southern border. Ayla was puzzled. She hadn't even started planning against the southern border, so why were these people here? If they were here to beg for mercy, it was far too early. The chief envoy from the southern border, Ueli Yasfu, seems to be after the life potion. Oh. After the life potion. That made things interesting. She wondered whether he was truly after the Church of Creation or after her. Where are they now? How far have they gotten? The Vanguard delegation is currently having an audience with His Majesty. As for Ueli Yasfu, he's still behind them. Ayla shot Heli a strange look. They were inside the palace, yet Heli seemed to know everything. Actually, I have a tiny little network of contacts in the academy. I asked them to gather this information for me. Heli said, a little embarrassed. My goodness, in just over a month you've built an intelligence network. Give you half a year and you'd ascend to heaven. Ayla suddenly began to question whether her decision had been right. Perhaps Heli was better suited to espionage after all. But on intelligence matters the Sidegeli Chamber of Commerce was more than sufficient. It was just that only Duruk could see the reports, not her. So you're all waiting for this Yasfu fellow? Yes. After all, he is His Majesty's cousin. We cannot lose etiquette in the greeting. Heli's explanation only made Ayla want to groan in annoyance. She had been all set to lie in wait for the death curse witch, and now this had to spring up. Wasn't it simply wasting time? 3 consorts and Her Majesty the Queen. His Majesty requests you to wait in the Great Hall. The 3 moved at once. Ayla didn't move, so the 3 looked at her with eager eyes. Sigh, let me see which blind fool has come to waste my time. Ayla had no liking for Duruk's so-called cousin, or indeed any of his kin. A relative who wouldn't lend a hand when Duruk was at his lowest could hardly be a good relative. She marched at the front, fierce and imposing. Soon she arrived at the Great Hall. Yaiwinir and Nijizi stood on either side of Duruk, who was seated on the throne. Seeing Ayla and Heli's group, both bowed in greeting. Your Majesty, since that is the case, it's time for you to come with me to the palace gates to welcome His Highness Ueli Yasfu. What? You want us to welcome that so-called Seifu? Have you lost your mind? Guards dragged this half-asleep old man out and behead him. Hearing Aila's shout, Lei Gu immediately rushed in with his men. Wait. The heir Ku stood up, walked over to Aila and led her to sit on the throne. Don't you think it would be better to kill him in front of Ueli Yasfu once he arrives? Aila was instantly tempted and looked at the heir Ku. With those thick brows and big eyes, one might take him for an honest fellow. Who could have guessed his mind was even darker than her own? Fine, I'll do as you say. Uncle Lei Gu, first take him aside and gag him. I don't want to hear his barking right now. Lei Gu received the order. With nothing at hand to stop the old man's cursing mouth, he had to requisition a knight's sock. It was the kind that had just been taken off and was still steaming. Go arrange a squad of knights to welcome the Southern Territories party in front of the palace. The heir Ku said casually. You've really outdone yourself to be such a spineless emperor. The heir Ku's tactic was indeed a deadly blow to the soul, but it did not change Aila's opinion of him as an emperor lacking spine. Hey, it's been like this ever since before my queen came. I've almost gotten used to it. Aila thought of how in the book the heir Ku swept across the eastern frontier in 3 years, and during those 3 years he had endured to the extreme. Later, after pacifying the eastern frontier and the southern territory, the taste of victory turned the heir Ku moody and unpredictable. He no longer needed to suppress himself. But this was only speaking to a change in temperament. After suppressing for too long, things easily go wrong, that's only natural. It did not affect his governance of the empire. It was merely to form a contrast with the male lead Cha Er Sieg. The book depicted the Ku's cruelty to his ministers to highlight it. If you endured before I came and you still endure after I came, then didn't I come for nothing? Listen to me, lift your head high, give me a gaze that looks down on the world, then go at him and be done with it. Aira waved her pink fist, speaking viciously. All right, I'll listen to my wife. The Ku looked at Aira, his heart filled with warmth. Behind them, Mia held a magic book to her face, covering half of it, her eyes sparkling as she watched the two. So this is what it's like between husband and wife. Anfea was thick-skinned and didn't feel anything unusual, she only found Aila's approach quite satisfying. The three continued listening as Aira spoke. I need to correct you on one point. What? When working, call me by my title. Don't call me wife or any of that, it's not serious enough. The Ku was taken aback. It seemed this young girl had never called him your majesty or emperor before, had she? Then my queen, what should I call you? Old Da. The Ku closed his eyes, he knew he had heard it. Alas, don't mind such details. Just remember to address me by my title during work. Listening to Aila's words, the Ku scratched his head. The girl's double standards were really impossible for him to dislike. Perhaps in public he was more used to the name Old Da. As for when she called him by his real name, it was most likely in the bedchamber. Your Majesty, the envoy from the Southern Territory has arrived. A knight entered to report. A loud flamboyant voice came from outside the door. The Ku, long time no see. As the brother of me Yuli Yasei-fu, you didn't even come out to welcome me. The newcomer walked into the hall with a complaining tone. Looking up, he saw a girl sitting on the throne, and the Ku was unexpectedly on the other side of her. Old Da, watch carefully and learn well. I'll demonstrate it for you personally. All right, I'll watch the queen's performance. The Ku sat down on the smaller queen's seat beside the throne. No way, the Ku, as an emperor you would actually yield the throne to a woman. Shut up. Did I permit you to step into this hall? Legu, throw him out. Aira deliberately mobilized the battle chi in her body, her voice rising considerably. Yes. Without a second word, Legu led his men to drive Yuli Yasei-fu out. You are nothing but knights, dogs kept by us. Who gave you the gall to touch me? Legu didn't care what he was barking about. Since Aira had given the order, his only task was to carry it out. With one kick, Yuli Yasei-fu along with the several knights behind him flew out of the hall. The few scattered attendants were also thrown out by the other knights. The Ku, do you just stand there and watch this yellow-haired girl treat your own brother this way? Does this not betray the blood ties between us? Yuli Yasei-fu hadn't expected this. He had gone to great lengths to persuade his father, Prince Ka-ai. Prince Ka-ai was different from Ka-na, though both were Princess Ka-ai and the Ku's father were close brothers. Whether in political influence, power, or the line of succession, he was far below Ka-na. Regrettably, most of the Southern Territory's nobles, even the Grand Duke of the Southern Territory, were inclined to side with Ka-ai. It was simply that they had not yet made a public declaration. Ka-ai was already in his 40s, and he wanted to test whether the life elixir could make him younger. After all, the creation church proclaimed Aira to be the reincarnation of the goddess of life. Yuli Yasei-fu had expended great effort to snatch this quota. He had only come to mock the Ku, the emperor. He also wanted to see if there was any profit to be gained from the life elixir. Unexpectedly, no sooner had he arrived than he was thrown out of the hall by a pack of knights. What a sheer humiliation! He cursed vociferously outside the door. Inside the hall, Aira continued to command, go drag that half-asleep old fellow out and behead him in front of that man spewing filth. Legu again without a word dragged the envoy out of the hall. Yuli Yasei-fu was still cursing when he saw Legu carrying his envoy out. He redirected his rage and furiously cursed Legu. Legu said nothing. He simply carried the man to him, swung his blade, and the envoy's head dropped, blood spurting like a fountain, drenching Yuli Yasei-fu. Suddenly doused in blood, he immediately turned into a screaming old woman, his voice rather shrill. All right, go summon them into the hall. A knight beside him received the order and ran out to invite them. Legu, his face dark, snorted coldly and cast a contemptuous glance at Yuli Yasei-fu, who lay collapsed on the ground. These nobles of the Southern Territory had not seen a battlefield for far too long. They were nothing but parasites the empire had been supporting all along. Merely from seeing blood, a prince's son was frightened into an old woman. The contrast with the Northern Territory was far, far too great. That was why Legu held him in such contempt. Yuli Yasei-fu was escorted into the hall by others. As soon as he saw the heir-ku sitting silently in his chair he burst out. The heir-ku, you're mad, truly mad to dare treat me like this. We are the masters of this empire and you let a yellow-haired girl exercise the emperor's power. Do you want to bring the whole empire to ruin? Aira looked at him and Yuli Yasei-fu's body was suspended in midair. Guard, slap his mouth. She continued speaking calmly. Little man, do you really think I would follow the royal conventions of this world? You clearly have never been disciplined by the ancient court of my homeland, today I'll broaden your horizons. A glint of mockery flickered in Aila's eyes. This was a perfect lab rat. Legu sneered as he strode toward Yuli Yasei-fu. That foul-mouthed wretch had just insulted the emperor and even Legu himself. What made Legu angriest of all was the way the man kept calling his sovereign a yellow-haired little girl. Truly a man who did not know whether he wanted to live or die. His huge hand, broad as a palm leaf fan, rose high. Fear began to well up in Yuli Yasei-fu's heart. You dare to hit me? My father is, ugh. Smack. Before he could finish, Lei Ji's palm had already slammed across his face. Half of Yuli Yasei-fu's face instantly swelled up, leaving a clear handprint on his skin. Continue. Aira propped her chin on her right hand, her legs crossed. Just by her posture alone she looked terrifyingly powerful. Stop. We traveled all the way from the southern border. If you refuse to offer us proper hospitality, fine, but you actually dared to strike His Highness Yuli Yasei-fu. I will tell Prince Kai everything that happened today exactly as it occurred. A man behind Yuli Yasei-fu rose to his feet, pointed at Aira and rebuked her. Oh. I thought you might have some real ability, but it turns out you're just a worthless snitch. Still, I must commend you. Of all these people only you had the courage to step forward, that is true loyalty. Aira said appreciatively. Humph. Don't think that backing down now will change my mind. No, I was merely praising your courage. That doesn't mean I admire your intelligence. This, His Highness of yours, no, in front of the Emperor you still dare to style him, His Highness, and you even call him by name before the sovereign. What do you think your His Highness stands above imperial law? The adjutant adjusted his clothes and said proudly, of course. The law is only a tool for restraining those base commoners, how could it be applied to His Highness? Besides, your Majesty probably needs Prince Kai's support more than ever now. Otherwise how could you sit steady in that seat? Aira's interest grew even more. I appreciate men who dare to speak like you. Legu, take him away and have someone carve. Aira still felt death by 1,000 cuts was a little too cruel. Just cut 500 times. Find a mage to watch over him, don't let him die. The adjutant stood frozen in place. Dirk kept glancing sideways at the young woman. She remained as calm and composed as ever. Wait a moment, he had justly killed the followers of the evil god and the church had been privately spreading word that he was a tyrant. Meanwhile this young woman had someone dragged off and sliced 500 times with such casual indifference and even thoughtfully arranged for a mage to cast magic and keep him alive. Wasn't that far more brutal than what he had done? Legu too was having a thoroughly busy day. Not long ago he had met a foul-mouthed fool who made his blood boil, so he slapped him across the face. Then came another brainless idiot who dared to talk back to his sovereign, one whose sheer stupidity set off his intolerance for fools. Since Aira had just given the order, Legu could not suppress the smile on his face as he dragged the man toward the door. Yuli Yasei-fu was now slumped on the floor, his mind completely blank. It was a long while before he could accept the reality that Dirk and this queen had never regarded him as worth noticing. He was just tremblingly starting to get up when, stay kneeling. I never gave you permission to rise. Before the palace knights could force him down, a sharp crack suddenly exploded in the air above him. The next instant both knees slammed straight into the ground, the pain flushing his face crimson. That's more like it. Only then did Aira look satisfied. Come, tell me. What did you come to the imperial city for? Yuli Yasei-fu raised his head unsteadily. He was filled with a million regrets now. Why had he agreed to this task in the first place? Kai had originally wanted him to bring a master swordsman, but he had felt it completely unnecessary when facing Dirk. He had even kept the 3/6th rank great swordsman he brought with him in the carriage when entering the palace, planning to put on a show of force for Dirk when Dirk escorted him out. After all, Dirk had very few people around him. Let him see that even his carriage guard was a 6th rank swordsman, show him a bit of the world. In the end, however, he himself had been detained here after coming in helpless with no one to turn to. I am talking to you. Can't you hear me? Aira's voice showed impatience. He had been beaten to such a state and still he could let his mind wander while speaking with her. Had she struck too lightly? Just as the thought crossed Ayla's mind, Yueli Yasfu hurriedly spoke. Life potions. We came because of the life potions. Because of life potions. Then did you come to beg for them or to trade? Trade. Before he came, Kai had specifically instructed him to force the price of the life potions down, even as low as a single silver coin. After all, since Derek was a direct blood relative of the royal family, he could hardly refuse. And Yueli Yasfu wanted them for free. He had thought that if he painted Derek a grand vision of winning over the southern duke support, Derek would eagerly hand the goods over with both hands. The actual situation was a far cry from what he had pictured. A trade. Trades are good. A smile crossed Ayla's face. Come. Since it's a trade, you're a customer. Then stop kneeling. Someone bring him a seat. A knight soon brought over a chair, lifted the man from the floor and set him down in it. Derek watched from the side like he was enjoying a good show. Mia and her two companions also found a place to sit and silently watched the drama unfold. It's true that the palace has life potions, but the life potions you could see are only version 1.0, basic life potions. You probably didn't come all this way just for those basic potions, did you? Yueli Yasfu was stunned. Life potions had grades. He had never heard his father mention it. Ayla flipped her hand over and produced 3 vials. These 3 are the basic, intermediate and advanced life potions. The 3 vials were arranged from left to right, ranging from a liquid as clear as water to the sky blue advanced one. For an injury like the one on your face, the basic potion can ease the pain and slowly reduce the swelling. As for this intermediate potion, Ayla pushed the vial in front of him. Try it. Yueli Yasfu swallowed, took the vial and drank it down. The swelling on his face receded at astonishing speed, the pain in his knees vanished and his whole body brimmed with strength. What about the advanced one? What does the advanced potion do? Having tasted the sweet benefits of the intermediate potion, Yueli Yasfu was filled with anticipation for the advanced life potion. The advanced one. Ayla pointed with her hand. A great sword shot through the air. Before Yueli Yasfu could dodge, his entire thumb was chopped off. Ah! Blood flowed. He had no time to care about that, the pain made him scream uncontrollably. At that very moment a cool liquid poured down his throat. The pain instantly dissolved as if the fierce agony just now had been no more than an illusion. A small section of finger bone grew out from the severed spot, tendons, veins and flesh too. In no time at all regeneration was complete, though the new skin looked somewhat tender. This is what the advanced life potion can do. Which one do you want? Ayla's eyes curved like crescent moons. Seeing the young woman smile so happily, Derek found himself smiling along involuntarily. One can only say that people do not share the same joys and sorrows. In Yueli Yasfu's eyes, Ayla was like a demon. He knew that if he so much as dared to say he wouldn't buy, he might not be able to walk out of this great hall today. Yueli Yasfu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Perhaps. I'll take a little of all 3. He said uncertainly. Of course, certainly. However, the high-grade potions are limited to 100 bottles. After deducting the one you just used, 99 remain. How many would you like? 99 bottles. His mind whirled. Could something this precious be allowed to stay in the royal palace? No, absolutely not. If his own father and Derek fell out, then selling these high-grade potions would be Derek's greatest blunder. We'll take them all of them. Very well. 1 gold coin per bottle, 99 bottles in all. I'll make it a round figure, 10,000 gold coins. What? Do you have a problem? No, none at all. Yueli Yasfu hastened to deny. Good. How many intermediate and basic potions do you want? Intermediate potions cost 30 gold coins, basic ones 1 gold coin. In truth, no matter the grade, the potions were no more than a matter of how much water had been mixed in. For high-grade potions, a single drop of the life source essence Ayla condensed could yield only 5 bottles. For intermediate grade it could yield 30 bottles, for basic grade 200 to 300 bottles. For Ayla this was a business of 10,000-fold profit from a single investment, and that single investment naturally meant the cost of water and bottles plus labor. Then I'll take 300 intermediate potions. No need for the basic ones. Basic potions were things Ayla gave away for free, they could simply buy them at low prices from the common people who possessed the basic life potions. Excellent. I like big clients like you. Cash on delivery, any problem? No problem, no problem. Manhandled out of the great hall, Yueli Yasfu ran straight into Senkatu. The faintly perceptible battle chi pressure of a 7th-rank sword master made it difficult to look him in the eye. Not long after he encountered Aira, who had recovered to the pinnacle of a 6th-rank great swordsman, and his heart churned with anxiety. He had already seen Liege, but Liege was hardly worth taking seriously, merely a grand knight who had just entered the 6th rank. Just before reaching the palace gate, Yasali walked past chatting with someone. "And this is?" he asked in astonishment. After all, he had never seen anyone being hauled out of the royal palace. "Captain, this is one of Her Highness the Queen's major clients." The knight holding Yasfu explained. They even recounted how the man had insulted Aira and Durk. "Is that so? In that case, let me personally escort this major client. That will save you the trouble of another trip." "That's fine, Captain. But Her Highness the Queen is still waiting for him to hand over the money." "Don't worry, I know." Yasali took the man from them. "This way, guest. Let's go." He smiled a dangerously genial smile and carried the man out with him. Something was wrong, very wrong. This man was only at the 6th rank, so why did he feel even stronger than the 3 experts he had brought? Yasfu's heart had already been churned into turmoil. Hadn't he been told that Durk had no capable people? Why did every single person he met feel so out of the ordinary? "Dear guest, did you really speak ill of Her Highness the Queen just now?" Yasfu stared at Yasali, whose face was wreathed in an affable smile. Could this man be a turncoat? He actually seemed delighted to hear me curse the Queen. Of course. She's nothing but a chit of a girl, yet she dares to sit on the throne and order me around. An instant later he watched Yasali's expression darken. The hand resting on his shoulder became like an iron band, as if it meant to crush him. "What if I told you everything I said just now was made up, would you believe me?" "I certainly believe you." And so, still holding the man, Yasali arrived at the palace gate. "Your Highness. Prince Yasfu." The 3 6th-rank Grand Knights rushed out in alarm. "Boy, do you dare harm our prince? I advise you to kneel and apologize at once. If you provoke Prince Kai, even the Emperor won't be able to save you." The 3 drew the knight greatswords from their sides and pointed them at Yasali. "Guest, where is your money?" He set the man down on the ground. A moment earlier Yasfu had been smiling and about to say "right here," but the next second he suddenly burst backward, retreating behind the 3 Grand Knights. "Kill him for me." The experts he had brought were now in position, so what was there to fear? They were all 6th rank as well. No matter how special you are, can you truly fight 1 against 3? The facts proved he had not been wrong. As soon as Yasali's Frost Demon Greatsword came out after merely 2 exchanges, the Knight Greatswords in all 3 men's hands snapped apart. What kind of weapon is this? How could Durk produce such formidable equipment? Yasfu naturally assumed that the weapon had been bestowed by Durk. After all, such a weapon would only be normal in the hands of the royal family. Dare to brandish weapons before the royal palace gate? That deserves punishment. Yasali's silver-white battle chi blazed with its sharp edge. Silver chain steel flash. His entire figure turned into a streak of silver light, darting among the 3 men at terrifying speed, yet every motion was exquisitely controlled. 5 seconds later, when he stood once again at the palace gate, the 3 men's once gleaming armor burst apart with a thunderous crash at the click of Yasali sheathing his sword. Moreover, their faces were bruised and swollen. Yasali had beaten them into pig heads with the flat of his sword. "Take the 3 of them away and hold them until Her Highness the Queen decides their fate." The 2 guards standing before the gate immediately stepped forward. "And His Majesty's judgment as well." Feeling that it was not quite right to mention only Aira, Yasali added another line. "Guest, where is the money Her Highness wants?" "It's right here." He took from the back seat of the carriage a cloth bundle engraved all over with intricate magical array patterns. A magic tool. Aira had one too. Whenever she went out, small items went into her little bag, while the larger ones were carried by Liege and Yasali. Yasali accepted it. Though he walked the path of battle chi, that did not mean he had no spiritual power at all. On the contrary, his spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary people. If one were to measure it precisely, it was equal to the spiritual power of a first-rank magic apprentice. Looking at the 20 magic crystal coins in the cloth pouch, he nodded quietly to himself. Unlike copper and silver coins, which followed 100-to-1 exchange, 1,000 gold coins corresponded to 1 magic crystal coin. This was also another one of Yasfu's hidden schemes. He had planned to press the price down as hard as he could and then at the very end produce these magic crystal coins. He was certain the palace finances were in serious trouble. Durk probably could not even make change for a magic crystal coin. This was the perfect chance to fiercely mock Durk and also to show off before Durk that his own family could casually produce so many magic crystal coins. To his surprise, the man took them all. If the surplus was not returned he would probably be beaten half to death when he went home. Very well guest, please wait a moment. I'll deliver this to Her Highness the Queen, and the potions will also be sent to you shortly. At the sight of the money Layasali was in an excellent mood and he carried it straight to the great hall. By then everyone had already started chatting idly. With Senkitu and hired a present the conversation was in full swing. Your Highness, that fool has paid. Layasali trotted over and handed the cloth pouch to Aira. Wow! Ayla's eyes gleamed. Money, so much lovely money. If this were exchanged for gold coins the royal treasury would no longer be so empty and their prestige would shoot up at once. Aira loved money because it was tied to her image as the ruler of this empire. When it came to pageantry she could not afford to lose. They turned out to be magic crystal coins. It seems these southerners are quite wealthy. Aira took the magic crystal coins out of the cloth pouch. Crystal clear and translucent, the coins differed in color according to the element they embodied, fire, ice and every other elemental force. They were not merely currency. When used to lay out large-scale magic arrays they could greatly reduce a mage's consumption and drastically shorten the time required for elemental accumulation. Although the Southern Territory is not as commercially prosperous as the Eastern Territory, the established noble families there have deep foundations. My royal uncle is someone all the nobles are eager to flatter, and the wealth he owns must far exceed these paltry 20 magic crystal coins. Duruk explained in a gentle low voice. Then what more is there to say? 20 magic crystal coins are only 20,000 gold coins, just enough to cover the potions. As for the 1,000 gold coins that still ought to be returned to him, forget it. Is it not fair for us to receive a little compensation after being scolded? Layasali, go to the storeroom and fetch 99 bottles of high-grade life potions and 300 bottles of mid-grade life potions. In business one must still have this much good faith. She was still waiting for the southerners to come and deliver money next time. Besides, something like life potions could be made in whatever quantity she wanted, it was merely a matter of how much water she added. Iliasvu waited at the front gate in anxious suspense, wondering whether Aira would give him change. This determined whether he still had money to return to the Southern Territory. If that was not possible he could only go and find Count Sali in the imperial city first. After all, Sali had always wanted to curry favor with Kaiai. As long as he spent a little money and borrowed a place to stay he could establish a connection. This was already handing Count Sali a heaven-sent bargain. Just as he was debating whether to go look for Sali that night, Layasali came out. Behind him were 2 knights helping carry the potions. Honored guest, your potions have been brought. Layasali motioned for the people behind him to present the potions in front of the guest. But Iliasvu was more eager to know whether he could get his money back. Sir Knight, where is my money? Shouldn't you be returning my 1,000 gold coins? You didn't think insulting Her Majesty the Queen would be without consequence, did you? Take your potions and leave quickly. With that he turned and led his men back into the palace without looking back, completely ignoring Iliasvu, who was stomping his feet in fury outside the gate. Layasali, however, had not truly left. After the other party's entire delegation had assembled and departed he sent 2 men to trail them. This was surveillance ordered by Duruk to watch the other party's movements and see who they would turn to for help now that they were isolated and without allies. In a flash the time had passed into the afternoon. Aira and Mia had staked out the market beside the academy for an entire afternoon but still had not spotted them. She could only return to the palace in low spirits. For 2 days in a row Aira and Mia kept up the watch but caught no trace of them. Then after several days of waiting Kellybuyer finally came back to the imperial city. Aira was roused from bed early in the morning by Duruk. The person you've been waiting for all these days has finally returned. Aira turned to look at the mature, elegant older woman seated on the sofa. She had violet hair and violet eyes, and the dark purple dress she wore outlined her breathtaking figure with vivid clarity. Aira was secretly astonished. Indeed, the saying had not deceived her, purple truly had a certain charm. So this little one is your queen. Even as Aira was sizing up Kellybuyer was sizing her up as well. You really have the nerve to make a move on someone that small, Kellybuyer said, casting Duruk a contemptuous glance. A little one. Aira pointed at herself in disbelief. Kellybuyer stood up, and only then did Aira realize that Kellybuyer was nearly as tall as Duruk. Looking at her, Aira did indeed appear rather small. Ahem, whatever. We won't stoop to argue with you. Seeing Aira put on such a little adult air, Kellybuyer covered her mouth with a soft laugh and walked over to Aira. Just like when she had to look up at Duruk, Aira still had to tilt her head back to meet Kellybuyer's eyes. It was the same when facing Kellybuyer. Duruk, how about lending me your queen for a while? I can help you raise her to be a bit bigger so it won't seem too perverted of you. Duruk's lips pressed thin at this. I didn't summon you back here to have you steal my queen. Of course I know that. It's just that I feel sorry for this little girl. As she spoke, her slender jade-like fingers pinched Ayla's pretty cheek. What? The fragrance of flowers ever stronger as Kellybyre's hand approached left Ayla momentarily dazed. Forget it. Since you're so beautiful we won't quibble with you. She casually took Kellybyre's hand away from her face, yet she did not let it go. Smiling at the corners of her mouth, Kellybyre lifted Ayla onto the sofa. Duruk's face darkened. Kellybyre, as a subject, don't you think you should show the queen due respect? Indeed I should. But I came back because this little girl wants to hire me, not you. She hasn't complained, so why are you in such a rush? Only Kellybyre could get away with that because she had known Duruk since childhood, and because she was a woman. Had it been someone he was less familiar with, Duruk would likely have already drawn his divine artifact and hacked at them. Yes, I want to hire you. Ayla's mind suddenly snapped back to attention. This big sister's embrace was a veritable bower of tenderness, and she had nearly fallen under its spell. Hire you? What will you need me to do? And what can you give me in return? Kellybyre's fingertips traced lightly along Ayla's chin, making Ayla lift her head to meet Kellybyre's gaze. You care very much about your appearance, Ayla said calmly. Kellybyre gave a start, then answered with a soft laugh. I don't think there's any girl who doesn't care about her appearance. No, no, no. I mean, you care about it far more than most. How can you tell? The scent of flowers on you is very similar to the petals Helly sprinkles into her bath. She doesn't use them often, so her scent is faint, but you are different. And Helly uses those petals to nourish her skin. Is your purpose not the same? Kellybyre's smile grew even broader. She nodded. Indeed. It seems this little one's mind is sharper than I expected. In truth, Ayla knew this because Helly had suggested adding some petals when she and Mia and the others were soaking in the hot spring. Ayla had asked about it only because she found the idea troublesome and at odds with her inner macho persona. Since that's the case, do you have a way for me to keep my current looks? Of course. It has to do with the business you are about to take over. Ayla's brimming confidence made Kellybyre somewhat eager. You mean life potions? Exactly. Seeing that the two had begun discussing serious matters, Duruk rose and stepped between them, snatching Ayla from Kellybyre's grasp. If you are going to talk, sit down and talk properly. Then you should let go of me. Duruk placed Ayla on his other side, firmly inserting himself between the two women. Heh. Kellybyre gave a dismissive laugh. Ayla, let's go shopping. How about we talk while we walk? Duruk glared at her. She was taking advantage of the fact that he had no time to go shopping with them, wasn't she? If you insist on leaving, then so be it. Come, I'll show you the potions. Alright, since you're so adorable, I'll do as you say. Colbell patted Durko on the shoulder with a chuckle. You take your time working. Your little queen and I will be on our way now. You'd better not do anything unnecessary. He warned in a low voice. Well, that's none of your business. I'm off now. Bye-bye. Watching Ayla's receding figure, she chased after her. Durko furrowed his brow, genuinely uncertain whether having Colbell return was a blessing or a curse. Your Majesty. Only after the two women had left did Aliso step inside. Has that one made any moves? No, he hasn't. However, this morning quite a few people made their way to Count Sally's estate. It's unclear what they're conspiring about. Durko's fingers drummed lightly on the table almost unconsciously. Have you noted down all those people? I have. Aliso handed the list to Durko. There were more than 30 names on the list, encompassing nearly every noble house of any standing in the imperial city. Ha, just as I expected. All these people need is one opportunity to side with my dear uncle. Aliso stood quietly nearby, knowing full well that this was not a matter that could be resolved by simply raising the blade. A massacre on such a scale was bound to plunge the imperial city into chaos. If mishandled, the knights nurtured by these noble houses would run amok in a slaughter without discrimination. When that happened, the imperial city would surely become a living hell on earth. How about those knights under the barons and viscounts we've been investigating? Any word? Yes. According to the reports from those tasked with surveillance and extracting information, aside from the knight captains being kin to the nobles, most of the knights were recruited from common origins, selling their swords merely to scrape by. That was how a noble's private knight order worked. The important positions were not determined by strength but by trust. As for the ordinary knights, if they wished to continue cultivating their battle chi, money was indispensable. Thus they had no choice but to pledge themselves to the nobility. The smaller the noble house, the more stifling its rules often were compared to the royal knight orders. It was only because Durko lacked the funds to raise his own army that the nobles in the imperial city who could field knights remained so few. Then have someone initiate deeper discussions with them. Remember, the fewer involved the better. Prioritize those most likely to turn traitor. Understood. Eliso hurried off to delegate the task. Not long after Aegis and Avienne entered and Durko returned to his dreary work of reviewing documents. However, these documents were different. Most of the memorials he had reviewed in the past were simply ignored by the nobles and ministers below, or they carried out only the parts they fancied. These on the other hand were progress reports on the development of towns and villages during the Steadgrey Merchant Guild's expansion in Aigura City. Ayla's original intention was to let the guild develop fully autonomously. After all, a merchant's guild that understood commerce should know perfectly well how to grow an economy. But the Steadgrey family did not entirely accept that goodwill. In their eyes, Durko would always remain their pillar of support. Thus, even with this so-called autonomy in their hands, they were never truly autonomous. In many respects, plans could only be implemented after receiving Durko's approval. Aegis meanwhile would explain the intent and offer suggestions for how each area should be built on behalf of his family. And he never interfered with Durko's decisions. His role was merely to elaborate, offer opinions and provide recommendations, not to decide. Moreover, throughout these recent days, whenever Aegis and Durko discussed matters, Avienne would listen in as well and had now begun contributing valuable insights of her own. Her growth was truly heartening. All the talents Ayla had brought to Durko were developing rapidly within their respective fields. Helen Wei had arrived at the Church of Genesis a couple of days ago, and unsurprisingly the Church of Light had issued a wanted list falsely claiming that Helen Wei had betrayed her faith, though that part was actually true. She was accused of stealing a divine artifact, a holy relic passed down through generations of the Church and bestowed by the God of Light. Whether it ever existed was another matter. At the very least, no one outside the Church had ever laid eyes on this so-called artifact. Even Helen Wei herself had never seen it. Durko had specifically sent people to contact Bostin and his father-in-law. The wanted list spread like wildfire across the two regions. In the eastern region, where the Church had a strong presence, dissemination was naturally swift. Only in the southern region did Durko not even bother to spread it. And today happened to be the day the net would be drawn closed. Sinkatu strode briskly into the Hall of Governance. "Teacher, have your knights spread word of everything the Church has done in the Imperial City over the past half-month." "Very well." A simple exchange, and the great war between the royal family and the Church of Light officially began. Meanwhile, Ayla had shown Kolbel the elixir of life. When Kolbel agreed to the partnership, Ayla performed a comprehensive vitality infusion upon her. Every inch of her body seemed to radiate a soft glow. "Sister Ayla, a flower like you being stuck on a lump of cow dung like Durko is truly a pity." Ayla smiled somewhat stiffly, feeling that the comparison was strangely off. "How does Durko treat you anyway? Is he particularly rough? Does it hurt when he does it? Let me tell you, you're still young, you shouldn't be having children yet. Once you're—" Stop, just stop. He and I haven't done anything, and I don't want a child either." Ayla quickly cut off Kolbel's increasingly outrageous remarks. "Oh. So Durko hasn't devoured you yet?" That to her was rather surprising. She had known how Durko treated his three consorts, yet to think that even this little queen whom he had cherished ever since they first met had not been devoured by him. "Of course not. He and I are brothers." Ayla's voice was already wavering when she said the word brothers. But she quickly adjusted herself. "So I have no such feelings for him. There is absolutely nothing between us, purely utterly brotherly camaraderie." Kolbel couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, so this is the little game the two of you play as a couple. How delightfully unique. What game?" "No game. I'm telling you, every word of it is true." Ayla hastily defended herself. "Really? He truly hasn't laid a hand on you?" "No, he hasn't." A mischievous glint sparkled in Kolbel's eyes. "Then he hasn't done anything to you at all?" Done what?" Ayla's mind involuntarily conjured images of Durko's restless hands and those kisses. And how she had helped him. I suppose there was nothing much. Your cheeks are a little red. Anyway. There's really nothing between him and me. Since you've decided to serve under me, take the potion and head to the western region tomorrow to find Bostin. He'll arrange things for you. I'm off now." Ayla finished her words in a rush, turned around and fled. Durko, I've done you a favor here. How are you going to thank me?" A gleeful, expectant expression crept across her face. "Sister Belle." Kolbel was walking toward her residence in the palace when she heard someone call out to her. The voice was quite familiar and she turned around with warmth in her tone. Lily, a long time no see. The two exchanged pleasantries and only then did Lilia learn why Colbell had returned. She also told her much of what had happened since Aira arrived. So this little queen managed to find so many formidable figures for Durko. I'm even more intrigued by her now. Don't, Sister Belle. My royal brother treasures Sister Aira dearly. You mustn't provoke him. Don't worry. I always act with discretion. You know me well enough by now. Lilia simply smiled helplessly and said nothing. That night Durko returned to his bedchamber only to find the girl, so rarely idle, lying on the bed staring blankly up at the ceiling. What's the matter? Did Colbell say something to you? At the sound of Durk's voice Aira immediately snapped back to focus. What could she say? What could she possibly say? Aira stared straight at him. Durk clearly sensed something was off. He walked over and took the young girl's hand. Then what's going on with you tonight? To think you'd stare at me so openly. Aira let out a long sigh. Sigh. Del, what do you think people live for? Ha. Durk was baffled. Wait, what exactly had Kellybuyer been discussing with the girl all afternoon that they'd ended up on philosophy? What exactly did she tell you? Durk looked at the girl's dejected manner and truly felt out of sorts. Well, it's nothing really. I just realized I shouldn't be this way. Then what should you be like? Aira suddenly sat up. I shouldn't be sharing a room with you tonight. I'm going to find Mia and Fayer. Aira flopped back onto the bed dejected. It's not as if I ever truly meant to be husband and wife with you. Durk's breath hitched at her words. But I don't seem to dislike you either. In this world the person she had spent the longest time with and grown closest to was none other than Durk. I feel like my head is all messed up as if two little people are fighting inside it. Why do you have to think so much? Do you feel awful being with me? Durk asked softly, but his right fist had already clenched unnoticed. Awful. It's dangerous. Do you understand danger? Aira stressed. Durk felt a stifled breath trapped in his chest. Indeed, it was his own situation and standing that couldn't give the girl the sense of security she wanted. You're always getting handsy with me, don't think I don't know. You're slowly numbing me, trying to take advantage of me when I let my guard down. Me. Did I? Durk's mood, which had plummeted into the abyss, suddenly soared. So the danger turned out to be himself. Well, it seemed he did have a point. His clenched right fist loosened. Come to think of it, the girl might look petite, but she certainly had plenty to offer. Then what do you intend to do? I'm going to sleep with Mia and Fayer. That won't do. Durk swung his arm and swept the girl, who was about to bolt back, into his embrace. Let go of me. I'm not sleeping with you anymore. I'm going to find Mia. Aira struggled more and more fiercely. Left with no choice, Durk pressed her down onto the bed and kissed her directly, his large hand gripping her wrists and pinning them above her head. Unable to resist, she could only submit. After a long moment, when Aira stopped struggling, Durk finally broke the kiss and sank his head to the crook of her neck, his breathing thick and heavy. Her head was a little dizzy from lack of oxygen, too muddled to think, but she knew she was in great danger. If things slipped out of hand, she might very well end up devoured. Help me. Durk took Aira's hand. No. She said, yet she didn't resist. An hour later, Durk lay there feeling refreshed while Aira was washing her hands. She felt something was wrong. She had intended, after hearing Kellybuyer's words, to talk to Durk and thereby keep her distance from him. But why, before the talk even got going, had she nearly thrown herself into that? She stomped gloomily to the bed, lying down and pulling up the blanket in one continuous motion. Durk pulled the blanket to uncover the girl's head. Don't be angry. Let me help you too, all right? As he spoke, the big hand resting on Aira's chest began to shift its position. No need. Just sleep. I'm tired. Is your hand still sore? Let me rub it for you. This time Aira didn't refuse and simply reached out her right hand. After rubbing it for more than 10 minutes, Durk could hear the girl breathing evenly. He carefully tucked her hand back beneath the blanket, then drew her into his arms, holding her tight. Don't even think about running away. The next morning the two acted as if nothing had happened. Only Aira didn't say much to Durk. After a hurried breakfast, she dragged Mia off to lie in wait. After she left, Durk asked Kellybuyer, "What did you talk to the Queen about yesterday?" "What could I say? I was simply curious. She was practically at your lips, yet you didn't take a bite." Durk understood now. The girl was already highly sensitive about this topic and Kellybuyer had to single it out. What? What did that little one do with you last night? Sigh. It's better if you don't interfere between us anymore. Calibyre raised an eyebrow when she heard this. It seemed her hint from yesterday hadn't had a positive effect. Alright, I won't interfere. The little one said she wants me to take a batch of life potions to the Western Territory as soon as possible. Duke Bozeting and the local Sidegeli Chamber of Commerce branch will both assist you. Also take Heli with you when you leave. Why? You trust this queen of yours so much but not me. Dirk shook his head. That is the queen's intention. She thinks studying at the academy is too slow, so she wants you to give Heli hands-on experience. After listening, Calibyre's heart calmed down. She had thought someone would be put there to keep an eye on her, but it turned out they wanted her to serve as a teacher. That was truly her old trade. Alright, don't worry. I'll train her well for you. Don't put it in such odd terms. Off you go, follow Lei Yasali to retrieve the potions. Meanwhile, after another morning of lying in wait, the two women still hadn't spotted anything. Just as they were about to find a restaurant to eat, Mia suddenly grabbed Ayla. Sister Ayla, I saw it. Saw it? Where? Mia stretched out her hand and pointed to a slightly old-fashioned tavern. It's right there. Ayla looked in the direction of the pointed finger. The person in a large black robe sat with their back to them. Had she not known beforehand it was a girl, she would have thought a burly man was eating there. Let's go take a look. Ayla led Mia into the tavern. Immediately they drew the stares of everyone around. After all, the two clearly looked like daughters of nobility. Why would they come to such a tavern with commoners? That might be Her Majesty the Queen, isn't it? Someone murmured. Ayla's golden hair wasn't exactly a unique trait. But hair that shone as brightly as Ayla's was indeed rare. Especially since during the grand wedding procession back then many people had seen her from a distance. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, the black-robed figure paused visibly. Ayla looked over. That slight turn of the body did not escape her eyes. But the figure quickly turned back and buried their head in the food. It gave Ayla the impression that they wanted to look back but decided the meal was more important. She pulled Mia over and sat down directly across from them. Boss, we'd like to order. Coming right away. Listening to the regulars' conversation, the shopkeeper concluded that this was almost certainly Her Majesty the Queen. He briskly walked over to Ayla with the menu. Ayla ordered some meat dishes and Mia added a fruit platter. The shopkeeper moved with great speed and in no time all the dishes were served. Ayla studied the person across from her. The cloak was wide, yet it was held up in a way that suggested a high ponytail underneath. Hello, may I ask if you know the death curse witch? Quina paused mid-bite. No. I don't know her. Don't know her. Then why are you so nervous? Ayla found it bizarre if the girl's hands were trembling so badly she might be a complete social recluse. I'm not. Quina's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, nearly inaudible amid the clamor of the tavern. Ayla said nothing. She pushed the dishes toward the center of the table. Well, if you don't know her, fine. Want some? After gazing at the opposite side for a long while, Quina finally nodded. Ayla was certain this girl was a classic combination of social anxiety and foodie. This would be a perfect opening for her. How is it? Tasty. Hum. Through repeated exchanges Ayla learned Quina's name, but nothing else could be pried out of her. The girl remained silent, hardly uttering a word, which gave Ayla a headache. Mia meanwhile quietly nibbled on her fruit platter, unable to join the conversation. She watched Ayla. So this was how Sister Ayla recruited talents for His Majesty, truly a difficult task. In reality only Quina had proven this troublesome for Ayla. Whether it was Helder or Liasli, their recruitment had gone smoothly, a mere show of force sufficed to resolve any trouble. But with Quina her silence alone was exasperating. Before long Quina had eaten nearly everything on the table. Thank you. This is for you. She handed Ayla a glass bottle. What is this? A gift from a friend of mine. I'm giving it to you. Ayla sensed it briefly, her beautiful eyes widening. Isn't this the same curse that afflicted Bothan? This little girl was giving such a thing away. If you have enemies, this can help you. So you really are the death curse witch. I won't cast curses for you. Ha! When had she ever asked her to cast a curse? Ayla quickly waved her hand. What curse casting? By now you should know who I am from their talks. I represent the royal family. I want to hire you. Hire me? Quina was stunned. The royal family wanted to hire a chosen of an evil god. Indeed, hire, or rather I need your allegiance. Who are you? It's me. Oh. Puina fell silent once more. Ayla was truly impressed if this girl seemed to radiate an air of adorable absent-mindedness. Will I be paid? After a few minutes of silence Puina finally asked. Of course. How much do you want? Puina silently raised 3 fingers. 30 silver coins, is that okay? I eat quite a lot. The girl said timidly, afraid Ayla might think she was asking for too much, and hastily added, or 20 is fine. I can eat less. I'll give you 5 gold coins. Also I can personally cook some delicacies for you, ones you've definitely never tasted. How about that? Oh. Had it not been for her black cloak, Ayla had no doubt the girl's eyes would have literally sparkled with delight. Now that you've finished your meal you can come with me to the palace to receive your first month's salary and tell me about your abilities. Okay. Mia blinked. So as long as you paid enough you gained a talent, an interesting piece of knowledge. Mia, do you have any money with you? Huh. On the way back to the palace Puina remained uneasy. Puina, those little cursed glass bottles of yours, have you ever sold any to the church? No. Those I only give away. So you gave them to the church? Puina shook her head again. I only give them to kind people who treat me to meals. Ayla nodded slightly. That meant the church's cursed bottles were likely purchased from someone whom Puina had given them to. Then is there anyone who often treats you to meals? There was. Where is he? Gone. He treated me to meals but he wasn't kind. He sold my curses. Bad. That settled it. Most of the cursed bottles in the church likely came from the person Puina had mentioned. How many did you give him? 5. Good heavens, Delco's father Delco himself and Bothan made only 3, yet Puina alone had given one person as many as 5. Do you still remember how many you've given away in total? Puina thought carefully for a moment, then shook her head and uttered 2 faint words, a lot. Ayla could only sigh helplessly at this adorably absent-minded girl. Upon returning to the palace she saw Delco and Aegis discussing something in the courtyard. Seeing who had arrived, Delco instinctively swallowed hard before calming himself and looking at Ayla. Found her. Here she is. Lest Delco scare the girl off, Ayla recounted what she had learned on the way. Delco had long suspected that the church was behind his father's curse, but since the curse itself was crafted by Puina he couldn't bring himself to regard her the same way others did. Still he managed to restrain himself, a familiar fake smile on his face. Puina, right? At the sound of Delco's voice Puina instinctively nodded, then realized this man was the Emperor of the Empire. She hastily bowed. Your Majesty, hello. Aegis, hearing Puina's clumsy nervous greeting, struggled to hold back a laugh as he shot Delco an amused look. But the moment Delco spoke, half the resentment in his heart had already dispersed. Someone this foolish could never have plotted against his father. This girl is really the Death Curse Witch? Delco asked skeptically. I really am the whatchamacallit Death Curse Witch. As she spoke she removed her black robe. Her messy grey-white hair hung tousled, yet it couldn't conceal the eerie, almost sinister markings on her face. This is the proof of my divine election. Puina was pulling out all the stops just to earn a meal. Though she was trembling badly and her voice quivered, she still tried her best to prove herself. Actually, I'm curious, how could a chosen of a god end up so poor that you could only order plain fried rice? Ayla voiced the question she had wanted to ask since entering the tavern. The rice had a stale taste and dull color, clearly made from old grain. Ayla simply couldn't understand how a divine chosen could live so miserably. Bad people approached me, invited me, offered me money. I refused. Hearing this, everyone understood. A chosen of an evil god was bound to attract cultists. The heretics the Holy Church denounced weren't merely a baseless rumor. Besides those who questioned them, they included those who worshipped evil gods. I truly wonder how someone with your disposition became the chosen of the god of curses. Ayla had only been musing aloud, but Puina actually replied, because I like drawing circles to curse bad people. Hearing Puina's utterly sincere reply, everyone fell silent as if by unspoken agreement. It was ultimately Ayla who stepped forward to break the impasse. Well, let me take you to collect your monthly salary first. Puina's tense expression instantly turned to delight. She trotted happily after Ayla. Only when they had gone far away did Aegis sigh, that girl really doesn't seem like a chosen one of the evil god at all. And that's a good thing. Otherwise, with her abilities, if she wanted to put a curse on you, you would die without ever knowing why. Sigh. Chosen ones are truly terrifying. The two of them continued their previous discussion. When Aira brought out the gold coins for Poiena, the girl's heart and eyes became the very image of gold coins. Thank you, Queen. Aira scratched her head. Just call me Aira. By the way, how old are you? 40. How many? Aira could hardly believe her ears. 40. She looked at most a little older than Aira herself. How could she be 40? Is it that I age very slowly? Seeing the young girl ask with an utterly blank expression, Aira replied with embarrassment, maybe a little slow, but that's exactly what many people pursue. Alright, tell me about your abilities. I can curse people by drawing circles, and I can also make curse bottles. I already know that. What I want to ask is whether you have any other curses besides that one. Yes. Poiena said with great certainty. What else? I can also make people lose their appetite, get toothaches, lose their sense of taste, or suffer stomachaches. Anything else? No. Aira blinked her large limpid eyes and stood there dumbstruck. Wait, why did she feel like all these curses had something to do with food? These are all curses I comprehended on my own. What about that curse that accelerates life consumption? That one can hasten growth, plants and animals alike, so they can be eaten sooner. It can even be given as a gift of thanks. It's very useful. Then why did you say earlier that it could be used against people you hate? Aira asked. Poiena looked a little conflicted, but seeing the gold coins in her hand she still answered, I used it to help a friend take revenge. It was very effective. Aira understood that for this young girl to use that curse on a person it must have been far more serious than merely making her angry. Don't worry. I won't hold whatever you did before against you. But can all these curses be made into curse bottles? Yes, they can. Aira suddenly had an idea. Accelerating life consumption. This wasn't a curse at all, it was pure high-grade fertilizer. If this had been brought to Agula City earlier, the resumption of farming and production could have been boosted immediately. Can you improve this curse so that it only affects plants and animals and not people? I would need to do some research. Good. If she could do research, then it might be possible. Aira patted Poiena on the shoulder. Keep it up, I believe in you. Where do you live? Do you need me to find you a residence? Poiena thought of her shabby little nest. She didn't have a fixed residence, every once in a while she would move somewhere else. But it wasn't a matter of simply renting a new place. Rather, she would go somewhere else and build a makeshift shelter from straw and rags. Sorry for the trouble, Queen. Poiena, uncharacteristically embarrassed, scratched her cheek. Then stay in the palace for a while. I'll have someone find you a house. Aira hurried away. Poiena sat on the recliner where Aira often lay watching her leave. She at last let out a relieved sigh and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled upward. It seemed the royal family wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. Nor did they reject her, a chosen one of the evil god. And that queen, she was small and delicate, but her words carried real weight. She even gave her such a generous monthly salary. Looking at the gold coins in her hand, Poiena began to wonder what she should eat later. How about a bowl of freshly made fried rice and an extra big chicken drumstick? Before long Aira came walking back. Hang on a moment. I've already sent someone to look. Tonight I'll let you taste my. She suddenly realized there were too many people for dinner. If she had to prepare it all by herself she would be exhausted to death. Forget it. We're having hot pot tonight. Hot pot. Poiena was puzzled. Could it be some kind of pot that spurted flames? How were you supposed to eat that? As expected, what the nobility ate was beyond the understanding of a commoner like her. In anxious anticipation Poiena watched Aira start mixing the hot pot base herself. The rich fragrance drifted through the entire rear courtyard of the palace. Poiena, driven by craving, swallowed her saliva again and again. The three people who had just finished discussing Agula City's development in the governance hall also caught the scent. The unfamiliar yet domineering aroma let Dirk reach the conclusion at once it must be that little girl of his cooking up some new delicacy again. In fact, this world was not entirely without the concept of hot pot, it was merely called by a different name. Moreover, most people here use cheese as the base. No one had ever gone to the trouble of finding beef tallow and making an explosively spicy beef tallow base like Aira did. Even in the palace, chili peppers were rarely used and spicy dishes rarely appeared. Let's go see what delicious food the queen is making now. With Dirk making the call, the other two who had already been tempted naturally followed without hesitation. Before long they saw Aira lounging on the recliner, swinging contentedly. In the large pot the dark red soup was spinning continuously. Old Dago called General Senkatule Yasali and the rest. Set up a few more pots tonight, we're having hot pot. Although Durek had no idea what hot pot was since Ayla had given the order, he simply instructed the servants to summon everyone. Once the group sat down they began chatting while Poiena's gaze never left the dark red soup the entire time. As time passed the sky gradually darkened and lanterns lit up. Senkitu, Hayurd and the others all arrived. Among them was a blue-haired young man Ayla had never seen before. Ayla kept glancing at him wondering who he was. Durek wrapped his arms around Ayla from behind. Why? Are you saying I'm not as handsome as that knight that my queen keeps staring at him? Ayla casually smacked away the big hand around her waist. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Isn't this the talent you recommended to me when your majesty first arrived in the imperial city? How can your majesty not recognize him? A talent recommended when she first came to the imperial city. Only then did Ayla remember whose distinguishing feature blue hair was. Is this Ruilikan? Exactly. The two whispered to each other. The others chatted as usual and no one disturbed them. After everyone was seated, two divided hot pots were placed on the table. The red and white broth separated like a taiji diagram. Olda, do we have anything to drink? Get us something to drink. Before long 2 maidservants brought over 4 bottles of wine and set them on the table. Durek picked up a bottle and placed it in front of Ayla. This is a fruit wine brewed from apples. It's not easy to get drunk on, but don't drink too much anyway. Hey, what are you afraid of? I can down 1,000 cups without getting drunk. No, I'll drink fruit wine. What about you? Durek chuckled. This is a fine wine treasured from the royal palace. You might not be used to it, so that fruit wine is just right for you. Ayla stopped mulling over it, took the fruit wine and poured herself a glass. Poiena and Yawainir like Ayla both drank fruit wine. The maids brought meat rolls and all kinds of small seafood in succession. Senkitu swished a piece in the spicy pot, stuffed it into his mouth and immediately choked into violent coughs. Yet his face was full of joy. Ha ha ha, not bad, truly not bad. I never imagined something could be so spicy yet so fragrant. Everyone sat at a long table. Apart from Senkitu, Lilia Heli and a few others sitting close to Durek, Yasali and several others sat at the far end so they would not feel constrained while eating and drinking. Poiena's social anxiety was quickly smoothed over by the social experience Yawainir had honed over the past month. Before long she replaced Ayla as Poiena's new source of reliance. During the gathering, even after everyone learned of her identity as the death curse, which apart from a hint of surprise they had no other thoughts. After all, she was someone recruited by Her Majesty the Queen, even a chosen of the evil god would surely be someone worthy of trust. They also soon witnessed Poiena's extraordinary enthusiasm for devouring food. Though she was too socially anxious to speak, she would actually ask for a dish just to get a taste. She would even emphasize which part she wanted. The meal left everyone well fed and thoroughly delighted. Yasali's group had brought wine before coming and each of them was reeking of alcohol. Ayla, having drunk fruit wine, felt nothing, but Durek was already bleary-eyed with drunkenness. As the crowd dispersed, Ayla dragged Durek back to the bedchamber. Honestly, if you can't hold your liquor, why not just drink fruit wine with me? After the wine, what were you thinking, drinking whiskey? 2 bottles and you're done, you little lightweight. She dumped him onto the bed. Ayla began changing into her nightclothes on her own. Durek hadn't completely lost consciousness, he was half awake 1 second, powered on, the next second powering off. Similarly, you never knew when he would suddenly power on. For instance, right now, Ayla had just taken off her clothes when Durek pressed up against her. A strong wave of alcohol rushed into Ayla's nostrils. Drunk and still misbehaving. She slapped him back onto the bed and continued washing up. Just as she was about to head to the bathroom, a tremendous force yanked her onto the bed. Ayla, don't leave. I won't allow you to leave me, Durek mumbled hazily. Ayla was at a loss. Just as she was about to push him away, she heard Durek continue mumbling, no more births. 3 is fine. Don't be angry. Ayla, who had originally thought the man was simply starved for affection and had wanted to treat him gently, immediately kicked him to the foot of the bed. Give birth. I'll give you a birth, you blockhead. 3. I'll give you 3. Pillows and a small blanket buried Durek instantly. After washing up in a huff, she still had to painstakingly move the man aside, and Ayla's good mood for the night was ruined. No sooner had she lain down than she was pulled into the arms of a certain man who had suddenly powered on. Hot breath puffed against Ayla's ear. My queen Ayla, I love you. You're mine. Only mine. The muscles of his arms bulged as he held her even tighter, as if trying to melt Ayla into his body. Hey, loosen up a bit, it hurts. Ayla's small hands patted Durek's arm. Duruk, as she had requested, gradually loosened his grip. Ayla couldn't say what she was feeling right now. In her previous life she had been a man. What would Duruk do if he knew? Feel disgusted. Moreover, it was hard for her to cross that hurdle in her own heart. Most importantly, that size, she had personally measured it with her own hands. If things really went that far, she absolutely couldn't bear it. After a bout of wild thoughts, she was drowned by sleepiness and she didn't push Duruk away again. She didn't know whether she didn't want to push him away psychologically or was afraid that after pushing him away Duruk would pull some other stunt. Early morning the next day. When Duruk woke up, he still had a warm, fragrant beauty nestled in his arms. It was just that he seemed unable to feel his left hand. Ayla gave a soft whimper and half opened her eyes as she moved away from Duruk, though her 2 feet remained against Duruk's calves as if it were warmer there. Only then did Duruk prop himself up with one hand. After circulating his battle chi for a few seconds, his left hand regained feeling. Looking at the girl who had fallen asleep again, Duruk chuckled, leaned close, planted a peck on her pretty cheek and then got up and went out. Early in the morning Aira had already entered the palace. Seeing that she still wanted to study curses, Ayla thought about setting up a separate research room for her. That was just how Berge was, except his obsession with forging far surpassed all else. He hadn't even come to yesterday's dinner gathering. Aira sat on the sofa in the Hall of Governance. Thanks to yesterday's team building, she had also gotten to know Igizi. With Ywainir present as well, she was not as nervous. When Duruk came in, Aira quickly stood up. Seeing that she seemed to have something to say but was hesitant, Duruk said, "I know. A workshop, right? Iwe, take her to find one." The palace had quite a few idle storerooms which Ayla had renovated for indoor use. Not long passed. The sound of clinking armor approached from afar. "Your Majesty." It was Yelejuo, who hadn't been seen for several days. How has the reaction been since the evidence was released?" With a face full of suppressed laughter, Yelejuo replied, "The imperial capital is fine. The church is trying its best to clarify. The people in the western and northern regions are even more resistant to the Church of Light. Also, over the past 2 days quite a few statues of the God of Light have appeared by the roadside, seemingly abandoned by people. News from the eastern border says that temples of the church in many places have been smashed, but there are also believers who have stepped forward to defend the church." Duruk nodded. He knew that relying solely on these things to completely topple the church was unrealistic. After all, it had been rooted in the empire for nearly 100 years. It still had quite a few believers. Those who abandoned the statues were perhaps only a very small minority. But in the hearts of many it planted the seed that the Church of Light was far from a kind-hearted force. "Good. Send a message to Halenwai and have her deploy over there while we have this opportunity. See if we can get a foothold in the eastern border first." "Yes." Yelejuo, who had just returned, hurried away once more, albeit this time it was merely for a brief exchange. When Ayla got up, it was already almost noon. While eating lunch, she pondered what to do next. Aira had already been recruited. All that was left was to wait for her to develop the restricted version of the curse, and then they could experiment to see whether it could be used as premium fertilizer. If this worked, the Empire's agriculture might experience a leap forward. As for now, perhaps she could contact her so-called father and have him send over that sloth demon armor. But she had no memories from her predecessor. Would this so-called father notice anything? Actually, the best option was not to see her father at all, but time stretched on endlessly and she could not avoid him forever. She had seized control of the Empire, and the Empire's northern border was the main war zone of the Dark Tide. This battlefield was a major problem. Even after the eastern and southern territories were settled, she would still inevitably meet him. So after a whole noon of mental preparation, Ayla found Duruk. Is there any way in the palace to contact the Duke of the Northern Territories' residence?" Actually there is." Duruk led Ayla away and dismissed the attendants. He turned several objects in the Hall of Governance around. A magic circle silently appeared where Duruk usually sat to attend to daily affairs. Their figures vanished and the room fell silent. Ayla felt her vision go black and a little panic rose in her heart. But a large hand rested on her waist, letting her know Duruk was still there, and she felt much calmer. Then Duruk took her right hand and led her forward. Before long, light gradually appeared. In this meeting room the arrangement mirrored the relationship between the imperial city and the 4 surrounding territories. The central seat represented the imperial city, while the seats in the 4 directions bore the crests of the 4 Grand Duke families. Ayla recognized her own family crest at a glance. Although she had stayed there only a few days, she saw it every time she visited her conveniently acquired mother's room. A device like a crystal ball sat before each seat. This is where the imperial palace secretly contacts the dukes. If there is something you need, you can make contact from here. Wow, I never imagined the Imperial Palace had a place like this. I thought sending messages through magic crystals would be enough. Ayla looked around the meeting room curiously. This meeting room is also connected by magic crystals. But unlike ordinary magic crystals, it can even transmit physical sensation. Physical sensation. Ayla wondered to herself. Could a call not only have video but also let you get hit? Don't worry. Limited by distance, this meeting room can only contain the power of ordinary people. They can't hurt you. At that moment Ayla extended her mental energy toward the crystal ball on her family's side. It then began to flash continuously. What's going on? It keeps flashing but nobody answers. Maybe it hasn't been used much in the past 6 months, so the Duke may be a little slow to arrive. The moment he finished speaking, a figure appeared in the meeting room. Ayla, my sweet, it feels like I haven't seen you in ages. The woman hurried over and pulled Ayla tightly into her arms. Mother. Ayla called out rather awkwardly. Aira paused, released her and kneaded Ayla's little cheeks with both hands. How strange. It's been a month already and still hasn't healed. Only then did she notice Durek standing to one side. This must be His Majesty. Aira greets Your Majesty. Mother-in-law, please don't stand on ceremony. Durek responded hastily. It was only because of his closeness with Ayla. Had it been Heli and the others, Durek would still have addressed them as lady rather than mother-in-law. Likewise, when addressing the other three, even Bozeting, he would say Duke rather than father-in-law. Aira chuckled behind her hand. It seems His Majesty is quite fond of our Ayla. So is there something urgent for this private talk? Mother, I remember there is a suit of magic armor in Father's treasury, right? Your head hasn't recovered, but you remember this very clearly. Aira gave Ayla's little head a gentle tap. You want your father to send that magic armor to the Imperial City for you? Ayla nodded quickly. That can't be done. The dark tide at the Langnate defense line is at the height of its assault and your father is holding the line with his personal guard. Without a knight escort, if you don't mind it getting lost, I can just have anyone take it to you. Aira spread her hands helplessly. Langnate defense line. Ayla looked at Durek. If you want to go, have Master Senkitu accompany you and take 20,000 knights. With me in the Imperial City, those people can't turn the world upside down. Durek was currently at the peak swordmaster rank. It was only a question of whether he wanted rivers of blood to flow. Sali and the other nobles were not much of a problem before the power Durek possessed. Perhaps every ducal family had its own hidden strength, but Durek had his as well, a suit of semi-divine armor and a longsword that was already a divine artifact. If a fight truly broke out, Durek was not afraid in the least. If it were before Ayla had given him this divine artifact, he might have had some reservations and needed to plan carefully. But now, if anyone wanted to strike first, he would dare to be the one to strike and slaughter them. Moreover, with Ayla going out, he could not very well transfer everyone away. People like Ruilikan and Yelazua would still remain by his side. There were also Baraj and Poiena, chosen ones who devoted themselves wholly to research in their own fields. So if Ayla truly wanted to lead troops in support, it really was not difficult. Ayla pondered for a while. I'm going. This time I shall personally lead the campaign. I refuse to believe we cannot drive back the dark tide, and when I do, I'll bring back the sloth magic armor. Very well. But when the time comes with Master Senkitu present, don't charge to the front line. Are you kidding? I'm a long-range mage. Why would I ever get into close combat with dark beasts for no reason? Aira was somewhat surprised that Emperor Durek would so readily entrust military power to his precious daughter. She had some understanding of Durek's circumstances. For Durek, military strength should have been extremely important. At a time like this, he could still allocate 20,000 knights and even have the Empire's Minister of Military Affairs accompany his daughter to protect her safety. The Emperor truly treated his daughter like a treasure, afraid that something might happen to her. She also wondered how this precious daughter, raised in the Duke's mansion like a delicate flower, had managed to accomplish such a thing. I never expected that after we sent our treasure to the Imperial City, His Majesty would dote on her so. Dote on her? Ayla was puzzled and even a little shocked. What did dote on mean? No, if anyone should dote, it should be her doting on Durek. Do you know what he had done to her? She had used her own 2 hands to liberate his 2 hands. You must forgive me, mother-in-law. I truly love Ayla, but she has helped me a lot. No, she has helped me an extraordinary amount. Durek spoke as if showing off a precious treasure. Before Ayla came, I truly felt lost about the future of the royal house. Fortunately, with her here, everything in the Empire is gradually coming under control. Aira chuckled behind her hand. It seems this child has helped you a great deal. I had no idea our little Ayla was this remarkable. Heh. Ayla scratched her head awkwardly. The more Iwea praised her the more uncomfortable she felt. Could she say that she was not the original Ayla and that she had somehow taken over this body without knowing how? However, Iwea was the saintess of the Church of Light 2 generations ago. As early as Ayla's amnesia she had probed Ayla's soul. The result was that there was nothing unusual, so in her view no soul-swapping trick was at play. Only Ayla herself did not know this. Wait until tomorrow. In the afternoon have Master Senkitu muster the knights and go with you to the Northern Territory. Dirk lowered his head and looked at Ayla. Alright, I have a few things to prepare as well. Watching the two exchange words, Iwea smiled with contentment. Mother, let us leave it at that. I shall set out for the northern frontier tomorrow. Very well. Will you return home first or head straight to the Langnate defense line to find your brother and father? I'll go straight to the defense line. The sooner I arrive the less pressure they'll have. Fine, I'll let them know tonight. I'm sure they'll be delighted as well. With that, Iwea's figure gradually dissolved, leaving only the two of them in the meeting chamber. Let's go. Dirk pulled Ayla along as they walked back, soon returning to the Hall of Governance. Old duh. You should change your temperament. As an emperor it is not a good habit to say everything without reservation. Dirk immediately thought of how he had just boasted about Ayla's prowess to his mother-in-law. Because she is your mother. That doesn't matter. You should keep some cards close to your chest, it makes you look more professional. He embraced the girl from behind and murmured, fine, from now on I'll tell only you, no one else. Cough cough. Caught off guard by the sudden doting tone, Ayla hastily coughed to feign composure and pushed away the large head resting on her shoulder. I've come to realize you're growing more audacious by the day. This is the Hall of Governance, not the bedchamber. Do behave yourself. Behave myself. Dirk immediately put on a stern expression, lifted the girl and set her on the table. Then, my queen, may I kiss you now? He asked with utter seriousness. No, certainly not. Of course, Ayla's opinion hardly mattered, for Dirk simply assumed that she enjoyed this kind of game. This was nothing more than a means to indulge Ayla's whims. After satisfying them, Dirk finally let her go, yet his hand remained clasped around hers. The dark tide is perilous. Even with Master Senkitu at your side I still cannot rest easy. Tomorrow let Hayurd and Lei Yasali accompany you. His brain slightly lightheaded from a lack of oxygen, Ayla took a long moment to gather herself before refusing. No need. You require manpower in the Imperial City. Let General Senkitu stay, have Hayurd and Lei Yasali lead the expedition. That won't do. I know Master Senkitu's strength, only with him following you can I feel reassured. No need. With him in the Imperial City you'll find it far easier to handle affairs. The two stared at each other, neither willing to yield. Dirk flashed a mischievous smile. My queen, you wouldn't want your little blanket and those clothes in your wardrobe to suffer while you're away, would you? Why, you pervert. Leaving aside that little blanket, her wardrobe was filled with many intimate garments. Even if she were going out she couldn't possibly take them all with her. Thus the confrontation ended with Dirk emerging victorious. Ayla's face flushed red with anger as she stormed out of the Hall of Governance. Then, remembering she still had preparations to make, she hurried off to Berg's forge. Berg. Ayla called out, but apart from the clang of forging there was no response. Berg. She raised her voice and this time the clanging ceased. Berg ran up from below, bare-chested, his muscles knotted and sinewy. Your Majesty the Queen. Is something the matter? Without any pleasantries the young man asked directly. Do you have any equipment that can amplify spiritual power or perhaps store it? I can make one, but there's no ready-made piece. When do you need it? Tonight or early tomorrow morning will do. I'm sending troops to reinforce the northern frontier tomorrow. Understood. I'll stay up all night to get it done for you. Without another word Berg dived straight back into the forge. Nowadays, whether materials were requisitioned from the palace or the night order, they were all sent here. Berg had not had a moment's rest. Fortunately, a sound-dampening magic circle had been set up around the area, otherwise no one would get a decent night's sleep. By the way, when you wish to settle that score of yours, just tell His Majesty. He will make arrangements for you. In response, Ayla heard only the resumption of hammering. She returned to the bedchamber. Though she was a mage, she could not very well go without armor of her own. Speaking of armor, she recalled a game she had played in her past life. With her Genesis power she ought to be able to create a Valkyrie armor of her own. Although she couldn't gain the skills or traits available in the game, at least she could have the appearance. It had presence and it provided basic protection. As she visualized the Valkyrie armor of her imagination, the Genesis power began to flow from her body. At last it took shape. Beneath the golden radiance, Aira seemed to shed her childishness, gaining a touch of heroic vigor. A golden longsword materialized in her hand. Of course it wasn't very powerful, it was purely for looks. Still, in a pinch it could come in handy. As the golden light faded, her outer garments vanished as well, leaving only her underclothes. Hiss, what just happened? Could it be that I didn't control the dispersion properly? After several experiments, Aira simply took off the Genesis-created armor manually rather than dispelling it directly through annihilation. At the evening banquet, when she learned Aira would be traveling far to the northern frontier, Mia was deeply reluctant to part with her. Especially since this journey was to confront the dark tide in the northern frontier, extremely dangerous. Anfir still hoped that Aira would take her along so that she could contribute to repelling the dark tide. Nevertheless, Aira refused her. No other reason, Anfir was too weak right now. At the 4th rank she wouldn't exactly be cannon fodder, but she wouldn't be of much use either. It would be better for her to cultivate diligently at the academy. Besides that, Heli was also about to leave for the western frontier. Originally Aira had planned for Kellybuyer to take Heli along, but Kellybuyer felt that as a teacher she should not accept a student without understanding her first. So Kellybuyer set off ahead of schedule to run a trial operation of the merchant guild centered on life potions, and it was for that reason she had summoned Heli. In an instant, of the 4 companions only Mia and Anfir remained. The farewell dinner was enjoyable, yet not entirely so. Back in the bedchamber, Durek saw the golden armor hanging on display. Did you have someone forge this in the afternoon? I made it myself. What do you think? Cool, right? Seeing the girl's proud expression, Durek shook his head. Don't you think this armor is a little too flashy? What's there to fear? The dark beasts are just like the blind, they rely mainly on scent. Durek murmured thoughtfully, true. In the end, as long as the girl was pleased, that was all that mattered. With the Grand Duke of the Northern Frontier present and so many experts like Senkitu and Hayurd guarding her, nothing much could go wrong. Tomorrow you'll be heading to the Northern Frontier. There's no telling how long the journey will take. Durek muttered. Don't worry, I'll be quick. At most a week and I'll take it down. Aira said with confidence. Suddenly Durek leaned in close and said, since I'm troubling my queen to campaign on my behalf, let me properly boost your morale tonight. Aira soon learned exactly what Durek meant by boosting morale. What are you doing in here? Your Majesty need not lift a finger. Allow me to assist you. In the bath, Aira was tended to by Durek as he washed her, yet in the end she could not escape. Early the next morning, as Aira was about to rise, Durek held her back, burying his head deep against her chest. Remember, do not set foot on the battlefield. Your safety matters most. I know you've said that 800 times. She pushed Durek's face away, swung out of bed, and Durek followed her. He helped Aira into her armor. He still tried to bow his head for a farewell kiss, but Aira refused, leaving him staring at the girl with longing, eager eyes. Oh, fine, fine. Come here then, hurry up and key. Before Aira could even finish the words, her lips were captured in a kiss. It did not last long, however. I'm warning you, don't go rummaging through my clothes. Fine. I'm not the queen, so my word still counts. Aira pursed her lips, speechless. As soon as she stepped outside, Legu handed Aira a bracelet. Your Highness Barrage delivered this in the small hours. He said that once you probe it with your spiritual sense you will know how to use it. Aira accepted it and delved inside with her spiritual sense. Titan's slumber bracer, forged from the soul crystal of a rare Titan mage with mithril worked in. It gave a long introduction to the materials first, followed by the functions. Spiritual power recovery speed increased threefold. Spiritual power can be infused in advance and stored up to the capacity of a 7th rank archmage. Spiritual power amplification increased by 1.5 times. Aira's spiritual power had already broken through to the 4th rank, and the Serenity gem had likewise risen another step, utterly eclipsing the other 3 gems. It was precisely this breakthrough that had allowed her to manifest this suit of armor. She tried pouring her spiritual power into the bracer and in one surge infused roughly half of her reserves, yet she felt no hint of a limit at all. Just as Aira was wondering why a bracelet should be called a bracer, the bracelet suddenly extended and wrapped itself perfectly around her wrist. Not bad at all. Though it looked extremely hard, it did not hinder her movements in the slightest. Moreover, when she manifested a long sword with it, the consumption was less than half of what it had been yesterday. This thing. It may already be considered a semi-divine artifact, Durek said after studying it for a long while. A semi-divine artifact. That ability to transform according to the user's needs, the semi-divine armor in the royal palace has it too. Are you saying Barurge forged a semi-divine artifact in a single night? Ayla admitted that she had indeed underestimated the abilities of a chosen one. Good. With this bracer, once we reach the Langnate defense line, let's see who can withstand my human cannon. Ayla stroked the bracer with excitement. Let's go. Master Senkatu should have finished assembling the army outside the city. Olda, do you have a motorcycle? Ayla still remembered the last time in Agila City when Senkatu had brought men riding over on motorcycles. She wanted to have a go at it herself. No need for you to drive. I chartered today's train yesterday. It won't return to civilian use until it has carried all of you to the northern defense line. Besides that, the imperial capital still has some magic cannons and a batch of weaponry improved by Barurge. All of it will be transported with you. Barurge. How much could he have improved? Don't underestimate a chosen one. Their abilities can only be called miracles. Duruk escorted Ayla out of the city. The train was already waiting outside. Senkatu was directing the many knights as they boarded. Hayurd and Lay Yasali had each already become the commander of a knight order. But there were 20,000 men on the field and as many as 100 knight order commanders. However, before Ayla arrived, those 100 commanders had already gone through a round of competition. Thus on the field command rested chiefly with Lay Yasali and Hayurd's line of the royal faction. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Queen. Seeing the two approach, Hayurd the nearest hastily called out in salute. The knights nearby also hurriedly bowed in respect. Good, no need for ceremony. Continue your command, don't bother about us. Ayla lifted her hand gently and all those bowing felt as if something were supporting them, straightening them up beyond their control. Yes. Hayurd resumed command and together with the other Knight Order commanders led the men away wave after wave. It was nearly noon before Ayla boarded the train. Contact me once there is a lull in the fighting. Duruk placed the magic crystal in Ayla's hand. I already have one. This is the spare. And remember to miss me. Duruk smiled tenderly. I think you've grown a little too bold. Saying such sappy words. Go on, don't force me to kick you twice. Then I would look forward to it. Duruk walked away cheerfully. Ayla thought of last night, damn, it really had turned into a reward for him. In the end she was the one exhausted. Your Highness, please board the train. We are about to depart. All right, I'm coming. Ayla's aura shifted abruptly. With her long sword slanted at her waist she boarded the train with a composed solemn air. The train set off. Duruk watched the train recede into the distance. What was he supposed to do? The moment the girl left his heart felt hollow. The Queen was gone. Day 1 of missing the Queen. Your Majesty, news has arrived from the Western Territory. Duruk slowly exhaled, suppressing the emptiness in his chest. What news? Is it a response from the Church of Creation about the progress in the Eastern Territory? Ah no. It's that Miss Kellybyre's trading business in the Western Territory has already started to gain momentum. Many merchants from the Southern Territory are purchasing large quantities of potions and the demand for high-grade potions is especially strong. She wanted to ask whether Her Majesty the Queen could increase the supply. Duruk understood, so this was a request for goods. There is another matter. Because the potions sold by Miss Kellybyre's trading company are all life potions and many of them are low-grade life potions, some believers have raised objections. Duruk waved his hand dismissively. That is a matter between her and Halenwy. If they fail to coordinate, let them figure it out themselves. Don't trouble the Queen with everything. Yes. As for the potions. The Queen is quite busy right now. Transfer some from the palace to her. Give her as much as she asks for, she will know how to put them to proper use. Yes. Yelajuo recorded every word Duruk spoke in his little notebook. He was a military man, not eloquent, but he knew how to play back the words. Duruk did not remain long because there were still 2 laborers waiting in the palace. If he did not return, certain decisions could not be finalized. A full day and night passed. At last the 20,000 knights had all arrived at the edge of the Langnate defense line, having crossed the entire Northern Territory to reach the very front. Ayla finally witnessed the landscape of the Northern Territory. It could be summed up in one word: impoverished. The Northern Territory bordered the Dark Tide region, so it could not be said to be in a constant state of war. But 9 months out of every year were spent fighting. The entire Northern Territory poured enormous manpower, resources and wealth into this struggle. During Duruk's father's reign the imperial capital still provided financial and material support. But by Duruk's time, were it not for Ayla, even the royal palace would have been hard-pressed. How could there be money left to support the Northern Territory? Take the recent 20 magic crystal coins and 20,000 gold coins for example. They seemed like a fortune, but thrown into the northern territory they would only stir up a splash and make a sound with little real impact. They were not even as practical as the batch of equipment they had brought this time. When Aira led 20,000 knights through wind and snow to arrive outside the Langnate defense line, a company had long been waiting ahead. Her gleaming golden armor immediately caught the attention of the man at its head. "Aira, my little rose papa has missed you so much." The moment she reached him, the sturdy Grand Duke of the North, clad in a heavy fur coat, could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward and lifted Aira off the motorcycle. In the early morning, just as on any other day, Aira woke up. She dressed calmly, for Durek had already gone to work. Having been in this world for so long, she had never really cared how much time had passed. But today Durek had risen extraordinarily early, which made Aira realize this was no ordinary day. "Uncle Liege, what day is it today? Why did old Da get up so early?" "Your Highness, today is the first day of the new calendar year." New calendar year. When the empire was founded, the third day was established as the first year of the new emperor's era. Continuing to today, it has been exactly 156 years. Today happens to be the first day of the first month of the new calendar year. Liege explained with a cheerful laugh. Though there would be celebrations in the imperial palace, they would not be too extravagant. The main celebrations were among the common folk. Then this counts as celebrating the new year, doesn't it? New year. I suppose you could say that. Then let's have boiled dumplings today. Since it was New Year, Aira naturally knew what she should eat. It was only that after more than half a year in this world, if not for Durek happening to get up early for a meeting today, she would almost have forgotten that such a thing as New Year existed. "Has breakfast been made? If not, tell them to stop. I'll cook myself today." Aira arrived at the kitchen behind the banquet hall. Everyone was busy, but they had not yet truly entered the cooking stage. "All right, everyone, stop. I'll cook today. You can all go rest." The maids and chefs exchanged glances and paused, their hands stilling. "Your Highness, what would you like to make? We can help you prepare." "Help me?" Aira raised an eyebrow slightly. The meat filling and the dough could indeed be handed over to the experienced chefs and maids. That way she could also find a place to rest, and later all she needed to do was teach everyone how to wrap the dumplings. Though she hadn't wrapped them all that well in her previous life either, these cooks already had skill in their hands. Perhaps what they wrapped would even look better than hers. "Fine, that works. You can first." Aira directed everyone to begin their tasks. After finishing his work, Durek returned to the bedchamber and searched around, but he didn't see Aira. The moment he entered the banquet hall, he heard Aira explaining. "Anyway, you fold it like this and it's done. If any of you can wrap prettier ones, you can try as well." Wrapping dumplings was honestly a bit much for a former young male college student like her. "Why did you get up so early today? Are you experimenting with something delicious?" Durek walked in and everyone hastily bowed in greeting. "What delicious thing? It's a delicacy you've never tasted before. Did you wrap this?" Durek pointed at a dumpling lying to the side that had collapsed into an unidentifiable lump. "Ah, who else would have? Why don't you try wrapping one yourself?" Aira demonstrated again, and the result was a bit better than the collapsed lump from before, though the filling was still showing through. "Hey, I think I've got it now." Imitating Aira's technique, Durek began his first dumpling wrapping experience. The result was exactly the same as Aira's first lump, a shapeless collapsed mess. "Pfft. Ha ha ha, you really do know how, it's exactly the same." Durek's brow furrowed slightly as an inexplicable will to win flared within him. 1, 2, 3. Aira watched Durek seem to turn from a novice into an old hand before her eyes. His first one had clearly looked just like her lump, so how had it suddenly become so neat and proper? "Nice one, old Da. You're something else." Only then did a smile appear on Durek's earnest face. "All right, you're now a fully mature dumpling wrapping machine. Now you can teach your apprentice." Aira pointed to the group behind her. No need. We all saw when His Majesty was wrapping them." Right, we all saw it." Those people felt relatively at ease with Aira, since they usually had a great deal to do with her. They knew her temperament and that she wasn't one to fuss at them. But Durek was a genuine emperor. If they wrapped the dumplings badly or made some small mistake, they could easily lose their lives. "All right, then you do it." Aira understood in her heart, and she pulled Durek out of the kitchen. "Why did you suddenly get up so early today and think of making this to eat?" Holding Aira's hand, Durek asked softly. "It's a custom." "A custom? Do they have such a custom in the Northern Territories?" "Ah, well. It's a foreign custom, so of course you wouldn't know." I only remembered it today myself. What other customs do you know? Plenty. But it's already nice enough to have boiled dumplings now. The rest wouldn't really suit this place. Is that so? Durek didn't press further. Half embracing Ayla, he waited quietly with her on a lounge chair outside the banquet hall. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the dumplings are ready. At the call, Mia and Anfeir arrived as well. Such a strange smell, I've never smelled it before. Anfeir twitched her dainty nose and sniffed. Sister Ayla, is this some festival? Did you make something delicious again? No, I just felt like making it. They just came out of the pot, go have a taste. Steaming plates of dumplings were brought to the table. Durek, Mia, Anfeir, and the father, mother and brother she had picked up in this world. It seemed that crossing over here wasn't all bad. In her previous life her mother had died when she was 7 and she had never known her father, only that he had given his life for his country. Later she was adopted by her father's comrade in arms. Her life couldn't be called bad, at least she never lacked food or clothing. She was already very content. Later, after she entered university and was able to support herself through part-time work, she would send money home after covering her daily expenses. The family of her father's comrade in arms already had an elder brother just 2 years older than she. From the moment she entered that household she knew she was only an outsider. She had always maintained a clear boundary and never played any jealousy drama with that brother. But now that she had suddenly come to this world, what would happen to the body she had left on earth? Death. Perhaps even if she died no one would mourn. She only felt a little sorry toward the uncle and aunt who had raised her all those years because she had hardly repaid them. What's wrong? Does it taste off? A large hand waved in front of her eyes. Ayla slowly returned to her senses. No, it tastes wonderful. She had only been here a little over half a year, yet it seemed she now had quite a few more friends and family around her. Durek. In her previous life she had never even considered finding a girlfriend. But now she had already become a wife and she had a little family of her own. Ayla instinctively touched her lower abdomen. Through the serene gem she sensed the fluctuation of a life within her womb gradually growing clearer. Really? Ayla shot a fierce glare at the culprit, leaving Durek utterly baffled. They had clearly agreed to take precautions, but that certain someone had lied to her, claiming that battled she would act as a barrier and that she couldn't get pregnant. Still, since this feeling had appeared, Ayla no longer minded so much that she had been male in her previous life. At least she had grown accustomed to all the little activities between the two of them in the bedchamber. What? Is there something on my face? Nothing. I just want to bite you. Then wait until tonight. Ayla pouted when she heard that. Old duh. Happy New Year. What does that mean? Nothing. Then a Happy New Year to the Queen as well. Ayla let out a soft laugh. Coming into this world wasn't a bad thing, it was even a little good. Father. Although Ayla knew she had barely met this nominal father, the word escaped her lips instinctively. Lakiyev's face bloomed with overwhelming joy. My little Rose, is your head feeling better? I suppose so. Ayla looked at him in confusion. Lakiyev's expressions of ecstasy abruptly vanished. His large hand gently tousled Ayla's head. It's all right, father is here. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. Come, let's head into the defensive line first. At that moment Senkitu rode over on a bicycle. Duke, it's been a while. Lakiyev burst into hearty laughter. When Evia told me I hardly believed it. I didn't expect that lad truly sent you here. It seems I underestimated him. With his Majesty's current strength, even without this old man, he has nothing to fear from those rats in the imperial city. Lakiyev looked somewhat surprised at these words. Honestly, he hadn't expected his old friend's heir to possess at least the strength of a sword master at such a young age. Back then he had supported Delko merely because Delko's father had corresponded with him once. The two had first met at the Kasalara Academy, becoming rare confidants. At that time relations between the royal family and the 4 regional dukes had not yet grown so tense. But among those who could truly befriend Delko's father, only Lakiyev stood as a duke's son. The current political landscape made this evident. Westgard Boshtin's relationship with him was neither good nor bad. The dukes of the east and south only maintained a veneer of courtesy. After the passing of Delko's father they could no longer be bothered to keep up the pretense. When Delko's father had been alive, his support for the north was unprecedented. On his deathbed his final request to his beloved friend Lakiyev was simple: he needn't do much, only ensure Delko ascended the throne smoothly. Lakiyev was ultimately the only duke who publicly declared his support for Delko. Although the North indeed struggled to dispatch troops, this declaration caused many to hesitate, enabling Delco's smooth succession. Senkitu had served as a guard beside the late emperor, in those days a role akin to Ilieso's. He and Lokiyev were old acquaintances, having crossed paths many times during the previous emperor's reign. It seems this minister of military affairs grows more carefree with each passing day. Ha ha ha, come let me introduce you. Senkitu brought Lyasli and held forward. Greetings, Grand Duke. Both bowed in salute. Lokiyev pressed both hands firmly onto Held's shoulders. Held. Is that really you? Held's bowing body suddenly trembled. Despite his absence for so many years, he never expected the Grand Duke could still recognize him. Grand Duke, it's me. I've returned. A hint of a sob crept into Held's voice. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. Lokiyev laughed aloud, clapping Held firmly on the shoulder and giving him a slight nod before turning his gaze toward Lyasli beside him. For you, Senkitu, to single him out for introduction, this young knight must surely be a genius as well. Senkitu chuckled lightly. Naturally. This knight Lyasli is 21 years old and a 6th-rank Grand Knight. Now tell me, is that a genius or not? Lokiyev's eyes gleamed as he fixed them on Lyasli. A genius. Truly a genius. Hey, you're calling him a genius too early. What if I told you he arrived at the royal palace barely 2 months ago, and before coming here he couldn't even secure the basic material resources needed for cultivation, yet was already 5th rank? Would you still merely call him a genius? Lokiyev's expression grew even more astonished. He knew well that cultivating battle chi demanded compressing every cell of the body, making material resources a hard requirement. That Lyasli had reached 5th rank at his age despite lacking even that foundation could no longer be described by the mere word genius. That boy Delco. I never imagined he had such an astute eye. His gaze burned as he stared at Lyasli, his mind already scheming ways to retain this talent. Well, you've got that wrong. Lyasli was recruited by Her Majesty the Queen, and Held was also personally brought back from the west by her. It wasn't His Majesty's doing at all. Oh. Lokiyev looked toward Aira. Humph. Aira planted her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest. The very next second she felt a pair of large hands settle on her waist. As expected of my little Rose, her eye for talent far surpasses Delco's. Lokiyev did not ask how Aira had discovered Held, nor did he inquire about her methods for seeking talents. Instead, he simply lifted Aira up and settled her upon his shoulder just as he had when she was small. His unusually broad frame gave her a perfectly steady seat. The group entered the defensive line carrying equipment and supplies. The silver armor of the knights and their great swords gleamed with reflected light. Are these the new style weapons improved by the imperial city? They seem somewhat different from the previous equipment. Lokiyev remarked as carts laden with silver armor rolled past one after another. That's indeed the case. After all, the royal palace now harbors a chosen of the forge god. Every piece of this equipment has been finely adjusted by his hand. An unmistakable note of pride colored Senkitu's words. A chosen. Don't tell me my little Rose found him as well. As a matter of fact, yes. Senkitu chuckled. But there's more than just this one, there's also a chosen of holy light and a chosen of curses. Lokiyev grinned so widely he could hardly close his mouth. Daughter, why not take a look around my north and see if there are any formidable talents there? Get a few for your old man too. Aira, perched upon his shoulder, found her ears suffering under her nominal father's thunderous lion-like roar. As for talents of the north, Held had already been poached by her. When it came to anyone else truly exceptional, Aira couldn't recall a single memorable name at the moment. But she vaguely felt her elder brother wasn't a bad option. After all, he would smoothly inherit the title of Northern Duke in the future. He wasn't much inferior to her father. I think elder brother would do well. He doesn't count. I can't have him still handling everything personally after taking over my position. Then I truly don't know who else the North has. After reaching the 4th rank, however, she could sense a person's general aptitude through the silent gem. Lyasli, for instance, radiated the aura of a genius just by standing there, and Delco did as well. Held and Senkitu were somewhat weaker. She detected this vague sensation among several of the 20,000 knights, but nowhere near as intensely as with Lyasli and the others. And now, standing right beside her father, she felt the same sensation, one that could rival Lyasli's. This was something she hadn't expected. Every person gave off this feeling to some degree, yet she sensed absolutely nothing from chosen ones like Berg and Puina. All the same, it wasn't a bad method for seeking talent. The only problem was that if the person found this way had never appeared in the original story, she couldn't accurately judge their character. They would require more trials. Father, I think I've spotted a wild genius. No sooner had she claimed not to know anyone than Aira detected a particularly striking aura. Oh. Where? Over here this way. Lokiev paid no heed to Senkitu and the others striding off in the direction Aira pointed with long forceful steps. Before long a young man appeared before the two. Little Rose, this is your brother. I know. Aira was speechless. She'd finally managed to find someone impressive, only to discover upon approaching that it was her troublesome elder brother. Father, little sister. The young man had inherited Lakifu's face, resolute and bold. His hair was silver gray, but unlike his father his emerald eyes were exactly like Aira's. These were Aiwia's colors. Aira had taken after Aiwia more with the same golden hair and emerald eyes. She simply hadn't inherited Aiwia's magical talent nor fully inherited Lakifu's battle chi talent. Ajuoj, your little sister has brought back a rather impressive batch of equipment. Go see if anything catches your eye. All right, father. Lakifu, you certainly rushed over in a hurry. This time I come bearing His Majesty's gift. Senkitu took out a longsword. Aira recognized at a glance that it was Duruk's former sword. Yes and no. Because the instant her father gripped it the longsword changed into a broadsword. This was an ability unique to a demigod artifact. So it actually became a demigod artifact. That kid is surprisingly generous. Lakifu was plainly delighted with the weapon and swung it a few times. Isn't this old Da's sword? How did it become a demigod artifact? Duruk had told her that the royal family possessed only one treasured demigod artifact armor. The material of this longsword was already rare and Baraj reforged it from scratch. Only then did it ascend to a demigod artifact. I see. Listening to Senkitu's explanation, Aira grew more and more convinced that pulling Baraj into her team was the most correct decision she had ever made. Haha, my little Aira found a chosen one for Duruk, so what's the harm in giving me a demigod artifact? There's no harm. After all, Her Highness the Queen even gave His Majesty a divine artifact. Seeing Lakifu's smug expression, Senkitu deliberately teased him. Sure enough, Lakifu's eyes suddenly opened as wide as copper bells and he grabbed Senkitu's arm. What did you say? A divine artifact. From my little Aira. Of course. Otherwise why would I say His Majesty fears none of those rats in the imperial city? Daughter, is this true? It's true. I had no use for that divine artifact. It's not a matter of use. Little Aira, you must understand, in the royal court interests come before all else. You must understand that boy has 3 consorts besides you, his queen. If the divine artifact remains in your hands, your place in his heart will forever be higher than those 3 consorts. Even when his descendants later inherit the throne, holding a divine artifact will be your greatest advantage. Aira listened to this father of hers deliver an endless torrential analysis. First, his starting point was good. Second, it would have been better not to start at all. Duruk going to Heli and the other 2. She would love nothing more. The problem was that the man himself was unwilling. He even insisted, shouting that his heirs could only be born by her. Aira wanted to kick him in the face and ask whether he had a throne to inherit, so insistent that only she could bear his children. The problem was that he really did have a throne to inherit. Lakifu delivered his entire lecture without the slightest regard for privacy, saying it all right in front of Senkitu. Aren't you overthinking things? His Majesty's love for Her Highness the Queen is famous throughout the imperial city. Otherwise, do you think I could be standing here? Besides, Her Highness the Queen saved this old man's life, saved Hayurd's daughter's life, and saved Lei Yasali's mother's life. Now that we are all in the palace, how far gone would His Majesty have to be to throw the Queen away? Stop, stop, stop. What is all this about throwing away or not? I came here to reinforce the defense line, not to hear the 2 of you scheme over power. Aira jumped down from Lakifu's shoulder. Hands on her hips, she glared at the 2 men. So the divine artifact is gone. Even without that divine artifact I still fear nothing. As for love or whatever it is, I've never cared about it. That was what she said, but for a moment Aira truly did picture Duruk looking at her with cold indifference. The mere thought made her chest tight. It was the first time Lakifu had seen his little Rose show such a forceful side. He hastily bent over and smiled, trying to coax her. But Aira remained silent the whole time. Clang! 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 Near noon, a burst of ringing alarms spread across the defense line. Lakifu's expression changed. With a wave of his hand he put away his heavy fur coat, revealing the armor beneath it. Aira, stay in the camp on the defense line. Your old man will go and be right back. I'm coming too. No. The battlefield is dangerous. Stay put in camp. However soft Lakefu had sounded just now, he was just that hard now. This is not a discussion. This is an order. I am the queen and I will stand with the soldiers through thick and thin. Ayla's figure rose into the air and before Lakefu's stunned gaze she flew toward the high wall of the defense line. As her father, how can you not know that Her Highness the Queen is an arcanist? Seeing that Lakefu's shock was not feigned, Senkitu asked hesitantly. An arcanist? Ayla. The Grand Duke, who was rather dumbfounded, decided to sort it out after the war. He and Senkitu charged north together. Within the defense line, whether original soldiers and knights or knights who had come to reinforce, all advanced in orderly fashion to assemble before the northern gate. Ayla stood on the city wall. To the south of the defense line was a world of daylight made even more blinding by the reflection of snow. To the north it was pitch black. Thankfully the light from the south meant they were not wholly blind. A surging, overwhelming horde of dark beasts rushed toward the defense line. The innate defense line was built right at a canyon. On both sides rose towering peaks that made one crane one's neck. The terrain here was higher than the source of the dark tide, even farther north. It was a place easy to defend and difficult to take. Archers and mages were arrayed along the wall. Dense arrows and long-range spells slammed into the dark tide, unleashing rolling roars. Outside the line, knights bearing battle chi stood in neat ranks guarding the defense front. Lakefu stood directly at the front. The demigod artifact greatsword was planted in the ground before him, his hands resting on the pommel as he stood upright and unwavering. Senkitu wore a gleaming golden suit of demonic armor that radiated arrogance, somewhat similar to Ayla's golden armor. Knight soldiers, this time I stand with you. His voice, amplified by battle chi, boomed loudly. It drew many people's gazes. Ayla raised her sword with one hand and pointed it toward the sky. Boom! A colossal thunderclap exploded like a claw, shredding open a corner of the dark tide. Over 100 dark beasts were turned to ash by that single blow. Then came a second, a third, a fourth. Thunder rang out one after another and the crowd began to boil. Lakefu could only watch as the dark tide was torn apart bit by Ayla's thunder, then slowly healed itself again. Such power was already terrifying enough. The dark beasts were getting closer. The odor of decay and rot grew thicker and thicker. Besides the dark beasts there was another kind of monster, the decayed corpse. They were created when the corpses of warriors who had fallen in battle were assailed by the dark tide. Yet they were only walking dead without the strength or memories they had possessed in life. The dark tide drew nearer. Follow me. Lakefu swung his sword first. A magnificent silver sword chi slashed outward, and wherever it passed none escaped. But the dark beasts of the dark tide felt no pain and had no fear. They continued charging toward the defense line. Soon a dark silhouette reeking of the dark tide's decay locked onto Lakefu. The dark beasts born in the dark tide were just like common soldiers and knights. But this dark shadow was a product of the dark tide's aura condensed to an extreme degree, a dark tide emissary. Emissaries capable of spreading small-scale dark tides. Their strength too ranged from the 5th to the 8th rank. Lakiev charged straight into the fray. The brief clash between the two stirred up a violent gale across a radius of 20 or 30 meters. Senkitu, Liasli and the Night Order leaders who had rushed to reinforce them joined the fray one after another. Ordinary dark beasts could be cut down after only a short skirmish with low-ranking knights. The real problem was their numbers. As long as the dark tide here did not fade, the dark beasts would continue to spawn endlessly. This was nothing like the rootless dark tide that had emerged from the rail tracks in the imperial capital. All they could do was wait for the unknown source farther north to exhaust itself, and slaying the dark tide heralds would hasten that process. Ayla could not control her power with such fine precision. So instead she simply applied her electromagnetic force directly onto the dark shadowy tide herald. She erased the friction between him and the ground. The previously deadlocked battle immediately began to tip overwhelmingly in Lakiev's favor. Watching everyone fighting at the front, Ayla's initial desire to stay in the back like a spellcaster gradually faded. How could a true warrior cower in the rear like this? So Ayla flew forward, though she did not press too deep into the fray. She spread her arms wide, one black, one red. Death and flames cascaded down from the heavens like waterfalls. Your Highness. Liasli looked up. Hadn't she agreed to stay safely in the rear? What if something happened to her? As it turned out, Ayla's actions were indeed conspicuous, especially with her suit of golden armor which reflected even the faintest light and stood out brilliantly against the pitch-black dark tide. Two dark shadows shot toward her instantly. Humph, two fools who don't know their place. Let you taste my invincible power. The decaying attacks of the tide heralds were dissolved into nothing just 3 meters away from Ayla. Sensing the spiritual energy stored within her gauntlet, she curled the corners of her lips. Let me show you what it means to command 10,000 swords. Watch me, swords come. Over 1,000 longswords and greatswords soared out from the defensive stronghold. To control such a number at her current 4th rank spiritual energy level was nothing short of terrifyingly draining. But thanks to the gauntlet, she had enjoyed doubled spiritual energy recovery throughout the day and night, continuously pouring energy into it for storage. That was the only reason she could afford such extravagance. The knights mid-battle widened their eyes at the sight of swords filling the sky. And when they spotted the figure amid the blade shadows. What power is this? Is the sword god descending upon the world? Her Majesty the Queen actually possesses such strength. I must say, as expected of Her Majesty, makes an old bones like me feel rather ashamed. Of course, even so, no one stopped fighting. Aira looked down at the Dark Tide Herald struggling to move with his friction eliminated, relying only on Dark Tide power. Her finger, which had been pointing at the heavens, fell. Descend. More than 4,000 swords transformed into a long dragon that howled forward, instantly turning the 2 dark shadows into a puff of black mist. Aira maneuvered the sword dragon to slaughter through the dark tide. Lekiev watched, utterly baffled. With power like that, even a sword master would have to think twice. My little rose has begun to grow thorns. A gratified smile spread across his rugged face. Ha 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 ha. As the dragon howled past, Lekiev's expression stiffened slightly at the sound of his little rose laughing so boldly. What on earth had happened in these 2 months? How had his little rose become this unrefined? It must be that rascal Delco who taught her such things. It had to be. It couldn't be that this was his daughter's true nature after losing her memories, could it? Because Aira had been leading the sword dragon and continuously slaughtering the tide heralds within the dark tide. After just an hour and a half, the dark tide began showing signs of dissipating. When darkness was once again embraced by light, the dark beasts all dissolved into the radiance. The tide heralds also retreated completely. The spiritual energy in Aira's gauntlet was completely drained, and even her own spiritual energy had bottomed out. "Ha Dad, I'm a little sleepy." Aira yawned. "Sleep, my little rose. Your dad will take you home." Lekiev scooped Aira up in his arms. One advantage of the dark tide was that there was no blood. Though her armor was somewhat damaged, not a single drop of blood stained it. He brought Aira back into the defensive line and settled her in his own room. Lekiev then gathered his men to tally the casualties. The number of wounded knights and soldiers exceeded 10,000. Lekiev could only order them to recover swiftly, distributing batch after batch of recovery potions. All of this had been purchased with the ducal house's own funds from merchants. If not, once the dark tide dragged on, his forces would have no way to recover quickly, and with the balance shifting like that, holding the line would become impossible. "Sigh, I'll have to send someone to buy another batch of potions. Damn those potion merchants. If the defensive line didn't require such a massive volume, I would have driven every one of them out of the north long ago." Lekiev grumbled his complaints. The potion merchants of the north knew the demand here was extraordinarily high, and utterly essential, so after transporting the potions from the east to the north, they would simply double the prices. That forced him to send his own people to buy potions from the east. However, because of agreements with those merchants, prices in the east were also marked up by 50%, and after adding transportation losses back and forth, it came out about the same as buying directly from the north merchants. Buying potions. Hasn't the Genesis Church founded by Her Majesty already been established in the north? It's been built, but what does that have to do with buying potions? The potions the church distributes are meant to develop believers, and with the demand here at the front lines being so huge, the church can't supply it either. Seeing Senkitu wearing a look of barely suppressed laughter like someone who had discovered a great sucker, Lekiev's expression darkened. Senkitu finally explained, "Those potions, if you ask Her Majesty for them, she can give you as many as you want." So the potions really were developed by Aira. They weren't made by some chosen one of the medicine god or the god of life. Lekiev said with some uncertainty. Of course. Who knows, perhaps Her Majesty truly is a reincarnated deity. Senkitu chuckled lightly, glancing at Lekiev. Humph, deity or no deity, she is the little rose of the Flocillin family. I've noticed you're starting to act like a true believer toward Aira. That doesn't seem like you. Senkitu fell silent for a moment, then briefly recounted the friction with the church from some time ago. Are you telling me you directly faced the will of a deity and the curse cast by that evil god was lifted by Aira? Lekiev was incredulous. That was a curse personally cast by an evil god, even if it was merely a shred of divine will, it was not something that could be easily dispelled. Could it be that his little rose hadn't lost her memories but had instead undergone a divine awakening, her mind overwhelmed by the memories of her past life as a deity? The more Lakiev thought about it the more plausible it seemed. Indeed. Her Majesty the Queen's power is worthy of a deity even if she is not one. The two continued discussing everything Aira had done in the imperial capital over the past 2 months. Aira meanwhile woke slowly at dusk. In the past she would have slept until night, but thanks to the gauntlet her recovery was exceptionally swift. The magic crystal in her pocket began to flicker at just that moment. Aira answered. "Old, do you off work this early today?" On the other end Delco gazed at her with a gentle smile. "My queen, do you remember what you promised me before you left?" Ayla's brows furrowed slightly. "Did you send General Senkitu here to keep an eye on me?" "That's not surveillance, that's protection. I've been worrying about you in the palace." As the two conversed, Lakiev was just outside the door about to call Aira for dinner. Through the gap of the door he watched Aira lying on the bed, her little feet kicking restlessly as she laughed and chatted with Durk. Lakaifu the old father felt a surge of indignation rise in his heart. What love potion had this boy fed his little Rose to make even a simple chat fill her with such joy? Ahem. Lakaifu gave a dry cough. Aira turned to look. "Dad." The moment Durk saw Lakaifu's figure he hurriedly greeted him. "Father-in-law, long time no see. I trust you are well." "Ahem." Lakaifu answered softly. That perfunctory reply made Durk realize that the father-in-law who had once been the first to publicly support him no longer seemed to hold him in much favor. "Little Rose, it's time for dinner." "Oh, all right. I'll hang up first, let's talk later." "Very well, go have your meal first, my queen." "Your Majesty certainly has remarkable skill." Lakaifu said out of nowhere, then turned and left. Durk was full of question marks. What's gotten into father-in-law? Maybe it's because of the divine artifact. I'll tell you tonight. I need to go eat now. Okay. She hung up the magic crystal and tossed it aside. She then went with Lakaifu to another sitting room where Lei Yasali, Aira and Senkitu were all present. The dishes on the table were especially sumptuous. Lakaifu sat at one end. In truth, his earlier remark was only meant to show that Durk was highly skilled, somehow able to make his own daughter so utterly immersed in this love. During the meal, however, Lakaifu said nothing further. While eating he mulled it over. Judging from their conversation, it seemed not only his daughter was happy, Durk was just the same. Otherwise, why would he call him father-in-law? That was in relational terms an acknowledgement that he could invoke the name of the royal family, not a title meant to remind him to mind the boundaries of closeness and distance. Regardless of whether Durk was sincere or merely pretending, at least he as a father could still serve as his daughter's safety net. "Dad, where do I sleep tonight?" "Just take my room. I'll find another empty room." Aira then went back inside. Lakaifu shook his head at the sight. What true love was there in a royal house? He only hoped Aira would come to her senses soon. "Don't be so suspicious. His Majesty is my student, do you think I can't tell whether he truly loves Her Majesty the Queen?" Senkitu spoke up to console him. "Love? How long can this love last? A year? 2 years? Oh. And your love for Lady Aira lasted only a year or 2? How is that the same?" Lakaifu glared at Senkitu, his beard bristling. "What Aira and I have is true love. I've never had another woman besides Aira. Doesn't that brat have 3 consorts as well?" Senkitu shook his head. "What use is that? As far as I know, His Majesty has had virtually no interaction with his consorts. Even when there is, it's always about the Queen. Moreover, the first consort was sent to the western border by the Queen herself. The second and third consorts go to Kasalar Academy every day for further study. And no matter what Her Majesty the Queen does, His Majesty will always support her wholeheartedly." Even what? Lakaifu heard the sentence trail off and saw Senkitu being evasive. "Even what? Just say it." "Even when Her Majesty the Queen sits on His Majesty's throne in the Great Hall, His Majesty sits in the Queen's place." Lakaifu drew in a sharp breath. No, something was wrong. It didn't seem like his daughter had been charmed by that young man. If anything, it was that young man who had been hooked by his little Rose into a silly grin. "So Duke, you needn't worry so much. Given Her Majesty the Queen's abilities, she certainly won't be the weaker party." Lakaifu nodded in deep agreement. Meanwhile, back in her room, Aira immediately contacted Durk to continue her unfinished explanation. "So father-in-law thinks the divine artifact would be safer in your hands." That's about it. And something about children and all that, I really can't even." Aira was truly exasperated. Children, what a leap. How could she ever give birth? Get pregnant. That could never happen in this lifetime. As long as she stayed far away from Durk she was safe. That's not necessarily impossible. This divine artifact will need to be passed down sooner or later, and bequeathing it to our future offspring wouldn't be a bad idea either. It's not bedtime yet, so why are you dreaming? Old I have to tell you, I originally saw you as a brother. It's all your fault that things have become so strange now. Strange? What's so strange? You are my queen, I have never regarded you as a brother. You just want my body. Aila's beautiful eyes flew wide as she stared straight at Durk. I want my own wife. Is there a problem? No. Durk declared with utter confidence, completely ignoring the girl's fuming glare. I'm telling you I won't agree to that. Don't even think about bearing heirs. It's fine. I'll wait until my lady has a change of heart. Durk wore a dangerous cunning smile. By the way, little Rose, right? Your father really dotes on you. What do you mean? Aira was confused. Actually, she had long wanted to ask why her old man insisted on calling her Little Rose the moment he saw her. Rose? Isn't the Fuluoxalan family crest a golden rose? After hearing this, Aira was stunned. Rose? How could anyone recognize a rose pattern in such an abstract crest? Little Rose. Not bad. Calling you Queen all the time sounds too distant. From now on I'll call you Little Rose too. Thanks but no thanks. Just call me by my name. Those 3 words sound awkward no matter how you say them. Aira immediately raised a hand in refusal. Then you'd better get used to it, Little Rose. Hearing Durk's address, Aila's ears inexplicably began to burn. Alright, stop it. You're an emperor after all, can't you be a little more serious? Especially since she was a soft-hearted soul herself, such sappy pet names were genuinely hard to withstand. Little Rose is always right. Ah, the 3rd day without Little Rose, I miss you. Miss what? We're literally video chatting right now. Durk raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. Aira instinctively lifted one arm to shield her chest. If you're that desperate, go find Fayer. Stop hanging around in front of me. I can't do that. I'm loyal only to Little Rose. What's the matter with you? Why are you so sappy today? Aira grew suspicious. Then how about letting me see your legs, Little Rose? See my legs? How about my feet? I'll shove them right into your mouth. That would be an honor. Alright, you may withdraw. I am weary. Aira hung up the call with a disgusted look. Lying in bed, a thought suddenly surfaced through her drowsiness. With Durk so full of vitality, how much would she have to suffer? But the thought startled her wide awake at the same time. A few minutes later she began meditating to replenish spiritual energy into her gauntlets. She had finally managed to meditate herself to sleep, only to be jolted awake by a dream in which Durko appeared. She rose from bed with a touch of resentment lingering in her heart. No sooner had she stepped outside than the north's biting wind laden with swirling snow scattered every stray thought from her mind. Little Aira, get inside quickly, the blizzard outside is too fierce. Rakiev shouted, carrying breakfast in both hands while shielding her from the snow with his own body. Dad, why are you up so early? Aira hurriedly opened the door for him. I'm the commander, how can I set an example if I don't rise early? Come on, eat your breakfast. The breakfast was especially lavish, steaming hot oatmeal, some small bread rolls with jam, and tucked beneath the plate was a steak still piping hot. With so many people at the defense line and such great demand, arranging this kind of breakfast for Aira was already a special privilege. It was thanks to the supplies delivered along with the weapons and equipment that the supply pressure on the defense line had been greatly relieved. This was after all the first batch of support the Northern Territories had received since Durko ascended the throne half a year ago. Dad, have you eaten? I have. These are for you. It's cold outside, after you eat don't wander around out there. Rakiev set down Aira's breakfast and did not linger, immediately getting up to go on patrol. Of course, doing as she was told was out of the question. How could she come out here and still be as bored as she had been in the palace? But the moment she stepped out, the one waiting for her was neither Reg nor Liasley but a female knight in light armor. This was the first time Aira had ever seen a female knight. Good morning, Your Highness the Queen. You are. Aira looked up at her. Though she was not as tall as Durko or Korbel, she still stood a head taller than Aira. My name is Gabina Angsar. Ansar. On the way here Aira had reviewed the noble houses settled in the north that ranked count or above. Anonsar was the surname of the North's only Marquis family. Are you the daughter of Marquis Crow? Yes. Gabina responded, her gaze fixed intently on Aira. Why is a daughter of a Marquis here? And in that armor, do you intend to go to war? No. My father requested the Grand Duke to let me accompany your highness when you return to the Imperial City and also to report to the Khazaral Academy. Oh. So she was just someone who wanted a ride. Then what are you doing here now? The Grand Duke assigned me to attend your highness. If you have any orders, feel free to tell me. Gabina's solemn earnestness left Aira rather at a loss. It was hard to imagine that this woman was the daughter of a marquis. Whether it was Heli and the other two or the noble young ladies she had seen at the banquet, they all gave Aira the impression of being delicate, fragile and helpless. But Gabina was as gallant and spirited as a young general fresh from several battles. Then how strong are you? I'm already a third-rank apprentice and I believe it won't be long before I advance to fourth-rank Grand Knight. Gabina's tone was resolute with not the slightest doubt in her talent. Very good. I have high hopes for you. There were quite a few women among the world's supreme powerhouses. It was just that many nobles did not want their daughters to fight and kill. Even if their daughters enjoyed excellent resources, they would not allow them to pursue that path. Gabina was one of the lucky ones. After that word of praise, Aira turned and walked toward the military camp. Gabina followed closely behind her, keeping watch over the surroundings. You weren't here yesterday, were you? Aira suddenly asked. No, your highness. I only arrived this morning. No need to be so vigilant. Relax, I can read every flicker of movement within 50 meters better than you can. Gabina was taken aback. This queen before her looked so small. Was she really this formidable? She did not doubt the credibility of Aira's words for a single moment. Before long Aira arrived at the military camp. To her surprise, there were children in the camp laughing and playing. Whose children are these? Why are they playing in a military camp? They are the families of the original garrison at the Rannet defense line. Usually only 20,000 troops are stationed here, and the two southern corners of the defense line are where the soldiers' families live. Gabina explained unhurriedly. You know this place very well, don't you? I thought you said you only arrived today. My home is nearby. During the quiet period of the Dark Tide I came here to train in real combat. Perhaps that is also why the Grand Duke gave me this opportunity to attend your highness. Aira gave a slight nod. She had originally thought her father had arranged for this person merely out of regard for the Marquis, but it seemed there was more to it. She sensed the aura radiating from Gabina. Though it was far less powerful than Liasley's, it was still stronger than that of an ordinary person. Not exactly a genius, but that inner drive of hers made Aira think highly of her. People like this, strong-minded and always pushing themselves, were the most fearsome when they finally unleashed their full strength. Your Highness the Queen. We pay our respects to your Highness. The soldiers and knights resting in the camp all saluted when they saw Aira. Only then did they begin greeting Gabina. Long time no see, Gabina. Are you going to follow her Highness the Queen from now on? How enviable. It was clear that Gabina was very familiar with everyone. As Aira made her rounds, everyone was extremely warm. In the distance she also saw her father teaching several commanders of the Night Order's sword techniques. But she did not go over to disturb them. Gabina, what was that illness you were discussing with the soldiers just now? Aira had noticed that whenever Gabina talked with the people, she always began by asking whether so-and-so's child was feeling any better. Once there was a large-scale dark tide, and by then it had already spread into the city. The Grand Duke arrived in time and drove it back, but many children had contracted all kinds of illnesses, some mild and some severe. Later Lady Avia came and helped many of the children recover, but there were still some whose ailments could not be rooted out. If not for the Grand Duke constantly sending medicines and allowing them to buy, sell and use them privately, many more children would have died. Aira nodded when she heard this. Can't be rooted out. That's a small matter. I only need to make a slight move to eliminate the root of the illness. She turned and headed south. Gabina's spirit stirred and she quickly hurried after her. The two southern corners built right against the southern city wall formed residential areas that resembled urban villages. There were quite a few vendors and shops there as well. At this moment two little boys were standing in front of a pastry stall. The older boy took the pastries the vendor handed over. Thank you, Aunt Mainai. The woman smiled and nodded at them. The boy immediately turned and gave all the pastries in his hand to his younger brother. Eat up. They just came out of the oven. Brother, you eat too. I don't like these. You eat them. The boy pushed the pastries back in front of his younger brother. But you bought these with your allowance this month. Isn't money meant to be spent? Try one first and later take some back to share with your sister. Ayla was also drawn over by the little pastries. She had been planning to ask the vendor whose child in the area was ill when she saw this scene. Caesar, long time no see. Gabina greeted the boy with familiarity. Sister Gabina. A look of delighted surprise immediately crossed Caesar's paper-pale face. How is your illness? Has it improved? Hey, it's still the same. Every day I live is another day my father's medicine keeps me from slipping away. Ayla watched the boy's forced smile. She recalled what Caesar had said to Kai. Their father worked himself ragged, risking his life against the beast tide every day, and every reward he earned went to buy potions that ended up in his son's stomach. This child must already know in his heart that he was a burden to this family. He spent even the little pocket money he had on his younger brother and sister. It wasn't exactly special care, perhaps just to fill the bottomless abyss of guilt in his heart. Child, come here and let me have a look. Caesar started looking at Ayla, a wave of familiarity washing over him. But instinctively he glanced at Jayabina. This is Her Majesty the Queen, also the daughter of Lady Iwia. Caesar realized. He had seen Iwia before, that dazzling golden hair had left a deep impression on him. Your Majesty the Queen, he bowed, his gesture awkward and unfamiliar. Come, let me examine you. Don't be afraid, it's only a minor ailment. Her spiritual power swept over Caesar's whole body. Her brows knit slightly. No wonder even her mother, the former holy maiden, had been unable to cure him. The dark tide force inside his body was causing his organs to fail, accelerating cell death and even bringing the risk of necrosis. By now Caesar's body was riddled with holes. He was truly keeping himself alive with medicine. This was not something that could be healed simply by replenishing life force. Your Majesty, how is Caesar? Seeing Ayla encountered a difficult problem, Jayabina asked with some concern. A bit troublesome, but not a big deal. Let's find a quiet place first. Jayabina nodded and replied, then why not go to Caesar's home? That works. My mother is at work and only my younger sister is sleeping at home, no one will disturb us. The group came to Caesar's house. As soon as they entered, Caesar, acting like a little adult, began to serve tea and water. No need for that. After I cure you I still have to visit others. By the way, do you know of any other children with a condition like yours? I do. Uncle Ware's house N. Ayla raised her hand to interrupt. That's enough. Let's cure you first and then you'll lead us to their homes. As she spoke, grey mist from Ayla's arm flowed into Caesar's body. It broke down the necrotic cells and devoured the hidden dark tide's decaying power. Decompose, destroy, create, restore. Ayla chanted the steps. Caesar felt a tearing pain at first but gritted his teeth and endured cold sweat beading on his forehead. Kai, as his younger brother, stood nearby watching nervously, his fists clenched until they turned white. Ugh. Caesar opened his mouth and vomited a mass of dark thick liquid that stank beyond comparison. By now all of Caesar's organs had recovered. It was as if Ayla had decomposed the decayed organs while simultaneously regenerating new ones. If this had been before Ayla advanced to the 4th rank, it would have been utterly impossible with a still gem that had only undergone one qualitative change. But now she was merely a little unaccustomed. Though the consumption was great with a gauntlet as an external container, she didn't feel much strain. Caesar's pale little face reddened at a visible speed. The blue-gray tint beneath his eyes also returned to normal. Sitting on the crude bed, he clenched his fist in disbelief, then released it, clenched again, released again, and clenched once more. Your Majesty, I'm. Stop with the eyes and clean up what you just vomited. Kai had already fetched tools from outside. While cleaning he asked, Your Majesty, ugh. My brother, ugh. The smell was indescribably foul. Ayla quickly ran out of the house and only then felt how fresh the air outside was. The two brothers cleaned up while retching, but the odor clung to the room. Finally they used a considerable amount of cheap fragrant powder to suppress it. Ayla examined him again and nodded. Not bad. You do seem to be cured. However, your lifespan will be affected. It's all right, Your Majesty. Just being alive is more than I could hope for. Caesar smiled happily. But your lifespan isn't completely without remedy. You can. Ayla was about to say that he could go to the church to study where basic cultivation methods were taught. But only then did she sense that Caesar's aura was steadily growing, and over time it had already surpassed Jayabina. While his younger brother Kai had not displayed much talent, Caesar's was extraordinarily high. Caesar. It was only now that Ayla registered his name. It hadn't been mentioned in the original book, but back home it had a familiar ring, Caesar the Great after all. Your Majesty. Caesar looked at Aira confused. Do you want to become a knight? Aira asked directly. Caesar was stunned and said uncertainly, me. Am I capable? The aura of his talent was still climbing, approaching Yelajuo's level. I believe you are. Later I will bring you back to the imperial city. In at most 10 years, once you've grown up, I'll let you return to garrison this land. What do you think? Caesar's heart pounded wildly as if it would leap out of his chest. The woman before him was the queen, someone of such rank, yet she had said without hesitation that she believed in him and had placed a future path before him. Caesar felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. His mouth acted faster than his mind. I swear to serve your Majesty to the death. Mimicking his father, he made a standard knight's salute. A smile curled at the corners of Ayla's lips. Caesar's talent aura finally settled, its intensity even vaguely threatened to surpass Yasali. Aira laughed inwardly. SSR-1. Brother. A small figure timidly poked her head out from behind another door. I. Kai quickly walked over to her. Aira discovered in this little girl a talent no less than Mia's, a talent for magic. Unfortunately I was still too young. That could be settled later. Aira noted it silently. All right Caesar, take us to find the other children like you. Yes, your Majesty. The entire day Aira visited 2 urban villages in the south. There were quite a few children. She nearly exhausted her spiritual power along with the gauntlets. She had not participated in today's dark tide battle. Lakifu, having fought all afternoon, saw Aira return exhausted, followed by a young boy he had met once or twice. Little Aira, why do you look more tired than us who were actually on the battlefield? He teased with a laugh. Aira ignored him however and pushed Caesar forward. Dad, he's yours to teach. Instruct him in the battle aura cultivation method as soon as possible. This is the future I've found for the Northern Territories. Battle aura with an attribute is affected by the environment. Senkitu's blazing battle aura would be inexplicably weakened by a 10th in the Northern Territories. Caesar was destined to return to the Northern Territories to guard it in the future, and after some thought Aira still felt it was better to have her father teach him the cultivation method. Oh. Lakiev approached Caesar, scrutinizing him from head to toe. So boy, your will's eldest son. Yes, your grace. Caesar once again performed a standard knight's salute. Lakiev gave a slight nod, then burst into hearty laughter, clapping a large hand on Caesar's shoulder. No need to be so formal. Your father was a brave man, and I believe you won't be any less than him. I will not disappoint your grace's expectations. Caesar's eyes gleamed with fervor and excitement. By the way, has the affliction on you finally been cured? Lakiev remembered well the young knight naturally, because his child had been among the few that his own wife had failed to cure. Yes, thanks to Her Majesty the Queen. Not only that, today Her Majesty healed everyone in the southern district and the influence of the dark tide has been dispelled. Lakiev turned his gaze toward the wilting Aira. My little Rose, you've certainly given your old father quite a surprise. He scooped her up in one swift motion, holding her like a child, settling her on his arm. Dad, I'm grown up now. Dad knows. Little Aira is truly remarkable. Held in his arms, wrapped in a thick leather coat, she did feel much more at ease than standing on her own, so she didn't resist much. You need to teach Caesar cultivation as soon as possible. The dark tide inside him has taken a considerable toll on his lifespan, so he must begin training immediately. Before battle chi cultivation reached the 9th rank and touched the divine realm, it could only slightly extend one's natural lifespan, and that limit varied from person to person. That wasn't entirely accurate either. During this process, every advancement was a strengthening of the body and enhancement in both the quantity and quality of battle chi. For someone like Caesar, who was born with a debuff, every advancement was essentially patching up that hole. In a sense, it was also prolonging his life. Dad knows. Go get some rest now. Lakiev had someone escort Aira back to her room. However, thanks to the restorative power provided by the gauntlets, Ayla's weary spirit soon recovered considerably. The magic crystal began to flicker right on time. Hello. Old Del. Delco's eyes sparkled with delight. Little Rose, guess what I did today? What? Did you finally get some action? It was rare to see this dog of a man this happy. The corners of his mouth couldn't be held down. Get some action. Where did you learn that phrase? So what did you do that's made you so happy? Aira didn't answer and pressed on. Last night 2 clueless viscounts picked a fight with Amphi. Picking a fight with Phi? Why would that make you happy? It gave me the perfect excuse to officially strip those 2 viscounts of their titles. Those 2 were allied with Sali, so this is finally the first blow against the nobles in the imperial capital. Aira rolled her eyes after hearing that. So you're telling me it's taken you this long to just now make a move against the great nobles of the imperial capital? Delco nodded. Yeah. Seeing the little girl look so speechless, Delco suddenly felt like he might be the most useless one of all. Then why didn't you send people to collect evidence of their crimes? The imperial law clearly states that nobles must carry themselves with noble bearing and should not stoop to the level of commoners. Murdering commoners without cause warrants stripping of titles and exile, and in severe cases public beheading in the marketplace. Just look around, how many of those nobles are clean? Delco had considered it, of course, but if he did that, those people would surely panic, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't seize commoners as hostages. You're afraid they'll riot? There are as many as 60,000 people in the imperial capital. If they're pushed too far, it's hard to say. Delco's voice trailed off. Then have Karna go make a scene at each noble's estate. Let him be arrogant and give you a reason to strike. You need to remember that the sword is in your hand now. You're the emperor who decides their fate. Stand tall and don't lose your nerve. Aira cheered him on. Alright, I'll start making preparations. Oh right, Colbell has already sent word from the western border. The first order has been signed, a full 100,000 gold coins. Back when Delco was still the crown prince, 100,000 gold coins would have merely seemed like a lot, but certainly not as pleasantly surprising as it was now. Ever since his ascension, the royal treasury had been bleeding money faster than it came in. If not for the Skorai Chamber of Commerce occasionally filling the gaps, Delco couldn't even afford to support his personal guards, let alone the shadow guards prepared for the Eastern Front. This sudden windfall of 100,000 gold coins was enough to resolve the royal family's current predicament. Only 100,000. Well, it's just starting out, so things should pick up later. Of this 100,000, make sure to leave 30% with Colbell for her to use freely. She knows far better than you how to develop a chamber of commerce. Delco felt yet another devastating blow to his heart. The little girl's tongue was especially sharp today, the more they talked the more powerless he felt. Seeing the faintly contemptuous look in Aira's eyes, Delco only wanted to tease her mercilessly to make her understand how formidable he was for daring to think so little of him. Unfortunately, the two of them were thousands of miles apart right now. Little Rose, did you run into something upsetting today? Why are you speaking so sharply? No, I just feel like you're pretty useless as an emperor. Delco was starting to feel a little withdrawn. If anyone else had said that to him, he'd only feel angry, he might even have started throwing hands by now. But there was nothing to be done. After all, this person was his own queen. Forget it. Seeing as this is your first time being emperor and you have no experience, I suppose my expectations were a bit too harsh. Hearing this, Delco stared at her in astonishment. What did she mean by, first time being emperor? Had this little girl been an emperor many times before or something? Alright, go rest if you have nothing else to do. I need to meditate. Wait, Little Rose, when are you coming back? Go back. I only just got here. What would I go back for? Seeing Delco's dejected look, Aira twisted the knife deeper. Put away those little thoughts of yours. Clean out the nobles in the imperial capital for me first. Once they're cleaned out, can you your head? Get lost. Aira tossed the magic crystal aside. She had just closed her eyes to rest for a moment, and already he was calling again, begging for dinner. Delco didn't call a second time that night. The next day arrived. The moment Aira stepped outside, dozens of knights were already waiting 50 meters from the tent. The moment they saw Aira, everyone saluted in perfect unison. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Gabriel explained from the side, Your Majesty, these are the fathers of the children you healed yesterday. Is that so? No need for such formality. You have stood guard on the front lines against the dark tide year after year, and it was because of the dark tide that your children fell ill. I am merely making some amends. I cannot let you fight and bleed on the front lines while still having to worry about your children. Yet the gratitude in their hearts did not diminish because of Aira's words. Still, having been stationed on the front lines for so long, they could not swear loyalty in the way their hearts truly wished. All they could do was offer their precious foodstuffs or treasured heirlooms. Aira accepted only a portion, taking a little from each person's offerings. Alright, take the rest back. They've just recovered from a serious illness and the children need nourishing most right now. After much back and forth refusal, the crowd finally departed. Gabriel beamed brightly at the side. Your Majesty the Queen. Do you and His Majesty already have children? Just now you looked at the children with such care, your expression. It reminded me of how my mother looked at me when I was little. I thought perhaps your Majesty was thinking of the prince. No. I simply felt that the supplies along the northern border are limited. Those things clearly aren't something one would eat on a regular day, so I said to leave them for the children. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Ordinary? Gabina mused. Whether they are children of commoners or knights, in the eyes of most nobles they are beneath contempt. As queen to show such consideration for them, that is hardly ordinary. Then those nobles are fools. These children are the empire's future hopes. Relying solely on their self-righteous sense of superiority, they will sooner or later be eliminated. Ella put her hands on her hips and scoffed. By the way, is there a church of creation near here? Ella asked. There isn't one near the defensive line. If your majesty wishes to visit a church, you could take the train. It would take about an hour to reach the nearest city, Irwell. Never mind then. This defensive line is quite remote. She complained, but Ella genuinely wanted to see for herself how the church was implementing their educational reforms. But given her current circumstances, she could only visit on the way back. I'm going back to my quarters. If there is any battle, be sure to notify me. In just 2 days she had exhausted her entire stockpile of bracers. From last night until now she had barely replenished any. Thus for the next few days Ella fell into a cycle of eating, sleeping, charging and battling. Meanwhile in the imperial capital, following Ella's suggestion, Delco sent Karna to visit the various minor nobles, ostensibly to call on them but in truth to extort money. After all, since he had already come all that way, it would be improper to leave empty-handed. Of course Ella was not entirely uninvolved in this scheme. The nobles who already held the royal family in low regard would hardly part with their coin towards Karna. They merely maintained a facade of politeness. When Karna's demands grew slightly excessive, their expressions would darken. The most unyielding was a Viscount Nor, who had the closest ties to Sally. It was he who, in order to rescue Sally from an awkward situation, had silenced the families of those who had spread unfavorable rumors about Ella in the imperial capital. Karna might as well have been thrown out. Nor, with a stern face, politely but icily escorted Karna out and casually tossed 20 gold coins at him. It was like alms. Karna, however, was quite pleased and didn't mind the insult. After all, why argue with a dead man? Once their estates were confiscated, all their wealth would go into the royal treasury. This 20 gold coins were the only thing that would truly be his. That very night Delco with lightning speed threw Viscount Nor's entire family into prison. The next day Sally, joined by a host of minor nobles, arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, Viscount Nor's household had very little wealth. To imprison him merely for refusing to lend money to Prince Karna, is that not far too tyrannical? Is your Majesty intent on becoming a tyrant? Sally now spoke with confidence. With Yuri Arthur as the intermediary, he had successfully contacted Prince Kar and boarded the great vessel of the largest old noble faction in the southern territories. This made him look upon Delco, a mere junior, with even greater disdain. Count Sally, you seem to be jumping to conclusions. Karna only wished to pay a visit to Nor, yet was injured by him. That is why I ordered his arrest. Who said anything about borrowing money? The royal treasury is so full it can barely be shut. Would I need to send someone to borrow from a viscount? Delco deliberately emphasized the word borrow. Of course his words were somewhat exaggerated. He knew perfectly well whether the treasury was truly full. Injured? Nor as a noble, and one who deeply respects the royal family, how could he possibly raise a hand against Prince Karna? Respect. If he had not injured Karna, I might have believed your story. But as things stand now, the wounds on Karna's body cannot be faked. Karna chose that very moment to appear in the great hall. A large handprint below his neck was mostly hidden by his collar. Impossible. Yesterday many people saw Nor personally escort Prince Karna out of his residence. How could he possibly have injured him? Ah, Count Sally, that's where you're wrong. Nor was ready to kill me then. How could I dare to argue with him in public? Of course I came straight back to seek justice from my royal brother. Karna spun the lie without blushing or missing a beat. Sally trembled with fury, yet found no words to refute him. Laying hands on a member of the royal family was an absolute capital offense. And Nor was merely a viscount. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. A knight stumbled into the hall and fell to his knees with a thud. What is it? Delco's voice grew stern. The eldest son of Viscount Gozan ran over Her Highness the Princess with his carriage in front of the academy. Thump. A sudden commotion arose from the crowd as someone collapsed onto the floor. Delco's face twitched, yet he managed to force a look of alarm. How is the princess now? She has been taken to the medical ward and is being treated. And Viscount Gozan? Where is he? Delco's enraged roar echoed through the great hall. The nobles exchanged uneasy glances, then quickly parted to reveal a small trembling nobleman who crawled forward on his hands and knees. "Why, your majesty, I am here." "Guards, seize him. Eliso, go and throw his entire family into the dungeons." "Understood." Eliso acknowledged without hesitation and turned to leave with his men. "Wait, your majesty. This was not Viscount Gozen's intention. I beg your majesty to show leniency so as to display your majesty's mercy." Sally still wished to protect his subordinate. "Mercy. My sister, the Empire's princess, has been gravely injured by this man's offspring. She is in the medical ward fighting for her life right now, and you speak to me of mercy. Eliso, go." Eliso led a squad of knights, their footsteps fading into the distance. Sally's heart trembled with rage. Recently he had already lost 5 barons and 2 viscounts in quick succession. If Delco were allowed to continue this purge, every noble in the imperial capital would surely be gripped by fear. It was hard to say whether some might not defect to Delco. Indeed, Delco was taking precautions against these nobles panicking and using common citizens as leverage, while Sally feared they might crumble under Delco's ruthlessness and switch sides. The confiscation of estates had become swift. Eliso had grown practiced after these past few days. Delco went to the convalescent home. Lilia lay on her sickbed reading a novel she had recently acquired. "Brother, how goes it?" Smoothly. "And you, how are your injuries?" The critical injury was a pretense, but she had indeed been struck by the carriage. "I'm fine. With the high-grade life potion sister-in-law left behind, these wounds have long since healed." "That's good." He then placed 100 gold coins by Lilia's hand. "This is your payment from your sister-in-law for the performance. Keep up the good work." Lilia pocketed the coins with practiced ease and smiled softly. "I'll continue to do my best." That night Delco recounted the day's events to Ella. Ella nodded slightly. "Didn't you already send Eliso to win over some of the nobles' knights? You don't need to sway them all, just enough. When the time comes, accept their surrender. As long as they can stop the nobles from harming the common people in time. Then divide your forces and strike swiftly, breaking them down one by one. Little Rose is always right." Delco praised without stint. "Humph, of course." Ella's gaze drifted to the clothes at the head of her bed. "Didn't I tell you to put those clothes I changed out of before I left into the wardrobe?" "Oh, these I just washed. They're dry now." Delco casually picked up 2 pieces of sheer clothing, a small triangle clearly visible among them. "Washed? What did you wash again?" "Didn't I already wash?" Ella's beautiful eyes widened. "Old Del, I think you're truly starved. If you can't help it, go find Fiori. You really ought to change this little habit of yours." "I just accidentally dropped it on the ground." "What are you thinking about, Little Rose?" "Ah. You just dropped it on the ground. What else would it be?" Delco looked at Ayla with an amused expression. Little Rose wouldn't be thinking of something colorful, would she? What could I possibly be thinking about?" Ayla pulled the blanket up with both hands, covering half her face like a mask to hide her embarrassment. "It's all your fault. You're the one with those deep-rooted impressions. You misled me into thinking the wrong thing." Even without a leg to stand on, Ayla glared at him with feigned confidence. "So it's my fault, is it? Since Her Majesty already has her expectations set, wouldn't I be letting myself be wrongly accused if I didn't follow through?" "No way." Ayla suddenly leaned toward the magic crystal. "Don't you dare use my clothes for something like that. Then for wrongly accusing me, Little Rose owes me compensation." "Compensation? For what?" "You'll find out when you get back." Seeing the sly smile on the man's face, Ayla instinctively knew it boded nothing good. "It's been 8 days already since I arrived in the north. When are you coming back?" "Poina's curse has been fully refined." Delco changed the subject. "If the refinement is done, have Poina produce a batch of curse vials first, then ship them to Aira City for trials." "Do you really need me to come back and arrange everything in person?" Ayla replied with irritation. Delco had a headache. He had hoped to get the girl off the battlefield quickly. The undercurrents at the Lionette defense line wouldn't be resolved in just a week or 2. At the very least it would take months. Yet Lionette at the northernmost edge of the north was battered by biting winds year-round. The girl was pampered and delicate. Whenever she was even slightly wrong, she'd argue with him tearfully. How could she endure such hardship? "Fine, I understand. But you can't just stay in the north forever," Delco said nonetheless. "Mind your own business. I'm leading the campaign in person. The battle isn't over, so how can I leave first? Besides, send another batch of supplies." I've been getting tired of the food lately. Send my big iron wok and all those seasonings from the palace. I'll arrange it shortly. The girl didn't want to come back and even had a proper reason. Delco had no choice but to do his best to secure her logistics. Thankfully Colbell's progress on the other front was swift. From the moment her first contract was signed she quickly seized the recovery potion market. Though the south had the life potions that Uriasev brought back, their quantity was far too small. They weren't even enough to distribute among the nobles, let alone flow into the open market. Beyond that, merchants from the east traveled great distances to the west to stock up. These past few days Colbell hadn't sent much gold either, only 500,000 gold coins. As Colbell put it, use it for now and ask for more when it runs out. 500,000 gold coins, far more than they could afford when Aira first set out for the north. Delco figured since the girl had spoken he would give her the special treatment she deserved. He took more gold from his private treasury and prepared a generous supply of various meats for Aira. There were also seafood, fruits, and even quite a few of the snacks and desserts Aira usually enjoyed. The girl cooked for herself, so all he needed to do was prepare the ingredients. The train departed the next day loaded to the brim with supplies. This time Delco had Vivienne accompany the shipment. Everyone thought of Vivienne as a secretary or an administrator, but in truth she had already reached the 5th rank. As an arcaniist her actual combat strength could rival even 6th rank mages or swordsmen. Delco couldn't move Alesso from his side, and Relican had only risen from the 2nd rank to the 4th despite 2 months of training. So he sent Vivienne to escort the supplies. In addition, 300 knights rode along as guards. Lady Vivienne, please go inside the carriage. The further north we go the colder it will become. It's fine. The wind shall protect me. Vivienne's long hair drifted in the breeze. The temperature had already begun to drop, and leaning out of the carriage one could feel the biting chill. Yet the gentle breeze around her carried an aura of warmth. Every corner of the carriage's cargo was relayed to her through the wind. Everything within 100 meters of the train was within her perception. Half an hour into the journey at the border between the imperial capital and the north, Vivienne suddenly opened her eyes. Commander Talek. Milady, what are your orders? A squad of knights is approaching the train led by 2 6th-rank knights. Prepare yourselves. Yes. Talek did not doubt her. Though she was young, she was a trusted minister beside the emperor and a wind arcaniist. In matters of reconnaissance he had no grounds to question her. The knights inside the carriage tensed up in alert. The train gradually began to slow. Be careful. The enemy has 500 men, 2 at the 6th rank, 30 at the 5th rank, including 2 5th-rank mages, 100 at the 4th rank, and the rest are all at the 3rd rank. Vivienne warned in a soft voice. Talek was secretly astounded. She had already discerned the enemy's entire formation before they'd even appeared. As expected, a swarm of figures emerged in the distance and the train slowed to a crawl. Form up. 300 men disembarked in unison. Guards took position on both flanks. Don't worry about those 2 mages. I'll handle them. Vivienne's figure abruptly rose into the air. Commander, it seems the enemy already knew we were coming. What's there to fear? We have 500 men. Have the 2 mages prepare a long-range strike to break their morale. The 2 5th-rank mages immediately began tracing magic circles and chanting. Only large-scale high lethality spells required such lengthy incantations in advance. The distance was still far, giving them the chance to prepare. 2,000 meters. 1,500 meters. 1,000 meters. Ready. Fire. At the knight's commander's command. The 2 mages' magic circles blazed to full brilliance. Swoosh. Swoosh. Hundreds of wind blades rained down from the sky like a storm. Their primary targets were the 2 enemy mages. In passing, the attack also devastated the knights around them. Before anyone understood what had happened, 2 wind blades spanning 100 meters came crashing down. Following the commander's order, his own knight order was instantly carved apart by the wind blades. Damn it. Who is it? You rat in the gutter, do you only dare to strike from behind? His 500 knights had lost at least 100 in that single strike. Many more were wounded. It enraged the commander to no end. The moment Talek saw the wind blades, he ordered an aggressive charge. Within 2 minutes his men had closed the distance. Surrender now. Daring to rob the Empire's supply train, I see you're itching to rebel. Talek roared as he charged into battle. Vivienne descended from the sky as well. A rat in the gutter. A traitor who dares to steal Her Majesty's belongings has no right to speak such words. A violent tornado materialized out of thin air. The leader of the band was instantly separated from his ranks. Talik had no choice but to redirect his spear toward the other 6th-rank knight. In just over 10 minutes the battle was already over. Iveniel had not slain the men, she had merely gravely wounded them and taken them captive. Let's keep moving. We'll hand them over to Her Majesty the Queen when we get there. Iveniel had tried interrogating them of course, but no matter what they refused to say a word. Nor was this a place to linger, so she could only wait until they reached their destination. The journey through the northern territories went smoothly. In less than a day and a night they arrived at the edge of the Langnate defense line. When Aira learned of it she came early with Lyasli and a group of people to wait outside the southern wall. Sister Aira. Iveniel hurried over and embraced Aira. Ivy Olda actually had the heart to send you here. Hee, I'm not like you, Sister Aira. Once the supplies are delivered I'll be heading back soon. Tisk, what's the hurry? Since you're already here tonight we'll have hot pot and give you a proper welcome dinner. Then she looked over at Lyasli. Lyasli, take the knights to rest. Escorting the supplies was no easy task, we mustn't be remiss. Sister Aira, there's also a prisoner here. A prisoner? Aira looked behind her. The man was drenched in blood, though the blood had long since dried, and his hands and feet were bound with specially made shackles. This is. On the way here a group tried to rob our supplies at the edge of the northern territories. This one is their leader, but we couldn't get anything out of him. He refused to speak the entire time. Iveniel recounted briefly. I see. Are you all right? We're fine. A few dozen knights were wounded, but we had brought life potions with us, so they've all recovered. Take him inside first. Everyone entered the defense line. When they passed through the southern district many residents warmly greeted Aira. This place was unlike anywhere else. In the eastern and southern territories if a commoner dared to meet a noble's gaze that was a grave crime. But here whether it was Aira or Lakiev, warm greetings from the crowd were simply an everyday thing. Papa. Lakiev was teaching Caesar swordsmanship when he suddenly heard his daughter's call. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. What is it, my little Aira? Lakiev appeared in a flash before the carriage Aira was riding. Greetings, Grand Duke. Iveniel quickly bowed. Papa, this is Iveniel. She is. Aira introduced her briefly. Is that right? Well girl, no need for formalities. We're all family now, just call me uncle from now on. Yes uncle. Iveniel called out at once. Ha ha ha. Lakiev laughed heartily. This girl had spark, just like his own little Rose. Papa, there's also a man who tried to rob the supplies on the way. I'll leave him to you for interrogation. Rob the supplies? Lakiev's good mood instantly darkened. This was the first decent batch of supplies in over half a year, and someone still dared to have designs on it. Understood. Leave him to me. He grabbed the man with one hand and took off into the air. Ivy, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat first? No need, Sister Aira. I ate before coming, I'm not hungry now. Then let's wait until tonight, we'll have hot pot tonight. With supplies just arriving they had to celebrate somehow. That afternoon Aira had a team set up several large cauldrons and start making hot pot base. A rich fragrance rose into the sky, spreading from Aira's tent to the surrounding army camps. Of course the special dishes Delco had prepared for Aira alone could not satisfy everyone, so Aira used Iveniel's breeze to process the finished product. Don't ask why she didn't blow it herself. With someone else willing to blow for her, why should she do it herself? Aira packed the hot pot base piece by piece into small bags. She then handed them to Lyasli to distribute. Usually 2, sometimes even 3, families would share one piece. Fortunately there was more than enough meat. That night inside and outside the camp every household set up long tables, and the aroma of hot pot drifted across the entire defense line. High in the sky a dark figure silently watched the bustling scene of the Langnate defense line glowing in the lamplight. Then its gaze turned to Aira at the very center. Crystalline black tears like ink slipped helplessly from the corner of its mouth. The banquet did not break up until late into the night. Ivy, how about sleeping with me tonight? Aira's cheeks were flushed. Tonight Lakiev had brought out the 2 bottles of fine wine he had taken with him when he came. What he had not expected was that, having planned to drink alone late into the night to satisfy his craving, he ended up drinking with his own little Rose. What was worse, he hadn't managed to outdrink Aira. In the end, clutching 2 empty bottles, he left with both heartache and joy. Iveniel was holding up Aira, who was quite drunk. Of course. Iveniel agreed without hesitation. After all, she would be leaving tomorrow or the day after anyway, and with Aira drunk she could take care of her. When she carried Aira back into the tent, a magic crystal nearby was stubbornly glowing with a faint light. Iveniel hurriedly picked it up and Delco's figure appeared. Your Majesty, what brings you here at this late hour? Iveniel, where is the Queen? Her Majesty the Queen. She moved aside and the drunken Aira came into Delco's view. Her Majesty has had a bit too much to drink. She may not be entirely coherent right now. Ivi. Come give me a hug. Delco. Iveniel. Ayla's ill-timed muttering made the atmosphere rather awkward. Secretary General Iveniel, can I trust you? Delco asked solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Iveniel answered without missing a beat. Then you, old you dog. Aira sat up groggily, then immediately collapsed again. Iveniel hurried over to support her. You're always thinking about getting me into bed. When I get back I'll break it off for you and make you my sister. Delco was speechless. The girl was drunk, sure, but when it came to attacking him her words came out with startling clarity. Secretary General Iveniel, then I'll trouble you to take good care of the Queen. I will, Your Majesty. Delco ended the communication. Iveniel smelled the alcohol on Aira. She fetched a basin of water and began to wipe her down. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Not that she stripped Aira completely naked. Iveniel considerately activated her spiritual energy and a gentle warm breeze immediately began to blow through the tent. Olda, don't touch me. Sister Aira, it's me Iva, not His Majesty. Iveniel explained softly, her hands moving without pause. Don't, Olda. We're both men. I'm not into that. The hand Iveniel was using to wipe Aira down was pushed away by her. Iveniel glanced downward. She was clearly a girl, so why did she insist she was a boy? Could this also be a little game between her and His Majesty? The night slipped by. Dark circles had formed beneath Iveniel's eyes. She had never imagined that Her Majesty the Queen, who usually appeared so gentle and kind, could be so uninhibited when she slept. Iwe, you've got dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well? The moment Aira opened her eyes in the morning she noticed the faint dark tint beneath the other girl's eyes and asked. No, it's nothing. I'm just not used to the bed. Aira leaned closer. A light elegant fragrance curled around the tip of her nose. Sister Aira. Ywinier felt Ayla's hands suddenly rest on her waist. The sensation was unfamiliar. Hey, you smell wonderful. You too, Sister Aira. People grew used to the scent their own bodies gave off, but the difference between the two was plain to see. Me? Do I have a scent too? Aira asked uncertainly. Of course. I imagine His Majesty must adore the way Sister smells. Aira immediately thought of Duruk at those words. That insufferable man always liked to cover himself with her little blanket. Every time she came back the little blanket was full of Duruk's scent. She would have to sleep in it for many days before the scent faded away. The two of them fussed around for a while before getting up. Because Ywinier was there, Lakifu did not come early in the morning to bring Aira breakfast. Near noon Aira pressed a cloth pouch into Ywinier's hand. Sister Aira, what is this? Just some dirty clothes. Give them to Olda when you get back, I'll tell him about it. Ywinier and her party left in great haste. Just to be safe Aira sent an additional company of knights to escort them. Over these past 2 days both the scale and duration of the dark tide had clearly diminished. When Lakifu mentioned this Aira thought it was a good thing, after all the dark tide was hardly a blessing in itself. But Lakifu had guarded the northern frontier for decades. No one knew better than he did what the dark tide at this time ought to look like. Every anomaly in the dark tide could be the omen of an even greater disaster. When night fell the Langnate defense line was not as lively as it had been the evening before. In her room Aira kicked her 2 short little legs as she spoke with Duruk. Olda, I had Iwe bring back the clothes I've worn over these past 2 weeks. Don't you love washing? Then wash them, every last one. Think of it as compensation for you. 2 weeks. Is little Rose trying to exhaust me to death? Duruk looked at the girl's little devil impish smile and laughed with doting affection. He then I don't care. Ayla's body suddenly stiffened. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Duruk keenly sensed that something was off with the girl. Don't speak. I think I sense some pitch-black sinister thing. Ayla's figure vanished from the projection in an instant. Duruk's brows knitted tightly, uncertain what exactly the girl had sensed. How dare you spy on me? You've already courted death. It was not long before Ayla's voice came through. Although no one could see her, the sound alone was enough to tell that the danger was not anything serious. Outside the wind was biting cold. Ayla's nightclothes were already hidden beneath golden armor. The long sword in her hand was being swung up and down like a fire poker. But that did not hinder the power of each swing. Rumbling explosions rolled through the air without pause as a dark shadow dodged and twisted among them. In the space it passed, a layer of decaying power lingered. Ayla raised her hand and snapped her fingers. The deathly gray mist latched onto the decaying power like a fuse catching fire. It raced along the path of the decaying power and shot toward the dark shadow. Lakefiu rushed out the moment he heard the noise, only to see his little rose in the sky beating a dark shadow into a desperate retreat. Chosen of decay. At the first sight of the shadow he cried out in alarm. But what stunned him even more was Ayla, as if wholly ignoring the incomparably dense decaying power of the dark tide around the thing, chasing it and striking it down. Ayla, hurry up and drive that thing out of the defense line. Lakefiu shouted, too anxious to think of anything else. That thing was like a plague. Just like the children whom even Iwea had been unable to fully heal, their sickness had been caused merely by an 8th-ranked dark tide envoy staying in the city for a short while. But although this chosen of decay was indeed weaker than that dark tide envoy in raw power, the purity of its decaying power was absolutely even more dreadful. Lakefiu's shout did reach Ayla's ears. Lights in the surrounding camps blazed to life one after another. Over 1,000 knights walked out. Senkitu and the others came out too. They looked at the two figures in the sky. Hearing her father shout so frantically, Ayla knew that this was probably not anything good. Run then, try running from me again if you dare. She raised a hand and pulled hard backward. The dark shadow immediately flew back like a ball. The long sword in Ayla's hand transformed into a bat. Get out of here. Bang. The bat carved a trail of thunder fire and the dark shadow was sent flying 1,000 meters away, crashing down 100 meters beyond the defense line. The ground around it looked as though it had been bombed by missiles, rubble flew and the surface split apart. Ayla gave chase at once, but in that very instant the dark tide arrived without warning. An expanse of pitch-black darkness and swarms of dark beasts emerged from within it. If it weren't for fear of wounding my own people, do you think I really couldn't have killed you? She had been saving up for days and this gauntlet was almost full. Ayla's obsessive-compulsive heart was thoroughly tormented. But there was no better option at the moment. Just as the knights within the city were arming themselves for battle outside the defense line within the pitch-black dark tide, a great blaze erupted as bright as day. During these past few days the plague gem in Ayla's spiritual sea had also undergone yet another qualitative transformation. Where the dark shadow had fallen, everything within a radius of 300 meters was turned into a hell of molten lava. Sparks of fire exploded, piercing the blackness of the dark tide. Countless thunderbolts flashed mercilessly, smashing everything. The dark tide did not last long before it retreated. Only a half-crippled dark shadow remained, fleeing in panic. Ayla let out a long breath. On her own turf, for something to spy on her so brazenly was simply seeking death. What made her even angrier was that the blasted thing had not died. Ayla, what about that thing? Lakefiu caught up and asked. It ran away. It's just a pity I couldn't blow it to death. I don't know what the hell that thing is. Ayla frowned in displeasure. It ran away. A pity indeed. We failed to kill it. Dad, what was that thing? A chosen, the chosen of the god of decay. Lakefiu explained in a low voice. They're close to those dark tide envoys, except this chosen of decay is like a full-sized plague. If it had wandered around the city, the treatments you did last time would all have been in vain. That horrible thing is a chosen too. Lakefiu nodded. More than 20 years ago I once encountered one. I killed it on the spot back then, but the decaying power it released after death affected 1,000 meters in every direction. If your mother hadn't spent 3 whole months purging that decaying power from me, I probably wouldn't have survived until now. His voice carried a trace of relief. Dad, is the dark tide the doing of that god of decay? I don't know. But do you know how the nation that existed before the empire was destroyed? How was it destroyed? In the original book the opening was set in the Lyrakia Empire, and none of what came before was mentioned. Rumor says the Moo Empire of that era had a sword god and a divine mage guarding it. With such a foundation, even the current empire would struggle to stand against it. Indeed. Ayla nodded her little head in agreement. Chatting as they went, the two returned to the camp. The 2 9th-ranked powerhouses of Moo both went missing while exploring the source in the far north. Later it seems the sword god did escape, but by then he had gone mad. Our empire had already overthrown the Moo Empire, yet we still brought him back. And then. Ayla looked at Lakefiu with wide eager eyes as if listening to a story. Although that sword god has gone mad, he did say something useful. The far north seems to be a battlefield of the gods and also a graveyard. Yet no one knows whether those words are the ravings of that mighty madman or the truth. As for the dark tide, perhaps it is because a god of decay was born in that graveyard. Of course these are all guesses. Even the god of decay is a deity only spoken of in the last 200 years. Are gods all spread by word of mouth? What else? Lakeefeu looked at his somewhat speechless daughter and added, besides, under normal circumstances the chosen comes first and only then does the god exist. Without a chosen almost no one knows that god. Good heavens, what a complete overturning of the celestial order. Aira burned with the urge to retort. So gods were defined by mortals after all. This was not what she had imagined. All right, it's late now, hurry along to bed. Lakeefeu saw Aira into her room. The chosen of decay had been severely wounded by Aira tonight, it should not be coming back anytime soon. He dismissed the people who had been preparing for battle and the defensive line fell silent again. To Aira's surprise, Durek still had not ended the call when she returned to her room. The moment Aira appeared, Durek asked, "Are you all right?" "Of course I'm all right. It was only a minor corrupted chosen, easy to handle." Aira indicated that it was a piece of cake. A corrupted chosen? Isn't that also a creation of the dark tide? Why would it come into the defense line to spy on you? You ask me, but who do I ask? What a pity it got away, otherwise I could have caught it and questioned it. If it ran away, then it ran away. The important thing is that you're fine. You're looking down on me. Could I possibly be wounded by it? Dirk. This little girl was utterly stubborn, he was worrying about her and she was blaming him for questioning her strength. All right, it's time for you to sleep. Are you trying to be my father now that you're managing my sleeping hours? Dirk. What was going on? It had been less than 2 weeks and already he felt this little girl was so carried away that she didn't know which way was up. Fine, I've noted that. Aira was delighted to see the infuriating man's sullen look. Humph, what does it matter if you remember? I'm too far away, you can't bite me even if you want to. Dirk ran his tongue over his back teeth. Fine, she said he couldn't bite her, did she? Wait until he came back and he'd see whether he could bite her. When that little girl cried she would probably be adorable indeed. Suddenly the image of Aira looking at him with a wronged pitiful expression and begging for mercy surfaced in Dirk's mind. After calming himself several times he said evenly, fine, don't stay up too late. I'm going to sleep. Go on. In reality Aira had no form of entertainment either. Supplies were scarce on the defense line, her only amusement was watching the knights spar with one another. There weren't even any storybooks. Whenever she had nothing to do she either meditated or replenished the bracer's spiritual power. Tonight's explosion had certainly been satisfying. When she looked at the bracer and saw how little spiritual power remained, Aira stopped smiling at once. She spent the entire night meditating to restore the bracer's loss. For a week running the dark tide grew smaller and smaller until it could no longer even cover the areas outside the defense line. This was highly abnormal. Lakeefeu guessed that the chosen was absorbing the dark tide's power to recover from its injuries. As a result, the attrition among the knight orders within the defense line also decreased. But unless that chosen was removed it would ultimately remain a major problem. Lakeefeu worried day and night. But worry aside, he did not neglect what needed to be done. Kaisa's swordsmanship climbed a new step every 2 days. Aira originally felt that the power of 4 gems was already enough for her. Yet she always felt that her attacks were not stylish enough when executed and that compromised her dignity. So she also joined the sword training. Lakeefeu could not bring himself to train her rigorously, so whatever she learned was entirely up to Aira. Whenever Aira wanted to test her level, Lakeefeu would have Kaisa serve as her sparring partner. Even though Aira was still a little taller than Kaisa, Kaisa was obviously holding back and feeding her moves in their sparring as if it were all just play. Besides that, Yasali also came to consult Lakeefeu. For promising young people he naturally never stinted on instruction. After all, as an 8th rank sword saint his experience was naturally not something a young man of Yasali's age could match. Moreover, although the Grand Duke of the Northern Frontier's moves had their roots in his family's inherited sword arts, most of them had been forged in bloodshed. That was of enormous help to Yasali. Even though his realm remained at the 6th rank, his swordsmanship, combat techniques and battle awareness had all undergone a qualitative transformation. As for Aira, he had been Lakeefeu's old subordinate to begin with. After being idle for so long, the bloody fighting on the Dark Tide battlefield fully brought him back to his former state. Moreover, he had advanced a step further and was already touching the threshold of the 7th rank. Sparring with Senkitu every day also benefited him greatly. Both Lakifu and Senkitu were pleased to see him growing stronger. All of this was assisted by Aira and Dirk. After so long, Aira finally remembered another talent in her sleep. Layan. A military genius. What made him formidable was not battle chi nor mage talent nor business acumen. It was his ability to deploy troops and devise infallible strategies. In the protagonist party, however, most of the narrative had Charsi leading the team to destroy one force or another, but the source of every scheme and plan was none other than Layan. When Layan was still a beggar, Yawainir had recruited him into the army. Only then did he gradually gain the chance to display his talent. But most of the time he stayed in the rear, playing the role of a strategist and offering advice. As for him, he had not truly been a beggar in the first place. As the sole son of a declining noble family, he had eventually had his residence taken away and been thrown out of the house. With both parents dead, he was left all alone, faring even worse than a commoner. Among nobles there was very little interaction without value. Consider Layan, who went to seek refuge with another viscount. Despite his baron status, he was thrown out the door. But he was unwilling to turn to barons of his own rank, and he was still carrying debt, so he became a beggar. Aila only knew that the man was in the southern border. Where exactly he was the book did not say, so she had no idea either. But since it was Yawainir who had found him originally, perhaps there was some destined connection between the two. Therefore Dirk sent Yawainir to the southern border disguised, letting her travel as much as possible in the appearance of a commoner to look for him. For Yawainir there was no need to deliberately pretend. She had been a commoner for 20 years, how could she not know what a commoner looked like? 2 days had passed since then. The dark tide was increasingly feeble. Aila had stayed all along, not because she wanted to linger, but because she was waiting for the chosen of decay. Finally tonight it came. The golden longsword slid out of its sheath, its sharpness fully revealed. Yet the chosen just stood in place, making no attempt to flee. I didn't. The humanoid shadow struggled to speak, its enunciation unclear, but its trembling and somewhat anxious motions made it evident that it was making an intense effort to convey its meaning. Aila pointed her long sword at it. That power on you is not suitable here. Let's talk after we get outside the north gate. Sorry. Enough. I know what you're trying to say. Come out with me first. Aila felt anxious herself just listening to it speak, so without another word she grabbed it and headed outside the defense line. Lakifu had already gone to bed and was lying down when he heard Aila's voice. He quickly threw on a fur coat and rushed out. Tell me, what exactly do you want? He had come to her twice. The first time she had gravely wounded him. Yet he had dared to return, and he had neither fought back nor fled. He kept gesturing desperately, trying to communicate. She truly wanted to know what he was after. Eat. Wait. What did you just say you wanted? Ayla's brain nearly short-circuited. Food. Pot. Fragrant. He stammered, his hands tracing the shape of the big pot Ayla had used for the hot pot. So you came looking for me twice just for a meal? He said no more, only nodded firmly. Aila had no idea how to describe what she felt. Quina was a glutton, and this clearly inhuman thing in front of her was a glutton too. What did all evil gods choose only gluttons as their champions? But you. Aila studied the decaying power that never stopped pouring from him. With power like that, even a bowl would be reduced to powder in moments, let alone food. The dark shadow stiffened, then strained to suppress the decaying power leaking from him. The leaking power did contract layer by layer until it stopped at the surface of his body. Now at last Aila could see what he truly looked like. The dark tide receded, completely exposing pale white bones. A skeleton stood before her. Where did this undead skeleton come from? Little Aila, move aside. Rakif arrived just in time to see this. He raised his sword to strike. Dad, he's that corrupted champion. Then he definitely cannot be spared. Rakif showed no sign of stopping. But he came to beg for food, Aila said in a low voice. Even Rakif's movement stalled. What nonsense was this? A dark tide creation, a corrupted champion, had slipped inside the defensive line twice just to beg for food. Food. Pot. He gestured, the upper and lower jaws of his skull clacking open and shut. A hint of decaying power in his mouth helped him form sounds. Do you want to eat that hot pot from the other day? Aila asked uncertainly. The skeleton tilted its head as if thinking, then quickly nodded, bones clicking together. Hot pot. So you were already there back then. If I feed you hot pot, what can you do for me? You can't just eat for free, can you? Eat. Tide. You can devour the dark tide. Rakif spoke up. He had suspected all along that the weakening of the dark tide had something to do with this corrupted champion. That was why he responded the instant the little skeleton said eat tide. The little skeleton kept nodding. The father and daughter exchanged a look. Then you'd better think clearly. Eat what I give you and you become my person. When the dark tide erupts you will weaken it. We'll also send you meals every day. But with that decaying power of yours you can't casually enter the city. You'll have to build a house for yourself outside. In truth, whether wood or brick once touched by decay it could not hold up for long. This champion of decay was suited to making the sky his blanket and the earth his bed. But can't you make this body of yours look human? Do you remember what you looked like when you were alive? The skeleton looked at his own pale bone hands and fell silent. A faint grayish-green sheen spread over the surface of his bones. No flesh was restored, only a hollow husk. Pale golden hair was tied behind his head with bangs curling to one side. His features were delicate but his silver-gray eyes were empty. He wore a pure white noble's robe with traces of green lines and underneath it a thin suit of silver armor. Count Gage. Rakif's eyes flew wide in disbelief. Count. Dad, you know him. He was a noble of your grandfather's generation. He took part in the campaigns against the Dark Tide and he was one of the few nobles in the north willing to contribute. I was only 7 or 8 then and I met him before the army marched out. But he fell in that battle and later his family left the north. Rakif's eyes grew distant with memory. At that young age he had thought that being a knighted general who could lead troops into battle was the coolest thing a man could do. The image Gage had presented perfectly captured what he thought a noble should look like. But later Gage fell. He had even been upset for days afterward. Though they were not close, the death of the man who had stood as a standard in his heart had truly hurt. Do you remember anything from your life before? Ayla turned to ask Gage. His vacant eyes blinked at her. Though empty they could not hide that clear innocent foolishness. Fine, so you don't remember. Tell you what, wait here. I'll go get you a pot. Dad, keep an eye on him. After a bit of a scramble they finally got him to eat. Gage carefully held back his own power, afraid that he would decay the food into nothing. Ayla found it strange to watch. Though he had a skin now inside he was still just a skeleton. Could he actually taste anything by eating this way? Gage ate like a starving ghost reincarnated. 3 caddies of sliced meat were polished off in a matter of 10 minutes. It was late at night and they had even woken the cook to slice more meat. Ayla felt embarrassed. Especially when faced with a skeleton that knew neither hunger nor satiety. After 2 hours of devouring, Gage rose as if nothing had happened and let out a long sigh. Ta! Tasty! For an instant Ayla truly thought Gage had recalled a memory from his life. Now that you've eaten, don't forget weakening the dark tide is your job. Don't let me down. All right. Since Gage could fully suppress his power, Ayla had a small house built outside the city. It was not large, but for one person it was more than roomy enough. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The knights were all puzzled as to why an unfamiliar person had come to live outside the city. But Gage's noble outfit was too eye-catching, so no one dared approach and question him. After he settled there, however, the scale of the dark tide truly began to dwindle, smaller than even during its dormant period. Ayla naturally had also told Delk about it. One night Delk had Ayla hand the magic crystal to Rakif. The father-in-law and son-in-law talked about who knows what and would not let Ayla listen. The next day Rakif said to Ayla, there's nothing left to deal with here. My little Ayla is a queen now. How can she keep wandering outside? I'll explain it to your mother. You need to go back at once. Ha! Old Del, Dad, what did you two talk about? What difference can my being out here make? It makes a difference for heirs. Your mother and I still want to hold a grandson or granddaughter. Ayla was instantly petrified on the spot. No, what are you talking about? You and Mom are still young, why the rush? Of course I'm in a hurry. If you give us a little grandson soon the throne is sure to be his and the divine artifact. Rakif rambled on and Ayla's head nearly split. In the end Rakif personally sent people to escort her. Senkatula Yasli and the rest naturally came along too. Ayla had a feeling that returning to the imperial capital this time would be trouble. She had been a little too obvious in her disdain for Delk recently. She was probably in for it now. The closer she drew to the imperial capital, the deeper the unease in Ayla's heart grew. She had no idea what Duruk had said to her father, but it was almost certainly about heirs and succession. Isn't it true that you're an emperor in the prime of life? No, wait, still a young emperor, so why are you in such a hurry for an heir? If you want one, go ahead and have one. It's not as if I'm the only one in this enormous palace who can bear children. Why keep fixating on me? The train pulled into the station and she took a few deep breaths. She was going to be the sovereign who would conquer the world, how could she be afraid of a mere dirk? Yet the moment she stepped off the train she fell into a warm embrace and the scent was achingly familiar. Welcome back my little Rose. The tension still lingering in Aila's heart slipped away. You're being so sappy, but only this once, Aira said, making no move to struggle as she let Durk hold her for a moment. Little Rose had a cushy time in the Northern Territory, meanwhile I get lectured in the imperial capital every single day. Durk's tone was flat. The heart Aira had just set down immediately rose again. Damn it, he was going to rake up old grievances. Hee old I think people should look forward and not dwell on those unpleasant things from the past. Then what about last time? I only accidentally threw your clothes on the floor and you sent over that entire batch of clothes 4 days later, what do you have to say about that? Didn't that already pass? Aira blinked her big eyes at Durk. Heh, Durk had long since lost count of how many times this little girl had made him laugh in exasperation. The little girl had mastered double standards to perfection. Fine. We'll talk after we return to the palace. There were more than just the two of them present, this was obviously no place for flirtation. Senkitu left with a group of knights while Lei Yasuli and the others escorted the pair back to the palace. Kaisa was also entrusted to Lei Yasuli's care. In the hall of governance Ijizi was alone handling paperwork. There were letters that had come from the Sidegeli Merchant Guild along with updates on Kellybyer's order progress in the Western Territory. But as orders increased the small amount of life essence liquid Aira had left behind was consumed at a rapid pace. Now only about 30% of the original amount remained. Ijizi keep handling this for now. I have some matters to discuss with the Queen. Durk gave the order and pulled Aira away. Their hands had not been separated since the moment she stepped off the train. Olda, I think you should go do the work you're supposed to do. I also want to see how Baraj and Poina have been progressing after being away for so long. Then there's no need for the Queen to trouble herself. I've had people recording their progress in real time. If the Queen wants to see she need only say the word, Durk replied coolly. Fine, I'll look right now, Aira said hastily. No rush. There's something more urgent to do at the moment, wouldn't you agree, little Rose? Aila's scalp prickled at Durk's words. Sorry my five-fingered lady, for my own safety I'll have to put you through this. Once they returned to the bedchamber, Durk scooped Aira up into his arms. Olda, what are you doing? I'm warning you if you, smack. Before Aira could finish she felt a smack. What are you doing? She twisted around and stared at Durk in disbelief. You're fed up with me, aren't you? You think I'm too meddlesome just like your father. You're upset that I can't be by your side every moment to cook for you. With each accusation Durk landed another smack. Of course he couldn't bear to use real force if the smacks merely sounded loud. But as the spanking continued the atmosphere began to change. Seizing an opening, Aira flipped over and pinned Durk beneath her, only to be pressed down and kissed just as she was about to counterattack. Durk held her so tightly that Aira could barely move her hands. 10 minutes later Aira lay on top of Durk panting heavily, her cheeks flushed. Stop, it's broad daylight. What's wrong with broad daylight? Little Rose was quite proactive just now. Proactive? Her. Aira had been somewhat dazed, but no matter how she thought about it she could not possibly be the one who had taken the initiative. Durk said nothing, only the clothes on the floor continued to increase. I'll just think of it as compensation. Seeing the porcelain white skin of the girl he loved, Durk's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice slightly husky, a sly smile on his face. All right. After Aira busied herself for quite a while and finally finished, she was suddenly pressed down again. Hey, what else are you going to do? Alarm bells rang wildly in Aila's heart. Returning the favor. I don't want that. Aira immediately tried to retreat. But the bed was only so big, there was nowhere to dodge. Stop. I don't need you to return any favor. Seeing the little girl's teary eyes, Durk felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's precisely because you're here that I'm afraid. Aira was screaming in her heart. A strange sensation invaded her mind. The two of them straightened their clothes. Go wash the bedsheet again. Honestly, I told you not to do this. Durk had not expected the little girl to react so intensely. But when he thought back to her flushed cheeks and dazed eyes just now, he decided it was not a bad deal. I'm sleeping with Mia tonight. You just wash your bedsheet properly. Aira tossed out the words and rushed out of the bedchamber without looking back, though her legs were inexplicably weak. She first made a circuit or two around the palace, replenished some life essence liquid, and greeted Barrage and Poina. Then she had Barrage quickly put together a barbecue grill. Having finally returned, they had to celebrate somehow. Durek meanwhile was obediently washing the bedsheet in the bedchamber's bath. He had been one step away from devouring her, yet the little girl, even with her mind hazy, refused no matter what. He could tell that she was not merely nervous but afraid. He did not want to force Aira too much, so he could only stop. After finally finishing the washing, he saw that Aira had also washed the clothes he had changed out of. He did not quite understand this feeling. In the end it was probably possessiveness. He did not want anyone else to touch the things that belonged to his little Rose. By the time he had cleaned up, it was already afternoon. Igizi had not even eaten lunch and was still holding down the fort. Only when Durek arrived did he find time to grab a bite. "Your Majesty, it seems Miss Uanier has made some progress in the Southern Territory." Igizi was holding the letter Uanier had sent back. "Progress? You mean she found that Layan?" Durek took the letter and skimmed it quickly. "A beggar. That fits. Let her follow her instincts." Back then, when he sent Uanier to the Southern Territory, he had not known where the person was, so he told her to search by intuition. There was only the name Layan. He had told her nothing more. In Aila's words, that was fate. By evening Durek arrived early at the banquet hall where Aila was seasoning the meat skewers. Mia and Anfair were both helping to skewer the meat. Aila glanced at Durek and said nothing. Durek paid it no mind. Smiling, he walked around Ayla and joined the two women in skewering meat. Because Durek was there, the two women felt somewhat restrained and did not dare chat with Ayla too freely. They merely made idle conversation about what Ayla had seen and heard in the Northern Territories. Anyone with eyes could tell that something had definitely happened between Ayla and Durek. Durek remained silent and Ayla did not acknowledge him at all. Within half an hour all the meat cubes in the platter had been skewered. "Yelajuo, go call Senkatu and Poina and the others over," Ayla said, directly bypassing Durek and addressing Yelajuo. Yelajuo glanced at Durek upon hearing this, but Durek did not look at him. He quickly agreed and went to fetch the others. Mia shot Anfir a glance and murmured, "Sister Fair, let's go wash our hands." Anfir was still puzzled. Wasn't this simply a matter of battle chi and a magic formation? Making some water should be easy, when Mia dragged her away. Durek shook the water from his hands and stood up, walking over to Ayla. "What's wrong? Are you angry at me?" "Angry? Why would I be angry? What have I got to be angry with you about?" Ayla pouted, still putting up a stubborn front. She herself did not realize that she looked exactly like a girl having a tiff with her boyfriend. "Fine, not angry. If you're not angry, then why won't my little Rose pay attention to me?" Durek wrapped his arms around Ayla's waist from behind. "Give me some water." He held out his hand, still carrying the scent of seasoning from skewering the meat. "Water? What water?" Ayla tensed at the mention of water. "When I told you to wash the bedsheets, didn't you already use the water to wash?" Durek raised a brow. "Little Rose, what are you thinking about?" "I meant give me some water, I want to wash my hands." Durek's warm breath brushed against Ayla's ear. "If you want to wash your hands, just wash your hands. Don't speak so vaguely. And stay away from me." Ayla pushed him away and casually conjured a water orb the size of a head. Durek washed his hands, but his gaze remained fixed on Ayla. "Little Rose, what exactly are you afraid of?" Ayla's hand in the middle of starting the fire paused. Afraid of what? How could she not be afraid? She would die, she would definitely die. And that sensation when she had just come back, it was unlike the feeling in her past life when she herself had acted. Very different. Thrilling, intense, foreign. At that moment her feet had grown so tense that she nearly cramped and her mind had briefly short-circuited, almost making her faint. She truly feared that loss of control, that feeling of wildly testing the edge of reason. But Durek was still as if nothing had happened, cheerfully holding her. Their bodies pressed together only made her more afraid and irritated. She wanted to push Durek farther away to dilute that feeling and stop herself from recalling it. But being timid inside did not mean she would admit it aloud. Afraid? What would I be afraid of? Not afraid. Then come back to the bedchamber tonight. Durek smiled with delight. No way. The bedsheet has been washed by you, so I'm going to Mia's place. It's only a bedsheet, I've already changed it. Ayla was at a loss for words and still tried to come up with an excuse, but the large hand that had settled on her waist refused to let her go. The familiar scent grew heavy once more. Or do you want me to go to Mia's room tonight and carry you back? I just haven't seen Mia for a long time. What's wrong with sharing a bed with her? What's wrong? You've been away from the palace for more than half a month. On the very first day you're back you want to go to her. Do you think that's fair to me? Durek changed tactics. Being endlessly forceful would only make the girl's heart more resistant. He lowered his eyes and leaned against Ayla's shoulder looking dejected. Seeing the wronged pitiful look on that infuriating man, Ayla began to waver inside. When you're not in the palace I don't even have anyone to talk to at night. Mia and Anfir, though you don't see anything wrong with them, I don't trust them. I've also been working hard to handle those people in the Imperial City. The Agula City project has been moving forward in Kellybyre. Durek rambled on about the affairs of the past few weeks. Little Rose, you brought all of this. The Empire and I cannot be without you. There was even a faint quiver in Durek's voice. Ayla let out a long breath. Alright, you said all that just to get me to stay with you tonight. Fine, I'll stay with you. She knew Durek's usual tone all too well. Even though he had spoken with such deep affection it still felt somewhat deliberate in Ayla's eyes. And is my little Rose still angry with me? If you keep your hands to yourself tonight I won't be angry. Durek simply smiled and nodded without saying a word. Sister Ayla, should we start grilling? Mia came running back with Anfir. The two had actually finished washing long ago, but Mia knew it wasn't the right time to return, so she and Anfir had secretly watched from afar for quite a while. Although they could not hear what the two were talking about, they saw perfectly clearly Durek's dejected look and in the end the triumphant smile on his face. Anfir even asked Mia, is His Majesty saying something to trick Ayla? Should we warn her? This left Mia speechless. It was obviously a quarrel between Durek and Ayla, and the two seemed to have worked things out quite happily. What would she have said to Ayla at a moment like that? His Majesty is fooling you. Sister Ayla was so smart, how could she not see through it? Thinking this, Mia put a stop to Anfir's suggestion and told her not to say anything more. Mia didn't know whether it was because Anfir had spent too much time studying battle chi and honing her martial arts at the academy, but her best friend's way of thinking was becoming more and more straightforward. Back to the present, Mia handed skewers to Ayla while Ayla did the grilling, and Senkitu and the others had all gathered. Everyone present was one of their own. Ayla also wanted Kaisa to get to know these companions. Lei Yasali led Kaisa around, introducing them one by one. This is Lord Yulajuo, His Majesty's captain of the guard. This is Ruilikan, a genius of the Hidden Shadow Guard. He advanced from the 2nd rank to the 4th rank in just 2 months. Kaisa nodded, listening carefully, and greeted each of them respectfully. This is Berge. Ha! Berge, you actually had time to come out today. Her Majesty the Queen's barbecue aroma is so strong that it even covers the smell of iron filings in my room. This is Berge, the chosen one of the god of forge fire. Kaisa's eyes immediately lit up. A chosen one, the legendary chosen one, was actually right before him. Greetings Lord Ba, Lord Berge. He immediately executed a standard knight's salute. Berge merely nodded and a longsword materialized in his hand out of thin air. Consider this your welcome gift. In fact, the equipment worn by both Ruilikan and Lei Yasali had been personally adjusted by Berge. In a sense, everyone had received a welcome gift. Lei Yasali led Kaisa to a figure with her head buried in food. This is Puaina, the chosen one of the god of curses. Greetings Lady Puaina. Kaisa hurriedly announced in a loud salute. Startled by the shout, Puaina felt the food she was swallowing get stuck in her throat. She hastily pounded her chest to force it down. Lei Yasali hastily offered a cup of water. Puaina took it and finally managed to wash down the bite of meat. Thank you, Puaina said softly. She had thought she was about to become the first chosen one to choke to death. Fortunately, the cup of water arrived just in time. I'm sorry, Lady Puaina. It was my fault. Kaisa hastily bowed and apologized again. Ha! Puaina waved her hands in a fluster. No, it's fine. I mean, it's okay. By nature socially anxious, Puaina had no idea how to answer. She was only truly acquainted with Ayla and Yaiwainir, while Ijizi and Durek barely counted as half acquaintances. But those who came before her were Lei Yasali and a little boy she didn't know. This made her very nervous. Well, Puaina has probably forgiven you. She's quite shy around strangers. Let's go meet the next one. Lei Yasali spoke up and Puaina immediately nodded, looking at him gratefully. The banquet continued. Of course it couldn't rely only on Ayla to do the grilling. Barge spent a few minutes shaping several grills. They even had a built-in heating function and he distributed them to everyone. Durek started grilling on his own and whenever something was cooked he handed it to Ayla. Ayla ate half a skewer in one go. To be fair, Durek was a quick learner, she had only been grilling for a short while and he had already picked up most of the technique. He might even master it better than her before long. Watching Durek as he busied himself, Ayla felt that having a husband or something of the sort seemed rather nice after all. Old to grill some more kidneys. You need to build yourself up. Durek casually took 2 skewers. The little girl had started calling him Olda, that meant the matter had blown over. But build himself up. Was it because he had been too accommodating to the little girl, leading her to think he kept coming back again and again because he was lacking in stamina? Of course a feast like this was naturally inseparable from wine. In such an atmosphere relationships warmed the fastest. Although Kaisa was young, he quickly got along with everyone. Durek also realized how terrifying Ayla's tolerance for alcohol was, so this time he didn't let her drink any more fruit wine. He for his part deliberately drank less. The little girl had no sense of moderation when drinking, but he couldn't be as unrestrained as last time or he'd need someone to take care of him in the middle of the night. Old to drink. Why aren't you drinking, you little lightweight? The gathering had drawn to a close. Senkitu and the others were already tipsy and Durek had someone escort them back. He himself was also feeling rather hot and bothered. He really shouldn't have listened to the little girl and eaten kidneys as a tonic for no reason. This meat was no ordinary animal flesh, it was demon beast meat. The effect was indeed pronounced. Carrying Ayla, who was clearly dead drunk, Durek returned to the bedchamber and set her down. He deftly changed her into her nightclothes, although he had already seen every last bit of her. Even so, he felt his blood and chi surge upward going straight to his head. But this was clearly not the time to focus on that. He brought a basin of water, washed the little girl's feet and gave her a simple wipe down. The smell of alcohol lessened considerably. After tucking the little girl in, Durek finally washed up in the bathroom, feeling the cold water run down over his skin. The burning heat in his chest was considerably relieved. Only when he had completely calmed down did he leave the bathroom. Ayla's sleeping posture was still that. Uninhibited. One leg stretched out, blocking the side where Durek slept. But Durek had long since gotten used to it. All night long Ayla clung to Durek like a koala. The fire he had just doused with cold water stubbornly burned all night until Durek himself fell asleep without knowing when. When he opened his eyes again, a little sunlight was already filtering through the gaps in the curtains. He looked down at the little girl still breathing steadily and peacefully. With soft jade in his arms, Durek no longer felt the fiery restlessness of the night before. He was back, it felt wonderful. Lowering his head, he pressed a gentle kiss to the tip of the little girl's nose. Who would have expected that the next second Ayla would roll over and sprawl directly on top of him? The sensation in his abdomen made Durek dare not move. He checked again and again, and sure enough she was still asleep. The little girl's head rested on his chest. Durek gently caressed Ayla's cheek. Slap. Don't be noisy. Ayla slapped his chest and muttered. Durek. If that place weren't making noise he might be 100,000,000% dead. After enduring until Ayla finally woke up, the little girl sat straight up. Humph. A mere Olda still has to submit beneath this emperor. The first words Ayla said as she woke in a daze nearly made Durek lose his composure. Fine, I submit. I submit. With that he raised his hand and pulled Ayla back into his arms. After being awake for a few minutes, Ayla suddenly sat up and jumped away from Durek. How audacious, Olda. How dare you seduce this emperor? Ayla's little foot pressed against the chest of Durek, who had just turned toward her. Don't mess around. This little rose climbed onto me by herself, how can that be my fault? Durek caught Ayla's little foot and tickled her so lightly. You, let go, ha ha ha, I was wrong, okay. Stop tickling. Seizing the chance, Durek got up, pressed close and claimed the little girl's pink lips. I haven't brushed. 5 minutes later Durek rose refreshed and went to wash up, leaving only a slightly panting Ayla behind. That dog of a man. Ayla grumbled inwardly. What good morning kiss. He clearly just kissed whenever he wanted, yet he had to come up with a proper excuse. Little Rose want to sleep a little longer. What sleep? Get up. After washing up, Durek gathered Ayla's loose golden hair and tied it back. He seemed quite pleased with his handiwork. Ayla had always been the type to accept it when someone styled her hair, when no one did she just tied it with whatever string she could grab. She certainly couldn't do it herself. By the way, how many of those people in the Imperial City have you dealt with? Ayla asked. 60%. Another 20% of the nobles have chosen to side with us, but the most troublesome one, Solly, has yet to be dealt with. A bunch of fence-sitters. Once we take Solly, strip them of their noble titles, Aira complained discontentedly. Someone from the southern frontier has come to the imperial city and is currently at Count Solly's mansion. In all likelihood it's someone sent by my dear uncle. Who did he send? A very famous 7th-rank swordmaster. Aira's curiosity was piqued. How famous? The virulent poison swordmaster Iamizi, Duruk said word by word. Poison. What first came to Aira's mind wasn't poison at all, but the plague the church had unleashed. Exactly. His battle chi is poison attributed, and he's also a physician, one highly skilled in concocting poisons. In the city he's like a demonic beast that might go berserk at any moment. Duruk also found this swordmaster a huge headache, having people watch Count Solly's mansion every day. Fortunately the other party hadn't left the building so far. Is it more formidable than Quaina's curse? Duruk fell silent for a moment. Probably not, but that poison does pose a great threat to ordinary citizens. I'm here, so what do you have to fear? Aira set her hands on her hips and lifted her chin. The gravity on Duruk's face immediately gave way to a smile. Indeed. It's a good thing you're here. Humming a light tune, Aira stretched her limbs in the imperial garden. Returning to the imperial city was a rare pleasure. The weather was not as biting as the northern frontier, so she could exercise outdoors. Ode to How is the church's schooling initiative coming along? She had left in a hurry. Originally she had wanted to visit the nearest creation church, but in the end she never got to. Meanwhile Duruk had set up a small table nearby and was eating breakfast poised and unhurried. In the western frontier, centered on the 6 principal cities, the schools have already reached more than half of the region, though there are still many places lacking teachers. The northern frontier is even worse off in that regard. That said, we have already begun rallying past graduates of Kasalar Academy around the imperial city. This year's graduates will not be available for another 2 months. Is it advancing that slowly? Aira was somewhat dissatisfied with the progress. Duruk shook his head helplessly. The girl had never truly implemented a policy she herself had proposed. Such things could not be accomplished in a single bound. Setting aside the teachers, consider the source of students. Many commoner families do see going to school as an opportunity, but the problem lies right here. At present the Empire is promoting universal basic education. Since no move has yet been made toward the imperial examination, schooling holds no path in their eyes, and so more people prefer to stay on their own small patch of land. At least this way they would not go hungry. Meanwhile the planning of the imperial examination system was crawling forward. Over the half-month in the imperial city, Duruk's maneuvers had already made many ministers waver. Now his orders could leave the imperial city whole and unobstructed. If the imperial examination system were introduced now, it would undoubtedly steel those ministers' resolve to rebel. The machine that had just begun running smoothly would once again go on strike. Besides, nurturing a generation takes time. If the examinations were open now and all the talent were drawn in who would teach the next generation, the teacher shortage would only grow greater. Thus this matter could only be advanced gradually through local authorities. There were also the printing of books, transportation, local economic support, and teachers' pay and benefits. There were many things Duruk could only issue orders about. He could not personally go from place to place to push them forward. That's true, I suppose. I didn't think it would be that easy to spread everywhere either. Aira finished stretching and patted Duruk on the shoulder. As Emperor, your burden is heavy and your road is long. Duruk sat steadily, his left arm circling Aira's waist. Days with the young girl by his side were hardly common. Moments like this put him at ease. With little Rose beside me, a longer road is fine. By the way, has the eastern frontier made any move? Aira suddenly asked. The eastern frontier? Apart from the occasional friction with neighboring Gursa, there hasn't been any major action. Aira remembered that her father had once mentioned the potion issue. By rights the eastern frontier had made no small amount of money from it. And behind the potion trade there must be nobles serving as the backers. After gathering so much wealth, why did they still not develop? Then hasn't the eastern frontier been conscripting troops or spending huge sums to forge and purchase equipment? It has actually. But because the eastern frontier borders Gursa, friction is a constant and conscription naturally follows, only each time it recruits only a small number. Aira slapped a palm against her forehead. She had actually forgotten. In the book the eastern frontier's military forces were far from few. Never mind that the Grand Duke of the eastern frontier recruited only a small number each time, the trouble was that he recruited often. Moreover, as a highly prosperous commercial duchy, the eastern frontier was entirely capable of supporting so many soldiers. If the southern frontier was rich because of its deep foundation, then the eastern frontier was rich purely because it had so much money that it only grew richer. In the original book it was no wonder Duruk's first target after the northern frontier was the eastern frontier. With such a money bag at hand, who could look at it without covetousness? The imperial city must be cleaned up at once. Leave those old fossils of the southern frontier alone for now, take the eastern frontier first. Is it that urgent? Of course it's urgent. Every minute and every second is money. You have no idea, even if the Grand Duke of the eastern frontier simply lay at home all day, several 100,000 gold coins would make their way into his pocket. Duruk's originally languid gaze gradually turned sharp. Then it indeed has to be taken. Several 100,000 a day, if such money were given to him he would start raising troops within minutes. Those old fossils of the southern frontier. Under absolute military suppression, let them, with their designs on the throne, their lofty aristocratic arrogance and their belief that nobles and emperor rule the world together, march into the grave he had personally dug for them. The key is that you need to purge the imperial city first. Tell me honestly, besides Sali, who else hasn't been cleansed? In her mind Aira had even thought that if only a few remained, killing them all outright would not be a bad idea. That would save a lot of trouble. Sali and a few inconsequential viscounts. As for those barons, few are even qualified to be drawn into this vortex. Then what are you waiting for? Just summon those who should be summoned, scatter the evidence you have gathered, go in and take them down, wouldn't that do? What was Duruk waiting for? People, of course. Before Aira returned, Senkatu and his group were all away. Now everyone had come back. Let's go, rally the troops. Aira took a step forward. Golden armor materialized around her, a long sword in her hand as she headed for the great hall. Duruk grinned and quickly caught up. The divine artifact sword rested at her waist. Senkatu, Yasali and Aira each led their troops out. Puaina went along under Senkatu's escort, but do not underestimate Puaina. This lady was not only the curse god's chosen, she was also a genuine 7th-rank powerhouse. If she wanted to curse someone, she could make half the people in the imperial city suffer stomachaches. Take Sali's Earl Mansion for instance. With a mere flick of her fingers she could make everyone there vomit and have diarrhea. It was just that everyone, Aira included, had mistaken her for a mage who could only cast single-target spells. Aira and Duruk flew across the sky together. Your Majesty, I believe I have done nothing wrong. Why have you surrounded my Earl's mansion? Done nothing wrong. There is quite a lot. You didn't really think no one knew about the things you have done, did you? Duruk wrapped several sheets of paper in a wisp of battle chi and shot them outward. The old man beside Sali, who had remained silent, casually caught them. His emerald green battle chi clashed against the dazzling golden battle chi on the papers, and he then handed the papers to Sali. The hand that caught the papers was quietly moved behind his back and a thin line of blood appeared across his palm. Ayamizi was astonished. This emperor so young was actually at a higher rank than himself. He had spent 70 bitter years of cultivation before finally being promoted to sword master, yet this young emperor was still only in his 20s. Sali opened the papers. Even with just a rough glance his face turned extremely ugly. You didn't really think those people would still protect you at the moment of death, did you? Duruk's tone was mocking. Every one of those matters was a confession he had obtained after arresting those nobles. Although Noor, the first one arrested, never revealed the instigator of that massacre, even at death this was not something only he knew. Those two ministers had been present when Noor was taken. Before torture was even applied, merely at the sight of the instruments, they had confessed to everything. There were also records of Sali trafficking weapons in the imperial city, brutally killing commoners and forcibly seizing other men's wives, every offense documented. Meanwhile in the streets several thousand, even 10,000, such leaflets of crime fluttered on the wind proclaiming the truth to the masses. Sali's hand clutching the paper trembled slightly. Since Duruk had begun to make his move more than half a month ago, he had already sensed that today would come. When the queen returned to the imperial city yesterday, an even stronger sense of crisis had risen in his heart. This queen looked harmless, but she was the daughter of the Grand Duke of the North. Born in the northern borderlands, she had even personally led troops into battle. He could not believe she had no real strength. Especially since Aira had returned, Senkatu had also come back and he had seen far less of Hayurd and Yasali. But Senkatu was someone he knew all too well. Since yesterday he had posted men around the palace telling them to inform him immediately whenever Senkatu left the palace. At the first sign he would have taken a carriage and fled at once. Yet he never imagined that Duruk would dispatch so many knights just because of him. Even more unthinkable, Duruk had personally come, and flown here at that. That was something only a 7th-order expert could do. Only then did Sali realize that without his noticing, more than one unfamiliar figure had appeared at Duruk's side. Moreover, none of them were weak. When had it started? Probably after the arrival of this queen before him. Sali felt a slight panic, but not too much. Lord Iamese, I will leave the rest to you. Iamese nodded slightly. In truth, he was not confident at all. Against that young emperor he could barely hold his own. There was also a queen who could fly, who looked to be 7th order as well. And there was also Senkitu, a renowned expert of long standing. Handle him. What could he possibly do? Your Majesty, I am a retainer of Prince Kayai. Prince Kayai has some personal friendship with Count Sali. Please your Majesty spare Sali's life out of regard for the prince. He forced the words out. The battle chi pressure radiating from Duruk and Senkitu made his back run cold. Duruk was already at the peak of sword master, while Senkitu, clad in the arrogance demon armor, gave off a presence that was utterly unfathomable. Spare him. My royal uncle is surely not so foolish as to shield a criminal who treats the empire's laws as nothing. Duruk answered coldly, looking down at the two of them. Your Majesty, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. Iamese, don't involve yourself too deeply in what happens here. You will not be implicated. But if you insist on opposing His Majesty, then you'll have to ask my sword whether it is still sharp. Senkitu was fully exercising courtesy before force. In his view, the man was only a sword master. What waves could he possibly make in his hands? No. I have accepted Prince Kayai's command, so naturally I will not disappoint my prince. Your Majesty, let us make a deal. Iamese's battle chi surged wildly, a sinister green pillar shooting straight into the sky, yet it stirred up little more than ripples. Battle chi reactions of varying intensity appeared throughout the 3,000 meters around Count Sali's estate. Is this poison? Aira asked uncertainly. The range exceeded her perception, only the nearest few spots remained within her senses. Correct. This poison was condensed from my battle chi. When I detonate it, the poison vapor will spread across this entire 3,000-meter radius. So you're threatening me? Duruk's gaze turned icy, and the battle chi around him seemed to thicken with the change in his mood. For all his precautions, especially against Iamese slipping out, he had never imagined the man would have poison condensed from his battle chi spread around the surrounding area. As I said, Your Majesty, this is only a transaction. Let me take Sali and leave the imperial city. I swear he will never appear before Your Majesty again. Their eyes clashed as if a silent battle were erupting between them. Poiena held back for a long time before finally speaking up timidly. Aira turned toward the sound and flew to Poiena's side. Poiena leaned close to Ayla's ear and whispered a few words. Ayla's face brightened and she gave Poiena a thumbs up. A foreboding rose in Iamese's heart. Standing in midair, Duruk could see most directly that those sinister green battle chi pillars were being gradually devoured by a black light. The poison within Iamese's perception was also swiftly disappearing. Oi! Aira called out scornfully. You poison player, do you even know how to play? Look at your poison, how has it all expired? The curse that accelerated life processes directly controlled by Poiena caused the poison to lose effect within seconds in that instant. Iamese's mind went utterly blank. His battle chi condensed poison should have lingered for at least 3 months after leaving his body before gradually dispersing. How could it have failed in such a short? He stared fixedly at Poiena beside Aira. Oh. Curious are you? Come on, little sister, introduce yourself and let this old man broaden his horizons. Aira reached out and patted Poiena's back. Ha. Aye. With so many knights present, Poiena was so nervous she could not utter a word. I'm Poiena. She blurted it out, then scurried behind Aira like a little hamster. Unfortunately, she was a bit taller than Aira, so she looked more like an ostrich burying her head against the back of Ayla's neck. Iamese was thoroughly puzzled. He had never heard of any expert named Poiena. Perhaps you're more familiar with her other title, the Death Curse Witch. Duruk wove his battle chi into a thread and controlled his voice with exquisite precision. None of the knights present heard anything. Uncontrollable shock rose in Iamese's pupils. A chosen one, this young emperor had actually recruited a chosen one. And the chosen of an evil god at that. Do you have anything else? Your trump card has already expired. Seeing Iamese stunned, Aira taunted him. Iamese's Adam's apple bobbed. The greatest trump card he had spent days planning had been completely destroyed in less than half a minute. He could only taste bitterness in his mouth. I concede. Senkitu strode over and Iamese offered no resistance as his battle chi was sealed. He knew his crime could be judged either harshly or lightly. In Duruk's eyes it was severe, but at the negotiating table of the royal kin it was not so severe after all. Ayla skipped over to Solly and patted his face. Wasn't it your wife who originally wanted to recruit me as an insider? She even thought Durek could never get anything done. Why aren't you calling out now? After a bout of mockery, Ayla watched with satisfaction as the man was led away. Durek also breathed a sigh of relief. Though a few rotten elements had yet to be rooted out, they were only insignificant minor nobles. The entire imperial city was now firmly in his grasp. The ministers would be next. But he could not rush. Since new ministers had not yet been selected, these people would have to remain for now. Everyone moved quickly. After all, this was not their first time confiscating a household. Cartload after cartload of treasure was hauled into the royal treasury. Ayla even had Durek set aside 1/10 of it to distribute among the knights who had participated in the operation. In the hall of governance, Igizi was diligently reviewing documents. Durek stood at the window with an arm around Ayla, overlooking the imperial city. I truly didn't expect the imperial city to fall into our hands so quickly. I had planned that it would take at least another year. Ayla made a rough mental calculation and had to admit he was right. Judging by the timeline in the book, Durek's plan had indeed been accurate. Since I came all this way, if you were still that slow, wouldn't my coming have been pointless? Smack. Ayla knocked away a hand that had started wandering again, shot him a glare and muttered under her breath, Igizi is still here, have you no sense of propriety? Solly was not executed on the spot. Instead, he was locked away in prison. Durek planned to drag him to the bustling market and behead him before the eyes of the crowd. After all, the propaganda leaflets recording Solly's crimes had already spread through every street and alley. If he was not executed, the people's fury would not be appeased, and Durek had intended to do this from the very beginning. The southern territories were crowded with nobles, so commoners there naturally lived far more restrained lives than those in the imperial city. This was a perfect opportunity. Especially if the relocation policy drafted in advance were announced now, the imperial city was sure to see a massive surge in population. I think the royal treasury is almost half full. Exactly how much loot did these people in the imperial city hand over? Ayla skipped over, delighted. About 6 million gold coins. 6 million. Ayla gasped, suddenly feeling as if she had been struck by a lottery ticket worth a fortune. How should she spend it? There was no way to spend it all, no way at all. He watched as the girl began counting on her fingers, calculating just how to use the money. Durek chuckled. But don't get too carried away. This 6 million may look like a lot. Sidegeli is building Agula City and we want a stake in it, so first we'll give them 1 million gold coins. Give them the money. Why? Haven't we already offered them policy support? Durek inclined his head slightly. True. But recently the Sidegeli Trading Company's business has not been doing well, and yet it has kept sending financial support to the royal palace. At Agula City, Sidegeli is still operating at a loss and the economic zone originally planned has not been built yet. On the land front they are also testing the yield-boosting effects of Puaina's curse. If we send a sum of money at this moment, it will not only speed up that process but also ease Igizi's situation. He laid out his thoughts slowly. Only the two of them were present in the hall of governance, so Durek did not mind being overheard. Ayla understood the matter concerning Igizi well enough, for Durek had told her about it before. Although the Sidegeli family was a steadfast supporter of the crown, that was because the head of the Sidegeli family was Igizi's father. The father and son's choice determined the prosperity or ruin of the entire Sidegeli family. When the helmsman chose the royal side, if the family kept taking losses without ever reaping any benefit and saw no reward for their support, even the senior members within the family could hardly resist voicing complaints. Yet Igizi had never mentioned those complaints to Durek. Well, that's all right then, there's still 6 million left. And there's the construction of the Creation Church around the Imperial City, teachers' benefits, transportation of potions, outreach campaigns, road renovations. Stop, just tell me how much it's all going to cost. Ayla's heart sank with every word. All she knew was that the lovely little coins she had just glimpsed were about to fly away. 3 million perhaps, Durek replied, struggling to suppress a smile. 3 million. This is what Little Rose said, if you want to get rich, build roads first. But I didn't say to finish them all at once. They aren't finished. We've only completed 35% so far. Ayla was instantly petrified where she stood. We've only opened the main roads linking the imperial city to the surrounding great cities. The towns and villages have not been connected yet. And then there's recruiting soldiers, that is the most expensive part of all. Stop. Just tell me how much will be left. Ayla halted him again. Dirk tapped his fingertips lightly against the wooden table, pondered for a moment and answered, probably about 300 or 400,000 will remain. Ah, Ayla drew out a despondent note and flung herself into the sofa's embrace in a graceful arc. 1 second she had a fortune, the next only a pittance remained. No, even that pittance had been cut in half. Dirk paced over to the girl and patted her on the back. Don't be upset. This is only temporary. The funds left for the later work simply aren't enough to mention, so we stopped. When we have enough money later we'll continue the renovations. Ayla buried her face in the back of the sofa, ignoring the dog of a man who was only too eager to twist the knife. Ha ha ha, Dirk could no longer hold back the laughter that squeezed from his throat. You're so mean. Ayla froze the moment she said it. Wait, since when had she become so girlish? And yet that cute girl's coquettish complaint sounded to Dirk more like flirtation. I'm mean. Mean about what? He crouched beside the sofa and wrapped one arm around Ayla. Shoo, get lost. Mean about what? Everything about you is a nuisance. Ayla abruptly sat up and walked out. Dirk watched her go, utterly baffled. Just moments ago she had been as soft and adorable as a little cake, how had she suddenly turned into a brick? Feeling that she had become strangely unlike herself, Ayla immediately decided to go for a stroll through the streets. As always, Liege followed behind her as a guard. Your Majesty. Good morning, Your Majesty. In the past 2 days Ayla had often gone out to wander, though most of the time she did so with a purpose. She had visited the temple of the Church of Light. To have such a heretical church inside the imperial city was like a cuckolding drama playing out on her own turf. The imperial city was that wronged little wife. Once these nobles were dealt with, the next step was to turn this temple of the Church of Light into a temple of her sacred creation church. She would drive these heretics of the Church of Light out of the imperial city. But the more she went out, the more people recognized her. Word spread from 1 person to 10 and from 10 to 100, even those who had never seen her could usually pick her out. With Liege, a burly man in gleaming armor, beside her and her hair shining like the sun itself, Ayla was extremely easy to recognize. As she walked, many townsfolk greeted her. Ayla nodded in response. When she met ailing townsfolk, she would casually send a thread of creation force their way. In the end, Ayla discovered that almost every human being had some illness or another. Even a knight who cultivated battle chi like Liege carried hidden injuries from training. This would have to wait until the creation church was built and began distributing basic life potions. Hee, Your Majesty, you have been coming quite frequently these days. Bushika, the Archbishop of the Church of Light, smiled gently, his face full of wrinkles. Ah, nothing. I simply enjoy roaming my own territory, especially a famous landmark like this temple. I have to come and see it a few more times before I feel the trip wasn't wasted. Hee, Your Majesty has come so many times, is there nothing you wish to pray for? The great God of Light will bless your wish and make it come true. Bushika's voice was unhurried, slow and devout, like a faithful believer. Me? No need. I merely need to discuss it with you, and that will suffice. Although Ayla's smile was radiant, Bushika could not help feeling his forehead break out in a sweat. This temple, I find it quite nice. Let's negotiate. Why don't you move out? Hee, Your Majesty jests. This is the church's main temple, the place closest to the God of Light. You see, I discussed it with you and you refused. Then if I were to pray before the statue, would you agree? Bushika found himself unable to refute Ayla. Of course that was merely a jest, Archbishop. I would hardly start a war with the Church of Light over a single temple. But you must also understand what kind of church the Empire needs. When you have nothing to do, you should learn a thing or two from the Church of Genesis. The Empire has no need for a church that defies it, and even less for a church that exploits its people. After all these days, Ayla had come to understand the church's mode of operation. Enrolling in it was equivalent to being officially registered as a believer of the Church of Light. The Church of Light would issue a small pamphlet on the doctrine of light. Joining the church cost 1 silver coin, offering a prayer also cost 1 silver coin. If one wished to ask the church's nuns or mages for help, the price had no upper limit. Of this profit 2/10 would slip into the pocket of Archbishop Bushika, that is, of the money handed over to the church. The church's only major expense was training its own temple knights. Moreover, they all cultivated the same battle chi, one carrying the holy light attribute. Their strength ranked from average to upper tier among all the Empire's knights. Over 100 years no one knew how many such knights the church had trained. Still less did anyone know which mighty figures of the church remained alive in the world. That was why Ayla had not simply ordered Dirk to move against the Church of Light and bring it down. In the western frontier they had driven out that bishop, but the church had not managed to gain a firm foothold there. More importantly, that bishop was still alive. The church's actual interests had suffered little, otherwise the Temple Knights would certainly have fought a decisive battle against Bo-Sighting's army. Meanwhile, the Church of Genesis was now building its own power under Hai Lanwei's hand. It was still far too young, utterly unable to compare with the 2 centuries of accumulated strength possessed by the Church of Light. But with the life potion it could indeed accelerate the cultivation of battle chi among its knights to a certain extent. It could be considered a cultivation potion as well. To many cultivators who had not yet sworn allegiance to other powers it held no small temptation. Of course Kulei Bayer was the one paying for this training. The demand for life potions had been rising steadily. Fortunately Aila's spiritual power was already at the 4th rank and the tranquil gem had undergone 2 qualitative transformations. Condensing droplets of water carrying the power of Genesis had become easy. Moreover, with the demigod artifact gauntlet she could wear it on ordinary days like a gossamer glove, perfectly unobtrusive. The key was sheer quantity, plenty and more than enough. Therefore Kulei Bayer's supply of life potions had never been interrupted. The 8.6 million gold coins in the royal treasury was the combined sum of the confiscated fortunes and the million gold coins Kulei Bayer had transported back. Bushika's old face twitched, but he bowed his head with respect and said, "Yes, your highness, the church will surely obey." Aila cast an indifferent glance and tossed out a tepid remark, "See that it does." She turned and left. Aila was not foolish enough to truly believe Bushika's words. After she left, Bushika still wore a kindly smile and greeted the faithful. Only when he returned to the rear courtyard of the church did his face darken. "Archbishop, that queen has gone too far. Why not let Elder Ji Lu?" The newcomer was precisely that bishop who had fled back from the western frontier. "Anjar, you are far too impatient. Do you think I do not wish to remove her? That girl is not so easy to kill. That young emperor keeps a close eye on her. If anything happens at this critical moment, the church will not come out well." Bushika understood that the Urk had just raised the butcher's blade in the imperial capital. Those nobles had been slaughtered almost to the last, so the next target would inevitably be the church. To move against Aila now would be like handing the knife back to the Urk while he had not yet stopped killing. Whether or not the church was responsible in the end, the Urk would take his blade to the church. There were also Senkedu and several formidable figures who had suddenly appeared of late. Bushika did not think the church could gain any advantage in a decisive struggle of this sort. On the contrary, it would push the church entirely into opposition to the royal house. When the time came, even those old men in the southern territory would have no choice but to stand up for the royal family and the empire's aristocratic system and go to war with the church. "But that little girl actually spoke to you like that?" Anjar fumed. Bushika gave him a cold sidelong glance, the look of a viper examining its prey. "Anjar, do not think I am unaware of what you are scheming. Are you trying to use my hand to avenge your grudge?" No, it was not that, Lord Bushika. I would never have such thoughts." Before Bushika could finish, Anjar hurriedly denied it. "If it were not for you idiot joining forces with that stupid pig at Agula City and exposing yourself, you would not be forced to hide away here all day long." Anjar lowered his head without a word, glancing around guiltily from time to time like a student being scolded. "Cultivate well. Once you reach the 7th rank, the empire is so vast that there is nowhere you cannot go." After a round of scolding, Bushika added this encouragement. "There is a watershed between the 3rd and 4th ranks, but as long as one was willing to train with desperate effort, it was not a serious obstacle. But the 6th and 7th ranks were different. If talent was insufficient, opportunity could make up for it. If there was no opportunity, it was a hurdle for a lifetime. Every step past the 7th rank was a chasm. Sword master, sword saint, sword god. It was like the process by which a mortal transformed into a god, treacherous and incalculably difficult. At the 7th rank one had already reached the summit where 99% of the empire's martial power lay. Even if one could not overpower an enemy, a man bent on escape would be very hard to halt. Bushika departed, yet Anjar's mind would not stop stirring. Aila and Bo-Sighting, those 2 thorns in his heart. Unless both were eliminated, how could he cultivate with peace of mind? Bo-Sighting was already formidable in his own right. But Aila was just a little girl. No matter how strong could she be? Could he, a 6th rank Grand Mage, really be afraid of some little girl? Watching Bushika's departing back, Anjar's eyes faintly revealed a gleam of ruthless cunning. If he was not allowed to make his move, then make his move he would. Just as he was about to leave the church to find Aila, 4 chains of holy light wound around him. "I have told you already, when you advance to the 7th rank is when you may leave the church." Anjar gnashed his teeth and struggled fiercely to wrench free of the chains, but all effort was in vain. "Yes, teacher." In the end he could only yield helplessly. That night in her bedchamber Aira as was rare for her established contact with Hai Lanwei to ask about the recent progress of the Church of Genesis. Listening to Hai Lanwei, a frontline operative, speak was certainly better than listening to Urk the Emperor, who only heard the gist of matters. Hai Lanwei had divided the major cities of the western frontier with great detail, detailed as it was. Aira found her eyelids growing heavy. Sure enough, she was not suited to worrying over such things. When something needed handling, it should be left to Urk, that senior workhorse. These petty affairs did not suit her. Compared to them, she was still more suited to leading troops into battle. At the sound of Urk's return, Aira swiftly ended the conversation and cut the connection. What? Is there something that requires consultation behind my back? Urk's voice came as cheerfully and teasingly as ever. He reached out to take the girl's hand. Old, let me warn you, today is that time of the month, so keep your hands to yourself. Her relatives have arrived. Delco seemed to understand why the girl's tone had changed so abruptly during the day. So this was the reason. Then you should rest now. Delco stepped forward and with practiced ease slipped off the girl's white stockings. Aira raised her legs cooperatively. Only the first couple of times had been awkward, and now she was mostly used to it. Delco habitually brought the fabric to his nose and furrowed his brow slightly. It smells a bit sour. Who told you to smell it? I didn't ask you to. Aira lifted her foot and kicked at him. Delco caught it in one hand. Stop it. Let me wash these first, then I'll wash your feet. Humph. Aira turned away and put away the magic crystals on the bed. Then she picked up the picture book she had bought not far away. Though this book was actually a chronicle of the God of Light's deeds, a form of propaganda in its own right. It recounted how in the ancient era the God of Light had helped humanity resist injustice, how he had obtained the source of light, dispelled darkness, and brought illumination to the world. He helped this village, then saved that city. That was the claim, yet Aira felt this read more like a story of how the God of Light had cultivated himself like a monk. All that was recorded about the God of Light, his ascetic practices and his salvation of the world, wasn't that simply the life of a wandering ascetic. Fortunately, this world had no faith resembling that of the Buddha. Otherwise the God of Light might well have earned himself the rank of an arhat. The sound of water in the washroom gradually ceased. Delco emerged with his toned upper body bare, a towel wrapped around his waist and a basin of water in his hands as he walked to the bedside. Come on, wash your feet. Aira casually stretched her foot over. Old Del, why is this water warm? It's not hot at all. She had barely dipped her foot in before complaining. Ivinyl said that during this time of the month you shouldn't use hot water. Warm water will do. Delco stared at Aira's small feet and carefully scrubbed them with soap. Aira watched his focused expression and suddenly smiled. Old Del, anyone hearing you might really take you for my father. Delco paused in his movements. Come to think of it, he was only 7 years older than the girl. During the day the two of them were like comrades on the same front line. But at night, if he searched his heart, he truly did treat Aira as his wife. Still, Aira was 7 years younger than him, and he seemed to have unconsciously begun raising the girl like a child. 7 years shouldn't be enough to make him father-aged. She couldn't be implying he was old, could she? He was only 26. He silently rinsed the foam from Aira's feet. Aira noticed that Delco wasn't paying attention to her. She raised her right foot and gently nudged his chin upward, making him lift his head. What are you thinking about? How dare you ignore me? Aira asked, feigning anger. Delco pressed the girl's foot back down. I was wondering, does my little Rose think I'm too old? Aira's voice unconsciously lowered and her gaze drifted aside. When did I ever say you were old? I only said you're like my father, wishing you could do everything for me. Is that so bad? I never said it was bad. Aira pouted her pink lips. Their eyes met. Delco slowly leaned in, and Aira, already anticipating what would happen, closed her eyes. But the moment Delco kissed her, a cool moist sensation made her snap back to her senses. She quickly pushed him away. Tui tui. She hastily wiped her lips. There's still my foot-washing water on your mouth. So what? I don't mind it if it's my little Rose's. Delco calmly pressed his lips together. You. In Aira's eyes this dog of a man was so desperate he had clearly lost his senses. How could he even say such a thing? She was momentarily at a loss for words. Besides. Enough. Shut up. Aira grew even more embarrassed at the mention of this. It was all the fault of being carried away by the heat of the moment. The two had already done everything else save for that one final step. Go wash yourself clean right now. The water stains on Aira's foot evaporated instantly. She turned and burrowed into her own blankets. Delco cleaned up the mess with a smile on his face. When he returned to his side of the bed, the girl had turned her back to him again. Delco said nothing, simply lay down on the bed and pulled Aira into his arms. Just like last time, he placed his hand over her lower abdomen. Aira did not resist and leaned quietly against him. "Old Del, how do you plan to drive those people from the Church of Light out of the Imperial City?" "There's no rush. Once our church spreads across the whole of the Imperial City surroundings, the Church of Light will naturally lose patience. You can't possibly think they'll simply let you move your church here without a fight." Aira had just turned her head when Delco kissed the corner of her lips. "I'm trying to discuss serious matters with you. Can't you be serious for once? We're in the bedchamber. Everything else can be postponed," Delco said with an air of absolute conviction. Aira simply turned her head away again and refused to look at him. "Of course I've thought of that. Highlandwe is already recruiting church knights. By then the Imperial City will also send troops to assist in establishing churches in various regions. You should know that every place has at least a few followers of the Church of Light. If they dare to act openly, wouldn't that be a perfect chance for us to tear off their masks? But if they operate in the shadows, that also gives us grounds to strike. We might even uncover the Church's other forces within the Empire." "So slow," Aira muttered under her breath. A faint smile curved at the corner of Delco's lips. Though the girl sometimes offered genuinely good ideas, she herself was someone who detested trouble. Still, it wasn't bad. At least she had found him many capable allies and he had managed to gain a firm foothold. This was already far better than 3 months ago. Of course, he also didn't want those troublesome matters to occupy Ayla's mind. It was enough for the girl to simply have him in her heart. Delco propped his head on his left hand and looked at the girl's profile. In just a short while, Ayla's rhythmic breathing had already begun. He then lay down as well, and the movement immediately woke the just asleep Aira. Delco was about to apologize when the girl turned over, burrowed into his embrace and continued sleeping. That night Delco slept very sweetly. Rather, ever since the girl had come back, every single night he slept more comfortably than before. It wasn't just Ayla's habit, it had become his as well. By morning Delco rose early as always. Aira was still fast asleep. He carefully tucked the corner of the blanket around her before leaving the room. Delco had originally had quite a few maidservants here, but later he transferred them all away. They only came back to keep watch after 8 o'clock in the morning. If he had the time, pulling the girl out of bed became his job. And since Aira could never tie her own hair, he could also tie it in a way he liked to see. "Your Majesty, the Queen of Golsa has sent an envoy. They have already crossed the eastern border and are heading toward the Imperial City." Delco had barely sat down in the governance hall when Eliso walked over and reported. "An envoy? What does she want?" "It seems to be about the life elixir." Eliso shared the news he had heard. Many merchants from the eastern border had traveled to the western border to discuss life elixir business with Caravel, and naturally among them were merchants from Golsa. What Durek could not understand was this: if they had come for the life potion, then why not go directly to the western realm to find Kellybuyer, and why instead come to the Imperial City? But he did not pay it much mind. Gursa's queen was in a similar position to his own, except that this queen had already been on the throne for 2 years. The old king too had not stepped down through a proper succession. He had simply placed the most elite forces in his hands into hers. She was a figure of Senkitu's ilk. But Gursa was a small kingdom without as many nobles as the Lyurkia Empire. What's more, it had divided its territory into 5 parts, 4 of which were managed by the dukes. That queen had stabilized the situation without much difficulty. Still, in terms of national power, she was not yet a threat to the empire during its trough. Moreover, it was only the Imperial City represented by Durek that was in a trough. The Eastern Realm was not weak at all. If it truly came to war, the Eastern Realm alone would be enough to hold its own. But unfortunately Durek could not be sure the Grand Duke of the Eastern Realm would not take the chance to cause trouble. Time passed quickly into the afternoon. Igizi led people to the station to receive the guests. By the time they reached the palace, daylight was already gone and a full moon hung in the sky. There were 10 of them, not many but none weak. The lowest were at the 5th rank. There were also 3 6th-rank Grand Knights. Igizi brought them to the Great Hall. Because they were envoys of another nation, Durek put on his imperial ceremonial robes, and Aira rarely wore the queen consort robes from her wedding. Though it was uncomfortable in all sorts of ways, this was for receiving envoys, they could not lose face. "We greet the Emperor of Lyurkia and Her Majesty the Empress." The 10 from Gursa spoke, but in 2 different languages. Aira could not understand the Gursan tongue, she could only understand her own. "Rise. You have come from afar, weary from the journey. Might I ask what brings you here?" Durk asked directly. The 10 instinctively looked at the one surrounded in their middle. That person did not speak, only reached up and removed the wide hood they had been wearing. Silver hair and crimson eyes immediately made Aila's eyes light up. Oh my heavens, how could there be a girl who struck her fancy so perfectly? If not for the inappropriate occasion, Aila would have gone right up to gasp and swoon for a while. Queen Gielania. Durk had truly not expected Gursa's queen to come in person. Queen. Aila glanced at Durk. But Durk did not explain. For you to come all the way out yourself, what you want must be no ordinary thing. Emperor of Lyurkia, how about we make a deal? Gielania's opening was forceful and she spoke quickly. Aila almost did not catch what she had said. A deal? Let's hear your terms. I know you are the one who put out the life potion. I want a higher grade potion. In exchange I will become your consort. Gielania's gaze did not waver in the slightest as she stared back at Durk. Your terms hold no attraction for me at all. Durk shook his head. Aila meanwhile began probing Gielania's talents, wondering how Gielania's management or business talents were. But she could sense that her mage talent was genuinely excellent, even stronger than the talent she had felt in Kaisa's younger sister back in the Northern Realm. So it really won't do. Then what does your majesty want? If it involves Gursa, I can give it. Old to recruit her, we must have this one. Aila muttered in a low secretive voice. Hearing this, Durk understood at once. Clearly the little girl had once again found a promising talent. Not involving Gursa then. What I want is you. Gielania looked at Durk puzzled. She had already said she could become his consort and he had refused, now he was saying he wanted her. What did he mean? Is your majesty toying with me? No. I mean you must stay work for me and become my subordinate. Gielania's eyes flickered. She had originally thought that becoming his consort would give her the chance to become the Empress. Here in Lyurkia, being the Empress meant being above 10,000 people, second only to the Emperor. Especially since she had heard that the current Emperor had no children. If she could give birth to his heir first, her position would be even more secure. Even in Lyurkia she would not fare badly. But Durk only wanted to bring her into his fold, that was what Gielania had not expected. She hesitated for a moment, then saw Aila sitting in the Empress's seat with her legs crossed, watching her with interest and excitement. What? Unwilling? Durk's questioning voice came again. No. I can agree to this request, but you must give me a higher grade life potion. You should have seen the advanced life potion by now. It is not enough. I need something even more advanced. If there isn't one, then this deal counts for nothing. Gielania remained just as forceful. But Durk did not take it to heart at all, after all people spoke in different ways. A more advanced potion. I do have one. Aila stood up, floated gently over to Gielania and landed. The moment she landed she already regretted it. Wait, why was this girl so tall? No, why did every pretty girl have to be taller than her? Mia was better, soft, fragrant, and about the same height as her. You're wanting a higher grade potion. It wouldn't be because someone in your family is dying or because an illness or curse has drained their life force almost to nothing, would it? Gielania looked at Aila with shock, unable to understand how this little one had seen it. Seeing her expression, Aila said uncertainly, a curse. Gielania stiffened, then nodded. Then. A curse that makes one's life force drain away several times faster. Gielania was even more shocked and nodded again. Have you offended the Church of Light? How do you know everything? Gielania stared at Aila, who had been revealing the secret she had kept hidden all this time since coming down. Aila pressed her hand to her forehead. She understood, this was Poina's fault for handing out cursed little bottles at random. Gielania's close-knit royal family had most likely been targeted by the Church of Light in Gursa. Although the Church of Light had been founded in Lyurkia, gods had no borders and they had temples in Gursa as well. Aila had suspected before that the church might actually be trying to wipe out Durk's royal bloodline. Now it seemed it was not just Durk. The neighboring Gursa had not escaped either. Whether it was Durk or Gielania, what the church wanted to target was royalty itself. It clearly intended to uproot the royal houses so that they themselves could become the ones calling the shots. That thing of yours is only a mere life potion, it can't cure this. Aila said slowly. Impossible. Gielania's tone became urgent. But clearly after drinking it you did see improvement. Aila interjected. Seeing that Gielania still wore a stubbornly certain expression, Aila continued, do you know about oil lamps? That curse makes the lamp oil burn faster. You merely poured more oil into the lamp but the fire is still there. Jia Luoya was dazed. Aira had made it clear enough, how could she not understand? No matter how advanced a life potion was, it could only add oil to the lamp, never quench the fire. So the life potion can't save my father and brother. No, but it can prolong their lives and let them hold on a little longer. Jia Luoya could not hide her disappointment. Then a thought struck her. You said also just now, didn't you? That means there are people in Lyurkia with this curse too. That's true, Dirk interjected. Myself for one. Jia Luoya looked at him. But why does your majesty not look like someone under a curse at all? Dirk's lips curved upward as he looked at Aira. Because the queen, as you are aware, created the life potion. Moreover, she also lifted the curse from me and from Duke Bosting of the Western Frontier. He spoke with a faint note of pride. Then. That comes at a separate price. Aira cut Jia Luoya off. I can go save your father and brother. But your kingdom is after all a neighbor of the empire, and none too friendly a neighbor at that. You alone are not enough. Aira stepped back, putting a little distance between herself and Jia Luoya. Then what does your majesty need? Apart from me, is it money or resources? Jia Luoya steadied herself. I demand your submission. The meaning of those words involuntarily surfaced in Jia Luoya's mind. Yes, exactly as you're thinking. I want Gorsa to submit to the empire. Impossible. Jia Luoya refused flatly. Don't turn me down right away. Think it over carefully. The Church of Light hasn't only moved against Dirk. And as for Gorsa, though it's not quite an enemy of the empire, it's certainly been an endless source of friction. The Church of Light's underhanded strike against you has actually done the empire a favor. If I now step in to resolve your royal family's peril, what would I gain? What good would it do the empire? A strengthened friendly neighbor. Or if you, who could be counted on to serve the empire's development heart and soul. Jia Luoya's face turned grim. This small figure before her pressed down on her no less heavily than Dirk, indeed the pressure was even greater. You came here in person this time. I imagine the growth of the Church of Light in your country has already become impossible to contain, and you took the risk because you wanted to pin your hopes on your father and brother. Aira lifted her chin, slightly radiating confidence. That's true. But if you think that will make me hand over my country, I can't. So what? Don't tell me you think Gorsa under the church is still the same Gorsa. Are you really that naive? Back in the city of Funwu in the western frontier, even a scum of a city lord like Hade knew to immediately replace every key post in the city with his own men. As for an entire country like Gorsa, do you really think the church would let Jia Luoya's people keep their important positions? The atmosphere in the great hall turned stagnant. The 9 attendants accompanying Jia Luoya were also wearing troubled expressions, yet they were helpless. I need more time to think. Of course. I can give you time to think. It's not like I'm in a hurry. Aira strolled back to her seat with an air of ease. Dirk smiled lightly and refrained from adding more pressure. It's getting late. You must all be hungry after the hurried journey. The palace has prepared a banquet and lodgings. If any of you need to set down your things, you may follow the maids. See you in the banquet hall. With that, Dirk rose, took Aila's hand, and the two walked off side by side. Jia Luoya remained deep in thought the whole time. Aira said, "What did you have them prepare for tonight?" Dirk said, "Didn't you want hot pot?" "So of course it's hot pot. But you can't eat spicy food now, so you'll have the clear broth." "Ah, then what's the point of hot pot?" Neither of them bothered to lower their voices as they walked away. Jia Luoya stared at their retreating figures, stunned. Were these the same two imposing figures from just moments ago? Such companionship, such a feeling, that must be what a family is. When she was little, wasn't she also the treasure in her parents' and brother's hands? But her father fell, her brother fell, and her mother, unable to bear the blow, fell ill and passed away. She was left all alone. This feeling made her heart ache even more, and at the same time she could not hide her envy. If she had a choice, she really didn't want to be queen. All she wanted was for her father and brother to be safe. After putting their things away, the party moved to the banquet hall. Not only Aira and Dirk, everyone who could come had already arrived. Dirk and Aira shared one table, beside them the Kana siblings as well as Mia and one other were at the same table. Lei Yasali and a few others split into separate tables with several attendants. What is this? It was Jia Luoya's first time seeing a hot pot. Here like this. Aira picked up a slice of meat with her chopsticks, dropped it into the pot and fished it out. A moment later, the color already changed. Luoya suddenly understood. But just as Aira was about to put the meat into her mouth, Durek snatched it away with his chopsticks and ate it. Hey you! The young girl glared at Durek angrily. I told you can't eat spicy food right now. You need to be careful. I've told you with my power it doesn't matter at all. No exceptions. Be good and eat the clear broth. Aira turned away in a huff. Mia and the others exchanged smiles, only Kana looked baffled. You too. You really are close. Luoya murmured softly. Durek replied with a smile, of course. My queen is the best. Aira remained huffy and ignored him. Close, indeed, this dog of a man was plainly coveting her body, he simply hadn't gotten to taste it yet. Don't you think so, my little rose? The voice suddenly close to her ear compelled Aira to turn around. Durek's last words were extremely soft and no one else heard them, but Aira caught every syllable. Her small hand twisted the flesh at Durek's waist. How could he blurt out such an embarrassing pet name without minding the occasion? Durek too was thoroughly sore from that pinch. He hadn't expected the little girl's grip to be so strong. When she'd said earlier she would break it off, she probably wasn't joking. Luoya took all this in. She had once thought her own father and mother were loving enough. But never would her parents have had a moment like this. Aira had actually resorted to pinching and Durek still kept silent, acting as if nothing had happened. She had even once harbored the delusion of becoming a princess consort first and then the queen. Before she knew it, she let out a faint self-deprecating smile. Aira fished out a slice of meat and placed it on her plate. Since you're here, take things as they come. When enjoying good food, don't think about all that. She knew Luoya was feeling awful, but seeing the girl like this was genuinely dampening her own appetite. She was clearly a young lady with quite striking looks. She had been perfectly fine at the start, and as a queen of a nation she couldn't really have been that crushed by a few words, could she? If their positions had been the same, Aira wouldn't have minded helping free of charge. Unfortunately, this was a transaction between nations. She wasn't so saintly as to help the ruler of a country that might become an enemy at any moment. This wasn't kicking someone while they were down, it was simply the most basic principle of putting one's own interests first. As the banquet drew to a close, Luoya departed with her retinue. Delco rubbed his temples. Day in and day out it was nothing but reading documents. After staring at text all day, he still had to stay up this late because of Luoya. What's wrong? Headache. Aira noticed Delco's gesture and asked. A little. I've been thinking about too many things all day. Come here, let me take a look at you. Delco naturally rested his head on Aira's lap. It was soft and warm, filled with the scent of a young girl, and it put him at ease. As Aira's fingertips glowed with the radiance of creation, she gently massaged Delco's temples, letting the light flow into him. The man's furrowed brow instantly relaxed. Alright, since it doesn't hurt anymore, go do whatever you need to do. Before 5 minutes of massage had passed, Aira was already bored, pinching Delco's cheeks as she spoke. Little Rose, I'm so tired. Ha. Aira thought Delco, the high-ranking workhorse, was about to throw in the towel. Then he flopped face down onto the bed. He reached out and patted the bed. Just a little longer. And sure enough, whether the massage was genuinely skilled or not, it was the kind of thing one could easily sink into. Aira deftly pulled off her white stockings and tossed them aside. Then she planted a foot square on Delco's back. Heh, little Delco, you still have to kneel beneath my imperial foot. Aira struck a pose while Delco remained silent, lying there like a salted fish. This wasn't the first time the girl had done something like this. Previously she had called him trash fish, but now she at least used his name. That was a respectable improvement. Aira stepped across him as deftly as if she were treading the raised platform of a lion dance. And since Delco was after all a 7th-rank sword master with an exceptionally tough body, no amount of stepping could possibly break him. So Aira felt free to stomp at ease, even hopping and spinning around. Only when Aira had thoroughly amused herself did Delco scoop her up in his arms. What are you doing now? You haven't washed your feet today, and yet you've been stepping on me for so long. Time for a bath. I'll go later. Not with you. Put me down. But the protest was futile. In the bath a large figure and a small one tumbled together. It was a long while before they emerged. Aira's cheeks were flushed, clearly overwhelmed by the heat, and Delco was not much better off. Yet in the end Aira's reason had triumphed over desire and her clever mind had regained the high ground. But that did not stop Delco from tormenting her plenty. Delco carefully combed the girl's long hair, using his battle chi to dry it. Aira stayed drowsy the whole time, simply basking in the comfort. In the end she didn't even realize when Delco had carried her back to bed. The next day Aira changed back into her casual clothes. The heavy queen's attire was once again thrown into the wardrobe. She had thought of going to see whether Galaoya had made up her mind. But then Delco told her that Ivanir would be bringing Ryan back by noon. After waiting all this time Aira could finally meet the remarkable military talent from the book. Yet when she saw the little boy Ivanir had brought back, Aira fell into a moment of doubt. It was then she remembered that Charles had only begun building his forces and rebelling because Delco had wiped out his family when he moved against the Eastern Territories 3 years later. It would be at least 5 years before he encountered Ryan. By that time Ryan would already be an adult. So it made perfect sense that this boy was still so young, especially since he had been a malnourished beggar growing even slower than other children his age. Ivy, it's been so long. Aira stepped forward and gave her a hug. Aira, I've missed you too. Ivy murmured softly, rubbing her cheek against Ayla's. So this little thing is Ryan. Aira looked at him. The first thing she felt was how dreary the child seemed, his whole presence pressed low with gloom. Yes, but Ryan is a bit shy with strangers. Sister Ivy, she must be a noble, right? Ryan asked in a flat voice. That's right. She is Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen. A trace of surprise cut through Ryan's dejected expression. He had assumed she was merely the daughter of some noble house, never would he have imagined she was the Queen. Hey kid, seems like you don't think much of nobles. Aira asked with great interest. Of course. What good people could there possibly be among nobles? They're all the same breed in the end. Disdain spread across Ryan's young face. Aira now understood. The book's account had not been entirely accurate. Ryan's willingness to offer his strategies and help Ivanir was not only because she had saved him and brought him into Charles's army. It was because the banner Charles had raised high was the overthrow of the empire. During that period Delco's side also had the greatest number of nobles. Striking at Delco meant killing nobles, and that was the real reason Ryan had kept helping with the scheming. Then you haven't met many nobles at all. Aira giggled as she teased him. Ryan pouted and glared at her in defiance. You, sitting high as Her Majesty the Queen, naturally know nothing of how nobles oppress U.S. common folk. Don't understand. Oh, I understand all too well. In her past life there had been decades when foreigners were the nobles and her own people were the commoners. Everything meant making concessions to the latecomers. She had not lived through it herself, but she had certainly seen plenty of it in television dramas. And here in this world, when they had gone to the Western Territories, Hard had been willing to turn a blind eye in order to gain favors from the Church of Light, letting them brazenly snatch away ordinary people. In Egura City, curses had been used to taint the very grain grown in the soil. They had ruthlessly driven down prices bought low, and when the people could not pay their taxes they seized the young and strong to be sold as slaves. These were things she had witnessed herself, not many but enough to leave a deep mark. Yet were all nobles truly wicked? Aira felt her own father was a very good man. And there was Gagan Earl. Even without standing against the dark tide he could have lived very well. But he went anyway and perished in that tide. Had his bones not become the corrupted chosen, she would never have known, she would not even have known the name Gag. Aira recounted only 2 simple examples and Ryan fell silent. You can't judge everyone by one stroke. You say all nobles are bad people, yet there are truly good ones among them. And if I said all commoners were good people, would that really be true? Comrade, your thinking is quite problematic. Aira lightly tapped Ryan on the head and chuckled. By the way, how old are you now? 15. Aira looked at Ivanir. Ivy, can this child attend the academy? Yes, the academy accepts students from age 12. Then let him study at the academy. The group returned to the royal palace. Galaoya stood not far from the palace gates and immediately walked over when she saw Aira. Your Majesty, I believe I can agree to your request, but there are conditions, right? For example, guaranteeing your royal family's status in the kingdom of Gorsa. Galaoya was stunned. How had her thoughts been seen through again? Again and again and again. She had racked her brains all night and endured a fierce inner struggle only to have the plan she devised to give her father and brother an explanation so effortlessly exposed in broad daylight. Aira felt rather helpless too. Even when the first emperor unified the realm, he had known to accept surrender in exchange for continued wealth and honor. Wasn't this simply the standard move? That is not impossible, but reforms will follow. Golsa must cooperate. Even if your royal family's status is secured, you must still abide by the laws of the Lielkoya Empire. Aira had already resolved to implement reforms once the empire was unified. As for the so-called eastern, western, southern and northern territories, they should be split apart even further, merge the 5 regions, then redraw them into counties and provinces, scattering local authority even more. Nor did it require nobles to govern the regions. Even if this would affect the interests of both Bostin and her own father, to her it was a tremendous boon. Her father certainly would not oppose it. As for Bostin, he had played a part in establishing the Church of Genesis, and in the end he would still oversee Western Territory affairs. On her own side, the royal family would remain the royal family. She would not dig her own grave through these reforms. She had been mentally prepared for this from the very beginning. To make this place resemble her former homeland in her past life would take a very, very long time. Simply making an initial shift toward counties and prefectures would already be far better than the current state. However, in doing so, ministers would no longer be confined to the imperial capital. The demand for officials would surge dramatically, and it would take no small amount of time to push through. Afterward, Golsa would also be governed by officials appointed from the imperial capital, and the Galoya family would become laborers administrating the region on behalf of the empire. Naturally. Then when can your majesty the queen go rescue my father and brother? Galoya agreed at once. Ahem. The day after tomorrow then. I still have matters to attend to tomorrow. I will go to Golsa with you the day after. Very well. Thank you, your majesty. Galoya lowered her head in gratitude, visibly moved. Aira for her part rather warmed to this perceptive young woman. Her initial forcefulness had been a protective shell in her dealings with others. Now that the shell had faded, the vulnerability beneath finally showed. Back in the Hall of Governance. You saw Irene. MHM. That young man is quite hostile toward nobles, even though his family originally were nobles themselves. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. To have lived the life of a noble, then so readily cast aside his family's glory and classify himself among the commoners, Irene was a rare case indeed. Oh. Then how does Her Majesty the greatest noble of all view him? Nothing serious. Nobles are something we will have to deal with sooner or later. If this lad can bear the burden, letting him wield the blade would be fitting. Aira snacked on the treats Delco had set on the small table nearest the sofa. It was something Delco had specially prepared after noticing she could never keep her mouth idle. For that reason the frequency of Aira's visits to the Hall of Governance had visibly increased. By the way, Galoya has agreed to my demands. I'll check Irene's arrangements tomorrow, then accompany her back to Golsa the day after. Going out again? Delco pondered briefly. Very well, I'll go with you this time. Though the Church of Light still loomed as a hidden threat in the imperial capital, the nobles who had been raising troops and scheming there had all been rooted out. With Senkatu holding the Fort Ivinul and Aegis handling state affairs, and even in an emergency Puina, the curse chosen able to afflict a wide area with diarrhea, could buy Senkatu ample time to react. Even if Delco left for 10 days or half a month, there would be no real problem. Go together. Isn't it dangerous for you to head out? If Yeralisu finds out and captures you, then where's my fun? Aira retorted in disapproval. Yeralisu Bile, Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory. The old fox was not honest. Whatever scheme he was brewing had never been openly declared, yet everyone knew it all the same. If this old rogue ever got his hands on Delco, he might truly attempt to hold the ruler hostage and command the realm. Moreover, Delco had no heir. Would Kana succeed? Merely thinking of Kana's unreliable demeanor made Aira inwardly shake her head. What's there to fear? With my strength as a sword master, even if I can't win, I can still flee. Besides, as long as you don't tell and I don't tell, what danger is there? We can simply have Aegis forge 2 identities for us. Delco did not take it to heart. With his peak sword master strength and a divine artifact in his possession, even a sword saint would find it difficult to take him down easily. And a sword god had not appeared for 200 years. He did not believe Yeralisu could procure such a personage, otherwise the one sitting upon the throne right now would likely no longer be him. After being cooped up in the imperial capital for so long, it's about time I went out to see the world. Aira pouted, wearing a hesitant expression. She had hoped to spend these few days away from Delco to properly sort out her own state of mind. Though she no longer rejected Delco's intimate advances as she once had, she could not exactly say she enjoyed them either. At most her blood rushed to her head and she lost control. In hindsight she would still feel a faint lingering fear. Yet with Delco tagging along, she feared she would not be able to calmly collect herself. Delco watched Aira's expression and the corners of his mouth lifted. After all this time, how could he not know what the young lady was thinking? He simply had to strike while the iron was hot and cling to her side. Can the meat that's already at one's mouth really be allowed to escape? He walked over to Aira at just the right moment and wrapped an arm around her waist. What's the matter? Does my little Rose not want me to come along? Am I being a nuisance? Honestly, yes, Aira reflexively replied. No, I was just speaking carelessly. Don't take it seriously. Seeing Delco's look of dejection and hurt, Aira quickly scrambled to correct herself. This was something Delco had figured out: one must not be too forceful with his little Rose, for Aira was unconsciously the domineering one in this dynamic. Excessive force would only stir her rebellious instincts, whereas yielding worked differently. Simply put, she bent to softness, not hardness. Delco had clearly mastered this approach. Truly not annoyed with me? Truly. Would I lie to you? Aira hurriedly played along. Good. I thought my little Rose was tired of me. Aira let out a hollow laugh. Could this bastard not tell whether she was annoyed or not? She had told him before, being by his side was the most dangerous place of all. And what had come of it? She had nearly been devoured to the bone. What use was feeling irked now? In that case, let me first go instruct Aegis and the others. You can play here for a while, little Rose. Go on. Aira waved him off repeatedly. A large face suddenly blocked the light, darkening her vision. Her pink lips were caught, then released in an instant. Startled, Aira snapped, You want to die? Go mind your own business. Chewing on her snacks, she shot a glare at the beaming bastard. As you command, my lady. Delco walked off with a smile. Seeing Aegis resting in the courtyard, Delco approached in excellent spirits. Aegis, how are things with you and your fiancé? We've begun preparing for the wedding. It seems His Majesty's progress is going rather smoothly as well. Delco raised an eyebrow. How could you tell? Aegis did not answer directly. It was fortunate that Delco had no tail and was not a beastkin, otherwise that tail would have been spinning like a propeller by now. That evening Aira leaned against the headboard watching Delco pack his luggage. Old you don't need to pack so much. I've traveled plenty of times, I know what's necessary and what isn't. Once you get to Golsa, do you think they'd lack anything to clothe or feed you? Delco shook his head helplessly. Why don't you check what I'm actually packing? Only then did Aira shift her gaze away from the novel in her hands. Underwear, stockings, a change of clothes, snacks and more snacks. If you take all the snacks from home, what will I eat while you're gone? They'll be restocked by the time I'm back. That's alright then. But since you're going to Golsa, why not try the local cuisine? Why bring so many snacks? Delco's busy movements slowed. He stored everything into his spatial ring. Golsa focuses mainly on equipment crafting. Their development in other areas is quite limited. Take this sticky rice flour cake you like so much. They have to import the finished product from us. That's already a fairly simple pastry and they can't even make it. What delicious food could you possibly expect from them? Is that so? I thought I'd get to taste something different. Aira was clearly disappointed. But they do have an abundance of wild spices over there. Many of the seasonings in the royal palace are imported from that region. That's not bad. Even if there's no good food, I can cook on the spot. But we're not leaving until the day after tomorrow. Why are you in such a rush to prepare? Delco explained while stripping off his somewhat formal attire. Before I took the throne, I never had the time to go out and see the world. Now that I'm about to leave, I can't help feeling a little excited. Aira could somewhat understand. By the time Delco graduated from Kasalara Academy, he was already 20. The old father-in-law's health must have been declining by then. Delco couldn't abandon his father and go out to see the world either. Most of what he knew had been passed down to him by his father-in-law. Take the news from the eastern and southern territories for instance. It wasn't that Delco was targeted from the start for lack of support. The Western Territory also didn't issue a statement of support at first. But Delco hadn't planned any retaliation. The old king probably already sensed something was wrong with the Eastern Territory but was powerless to act. He had warned Delco about it. Since his ascension, Delco hadn't left the imperial city in over 9 months. If it weren't for her, it would have taken him more than a year longer to finally step outside. You poor thing. Standing on the bed, Aira was about as tall as Delco. Her small hand rubbed his head, washed every night so it felt clean and not at all greasy. Feeling the touch on his head, Delco looked at Aira's comforting expression. He reached out and embraced her, burying his face between her breasts. Her soothing hand never stopped. After a long moment, Delco was finally satisfied and released his arms. Thank you, my little Rose. Hey, it's nothing, bro. Before Aira could finish, Delco silenced her with a kiss. Remember, we're husband and wife, not brothers. Delco bit open a corner of her clothes, biting the very spot where he had buried his face earlier. Aira shuddered and covered her rosy lips with her hand. I understand. Get away from me now. Aira tried to push him away, but waves of sensation left her powerless. Delco finally pulled back, leaving the young woman breathing softly, her eyes misty under the lamplight. You go wash up first. After you're done I still need to wash too. Afraid Delco might do something more. Ayla quickly straightened her nightgown. Alright. Delco swallowed. Only after hearing the bathroom door close did Ayla gently touch her chest. The stimulation had been too intense. That dog of a man, he was just like a hound. The sound of running water in the bathroom went on for a long time. It finally stopped just as Ayla was drifting off in a daze. Alright little Rose. Your turn to wash. Delco's only answer was the sound of the girl turning over in bed. Watching Ayla sleep, Delco shook his head with a soft smile. Fine, she wouldn't wash then. Besides, this period wasn't really suitable for bathing anyway. They slept in each other's arms as always. The next day, led by Ivan, Ayla saw that Rian had enrolled and was officially starting his classes. She once again explained her plan to forge Rian into a sharp blade for excising the tumor of the nobility, asking Ivaner to spare some attention for him. Aegis also informed Ivaner that Delco would be away and that the two of them would need to handle state affairs together in the coming days. Ivaner readily accepted. She knew her paid vacation was over, and having rested for half a month she had no complaints. After all, she now earned a monthly salary of 30 gold coins. If she didn't work harder she'd feel guilty about the money. Her parents had moved out of the slums of the imperial city, now living in a grand house 10 or even 100 times better than the one they had spent half a lifetime saving for. After the wealth of so many noble families had been confiscated across the imperial city, the national treasury gradually filled. Ivaner had also mentioned that slum area. Even though people had treated her coldly ever since she awakened her arcane arts, she still spoke up. Ayla had contributed ideas as well. During infrastructure projects, priority for odd jobs would go to workers recruited from the slums. Once the Church of Genesis established its temple, their children would even be able to receive an education. From then on there was hope of changing their circumstances. On the agreed day, Goroya arrived with 9 attendants boarding the train alongside Ayla, the ever-classic Liasli, and Reg the guard. Ayla also brought the sloth demon armor that her father had pressed into her hands on the way back from the northern territory just in case. They traveled all the way to the eastern border city. People came and went, a lively scene. As befits a great trade city, there are so many people here. When the train stopped, a huge crowd disembarked. There were even more people than Ayla had seen in the imperial city. Many faces looked distinctly different from the typical citizens of the Rirkoya Empire, drawing the eye. At quite a few stalls people were chattering away in languages she couldn't understand. Old are those people all from the Golsa kingdom? Ayla tugged at Delco and pointed. No. Some should be elves from the southeast elf kingdom, and some are demon folk from the Putero Empire east of Golsa. Ha! Elves. Demon folk. It was as if a door had suddenly swung open in Ayla's mind. She had been thinking of talents as human all along. She'd forgotten that the main party wasn't just composed of humans. Charles's harem had an elf girl in it. What are demon folk exactly? There aren't demon kings and heroes running around too, are there? Ayla asked. This had never been mentioned in the original book. Isn't that perfectly normal? There's a record in the Empire's history on my nightstand. Ayla pouted and muttered, that book is so thick, who'd read it unless they had nothing better to do? The demon folk won't attack people, will they? Aren't demonkind supposed to be bloodthirsty? Demonkind are demonkind and demon folk are demon folk. They aren't the original demonkind anymore. After more than a dozen generations of diluted bloodlines, the bloodlust has faded considerably. And these are half demons, half humans, demon folk. Delco explained patiently. But their steps never once halted. Leaving the eastern border city meant leaving the territory of the Lyurkia Empire. The eastern march was quite open and coming and going were not difficult. Yet no one dared to make trouble here, which showed that the military might of Grand Duke Yelelisi of the eastern march was not to be underestimated. The inspection was lax and the party left the city smoothly. Outside the city there were many open-topped vehicles looking like little more than crude shells mounted on 4 wheels. Some merchant caravans drove vehicles, like those owned by the Empire's aristocratic rich, on an entirely different level of luxury. How long are we going to wait here? After leaving the city, Ayla and the others stopped 1,000 li from the gate waiting for the caravan Jiaoyuoya had mentioned. At this time the caravan should have already arrived. Jiaoyuoya was also baffled. The appointed time had clearly arrived, yet there was still no sign of them. Ayla stretched her perception to the maximum. Any movement within 100 meters could not escape her senses. She closed her eyes and floated in midair for a brief rest. Did your people sell you out? As far as the eye could see, a troop of riders on magical beast horses was galloping toward them. The problem was that none of these people looked friendly, some even wore mocking sneers, clearly harboring ill intentions. Jiaoyuoya raised her hand and summoned her staff. The 9 attendants all drew their long swords and stood ready. Go. Finish this job and the Lord's reward will be enough to keep us in food and drink for life. The man at the lead roared with a sinister laugh. The bandit underlings behind him were just as excited. Horse bandits. Jiaoyuoya recognized their attire. When she had come with the caravan before, she had only seen these horse bandits from a distance, and because their group was large, the bandits had not dared to act rashly. Now, counting her own group and Ayla's 4, there were only 14 of them, while the other side numbered as many as 60 or 70. Horse bandits. With this equipment and these mounts, I believe they were a regular army. Ayla couldn't help but quip. In the western march of Bozading, even a grand knight with an official position could be equipped like this. These horse bandits had already turned to banditry. Where could they find such fine equipment? Either they were the Eastern Grand Duke's men or they had been drawn here by Jiaoyuoya. The group slowed down not far from Ayla. Kill the men, keep the women. Short as they are, they'll still do. The unkempt horse bandit leader bellowed with a wide grin. Ayla had been calmly considering how to deal with these people, but hearing this her face darkened as though it could drip water. You're too tall. A sudden boom split the air and the charging bandits, men and horses alike, were slammed flat to the ground, unable to move. Even the leader, already at the 6th rank, erupted with battle chi all over his body, yet could only stagger to his feet, let alone raise his sword to fight. Jiaoyuoya halted the magic formation she had been halfway through casting. Those who had drawn their swords to charge into battle also froze, staring in horror at the bandits who could not rise again. Durek carefully stroked Ayla's back, soothing the little girl. Who are you? How could the queen have an expert like you by her side? The horse bandit leader asked with difficulty, but the only answer was the scorching heat gradually rising beneath his feet. Boom. Apart from a few magical beast horses Ayla deliberately spared, the horse bandits were all reduced to ashes, leaving only the one on the outermost edge as a living witness. Ayla beckoned and the bandit flew before her at once. Who sent you? She asked darkly. And no. I don't know. Crack. The bandit's right hand burst apart, a searing pain shooting straight into his skull. Before he could even scream, Ayla used the power of creation to restore his hand to its original state. I will ask you one more time, who sent you? I can't say. If I say, I'll die. Ah. The bandit's right hand and right leg burst apart, sending out bursts of blood mist. This time Ayla did not restore him immediately. She waited until he had screamed for a while before healing him. Speak and you may die. Refuse and even dying will be hard for you. I'll talk. I'll talk. It was Daika. Captain Daika sent us to seize Her Majesty the Queen. I've said it, I've told you everything. The bandit's face was twisted with terror, drenched in sweat from the agony. Ayla flicked her finger, and with a flash of lightning only ashes remained on the spot. It was the first time Durek had seen such a brutal side of the little girl. Ayla rarely showed aggression. But during the half-month or more she had spent in the northern march, she had not gone there just to play support. In the dark tide, whether dark beasts or dark tide envoys, Ayla had killed plenty. Who is this Daika? He came because of you. Jiaoyuoya frowned. Daika is the knight captain of the royal capital's guard, but he has already sided with the Church of Light. I never expected that he would discover my trip this time and send people to ambush and kill me. Ayla looked disgusted. It's been 2 years now. Can't you replace a knight captain of the royal guard? Jiaoyuoya looked melancholy. Clearly there was some hidden reason, and she truly could not replace him. Forget it. The urgent task now is to hurry to Gursa to rescue your father and brother. There are still plenty of magical beast horses here. Mount up. Ayla pulled Durek along. Old De, you're with me. Durek was still delighted that the little girl had learned to cling to him. I never learned, I can't ride. He immediately changed his mindset. This was fine too. Why had the girl chosen him instead of anyone else? And there was still a chance to snuggle with little Rose, which wasn't bad either. Since the merchant caravan never arrived, the party simply rode toward Gursa. Magical beast horses were not much slower than motorcycles, and since they fed on the elemental energy in the air, they required little in the way of material food. The group reached Gursa in just 13 hours. Ayla felt like an egg yolk that had been shaken evenly. The horse was fine, but it wasn't as comfortable as a motorcycle. If I'd known this, I would have driven. Jiaoyuoya said the caravan had vehicles, but we didn't see so much as a hair of them. Once inside the border city of Gursa, Ayla couldn't wait to find an inn and stay, planning to resume travel tomorrow. It was also worth mentioning that Gursa had no train. Reaching the royal capital would take at least most of a day. Seeing the little girl looking so listless, Durek heartily agreed to stay the night. Ayla circulated the power of creation through her body, and only then did the feeling fade. Gursa, let me take a look at what good things there are here. Ayla looked around. This was completely different from the eastern border city they had just seen. There were few people, and almost all of them were foreigners. Even the innkeeper they found was a subject of the Lyrakia Empire's eastern march who had come to do business. Actually, among these border cities only the city lord is a minister of Gursa. Gursa itself is rather lacking in material resources. Most people live by exporting equipment and importing grain and the like. The population has always been small. Jiaoyoya explained a little sheepishly. But that's still too few. You can't see any Gursa locals. Ayla walked a full circle and saw only 3 or 4 Gursa citizens. She returned to the inn with little enthusiasm. Delco took advantage of Ella resting at the inn to step out, returning with several bags in hand. What's this? Ella asked, puzzled. Out wandering the streets in the dead of night instead of sleeping. Delco set the things down and pulled a large basin of something resembling jelly from the biggest bag. I initially thought Golsa had no famous delicacies, but I forgot this place isn't only home to Golsa's people. He jiggled the jelly in his hand. A delicacy from Podolo, try it. It was already late when they arrived here. Even the night market had few people left, yet Delco had hurried through it and bought this just before the stalls closed. Ella's eyes lit up at the basin of jelly. What is this thing? She opened the lid in a flurry and scooped a little into her mouth without waiting. A pudding made from slime corpses. Apparently it's not exactly simple to make. Ella's puffed cheeks froze. Her little face scrunched up. This thing. It's weird, but it's edible. She felt the jelly explode in her mouth with a fruity fragrance, yet it was incomparably slippery. When she spoke, her mouth was full of translucent sticky slime threads. Why don't you have a taste? Ella offered Delco the spoon, but he didn't take it. It's fine, I'll just sample it like this. He raised Ella's chin and launched a full-scale assault before letting her go. A bit slippery, but the flavor's decent. Ella shot Delco a big exaggerated glare. This thing isn't good, you eat it. She then rummaged through the rest of his purchases and actually found something edible among the bizarre foods. Charcoal grilled fire feather bat. It's really not much different from roast chicken, just lower in fat and tougher. Delco narrated while eating the slime pudding. Ella took a bite herself, then stuffed a bite into Delco's mouth, and before long they had finished off the small fire feather bat. Sleep, sleep. We still need to hit the road at dawn. Ella clapped her small hands together and her greasy fingers instantly became spotless. Delco looked at the leftover slime jelly. Little Rose, we can't waste this. How about dawn? The two woke up together. After briefly cleaning up the traces left by the slime jelly, they set out once more. The group continued on their journey. When they reached the foot of the royal city, squadrons of knights charged forward and surrounded them. Your Majesty, should you not be in the palace right now? Why did you sneak out? Bang! The knight who had just spoken was blasted to pieces by Ella as soon as he finished his question. What rank are you daring to speak like that? The surrounding knights exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to step forward. Not a single one of them had seen how Ella made her move. That meant if Ella struck again, whoever she targeted could only accept death. Your Majesty. The knights parted, making way. A knight in white heavy armor with gold patterns stepped forward. The aura radiating from him was utterly different from the surrounding rabble. General Daika, I merely left the palace for some leisure, no need to be so tense. Garoa swept her gaze across the gathered knights. Of course, Your Majesty. However, these two you brought back cannot enter the imperial city. They are dangerous. Daika's expression was calm as he looked past Garoa at Ella and Delco. These two are my honored guests. Surely Castle Daika doesn't need to report its honored guests to a city guard like you. Garoa's psychic pressure was formidable. Yet General Daika's strength seemed to surpass even hers. Indeed, Your Majesty. But they killed my soldiers with their own hands, and that demands a price. Even your honored guests cannot trample Golsa's laws. Oh. So hiring assassins to kill a monarch, does that comply with Golsa's laws? Ella spoke up immediately. Daika narrowed his eyes. So it was true, the men he had sent were indeed killed. No wonder they had stopped reporting back. Still, by now everyone was surely dead, so there was no evidence left. How dare you, you reckless brutes! You have violated the laws of Golsa. You have no right to speak here. Delco slashed out a sword, its dazzling golden radiance blinding to behold. Daika hastily raised his guard to block. The moment their battle aura collided, he was sent flying backward. A mere early-stage sword master like you, if you don't know how to speak you can just shut up. Weakness isn't your fault, but having neither brains nor judgment, especially barking before us, is a grave mistake. Ella had sensed from Daika's entrance that he was no ordinary man. To be safe she had asked Delco about him, and once she learned the man was only an early-stage sword master, she saw no reason to worry. Her psychic power was already at the threshold of the 4th rank, about to break into the 5th, and she also had Delco at peak sword master by her side. There was no way she would fear a mere early-stage sword master like Daika. Delco's strike just now had been a warning, and it seemed to have worked quite well. Daika staggered to his feet, his eyes filled with wariness. He waved his hand to disperse the troops, knowing he had no right to stand in the way of such a powerhouse. Your Majesty, this subordinate advises you, beware of inviting wolves into the fold. Daika condensed his battle aura into a thread and sent it to Garoa's ear. Garoa merely sneered in derision. Hilarious, she had already staked her entire nation as a bargaining chip. What wolves could there be left to invite in? She was already inside the wolf's mouth. It wasn't as if Ella and Delco could actually devour her. Garoa ignored Daika and rode her horse into the city. The group galloped all the way to the royal palace. Daika, his face dark, went to the Church of Light. Your Eminence, that queen has brought back 2 foreigners from somewhere. They are powerful, I am no match for them. The sword master knelt respectfully on one knee, gazing with devout piety at the figure on the church's high dais. Wait a few more days. Given your current physical condition you cannot endure frequent divine power baptisms. Once you receive another baptism of divine power there will still be time for revenge. The bishop counseled unhurriedly. I can do it, Your Eminence. I know my body better than anyone, I feel absolutely wonderful right now. It has already been a week since the last baptism. Let us begin now. I will eradicate those 2 foreigners for the church. Ah. The bishop sighed softly. Very well, my child. Let me hold another baptism of divine power for you. If you feel any discomfort you must speak up at once. I do not wish to see anything happen to you. Though the bishop spoke with such warmth, inwardly he was full of cold sneers. He raised his hand to summon a magic array, and radiant light rose all around, while the statue of the god of light beside him burst forth with dazzling golden brilliance. The sacred hymn of the divine arts echoed through the cathedral as the power of light flooded into Daika. His veins bulged and an oppressive aura surged out, a strength far beyond what he had ever commanded before. Uncle Belber, I'm back. Galoa brought Ayla and her companions back to the royal palace, striding straight into the great hall. Belber was the minister entrusted with Galoa's father's last wishes, a man of similar standing to Senkitu. However, his rank was only that of a mid-stage sword master. He was also the strongest combatant by Galoa's side. That Galoa dared to leave Gorsa in Belber's hands when she fled the country was proof enough of her trust in him. Galoa. Belber hurriedly rose to his feet, nearly overturning the small desk piled with documents. He rushed forward to meet her. It's good that you're back, good that you're back. Ayla looked at the old man before her, a sword master yet aged to the point of white hair. It was truly surprising. The situation in Gorsa was likely even worse than Delco's kingdom had been a few months ago. And these are. Belber looked behind Galoa. She quickly turned and introduced them. This is the Emperor of Real Koya and his Empress, and behind them are their guards. A flicker of astonishment passed through Belber's eyes. Only 4 people daring to come alone to Gorsa. He refused to believe an emperor would be so foolish. Clearly these people possessed absolute confidence in their own strength. I pay my respects to your Majesty and to your Highness the Empress. Belber hurriedly bowed. He was well aware of the gap between their 2 nations. He could also roughly understand why Real Koya had never made a move against Gorsa. It was simply a matter of not wanting to directly confront the Putio Empire beyond Gorsa, as well as the discord between the Emperor and the Eastern Duke. May I ask what brings the 2 of you here? At Galoa's request we have come to complete a transaction, Delco said in a calm tone, revealing neither joy nor displeasure. A transaction. Belber looked toward Galoa. She fidgeted slightly as she pulled him aside and explained the details of the deal. Belber fell silent upon hearing it, and only after a long while let out a deep sigh. Perhaps this is already the best outcome Gorsa could hope for, far better than falling into the hands of those petty scoundrels of the Church of Light. Whether Belber intended these words for Ayla and the others or to comfort himself was unclear. Then I must trouble you both, Belber said with a forced smile toward Ayla and the others. It was only when Galoa led the party toward the rear courtyard that he collapsed into his seat, staring blankly into space. This is the place. Galoa took a deep breath and pushed open the door. A thick pungent medicinal odor assaulted their senses, prompting Aira to instinctively manipulate the surrounding currents of air to disperse the stench. Galoa, is that you back? It came a somewhat aged feeble voice lacking strength and very faint. Brother, it's me. I'm back. Galoa hurriedly ran into the room. Aira and Delco followed closely behind while Rieg and Liasley remained guarding outside the door. A man lay on the bed, aged beyond recognition, his face covered in wrinkles, with 7 or 8 tubes inserted into his body through which various colored medicinal liquids flowed. Beside him a somewhat younger but still weary-looking man sat nearby, exhaustion apparent in both his eyes. Galoa quickly stepped forward and crouched down, speaking with excitement, "Brother, I'm back. I found a way to save you and father, I actually found it." There was no surprise in Jamoa's eyes, yet still a trace of comfort. Over the past 2 years Galoa had certainly not spared any effort in finding so-called cures. Though they had little effect, at least they had allowed his father to hold on until now. Some time ago Galoa had brought several bottles of life potions. He drank them, and so did his father. But he could still feel the replenished vitality draining away from his body bit by bit. The curse had not weakened in the slightest. He knew it was likely useless for both his father and himself. Yet witnessing his younger sister's efforts to save him and their father, Jamoa could not help but feel both comforted and deeply moved. He and his father had burdened Galoa far too much. "Galoa, you've already done more than enough. This time let it be the last. Promise me, all right?" Galoa hurriedly shook her head. "Brother, enough, don't speak as if this were a final farewell. Since I am already here, if I let your brother die, then my journey would have been in vain." Aira stepped forward, directly brushing Galoa aside, and a mass of grey mist enveloped Jamoa. He sensed something within him rapidly dissolving, and the distinct feeling of his life force ebbing away vanished completely. Then the grey mist dispersed and streams of white light surged into his body. The sensation of life, strength and health gradually returned. Aira applied the same method to the old king lying in bed, and before long he too sat up. "All right, it's done." Galoa remained frozen in place. Just resolved that easily. The curse that had kept her tossing and turning for over 800 days and nights filled with anxiety and worry, the curse she had sought every method to break, nearly driving her to beg the Church of Light for help. Had it been lifted so effortlessly by someone else? After the two had taken a moment to recover, they stood up. "Galoa. My precious daughter." Aira took Delco's hand and led him out the door, leaving the space to the three of them. "No matter how many times I see it, little Rose's power is truly beyond understanding," Delco remarked. Aira lifted her chin proudly. "If you could understand it, then the power would be yours. After all, this was not magic nor elemental power, it was authority. Its essence did not directly act upon magical elements. The most fundamental mechanism behind it was vastly different from the magic of this world. Even Delco, a 7th-stage sword master and 6th-stage archmage, could not comprehend it. Then I'd rather not understand. It's best that it remains with little Rose." Delco smiled softly and led Aira to a seat. 10-odd minutes later the door finally opened. Galoa emerged, her previous worries all but gone, a brightened look in her eyes. Now she no longer had to worry about governing the nation nor about finding a cure for her father and brother's curse. Once she handed Gorsa back to them, she could once again be the girl who freely pursued the study of magic. "Your Majesty Delco, Your Highness Aira, I hereby sincerely thank you for your aid. Galoa has explained everything to me." The old King Gao Ai bowed respectfully. "I am willing to honor the terms of our agreement. However, might you grant me some time to restore order?" "Naturally. King Gao Ai, having long been afflicted by illness, certainly deserves proper time to reorganize his realm. Besides, I have no intention of having Gorsa merge into Real Koya at this very moment," Delco replied graciously, though his words emphasized the matter of timing. Boom! Just then a thunderous explosion rang out from the front hall. 2 surges of battle chi shot into the sky. 1 gold, 1 green. The 2 forces clashed against each other. "It's Daika and Uncle Belber." Galoa immediately recognized the source of the power. She rushed toward the great hall at once. The others had no choice but to pause their conversation and follow her to the front hall. There Belber and Daika were locked in a stalemate, their swords crossing. Many knights lay on the ground already lifeless. "Daika, you bastard! Belber, what do you know? Only the divine can be Gorsa's sole path forward." Daika's eyes blazed with fervor, the look of a fanatical devotee. "Bullshit! Do you know what the church has done? It is sending Gorsa to its doom." Daika's battle chi erupted, forcing Bayerbo back. "Those are merely trivial sacrifices. What is so good about the royal family? Is it worth throwing your life away for them? Look at me, do you know? Power. Only power can allow Gurza to endure longer. Bayerbo's heart was shaken violently. Only a few days ago Daika had just crossed from the 6th rank into the early 7th rank, yet now he was already higher in rank than Bayerbo himself. See Bayerbo. Even you are astonished by my power. This is merely a paltry gift that dripped through a god's fingers, and it has made me this much stronger, yet you are still guarding this palace on the verge of collapse. Daika pointed his long sword at Bayerbo. Only the church can grant Gurza power, only the church can make Gurza stronger. Then why do you snatch commoners off the streets every month? They only committed some trivial little mistakes and were dragged into the church to become nourishment for your power. You speak so loftily. I have helped Jiaoyoya govern the kingdom for 2 years, do you think I cannot see what you are really after? Before me still invoking the church and Gurza, hypocrite. Bayerbo spat hard derision filling his eyes. Once all of you are dead, who will care about any of that? Daika pushed off the ground and shot toward Bayerbo. His long sword carried overwhelming might and his battle chi was compressed to the absolute limit at that instant. 6th rank, Exaltation of the Flame Demon. A colossal fire tornado several dozen meters tall abruptly appeared, swelling without wind. Daika could only swing his longsword, layer after layer of golden sword light chopping the tornado apart. Your Majesty, I have no intention of killing you. Presenting you as a gift to the god is also a fine choice. I would ask you not to seek death. There was not the slightest trace of respect in Daika's words, instead a wave of greed spread through his heart. Jiaoyoya said nothing. 1 2 3. Several magic circles appeared at once and 5th rank spells were hurled at Daika as if they cost nothing. Ordinary people had to trace a spell carefully to prepare it and concentrate completely to unleash it. Yet Jiaoyoya was like a magical Gatling gun, casually conjuring spells of every attribute. Enough. Daika's expression was ice cold. Sword chi swept out and every spell was slashed into nothingness. But Jiaoyoya kept madly hurling magic. I said enough. A colossal sword chi sliced through everything, even the great hall's roof. Bayerbo also swung his sword, guarding Jiaoyoya. The two sides began to wrestle for supremacy. But in the end Bayerbo suffered from the disadvantage in rank. Even if Daika's rank had been inflated artificially, it still made him a hair stronger. Old Da cut him down. Shing. The long sword drew an arc of light. Daika instinctively turned to block, but the blade had already pierced through his chest. Dirk strolled over leisurely as the divine artifact returned to his hand. There was not a single trace of blood on the blade, yet remained bright as ever. For its first draw to cut down a sword master, not bad it seems. The golden sword light abruptly vanished. Daika clutched his chest and knelt on one knee. He had obtained this power for the sake of Dirk and Aira. But why, when he truly stood before them, was he so pathetically fragile? Outside the great hall many knights were still surrounding and guarding the palace. The old king walked out and began to restore order. In the great hall Daika had not yet died. The golden light gradually turned into a deep eerie green. It was exactly the same as the power radiating from the god of tainted light that Dirk had seen that night. This power seemed to want to seal the wound on his chest. It rose from within his body to the surface, then converged upon the wound. Unfortunately, the wound was inflicted by Dirk's divine artifact grade longsword, and Dirk's scorching battle chi was still searing it, making it difficult to heal. Aira stepped closer out of curiosity to examine the power, sensing that it was extremely uncanny and carried a hint of gloom and cold. The gray mist attached to it could decompose it and could even peel off strands of divine power that emitted golden light, warming both body and soul. This is the divine power of the god of tainted light. The curse that teacher Senkitu and I bore that night was caused by the god of tainted light's descent. Wyrsi once had this same divine power on him as well. But old Da, look. Aira brought the strand of golden divine power she had separated out to Dirk. This wouldn't be the divine power of the god of light, would it? How can the divine power of this god of tainted light contain the divine power of the god of light? Dirk extended his mental strength toward the strand. Warm, gentle, seeming to carry an immense power that could purify the world. It seems. It really is the divine power of the god of light. Even Dirk was baffled at this moment, unable to understand why the power of the god of tainted light was mixed with the power of the god of light. Could the god of tainted light and the god of light truly be friends? Or had the god of tainted light devoured the god of light? The instant Aira's gray mist covered it completely, the tainted light divine power decomposed madly and strands of light divine power emerged one after another, more and more. There was also some pitch-black divine power that gradually dissipated into the air. Aira gathered the divine power with her mental strength. When the tainted light divine power had fully decomposed, Daika's body rapidly rotted all over. In less than half a minute the flesh on half of his face had already turned into rotten meat and fallen to the ground. The bones within were exposed. Jiaoyoya watched with her heart pounding. Beerbo also sucked in a few breaths of cold air. Terrifying. A truly terrifying power. This also strengthened his conviction that the church was a cancer. They had also heard what Duruk and Ayla had said about the god of tainted light. Let's leave it at that. Have someone clean up this place. Ayla was very interested in the divine power she had just gathered, so she paced aside to study it. The farce at the palace quickly came to an end. Although the damage was severe, deep sword scars lay across many parts of the great hall, the important load-bearing pillars were at least intact so the hall would not collapse. The old king's appearance swiftly steadied the hearts of everyone inside and outside the palace. The knights who had originally come with Daika were all taken under control by Beerbo's men. By nightfall they could even prepare a fine spread to entertain Duruk and Ayla. But Ayla remained absorbed in studying the divine power she had just acquired, setting it aside only for dinner. After all, nothing was more important than divine power. Afterwards they arranged for Ayla and Duruk to stay in the best rooms in the palace. Watching Ayla, who was still studying the divine power of the god of light with different abilities, Duruk gently patted her little bottom. "Little Rose, aren't you studying a little too seriously? I'm just curious. This divine power can amplify mental strength, and it even takes different forms under my different powers. Don't you think that's fascinating?" Ayla only felt a weight pressed down on her. "Your period should be over by today, right?" Warm breath brushed against her ear, but Ayla did not think this was anything good. For an instant her scalp went numb. The divine power in her hands suddenly no longer seemed so appealing. "Ah well. It should probably be over." She said it with a guilty conscience. The large hand on her waist was already making its move. "Hold on, we're outside, not at home. Can't you restrain yourself?" Ayla reached out to push him away. "Little Rose, does that mean we can wait until we're back home? Let's talk about it when we get back." "When we get back." Delco continued his actions, precisely targeting Ayla's front. Ayla bit her rosy lips, her toes involuntarily curling. "Fine, when we get back, that's fine, just not here." Her breathing was heavy, her face flushed crimson. If she ruined the sheets out here she would truly be mortified. "Little Rose, remember this well. Going back on your word will have consequences." Ayla's voice trembled as she let out a low whimper. Delco's movements did not stop. He continued until Ayla's mind grew drowsy. The room fell silent for a moment. After a long while Ayla quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Delco stood up and carried her toward the bathroom. Ayla did not resist, she truly needed to freshen up. "Scheming man." Hearing the girl's soft mutter, Delco did not refute. Hilarious, if he weren't scheming how could he have tasted his little Rose? In the bathroom the two stirred up another commotion. In the end Ayla was still carried back to the massive bed by Delco simply because her legs were weak. However, to Ayla's surprise, since she had said, "Only when we get back," Delco truly did not lay a hand on her. Though still exhausted, at least she was safe for now. Thinking back to last month, she had been a fierce and proper tough woman, always vigilant about risking her life for her brothers without ever being risked in return. She had been constantly on guard. Yet in just 3 months she had already done nearly everything she should and shouldn't have done. She even felt that her body and soul had been branded with Delco's mark. "What are you thinking about so intently?" Delco's hand wandered through Ayla's hair as his battle chi evaporated the moisture from her strands. Ayla squinted, enjoying Delco's head massage. "Nothing, I just feel more and more that you're too cunning. Isn't that a good thing? Being too naive in that position would just be foolish." Ayla pouted, displeasure written on her face. "But you use all your cunning on me, that's not good. Doesn't that just show how important little Rose is?" "Nonsense." Delco laughed without restraint. "In my eyes little Rose is the most important." He bent down, resting his head against Ayla's shoulder. "The most important? So which is more important, your kingdom or me?" Delco remained silent. I knew it." Ayla said so, yet she could clearly feel Delco's arms tightening around her waist. "You know what? I was just about to kick you out a moment ago." Ayla continued. "If you chose me you'd become a tyrant, and then you'd be a stumbling block in my way." Heh. Delco couldn't help but laugh aloud, truly his little Rose always with such a unique way of thinking. "Little Rose is quite strict then." That's something you wouldn't understand. When you're emperor you can have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Even I could." Ayla's voice came to an abrupt halt. Could what? You want 3,000 beauties too? Delco's smile remained, but Aira felt a chill run down her spine. Would you believe me if I said it was a slip of the tongue? Aira looked at Delco weakly, not daring to meet his gaze. I believe you, of course. You definitely don't believe me, right? Rather than dwell on whether I believe you, I'd rather wait until we return to the imperial city and see how my queen makes me believe. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Aira could already imagine her fate once they returned. She would definitely become a ruined cream puff. Delco wouldn't really be angry, right? Would he? Just then Delco said, "Sleep," and turned his back to Aira as he lay down. Oh no, he really is angry now. Old Del, I'm sorry, don't be angry. Aira deliberately squeezed her voice, adding extra sweetness, tugging at Delco's sleeve as she acted coquettishly. If she didn't act now, she'd be even more done for when they got back. Old Del. Delco, she could clearly sense the man lying with his back to her swallow hard. Aira had no choice but to lower her bottom line once more. Brother, I'm sorry, don't be angry. Delco's whole body trembled, his breathing turning uneven. Little Rose, do you know what you're saying? Brother. Don't test my resolve any further. Delco pulled her into his arms with one hand, and Aira lay motionless against his chest. Ayla's heart raced. Was this damn man really a reincarnated teddy dog with such endless energy? 3 times just now, and now he wants more. Aira fell asleep amidst her fears. Delco closed his eyes and took a long while to calm down, only for the little girl to fall asleep sprawled on top of him. Delco felt a fire burning in his chest with nowhere to vent. But he couldn't bear to disturb Ayla's sleep. He had no choice but to suppress it, the price being a sleepless night. The next morning the first thing Aira did upon waking was stretch her limbs. Her right hand suddenly bumped into something. But this had become a habit, she knew without looking that it was Delco. Old Del, you got up so late today. Aira squinted. Let's go. Delco suddenly sat up. Ayla's mind went blank. Go where? Home. Her brain kicked in and last night's memories came flooding back. Aira quickly said, isn't this too rushed? You finally got out. I've had enough. Now immediately, right this second, return to the imperial city. Aira only wanted to play a requiem for herself. But the Church of Light in Golsa hasn't been dealt with yet. You're not expecting them to solve it themselves, are you? Delco paused mid-step. That was true. They still needed Golsa as an external ally to flank the eastern frontier. They couldn't let the Church of Light ruin their plans again. But there was another point to consider: how to expel them from Golsa without revealing his identity. What Delco worried about, however, was nothing to Aira. It's just a matter of wearing a mask. The Church of Light in Golsa has never sensed your aura. How would they know who you are? If you wear a mask, they'd be even less likely to recognize you. And so they did it. King Gao Lai dispatched Belber, leading many knights to surround the Church of Light's branch in Golsa's royal city from all sides. The bishop seemed to have anticipated this, walking out of the temple with a calm expression. Bishop, it's time for you to leave. Belber had wanted to say this for a long time, but had always been held back by Daika. And the countless faithful supporters had stopped him from truly making up his mind. But now it was different. The old king had personally issued the decree, a royal command. Daika was dead, and the remaining believers were nothing to worry about. In the old king's words, they had all been brainwashed by the Church of Light. Keeping them alive would only harm the other citizens. If they resisted violently, then kill them. Therefore Belber was full of confidence. Marshal Bayardwa, you realize your actions are unwise. The bishop spread his arms and cried aloud, O faithful of my God, Gursa is about to drive out the Holy Church. What is your choice? Why should they be driven out? Isn't it good that the gods protect Gursa? My father was ill, and it was the church's holy water that cured him. If the church is to be driven out, then I would rather leave Gursa. That's right. Why should the church be driven out? Before the temple square the crowd seethed with indignation. Many had to one degree or another received the temple's guidance and aid. This was indeed indisputable. A temple always needs believers to sustain it. Nor had the church begun with blood sacrifices from the very start. It first had to make a nation's people accept it before it could make its move. Clearly the church had done its work in this regard. Little Rose, did you know? Almost every nation has a branch of the Church of Light, but the Pudiluo Empire does not. That nation of the demon race. Aira turned her head and asked. The two were standing atop a fairly tall building not far from the temple, looking down at the scene below. Durek nodded. Exactly. A nation of the demon race. Even though their demonic blood has been diluted through such a long history of intermarriage with humans, elves, dwarves and goblins, they remain at heart a nation that believes in strength. They have only one faith. The Demon King. Exactly. The demon race's Demon King is not inherited, he is carved out through slaughter. Whoever is strongest becomes the Demon King. Then what about the hero? How does a hero come to be? Whoever defeats the Demon King is the hero, while those who fall halfway are heroes. Aira fell into thought. Wasn't this just like gods and chosen ones? Only after a chosen one appears do people learn of the god. Only after the Demon King exists can one know who the hero is. But that may be somewhat different from what you imagine. The hero who defeats the Demon King must first and foremost be of the human race. Regardless of gender, they will win the recognition of the demon race. Then what about us humans? Don't we show some acknowledgement? It's not that simple. To the human race, the hero is one of us, but he is still bound by national borders. A hero from another country is a devastating weapon to one's own. No one wants a hero to appear in another country, still less wants another country's hero on their own soil. Tisk, true enough. The two chatted for a while, and below the crowd had already broken into a fight. Although the old king had said life and death did not matter, Bearwa still regarded them as citizens of Gursa in his heart. He still left them a breath of life. How could these ordinary people stand against an army of knights armed with battle chi? In a matter of moments more than half of them had already fallen. So feeble. They are nothing but insects fit only to grovel at the feet of the gods. The bishop murmured with a sigh. Yesterday when Ka had not returned, he had already anticipated something of this sort. Today it was exactly as he had expected. But he was not flustered, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Bearwa, if you leave now I can still spare you for the sake of our long acquaintance. Pa. Who has known you for so long? You are nothing but a stinking bug sucking the blood of Gursa's people. The bishop's face darkened as he raised the high priest's scepter that represented his position. Gray-green flames instantly spread through the entire temple, yet there was no warmth to be felt. Fool! You have doomed yourself and every knight here. In the center of the temple, the radiant and imposing statue of the god of light had silently transformed into a twisted figure, its limbs contorted and its face locked in a rapt leering grin. The idol of the god of tainted light. You will understand how unbearable the wrath of a god truly is. The gray-green magic array atop the scepter turned, and the temple's flames began spreading in all directions. The flames were pitch black with a gloomy green undertone, and a decaying aura began to spread. Seems it's my turn to act. Don't be careless. Got it. Just as Bearwa was about to unfold his battle chi barrier to shield the knights, a surging gray mist rose out of thin air. His eyes lit up. He had seen this gray mist before, and he knew that Her Majesty the Queen of Lyurkia had made her move. Fall back. Stay away from the temple. Everyone followed Bearwa's orders. The bishop stared in bewilderment at the flames that should have spread across the entire royal city and turned it into a city of the dead. To be safe, he had sacrificed all the temple's followers for this power, otherwise he would not have had to come out alone. He had paid such a heavy price only for the power to be stopped just like that. Who? Who exactly? Why? On what grounds? This is the power of a god. The bishop's expression turned manic. The power granted by the god he believed in had actually been blocked so easily by an unknown person. A person? No. Perhaps the other side also carried the power of some deity. Could it be a chosen one? Which chosen one is here? Whatever the kingdom of Gursa can give you, my church can give you double, no triple. The bishop admitted that he was now a little panicked. He had thought that relying on the power of the tainted light divine fire was enough to slaughter the city, but now it seemed he could not even burn the surrounding buildings. Aira with her silver hair slowly stepped down from the sky. We. Ahem, are you looking for me? Aira had nearly let her habitual royal phrase slip the moment she spoke. Whatever Gursa gave you, my church will give 3 times. The bishop hastily spoke. Aira nodded slightly. That's not bad. Gursa gave me the entire country. All you need to give me is land the size of 3 Gursas. I don't really need people. The bishop's eyes bulged. What? Gursa had given itself away. Then what was he supposed to give? 3 Gursas. Like hell he could. In Gursa his own territory was only the royal capital. The minor bishops elsewhere each served their own masters and had nothing to do with him. The most he could offer was a royal capital. Where could he possibly find territory equal to 3 Gursas? Are you toying with me, your excellency? Even if you are a chosen one, opposing my Church of Light is nowhere near as easy as you think. So you can't afford it then? Then why are you putting on such airs? Aira rolled her eyes at him in disgust. The bishop felt his dignity had been badly wounded. Will you stop or not? No. Not only did Aira refuse to stop, but the spiritual energy she poured into the grey mist grew even fiercer. The grey mist began to surge back against the flames. Waves of black mist spread through the air and then dispersed. The bishop's heart hardened and he slammed his scepter viciously on the ground. God! Descend! Shing! A crisp sword cry rang out. A dazzling golden sword light came sweeping through, splitting the flames and shooting straight at the bishop's face. No tainted light. Before he could finish, Duruk's sword had already separated his head from his body. Once bitten, twice shy. He had already suffered from this move, so how could he let the bishop's god summoning be of any use? Yet the headless corpse was ignited by the flames and more than a dozen sword lights came raining down from Duruk. The headless corpse, which had just begun to stir, was hacked into pieces once more. Indeed, Little Rose was right. The finishing blow is the true essence. Blackish-green flames gathered in midair, condensing into a grotesque skull-like face. It opened its mouth as if speaking to Duruk, its expression frantic with fury. Yet they were after all nothing but flames, no sound came from them. Duruk smiled contemptuously. Cradling the divine sword, he raised a middle finger in mocking salute as though watching a clown. It was a gesture Aira also made all the time. Though he had no idea what it meant, seeing it so often never failed to ignite a nameless rage. The flaming skull face faded into the grey mist, leaving only a few wisps of pure divine power of light. All that fire, and yet it only produced this little divine power. Aira said. Even so, she obediently reached out and pocketed the divine power. These strands of divine power were rootless duckweed by nature, yet wrapped in spiritual force they showed no sign of dispersing, on the contrary they remained exceedingly stable. This is divine power. To have even a trace of something legendary is already a stroke of luck. Beerbois ran back with his men. Your Majesties, are you both all right? We're fine. Beerbois looked toward the temple entrance. By now the bishop was nowhere to be seen and not even ashes remained. The solemn and sacred temple had by now largely crumbled to dust. What remained were blackened ruins. It was difficult to imagine that this had been a structure so dazzling moments before that its reflection alone was almost blinding. By the way, weren't there temple knights? With all this commotion, how is it I didn't see a single one? The church spent such effort raising its knights, so of course they keep them where they truly belong. Why would they send them to a small country like Gursa? Duruk considerately did not say this in front of Beerbois. In plain terms, the church had never taken Gursa very seriously. A small nation like Gursa was not worth their earnest effort. Only a few church followers had accompanied them. Apart from the royal capital, Gursa had merely 3 territories left. That was also due to the lack of a railway. If there were trains, one could ride from the border to the capital in an hour and a half. There would have been no need for people to spend 2 days traveling. In Lyurkia, by contrast, the journey from the imperial city to the Langnate defense line on the northern frontier took more than a full day and night. The difference in size was unmistakable. Beerbois and his party stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. As for the believers who had been beaten to within an inch of their lives, everyone had carried them out during the retreat. That immediately cut the casualties sharply. Now they merely had to deal with the ruins. Back at the palace, King Jiaolai and Jiama were both waiting in the great hall. Only Jiaoyuoya was absent. Jiaolai rose from his throne and together with Jiama bowed with full respect. The salute was the one a subject of Lyurkia paid to the emperor. No need to stand on ceremony. Duruk waved a hand. In the brief moment no one was paying attention, Aira had already seated herself on the throne. Jiaolai and Jiama saw that Duruk said nothing but rather looked entirely used to it, and they could not help wondering. What emperor could remain so calm while his queen so brazenly overstepped? Who on earth was the emperor and who was the queen? Father royal brother, I'm back. Jiaoyuoya was plainly overjoyed, riding her staff through the hall like the wind. Haha, Jiaoyuoya, how did it go? No obstacles, I trust? Jiaolai asked hurriedly. None at all. I started charging my magic as soon as I left the capital. 2 bombardment rounds were enough to break them. Jiaoyuoya had not been included in the morning's operation, but she could not bear being idle, so Jiaolai simply let her go demolish a number of small temples in the towns and villages around the royal capital. For Jiaoyuoya it was both an excellent chance for revenge and a way to vent the resentment festering in her heart. Judging by the outcome, it had worked wonders. Does Gursa still have any troublesome power worth noting? If so, say it quickly. The Queen and I still have important matters to return to the imperial city to handle. Durg urged them on. Aira, who had been sitting quite contentedly on the throne, immediately rose. Right, if there's anything you can't solve, hurry up and say it. There is nothing that really needs more attention. Apart from the Bishop of the Church of Light in the royal capital, Bayerbois alone can handle the other places, with Jiaoya helping as well. So your Majesty need not worry. Jiao Lai still pondered for a moment before replying. Ayla's face turned white the instant she heard that. Why don't you think it over again? Jiao Lai was perplexed. Wasn't it a good thing that these two need not trouble themselves? Besides, they still had important matters. Since that was the case, shouldn't they be even happier to hear him say so? So why did Her Majesty the Queen not seem too pleased? In that case. Durg took out a magic crystal and handed it to Jiao Lai. The Empire will make its move against the eastern frontier soon. When the time comes, I will contact you to send troops and harass them. You need not be the main force, just keep the eastern border in turmoil. Very well, I will follow your Majesty's arrangements. Jiao Lai's cooperation was largely thanks to Aira. He was already quite old, if the only reason he had been able to withstand the curse was by relying on magic potions. When Aira lifted the curse, the fierce vitality she poured into him still made him feel as if he had regained his youth, brimming with energy. Not only the curse but even old hidden injuries accumulated over the years had been cured. This was why he had become so amenable. The night before, Jiaoya had told him that in Lyurkia it was said Her Majesty the Queen was the goddess of life incarnate. He was almost inclined to believe it. Thinking about it this way, was it shameful for a mortal emperor to follow a deity? Not in the least. And for Gursa, a king who in following a deity brought his entire nation along, could that not be called a good ruler? As for Durg, an emperor who had married a goddess as his queen, whose Lyurkia was so much stronger than Gursa, was he not the obvious chosen one? What more deliberation was needed? All in and done. It was not just him, even his son Gemma had felt much the same. Father and son saw eye to eye at once, they would follow. That was how today's courteous reverent scene had come to be. All right, since everything that needed to be entrusted has been entrusted, prepare a carriage to take us back to the eastern border. Actually, I don't think it's that urgent. Aira tried to resist one last time. Unfortunately, Durg gave her no chance to escape. Didn't the Queen say there was nothing worth eating here? Once we return to the imperial city, I'll make sure you have your fill. Durg took Ayla's hand and rubbed the back of it over and over. She still could not get the better of that stubborn wretch of a man. Sitting in the carriage homeward, Aira was a little gloomy. She had been there just 3 days and 2 had been spent traveling. That puny curse had been easily disposed of once she took action. Then there was the morning spent dealing with the Church of Light, lunch at noon, and heading back in the afternoon. It felt as if she had spent the entire time on the road. On top of that, she had to face the miserable fate of returning only to be thrown into trials of life and death. Ah! Aira slumped against Durg's shoulder in total resignation. Old Da, what do you think people live for after all? Durg wore a cold expression. What else could it be for? Naturally, for little Rose's 3,000 beauties. That stinking old Da had changed, he'd actually learned to be sarcastic with her. Tisk. Ayla's beautiful eyes lit up. Since she couldn't escape no matter what, why not? Ayla's leg wrapped in white silk draped over Durg's thigh. Old Da, my legs are sore. Give them a rub. A moment later, Old Da, where's that muscle of yours? Let me feel it. A little later, Old Da, I'm sleepy. Let me lie down for a while. Then the girl rubbed against Durg's leg, squirming this way and that. Durg could see clearly that this girl was certain he wouldn't touch her for now, and was tormenting him with all her might. Fortunately, this vehicle was specially built with a partition in the middle, otherwise Aira truly wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Little Rose, do whatever you want for now. As for this debt, we'll settle it once we return to the imperial city. Ayla's movements halted. Then I'll stop making a fuss. When we go back, can you? Heh. Durg said nothing, merely sneering coldly. Aira stopped her antics as well and simply lay on Durg's lap. She had only wanted to ask whether he could go easier on her, gentler and fewer times. Judging by the look of it, this dog of a man was set on being the death of her. The vehicle was steady and not slow, but even so they traveled until the small hours. As the first light of dawn appeared, the group of 4 finally reached the border of the Eastern Territory. This was also the time when inspections were at their most lenient. The 2 squads of soldiers at the gate looked rather dispirited, and not many people were queuing to enter the city. The guards simply took the identity papers, scanned them carelessly, and let people pass. Aira and her party entered the city just as casually. But the group of four hadn't walked far before they heard footsteps catching up from behind, the pace growing faster and faster. "Your Majesty, Your Highness the Queen." The man's voice was very low and there were few people around. No one noticed them. Ayla immediately went on guard. This was the Eastern Territory, what good could possibly come of being recognized here? The four of them looked at the newcomer with wariness. But the young man simply extended 4 tickets in his hand. "Who are you?" Durk's eyes were sharp. "Knight Mien of the Second Order of the Creation Divine Church." The young man's expression was brimming with joy. The deity he worshipped was standing right before him. How could he not be excited? Although the Creation Church's Knight Orders did not recruit only believers, most of the resources used for their cultivation were life potions. Moreover, prayers had to be held when the potions were distributed, causing many people to become believers whether by choice or otherwise. "Then these tickets of yours are?" "Archbishop Hai Lanwei learned that Your Majesty and Her Highness the Queen had this journey in store, so she sent us to receive you. Some of our people are guarding the city gate and others are waiting at the ticket office. I was responsible for delivering these." Ayla blurted out, "Good heavens, you people really do have a clear division of labor, huh? Then how many of you have come?" Ayla asked curiously. Heh, just an entire Knight Order. In other words, 200 to 300 people. Here are the tickets. The Eastern Territory is unsafe. Please Your Majesty and Her Highness the Queen leave this place at once. Durk accepted the tickets. He nodded to Mien. "All of you stay safe as well." Mien nearly broke into a standard knight salute out of sheer excitement. But on this open street he held himself back. "I wish Your Majesty and Her Highness the Queen a smooth journey." He then hurried away. "Let's go." Without delay they boarded the vehicle, made several transfers, and at every stop someone had already delivered the tickets in advance. Ayla scratched her head and said, sounding uncertain, "Why do I feel like the Eastern Territory is nearly becoming Hai Lanwei's private backyard? With this many people planted here and the Grand Duke of the Eastern Territory hasn't noticed at all." Durk was also somewhat in awe. In merely 2 months, even holding the strategic resource of life potions, he had never anticipated such lightning-fast development. The documents Hai Lanwei had submitted only stated where she had dispatched people and occasionally provided bits of intelligence about the Eastern Territory. Not once did she mention that so many people had been planted here. Looking at the scenery racing past the vehicle's window, Durk sighed inwardly. Perhaps before long the Eastern Territory could be reclaimed. Out of the corner of his eye he saw that the girl had once again leaned against his shoulder and started nodding off. Durk reached over and tucked her hair behind her ear. Ayla's arrival was truly the most delightful surprise of his life. One more thing astonished him: the snacks he'd expected to last at least a week, Ayla, turning bitterness into appetite, had finished them all in half a day on Gurza's vehicle. Being able to eat is a blessing. She was full, but he hadn't had a single bite. When they finally returned to the Imperial City, it had only been 5 days. Durk felt as though they had traveled an immensely long road. Only upon returning to the Imperial City did his heart truly settle. "Come my queen, it's time we went home." "Oh," Ayla took Durk's hand and the two walked side by side. The sky was just barely brightening. It was not yet time for Durk to attend to his duties. Ever since she'd returned, Ayla had curled up in the little blanket watching Durk take out the clothes he'd brought with him one by one and put them away. There were also Ayla's soiled clothes which he tossed into the bathroom. He kept at it until everything was tidied up. Durk sat on the edge of the bed. Looking at the nervous little girl, he slowly breathed out. "Little Rose, if you truly are unwilling, I won't force you. If you feel I'm still lacking, not worth entrusting yourself to, I can wait and I'll do better to prove it. It's not that. I'm just a bit scared. Do you know what you're like yourself? One could only imagine. Let's wait until tonight. I'm a little tired now. We'll talk tonight." Ayla, afraid that Durk might let his thoughts run wild, took the initiative and kissed his cheek. Durk hadn't expected this, seeing the girl so out of sorts along the way. He thought it was because he was pushing too hard, or perhaps because she hadn't accepted him the way he believed she had. He hadn't expected the reason to really be him, though the reason was somewhat ridiculous, leaving him torn between laughter and tears. "All right, tonight then. There's still a while, rest." Durk lay down on his side. Ayla also proactively drew close and embraced him. But when Ayla woke up, her head went blank. Because Durk was calling her to dinner. How on earth had she slept through an entire day with just a blink of her eyes? Ayla truly felt the sky was about to fall. She'd vowed so firmly they'd talk at night. How had it become night in a single blink? At the dinner table, Mia and her companion along with the Kana siblings were all celebrating their safe return. The food was abundant. The rich fragrance instantly made Ayla cast her worries aside. Dirk brought out his treasured fine wine once more. Ayla stared at the wine, picked up her glass and gulped it down fiercely. She almost hoped she'd get drunk. Yet her constitution at this moment seemed intent on going against her. Even after all the wine was finished, she was merely tipsy. By the time they returned to the bedchamber, Ayla felt the alcohol had nearly sobered away completely. "So little Rose, are you ready?" Ella shut her eyes and steeled herself. "Come on." She turned her head away, refusing to watch Delco's movements, hearing only the sound of clothing falling to the floor. "Heh. So nervous. Where's all that usual arrogance? And you're always calling me a small fry. That was just trash talk. You know what trash talk means, right?" Ella turned back to glare at Delco. "Are you coming or not? Why are you so slow? Is my little Rose growing impatient?" "Who's impatient? I'm just—" Ella kept up her bravado, but Delco had already leaned in to kiss her. Ella was a novice, true, but so was Delco. Two inexperienced newcomers fumbled through the unfamiliar territory together, probing and testing each other. "SSS, Delco, you're trying to kill me. It hurts like hell. Where's the protection?" At the same time, Delco's back was raked with red marks left by Ella's fingernails. "Relax, don't be so tense." He said that, but Ella felt as though she were being split in two by a blunt instrument. Getting past the initial difficulty, the two gradually grew accustomed to each other. An hour. Ella's limbs found no purchase, as she was nearly lifted off the ground. 2 hours. Let's rest. I need to rest. Aren't you tired at all? 3-4. Not until 3 in the morning did they finally call a truce. You animal. Ella's hoarse voice could barely conceal the exhaustion in her final words. Bruises were scattered across her skin, particularly concentrated on her knees. The bedchamber was left in disarray with spots still damp. Having hungered for so long, Delco had finally eaten his fill, though only to about 80%. But the young girl was utterly spent. A slow and steady stream runs far, he could wait for the next time. Still, something weighed on his mind. The girl had originally wanted to take precautions to prevent a child. He had brushed it aside, claiming that as a sword master he could isolate it with his battle aura. Though the girl herself had stopped caring about it by the end, deceiving her at the start still stung his conscience. But then he reconsidered. Ella was his queen. Even if she bore his child, what difference did it make? If the girl got angry about it later, whatever punishment she chose, he would accept it. Delco rose. His body as a sword master allowed him to remain full of energy even after such strenuous activity. He fetched a towel, carefully wiped the girl clean, then got into bed and held her as he drifted off to sleep. At dawn, Delco rose as usual, tucked the blanket in carefully and left. When Ella woke at noon, she felt as though some heavy object had rolled over her again and again. There wasn't a single spot that didn't ache, especially her entire lower body. She quickly channeled her power of creation to mend her body. Like rain upon parched earth, the searing pain rapidly receded. But Ella didn't let the pain fade completely. Consider it a reminder, next time she'd think twice before letting that brute have his way with her. Such a terrible experience once, no more than once, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times was more than enough. And she hadn't stopped cursing Delco in her heart since the moment she woke. Rising from the bed, every step sent jolts of pain through her. Something that big. Terrifying. Logically her lower abdomen should be flat, but... Ella's sister. You're awake. The moment Ella stepped outside, she saw Lilia sitting in the garden with a book. When she emerged, Lilia quickly rose and came to greet her. Lilia. Didn't you go to the academy today? Ella's hoarse voice had improved somewhat, though it still wasn't back to normal. Lilia nodded, stepped forward and took Ella's hand. Brother said you've been too tired lately and not feeling well, and he needs to go through some documents these days, so he asked me to look after you. How is it? Are you feeling better now? Where does it hurt? How about some life potion? Ella was at a loss for words. Seriously, how could she possibly tell her sister-in-law exactly where she was hurting? Besides, she was the one who made the life potions herself. Why would she drink some diluted store-bought version when she had her own 100% pure additive-free supply? She quickly waved her hand. No, don't listen to old Dell's nonsense. I'm perfectly fine. Lilia's gaze carried a hint of curiosity. Really? But I do feel like you're a bit different from before, Sister Ella. Different? Haha, never mind about different or not. You know my abilities. If something were wrong, I'd heal myself easily. Don't listen to old Dell's rambling. Speaking of which, I haven't even had breakfast yet. We've just made it in time for lunch. Let's go eat first. Ella, not wanting to dwell on the topic, quickly changed the subject. She guided Lilia toward the banquet hall. Delco was not yet in the hall, but dishes were already being served. Ella naturally took her seat at the head of the table. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, Delco's figure appeared at the doorway. Still hurting? Leaning close to Ella's ear, Delco asked softly, his hand resting on her shoulder. Ella irritably slapped his large hand away. She turned her head to look at him. Delco looked down at her and their eyes met. Lilia. She felt like she shouldn't be here, she should be under the table. She hadn't even eaten yet and was already being fed dog food. So should she eat this meal or not? After finishing lunch in a strangely awkward atmosphere, Lilia very much wanted to ask whether she was still needed. But seeing the atmosphere between Ella and Delco, she quietly slipped out of the banquet hall. Feeling better? What do you think? You're an animal. It was your first time too, and you still couldn't show any restraint. My fault, my fault. Don't be angry, my little rose. What little rose? Who's a little rose? Was a rose meant to be trampled by you? Delco could hear the resentment in Ella's words. She was blaming him for being too rough. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, murmuring softly, "It's my fault. It's all my fault. I'll do better next time, all right." Ella stared at Delco in shock. You still want a next time? I'm telling you, there will be no next time. Never again in this lifetime. Always dreaming about such good things. Ella stormed off in anger. Delco understood that the girl needed time to accept it, or rather to let her anger cool. He didn't seek Ella out for the rest of the afternoon, quietly working in the governance hall. At dinner, Ella didn't appear. When he asked a maid, he learned that Ella had left the palace that afternoon and hadn't returned. Delco wasn't worried about Ella running into danger, he knew the girl's strength well enough. What he did worry about was her getting angry enough to silently stage a runaway. What about Mia? Has she not returned either? No. On the way back, Mia was with Ella along with Ryan. Empress nibbled on a small bread roll, eating quickly. Delco understood. The girl truly was someone who couldn't sit still. The moment she returned, she went to check on the children they'd rescued. Oh right. Ella also said she'd stay out with Mia tonight and not come back. Delco. So all the nobles of the imperial capital have been thrown into prison? Leyen said while taking small bites of his steak. Ayla, sitting across from him, gently shook her head. Of course not. If we wiped them all out, it would be hard to explain. Moreover, the ones left are nothing important, dispensable. Keeping them around lets people know we have no intention of slaughtering every noble. But later all of them will be stripped of their titles. If they want titles again, let them earn them on their own. Earn them on their own. The empire is peaceful now, where would they have the chance? Besides, if you want to strip titles, will those in the southern region sit idly by while you make your move? Leyen found Ayla's words unrealistic. The idea of stripping titles would face tremendous resistance. It would not be an overstatement to say it was tantamount to making enemies of all 4 regions. Ayla extended her index finger and gave it a slight wag. What would you know? I have considerable connections in the northern and western regions, so those are hardly a concern. As for the eastern and southern regions, well, opponents only count as obstacles if they're still alive by then. Dead men aren't very persuasive. Leyen frowned. Are you going to make a move against the eastern and southern regions? What? Don't you want that? Ayla stared fixedly at Leyen. Don't want it. How could he not? His hostility toward the nobility stemmed largely from the old aristocratic families of the southern region. As for the eastern region, those were the prime culprits. His family had fallen from grace after being swindled in trade with the eastern region's nobles. When he went to demand an explanation, a coalition of eastern nobles pressured them. His parents were driven to take their own lives and he ended up on the streets. So in retrospect, the disaster began with the united scheming of eastern nobles and was compounded by the southern old nobles kicking them while they were down. He even nearly became a slave. The plan Ayla had laid out suited his wishes perfectly. Want it? Of course I do. Then work hard. In less than half a year the imperial capital will move against the eastern region. If you want a hand in the eastern war, study as much as you can in the meantime. I understand. Then what did you mean earlier about earning a title? Are you very interested? Ayla looked at him with a probing gaze and was met with the young man's undisguised ambition. Of course. I want to restore my family's glory. Alas, seeing how indignant you look, as if you could wipe out every noble, one would think you despise the aristocracy itself even more. Ayla's tone was mocking. Those are two different things. I can't bear to watch commoners suffer at the hands of nobles while being powerless. I need power. Then you've got it wrong again. Leyen was taken aback. What did she mean he was wrong again? When I said titles I was emphasizing profit, interests, not power. If you want power you need to become an official. Become an official. A minister. Ayla nodded. So the title is just a reward. Ayla nodded again. You want those knights to take the initiative in the war against the eastern and southern regions. Yes and no. This time Ayla denied it. Do you know Gursa? Now it was Leyen's turn to nod. Can you read or speak the language of Gursa? Leyen shook his head. Then do you know the Pudiluo Empire? Leyen nodded. And can you read or speak the language of Pudiluo? Leyen shook his head. Don't you think there are too many scripts and languages in this world? Besides these two countries to the southeast there's the Elven Kingdom, to the northwest the Orc Kingdom, the Dwarf Tribes and the Goblin Kingdom. So many nations, so many scripts and tongues, not to mention differing standards of measurement for length, weight and so on. Ayla paused for a beat. It's most inconvenient. You're thinking. Leyen's face showed shock. Even Mia, who had been quietly watching the drama, turned her head to stare at Ayla in astonishment. With all these nations constantly clashing and suffering casualties, wouldn't it be better to unify them? Hearing Ayla voice this insane idea herself, both of them stared at her as if she were a monster. Ayla knew well that unification was no simple feat. Back in her homeland, one reason her ancestors had managed to unify was that everyone was a descendant of Yendi and Huangdi, the Yen and Yellow Emperors. Whether it was the state of Qi or the state of Qin, even Yen and Huang, those were all once one family. All descendants of Yen and Huang. But this world has no such notion if the races are different, making unification far more difficult. First, one would need absolute military might. Or perhaps simply create a world with only the human race, but that idea is far too impractical. The combined population of other races far exceeds that of humanity. Relying on humans to slaughter every other race is nothing but a fantasy. There was likely a time when true deities existed on this continent. Even gods couldn't accomplish such a feat. How could a single race like humanity do it so easily? Rivers of blood would become a literal phrase rather than a metaphor. Unification across all races was already the next best option. Insane. Your plan will inevitably bring countless wars. Leyen finally managed to calm himself and offered his assessment. But I like it. Leyen radiated an innate love for war. Ayla had already known this from the original book. Another reason was that Leyen felt this way commoners would have more opportunities to rise and would not remain perpetually at the mercy of the nobles. Then if you like it, start studying quickly. I don't have the time to let you slowly work through the academy's curriculum. I know. I won't disappoint you. Leyen's eyes gleamed. He wolfed down the rest of his meal in a few quick bites, gave a simple bow and left, returning to the academy across the street from the restaurant. The academy released students at the end of class but never locked its gates so one could still come and go freely. Before heading out at noon, Ayla had been told by Wainier that Leyen spent all his time in the academy's library. Now that Ayla had shared her plan, Leyen was even more determined to bury himself in study. Sister Ayla, I can help too, Mia said softly beside her. Ayla leaned against Mia's shoulder. Of course I'll use you, why else would I have sent you to the academy? Mia looked overjoyed at these words. She could be useful, she was needed. Mia, let's not go back tonight. Will you stay with me? But if we do, Her Majesty will be angry, won't she? She's not your father, how can she control whether you come back at night? Mia fell silent. She actually wanted to say that the one being controlled wasn't her but Ayla. Then. That's fine. Ayla happily took Mia's hand. Let's go, I've already booked a room. Mia was taken aback. So she had planned this all along. The inn was also not far from the academy. When night fell and Ayla and Mia were about to sleep, they could see a light shining in one of the academy's buildings in the distance. That might be Leyen, Mia said, looking at the light. It's exactly the right time to strive. Losing a little sleep is fine. Let's go to sleep, we haven't recovered today. Ayla rubbed her waist wearily. Recover? Sister Ayla, did you do something that tired? Was the trip these past few days exhausting? Ayla was momentarily speechless. A bit maybe. It was all too rushed, going back and forth. Mia had no suspicion and the two held hands. After a moment Mia suddenly spoke up. Sister Ayla, the scent on you has changed. What scent changed? Aira knew she naturally carried some scent after all. Someone had once mentioned the matter of body fragrance. She just could never detect it herself. The scent on you. Mia leaned into Ayla's arms and took a deep breath. It smells exactly like Her Majesty's. Ayla's heart skipped a beat. Was Mia's nose really that sharp? She herself hadn't noticed anything wrong. Maybe it's because I've been together with Olda for too long on this trip. Ayla reached out and pulled Mia close. All right Mia, don't mind it. Go to sleep quickly. Oh. Mia wanted very much to say that the scent on Ayla always reminded her of Dirk, making her nervous without realizing it. Before Ayla came, Dirk always smiled when meeting them, but Mia found it frightening. It was a fake smile. After Ayla arrived, Dirk seldom put on that fake smile. When he saw them, his face would always be cold, or rather not exactly cold but expressionless. Only in front of Ayla did he seem like a normal person. Well, normal was a stretch. After all, whenever he was around Ayla, Delk always carried at least a trace of ulterior motive. Sunlight filtered through the hotel curtains and fell across Mia's cheeks. Upon waking, she felt a strange binding pressure on her body. Only after her mind cleared did she realize that Ayla was holding her like an oversized plush doll nestled in her arms. She moved her right hand and gently patted the soft fair hand wrapped around her abdomen. Sister Ayla, she called in a low voice. "Hm." Ayla murmured softly against Mia's shoulder. "I need to go to school. The academy has already started by now. Then how about skipping it and sleeping a bit more?" Ayla was still too sleepy to open her eyes. The aftereffects of being kept up by Delk until the early hours yesterday had yet to fade. Of course it was also because she didn't think sleeping was anything bad, otherwise she could have used her spiritual power to force herself awake. In the end, Mia got up, washed up and left for the academy. Ayla didn't get out of bed until around 10. The sharp stinging pain from last night had already faded and she felt a comfort she had not known in a long time. Sleeping with a pretty girl was indeed much better. With Delk, every night was bound to include some bedtime entertainment. How could that compare to cuddling the fragrant soft Mia and sleeping soundly? Still, she had been far too idle lately. There was much to be done improving the people's livelihood in the northern territories and promoting the crop yield achievements of Agila City. Infrastructure progress around the imperial capital and the educational outreach of the Church of Creation. She had no idea whether Delk had been advancing all of it properly. Ayla was rather annoyed. It was all that dog of a man's fault. She had been a perfectly focused, career-minded Empress and he had led her astray. After freshening up a little, she returned to the palace. Just as she reached the palace gate, the night standing guard hurried inside to report to Delk. A trace of contemplation appeared in Ayla's eyes. What was going on? Could it be that because she hadn't come home for a night that dog of a man was getting anxious? Why would he run inside the moment he saw her? Ayla didn't return to her bedchamber but went straight to the Hall of Governance. Igizi and Ywinir seemed to have been driven out by Delk. Igizi reached up to adjust the frame of his glasses. "Your Majesty, the Queen, His Majesty has been looking for you everywhere." A smile clung to his face, yet the worry in Ywinir's eyes beside him was unmistakable. She tried several times to say something to Ayla, but Igizi stretched out an arm to stop her. Ayla looked at them with a strange expression. This atmosphere. What on earth was happening? Why did she feel like a student caught staying out all night by the dormitory warden? How odd. Ayla muttered and walked into the Hall of Governance. Delk was entirely absorbed in reviewing paperwork and didn't even raise his head. Ayla didn't disturb him. She lay down on the sofa and started munching on snacks. In the not-so-large Hall of Governance the atmosphere briefly turned peculiar. All that could be heard was the scratching of Delk's quill and the crisp crunching of Ayla's snacks. Outside in the courtyard, Igizi and Ywinir waited silently, focusing as they listened to the sounds from within the hall. Contrary to their expectations, no shouts or sounds of things being smashed emerged. Silence. An eerie silence. Yet this did not last long. Having skipped breakfast and only filled up on some snacks, Ayla walked over to Delk. Ahem ahem. Delk kept his head buried in his work, appearing completely oblivious to the world. Smack. Ayla slapped Delk on the back. Stop with your act, cough, what are you pretending for? The knight who ran in just now came to tip you off and you even deliberately sent Igizi anyway outside. Delk reached out, grabbed her wrist and gave a tug. Ayla was forced to spin around and off balance was pulled into his arms. Why didn't you tell me where you went? Hearing this, Ayla knew the dog of a man was likely angry. Who said I didn't tell you? I asked Fair to let you know that I was staying overnight with Mia, didn't I? But you didn't say where. Last night Delk had naturally sent people to investigate where Aira was, they could even pinpoint which inn and which room she was staying in. But this was the imperial capital. What if the girl ran somewhere outside the capital next time? The thought of losing contact with Aira, of being unable to see her, made Delk's heart seize with panic. His entire heart was involuntarily stirred, hanging in midair, unable to find calm. What's the matter? I'm already an adult. Can't I even spend one night out if I want to? But you have to tell me where. Then I simply don't want to tell you. Aira was growing angry as well. Why had she gone out? She had been deliberately avoiding Delk in the first place. The two stared at each other, neither willing to yield. No one expected Delk to suddenly lunge forward. Their lips met and he stormed and plundered. It was fury, greed and possessiveness. Ayla's mind went blank. Weren't they in a standoff just now? How had a kiss come out of nowhere? Delk was far stronger than Aira, she could only struggle symbolically a few times and passively endure. After a long while Delk's hot breath spilled against Ayla's ear. Little Rose, you're not allowed to leave me. You can only be mine. His arms tightened even further, as if he wanted to melt Aira into his body. Let go. I can't breathe. Her small hand slapped against Delk's arms with a sharp patter. If you dare go out without telling me where again, I'll lock you in the bedchamber, for good. Something was off. Looking at the faintly frenzied color in Delk's eyes, Aira let her spiritual sense sweep across his entire body. There was nothing strange. Then. Had he turned into a Yandra? Olda, have you lost your mind? Aira held Delk's face in both hands. As Ayla's tone softened, the dangerous gleam in Delk's eyes also subsided for the moment. Click. A bracelet appeared on Ayla's left wrist with several chain clasps extending outward, held in Delk's hand. Aira felt the battle chi and spiritual power within her body sink into stillness, and even her connection with the gem was greatly weakened. Without spiritual power, the strength she could draw upon was extremely limited, not even enough to damage the bracelet. This is the bracelet I had Berge forge. You should be able to feel it. If you dare run off again without telling me where you're going, I'll keep you locked up at home forever. Aira swallowed hard and said weakly, I understand. Won't that do? Delk set Aira down, infused a trace of his battle chi and removed the bracelet. Aira immediately felt the severed battle chi and spiritual power surging back. She bristled at once. You dog. You actually tried to imprison me. Did I give you too much face? Violent energy began to gather in her hand. The backdrop wall behind me cost 50,000 gold coins, and it's mixed with many precious metals. So what? I don't care. The floor of the Hall of Governance is paved with stones containing trace elements. Initial estimate 100,000 gold coins. Ayla's heart trembled, but she gritted her teeth and said, fine, I'll accept it. The tables, chairs and sofa in the Hall of Governance were just replaced last month, 100,000 gold coins. Ayla's eyes flew wide. She had wondered why they had suddenly replaced the perfectly fine tables, chairs and sofa, so it was because they'd come into money recently. So this was where the money went. The gathered power dispersed at once. Aira angrily grabbed Delk by the collar. You dog! How dare you squander my money like this? Durk's brows knitted tightly as he glanced at the bracelet in his hand, then at the young woman whose face was flushed with anger. He had a feeling this bracelet wasn't so useful after all. Next time you slip away without a word, I'll spend the money to renovate every single lavatory in the royal palace, and I'll make it as expensive as possible. How dare you? But think about it, isn't this better than keeping you locked up in your chambers all the time? Lock me up my foot. Do you actually think you can keep me confined? Do you think I'd let you put that bracelet on me again like before? Then I'll spend the money. If you dare waste money, I'll snap off your third leg. Let's both give a little then. I won't waste money, but every time you go out at least tell me where you're going. Even if plans change on the spot, send me a message through a magic crystal so I won't worry, alright? Durk's rationality returned, and he once again deployed the soft and pitiful tactic that worked so well on Aira. His eyes gazed at her with a pleading look. But there was no helping it, Aira was susceptible to exactly this. She softened to tenderness but not to force, and seeing Durk like this, her attitude began to ease. Fine then. Hearing the answer he wanted, most of the anger in Durk's heart dissipated. Outside the door, Igizi and Ywinir had overheard some of the quarrel, specifically the part Aira had yelled while fretting over her precious money. The two were rather baffled. Weren't they discussing the Queen's unannounced departure? How did it end up about money? But soon the voices inside lowered, and the eavesdroppers could no longer catch anything useful. Afterward there was no sound for a long while. Is it over? Ywynir guessed. Perhaps I should go check, she said, rising and walking toward the side door of the governance hall. Igezi was also curious about what the two were doing, but unlike Iwe with the queen inside, he as a minister should not pry. Iwe however had no such concerns since her relationship with Her Majesty the Queen was quite close. Ywynir peered through the crack in the door and could barely make out Duruk's figure, though there was also a hand resting on his right shoulder. She could see that it was Aila's hand. Duruk remained seated steadily in his chair while Aila pressed one knee against the empty space he had left on the seat, leaning down to speak with him. Although the pose was somewhat intimate, at least they were not arguing. Ywynir breathed a sigh of relief and left the area. How is it? It must be said that gossip was human nature, and Igezi was no exception. It's fine. Sister Aila is. Ywynir instinctively pictured Aila's intimate posture from moments ago. Discussing something with His Majesty, but they were too far away for me to hear. Igezi slowly nodded. At least they weren't arguing anymore, otherwise he had no idea how to clean up the mess. Were they supposed to split the royal court into factions? One faction for His Majesty, another for Her Majesty the Queen. He shook his head, dismissing those chaotic thoughts. The two relaxed and began chatting idly. After quite some time, Aila finally emerged from the governance hall, seemingly in good spirits. Iwe, Igezi, you may go in now. Are you alright, Sister Aila? Aila instinctively wanted to cover her backside, but she held back. This was a matter of pride, she couldn't lose face. I'm fine. Why would anything happen to me? Go on in. Old Da is waiting for you too. Once Aila had walked away, the two entered the governance hall. Duruk was staring blankly at the space beneath his right hand. It was only when the two approached that he snapped back to attention. Her Majesty just now inquired about many recent matters. Regarding the experiment at Agila City, she said she would find a way to deal with the drawbacks Pwaina mentioned. The academy rollout on the Chuangsheng Church's side also needs to be accelerated. Back in her bedchamber, Aila reflected that the curse-induced accelerated ripening in Agila City had been remarkably effective, but problems followed close behind. It was the land itself. After accelerated ripening, the soil lost nutrients severely. Unless the soil's fertility could be restored, the crops would ripen quickly, but the yield would dwindle lower with each harvest. Aila wondered whether diluting the low-grade version of the life potion even further might have some effect. That very night she sent an ultra-low concentration diluted life potion to Agila City. There was also the issue of the Chuangsheng Church's teaching materials. Aila felt it was necessary to popularize chemistry and physics knowledge in this world, though this world already had a similar discipline, alchemy. A subject that incorporated quite a bit of chemistry and a smattering of physics, except that it was invariably bound up with the foundational powers of this world, mental energy and battle chi. That made it quite inaccessible to ordinary people. Aila herself did not know much, after all her knowledge from her past life was mostly from high school, and by the time she reached university she had returned a good deal of it to her teachers. As her mental energy advanced, she gradually recalled some things. Naturally, when it came to putting pen to paper, she would have someone else write on her behalf. She stayed up until 11 or 12 before finally returning to the bedchamber. Duruk was still awake, reading a book and waiting for Aila. To be honest, Aila was quite taken with Duruk's looks. In her past life she had come across a saying: those who could become brothers would invariably appreciate each other's looks, otherwise two people who couldn't stand the sight of each other could never become brothers. Aila now felt that it really seemed to make sense. She even fancied her own looks, though of course she couldn't spend all day staring into a mirror gazing at herself. Old Da, go get some water. I'm not taking a bath tonight, I'll just soak my feet. Seeing the young woman looking completely burned out, Duruk obediently fetched a basin of hot water, pulled off her long white socks and tossed them into the bathroom. What textbook are you working on? You look so exhausted. Basic knowledge. Some simple methods that ordinary people can use as well. She had no intention of explaining in depth what physics or chemistry were, she wasn't all that clear about them herself. All she could do was bring some fundamentals into this world. Taking root and flourishing was a task for the people of the future. Does it still hurt? Seeing that the young woman seemed unwilling to go deeper into the topic, Duruk naturally shifted the conversation. Aila frowned slightly. It hurts. Of course it hurts. You don't have the slightest idea what it means to cherish a woman. Anyway, don't expect there to be a next time. Duruk hadn't intended to rush things again so soon anyway. He had to give the young woman time to adjust. Besides, with her this exhausted from such a long day, he couldn't bear to wear her out any further. Do I really seem that lustful in Little Rose's eyes? Lustful? Aila suddenly sat up. Greedy and lecherous, which one of those don't you have? You want both my money and my body. Dirk let out a helpless chuckle. That's true. Little Rose's assessment is spot on. If I don't do something, I'd be doing that assessment an injustice. Cut it out. I'm not in the mood right now. As she spoke, Aila's eyes were both reproachful and sorrowful. Speaking of which, the day before yesterday I told you to take precautions and you refused. What are we going to do if I'm pregnant? If she's pregnant, then we'll raise the child. Surely this vast royal palace can afford it. Besides, your father-in-law has been pressing for an heir all along. If it's a boy, we'll make him crown prince directly and later hand over both the divine artifact and the throne to him. Ella slapped him lightly. Are you favoring sons over daughters? How could I? If it's a girl, she'll be a princess, a little Rose just like you. How could I not adore that? Humph, easy for you to say, you're not the one carrying the child. Ella closed her eyes and lay back. Forget it, let's not dwell on such trifles. How many people have we recruited so far? Delco had already begun rallying troops and amassing forces earlier. Though the expenditure was considerable, Colbel had been steadily sending money to the imperial capital. Once the ultra-low concentration life potion experiment succeeded in Aira City, the substance could also be used as a soil nutrient, yet another lucrative source of income. Over 40,000. However, recruitment has been paused for now. The priority is to quickly turn them into combat-ready forces. 40,000 knights. Ella looked at Delco in surprise. What are you thinking? Only about 30% of those 40,000 are knights, and most of them are only 2nd or 3rd rank. Those who have reached 4th rank can be counted on one hand. Most are ordinary people. Even teaching them the most basic cultivation method, it will take some time before they can successfully manifest battle chi. Then when do you plan to attack the Eastern Territory? Ella's estimate was at most half a year. After all, the imperial capital, which had taken over a year to cleanse in the original timeline, had actually been cleared in less than 3 months. With talents like Liasli on hand, half a year was already Ella's conservative estimate. We'll need at least 4 more months of preparation. With the life potion we can cut training time by at least half. Delco looked at Ella with an unmistakably calculating smile, one so sly that even Ella found the man utterly insufferable. Fine, it's just potions. I can provide as many as you need, just remember to pay up. My little Rose, don't you think talking about money hurts our bond? These people will risk their lives to reclaim the Eastern Territory for you. Tisk, I suppose that's true. But wait for me. It's not just for me, it's for you too. They don't have to pay, but you do. Ella had spotted the catch. This dog of a man was trying to gaslight her. Isn't my money your money? What difference does it make passing from left hand to right? Delco gently covered Ella's eyes. Enough, stop thinking. You're tired, go to sleep. He dried her little feet with battle chi, then picked up the basin and headed to the bathroom. Ella did feel drowsy. After all, she hadn't been great at physics in her past life, and today she had forced herself to recall basic knowledge. Before long she fell asleep, completely unaware of when Delco came to bed. The next morning she spotted the bracelet from yesterday tossed into a corner by Delco. She didn't bother picking it up, only curling her lip in disdain. Then she remembered the teaching materials. They were essentially complete, and it seemed she was free again. Military culture, politics. For military affairs there was Senketu. For political affairs there was Aegis. After the Solifaction nobles of the imperial capital had been purged, the ministers had come to recognize reality. When Delco appointed Aegis as chief minister, equivalent to chancellor, none of the ministers dared to voice opposition. As for culture, religious culture probably didn't count, but perhaps it could be integrated. She was still missing a talented individual to lead education. Such a person was not easy to find. The male lead in the book never had someone like that around him, and Delco, wholly focused on military affairs, naturally had no suitable candidates either. This is such a headache, education. Suddenly Ella remembered something. She quickly dressed, washed up, grabbed 2 slices of bread and left the palace. Delco, Evian and Aegis were processing the day's documents when a knight entered. Your Majesty, Her Majesty, the Queen has left the palace. Delco's expression immediately darkened. She hadn't told him where she was going. Her Majesty said she was heading to Kasalar Academy and would return for lunch if all went quickly. At that, Delco's brow relaxed once more. It seemed the girl had taken his words to heart after all, and his mood brightened considerably. Aegis watched this shift with a baffled expression, one moment gloomy, the next sunny. What was that all about? Ella meanwhile did indeed arrive at Kasalar Academy after leaving the palace. The person she sought was the Academy's principal AI. Ella didn't know any renowned educators herself, but she knew someone who did. AI had served as principal for nearly 200 years, an old-timer whose tenure nearly matched the entire history of the Likoya kingdom. She certainly had connections. Being in the education field herself, she could surely pull out a talent or two. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. A penetrating female voice emerged. Ella opened the door and stepped inside. Oh. Little Ella. Long time no see. What brings you to the academy today? There wasn't much surprise in AI's expression, for much of the academy was under her watchful eye. Sister AI, I have an important matter I'd like to ask for your help with. Ella gazed at AI with burning intensity. An important matter. AI leisurely sat down on the sofa and began brewing black tea. With a wave of her hand, an array of small pastries appeared on the table. Ella noticed several pastries she hadn't even tasted before and immediately became intrigued, sitting down obediently across from AI. AI chuckled softly behind her hand. These were meant for afternoon tea, but since little Ella is here, bringing them out early works just as well. She handed Ella a cup of freshly brewed black tea. AI took a sip herself, and only then did the two settle into a proper conversation. Go on then. Tell me what important matter requires the help of this principal. Sister AI, you've been rooted in the education world for so long, you must know many people in the same field. Indeed. Whether it's that witch from the Southern Territory or that old fossil from the Eastern Territory, I know them all. AI admitted with a smile, yet she also revealed a piece of information to Ella. The academy in the Southern Territory, the one Colbell had attended, had a witch as its principal. A witch. A divine chosen. A chosen of an evil god, just like Puina. The original book never mentioned anything about that Southern Academy. Still, she kept her purpose firmly in mind. Then Sister AI, do you know any talented individuals in this field? Talented? You mean in education? Isn't it obvious? AI patted her chest. Isn't your sister right here? Isn't it obvious? Then could Sister AI come serve as an official in the royal palace? Of course not. AI remained in that same smiling manner, which left Ella thoroughly exasperated. Doesn't that mean I'm back to square one? Sister AI, do you know anyone prominent in the field of education? AI blew on her black tea. Since it's to serve as an official for the royal family, relying solely on what you call education won't do. Education and work are two different things. What you want isn't a teacher who teaches magic and combat skills, is it? Ella pondered for a moment. That was true. What she needed wasn't a teacher, but someone who could drive the refinement of the educational system. Indeed, I wish to amend and perfect the current system. How bold. AI's laughter carried a playful note, as if she didn't take Ella's words to heart. But if that's the case, what you want is a reformer with some understanding of education, not an educator. Ella furrowed her brow. That was true, but when it came to reform, having a prestigious senior in the education world to drive it would certainly be better than an obscure nobody. Just as after Confucius many dynasties placed the Confucius family in charge of education. They were renowned, and people felt it only natural that a distinguished clan should oversee cultural affairs. If they wanted to change something, who would dare stand up to oppose them? Seeing Ella's silent, AIE with her century-spanning insight quickly understood Ella's concern. What you're looking for are those at the very pinnacle of education. Ella nodded eagerly. AIE's smile widened. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The higher up they are, the more obstinate. Your reforms would harm their interests. How many do you think would truly reform according to your vision? Better to have the royal family backing you from the shadows. The process may be harder, but the odds of success will be greater. Alright then, I'll follow your advice, Sister AIE. Hearing this, AIE set down her teacup. In that case, I do have someone to introduce to you. Who? Mansavelli. She may not have the prestige you mentioned, but she is stubborn enough, and within that stubbornness she is not lacking in adaptability. AIE put it euphemistically, but all Ella could think of was the end justifies the means. That was exactly what it meant to be stubborn yet flexible. Stubborn in her goals, flexible in her methods. If Sister AIE says so, I truly want to meet her. Where is she now? Then you've come a bit late. She went home a few days ago. Went home? Yes, it seems a drunk dragon attacked the town where she lives, and she went back to seek revenge. A dragon, that was no mere magical beast but a mythical creature. At least Ella had never truly seen one in this world. Isn't that very dangerous? Indeed. But that girl has a stubborn temper, she wouldn't even come and ask for my help. AIE said with some regret. But since little Ella wants someone, let the royal family find her. She still fits your requirements rather well. Slap. Alright then, I'll personally lead the expedition. By the way, where exactly does she live? In Mandel Town, a subordinate town of Vala City northeast of the imperial capital. Good, I've got it. Thank you, Sister Aie. When I return I'll treat you to hot pot. Then she swept out of the academy director's office like the wind. Aie unhurriedly poured herself another cup of black tea. No need to travel so far anymore, how reassuring. Hot pot. I wonder what delicacy that is. Ella didn't dare waste a single moment. This was someone endorsed by Aie, a great elf who had lived at least 200 years. Surely she was a talent. If she arrived too late there would only be bone fragments left in the dragon's stomach. Old Derek. Come with me on a long trip. Among their current combat power aside from Senkita clad in the demon armor of pride, the safest choice was Derek with the divine artifact in hand. She herself was strong, but a dragon was a mythical creature. In the novels those who slew dragons mostly killed young dragons of the 5th or 6th rank. A 7th rank dragon could only be fought by someone exceptionally gifted like Liasli, unrivaled at the same cultivation level, when their realms were evenly matched. In the books Charles had once earned the friendship of a dragon, and on a battlefield where battles raged on all fronts it cost Derek's army heavy losses. However, a dragon's friendship was far too troublesome. Charles had only managed to obtain it by sheer coincidence with 3 young dragons, and at this time who knew whether those hatchlings had even been born yet. Therefore Ella still decided to bring Derek along. Derek had no idea what was happening, but seeing the young lady so anxious he dumped all his current tasks onto Aegis and the others. He had also read the documents from the few days he had been away and found no mistakes. The two handled the paperwork well together, so Derek wasn't worried. Only after boarding the train did Derek finally get the chance to ask, "What's so urgent?" Ella briefly recounted what she had heard from Aie about Mansavelli and the dragon. A dragon disaster. Derek had received no reports about a dragon disaster. Such a major event would certainly have been submitted as an official document for explanation, but the fact was he truly hadn't seen it. If Aegis or Ivanil had seen it they would have told him about something this big. But there was nothing. Anger rose in his heart. He wanted to see which noble was serving as city lord and dared not report such an incident. Yet when the two arrived at Vala City they immediately felt the atmosphere was off. Many faces bore expressions of worry, sorrow and grief. What's going on? It feels like. Derek frowned and pulled Ella toward the Count's mansion in the city. But before they could even enter they were stopped by a guard. You two, we know you are grieved by the Count's death, but please face tomorrow with smiles. Do not disappoint the Count's expectations. The guard launched into a long speech of consolation. But the two were no fools, they both knew this noble had likely already passed away. And this noble seemed dearly loved by the people. Derek gently pushed the knight aside with soft fighting spirit and strode in. Seeing this the two knights immediately drew their swords. But at that very moment several church personnel walked out and spotted Derek. One of them immediately bowed low. Greetings to your Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Queen. You have seen us before. The long swords in the two knights' hands clattered to the ground. Emperor. Queen. These two before them were actually the Emperor and the Queen. During the grand wedding of your Majesties I stood below offering blessings for you both. That was how I had the honor of seeing your true faces. A church is not the Church of Light. The Church of Light worships the God of Light, but the gods worshipped in a church are many serving as witnesses to important events. They normally remained unnoticed, appearing only at crucial milestones in the lives of nobles or royal family members. They had come here because of the Count's death. Dirk, since you are all here then. The church members bowed and replied, Count Seti died a heroic death, we were praying for him. A heroic death. Was it because of that black dragon? Ayla also asked. Yes, your highness. It was all because of that black dragon. The Count went to negotiate with it to keep it from destroying the town, but the knight who had initially stopped the two was now choked with tears. Ayla had no idea what Count Seti had done to make the entire city grieve and mourn for him. Yet from the look of things alone she could tell that this Count was not someone to be compared with those fools in the imperial capital who wanted to rebel. She even thought of Gage, the one who had gone to the battlefield with her nominal grandfather when the nobles were under no obligation to resist the dark tide and had fallen in that dark tide. Now that he had become a corrupted chosen he could also resolve the dark tide problem at the Langnate defense line. Come, let us go and see this Count. Ayla stepped around the crowd and walked in. In a wooden coffin low at one end and long at the other lay a middle-aged man, his eyes quietly shut, his brow holding no sharpness but instead a softness resembling that of an enlightened monk. A teenage boy and girl stood beside the coffin, their expressions somewhat numb. Nearby a woman with long brown hair occasionally wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Seeing the church members who had just left return again, the woman hurriedly rose. "These two are His Majesty and Her Highness the Queen, come specially to visit Count Seti." Before the woman could speak, the church members spoke up first to introduce them. "His Majesty and Her Highness the Queen." The woman went pale with shock, never having imagined that these two would come personally. "No need for formalities." Ayla stepped forward and took a look. She truly could not sense the slightest trace of life. If her stillness gem could be raised another 2 tiers, perhaps she could keep Seti's soul from leaving and thereby bring about his resurrection. Though the limitations of such a resurrection were considerable, at least he would be alive. But for now Ayla could not do it. "Can you tell us about that black dragon?" Hearing Ayla's question, the knight stationed there told her everything he knew. To protect the people of the city, Seti had taken a party of only a few dozen knights to negotiate with the black dragon. Of course, this was also a sign of sincerity, letting the black dragon know that he had come with the intention to negotiate. But the black dragon opened its mouth and demanded half the city's population as well as the residents of the surrounding towns as its vassals. Since they were to be vassals, whether those people lived or died would be entirely under the black dragon's control. Seti naturally refused. After the two went back and forth, the black dragon was dead set on carving out territory and declaring itself king. No, perhaps it should not be called declaring itself king, but rather raising livestock. It would keep the people beneath its city penned up like cattle and pull out a few to eat whenever it was hungry. Of course the talks fell through in the end and the black dragon attacked Seti. A 7th-tier black dragon against a 6th-tier Seti, one did not need to think to know who would win. Yet Seti had not gone in completely unprepared. Before leaving he had brought a good number of magitech weapons. Of the more than 40 knights who went with him, only 3 or 4 had been caught in the blast of magitech bombs and suffered minor injuries. All the rest were completely unharmed. Seti, standing at the center of the blast, naturally could not survive, and the black dragon was also not lightly injured. It was also because Seti had finally unleashed all of his battle chi to shield himself at the last moment, otherwise his corpse would not be as complete as it was now. In comparison, the unprepared black dragon relied on its physical body to withstand the blast, but its physical body was already far superior to that of humans. Even so, the black dragon was forced to retreat and did not give chase, otherwise Waller's city would likely have been reduced to ruins. In addition, Ayla learned that although the count's rank was not low, his family had no true powerhouses. It was also because he had devoted all these years to improving the people's livelihood that the count's estate had no money to maintain troops. Most of these knights were people who had followed Seti voluntarily. There were even 3 orphanages here, something even the imperial capital did not have. Waller's city also had similar institutions such as homes for the elderly. She did not know about other places, but Ayla knew quite well how heavy Agula City's tax burden had been back then, and Waller City's tax burden was far lower. Moreover, when a neighboring city had been thrown into chaos by a magical beast rampage from the Bay Forest and many people had been reduced to refugees, Seti had personally gone out of the city to guide the refugees and distribute grain and settle them. Bear in mind, a noble personally settling refugees. Put those 4 words together and set them beside the arrogant fools of the imperial capital whose eyes were all but glued to the heavens. It could be said that at least 4 out of 10 residents of Waller City were refugees Seti had settled back then. After Duruk was enthroned as emperor, Seti did not want to be dragged into strife and implicate the whole city, but he still submitted memorials, and most of the measures Duruk had annotated were carried out by him. After hearing all this, Ayla felt as if a breath were stuck in her chest, neither rising nor falling. What was this? A loyal minister, a capable minister. She had only just learned of this man, and it had to be after he was already gone. The more she thought, the more furious she grew. The black dragon. It was all because of that black dragon. And she had lost such a talent. Where is that black dragon now? Ayla's voice was full of barely suppressed rage. Your Highness, do not act rashly. That black dragon has gone back to the Bay Forest to recuperate for now, and it should not come out again any time soon. Seti's captain of the guard tried to dissuade her. The Bay Forest. Back then, when the magical beasts rioted in the Hongyue wasteland near Agula City, Senkitu went to suppress them. As for the Bay Forest, Hirata had led a force to suppress it. And this black dragon had come out of the Bay Forest. Old grudges heaped on new hatreds. No matter what, she had to rally people and plow through this so-called Bay Forest. Duruk patted her on the back. Don't worry. That black dragon won't live. How could Duruk the Emperor not be angry? His anger was not one bit less than Ayla's. But he knew that there were high-tier magical beasts in the Bay Forest. Otherwise, given Senkitu's strength, which was approaching the peak of a sword, Saint Uruk would long ago have ordered him to raise both the Hongwe wasteland and the Bay Forest. High-tier magical beasts ranged from the 7th to the 9th tier. The 9th tier touched upon the realm of divine names. The Bay Forest most likely had no 9th tier beast, but an 8th tier one was entirely possible. Among the current 8th tier combat powers, Senkitu counted as one and Duruk counted as half. As for Lei Yasali, Ruilikan and Hyerda, they had yet to truly grow into their power, and now was not the time to make a move. Ayla could only suppress the urge to go plow through the Bay Forest. She had not forgotten the purpose of this trip either, she still had not found Manshawali. Ayla and Duruk laid a bouquet of flowers before Seti and left the Count's estate. Once the matters here were settled and they returned to the imperial capital, Duruk would surely honor him and reward him. Perhaps he could also examine the characters of Seti's children and appoint them to office. With a father of such moral conviction, how could the two children raised in this environment since childhood turn out badly? After leaving, Ayla dragged Duruk into a hired carriage and headed for Monde town. But when they arrived, all they saw was a ruined town in which half the buildings had been destroyed. This is Monde town. It has already been struck by the dragon calamity, hasn't it? Ayla gazed at the ruins before her. The townsfolk had already begun organizing reconstruction. Clearly the disaster had not struck just a day or two ago. A considerable amount of rubble had already been cleared from some of the ruins. Mages were helping with the reconstruction. Ayla stepped forward, caught a resident by the sleeve and asked, "Excuse me, is there a lady named Manshawali here?" The man gave Ayla a once-over. Her attire alone told him she was no ordinary person. Manshawali? Who? Milady, I've never heard of her. The man clearly had no intention of telling Ayla the truth. His pretense was clumsy. We came from Count Sadie's side. We're not here to cause trouble. We need to see Manshawali to deal with the dragon calamity. The resident's expression shifted at once. You're sent by Count Sadie. Come, I'll take you to Manshawali. The turnaround in his attitude was extraordinarily swift. Ayla's resentment toward the black dragon rose a few more notches in her heart. Led by the guide, Ayla and her companion soon found her in a ruined building. Manshawali, these two were sent by Count Sadie. They say they'd like to discuss the dragon calamity with you. Manshawali turned her head, her face still dusted with grime. Who? Sadie. Manshawali turned back, astonishment and suspicion in her eyes. She knew that Sadie had died. Even the city was already stretched too thin to tend to itself. How could it possibly send anyone to an insignificant little town like Monde? At a single glance, Manshawali hurriedly bowed in salute. I pay my respects to your Majesty and your Highness the Queen. Ah. No, they are the ones Count Sadie sent to deal with the dragon calamity, not. The resident's voice caught in his throat mid-sentence, hanging there awkwardly. Your Majesty. The Queen. With a thud he dropped to his knees. I pay my respects to your Majesty and your Highness the Queen. The outcry immediately drew the gaze of many residents who turned to look. Your Majesty. Her Highness the Queen. Are they saying His Majesty and the Queen have come to our town? More and more people gathered around to watch. Ayla helped the man to his feet at once. Duruk quickly steadied the crowd. Everyone, I have come here precisely to resolve the dragon calamity and slay the black dragon. The Empire will deliver supplies within days to help you through this crisis. Remember this, the Empire will not abandon you. His words drew echoes of approval from the residents. It did not take long before everyone resumed clearing the ruins. May I ask what His Majesty and Her Highness the Queen have really come here for? Ayla studied Manshawali. She spoke in a stiff, meticulous manner, hardly the type to adapt or compromise. For you, of course. For me. Manshawali did not understand what Ayla meant. What did for her mean? She had not done anything at all. You don't need to know for now. The most pressing matter is to deal with that black dragon first. Deal with the black dragon. It is already a 7th rank high-tier magical beast and I am only 6th rank. What is there to fear? His Majesty is right here, a genuine 7th rank powerhouse. Ayla said, patting Duruk. Manshawali had not expected this. His Majesty was actually a 7th rank expert. At such an age. But the black dragon is powerful to begin with. Relying on His Majesty alone may be dangerous. Set your mind at ease. Since we dared to come, we naturally have something to rely on. That something was of course the divine artifact. What could be more reassuring than a divine artifact? But Sadie wounded the black dragon before, so we need to lure it out first. I can do that. Black dragons love treasure and rare objects. I happen to have a 6th rank staff awarded to me by the Academy. Ayla glanced at Durek and their eyes met. It loves rare treasures, what could be rarer than a divine artifact? Then there is no need for you to lure the black dragon. Still we need to be closer to the dragon and in a more open space. Then let's head straight to the outskirts of Bay Forest. That's where magical beasts live, so even if it's destroyed it will recover quickly. But since it was already late, Ayla chose not to act. After settling the two of them in Manshaw, Whaley vanished without a trace. When they met again the next day. Returning with Manshaw Whaley were adventurers, bounty hunters and knights from Count Sadie's estate. I have gathered everyone who wanted to join the crusade against the Black Dragon. Ayla however was rather dissatisfied. None of these people were of high cultivation, the strongest was Manshaw Whaley and even she was only 6th rank. To go there would be nothing short of cannon fodder. Your Majesty, let me go. I won't cause any trouble. A knight spoke holding a small orb that emitted a faint blue glow encased in an iron fixture like an octagonal cage. Count me in too, I want to avenge Count Sadie. One by one the knights all produced identical small orbs. The more knowledgeable adventurers and bounty hunters felt their scalps crawl. You're mad. You're a bunch of madmen, you're actually carrying this many bombs. These things will be blown away before you even get close to the Black Dragon. How do you intend to blast it? By pressing your bodies against it. Adventurers and bounty hunters were people who rushed about for money. Naturally they had come not for Sadie but for the Black Dragon. Anything from the Black Dragon, even a toenail, would be enough to earn them a good fortune. The dozen-odd knights said nothing, only gazing at Durek with resolute eyes, hoping he would permit them to come along. So you really want to launch a suicide attack just to avenge Sadie? It was Ayla who spoke this time. Because of her feminine voice people could not help but feel more at ease than when facing Durek. Yes, Your Highness the Queen. That is how the Count protected us back then. Now it is our turn to avenge him. That's right. Avenge him. The eyes of the dozen-odd knights burned with hatred and fury. Do your family support you in this? A small portion of the knights fell silent, but still 10 of them nodded solemnly. If not for the Count, my parents would have frozen to death on the streets back then and I wouldn't have survived to this day. I'm not the only one in my family, as long as I can avenge the Count it's worth it. Ayla slowly raised her hand. Worth it? Do your families truly want you to repay your debt with death? Does Sadie want the lives he saved to die because of him? You would use what Sadie bought with his life to carry out your so-called revenge. With only these bombs could you kill the Black Dragon. All the bombs in the knight's hands were gathered into Ayla's hands. The bomb Sadie had used back then was certainly far stronger than these, for it was the trump card he had prepared. These bombs on the other hand were probably bought by the knights themselves. The wild elemental eruption contained within them likely possessed only 4th rank power, at most 5th rank. Relying on that to kill the Black Dragon was a fantasy. Besides, this battlefield has no need of you. If you really want to watch, then stay put and watch from afar. Otherwise I will throw you in myself, and it may sting a little. The air around Ayla grew heavy. Everyone felt as though something were pressing down on them and every movement became incomparably difficult. Don't say I never warned you. Old De were leaving. As Ayla departed, the oppressive weight that had pressed down like a mountain finally dispersed. Manthawali hurried forward to lead Ayla toward the nightback forest. Damn, that queen is ridiculously strong too. I nearly thought I'd be crushed to death. You said it. That power has to be at least 6th rank. Even if they're royalty, they can't be this overbearing. We came here to eliminate the Black Dragon and now they just make us watch from afar without letting us intervene. The bounty hunters grumbled with indignation. Meanwhile the adventurers, fully aware of their own limits, kept their complaints to themselves. They were adventurers, not reckless cutthroats like those bounty hunters. As for the knights, though they had not been permitted to join the battle, they still followed closely behind when Ayla set out. Time passed swiftly and by noon Ayla and her party arrived at the outskirts of the nightback forest. Here the trees towered skyward so dense they blocked out every ray of sunlight, yet the leaves and branches all emitted a faint fluorescence illuminating the forest that should have been dark as if it were day. But once truly inside the forest, the trees seemed not so tightly packed after all. Low-rank magical beasts sensed the spiritual pressure radiating from Ayla and fled in every direction. Those too slow to escape were turned into living explosives by Ayla, sent blooming across the nightback forest with crackling booms. However, these trees seemed hardly flammable, the expected great blaze never caught. They only halted near the central region. This is the place. That Black Dragon can definitely sense the treasure's aura. Manthawali raised her staff, but Ayla held her back. Take them farther away. Durko's divine sword appeared in his hand, its aura no longer suppressed this time. A terrifying majesty pressed down upon everything ahead. Manthaweli's eyes were filled with sheer shock. She had no idea what rank of weapon this was, but with that sheer presence even 100 staves like hers could not compare. Yet there was no time for her to dwell on it. The central region began to rumble, and in the distance massive magical beasts could already be seen charging toward them. Go, hurry. The others clearly felt the ground trembling too. Madman. Just how many beasts did they lure in? Are they trying to trigger another beast tide? The adventurers reacted first, bolting toward the forest's edge, while the bounty hunters retreated with curses. Yet the knights silently drew their swords and moved to cover the rear. It was a habit forged through years by Seti's side. Even though these adventurers and bounty hunters might not be citizens of Vala City, they were here right now. The knights would not stand by. Ayla and Durko wore calm expressions. This outcome was inevitable, long anticipated. Durko planted his sword into the ground, then swept his arm around Ayla's waist and flew swiftly into the distance. Roar. Squeal. The moment they laid eyes on the sword, every magical beast's gaze burned with frenzy. The black dragon hoarded treasure and rare equipment, but that did not mean other beasts did not crave them too. Hundreds of demonic beasts collapsed into a chaotic melee. Those competing were all mid-rank magical beasts. Lesser beasts had no right to join this fray at all. Clang. A black dragon nearly 200 meters in length descended from the sky, its entire body pitch black, its scales dark and abyssal, reflecting not a single glimmer of light. A sudden torrent of high-concentration acid crashed into the beast horde, and a chorus of agonized screams erupted. The beasts that had been locked in battle scattered in all directions. The black dragon snorted 2 plumes of white mist from its nostrils, brimming with contempt. Yet a few stubborn ones refused to leave. The beasts nearest to the high-rank monster still stared with hungry, covetous eyes. Roar. The black dragon bellowed, and a handful of top-tier mid-rank beasts fled, though they stopped at a greater distance to keep watching. Durko had already appeared beside the divine sword without anyone noticing and wrenched it from the earth. The black dragon instantly grew wary. It had not sensed this human at all. But looking at the long sword in Durko's hand, the dragon's greed still won out. Human boy, put down the sword and get out of this forest. The black dragon said rudely. So it was you who attacked the towns near Vala City, and you who slew the city lord of Vala. A hint of understanding flickered in the black dragon's enormous eyes. It raised a claw and pointed at Durko with mockery. Oh, so you're here to avenge that little ant from Vala City. He harmed this dragon's body and I hadn't even sought my revenge yet you, a tiny bug, come crawling to me first. You still want revenge? Ayla's figure slowly descended from the sky, hovering just above the dragon's head. The black dragon's eyes flashed with derision. Another human bug. You always ask me such foolish questions. He wounded me, so I destroyed a city. What's wrong with that? Ayla nodded slightly. Then it's only reasonable that I take your life, since you harmed my people and slew one of my capable ministers. Ha 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 ha. The forest echoed with the black dragon's booming, raucous laughter. Even the group more than 2,000 meters away could hear it clearly. There was no anger on the dragon's face, only wild, maniacal laughter. Just the two of you little bugs. Ha ha ha. Durko instantly burst out with battle chi, a blazing golden and searing aura shooting into the sky, the divine sword gleaming brilliantly in his hand. Gah! The dragon's laughter died abruptly. And at that very moment a sword aura spanning 100 meters swept across. The black dragon hurriedly raised its claw to block. A clash of metal rang out, the sword aura shattered and dragon blood dripped from the black dragon's claws. Damned ant! How dare you harm the great black dragon? Swords, come! Ayla pointed to the sky. After leaving the northern border, she naturally could not take those weapons with her, but she had brought along some of the discarded longswords. Over 1,000 swords, though far less grand than at the northern border, still struck those who witnessed the technique for the first time as an awe-inspiring spectacle. These longswords were all obsolete equipment, so Ayla felt no heartache even if they were damaged. Every blade glowed crimson, and upon striking the black dragon did not cut, they exploded. Boom! 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 The explosions rang out without pause, shattering many scales. Enough! You two human vermin! The dragon opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of concentrated acid, followed by clouds of poisonous mist. Unfortunately, a raging storm swept the breath straight into the depths of the forest. Then the shattered scales became Ayla's best bombs, blasting against the dragon's body and punching small holes into it. Durko, wielding the divine sword, carved into the dragon's scaleless flesh as easily as slicing through ordinary meat, sending dragon blood spurting everywhere. Stop! Human, the great black dragon admits defeat. Stop now. The black dragon curled up, clutching its head. What? A dragon like you has last words? Yes, yes. It was just one dead human. The great, I am willing to exchange treasure for your forgiveness. Forgive you for what? Even if I forgive you, do you think the people of Vala City will forgive you? Aira stamped a foot in midair and a terrifying pressure dropped like a plummet, sending a violent shockwave crashing down onto the black dragon. Delco was even more decisive, his sword rose and fell. Blazing abyss, demon-slaying slash. A sword aura formed from molten magma came crashing straight down. Gran, if you don't act now, I really will die. Four magic circles instantly unfolded around the black dragon. Wind, fire, lightning and ice, 4 different spells contended against the sword aura for only an instant. All attacks cancelled each other out. A white dragon a size smaller than the black dragon gradually appeared within the magic circles. Humans, retreat now. Bay Forest does not welcome you. Although the white dragon was smaller, its aura was unmistakably of the 8th rank. A violent spiritual force swept outward, forcing Aira back through the air. Delco quickly reached out and caught her. His long sword carved a gash in the ground. You are Gran Sedetafin. He steadied himself, his battle chi showing not the slightest restraint. A human still remembers me. Surprise appeared on Gran's draconic face. Delco's knowledge of Gran could be traced back to a book on the bedside table in the bedchamber. Simply put, among the recorded deeds of dragons helping humans, 9 out of 10 were about Gran. Gran Sedetafin, the dragon of miracles and one of the few dragons in centuries to have aided humanity. Gran was silent for a moment, then spoke again, indeed. However, I have already learned my lesson from you humans. You are simply not worth compassion. Her tone was full of chill and her eyes seemed to recall some unpleasant memory. Delco nodded at her words. Aira regained her footing at that moment. She had not been seriously injured and she knew Gran had still held back. I don't care whether you sympathize or whether you help humans. That black dragon destroyed a town and brought ruin to the families of my empire's subjects. Letting its one life pay for dozens of my subjects' lives is already letting it off too easily. Are you trying to protect it now? Gran's draconic eyes narrowed. Little human girl, this is Bay Forest. Although he is a waste, he is still one of my kind. As for what he did, I will not trouble myself over it. If you must blame someone, blame humanity for being born weak. Born weak, fine then, born weak. The spiritual force in the bracer poured down and thick grey mist spread everywhere. In both Delco's and Aira's eyes was a fighting spirit that remained unquenched. Gran, hurry. Kill that little girl. This grey mist is devouring my life. The next moment a giant magic circle appeared and a frenzied hurricane seemed intent on shredding everything, but it could not shred the grey mist. The grey mist was only the visual representation, in reality it was the manifestation of Aira's power, energy made substance. Delco shot through the gale like a meteor, his sword edge aimed straight at the black dragon. Yet he was knocked back by 3 consecutive spells. His blazing battle chi turned into countless slashes with the sole hope of keeping Gran from acting so he could slay the black dragon. Humans, I already warned you not to attack again. If you refuse, you will not leave here alive. Gran was still making her final warning. Let us kill the black dragon first and we will leave immediately, Aira insisted. Delco was already gasping for breath, the endless slashes had taken a great toll on his battle chi. He could only accelerate his recovery by constantly wringing every last drop from his physical cells, pouring enormous battle chi into the long sword in his hand. In the sky a phantom sword hung in midair, its tip pointing toward the ground. Gran could not ignore the dangerous aura. Is this a divine artifact? Shock filled her draconic eyes at the divine sword phantom spanning 1,000 meters. Delco's face turned pale. Aira's genesis force instantly filled his body and the cells that had been squeezed past their limits ravenously absorbed the power of creation. Within those 20 seconds Delco's depleted reserves were restored to perfection. It was one of the few times he had so clearly realized just how heaven-defying his little Rose's power was. What would normally require 8 or 10 potions and a moment's rest to recover, Aira could replenish completely with a casual wave. The divine sword phantom in the sky could not help but grow even more enormous and solid. Gran could no longer remain composed. A huge magic circle enveloped Aira, Delco, Gran herself and the black dragon. It was cast almost instantly, but at the same moment Delco stopped adding more power. Life judgment. The phantom divine sword crashed down, shattering the half-activated magic circle like a falling nuclear bomb, destroying everything. Violent sword chi scattered in all directions. Countless towering trees fell. At the last instant Aira poured all the portion she had accumulated over the past few days into the yearning gem at once. Ideal fluid materialized and protected her and Delco. When the light and sword chi dispersed, Gran was nowhere to be seen, and all that remained was the black dragon's corpse torn into pieces on the spot. Delco's battle chi had been severely depleted, but under Ayla's genesis force he was back in full strength in less than 2 minutes. I was thinking of taking the black dragon's body back for a victory parade. Now look, even collecting the pieces would be a nuisance. Even as she said this, she used electromagnetic force to sweep up the black dragon fragments. In the end, no matter how she pieced it together, she could not restore its original shape, though she did manage to piece the head together after a fashion. As time passed and the scene fell quiet, both figures, the black dragon and the white dragon, were gone. Mansaweli led her people over once again. They saw a pile of shredded flesh and a shattered black dragon head. "Your Majesty! Your Highness the Queen!" The knights hurried forward. "Here. The black dragon is dead. This avenges Count Seti for you." All the knights gave a knightly salute. "O gods above! What kind of power is this? A giant dragon has been beaten into tatters. And the white dragon? It seemed even stronger from what we saw earlier." The crowd whispered among themselves. "All right, let's discuss everything after returning. Head back to the town first." Ayla made the final call. Her brazier, once saturated with spiritual force, was now completely spent. That grey mist had been equivalent to placing a debuff on both the white dragon and the black dragon that reduced their maximum life. In addition, it would leave them feeling weak and sluggish. However, the disparity in spiritual force made this technique far less effective against Gran, while it proved quite effective against the black dragon, who was already at death's door. Ayla did not store the black dragon away, she simply left it out in the open and dragged it back to Monde Town. "His Majesty and Her Highness the Queen have returned. The black dragon has been slain. The black dragon has been slain." Some of the older children in the town, like loudspeakers, ran through the streets and alleys shouting. The residents who were still clearing away ruins and rebuilding dropped their work and rushed to the town entrance to see the black dragon's corpse. But just like the adventurers and bounty hunters before them, all they saw was the black dragon's body torn into ribbons and the incomplete dragon head that had been painstakingly reassembled. Exclamations of admiration and astonishment eventually united into one voice as Ayla and Delco approached. "Congratulations to His Majesty and Her Highness the Queen on your triumphant return." The group returned with the black dragon's corpse. It caused quite a stir in Monde Town, but they did not linger long before transporting the body to Vala City. The Countess wailed uncontrollably. Count Seti's eldest son gazed at the black dragon's corpse, his eyes brimming with hatred. "What is your name?" "Cecile. I am Cecile Monoardo." Cecile's voice was resolute. Even under Delco's questioning he showed no trace of timidity. Delco patted the young man's shoulder. "Next you will inherit the Count's title. I hope you will look after the people of the Empire just as your father did." "Yes, Your Majesty. I will." Delco gave a slight nod. The commotion lasted the entire day. By nightfall Delco and Ayla finally returned to the inn to rest. The rewards Delco had arranged were ready and the knighting party was set to arrive in Vala City by tomorrow. In the inn, Ayla also discovered there was a hot spring. After a quick wash she soaked in the spring. Naturally Delco seized the opportunity. The two bathed in the open-air hot spring behind the cottage, easing away the exhaustion of the day. "Old Del, what's the deal with that white dragon?" With time to spare, Ayla finally voiced the question that had been nagging her all day. "As I said before, that white dragon was once called the Miracle Dragon. It aided humanity many times and was one of the rare dragons that genuinely enjoyed dealing with humans." "How do you know that?" Delco's hand under the water drew Ayla's hand toward him, pulling her close. "It was in that book by the bedside. It's been sitting there so long and you never read it." Ayla turned her head away speechlessly. That book was so thick, who in their right mind would read that late at night? It wasn't some entertaining novel either. Reading it genuinely made her drowsy. Who can get through a book that thick? Delco shook his head with a chuckle, reaching out to pull Ayla into his arms. "What are you doing?" Ayla keenly sensed something behind her. Delco buried his face in her hair. "Nothing. I just want to hold you." Ayla made no other move. This was the moment most prone to sparks flying. "I told you long ago, if you dare do it again I'll break it off. Then I'll be gentler." "That won't work either. This is a hot spring, not a place for you to splash." Before Ayla could finish, Delco had already lifted her up. Warm, gentle fighting aura evaporated all the water from their bodies. "No, I didn't mean the spring is no good. No, I mean, MMPH. Unfortunately, Delco wasn't about to give Aira a chance to explain. The two were dressed in nothing but bath towels. You. Be gentle. In the end, reason lost to surging passion. When she woke the next morning, Aira's waist ached terribly. The gap between their physiques was simply too vast. Even though Delco had held back considerably after the battle earlier that day, Aira still felt utterly worn out. A full night's sleep wasn't enough to recover. And it didn't end there. After waking, she had Delco massage her sore lower back. Inevitably, that vigorous man in the prime of his morning energy dragged her into 2 more rounds of exercise before he finally settled down and properly eased her fatigue. Even breakfast had to be fed to her spoon by spoon. Compared to the first time, Aira had grown accustomed much more quickly. Every time she thought of her past life, she would grow especially nervous. When the knighting and reward procession arrived at noon, Delco specially had the sheets changed before they left. Aira circulated her power of Genesis, sweeping away her weariness in an instant. The two personally attended Count Sidi's funeral, an honor that could hardly be higher. Besides that, the team sent to aid reconstruction following the dragon calamity arrived one after another. With the addition of a large number of mages, the reconstruction advanced at an exponential pace. House after house rose from the ground, and within the better part of a day much of the town had already been restored. Aira and Delco then returned to the imperial capital with Mansaviri. Mansaviri's performance during the dragon-slaying campaign had left Aira dissatisfied. She had summoned so many people before departure. She herself knew how powerful the Black Dragon was, even Sidi, a 6th-rank Grand Knight, had fallen to it. Yet she still called a bunch of 3rd, 4th and 5th-rank weaklings to follow. Mansaviri's explanation was that she knew those people could at best serve as cannon fodder. But those knights came to avenge, those bounty hunters came out of greed, and those adventurers merely sought fame. In contrast, if they could play even the slightest role in battle, even as cannon fodder, then they would by that much more of a chance for Aira and Delco to win. Only then did Aira begin to grasp what it meant to be stubborn versus adaptable, using those people's lives to trade for a sliver of victory. You. The Empire needs talent like yours. We would like you to serve as an official in the royal palace in charge of education. The Empire will soon establish a Ministry of Education, and we wish to place it under your stewardship. How about it? Mansaviri adjusted her glasses. Since His Majesty and Her Majesty the Queen trust me so deeply, I naturally will not disappoint you. However, I will need personnel. That's fine. You may select people from the Knight Order or recruit your own. In reality, the Knight Order could mainly provide protection. As for professional staff, Mansaviri would have to recruit them herself. Naturally, this matter was entirely in her hands. If she still had to find her own people even for this, then what was the point of having Mansaviri as the Minister of Education? The establishment of the Ministry of Education was also part of Aira's push to reform the Empire's institutions. Mansaviri went from being a teacher at Kazeril Academy to the direct superior of an entire department overnight. Every day she frantically recruited new members, yet with insufficient staff she couldn't get a single piece of real work done. Aira didn't rush her either. After all, she had already delegated the recruitment entirely, so there was no reason to force Mansaviri to get things on track immediately. The newly enlisted soldiers and knights also entered their training phase. Everything seemed to be falling into place. Until one day a month later, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the Koya sanctuary where the successive kings and queens were laid to rest. Delco went to investigate at once. The church members had already gathered there. Among them, a crystal coffin had burst into pieces, leaving a dense aura of death lingering within the sanctuary. What happened? How could there be such a powerful surge of energy in the sanctuary? Delco grabbed an elderly church member to ask. But the old man trembled at a loss for words. Delco frowned, assuming the old man was simply too advanced in years. He turned to ask someone nearby. Why, Your Majesty? Perhaps you should see for yourself. Delco found the man's hesitation and stuttering irritating. Vaguely he sensed it had something to do with him. He strode quickly into the sanctuary. But when he saw which shattered crystal coffin it was, he froze on the spot. Mother. Only then did he understand why the church members outside had been too afraid to speak. The church held the duty of guarding the sanctuary. Now that something like this had happened, how could they not panic? I demand an explanation. Where is my mother? Why could something like this happen in the sanctuary? Why did this happen in the sanctuary? Everyone present dared not breathe, afraid that the Emperor in his fury would turn his blade on them. I ask you, where is my mother? Battle chi erupted, and the oppressive aura of a peak 7th rank expert was unleashed without the slightest restraint. Bang! The crowd was forced to their knees by the pressure. Even Leslie and Held, who had accompanied Delco, found it hard to breathe. I'll give you 3 days. Find her. If you don't, you'll all be buried with her. Delco's tone was as cold as a blade of ice, harsh and biting. The knights surrounded the cathedral in an airtight cordon. The cathedral's people dispersed as well, searching in separate directions for Queen Floss. Delco, suppressing the anger in his chest, returned to the palace to ask Ayla if she knew anything. After all, many of the things Ayla had shown before carried a faint air of prescience. Yet there she was in the rear courtyard, dozing on a reclining chair. Even his arrival did not startle her awake. Delco's frown deepened. The girl had been drowsy and listless these past 2 days. Even the power of creation could only rouse her briefly, and before long she would need another dose. Delco crouched beside Ayla. Little Rose. Hearing his voice, Ayla struggled to open her eyes. What is it? Are the documents few today? You're back so early. No, there are still quite a few. Delco took Ayla's hand and pressed it to his cheek. Have you run into some trouble? Ayla could tell that Delco seemed to be in a bad mood. Delco did not hide it and told her everything that had happened at the temple. It was only then that Ayla recalled that there seemed to be such a passage in the original book. The undead gods chosen, though her mother-in-law had in a sense been resurrected, she had also lost all her memories from when she was human. After waking, she had fled the imperial capital. From then until Delco was cut down, she never appeared again. Most likely she had never recovered her memories. Therefore she was definitely not among the 2 or 3 chosen ones Ayla knew of. But if asked where the woman had gone, Ayla only knew that she would head for the dark tide in the far north. But she did not know the route. Quickly place the imperial capital and the northern domain under strict control. She will definitely go to the dark tide in the far north. If you can't intercept her, then forget ever finding her. Have my father tighten the screening as well. Delco dared not delay and immediately set out to make arrangements. Ayla forced herself to stay alert and went to seek her father's help. The manpower in the imperial capital was mobilized at once. The large-scale search also drew the attention of the eastern and southern domains. Agents planted in the imperial capital region sent word back to both places. Has that boy Delco lost his mind from being emperor? The dead resurrected. And she even ran out of the temple. Kay sneered coldly as he read the message in his hand. How could the dead come back to life? Over the past century, how many chosen ones had there been? How many beings had touched the level of gods? Not one of them could claim to have revived the dead. Yet Delco was now mobilizing so many people to search for a dead woman. Clearly he had been rattled by something. But Urils, the Grand Duke of the Eastern Domain, thought otherwise. Since Delco could mobilize so many men, it could not be a lie. That meant the resurrection of the dead had truly happened. He quietly sent men to trail behind the searching knights and gather information. The dead returning to life. Greed filled Uril's eyes. Those who understood knew exactly what it meant. Since all are human, who does not die? But what if one could be resurrected? Perhaps one wouldn't have to die, one could even live forever. No trace of the woman was found, and Delco could not settle his mind enough to handle official documents. All day the paperwork was handled solely by Ivanhoe and Aegis. Even at dinner Ayla had to drag him into taking a couple of bites. He had been absent-minded all day, yet he forced himself to stay calm. Don't overthink it. Even the worst case is just that we don't find her. She will definitely go to the far north. Once we've unified the surrounding territories and then launch a major campaign toward the source of the dark tide in the far north, by then you and I will have reached what rank? Why are you afraid we won't find? Mother. Delco nodded as if he had taken it to heart, but Ayla could see he was merely humoring her. Still, there was nothing to be done about it. Ayla was about to say something more, but seeing how worried Delco looked, she kept quiet. Silently she drew a mouthful of creation power to sustain herself. All right. Everything that could be done has been done. Leave it to fate. As soon as the words left her mouth, a violent magic bolt came out of nowhere. Ayla immediately decomposed it with annihilation. A figure with a ghastly pale face and an ominous aura appeared outside the banquet hall. So you're the Emperor, are you? You're the one who put a wanted order on me. There was not a trace of emotion in Floss's voice. She was flat and unruffled throughout. As for her, she had traveled by magic only to be stopped at the city gate leading from the imperial capital to the northern domain and chased all the way. The more she thought about it, the angrier she grew, so she came back to see just what kind of emperor was so blind as to dare place a wanted order on her. Mother. Delco immediately stood up. Ah. Ayla also stood and looked at her mother-in-law. Her cheeks were deathly pale without a trace of blood, no matter how one looked at her she did not seem like a living person. Hello mother. Floss remained expressionless. By then the knights guarding the palace had surrounded her. In her eyes human figures were not conspicuous, the most conspicuous things were the life signals. Every person's life aura looked to her like fireflies in the dark night. The two people before her, 1, 2, 3. Life signals. Why were there 3? Floss's expressionless face tilted slightly to one side looking somewhat puzzled. Mother, are you all right? Why did you wake up and why did you leave the imperial capital? Delco swiftly closed in on Floss. She raised her hand and a spell thick with ominous death aura suddenly erupted half a meter in front of Delco, forcing him to stop. Mother. Delco could not understand why his own mother would attack him. Ayla stepped forward and tugged at Delco's sleeve. Allow to step back. Mother has no memories of her former life. She doesn't recognize you at all. Why do you have 2 life signals? Floss tilted her head and asked. Ayla was taken aback and looked at Floss as well. Great, she could not sense even the slightest trace of life aura. Delco abruptly looked down at Ayla. Seeing that the girl showed no particular reaction, he still had a guess in his heart about the 2 life signals his mother had mentioned. This is strange. You don't have any life aura reaction. I always thought a chosen one had to at least be a living person. Ayla even felt that the other woman's state was very similar to Gage's. But the power emanating from her did not give off the same kind of aura. Floss remained cold. I don't understand. Why did you put a wanted order on me? I want to go home. Are you all trying to stop me? Mother, this is your home. Where else would you go? Delco's tone carried a trace of urgency. Here. Fulosi was puzzled. There was indeed a trace of familiarity, but it was outweighed by a far stronger sense of estrangement. Dirk continued to tell her about the place where Fulosi had once lived. This is where you most liked to stay back then. You loved reading here and watching me practice the sword. And that garden over there, wasn't it where you loved to plant flowers in? He recounted the past bit by bit. Even Fulosi's expressionless face became a frown. Enough. You've said so much, but I simply have no memory of ever having lived through this. But mother, I really... Brother, what's happening? Lilia and Kana rushed over. Having heard such a commotion they could not very well remain indifferent. When the two of them saw the figure surrounded in the middle, mother. Fulosi had passed away during childbirth. Kana and Lilia had no impression of her, but there were many photos of Fulosi kept in the palace. The siblings had seen more than a few of those photos. At the first sight of Fulosi they cried out in surprise. Fulosi turned her head to look at them. Great, 2 more people she didn't know. Why? I don't know any of you. And if I am your mother, why have you issued a wanted order for me? Dirk and his siblings stepped forward and pulled Fulosi into the banquet hall. Though Fulosi did not remember them, she could sense no ill intent from the 3. Instead, being called mother by them one after another and feeling their deep longing made her even more confused. Ayla meanwhile took Fulosi's hand and let her spiritual power flow into Fulosi's body through it for a closer examination. Dirk and the other 2 kept Fulosi company in conversation all the while. Ayla tried to make contact with the power of creation, but Fulosi recoiled as if burned, abruptly shaking off Ayla's hand. Fortunately it had only been a wisp, so Fulosi made no further move. Ayla however had formed her own speculation. To become the chosen of the undead, one most likely needed the dark tide to succeed. The dark tide occurred in the imperial capital with extremely low probability. The possibility was far higher only around the railway tracks. And that small probability had erupted right at Fulosi's crystal coffin, and by the dark tide she had happened to become the chosen one. But the dark tide had only awakened her consciousness. The corresponding soul, like Gage, had never returned. It had not gone back to her former life, so she had no corresponding memories. What puzzled Ayla though was that this power did indeed contain a rotting force exactly like the dark tides, but it did not account for much. What made up the larger part was a deathly force. As time went by, the emotions Fulosi could express gradually unlocked. Yet she was still a considerable distance from being a normal person. Although Dirk and the other 2 kept calling her mother, she only half believed them. Only after their earnest pleas did Fulosi reluctantly stay, no longer seeking the far northern land she had felt in her gut. Dirk also brought photos from her lifetime, her diary, a picture he had taken with her, and a family portrait with his father. Kana and Lilia were not in it, but the most important thing was to revive her memory. Besides, Fulosi had come back from the dead. There would be plenty of opportunities for photos in the future. Fulosi was placed in the bedchamber she had used in life. Everything here differed little from how it had been thanks to Duruk's father who had been unable to let go of Fulosai's death and had the room cleaned every day. To keep Fulosai from running away, Lilia volunteered to stay and sleep with the mother she had never lived with. Having grown up without their mother, Lilia and Kana naturally wanted more contact with Fulosai. That night they stayed up until the early hours once again. Aira had grown tired easily lately, so she did not disturb Duruk and the others too much as they tried to awaken Fulosai's memories. She had returned to the bedchamber early and gone to sleep. When Duruk came back, the sound of the door opening did not even wake her. Still, he could tell that the girl's sleeping posture was far more well-behaved than when she had first arrived. She no longer kicked him out of bed in the middle of the night and had even kicked him. Thinking about it, he still felt a faint ache. Just as he lay down, he remembered the 2 life signals his mother had mentioned and stared blankly at Ayla's sleeping face. A guess that was almost about to surface had long been clear in his heart. Speaking of which, the girl hadn't taken his words about his battle chi being usable as a condom seriously, had she? He lowered his head and kissed Ayla's forehead, pulling her into his arms. Even though the two had been intimate more than once, the girl was still somewhat hesitant about such things. Of course, once things properly began, it would naturally follow. What was needed was action, not asking again and again. Duruk was utterly taken with her. Every night, if he did not sleep with her in his arms without her familiar scent, he always felt unable to fall asleep. In the morning when Duruk woke, Ayla was still asleep. But Duruk had already guessed the reason, so the concerns of the past few days had disappeared. When they reached the banquet hall, Fulosai was already seated ready to eat. Kana and his sister looked at their mother with eager, pitiful eyes, telling amusing stories from childhood. "Good morning, mother." Duruk greeted her. Fulosai nodded flatly. Duruk glanced at the breakfast and was dazed for a moment. This was the breakfast he and his mother had shared most often before Kana and his sister were born, back when his father could still hold on and had no serious problems. Needless to say, it had been arranged by Kana and his sister. Though they had never lived with her, the two had often heard Duruk speak of being with their mother. "Kana." Fulosai's sudden call made Kana flinch. "Mother, go ahead. What do you do every day? What about your father?" They had been telling her about the past all night, but had completely forgotten to mention that their father had died. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Fulosai couldn't understand why all three had fallen silent. They kept claiming to be family, so why the entire time had no sign of the king they called father appeared? In the end, Duruk sat down and as he ate told her what had happened after her death. Fulosai felt no emotion. She had no memory of her husband. To her he was a stranger, even though she had learned many things about the past from these people who seemed to be her children. She was in the end still an outsider. Kana and Lilia had asked for leave from the academy and stayed in the palace with Fulosai. It was almost noon when Ayla finally appeared, hair loose. Wearing slippers, she still looked exhausted. She sat in the courtyard soaking up the sun. A shadow fell across Ayla's face, blocking the sunlight. "What is your name?" Fulosai had finally managed to send Kana and his sister away. Even if they were her own children without memories, she still found the 2 tagalongs rather annoying. After leaving the banquet hall for a stroll, she happened to see the young woman sunning herself. "Me. Ayla Fuluoxalan. I'm your daughter-in-law." As Ayla waved her hand, an identical lounge chair appeared beside her. "Try it, mother." Ayla always had more tolerance for beautiful people. Fulosai's hair was not as jet black as Duruk and the others, but it did lean toward a brownish black. There was no expression in her eyes and brows, yet unexpectedly they made her appear very soft. She was just the type that resembled Ayla's own good-for-nothing mother. Fulos lay down basking in the warm sunlight, her eyes narrowing in contentment. "Ayla, why do I sense 2 life signals on your body?" Ayla instinctively pressed her lower abdomen and scratched her head in annoyance. "That dog old da. No, ugh, it's all Delco's fault. Every time he takes no precautions, so of course it took. And it's always the same excuse. If battle chi were really useful, I've never seen Delco use it." "Delco? How does that child have such an ability?" Ayla let out a long breath and looked at the sky. "Mother, don't ask. If you recovered your memories, you should be more experienced than I am." Fulos tilted her head. What did that have to do with her recovering her memories or not? "Never mind me. Mother, why did you head straight for the dark tide of the far north as soon as you woke up?" "Dark tide of the far north? I don't know. I just feel that I should go there. My home is there." Fulos described that intuition and Ayla began to form some ideas. "Mother, let me take another look at your body." Fulos said nothing and simply held out her hand. Ayla's spiritual sense once again felt that force saturated with decay and death. She tentatively peeled off a mass and then decomposed it with annihilation. A wisp of pure death divine power separated from a faint trace of the force of decay. As her spiritual sense probed deeper into that death divine power, she seemed to see a figure seated on a throne piled high with bones. Overwhelming death force filled every corner with not a single trace of the life breath any living being should possess. Who? A voice as vast as 3,000 bronze bells seemed to tear through space and burst beside Ayla's ear. Ayla's consciousness was immediately kicked out of that place. A great wave surged through her sea of consciousness, but under the suppression of the 4 gemstones it soon returned to calm. A cool touch lingered on her forehead. Are you all right? You look terrible. Fulos wiped the cold sweat from Ayla's forehead with a handkerchief. As the power of creation circulated, that panic quickly receded. Ayla's complexion returned to normal. That figure she had seen through the divine power, was it a deity? Had she not been there only as consciousness? Ayla truly wanted to blast even those bones and that throne to pieces. He had only been speaking normally, and yet he scared her. Like a loudspeaker suddenly switched on by her ear, who wouldn't be scared by that? I'm fine. I was just startled by a loud voice. Ayla returned the purified divine power she had peeled away into Fulos's body. A vague image flashed through Fulos's mind, making her suddenly grab Ayla's jade-like hand. Ayla, I think. I remember something. Ha! Ayla stared at her mother-in-law in surprise. Could it be that corruption had tainted her soul and caused the amnesia? Gage's case is different. Fulos had both the force of decay and death force within her, while Gage was awakened entirely by the force of decay. If she decomposed it out of him completely, he wouldn't live either. But Fulos was different. Ayla began to work on purging the force of decay from Fulos's body. Uncertain what separating these two forces would do to her mother-in-law, Ayla could only peel them away bit by bit. And because Ayla was influenced by the death force as well, that realm would always appear before her eyes. After listening to that fully armored oaf blast through a loudspeaker at her ear so many times, Ayla felt he was just a broken record. But as the death divine power inside Fulos grew purer and purer, Ayla saw that figure begin to move. This time Ayla's consciousness did not dissipate right after entering upon hearing that who. The figure stepped forward and was before her in an instant. Are you done? Such a feeble spiritual body, are you trying to provoke me? Ayla hadn't expected this big oaf to actually see her. Shoo shoo. I'm trying to work. What are you disturbing me for? As soon as Ayla finished, her form vanished again. The god of undeath. He stood right there, and sure enough, after a moment Ayla's figure appeared again. Boundless death force turned into a cage, finally keeping Ayla from vanishing right away. Who are you exactly? Barging in and out of my divine realm, do you have no manners? Then who are you? The god of undeath. Indeed it is I. The god should have long vanished. How do you know about me? The god of undeath's visor vanished, revealing a handsome face marked by some weariness. Vanished they are, but don't you have chosen ones? Chosen? When did I? A moment ago he had felt nothing, but as Ayla stripped away the excess force of decay, the god of undeath's perception became much clearer. A thread connected to his divine core. To him it was only a hair-thin thread stretching into an endless unknown void. This. But I do not have the power to cast my gaze over the continent, let alone interfere. Then do you know the god of corruption? Ayla wanted to pry as much information as possible from the deity before her. Humph, a base reptile that only knows how to steal the power of others. It doesn't even meet the conditions to enter this realm. You mean it's still on the continent? The god of undeath said the god of corruption didn't meet the conditions to reside in this realm, so didn't that mean it hadn't come up? But no matter what, it was still a god. If it remained on the continent, who could match it? Maybe she could in the future, but definitely not now. That's not quite it. It is dead yet still alive. What do you mean dead yet still alive? Facing Ayla's question, the god of undeath extended a finger toward her. Why are you such a curious little girl? If you want information, trade something for it. TSK. Ayla glared at him displeased. She hated these riddle talkers most of all, always stopping at the most exciting part. Trade something, what could she use to trade when she had come in this form? Still Ayla could communicate with the 4 gemstones in her sea of consciousness. A stream of pure life essence flew toward the god of undeath. Do you want this? The god of undeath took it with a large hand, and the thick life aura washing over his face perked up his spirit. He absorbed it completely in an instant. At the wounds on his body that had dried but not healed, flesh squirmed and recovered a bit. Good stuff. Where did you little girl get this? Ayla crossed her arms over her chest and raised her chin. Humph, why are you a big oaf so nosy? If you want it, say so quickly. The god of undeath was stuck for words, those words were all too familiar to him. He was just about to open his mouth and speak. But at that very moment Ayla's form gradually blurred. A final lump of life essence the size of a human head flew toward the god of undeath. Big oaf, don't die before I come again. In the god of undeath's hand only the essence she had left behind remained. He was silent for a moment. If not for that rotten bastard of decay he wouldn't have been trapped in this godforsaken place spending thousands of years in silence. Ayla's appearance finally gave him someone to talk to. Yet it was so unstable. After absorbing the essence the injuries on his body improved further. Well, I did take advantage of that little girl. The god of undeath murmured to himself, but after waiting for a long while he still didn't see her return. In the palace while Ayla had been chatting the death divine power and the force of decay in Fulos's body had already been completely peeled away. Fulos too had fallen into slumber. Ayla did not disturb her. Silently she withdrew her spiritual sense. As she decomposed this divine power she found it strange, whether it was the dharma of the god of filth or this death force, once the pure divine power was stripped away the decaying energy dissipated on its own like spent vapor. It seemed there was no question of purity at all. But if it could not exist independently, then how was one to explain the pure decaying force on Geg's body? Unable to make sense of it, Ayla took out the small glass bottle containing the power of radiance. So many days had passed and this rootless divine light had indeed faded somewhat, ever so slightly. She would not have noticed it if she had not constantly wrapped it in her spiritual sense to study it. In all this time she had not seen the god of radiance either. She could not even separate the chaotic aura from her mother-in-law's body without being compelled to go chat with that big oaf. Could it be that the god of radiance had truly met with some misfortune, which was why he could not be seen? Gazing at the divine power in her hand, Ayla pulled out another thread of it, and suddenly a bold idea came to her. She drew this wisp of divine power into her sea of consciousness and fed it into the gem of stillness. By itself the gem's power of reversing death and decay could already be used for creation. What then if she added the innate healing and purifying force of the divine light? A wave of warmth spread through her entire body. Ayla felt the persistent fatigue and mental exhaustion of recent days vanish in an instant. She turned and swept her senses over her whole body. Something did seem to have changed, yet nothing seemed different at all. Stirred by the stimulation, the gem of stillness responded faintly. After that wisp of divine power took effect, it transformed into a sphere of radiant golden light at the center of Ayla's sea of consciousness. It slowly released threads of the power of radiance. The divine power in the small bottle was also drawn by it and vanished into Ayla's body in an instant. The golden orb in her sea of consciousness expanded slightly and the divine light it produced grew alongside it. It was merely self-sustaining, what it produced was consumed and she still had to use it to strengthen herself. Yet when Ayla tried to direct it she found it would supply her use first. The power that had once been rootless now took root within Ayla's sea of consciousness. Ayla stroked her chin. A chosen of the gods could borrow divine power, and now she could too. She could even generate it and nurture it. Had she become a chosen one herself? Still, compared to the 4 gems, this divine power was far too weak, roughly the difference between first-tier and fifth-tier spiritual energy. It was of little use. Anything a chosen of radiance could do she could already do herself. No, wait. Ayla suddenly perked up. Herself, a chosen of radiance. How could the Church of Radiance, an imitation church without even a single chosen one, compare to her? She was now the spokesperson of the god of radiance. By any logic she held absolute advantage. She stood up at once, a long mist vitality flooding her body. So this divine power was not as useless as she had thought. She swept her senses over herself again, good full of energy. But something was wrong again. That layer gone because of Delco, why had it come back? Her pain had been for nothing. This heaven-defying divine power. Why did it also come with membrane repair technology? Did that even count as an injury? Surely she could not. Ayla thought of the life signal in her womb. She clapped her cheeks with both hands. No more thinking about that, business first. She glanced at Froze, who was still asleep, and ordered 2 maids to watch over her before changing clothes and heading to the Hall of Governance. Old Delco, who had been buried in paperwork, paused his writing hand. He had not heard the girl call him with such spirit in days, it was almost strange to him now. Aegis and Ivanel also wore smiles as they watched Ayla stride spiritedly through the door. Ayla made no attempt to conceal it, the aura of the power of radiance burst forth from her at once. Haha, Aegis Ivy, look how radiant your Empress is. The golden divine power did indeed make her shine like a light bulb, though not enough to blind. Sister Aira, this is. Ivy's understanding of the church was still fairly limited. Aegis however adjusted his glasses. On Her Majesty the Queen's body this is. The power of radiance. Exactly. I am now a fully qualified chosen of radiance. Aegis and Delco exchanged glances, both wearing odd expressions. Wait, was this right? The two of them had already basically decided to apply all-around pressure on the Church of Radiance around the imperial capital, and now their own side was saying they were the orthodox one. So old Del, what do you think? Am I awesome or what? Aira held her head high, brimming with pride. Delco coughed dryly. Aegis and Ivy naturally could not understand Aira's teasing tone. But Delco, having spent so long with her, understood her well enough. All he could do was cough to cover his embarrassment. Don't go showing off things you don't have. Hearing this, Aira's brow furrowed slightly. Fine, you sly devil, pulling jokes on me at a time like this, are you? It seems our approach to the church needs to be adjusted. Aegis said after a moment of deliberation. No change. We cannot let the church learn of Her Majesty's identity. This time both Aira and Aegis looked at him in surprise. Delco naturally had his own considerations. Aira becoming a chosen of Radiance was undoubtedly a powerful trump card. But it also meant the high-ranking members of the Church of Radiance would have no excuse left. Under such circumstances the church would certainly go mad in desperation. The only reason no one had acted against Aira before was that they still had an escape route. If that route were sealed off entirely, what awaited Aira would be extreme danger. Assassination. Poisoning. Murder. The death warriors and knights raised by the church were no ornaments. And the young girl was now pregnant as well. It would be best if she could avoid using her spiritual energy and battle chi during this period. Seeing Delco look at her with such worry, Aira seemed to understand what was going through his mind. Though she had never told this rogue about it, it had been exposed only because her mother-in-law had mentioned 2 life signals yesterday. Since when had this man's brain become so sharp? Ivy, Aegis, please step out for a moment. The Empress and the Emperor have some private matters to discuss. Ivy left without hesitation while Aegis hesitated slightly. They were just discussing their stance toward the church. What private matters were there to talk about? But he soon understood. The Emperor's firm attitude was likely related to the Queen. He nodded and left the room. You know? Aira asked. Delco did not answer, instead pulling her over to sit on the sofa. What is my little Rose referring to? He asked, playing dumb. Pat pat. Aira lightly patted her lower belly. This. Otherwise why have you been staring at me? The 9/10 certainty in Delco's heart had now turned to 10/10. Aren't you angry? Angry? Why would I be angry? Because you never listened to me. Or because you always lied about your battle chi being used as a shield. By now none of this mattered much to Aira. Besides, there were no particular adverse effects and it did not affect her much. She felt nothing special. Perhaps she would only consider it a real matter if it ever had any real impact. With that many times, how could I not feel it? Delco chuckled softly and pulled Aira into his arms. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? I am going to be a father. What's the point of saying that now? I haven't even gotten myself ready. Durek placed his hand on Aira's lower belly. This was his own flesh and blood, whether it would be a prince or a princess, yet it was his child. So it's because of this that you're hesitating. Durek's breath brushed against Aira's neck. His silence was an admission in itself. Aira turned to meet Durek's eyes. Are you questioning my strength? If you fight during pregnancy it will harm him. So you're afraid of hurting him? Aira patted her lower belly once more. No, I'm more afraid that something will happen to you. Your appearance will shake the church to its very foundation and they will stop at nothing to kill you. Even within the palace you will find no peace. Aira let out a long breath. You're treating me as a weak spot in the Empire's development. You are my weakness, not the Empire's. Even without you I have Kana to take over this empire. But I cannot lose you. A trace of urgency crept into his voice. The hands resting on Aira's waist tightened without his notice. You didn't say that in Gursa. I didn't have any choice in Gursa, that was little Rose's own presumption. Durek's lips curved upward. Aira realized she had been tricked by that dog Durek and said crossly, I told you that too, didn't I? If it's a fatuous ruler then so be it, I don't care. You must have lost your mind. Since when did you become so lovesick? We'll do the plan my way, the Church of Light must be taken down. Durek remained calm. I won't agree. Then go sleep on the floor. Duruk wavered. That won't do either. Then go sleep with Kana. Duruk sighed in defeat. Have you truly thought this through? If you do this you'll have to stay by my side every day. I wouldn't trust anyone else with you. What's there to fear? Isn't Mother still here? The divine power in her is hardly any weaker than yours. When you're busy I'll stay with Mother. But Mother's condition. Ayla patted Duruk's shoulder reassuringly. Old you're already out of date. When Mother wakes up go update your version. Duruk had a premonition that Ayla must have done something to his mother. Just do as I say. Trust me. Look at these last few months, under my leadership haven't you soared? You captured the imperial city, attracted more talent and implemented preliminary reforms. You even look considerably more spirited and yet you still dare to doubt me. Hearing that the girl's tone was still self-assured, Duruk could only relent. Fine, you may go to the temple and reveal your identity, but you must come and fetch me before you go. Alright. You all should go to the Knight's Order more when you have nothing else to do. I keep getting the feeling that you're turning into my old man. Ayla was referring to his level of worry and nagging, but Duruk took it as the girl implying that he was dull and old. What? Is it that your husband doesn't work hard enough to satisfy little Rose? What nonsense do you keep imagining all day long? I mean, you need to get out more and talk to people. It's not as if a GC anyway can't handle these matters. Why do you always shoulder everything yourself? Ayla said, snappishly slapping aside Duruk's large hand on her waist. A good emperor must know how to delegate. If you keep propping everything up by yourself, won't you simply become a beast of burden? Then what's the point of appointing so many ministers? Anyway, it's settled. I'll come and call for you before I leave. Before long a GC and his companion walked in. Your Majesty, that plan. Duruk sighed. Revise it. Revise it once more according to the Empress's wishes. When Ayla returned to her small garden, Fuluosi had already woken up. Lilia was there too, and the expressions on Fuluosi's face were noticeably richer than before. No longer was she the same expressionless person as before. Mother, sister-in-law is back. Lilia had heard the footsteps right away. Fuluosi looked up with a faint smile at Ayla. Little Ayla, come here quickly. Fuluosi reached out a hand and called. Ayla hadn't expected that her mother-in-law would recover so quickly. Mother, how well has your memory recovered? Not much, but I've remembered enough to be useful. At least I have impressions of Duruk, Kana and Lilia. Of course her impressions of Kana and Lilia went no further than their names, for she had died in childbirth. The names however had been decided long before. Have a seat. Fuluosi turned and pointed to Lilia. Little Lilia, go fetch another chair. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, so we must be extra careful. What? Lilia was stunned. Pregnant? What had she just heard? Her sister-in-law was already pregnant. This was her royal brother's first offspring, and she was about to become an aunt. Lilia hurriedly moved several more chairs over. Ayla quickly waved her hands. No, it's only been a month. There's no need to make such a fuss. Fuluosi beamed. Let you get a bit of advance practice. And where's that boy Duruk? Old is busy with those documents. I just gave him a surprise, so he'll probably be busy for a while. Old Fuluosi covered her mouth and chuckled. A pet name between the young couple, she understood. Unfortunately her memories of Duruk's father were vague. Whenever she tried to recall, she could only think of their wedding, while everything else was blurred and indistinct. It seems little Ayla is quite satisfied with Duruk. Ayla, embarrassed, smoothed her long hair. What could she say? Could she say she wasn't satisfied that wretch went at her like a beast every time? Complaining to Fuluosi. She didn't want to suffer social death. Satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. Putting that aside, Duruk was of course extremely good to her, especially his awareness of being a top-tier employee. Every morning he clocked in without needing her to urge him, and every evening he willingly worked overtime without being asked. Where could one find such a fine senior employee? That's good. Duruk was a bit obsessive as a child. I wonder what he's like now, but it seems there shouldn't be any major issues. These words reminded Ayla of the time Duruk had said he would lock her in the bedchamber. Obsessive. So that was it. No wonder, it was a standard trait of a big boss, and she was all too familiar with that. Not bad, not bad. Upon hearing that his mother had recovered, Kana naturally reported in right away. It was only at the evening banquet that Duruk showed up. Mother. A call interrupted Fuluosi's conversation with the three. Although they had seen each other the day before, that had been when she was still not fully conscious, so it still felt like a dream. When Duruk once again stood before her, Fuluosi's eyes grew red. "Little Duruk, you've grown up." Her voice choked as she reached up to stroke Duruk's cheek. Duruk's mind jolted. Only now did he understand that Ayla's out had meant this: his mother had returned to normal. Flores regained her memories and Delco grew more confident about the Holy Light Church's shift in policy. After dinner he had Kana and Lilia the siblings accompany Ayla to the royal garden for a stroll to aid digestion. He stayed behind to discuss Ayla's situation with Flores. After outlining his plan to her, he asked, "Mother, what rank does your current strength roughly correspond to?" Around 7th rank, and it's still growing. Perhaps in less than half a year I'll reach the 8th rank. Delco nodded slightly. 7th rank, and since she was the chosen one using divine power, though not as formidable as a true deity, it was not far inferior to his own use of a divine artifact. Even if the little girl wasn't by his side, his mother could protect her. "You worry too much. Little Ayla is not weak at all, and with her abilities even pregnancy won't affect the baby much. I just don't want anything to happen to her. She's strong, I know, but I don't know what trump cards the Holy Light Church holds or what rank of experts they might have. If it weren't inconvenient, I'd have asked Teacher Senkatu to protect her personally." Flores slowly rose and walked to his side, wrapping her arms around Delco's shoulders from behind. "It seems little Delco has found his treasure. You've grown up." Her jade-like hand gently stroked the top of Delco's head. "Mother, don't worry. I'll protect little Ayla. If not for her, I wouldn't have awakened. She is a treasure bestowed upon the royal family by heaven, and I won't let anything happen to her. By the way, during little Ayla's pregnancy you must not do anything to her. If you must, wait until the baby is stable. You need to be careful these coming months." Flores then explained pregnancy precautions to Delco. "Also, what will you do about your 3 consorts? Just let them stay here. Ayla is already familiar with them, keeping them around will give her company." Mia and the others were also people Ayla had been nurturing. Though not as talented as Leslie and the others, they were still decent. Heli had been sent to the western border to handle merchant association affairs together with Colbell. Mia and Anfer had continued to delve deep into battle aura and magic and would become significant assets in the future. Most importantly, with them around, even if one day he angered the little girl, she would have a place to go and he could still know where she was. Then let your mother remind you, during pregnancy little Ayla's emotions may be very sensitive. If you keep them, you must give Ayla enough of a sense of security. Delco scratched his nose awkwardly. When he was exhausted from toying with the little girl, he often wished someone could take over for him. Sometimes she would even kick him out and tell him to go find Enfer. What could a girl like that possibly fear? It was he who feared that she might run off with the child one day. If a day passed without cuddling, he'd wonder if the little girl had stopped loving him. If anyone lacked a sense of security, it was him. "Mother, actually I've barely spoken to Mia and the others. It's Ayla who has been nurturing them. As for what to do with them, we should ask her opinion." "You've never touched them." Now it was Flores's turn to be astonished. Her own husband had no consorts because of a curse that affected his body. The kings of past generations had all been in similar situations to Delco. Even with a queen, it was impossible to devote oneself to only one woman. After all, with 4 dukes one had to put on a show of even-handedness. But Delco. The west border Duke Borston's support is due to Ayla. She is the daughter of my father-in-law from the north. The east border's rebellious intent is obvious. As for the south border, though they try to hide it, they saw through everything on Ayla's first day. They're no different from the east. Flores's hand stroking her son's head paused. She looked down at Delco and Delco looked up in surprise. Their eyes met. Flores's expression turned strange. "Son, tell your mother the truth. Are you living off little Ayla?" In the Lyarkoya royal family, the emperor had always been the dominant figure, and the queen's co-ruling power was in most cases merely symbolic. The empire's direction had always been determined by the emperor. But Flores felt that in the empire's current course Delco was at best a helmsman. The one truly setting the course was Ayla. Cough. Delco coughed dryly. "Mother, that's not important." Flores burst out laughing. "Look at you. When you were little you always acted so strong and stubborn. Your father always worried you couldn't handle the empire, yet now it takes your little queen to get you this far. Among all emperors you're certainly unique." Delco showed not the slightest embarrassment. "That's because none of them had a queen like my little Rose. I do, and I'm happy." "Little Rose, huh? That's the emblem of the Floshelan family. I never thought you'd use such a sappy nickname." Delco simply smiled and offered no rebuttal. Flores also realized how greatly her eldest son had changed. Unfortunately her memories only went up to when Delco was 8 years old. That boy who always acted like a little adult so rigid and serious had grown up, and into an unexpected sort of man. All right. When you're not around, send little Aira to me. I'll protect her. When do you plan to carry out your plan? The day after tomorrow. After that I'll have to trouble you, mother. Now you're being all formal. Little Aira must have told you that you act like a lovesick fool. Mother, you really should read fewer romance novels. Flores had indeed been an avid reader of such novels in her youth, much like Aira. All right, I won't say more. It's late, you'd better go accompany your little Rose. Delco wasn't annoyed by the teasing. After all, she was his mother. When he returned to the bedchamber he heard the sound of water in the bathroom. Knock knock. What? Ayla's voice came from within. Little Rose, is it necessary to guard against me like this? Delco tried the handle, it was locked. Go sit outside. Don't you know nothing can happen these few months? I'll wash your back. Nothing else. Really? Aira opened the door a crack, poking her head out to look at him suspiciously. The next moment Delco pushed his way in. Your clothes. Your clothes. The bathroom was not quiet. Half an hour later Delco emerged carrying Aira, whose legs had gone weak. He slowly dried Ayla's golden hair with magic. What did you and mother talk about? Nothing much. I was just curious about how strong mother had become. A short while later Delco spoke again. The day after tomorrow I'll accompany you to the Holy Light Church. Amen. If that church isn't eliminated I'll always feel like something on my turf is provoking me. Delco found it both amusing and exasperating. The little girl had a very strong sense of territory. Throughout the following day Aira deliberately channeled her creative force, attempting to nurture the small golden orb within her sea of consciousness. It yielded some effect, though scarcely enough to notice. Unless she combined radiant divine power with creative force, but doing so would divert the radiant power from its purpose, resulting once again in simply nourishing the golden orb with it. Aira consciously accumulated her radiant divine power, knowing she would need it on the morrow. If only a few wispy strands were to drift forth, who would believe her? This was the only way to make her divine power appear normal. The soul's silver lining was that the golden orb continued to generate new divine power ceaselessly, even without an influx of radiant energy. On the appointed day Aira donned her resplendent golden armor, a long sword hanging at her waist, the very picture of one setting forth for battle. Delco wore his usual black garments. At dawn numerous knights surrounded the radiant temple, yet they did not drive away the faithful, instead they deliberately gathered the crowd together. Even ordinary citizens were intentionally guided to witness the spectacle. Aira and Delco walked side by side to the temple steps. Your Majesty, Your Highness the Queen, what prayers do you wish to offer today? Though it would be best not to disturb the devotions of other believers. Long time no see, Archbishop. But sadly I still have no intention of praying today. As I told you before, if I pray will you hand over the temple to me? No, I thought not. Aira made no effort to lower her voice. Previously she might have cared about the faithful, knowing such brazen words would so ill repute. But not today. As a chosen one of the Radiant God herself, the distinction was unmistakable beside this lot who traded on the Radiant God's name, who was the true Orthodox, whose was the divine voice. Your Highness the Queen, as I have said before, the temple belongs to every believer of the Radiant God. It is for all, not for me alone. Bushka's face wore a smile tinged with a feigned apology. Aira arched an eyebrow. Fine, his rhetoric had evolved somewhat, but the Radiant Church could never measure up to her. For everyone. Then why have you alone occupied it all this time? I am merely a caretaker, a bridge conveying the will of the Radiant God to the world. That is incorrect. Aira cut him off at once. Radiant divine power flowed across her skin. See what this is. Bushka glanced up and his aged eyes flew wide. You. How could you possibly? You claim to be the bridge of the Radiant God's will. Then what am I? A church without even a chosen one dares to speak of divine will before me, the chosen of the Radiant God. After the initial shock, Bushka quickly composed himself, silently repeating that he must not panic. He forced a smile toward Aira. Since Her Highness the Queen has become the chosen of the Radiant God, might you commune with him within the temple so that we may more clearly perceive the divine will? Delco studied Bushka's aged face. That old fox could not utter 3 sentences without urging Aira to pray. Could it be that the prayer itself was rigged somehow? Very well, no problem. Let these believers and these citizens all bear witness. Aira nodded toward Helder beside her. Rows of knights sheathed their weapons. Believers and the ordinary folk mingled among them surged into the temple. The radiant temple of the imperial capital was truly magnificent. The main prayer hall alone could easily hold 5,000 people. Aira came to a halt before the statue of the radiant god. Something felt wrong, a discordant dissonance. The statue before her looked no different from the miniature replicas she had seen before, yet Aira sensed something off about it. "Your Highness the Queen, you may begin whenever you are ready." Bushka gestured with an outstretched hand, though his eyes brimmed with calculation. A chosen of the radiant god reeking of decay and corruption. That was no chosen at all. As Aira prayed, her consciousness was dragged into a space thick with the stench of rot. The fragrance of light. To think some still lingers. A twisted malevolent figure wreathed in decaying power stepped forward. The god of filth. Aira remained utterly composed. "You carry the scent of a worm I despise. You and that worm. No, I believe I have seen you before. Stop your endless rambling." Her spiritual power surged violently and a vast grey mist flooded the space, sizzling against the god of filth's body. Streams of pure radiant divine power flew from him and descended upon Aira. The little golden orb in her sea of consciousness spun with remarkable vigor. The more it absorbed, the more it released. Aira estimated that her divine power had now reached the second order. Her eyes gleamed as she fixed them hungrily upon the god of filth. Yet before she could intensify the flow, a colossal hand wreathed in rotting force swatted her out of that space. Bushka watched Aira as she fell into resonance, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips, but then her golden radiance grew denser and brighter, blazing ever more brilliantly. His smile flipped at once. Was this right? Should she not have faced the god of filth? Where was the decay? The corruption? Why was she only growing brighter? Aira suddenly spun around, her brows knitted. That god of filth was even stingier than the foolish god of undeath. At least the undying god had spoken with her at length. This one had merely absorbed a sliver of her radiant power before swatting her straight out. When she looked again at the radiant god statue before her, it had transformed in her eyes, twisted in form, its visage grotesque yet leering. It was unmistakably a statue of the god of filth. Yet the believers behind her remained perfectly calm. To them the statue presumably still appeared as the radiant god. Aira turned and fixed her gaze on Bushka. "Archbishop, my people, I have received a divine oracle." Her newly advanced second-order divine power burst forth. Though it posed no intimidation, it served as the finest of symbols. "The divine envoy is upon us. Protect us. Divine envoy." Many believers fell to their knees in worship. Among them a fair number were plants hired by Aegis's people beforehand. But here, under Aira's identity as the radiant god's chosen, their conduct seemed entirely fitting. With them leading the way, more and more believers offered devout prayers to Aira. "From this day forth the radiant church and the church of creation shall be one. I am the companion of the radiant god and the bridge by which my companion bestows radiant grace upon the world. Henceforth this temple shall serve as the temple of creation as well, and all believers shall receive the elixir of life. Those who hold light within their hearts shall also be blessed by life's benevolence." Preserving the radiant church had been a deliberate decision. Devotees of the radiant god were hardly few in number, and to destroy the church outright and force believers to convert to the church of creation was simply unrealistic. The best approach was gradual absorption, allowing the radiant church to nominally survive while steadily implementing the doctrines of creation in the days ahead. Bushka's hands clenched tightly beneath his voluminous sleeves. He understood full well that this was the royal family uprooting the radiant church. He could not sit idly by and wait for doom. The crowd in the temple immediately broke into murmurs. So much time had passed that the church of creation had long since established its presence throughout the imperial city and the surrounding towns. Anyone with relatives or friends from outside the city generally knew of the church of creation. And by a curious coincidence, according to rumors, Aira, said to be the incarnation of the goddess of life, was a close friend of the god of light. And now, coupled with the familiar divine power of light radiating from Aira and her claim of being the god of light's friend, many had become thoroughly convinced. But not everyone thought the same. Among the crowd, the clergy of the Church of Light were staring anxiously at Bushka. They were different from ordinary believers. Their status as clergy had already set them firmly within a faction. Enjoying the church's special privileges, women, resources, wealth. They naturally understood that with the Queen's decree the church was bound to face a reformation. What about them then? Wouldn't everything they owned now be settled anew? They turned their eyes to Bushka, but the archbishop could only force a smile, struggling to maintain his image before the believers. "Archbishop Bushka, you wouldn't have any objections to this move of mine, would you?" Aira asked with a beaming smile, gazing at Bushka's twitching old face. Your Majesty jests. Naturally I support the god's decision. Very well. In light of your advanced age and your many years serving the god of light, it is time you enjoyed some well-deserved leisure. From today on I shall take over these trivial matters of the church. You may spend your remaining years in the temple. Your living expenses will be borne by the empire as a reward for your decades of labor for the god of light. Durek narrowed his eyes. The girl was not following the plan. It was not yet time to dismiss Bashika, and even if it were, the successor should have been someone chosen in advance. But the girl was drawing all the danger onto herself. Aira of course had her own considerations. Whether or not she removed Bashika from the post of archbishop, she had already been placed on the church's kill list. If she didn't remove him, assassins would come. If she did, they'd still come. A man with many debts doesn't feel the burden, best to settle it all at once. As for the candidate Durek and the others had chosen, she was after all the queen. A sixth-rank candidate would be nothing more than cannon fodder before the church. Rather than sacrifice another life, it was better to have them come at her from the start. Your Majesty, don't underestimate this old body of mine. At the very least I can still serve the god of light for another 10 years. I am not negotiating with you. Aira wore a sly expression. Besides, he thinks an old man like you can't uphold the image, so this job should be left to me. Ha! Bashika felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head. This accursed little girl. How dare she? The hand gripping the scepter, though his skin had loosened with age, now showed every vein bulging clearly visible. In that case I shall leave it to your Majesty. Bashika walked step by step toward the inner courtyard of the temple. Durek stared at Bashika's receding figure, killing intent surging in his eyes. Aira. Your Majesty. Surround the inner courtyard. Don't let a single bird escape. Yes. The knights outside the temple split into two groups. Meanwhile Bashika back in the inner courtyard no longer bothered to disguise himself. With a gloomy expression he hurried toward a small courtyard. Anjarer, take your things and leave at once. Bashika's tone was urgent, the words had already left his mouth before he even laid eyes on Anjarer. Archbishop, what's wrong? Why the rush? What's happened in the front hall? Anjarer was the bishop whom Aira had driven out of the Western Territories. Some time ago he had intended to assassinate Aira, but Bashika had held him back. And now Bashika knew that if Aira saw Anjarer, not only would Anjarer die, but the church's situation would become even more dire. Go quickly. Tell Monet and the others that they are to kill the queen at all costs. That is a dead order. Anjarer's spirit stirred. Archbishop, you've come around. I told you let me go. I can now, slap. You fool, get out of here now. There are over 1,000 knights surrounding the place outside. In all likelihood the inner courtyard is about to be encircled as well. If you try an assassination now I won't stop you if you truly want to die, but don't drag the church down with you. Hearing this, Anjarer immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Get the message out. I'll also notify Miel. Remember, escape is what matters most, don't fight head-on. Anjarer nodded at once, swept his belongings into his cloth bag. Archbishop, hold on. Behind Anjarer 3 magic circles unfolded. Boom. His entire body shot off like a rocket propelled by magic into the distance at tremendous speed. Aira, who had been leading troops to encircle the area, only caught sight of something darting far away in a blur. Continue the operation. I'll go capture that man. Clad in his deep crimson magical armor, Aira erupted with battle chi and launched himself forward. He chased along the trail of magic. You in front, stop right there. Anjarer paid no heed to Aira's angry shout, his mind was filled with nothing but Bashika's words, run. Pouring his mental energy in wildly, Anjarer's speed shot up once more. Several beams of deep red sword chi shot after him from behind, he dodged left and right. Still one carved a wound on his left shoulder so deep that the bone was visible and blood scattered through the air. His heart hardened and he aimed a small porcelain bottle at Aira. Blame yourself for daring to chase me. You should have simply pretended not to see anything. A curse suddenly descended, catching Aira completely off guard. His life force began draining at an accelerated rate. On top of that, his battle chi was constantly being expended, further intensifying the sensation. Weakness and fatigue caused his eyelids to suddenly grow heavy. He crashed heavily to the ground. Anjarer glanced back but didn't dare pause for a moment and quickly fled into the distance. Aira pulled out a high-grade life potion and drank it down, only then did the feeling of weakness ease. Damn it, he still got away. Fuming with anger, he had no choice but to return to the temple first. By then the knights had already surrounded the inner courtyard inside and out. Ayla was strolling leisurely in the inner courtyard when she saw Aira walking back slowly. What happened? Weren't you chasing that fish that slipped through the net? How did you end up in such a state? A grey mist spread and the curse within Aira's body disintegrated inch by inch. Feeling the strength return to him, Aira lowered his head in shame. Forgive me, your majesty. I was incompetent. He got away. Was the curse cast by that man? Yes. Ayla didn't ask further. Forget it. Even without him things would hardly be better. Leave him alone. Your majesty, that thief from earlier, wasn't he caught? Ayla looked helpless. Grandpa Bashika, if you can't keep up the act then don't bother. Are you saying a 6th-rank archmage came all the way to the Church of Light's temple just to steal some luggage? Whatever tricks you have left, I'll deal with them. But your people had better be strong enough, otherwise I can't guarantee your situation won't get even harder. Bashika's speechlessness today surpassed all his speechlessness over the past years combined. The little girl before him was like a bull that only knew how to charge headlong. When you tried to play tricks with her, she would simply smash your carefully crafted disguise to pieces. In front of the public she would put on a semblance of decorum, but in private she spared no face at all. That being so, Bashika did not want to waste words on idle matters. Then your majesty the queen, you'd better receive it well. Their gazes did not yield an inch. Hired Archbishop Bashika actually dares to threaten me, the next archbishop. Arrest him. Ayla mused inwardly, not playing tricks with you doesn't mean you can stand there so righteously. Since I've caught your weak point, I'll just throw you into prison first and talk later. Assassination. She had a hostage now. If they loved assassination so much, let them try. Every time they came she would take a piece off Bashika. Bashika was pinned down, his eyes blazing with resentment. Ayla on the other hand was filled with delight. This was making good use of waste. The bracelet that Duruk had forged had not been used on herself but was instead used on Bashika. As long as this man could not borrow the power of the god of defiled light, he could not break the bracelet's seal. As for borrowing power, sorry, but his mental strength was insufficient, he could not borrow it. Then Ayla smeared the pre-prepared pig blood on her body, walked a circle through the temple, and in full view of everyone boarded a carriage and returned to the palace. The rumors thus arose out of thin air. Under Duruk's deliberate guidance they turned into the story that the former archbishop, unable to let go of his power, had attempted to assassinate the Chosen of Light. Believers who had not seen it with their own eyes naturally did not believe it, but they were overwhelmed by the sheer amount of blood on Ayla at the time, so much that it was a shocking sight. Those who had seen it could use it as a tale recounting how much blood the queen had on her that day, how exaggerated it was. This gave a tremendous headache to the two main temple factions who received the news to kill or not to kill. This little queen with this single move placed herself in the position of the victim. If from now on she staged such a publicity stunt after every assassination attempt, the dirty water would be splashed squarely onto the church. To be precise, it was splashed onto the heads of the group of bishops who controlled church affairs. Kill her they must. Ayla's identity as the Chosen of Light was too great a threat to them. How to kill, under what pretext to kill, and how to kill without dragging public opinion into it, all were major problems. Yet just as they were still deliberating on how to assassinate without involving themselves, 3 days slipped by quietly. From the palace came news that the queen had been the target of another assassination attempt. Both the faction of Monate, whom Bashika had entrusted Enzher to approach, and the faction of Miael, who had been notified at the last moment, were all shaken. Who would choose this moment when public opinion was at its fiercest to assassinate the queen? Were they brainless? The truth was, when they started to fear public opinion and mull over how to finish off Ayla while keeping their hands clean, they had already lost. Not only that, Duruk and Igizi were likewise. Both sides lost because they cared too much. Too full of martial honor. Ayla however believed that martial honor should naturally be placed behind the principle of all is fair in war. Go ahead and splash the dirty water, she thought. I never said who was behind the assassination, nor did I say the church did it. These were all conclusions the public had drawn on their own with not the slightest connection to her. Both Duruk and Igizi were greatly shocked. Their original mindset had been all about how to defend against assassination, yet now she had turned passivity into initiative. Whether to assassinate or not was not for those remnants of the church to decide. In the following days Ayla would occasionally visit the prison to provoke Bashika. Yet after an entire week not a single assassin had appeared. All the round-the-clock shifts that Yasali and the others had spent guarding the palace were wasted. Bashika also could not understand. The message had clearly been sent out, so why had no one acted yet? Monate and Miael, you two idiots. He had cursed them countless times in his heart. And outside the imperial city the two factions with the deepest accumulated power were faced every time they opened their doors with a stream of believers coming to ask about the doctrines of the Church of Light. They asked whether the Queen's assassination had anything to do with the Church. Bishop Monate, I've checked several times. Not a single one of our 7th-rank powerhouses is missing. Could it be Miail's side? Monate too had been annoyed by waves of believers over the past few days. Only now did he begin to check whether it was his own people who had gone out. Could it be the people the Archbishop himself left in the imperial city who made the move? Meanwhile on the other side Miail, could it be Monate's side? That fool. Or was it the group Archbishop Bushika left behind in the imperial city? Both sides were suspecting each other. But mere suspicion was useless. Still believers came in wave after wave to inquire. Bishop, shall we go to the palace? The church attendant suggested cautiously. Monate furrowed his brow and looked at him. Go to the palace. What for? To assassinate her. Don't you see the current situation? No, I mean we should go protect the Queen. As long as we capture the assassins our suspicion will be cleared. Monate seemed to be suddenly enlightened. Hey you little rascal, you're a genius. That very night he contacted Miail. As the saying goes, better the other man die than oneself. Now that the Archbishop had been arrested it was time for the contingency plans he had left in the imperial city to serve their final purpose. Another day clear and sunny. Aira and Fuluosi were lazily soaking up the sun. Aira, darling, do you think the church will really make a move? It's been so many days and there has been no sign at all. Isn't it good to have no sign? At least it's quiet. The two women, one older and one younger, chatted idly, one word after another. Sister Aira, His Majesty is looking for you. Yaiwinier's voice came from afar, growing nearer. Aira abruptly sat upright. Has there been a move from the church? Yaiwinier nodded and chuckled with pursed lips. But it is a little different from what Sister Aira expects. Aira did not ask further. She rose and under Yaiwinier's guidance walked to the palace's great hall. The last time she had come to this place was indeed the last time. Aira could no longer remember exactly how long ago. In the hall stood two teams. The two temple knights at their lead wore armor gleaming with golden glow far from ordinary. Behind each of them followed a squad of 6. What's going on? Sending such a few men to assassinate? Aira's voice was low, just enough for Duruk to hear. Then you've guessed wrong. They are here to protect you. Protect. This was something Aira had not expected. She had thought the Church of Light crowd would remain silent for a while before acting. Or perhaps in desperation they might strike directly. She had not expected, however, that they would send people, and to protect her no less. Your Majesty, the Queen Archbishop Bushika's actions represent only himself and have nothing to do with the Church. Having heard that there have been villains attempting to assassinate you recently, please allow us to ensure your safety. Indeed, you are the chosen of light, able to communicate with the God of Light. You are more fitting for the position of Archbishop than Bushika. Aira looked at the two men before her. She had initially thought to keep Bushika as a hostage, but she had not expected him to be sold out by his own allies so quickly. Aira was rendered speechless. This move, selling out their ally while charging straight into her face, was practically handing themselves over on a silver platter. Judging by their appearance, one would think they truly were loyal knights sworn to guard her unto death. Now Aira was no longer certain whether the Church of Light had its own factional infighting. She had instinctively lumped all its members into a single category, but seeing these two's conduct she began to doubt. Could Bushka represent one faction while these men who came to defect belonged to another? Do you too know of the God of Tainted Light? Alarm bells blared in the minds of Monate and Miale. How could this queen know even the God of Tainted Light? Just how much had Bushka concealed from them? He never shared intelligence. When trouble erupted he simply dragged them out to clean up the mess. A powerful sense of crisis surged within them, accompanied by a mounting grudge against Bushka. Nevertheless they answered aloud, Your Highness, we are devout believers of the God of Light. How could we possibly worship the God of Tainted Light? That's right, we are the most faithful followers of the God of Light. Duruk's expression was grave. Words alone could prove nothing. Even if the battle chi emanating from them was perfectly orthodox, cultivated through the temple's own methods, that did not necessarily mean their faith was truly placed in the God of Light. He simply did not want these people in the royal palace bringing those sources of danger so close to the young lady for no good reason. I trust you. But due procedures must still be observed. So, why don't you curse the God of Tainted Light a couple of times to prove yourselves? Duruk's expression softened and even his posture relaxed a little. Cursing a deity was indeed an excellent method of proof, especially for those who like Bushka had been sacrificing living beings to commune deeply with the god of tainted light. Insulting the god of tainted light would surely incur divine punishment. Just as expected, the two exchanged a glance. Well, Your Highness, that is still a deity after all. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Monate and Miale looked troubled, yet their hearts remained quite steady. After all, the worst-case scenario was simply to overturn the table. There was no need to throw away their lives just to clear the church of suspicion. They had soldiers' money, grain and weapons in hand. If not for the desire to see the church gain a foothold in the empire and secure an unending supply of sacrificial offerings, they would never have come here no matter what. They had thought selling out Bushka would be enough, but this queen consort was far more troublesome than they had imagined. Afraid, are you? Then it seems you do have ties with the god of tainted light. Clap. Clap. Monate and his companion looked up in shock following the sound. Ayla's face showed neither killing intent nor anger, rather she seemed quite pleased with such an answer. Then you must have a method for obtaining the god of tainted light's power. Naturally, Ayla wished to use the god of tainted light's power to nourish the little golden orb within her spiritual sea. Last time just that brief moment of prayer had been enough to equal half a month of her own nurturing. Unfortunately, that god of tainted light was far too vigilant, swatting her out of that space at the very first instant. Afterward, no matter how she prayed, she could no longer meet him, much to Ayla's regret. But even if she couldn't see him, she could still borrow his power. And whose power she borrowed made no difference, she could put it all to use. Then what does your highness mean? Miale probed cautiously. I want you to obtain the god of tainted light's aid, the more the better. It can be done, but it requires a life sacrifice. Why not replace it with cattle and sheep? It can be done, but the divine favor gained that way can never match the lives of lowly commoners. The words had no sooner left Miale's mouth than he realized exactly where he stood. Not being afraid was one thing, not wanting an unnecessary fight was another. Both Durek and Ayla had actually been puzzled by one thing: with such a good hand of cards, why did the Church of Light insist on sacrificing human heads? Now the two of them understood. Durek's face burned with restrained fury and his hands unconsciously tightened their grip. Yet he did not speak. The young lady had her own plans and he would not interfere and cause unnecessary complications. A sharp edge crept into Ayla's gaze. So this was the Church of Light, nursing a lofty aristocratic attitude of superiority, yet entirely dependent upon the common people. A textbook case of biting the hand that feeds them. I will now give you two choices. 1. Do everything in your power to summon the god of tainted light to descend. 2. Leave your lives here in this hall. The hidden dagger was at last revealed. Ayla had originally expected the pair to possess methods of channeling the god of tainted light's power, yet all they had was sacrifice, and they had started with human lives at the very first breath. The blood on these two's hands was certainly not light. That was something Ayla, as a transmigrator from her old home, could not tolerate. In her system of values, a life must be repaid with a life. That was only natural justice. Heaven only knew how many lives these two owed in exchange for their own. She was already letting them off easy. The two exchanged a glance and slowly rose to their feet. Your Majesty Durek, is this your wish as well? Our church never intended to open hostilities. As a gesture of sincerity, we can eradicate the contingencies Bushka left behind in the imperial city. The royal house need only clear the church of its wrongful accusation and both sides can remain at peace. It was Miale who spoke first. Monate added, what's more, there is no need for us to fight at all. The only lives sacrificed would be those of some lowly commoners, in no way affecting the royal family's interests. We could even cooperate, offering the royal family 3 slots for divine power infusion at regular intervals. With this, the cycle for the royal family to nurture top-tier combat power would be dramatically shortened and the cost would still remain entirely unrelated to the royal family. Unrelated? What is unrelated? You offer my subjects to an evil deity and speak as if it were some magnificent treasure. You babble, lowly commoners without a shred of shame. Do you think you are nobler than the subjects of the empire? That power of yours was piled up from the lives of your own kind. You are thieves and bandits alike, nothing but mongrel dogs. In that instant the air became unbearably heavy. The temple knights following behind the two could no longer bear the pressure. With a series of dull thuds they collapsed one by one, unable to rise. I will give you one last chance. Use whatever trump cards you have left, because once you die there will be no more opportunities. The two burst backward. With bodies at the peak of the 7th rank, their speed carried them to the entrance of the Great Hall in less than a second. Humph. Her Highness the Queen has not permitted you to leave. A furious bellow rang out and the two were forcibly halted. Clad in golden magic armor, Senketu seized them with both hands as easily as chicks and hurled them back into the hall. They regained their balance in midair. Calm your anger. Leave the rest to me. Duruk extended a hand to soothe Aira. He drew her back to the throne. A divine longsword materialized in his hand. He and Senketu attacked from front and rear. Duruk, you had better understand, if we die here the Temple Knights will receive word immediately and launch a great assault upon the Imperial City. Do you want to see the streets of the Imperial City run red with blood? Monate could not even be bothered to keep up pretenses addressing Duruk directly by name. Did you truly believe that knowing about the Holy Church's movements would leave me entirely unprepared? Delco descended the high platform step by step. His peak 7th Order battle chi was displayed without concealment, even faintly surpassing the limits of that tier. What? Both of them were startled at the same time. Why? How could such critical information that the Emperor had reached peak 7th Order never have been disclosed to them? They had originally assumed that Senketu, no matter how powerful as the ultimate combat force, was still just one man. Even if the two of them, empowered by the tainted light divine power, could not defeat him, escaping would not be difficult. Moreover, Senketu had to protect the Emperor, so he could not afford to act without restraint. Once they fled the imperial capital, the sky would be vast and the birds would fly free. Whether the church's reputation could still stand would no longer matter. By then the outcome would be written by the victors. Yet they would still have to face threats from the western border, the northern border, and even the southern border afterward, which would likely severely wound the church. That was why the two were reluctant to start a full-scale war. But the current situation had already exceeded their expectations. No matter how hard they tried, they could not have imagined that a young emperor who had only ascended the throne a year ago and was barely 20 years old would possess strength at the peak of the 7th Order. This left them even more disadvantaged. In that case then, the dark green divine power on both of them erupted simultaneously, causing the golden glowing battle chi to turn sinister and unnatural. The flesh and vitality of the several knights lying prostrate in the hall were drained in an instant, leaving only their flayed skins behind. Their peak 7th Order battle chi rose continuously, finally stopping at mid-8th Order. The 8th Order, this was already a realm revered throughout the world as Sword Saint. Senketu's demonic armor radiated golden light and his aura surged abruptly, forcibly rising to peak 8th Order. Peak Sword Saint was already the pinnacle of the mortal world. Both of the others had explosive power-boosting abilities, only Delco, despite holding a divine artifact, lacked any means of temporary surge. However, with Aira acting as a massive backup battery, he effectively possessed a cheat as well. The battle erupted in an instant. Two dark green figures moved faster than the eye could follow, locking into close combat with Senketu. Relying on his divine artifact, Delco also struck from the flank, catching the two off guard. Yet the pair were so focused on Senketu and Delco that they failed to notice the thread-like grey mist that had silently crept up around their feet. Aira sat upon the throne, maintaining the magic tool in her hands as she felt strands of light divine power entering her body and sinking into the small golden orb within her spiritual sea. Her mental power was also ceaselessly poured into the artifact in her hands. Were it not for this magic tool, the shockwaves from the four combatants alone would have reduced the great hall to rubble, and Aira had no desire to spend more money repairing it. Time slipped by second by second. Senketu did not immediately take down the opponents. Monat and his companion focused entirely on themselves, and the Emperor utterly unaware of the grey mist threads clinging to their bodies. But Senketu knew very well that capturing the two would take no great effort for him. In truth, they were merely mid-sword saint, and their ranks were only achieved through the power of an evil god. Their strength was thoroughly unstable. Yet since he did not know what Her Majesty the Queen intended to do, and she had not spoken a word during the battle, he simply kept stalling. A rare window of respite. Finally the two noticed that something was wrong. Why is our divine power draining so quickly? No, what is that thing on your feet? At last they realized something was amiss. The very instant they reacted, Aira's grey mist surged violently and wrapped itself around both of them. Boom! The two erupted with battle chi at the same moment, using their sword arts to block the grey mist. But even in that final instant, Aira managed to harvest another wave of divine power. Their auras had already plummeted to early 8th Order. The supply of divine power was rapidly dwindling. Monat, it falls to you, for the corruption and reforging of this world. The moment Miale shouted these words, Monat immediately understood. Leave it to me. One day the god shall grant your return. As if uttering his final farewell, Miale immediately released all the remaining divine power within him. He even transferred all of Monat's remaining divine power into himself. Descend, O God. Just like whiles back then, Miale turned his own battle chi divine power and flesh into a sacrificial offering. A far more eerie and decaying aura manifested upon his body. Delco immediately sent several slashes toward him, but every strike was effortlessly blocked. It is you. Do you truly believe this deity would fall for the same trick twice? Miale's voice had transformed. It was identical to the voice that had spoken from wilds outside the city. Both Senkitu and Delco recognized it well. Of course Aira, who had witnessed the tainted light god during the prayer, was equally familiar with it. "O my God above, I beseech you to slay these evildoers and bestow your blessing upon your faithful servant." Monat prostrated himself in worship. The tainted light god cast a glance at him. "So it is you. Your offering pleases me. Have no fear, they shall all die." Miale's form twisted. Under the influence of the decaying force, the flesh upon his face had already turned to rotting meat. His bulging eyes combined with the tainted light god's seductive voice made his appearance utterly horrifying. Monat however remained completely oblivious. His face was filled with the devout expression of a pilgrim beholding his sacred deity. Last time that human vessel was too frail and the offering too cheap. But this body. It truly carries a far greater portion of my power. Are you ready to experience divine punishment? Miale's mutilated face was full of mockery. Senkitu's expression turned grim. Delco remained silent, simply charging up his ultimate technique with single-minded focus. Outside the great hall the knights encircled the area in layers, yet not one of them could set foot into the true battlefield. Aira, who had remained seated upon the throne, rose at that moment. In a single step she appeared beside Delco, pouring creative power into him as his battle chi rapidly recovered. At the same time the grey mist spread throughout the hall. A layer of divine power around Miale kept the mist at bay, yet even so it was being steadily devoured. "Teacher. I need time." Delco spoke and Senkitu nodded silently. "Leave it to me." His entire body transformed into a beam of golden light as he charged at Miale. Violent scorching battle chi clashed against eerie frigid divine power. The mere shockwaves sent the magic tool in Ayla's hands humming and whirring, repeatedly straining beyond its limits. But it was not entirely bad news. The small golden orb in her spiritual sea had grown another size larger. It was already at the third order level. When Senkitu landed, decaying power lingered upon his armor, but demonic armor was after all demonic armor, not so easily eroded. Still the armor's enhancement had been somewhat weakened. Ayla raised her hand and sent forth a stream of pure light divine power. It was the first time she had used it with such absolute purity. The decaying force instantly dissipated. "You. It is you who inherited him." "No, that cannot be." The divine throne itself had already decayed. How could? The tainted light god studied Ayla with confusion, still refusing to take the situation seriously even with Senkitu looming nearby. "What are you staring at? Your opponent is me." The battle chi around Senkitu blazed even hotter. Ayla's creative power flowed into him, swiftly restoring his battle chi as well. Spending battle chi recklessly without concern for conservation gave Senkitu a long-missed sense of exhilarating freedom, and there was also a sandbag that was strong yet not easily broken. Outside the hall, Leslie and the others felt a scorching wave of heat rushing toward them. The mere contact with that heat wave had them all drenched in sweat. In the great hall, Miale's contorted body moved with uncanny normalcy, raising an arm wrenched into a gnarled spiral to block Senkitu's full-strength blow. The divine power shield kept crumbling, unstable and fitful. Already at its limit. This body truly is too useless. The divine power radiating from Miale spread like a corrosive virus. Though Senkitu enjoyed the protection of Aila's divine power of light, a single look at the intensity of their respective divine power was enough to show that the gap between them was far from trivial. Knowing he could not withstand it head-on, he flashed backward in retreat. The moment the dark green-black miasma dispersed, he darted forward again to deliver a follow-up blow. The two were locked in a savage melee. Senkitu fought without counting the cost, frantically wringing out the latent potential of his physical cells, while Aira, with her power of creation in generous abundance, rapidly restored him to peak vitality. Senkitu fought with ever-increasing fervor. One had to understand, no matter what rank one reached, battle chi was never unlimited, it only grew stronger alongside the body. Both the quality and quantity of his battle chi were surging. This made him more enduring in combat, but in the end there was still a limit, the moment when one utterly wrung one's own body dry. But Aila's power of creation simply refused to play by reason. It forcibly stuffed vitality into every single cell, leaving him more vigorous after being squeezed dry than before. He pulled off one peerless skill after another with casual ease, and even if he did happen to get tainted by the decaying force, Aira was always there to dissolve it for him at once. Nate watched from the side, his heart trembling in dread. The deity had already descended, so why did he feel like the situation had not changed in the slightest? What of the promised carry? His own deity was being eroded at every moment by the little queen's grey mist and was being pressed into the dirt by a Senkeidu who seemed to be running on cheat codes. 7 or 8 curses had already been hurled out, yet not a single one had truly proved effective. Could he even make it out of here alive? At that moment Duruk's charged ultimate technique was ready. Master. Senkeidu's figure erupted backward to one side. Life judgment. The radiant golden sword phantom coalesced into astonishing density, the once nebulous illusion seemingly about to turn into something corporeal. Stretching 10 meters in length, it nearly grazed the ceiling. The god of tainted light stared at the sword phantom in a daze. How many ages had it been since gods walked the earth? How could there possibly be a divine artifact left behind here? Had it just been forged? How could any existence in this world still be capable of forging a divine artifact? A host of questions stunned the evil god's mind into a momentary lapse, but the instant the giant sword descended, all his scattered thoughts snapped back to him. Wreathed in a body of decaying force, he surged toward the phantom to erode it. Yet this phantom had been unleashed by a divine artifact. In status it was far too superior to this tiny sliver of split soul he had projected. The spread of decay was agonizingly slow. When the phantom came down, it had only managed to corrupt the speck of the sword's tip. Clang! The ground was marked with an unfathomably deep sword scar. At the final moment, when the god of tainted light split soul scattered over a dozen curses shot toward the 3. Aira merely reached out and closed her hand gently in the direction of the curses. The residual mental power in her gauntlet was released completely, and before the curses could land on them they had already been decomposed to nothing. It was truly a pity. These curses were pure creations of decaying force without any other divine power present. Aira had originally wanted to see whether, since they were curses, she could decompose them into the divine power of the god of curses. Alas, these curses did not seem to be the exclusive province of the god of curses. In the end she gained only a heap of waste energy that vanished with the wind. Still, those few minutes of containment were not without their gains. The little golden orb within her spiritual sea was already approaching the 4th rank. Even by nurturing on its own it would likely break through in a matter of days. The aura from Senkeidu's body gradually settled, finally stabilizing at the early stage of Sword Saint. The 3 looked toward Nate, who was still lying flat on the ground sheltering from the aftershocks. Aira had only spoken a single syllable when Nate seized his sword and held it before him, his face swollen with terror. It can't be. How could a god possibly lose? It must be an illusion. It's all an illusion. Sword raised, he charged at the 3. Duruk sent a kick flying. Boom. Nate's entire body was slammed into the steps at the throne dais. That man just died. The temple knights of the Church of Light should have received word by now. Aira paid Nate no further heed. Lyasili led some men to seize Nate and throw him into the dungeon. Bushika has gained a new cellmate. Let's go. Let's go meet these knights. Duruk took Aira's jade hand and the 2 rose into the air, seeing from afar a dense black curtain sweeping toward the imperial city. The west then. Scarcely had Duruk's murmur faded when a signal flare climbed into the sky from the western gate, dazzling even in the daytime. Within the city enormous numbers of knights and soldiers turned toward the western gate. When Aira arrived above the western gate, she saw the temple knights riding magical beasts, and many of them bore injuries. So the lands surrounding the imperial city aren't all full of treacherous villains. Evidently before they even arrived these temple knights had already clashed with someone. Aira guessed that in all likelihood the private knights of some cities had already struck out. She was not worried about these knights slaughtering a city. After all, rushing all the way to the imperial city, they would never have had enough time along the road. The few knights at the head, however, were largely unharmed. The aura they exuded was quite familiar to Aira, just like that man from Gurza who had been raised with divine power. That was also where Aira had acquired her first wisp of divine power of light. Just as I thought, the church is the church. A century's worth of foundation is more than enough to nurture 8th-rank powerhouses. Duruk followed Aira's gaze to the leading knights. He counted carefully, 1, 2, 6. They had killed only 1 man, yet 6 8th-rank powerhouses had come. The church really is something. Duruk marveled inwardly. Then the 6 moved exactly like men stamped from a single mold, shooting forward in unison. The eyes visible through the slits of their visors held not the slightest emotion. You lot are still too green. Senkeidu turned into a golden meteor, and with one sweep of his sword all 6 were knocked flying by the immense blade. Thanks to a breakthrough in rank, he had been 1 step slower in steadying his cultivation. Even so, with the arrogant demon armor's enhancement, he still had not broken through the 9th-rank barrier when compared with moments before. But his strength had increased by at least 40%. The six were like rubber balls smashed into the ground, each impact blasting out a deep crater. Shifting their attack, the six turned towards Serenity. The vast army below was also held at bay by the knights and soldiers pouring out of the imperial city. Above the city gate, rows upon rows of magic arrays floated in midair among the rear formations of the temple knights. Magic of every attribute interwove, being blocked, breaking through, and blocked again. Seeing no need to reinforce the Great Hall, Aira took this arcane device and used it to bolster the city wall instead. These attacks were nothing compared to the shockwaves of Senkidu's battle with the god of tainted light. Even a torrent of magic smashing against the walls could not damage them in the slightest. In the sky, the six were like machines that would not stop until they had achieved their goal. Even after Senkidu had beaten them to the point of fractures, they continued to charge forward as if nothing were wrong, utterly undaunted by death. These people clearly have their own life aura, and they aren't puppets or anything like it, so how can they act like six dullards? Perhaps the tainted divine power drove him mad. Back in Gorsa, that Daika fellow already seemed mentally unstable. Delco gazed down at the battlefield below. "Stay here and behave. I'll be back soon," he said, ruffling Ayla's little head. "Stop patting my head. I'll never grow tall and it'll be all your fault." Ayla muttered in discontent. Delco leaped and plunged into the fray. In the imperial capital now, the sole apex-level combatant was Senkido, and next in line stood the emperor himself. There was also Hader, clad in the raging demon armor, who possessed 7th-tier combat strength. In the sky, Senkido fought alone against six, while on the ground nearly 100 7th-tier swordmasters clashed. Though their power was forcibly infused with divine energy, they were still stronger than 6th-tier fighters by far. Behind them stood 7th-tier archmages. Had it not been for the magical devices forged by Bard that Ayla wielded, the city walls would likely have been reduced to rubble by now. But Delco naturally refused to watch the magic bombard the walls unchecked. He split his long sword into countless tiny flying swords, a short sword rendition of the 10,000 swords returning to one. This technique was inspired by the 1,000 blades Ayla had once hurled in a single flash. His target was clear: eliminate the 7th-tier archmages, those long-range artillery platforms. Once Delco closed in, their doom was sealed. While maintaining the city walls, Ayla also kept watch over the capital within. Buska had indeed left a contingency inside the city. Some devotees of the Church of Radiant Light remained active within the city, and there were hidden trump cards Ayla knew nothing about, perhaps knights or perhaps assassins. The chaos in the western quarter was the perfect moment to incite rebellion, yet the citizens there merely watched with concern as soldiers streamed out of the city gates. No one stirred up the masses, let alone raised a revolt. Perhaps these hidden operatives required a specific trigger, such as, say, Buska's death. Of the two who had arrived, one died, summoning an entire army in response. Perhaps as the two had claimed, the temple's legions would descend upon the city once they perished. And ironically, the dead one had been finished off by the god of tainted light himself. Even if Delco had done nothing when the time came and the god of tainted light departed, that man would still have died. One death brought an army. She couldn't tell whether this was a single force or two that had merged into one. But at the very least, with their current numbers, taking the imperial capital was nothing but a delusion. Their cultivation tiers were indeed high, yet their purity left far too much to be desired. With Ayla endlessly replenishing her creative force, even Delco alone hacking down those 7th-tier blockheads one after another was merely a matter of time. The low-tier temple knights compared to those 7th and 8th-tier fools behaved far more normally. They ran, they screamed, they fled. But one by one the high-tier temple combatants fell. Only then did Ayla speak, her voice carried by the wind. "Lay down your weapons and the Empire shall spare your lives. Resist any further and your parents, your brothers and sisters shall all pay the price for your stubbornness." Her radiant light divine power radiated outward. She suspected the Church of Radiant Light had employed some sort of brainwashing to drive these people to publicly defy the Empire. Sure enough, from below the walls came the clatter of weapons falling one after another. Many stared blankly at their own hands, unable to understand why they had been killing the Empire's own soldiers. Then came panic. Many of the gravely wounded were stabilized under Ayla's creative force. Casualties were almost negligible. There were simply too many people. Ayla hadn't noticed some in time to save them. Alas, what war has no deaths? She had done her utmost to keep the casualties within the count of 2 hands. Of those 6 8th-tier dullards, 2 had already fallen in battle. The remaining 4, their bones shattered by Senkido's strike, somehow continued to move. It was somewhat horrifying. Up above, the battle dragged on. Below, the fight was already wrapping up. Before long, the 4 were pinned to the ground by Senkido with no chance of rising again. Senkido was far from unscathed, yet Ayla's creative force had been linked to him all along. Wounds closed almost as soon as they appeared, and by the end he showed hardly any sign of injury. The battle concluded in under 2 hours, which caught Aira by surprise. It was true that the temple's foundations ran deep, and true that the temple knights tended to be higher tier. But she hadn't expected the capital's strength to have grown so quietly, especially Delco and Senkido, whose combat power far exceeded her imagination. That was what Aira thought, and Delco and Senkido felt the same. Fighting with Aira and fighting without her were two entirely different matters. Without Aira, those high-tier fighters could have ground them down through sheer attrition. The citizens of the Western Quarter watched in puzzlement as the soldiers who had barely been gone any time at all began cleaning up the battlefield and returning to the city. But beyond the walls all was quiet once more. "Hey soldier, what happened? Who would dare attack the imperial capital? Did the empire provoke some foreign nation? Right, how could they fight all the way to the capital? This is already the empire's heartland." The soldier just shook his head. "It's no foreign nation, it's the temple knights of the Church of Radiant Light. I don't know the specifics either. They came and started attacking at once, we were purely on the defensive." At these words the gathered onlookers were stunned. A few days ago they'd heard that High Archbishop Buska plotted to assassinate Her Majesty the Queen, then came word of an assassination attempt on her, and now a direct assault on the imperial capital. The Church of Radiant Light was plainly rebelling. The Church of Radiant Light was openly seeking to overthrow the throne. Don't listen to him. I've got inside information. These people are from the Church's high echelons who refused to surrender power after Her Majesty the Queen decided to merge the Church of Radiant Light with the Church of Creation. They're probably the same ones behind the assassination attempt on the Queen a few days ago. According to my source, they barged into the royal palace this morning threatening His Majesty and Her Majesty, saying if their posts were stripped they'd storm the capital and slaughter everyone. A passing knight remarked. This of course had been arranged long in advance. Public opinion was a dangerous weapon, especially when the Church of Radiant Light couldn't field a single spokesperson. How the story spread was entirely up to whoever told it. The crowd was aghast, rushing about to spread the news. Meanwhile Aira and Delco had already returned to the palace. In the Hall of Governance Evaniel and Aegis sat as if nothing had happened, still reviewing documents. Delco entered and flopped onto the sofa. His body wasn't tired from all the killing, but his mind was. Aira leaned back beside him, nudging him over. "I never imagined it, it feels like a dream. Those two from the Church of Radiant Light were truly brilliant. One little play this morning and their whole faction was buried." Exhausted as she was, Aira couldn't keep the corners of her mouth from curling upward. "Don't celebrate too soon. These people are definitely not the entirety of the Church of Radiant Light. Buska's people in the capital haven't made a move, and unless I'm mistaken the Temple Knights under that arrested Archbishop didn't join the battle either." "Huh? How do you know that? Even within the same church the insignia of different factions differ slightly. Look at who came today, their equipment is all uniform, clearly from one faction." "Easy, wait a couple of days before killing again, let me recover first." In this battle the mental energy reserve she carried had been depleted entirely, and she herself was greatly drained. From the highest observation room of Kasalar Academy AI watched as the great battle teetered on the brink of eruption, descended into carnage, and then fell silent once more. The academy carried on as usual, classes were held, training proceeded, life returned to its ordinary rhythm. It was not until large-scale troop movements began that the students on campus were stirred into commotion. Among them more than a few curious souls followed the army toward the western city. She did not stop them. The academy had been founded to cultivate talent for the empire. But over the years too many of those it produced had never even set foot through the gates of the royal palace. Opportunities had long been sealed off by those who came before. Though AI had remained here as headmistress, all this while she harbored quiet displeasure toward the crown's inaction. The atmosphere within the academy had also shifted with each generation of arrogant noble scions, their overbearing ways steadily corrupting the school's spirit. She often thought that if things continued like this, in a few short years she would grow weary and return to her own homeland. And then Delco ascended the throne. She wanted to see whether this young emperor would prove any different, whether his reign might diverge from his father's. Unfortunately Delco's early days on the throne could hardly be described as auspicious. Just when she began to believe she truly ought to leave, Aira appeared. This young queen had not been able to sit still since arriving. First there were the inexplicably talented figures who began appearing at Delco's side. Then she went to the western frontier and won over Bosting's support, established the Church of Creation, and later even personally led a campaign to the northern border. Strictly speaking, all of this should have been the emperor's work. As Queen, Aira ought to have remained in the imperial capital to steady Delco's position. And yet it was she who led the army into battle. All of it stirred in AI a sense of long-dormant intrigue. Especially the Empire's new policy of spreading education through the various church sites, Ai could already discern the shape of things to come. She had a premonition that the Empire's method of selecting talent was about to undergo a tremendous transformation, so she did not hold back the students who left. She also wanted to see whether these students could truly squeeze their way through the palace gates. If things remained as stagnant as before, then it truly was time for her to leave. After all, she had already lived for over 300 years, longer than the Bilkoya Empire itself had existed. At her age, very few things could bring her joy, and the sense of accomplishment was the most precious of them all. Little Ayla, what choice will you make? Will you turn a blind eye or acknowledge them? Or will you use their merits to win them over? Ayla went to check on Monat's condition. He was still clinging to life by a thread, but his entire being seemed like a walking corpse. Ayla imagined it was like the hollow feeling of watching one's boxing idol get elbowed to death by two scrawny beanpoles. Yet whenever a whip cracked against his flesh, he would still howl in pain, then sink back into that vacant stupor. She found it utterly bizarre, and even the guards couldn't resist laying on an extra lash or two. The one who suffered most was Bushka. When he saw Monat, he stared at him in absolute disbelief, losing control of his own bladder on the spot. He seemed unable to comprehend why, when they had soldiers general such an abundance of high-tier combat power and even divine might, they had still lost in a way he could not fathom. The royal family barely had any formidable warriors. There was only Senkatu, and finding another 7th-tier expert was nearly impossible. How on earth had they managed to lose? What infuriated him most was Monat's condition. No matter how Bushka cursed or demanded answers, Monat simply sat there like a dumbstruck fool who had lost his soul, utterly ignoring him. It nearly made Ai watching from afar die of laughter. Old Del, you have no idea how funny it was. Bushka looked exactly like someone raging in helpless fury after being matched with a useless teammate. Even after returning to the bedchamber at night, Ayla kept chattering on and on to Delco about how amusing it had been. Delco was more than happy to listen. A chirpy, lively little girl was far better than the usual listless and dejected one. The thought of the girl being pregnant had already set his imagination running wild. If they had a daughter, a miniature version of her addressing him as father with every breath, what a blessing that would be. Old Del. Old Del. Are you even listening? Are you just letting my words blow past your ears? Delco felt his ears seized by a small hand. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I was just thinking about what to name the child when it's born. Ha. It's only been a little over a month, aren't you thinking a bit too far ahead? Delco reached out and placed his hand over Ayla's belly. Too early. The eastern border may not even be taken yet before she arrives. I want to give her a more stable world. Oh, come on. Without me you'd still be cooped up in the imperial capital, seething with frustration. And now you're already dreaming of taking the eastern border. Then again, the thing I'm most proud of isn't cleaning out those vermin from the imperial capital. Then what is it? Delco suddenly rolled over, bracing his hands on either side of Ayla's shoulders. Why, capturing my little Rose, of course. The atmosphere began to heat up and Ayla swallowed hard. Her gaze drifted away. You're the shameless one here. We agreed at the start to be brothers. I never said that, it was always my little Rose who thought so, wasn't it? His large hand unceremoniously slid over something soft. What are you doing? Didn't you say mother told you to be careful lately? I'll be gentle. Ha. No you. But Ayla only managed to get that far before all her remaining words were cut off entirely. Though Delco hadn't lied if this was in fact the most gentle she had ever experienced from him, like being cradled on a boat gently swaying with the waves. Only the occasional jolts left her dazed. The exertion dragged on until midnight and Ayla was once again the losing MVP. The past half-month really had neglected Delco, leaving that wretched man starved for far too long. It could be said that he finally had his fill in one sitting. The next day Delco transformed into a masseur, skillfully giving the little girl a full-body SPA. This also led Delco to a new discovery. Although the little girl always put on a tough front before outsiders, she was surprisingly delicate. If things went on for too long, her entire body would ache. Despite possessing 4th-tier battle chi and a physique far beyond that of ordinary people, she still ended up like this every single time. Thump thump. A knock came at the door. Delco paused his movements. When he opened the door, Fu Luo stood outside. What's going on? Why hasn't little Ayla come down for breakfast today? Because Ayla had no habit of rising early, Fu Luo's had also taken to waking late, and their meal times had been split into 2 separate shifts. Delco felt a pang of guilt. Was he supposed to admit he had dragged the little girl to stay up with him until the early hours? Seeing Delco like this, Fu Luo's pushed her strapping son aside. Aira lay sprawled on the bed like a salted fish. "Mother, good morning." She greeted her weakly, all energy drained from her voice. The air still carried a peculiar scent, and as a woman of experience Fu Luo's knew exactly what it was. "Didn't I tell you that little Aira is still in the air?" Fu Luo's scolding words came to an abrupt halt the moment she laid eyes on Aira. "Mother?" Delk asked tentatively. "Little Ayla's aura has turned into 3. Fu Luo sensed 2 life forces that were extremely close together. Perhaps that was exactly why she had mistaken them for one a few days ago. Hearing this, Aira immediately sat up and carefully felt the life force inside her body. Whoa, it really was a double-yolked egg. Aira felt like the sky was falling. One had already been frightening enough, with another one added her belly was going to burst, wasn't it? It would definitely burst. Before Aira could think further, Fu Luo's warm jade-like hand was already pressed against Ayla's cheek. 2 little ones, just like when I carried Lilia and Kana. Little Aira is going to have 2 precious babies at once. Ha! Aira forced out 2 dry laughs, unable to feel happy at all. "And you, Delk, what did I tell you? Little Ayla's body has only been well for a few days. How could you not hold back?" Facing Fu Luo's scolding, Delk could only stand there awkwardly rubbing the bridge of his nose. Mother, actually it's not all old Del's fault. Don't make excuses for him. You're in a special condition now. If he didn't take proper care of you, that's his problem." Aira winked at Delk from behind Fu Luo's. It wasn't that she hadn't put in a good word for him, she couldn't be blamed. Delk pressed his lips together, afraid he would laugh. Enough. Go do what you need to do, I'll look after little Aira." Seeing Fu Luo's turn around, Delk hastily gave Aira a wink of his own and left. "Little Aira, I know you two are young. But this is not the right time. You're about to become parents, so you should learn to be restrained." Aira instantly felt her head swell to twice its size. Fine, there was no getting out of this one. In fact, over the past month or so, Delk's chances to get even a mouthful of meat were few and far between. Aira really wanted to say that if they were to be any more restrained, Delk might as well become a monk. She rested her head on Fu Luo's thigh. Only then did Aira feel that a knight's blindfold was sometimes a very redundant thing. When she had first arrived at the palace, she had wanted a life like this. How had it ended up like this? That girl of those days had now become a wife. However, she did not lie there for long. A wife was a wife, but she still needed to keep her ambitions. Just as she was about to head to the prison outside the palace, Aira saw Senkoto hurrying into the palace. "General Senkoto, what happened that has you in such a rush?" Senkoto quickly halted and gave a slight bow. "Your Highness, this morning informants stationed in various cities reported that an army of no fewer than 5,000 temple knights is hurrying toward the eastern border. This army might be another card the Church of Light has placed near the imperial city. Heading for the eastern border. The eastern border was also the place where the Church of Light could develop with the least restriction. The Grand Duke of the eastern border did not care much, as long as they paid him. As long as it did not affect his rule, he would not bother them. About 30% of the Church of Light's forces were in the eastern border. But Aira pondered. Of the 3 leaders of the Church of Light here in the imperial city, 2 had been caught and 1 had died. Could there be another unknown leader who had not come to the palace? Yet the gathered intelligence clearly showed that there were only those 3 main ones in the imperial city. Some soldiers photographed the man leading them. "Your Highness, you can take a look." Seeing Aira frown, Senkoto told her everything he knew. "It's him. After all this time I nearly forgot him." Aira knew the man in the photo all too well. The western border on one side and the magic crystals of Agula City on the other. Those 2 matters had made Aira remember him deeply. He was the sort it would be a pity not to kill. Compared with Bushka and Monat, Aira wanted to kill him first. "Can you find out his name?" "We did. His name is Anzar. He seems to be a bishop who was driven back from the western border back then." "Right. Back then Bostin and I drove him out of the western border. I need to go report to His Majesty now. Would your Highness like to come along?" Aira waved her hand. "I'll go to the prison to see whether that captured man has returned to normal." The 2 nodded and parted ways. Monad in the prison seemed much more clear-minded, and his eyes were not as dull as yesterday. He had finally figured it out. The god of tainted light had only been using Miale's body. It was Trash Miale who had affected the god's performance. Could anyone say his deity was not powerful? Of course not. It was all Trash Miale's fault. After recovering his senses, Monat immediately began telling Bushka about the moronic move he and Miale had made by delivering their own heads to the enemy, and he strongly condemned Miale as trash. This had made the gods suffer humiliation alongside them. Bushka felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat, neither rising nor falling. His hand trembling, he pointed at Monat. He was done. Truly done. One does not fear a godlike opponent, one fears a pig-like teammate. If you were going to come anyway, why not bring those 8th-rank temple knights? Even as cannon fodder they could have bought you time to escape. But you still had to pick a few weaklings to show the church's sincerity. What sincerity? The church doesn't have a damned bit. Even the late emperor had been cursed to death by the church with a cursed little vial. What sincerity? From the very beginning the empire and the church were fated to fight to the death. Unless Delk turned into a ninja turtle and watched his father's killer keep growing in power on imperial soil. But that of course was impossible. Those two idiots had even rushed to offer their heads. Especially that little queen. According to Monat, he and Miale had never sent out any assassins. The palace then spread the news that the queen had been assassinated, smearing their church. All it did was make Bushka feel that people's hearts were vicious. This little queen was devious and did not play by the rules. Jingle. The clinking of chains drew near. A golden-haired young girl slowly approached. A whole night without seeing either of you, are the two of you enjoying your chat? Bushka said nothing. He was spent, truly spent. One teammate was dead and the other was keeping him company. What else could he do? Monat by contrast still had a bit of confidence. Queen, let us go and I guarantee the temple knights will not cause trouble for the imperial city again. Yesterday when Miale died you must have already gone through a great battle. If I die and the war continues, I'm afraid the imperial city may not be able to hold. Aira calmly raised an index finger and wagged it. What you said is wrong. Setting aside whether we can hold, your temple knights aren't that impressive. And how can you be sure the temple knights you mention will definitely come? If I'm not mistaken, at this moment the so-called army of temple knights you mention has likely almost reached the boundary line between the imperial city and the eastern border. What? Monat seemed to remember something. Anzar, that bastard. I trusted him so much and he dares to betray me. Bushka turned his head around at that as well. Anzar was his man, so by this logic he had also been the one who screwed over his teammate. Having each screwed over the other, a strange balance inexplicably settled in his heart. Calm down, calm down. Look on the bright side, at least your lot wasn't completely wiped out. You still have a breath left in you. Ayla's mocking tone only made Monat burn with even hotter rage. He had originally planned to threaten her with the army. Once he died the Temple Knight legions would inevitably march here. But now the only bargaining chip in his hands had been taken away. He had been reduced to nothing more than a fish on the chopping block, with life and death resting entirely on the whims of the emperor and that little queen. Then he turned his head and shot Bushka a glare. Bushka, what? No, I sent someone to notify you at first light. These two pig teammates are dumber than blocks of wood and now they're blaming me. Perhaps you could trade something valuable for your lives. I am a merciful person and do not like seeing blood. So if you can offer something that interests me, I don't mind letting you go. Humph. You think I'd believe your filthy lies? The tarnished light god will save us. When that time comes, you and that emperor will both die. Monat vowed solemnly, looking utterly certain. The tarnished light god come to save you. Do you expect him to descend into this world to rescue you? Of course the descent of the gods is inevitable. Even that old relic Senkitu will realize how weak he truly is before the gods. Only those like us who believe in and make offerings to the gods can survive after this calamity arrives. And the price, as I've said, is nothing more than the lives of worthless commoners. Since those commoners won't survive the gods' descent anyway, we might as well use their lives to carve out a path for ourselves. Bushka had been standing at the side flashing meaningful glances at Monat. A pig teammate was just a pig teammate, this little girl was devious and full of tricks. No matter how much more you say, it only gives the little girl more information, letting her prepare sooner. She has no idea what fear is. But those two were different. Bushka knew all too well that once the information was wrung dry, the two of them would be done for. As a mage he could naturally see the logic, but unfortunately his two pig teammates were both fighters who cultivated battle chi, their heads trained until only muscle remained. They might have a few functioning brains but not many. Watching Ayla nod from time to time like she was listening to a story, Bushka grew more and more frantic. Yet he dared not interrupt Monat or he would immediately suffer for it. If you let me go now, I might still be able to put in a good word for you before the great tarnished light god, so that you may receive his divine protection. No need. My empire, I will naturally defend it myself. As for gods, if they dare to come, I'll kill them. Faced with Monat's persuasion, Ayla said indifferently. Kill them. You don't think that merely defeating a wisp of a god's split soul means you can match a god, do you? With Miail's body bringing out 3/10 of the great god's power would already be remarkable. Yet even then you fought so desperately, and now you still dare to imagine opposing a god. Ayla's eyelids drooped slightly. The gods were indeed very powerful, but from Monet's words they seemed less formidable than she had imagined. She had originally thought that Miail after the divine descent wielded only 1/100th or 1,000th of a god's power. She had never expected it to reach 3/10. It really was weaker than she had expected. You keep saying the gods will descend, the gods will descend. Do you actually know when they will descend? Of course. Monet said with utter confidence. The blue and purple bruises on his face did nothing to stop him from laughing wildly. At most 10 years and the gods will descend in full. The great tarnished light god is certain to be the first to arrive. If you let us go, what I said earlier still stands. 10 years. Ayla bowed her head in silence. That's right, 10 years. Can you raise a force that can oppose the gods in 10 years? The church has spent a century on its plans without success. Do you think you can manage it? Crack. Seeing Monet turning increasingly insolent, Ayla slapped him to the ground with one stroke, planted her foot on his cheek and pushed his face straight into the prison's mire. 10 years. In 10 years even I won't know how strong I'll have become. Gods. By then I'll be a god. The god you look upon with such awe will be nothing but an ant to me. His face in the mire. Monet still refused to admit defeat. You'll regret this. This empire will be destroyed by your arrogance and ignorance. Whether it is destroyed is not for you to decide but for me. Unfortunately you will never live to see it. Ayla still had no intention of killing Monet. She had asked the question only to learn the time of the god's descent. The knowledge was useful solely for preparing in advance. What really mattered was the wealth and resources the church had left behind. 10 years, by then she herself had no idea how strong she would be. Gods. They would be running straight into a gun barrel. I'll leave him to you. Find out whether they have a private stash or whether the church has one, and you will be handsomely rewarded. She patted the knight on guard duty on the shoulder, then turned and left. Shortly after, the sonic cracks of a whip resounded through the prison. Having learned the time of the god's descent, Ayla oddly enough was no longer in a hurry. Her spiritual power had already reached the middle stage of the 5th rank. At her current pace, reaching the 6th rank in 2 or 3 months was a sure thing. At the very most another year would make the 7th rank simple. With 3 more years the 8th rank could be broken in a snap. Before the god's descent the 8th rank in her view would be enough. Still she needed to tell Durek about this matter. But she was in no hurry. She intended to bring it up in the evening. The prison was outside the royal palace. Its location was not particularly remote, but few people came and went. Squads of knights patrolled back and forth. Only after Ayla left that district did the number of passers-by swell. At a street corner a knight was interrogating several students wearing Kasalar Academy uniforms. Curious, Ayla approached. What did they do? A female voice cut in. The knight paid it no particular attention at first. But the instant he turned and saw Ayla he hurriedly lifted his hand in salute. Your Majesty, these children are ones I met on the battlefield yesterday. They slew some temple knights in the fight. I was just tallying their deeds to submit a report. Ayla studied the students whose faces were still childish. In terms of potential alone they were not very strong, nowhere near Lay Yasali and the others. Yet Ayla admired this spirit. Whatever reasons they had, stepping forward when the Empire needed them was already quite commendable. She gave a slight nod. Then go ahead. Report the truth as it is and grant rewards according to military standards. If they wish to stay in the army they may, their service will be counted by military merit. Hearing this the students were overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ordinarily whenever the Empire faced trouble it would sound a call to arms or force conscription, turning this sort of help into an obligation. Because they lacked the status of regular soldiers their rewards were often pocketed by high officials or the privileged second generation. Even military merits would become stepping stones for the noble or ministerial offspring to climb on their path of advancement. This was precisely why these people, even after joining the army later, were still unable to obtain the military merits that rightfully belonged to them. But now that the Queen herself had spoken, who would dare to embezzle their rewards and military achievements? The knight responsible for keeping records also revealed a joyful expression. Having taken notice of these few he naturally developed an appreciation for their talent and wished to recruit them into his knight order. After all, these few possessed neither the status of regular soldiers nor membership in a knight order. The chances of their rewards and military merits being swallowed up were far from small. Such a matter, however, was beyond the authority of a minor knight like him to decide. And the commander of the order would hardly offend a fellow officer over such a personal whim. Why are you all so happy? Isn't this just the normal process? Ah. Confronted with Ayla's question, the knight was at a loss for words, unsure whether he should say anything. Your Majesty, actually. In the end it was one of the students who stepped forward to explain to Ayla. There is such a thing. Very well, I understand. Thank you for telling me, young one. What is your name? Chuta. Good, I shall remember you. You may have considerable potential for officialdom. In time the royal palace may have a place for you. This young man who dared to speak the truth reminded Ayla of an office from her homeland, the Grand Censor. A post that could serve as the sovereign's eyes and ears, but whose most vital requirement was the courage to speak. Even the regular knights had not dared to voice this, yet the young man had simply pulled away the whole veil with a few plain words. He was someone who dared to speak. But the time was not yet right. After returning to the royal palace, Ayla specifically asked Yviniel to make a note of him so they could find him later. When night fell, Ayla recounted the entire day's matters to Delco in the bedchamber. Conscripting soldiers, drilling troops, and cultivation, each had become an indispensable task. It was not only the overall military strength of the empire. Delco's own rank could not be neglected either. As for Ayla, she still relied on her sleep cultivation technique. No matter what happened, it could not interfere with her sleep. For her, sleeping was meditation. Her spiritual power enhanced itself and the daily portion was fixed, so even if she cultivated more it would not make much difference. The only thing she could work on through her own effort was battle chi. Yet she seemed to have little use for it. What deserved the most attention, and what most urgently required reform, was the military system. Those who dared to embezzle military credit had to pay the price, and the ministers had to keep their hands honest. This was no easy matter. Therefore on the next day Delco pulled Aegis into discussions. At the very least formal regulations had to be established. At the same time the deployment of all existing troops demanded reform. To put it bluntly, the imperial city had virtually no control over the 4 regions beyond its immediate territory. Whether it was Ayla's own father or Boston, they were both equivalent to military governors possessing supreme authority over an entire region. This allowed them to bypass Delco entirely. They had no need to mind his expression, let alone seek Ayla's opinion. Ayla felt this was highly problematic. It was as if the empire had been split into 5 different nations. She planned to put this matter on the agenda once the eastern and southern regions were taken. Delco and Aegis finalized the broad framework in just a day and a half of discussion. At present the minister's sense of crisis was still far too shallow. He had thought that after the blade had once been raised against the nobles in the imperial city these people would have learned their lesson. No, they had learned, but it had not truly hurt them. These past 2 months had once again made them feel that the sovereign needed them and could not do without them. Their vigilance had slipped once more. Therefore this time Delco did not intend to let it go lightly. Executing a dozen or more was still well within reach. The Kassalar Academy could mobilize a group of graduates to temporarily serve as errand runners transmitting decrees. Ayla however did not witness this purge alongside Delco. While Delco was still settling the reform matters, she had already set out for Egula City. Poiena's experiment was proceeding smoothly. An ultra-low concentration of life potion had a restorative effect on the land more than a dozen times better than the crude fertilizers previously used. The key point was that the life potion took effect extremely quickly and there was no need to deliberately condition the soil. But the harvests from each succeeding round were destined to be lower than the last, just not with as wide a gap as the initial harvests that had only been accelerated by curses. It was therefore that Ayla came to Egula City. Yet the moment she stepped off the train the scene before her startled her. That Egula City which had once seemed backward, barren, thinly populated and somewhat chaotic. Beside the station stood crowds of people waiting for carriages. The streets were full of vendors. Various magical beast cuisine shops, magical beast cub shops, procurement shops, weapon shops, potion shops. Bounty hunters and adventurers, all in good order. Just like the imperial city, there were even squads of knights patrolling. Your Majesty. That is Her Majesty the Queen. Some longtime residents of Egula City recognized Ayla. Though only a few months had passed, they still remembered her clearly. Your Majesty, I am Elab Stedgley, waiting here for you. Stedgley, that was Aegis's family. This city was nominally controlled by the Stedgley family, and the Stedgley family were Delco's diehard loyalists. Still they were Aegis's natal family. Aegis's kin. They had not deliberately concealed Ayla's movements, rather they had even given advance orders to welcome her. Very well, where is Poiena now? Ayla waved to the people on the streets and asked in a spare moment. Lady Poiena is currently at an experimental field in the southwestern corner of Egula City. Because of the experiment, Lady Poiena has not been residing within the city. No time to lose, let us go find her directly. Elab immediately turned the carriage around and drove toward the outskirts. It was not only the city proper, even beyond the city walls had become a scene unfamiliar to Ayla. The road had been repaired, it was flat and no longer bumpy. The crumbling ruins that one used to see from time to time had also been transformed into supply depots like little shops. On the bare ground, seedlings of familiar crops had sprouted, forming patches of green carpet. From a distance, the Crimson Moon wasteland was crowded with people coming and going, mostly sword masters and mages setting out in small teams. In less than half a year this place has changed so much. Ayla sighed in admiration. Elab, driving ahead, curled the corners of his mouth. What could bring him more joy than having his immediate superior marvel at the success of his work? Elab understood that the Stedgley Chamber of Commerce was nominally the private asset of the Stedgley family, but bound as it was to the royal family, it was not wrong to call the Stedgley Chamber royal property. He had always thought that working for his family's chamber was working for the royal family, except the royal family paid far too generously. This gave him the feeling that he had drifted through half his life before finally meeting an enlightened master. Ayla, however, did not think that way. Stedgley was Stedgley, the chamber that Colbell had established was truly theirs. The Stedgley family, after all, were outsiders. Since Miss Poiena arrived here, she has been conducting experiments. These fields were all her experimental plots, Elab explained to Ayla while driving. When the Merchant Guild first arrived, they encouraged the resumption of farming, but from sowing to harvest takes at least 3 to 4 months. Moreover, the facilities here are extremely backward and many of the necessary infrastructure is simply absent. If the people want to draw water for irrigation, they have to travel great distances, which only prolongs the timeline. Everyone feared that even by the time cold weather arrived they still wouldn't be able to harvest. Many were afraid all their labor would be in vain. Ayla listened intently. She had merely handed this mess over to St. Gold through Delco's hands, originally just wanting to restore the people's livelihood as quickly as possible. She hadn't expected that even resuming farming could be so troublesome. The Merchant Guild dug irrigation canals for them and diverted water from the nearest river. The other facilities were also built by the Guild in consultation with His Majesty. The Guild also used money to placate them. Before Miss Poiena arrived, it was as if the Guild was paying them to farm and they had no initiative at all. However, after Miss Poiena came, this situation quickly changed. Ayla watched the figures working in the fields outside the car window. Miss Poiena's experiments shortened the crop cycle. Once they knew they could definitely harvest before the cold set, and this relief effort truly no longer required the Guild's intervention. Beyond that, the Merchant Guild also bought back the young laborers who had been sold into slavery in the surrounding areas. In truth, relief and restoring livelihood was the mission King St. Goal had assigned. In return, the compensation was the status of royal merchant, tax reductions, and permission to use commercial land in Aira city. Thanks to His Majesty's financial support, the Guild's burden was greatly reduced, which is why the construction here has progressed so quickly. We're also planning to open another railway line on the Red Moon wasteland. Elab kept updating Ayla on Aira city's construction progress along the way. Naturally, besides reporting, he also harbored some intention of seeking credit. But given how well Aira city had been restored, Ayla genuinely felt some reward was in order. Letting old De give Aegis 2 more bottles of the less diluted potion wouldn't be a bad idea. Ayla had verified this potion before, it truly extended one's lifespan, adding at least 3 or 4 months. Though it wasn't all that precious to her, to outsiders it was a priceless treasure. The vehicle came to a stop, Ayla stepped out and the knightly guards behind her followed. Because Delco was reforming the army, none of the knight commanders had left the imperial capital. They were all on standby there, including Liesley and Hayard. Fullos had originally wanted to come along, but considering Kana and Lilia, Ayla declined. It was fine to have just a few knights tag along and run errands. After all, with her combat power she didn't need anyone following her. Ayla stopped. This was a village. She made no effort to conceal her aura, and a figure in the distant field shot into the sky, arriving in an instant. Ayla, you're here. Poiena looked delighted. Several months apart, Poiena was utterly transformed from before. She was no longer the former fugitive chosen one of the evil god. Long time no see, Poiena. Ayla reached out and tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear. You seem to be doing well here, you're much more cheerful than before. Hee, I just realized that communication isn't really that hard. She had deliberately avoided people because of her status as the evil god's chosen one. As time passed, not to mention conversing, she even forgot how to speak properly. Back when Ayla had first sought her out, she still spoke slowly, one word at a time. Looking at the girl before her now, Ayla almost failed to recognize her. Come on, let me show you the experimental fields. Puina took Ayla's hand and ran toward the fields. Along the way they passed many villagers. Everyone greeted Puina warmly. "Goddess, when will you come to our house for another meal? Goddess. Have you made some new discovery? Why the rush? Do watch your step." Ayla listened to the stream of greetings and immediately understood Puina's current standing and reputation in Aira city. But Puina, seemingly embarrassed on her behalf, simply kept her head down and quickened her pace, until they reached the experimental fields. "Why are you running so fast? Goddess." Ayla teased, mimicking the villager's reverent tone. "Ayla, stop it." Puina called out, blushing. Ayla stopped teasing her. After all, she was a 40-year-old woman and still this shy. Perhaps due to being the chosen one, Puina's face bore few traces of time, still as youthful as a maiden's. "Look, these were all grown with curse acceleration, and the batch of potions you sent were used too. Those potions indeed speed up the recovery of soil vitality, but the accelerated growth is too fast. If planted consecutively, the soil's recovery can't keep up and the yield decreases with each forced harvest." "So you mean you've been planting consecutively every time?" Puina nodded. "Yes, I've been trying to stabilize the yield while allowing continuous planting." Ayla rubbed her chin. "If you want to avoid affecting the yield, how many days does the land need to recover?" "At least 3 days, maybe even a week before farming again without reduced yields." "That's already quite good, isn't it? And the growth cycle after acceleration?" "It takes 3 to 4 weeks to mature. Any shorter and the power required multiplies, making mass production impossible." It was then that Ayla spoke, her tone uncertain. "So Puina, you mean to say you've been spending all this time researching how to keep planting non-stop without reducing yields?" Yes, that's right." Ayla's expression was strange. "Have you considered that maybe it's not just the land that needs rest, people do too? And after harvesting one crop you still need to pack, dry, repack and sell, all of that takes time. I don't think there's any need to plant continuously." Puina blinked blankly. That actually made a lot of sense. She had really been overthinking it. "I, the Emperor, am already very satisfied with the current results." Ayla raised her arm and patted Puina on the shoulder. "You have done more than enough on this mission. You may rest. For 2 days." Puina truly couldn't rest for long after all the curse vials still depended on her for production. But having Puina single-handedly support the entire empire's needs hardly seemed realistic. Perhaps they could recruit some evil mages who practiced curses, or mages devoted to this field of study. If they wanted a job, they could be brought in. Their results might not be as good as Puina's, but as long as they worked, that would be enough. Then they could sell them at a lower price with a few different tiers. Just thinking about it, Ayla could already imagine countless gold coins flowing into the national treasury. With more gold, the facilities could be upgraded and more wasteland reclaimed, driving up demand for curse vials and ultra-low concentration life potions, and bringing in even more gold. It was all about snowballing. Once the snowball stabilized, it would become a steady source of gold. They did not stay long in the experimental field before returning to the village. Elabo seemed somewhat surprised that the two had come back so soon. "You've been here for so long, but you've never once been to the Hongwe wasteland." On the way back, Puina said she wanted to see the Hongwe wasteland. She had been in Aira city for at least 3 months. The city itself was not far from the Hongwe wasteland, yet Puina had never gone there even once. She wanted to go, but she still treated the task Ayla had entrusted to her as her top priority. In her mind, until that goal was achieved, she would not leave her post. Consequently, she had never truly rested. She watched over the fields during the day and studied how to improve the curse at night, hoping to stabilize the yield. If Ayla had not said that people needed rest, who knew how much longer she would have kept grinding away. Only after making that remark did Ayla realize that she seemed never to have visited the Hongwe wasteland either. Last time she came to Aira city, it was to find Berge, and she had dealt with a beast tide while she was at it. She had also dragged that fat scoundrel back to the imperial capital and executed him, and with all the visits and investigations she had put the Hongwe wasteland completely out of mind. Now that Puina mentioned it, she wanted to see it as well. The Bay Forest, which shared the Hongwe wasteland's fame, was indeed different from the outside world. There, because of the luminous treetops, no matter how dense the canopy was, and even when it blocked out all sunlight, it never felt dark. Even though her experience in the Bay Forest had not been pleasant and Durek was no longer at her side, wandering around the outskirts of the Hongwe wasteland should not be much of a problem. Moreover, even without Durek, she still had Puina, a formidable master, by her side. If they truly could not win a fight, she could simply throw a curse at the beast to give it a stomachache and make an easy escape. "Then let's go tomorrow. It's already late today, let's eat first." "I want hot pot." "Alright. You're the great contributor, so you get to call the shots." Night fell. After the meal with nothing else to do, the two strolled outside. Ayla. Are you with child? Ayla's body stiffened, but she answered calmly, a little over a month. For some reason Poiina's gaze toward her carried a trace of envy. Is carrying a child very blissful? Ha! Ayla looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding how she had arrived at such a conclusion. Once while dining at the tavern I chatted with a man. He said the process of carrying a child was blissful. He hadn't sounded very serious, but everyone in the tavern agreed with him at the time. Ayla's expression turned odd. Were the ones egging him on all men? Poiina frowned and thought back carefully, then nodded. It seems they really were. Ayla sighed helplessly. Then next time you might want to consider whether it's bliss or bedroom bliss. What's the difference? That man probably simply meant you no good. Looking at Poiina's utterly innocent gaze, Ayla could not understand how she had gotten through these 40 years. She might never have eaten pork, but she must have still seen a pig run. Have you never had someone you liked? Faced with Ayla's question, Poiina nodded emphatically. I have. Yuiwei and all the villagers here, I like everyone. Ayla. Not that kind of like. I mean the kind between husband and wife. Like you and His Majesty. Well, I suppose. Maybe. Ayla's gaze drifted and her fingers unconsciously picked at the corner of her mouth. I think there was someone. But after I became a divine chosen I couldn't remember clearly. It just seems that there was such a person. Why couldn't you remember after becoming a divine chosen? Could the god of curses be trying to control you? I think I died once. But how I died, I've forgotten. Poiina's voice was utterly devoid of emotion, as if she were speaking of someone else. Ayla immediately connected this to her own mother-in-law. Could the primary condition for an evil god's divine chosen truly be to die once? Could Poiina have been caught in the black tide as well? Ayla quickly dismissed the conjecture, for inside Poiina's body there was not a trace of decaying power. Moreover, if it truly were the black tide, Poiina would not be here now, she would be at the source of the dark tide in the far north. Too much time had passed and Ayla had no way to verify it. The two chatted intermittently until late into the night. The temporary cottage had only one bed, but fortunately the bed was large enough for Ayla and Poiina to share. Your scent is different. Is this also because of His Majesty? The last time Ayla had heard that had been with Mia. After all, she and Mia had shared a bed many times. But she had never shared a bed with Poiina, so she never expected Poiina to say it right out like that. Probably. You know, it's normal for a grown man to have a scent. Oh. Poiina did not press further. Strong body odor on men was a blind spot in her knowledge. She had always felt that men and women were pretty much the same. Still, since Ayla had said so, she must have had her reasons. Perhaps Durek really did have a stronger odor. With that, the lights were extinguished and they went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the imperial capital, Durek was still sitting in the courtyard outside the bedchamber, a magic crystal on the table. It's so late. Are you still waiting for little Ayla to contact you? Fuluosi walked over slowly. Mother. Durek hastily rose to his feet. Sit back down. I know you've been busy with military reform lately. It's normal to be tired and stressed. Durek sat back down and Fuluosi took the seat opposite him. You should rest early. At this hour little Ayla is probably already asleep. She went there to inspect, not to fight. There's no need to worry so much. Durek let out a sigh. I told her to remember to keep in touch through the magic crystal. Fuluosi covered her mouth with a laugh. Look at you, an emperor. I truly wonder whether you the emperor married little Ayla or whether little Ayla married you the emperor. When little Ayla isn't home you seem to have lost your backbone. I'm just a little unaccustomed. Durek straightened up and tried to cover. Mother knows. Fuluosi's tone was teasing. In truth, she also knew that all the affairs of the empire, great and small, were naturally decided by her good son. But having strong opinions in imperial affairs did not mean he could have strong opinions back in the inner palace. Anyway, in the week or so since she had returned everything in the inner palace, what to eat, what extra snacks to stock up on, all depended on Ayla's will. When Ayla was gone, the inner palace had instantly become desolate. In the past, Ayla would drag her around during the day. When free, she would also leave the palace to swing by the night order, the academy and the church. In the evening she would go to chat with Mia and the others. Not a single day would be idle. But now, Fuluosi found herself thinking about her young daughter-in-law as well. And so the mother and son simply sat there in the courtyard doing nothing. Ella, is it really alright for us to just walk straight in? Quina asked, somewhat anxious. The adventurers and bounty hunters passing by carried all sorts of weapons and equipment with bulging pouches of potion bottles at their belts. Look at them if you want, but we're not going to the inner circle. We'll just roam the outer edge of the wasteland. Once we bring troops here and flatten the place, then we'll head to the inner circle. The two were currently at the edge of the Crimson Moon wasteland. Ella had not brought any knights along. If a crisis truly struck, it was hard to say who would end up saving whom. The two of them remained in their everyday attire. Well, if it isn't the goddess herself. What brings you to the wasteland? Goddess, do you need an escort? Our exploration troop is formidable, we guarantee you a safe and pleasant journey. Quite a few adventurers eagerly crowded forward. Some of them were residents of Aira City and were naturally familiar with Quina. In comparison, Ella, who had only been in Aira City for a few days, was far less well known. More of the northern city folk recognized her instead. No need. We'd like to look around on our own. Quina politely declined the adventurer's goodwill. Very well. If the goddess ever has need, just say the word. Even the weakest member of our team is a second-class adventurer, we can absolutely guarantee your safety. With that, the group departed, arms slung over one another's shoulders. What's a second-class adventurer? Ella asked once they were out of earshot. That's the adventurer ranking system. To be second-class, you need at least the second rank in cultivation and enough contribution points from slaying monsters. I once had a stretch where I couldn't afford to eat, so I wanted to become an adventurer myself. Quina recalled the memory of herself hesitating outside the Adventurers Guild. Then why didn't you go through with it? With your strength, becoming an adventurer would have been easy. Quina nodded. It would have been easy, yes, but they have a detection device there. If I'd been tested, my identity as a chosen one would have been exposed. The Adventurers Guild wouldn't care if I was a heretic God's chosen, but I always felt that once exposed I'd never be able to afford a meal again. She felt a little dejected, but then a pair of soft hands grasped hers. Then let's go. You don't have to worry about meals anymore, so why not register right now? Quina felt that it made sense. By the way, is there a place nearby to do it? We don't have to run all the way back to the city, do we? No need. I saw it on the way here, the Adventurers Guild has a local branch nearby. We can apply there. This time it was Quina who pulled Ella along. Before long the two arrived at a tavern. Isn't this a tavern? It was only then that Ella noticed the sign beside the entrance. The resting tavern, Crimson Moon Wasteland Guild branch, right? The Adventurers Guild usually uses a local tavern as its proxy. Still, the staff here are all professionally trained by the guild. The two walked into the tavern. It was noisy inside. Just past the entrance was an open space with no tables or chairs. A few adventurers were dragging a magic beast's corpse while talking to the young woman at the front counter. Turning left, they found a spacious hall where resting adventurers were devouring meat, guzzling wine, and speaking at the top of their lungs. All right, the guild will purchase the corpse for 90 silver coins. If there's no objection, we'll proceed with the branding. The burly adventurer accepted, letting battle chi seep into the paper as a mark flared to life. Done. The transaction is complete, here's your reward. Clink, clink, clink. The 90 silver coins falling onto the table made a pleasing sound. Next. The receptionist's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Ella's identity might mean nothing to these adventurers and bounty hunters, but she and her colleagues had received specialized training. They recognized key figures of the Empire from photographs even if they couldn't remember every one. But the Emperor and the Queen were the Empire's highest sovereigns, how could they ever forget them? She hastily rose from behind a counter and bowed low. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen. As she stepped out from the counter, the noise in the tavern began to die down. Many were curious to see who held such prestige that guild personnel would rise to personally greet them. Yet when they actually heard the receptionist's words, the tavern fell silent at an almost eerie speed. What did Lady G just say? Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen would come to a place like this. This is the Crimson Moon Wasteland. Paying the murmurs no heed, Ella quickly waved her hand. No need for formalities. We came to apply for adventurer status. G had barely straightened up when she heard Ella's words and quickly asked, Your Majesty, will His Majesty approve of you applying to become an adventurer? Ella frowned. What did applying to be an adventurer have to do with Durko? I, the Queen, wish to apply to be an adventurer. What does that have to do with His Majesty? Is my own will not enough? Cold sweat ran down G's back. She knew that adventurers, though not as unscrupulous as bounty hunters who took any job, still inevitably had to deal with magic beasts. It was a profession that licked blood from a blade's edge. As a result, few nobles ever chose to become adventurers. It was seen as a rebellion against their own status and regarded as a disgrace by the aristocracy. If even a minor noble becoming an adventurer caused such an uproar, then what of Ella the queen herself? That was why G had asked whether Durko knew. She dreaded registering the queen only for the emperor to fly into a rage and come after the adventurers guild. No, your majesty, that's not what I meant. It's just that with your status, becoming an adventurer may bring some inconveniences. Inconveniences? What kind of inconveniences? Just get it done. Seeing Ella's resolute attitude, G did not try to dissuade her further. Then please follow me, your majesty and Miss Puina. Ella glanced back at Puina. Even the Adventurers Guild staff recognized her. It seemed Puina had truly made a name for herself even in this line of farming. They followed G into a room behind the counter. The clamor in the tavern erupted once more. Your majesty, please place your hand here. G pointed to a crystal ball. It was densely covered with magic arrays, clearly a magitech device of intricate construction. Ella did as instructed and placed her hand on it. Her battle chi stirred restlessly. G took one look and noted it down. Battle chi rank 4th rank. Alright, next is. Before she could finish, the crystal ball let out a hum as its originally ice blue glow shifted to a colorless hue. Ha! A dual cultivator of battle chi and magic. She hurriedly noted it down again. Mental strength 5th rank. Before she could lift her head, the crystal ball changed once more, radiating a dazzling yet gentle light. Light, like divine power. Light chosen one. G cried out sharply. This crystal ball had gathered the power of every chosen one across the Empire's 100 years. It even contained records of chosen ones from before the Empire's founding, and the light chosen one was naturally among them. Are you done recording? G hurriedly turned back and bowed her head to right. Light chosen one 4th rank. Your Highness, this registration information will be reported to the association headquarters, you see. No need to rush, there are still people who haven't been tested. Ayla turned her head toward Puina. Puina stepped forward and placed her hand on the crystal ball. The reaction, streaks of purple light flickering through the darkness, shocked Jenny once again. Curse. A cursed chosen. She stared at Puina in shock. How could this be? This was the publicly acknowledged chosen of abundance. How could she be an evil god's chosen? This thing really is accurate, it detects divine power with unerring precision. Ayla was deeply intrigued by the crystal ball. If it could be applied on a large scale, perhaps they could search out several more chosen throughout the entire empire. Jenny lowered her head, finished recording, and only then let out a breath, calming her pounding heart. Whether or not Puina was an evil god's chosen, she was still a minister sent by the royal family, an imperial envoy. She was nothing more than a receptionist at a tiny branch. She had no right to question any of it. That's fine now. You mentioned earlier that you'd send it to headquarters. You may, but do not leak it carelessly. If someone has seen it, let them see, just do not deliberately spread it around. After Puina's ordeal in Agula City, Ayla had no intention of letting her retire into obscurity as a beast of burden producing cursed vials. A chosen would inevitably be a tremendous asset in the future, perhaps even a public figure. Thus, rather than letting the information spread far and wide, they allowed only those who had seen it with their own eyes to know. This way the news would travel far more slowly. It would also allow Puina a period of acclimation and give the public time to grow used to the idea. When the cursed chosen was combined with the incarnation of the goddess of abundance, and was on top of that a minister entrusted with significant duties by the royal family, the label of evil god's chosen tended to matter much less. Here are your adventurer ID cards, please keep them safe. Jenny returned before long and handed the 2 cards to them. Wasn't there supposed to be a practical combat test? In response to Puina's question, Jenny chuckled softly. Both your strength and tier already far exceed the standards here, there is no need for a test. This test was meant for evaluating weaker individuals, it should not send anyone to their deaths needlessly. But Her Highness the Queen, who slew so many magical beasts during the beast outbreak in Agula City, had unquestionable strength. As for Puina, Jenny glanced at the record sheet in her hand. Cursed chosen tier 7. What was the point of testing? The strongest here was only early tier 6. At tier 7 and a chosen at that, what test could possibly be necessary? Ayla took her ID card, which bore a 5. Puina's card, however, bore only a 1. Is this a rank? Why are our ranks different? Puina had also noticed the discrepancy. Though they had applied for it at the same time, Ayla was a 5th-rank adventurer while she was a 1st-rank adventurer. Because during the beast tide in Aigula City Her Highness the Queen's kills of magical beasts were witnessed by all, so they were counted into her contribution points. As for Miss Poiena, no outstanding exploits can be found in the association's records, so she could only be given 1st rank. Since Her Highness's highest mental power is Tier 5, the highest adventurer rank that can be granted is 5th rank. Should Her Highness make a breakthrough in the future, you may return to the association and update her rank. Once Jenny finished explaining, the 2 women had no further objections. In that case, we will head to the Hongwei wasteland. Having obtained the credentials she wanted, Ayla turned to leave. Your Highness, several demon folk from the Pudiluo Empire have recently arrived in the wasteland. They are exceptionally strong, please be careful. Demon folk. Very well, thank you. Let's go. Jenny watched the 2 women as they left through the door. In the tavern, quite a few people crowded around. Hey Miss Jenny, was that really the Queen? Why would the Queen come to such a dangerous place as the Hongwei wasteland? Jenny's smile did not waver, and she shared only what she was allowed to tell. What tier is Her Highness the Queen? She looks so small, surely she hasn't just begun cultivating. Her Highness the Queen is a 5th-rank adventurer. She has slain quite a few mid-tier magical beasts, at least more than all of you combined. The crowd looked unconvinced, thinking Jenny was only teasing them. If you don't believe me, many people in the North District know about it. Go ask them and see. Without paying them any further attention, Jenny returned to the front desk and resumed her work. Some of those adventurers actually ran out to inquire. Having obtained her adventurer ID card, Ayla was very pleased. It was like an Achievement 1 notification popping up in a game. Except this was reality, not a game. This time, without any further detours or mishaps, the 2 walked straight into the Hongwei wasteland. The vegetation here was pitifully sparse. Yet strangely enough, from the moment they set foot inside, the air seemed to carry an elusive trace of crimson. As the 2 advanced from the outer reaches toward the inner circle, the crimson grew increasingly pronounced. The sunlight dimmed, correspondingly replaced by gradually strengthening moonlight. Yet once one moved farther away, the sun could still be seen hanging high in the sky. This place is truly strange. It's broad daylight, yet there's a moon. This is the domain of an illusion realm. There must be a presence close to Tier 9 here. Poiena, however, took it in stride, as if she had been through such places before. Along the way, low-tier magical beasts could be seen, but they were sparse. One appeared only after walking 10-odd minutes. Only as they approached the inner circle did the magical beasts gradually become more numerous. They could even spot adventure teams hunting the beasts. Several teams operated without interfering with one another, and no one tried to steal another's prey. Ayla paid them no heed. The 2 continued forward. Whenever a magical beast appeared, Ayla casually tossed a small pebble which thundered and burst apart the instant it neared the beast. Low-tier magical beasts were simply blasted into scattered pieces. The hunting teams that witnessed it could only click their tongues in mute astonishment. It was not until a mid-tier magical beast provoked beyond endurance lunged at Ayla, and still it was only one pebble. It merely had a large chunk of its body blasted away rather than being obliterated outright like a low-tier beast. The adventurer party that happened to be fighting a mid-tier magical beast watched with eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Who was this formidable figure, and where did she come from? There was no fluctuation of battle chi nor any magic circle. Could she be an exceedingly rare arcanist? But Ayla soon walked far away, and they still had magical beasts to hunt. They could not afford to be distracted. The crowd had only brushed past her briefly. Yet that would not stop them from boasting to their companions once they returned about the fearsome figure they had seen. The inner circle is just ahead, let's stop here. Ayla called a halt, and Poiena nodded as well. Along the way, Poiena had gathered many medicinal herbs. Ayla did not recognize them, but Poiena said that several were rare medicinal ingredients. They were worth a dozen or more gold coins. It had not been a wasted trip. Your Highness, we have spent many days at the edge of the inner circle and still have not found it. Why don't we go directly to the Adventurer Association in Lyurkia and post a quest? Ayla looked toward the voice. Several figures in black robes, unusually tall and imposing, approached them. That one, it's that one. One of them pointed at the medicinal herb in Poiena's hand. The others looked over in unison. Several demon folk approached. Among them Ayla could see potential soaring to the heavens, indeed far greater than that of Lei Yasali. Even from more than a dozen meters away, Ayla felt the intense aggression emanating from that aura. You there, put down what you're holding. One of the demons strode forward, looking every bit the brazen robber. Ayla's gaze darkened, her eyes instantly turning razor-sharp. The next instant the demon who had been pressing forward jolted to a stop. A violent gale erupted, slamming his towering frame against the ground as the earth around him fractured inch by inch. Meanwhile another demon in the group bellowed, "Zalage, stand down." Unfortunately the command came a step too late. The sudden turn of events froze the remaining demons in their tracks, yet as one they raised their hands to shield the person at the very rear. "Your Excellency, I apologize for my subordinate's rudeness. Please spare him, I am willing to offer compensation for it." The youth parted the protective hands in front of him, stepped forward and removed his hood, his expression laden with apology. "Then what more is there to say? Hand it over." Aira naturally showed no courtesy. These demon folk had quite inexplicably been on the verge of robbing her outright. Compensation was the very least the other party could do. Without a hint of hesitation the youth turned his palm over and a bag of coins materialized in his grasp. "Will this suffice? I didn't bring much coin with me on this journey. If possible I'd also like to use these to purchase that herb in your Excellency's friend's hand." As he spoke he produced another pouch of coins and offered both to Aira. She reached out and took them, feeling their weight, at the very least 100 coins. Yet the true point wasn't the number, every last one of them was a demon crystal coin. One demon crystal coin was worth 1,000 gold coins. 100 demon crystal coins meant 100,000 gold coins, and these two pouches contained more than 100. The immense wind pressure crushing the pinned demon dissipated without a trace. "I do enjoy a person of such pure affluence." She turned and leaned close to Pu Yaina's ear, asking, "Is this herb expensive?" Pu Yaina held out the herb and looked at the youth. "You want this one?" The youth nodded eagerly again and again. Pu Yaina turned back and answered, "It's not expensive, but it is rare, a specialty of the Hongwei wasteland. However, its poison is fierce, so it's not particularly useful." Aira nodded, now certain of her ground. She took the herb and passed it to the youth. "I agree. Take it, take it." A ripple of joy immediately surfaced on the young man's handsome face. The demon named Zalage scrambled awkwardly to his feet, head lowered and utterly mute. Pudiluo was a nation that revered individual martial might. A moment ago Aira had rendered him immobile without even lifting a finger. For a moment he had even felt he was about to be ground into paste. By now his heart toward Aira was filled with both fear and admiration. "Thank you, Your Excellency. My name is Taya. May I ask your name?" "I am Aira Fuluoxalan." "I am Pu Yaina." Taya gave a light laugh and said, "To have the good fortune of meeting Miss Aira and Miss Pu Yaina today is truly fate." Aira took it for mere courtesy. She had not expected Taya's next words. "If I may ask, does Miss Aira already have someone dear to her heart?" "Huh?" Aira looked at Taya, utterly bewildered. "If not, then please grant me the opportunity to pursue you, Miss Aira." At Taya's words the demons behind him exchanged glances and grinned broadly. Pudiluo revered the strong, and strength cared not for gender. Taya's posture was clearly an outright display of sincerity before a powerhouse. Though demon folk differed from humans in height and appearance, they were nowhere near grotesque. There were even records of demonkind intermarrying with elves. Some demon folk were even exceptionally handsome. Taya was one such example. Unfortunately Pudiluo prized martial power above all else. If one's strength was great enough, one could do virtually anything. "No, no, no, I already have someone. I'm already married." Aira hastily waved her hands, cutting him off. A flicker of astonishment crossed Taya's face. He had never imagined that the petite-looking woman before him was already wed. He silently bowed his head, pausing for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, a high-tier magical beast drawn by the aura gathered from the group came bounding toward them. A colossal ape, each stride covering tens of meters, plummeted from the sky. Its 7th rank aura was unmistakable. The demon folk immediately snapped into alertness, vein-like patterns blazing across their bodies as magical energy surged. Aira casually picked up a rather large stone. She applied magnetic acceleration and molecular amplification. A small rock in her hand now resembled a bomb on the verge of exploding at any moment. She hurled it with explosive force. The ape's mountain-like descending form was knocked backward in a violent roar, a bloody hole blasted open in its body. Aira had drawn on the spiritual energy stored in her bracer, though not released to its fullest extent. Still, it had consumed as much as 2/10 of what she held, comparable to 6th rank spiritual power, yet to her surprise it hadn't even managed to blast a 7th rank magical beast to death. Tisk. Aira clicked her tongue in irritation. Go. At the palace she had borrowed to upgrade her equipment. The 1,000+ longswords she possessed now were no longer the shabby blades from Bay Forest. Frigid glints flickered across every blade. One glance was enough to tell how terrifyingly sharp they were. Not all were deployed, only about 500 spiraled up into the sky then descended like a torrential downpour. Though the ape that had been blasted backward was no longer visible. Yet the beast's roars could be heard growing from fierce to weak, gradually stilling into silence. Both the demon folk and Pu Yaina were astounded by such a method. There was no magic circle, no fluctuation of battle chi. The technique came forth with a mere raised hand, unseen before its sheer power, utterly unheard of. The spiritual energy fluctuations she released with that gesture revealed that Aira was merely 5th rank, yet her destructive power hardly matched such a level. Taya's eyes gleamed with an almost frightening intensity as he stared at Aira and said abruptly, "I will become stronger." What did he mean by that? Aira couldn't understand why he had suddenly said such a thing. But the demon folk roared with laughter. Imperial might determined everything, as long as one was strong enough one could seize whatever one desired with one's own hands. Even a spouse was no exception. As an offspring of the demon king, Taya always spoke in a polished pedantic manner, utterly incompatible with the spirit of Imperial. If not for the blood test, the demon king would have doubted whether Taya was truly his own child. And now for Taya to say such a thing proved that the bookish prince had finally begun to change. Once one had desires and once one had to strive for them with one's own martial strength, was one supposed to talk one's way to them? Facing a group that had inexplicably become overjoyed, Aira simply found it all baffling. Pu Yaina adjusted her glasses, a trace of thought flickering in her eyes. "By the way," Aira said, "what do you need this herb for?" "Perhaps I can help, provided of course that you can afford my fee." This was a patsy, no scratch that. This was the scion of a wealthy house. Though she had no idea what his true strength was, rich he unquestionably was. On top of that, considering the potential radiating from him, Aira didn't mind lending him a hand. "Miss Aira, you know how to brew potions?" Taya looked at her with some surprise. "Brew potions? I wouldn't need such things. When I save people I never rely on potions." Taya simply shook his head. "It's not about saving anyone. My bloodline has yet to awaken, so I truly wish to brew a potion to stimulate its awakening." Bloodline awakening. A demonic bloodline. Taya admitted it openly. While having a high-concentration demonic bloodline was frowned upon outside Putero, here it was seen as a mark of power. Within Putero it was regarded as a symbol of strength. Unfortunately, Taya's elven and human bloodlines had long suppressed his demonic bloodline, preventing it from awakening naturally. Only a potion could stimulate it, and even then the chances were far from certain. There was still a risk of failure. Aira pondered for a moment. "Is there some essential condition for your bloodline to awaken?" "Of course. Normally one's bloodline would awaken on the day of adulthood. The higher the bloodline purity, the earlier the awakening. But for someone like me who has yet to awaken, I have to rely on a sufficiently strong external stimulus paired with a potent life potion. With that I stand a good chance of succeeding." A life potion. Taya had no intention of hiding it. A vial of high-grade life potion appeared in his hand. "This is it. In fact, this life potion formula originated from your Likoya realm." Aira was speechless for a moment. "I have a much more potent life potion here. Do you want it?" "Really?" Taya's face lit up with joy. This high-grade life potion was already the strongest one available in all of Putero, yet Aira claimed to possess something even better. Even as the words were spoken, Taya had already believed her 8 parts out of 10. Aira pretended to search through her cloth bag while secretly producing a concentrated essence on the spot. Splashing in some mineral water she had already taken a sip from, she concocted a condensed ultra-high concentration life potion, a true plus edition. Its potency far surpassed even the high-grade potion. "Here, this is it." Taya reached out, took it and immediately poured some into a small cap. A surge of rich vitality burst forth within his body. The long silent bloodline stirred, showing the faintest trace of waking. "It is indeed far more powerful than the high-grade potion. If I had an even stronger one I wouldn't need these herbs at all." Taya hadn't expected that a chance encounter with this young woman while searching for herbs would bring him such a pleasant surprise. "As it happens, I do have an even stronger one. But once those herbs are sold there's no returning them." "Naturally," Taya replied quickly. "Also the bottle in your hand, since you've already drunk from it you have to pay for that too." "No problem. Aira extended her hand, curling her fingers as if beckoning for payment. Only then did Taya realize that almost all of the money he had brought on this trip had already been handed over to her. He could only turn around and look at his subordinates. They scrambled and managed to scrape together 24 magic crystal coins. Taya handed them to Ayla with an apologetic look. I apologize. I left in such a hurry this time that this is all I have. However, you can rest assured, I swear on my father's name, the Windbreaker Demon King, that I will send someone with the rest of the payment as soon as I return. Ayla put on a reluctant expression. Fine, I suppose I'll let it slide since I find you agreeable. Otherwise I would never let you take it like this. But this bottle costs 150 magic crystal coins. As for the rest, 24 will have to do. I'll take a loss. Ayla handed over the bottle she had just refilled with diluted liquid. Taya thanked her profusely. Ayla accepted gracefully. This young man was decent enough, even after being swindled he still had to thank her. Taya poured out another cap and drank it. This time the power within him surged back to life with even greater ferocity. In truth, as long as there was enough intense stimulation he was capable of awakening. But his father was a demon king. His demonic power was violent and destructive, and his whole family revered raw force. Naturally their magic leaned toward devastation. If he were to pour enough of that raging mana into himself to awaken his bloodline, he would probably explode before it ever happened. Life energy was far more gentle. He gulped down the life potion in big swallows, finishing the entire bottle, then drained the second lower concentration bottle as well. A surging torrent of life energy erupted within him, washing over his dormant demonic bloodline again and again. Thump. Thump. The heartbeat was clearly audible. Yet the demon kin behind him seemed affected by it, each clutching their chests, dropping to one knee with pain-twisted expressions. However, they remained united in their silence, afraid of disturbing Taya's awakening. Ayla snapped her fingers gently. As everyone knows, sound does not travel through a vacuum. 2 layers of cyan barriers enclosed the group, creating a vacuum in the space between. The agonized demon kin immediately felt the phantom force that had made their hearts feel ready to burst from their chests vanish. They then noticed the cyan barriers around them and turned to thank Ayla one after another, though she could not hear a single word they said. Taya's awakening was not merely heralded by that eerie heartbeat. Demonic runes spread across his body, and a pair of small horns began to grow from his forehead. Through Ayla's perception, the magical beasts that had lingered at the edge of her senses were now all swiftly retreating. Ayla, I keep feeling something dangerous, Puina whispered into her ear. It's fine. This kid is decent, he wouldn't go so far as to kill me to dodge a debt. Puina. Was that even what she was worried about? At the same time Taya's mana rose step by step. Only then did Ayla sense his true cultivation level. 4th rank. 5th rank. 6th rank. 7th rank, early stage. Since Taya had never used his mana before, Ayla had assumed he was merely an ordinary person. Demonkin without any rank were rare, but they did exist. She had thought she'd encountered one of those uncommon few, but it turned out he did have a rank after all. Within little more than 10 minutes Taya's awakening neared its end. The dense demonic runes faded away silently, and Taya seemed to return to his previous demeanor. Yet under Ayla's perception his immense latent potential had risen an entire level. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Taya was destined to become a 9th-rank powerhouse. Ayla even wondered if this world truly had another book dedicated to the Putero Empire, whether Taya might just be its chosen child of destiny. Just like 10 years of contempt, one awakening crushing countless prodigies. A fierce and murderous aura radiated from Taya, starkly different from his earlier courteous and gentle bearing. He reached out a hand toward Ayla. Come with me and be my mate. Ha! Ayla felt as though her frequency and this young man's were constantly misaligned. You'd better not. I only want money, not a change of citizenship. If you come with me, once I seize the Demon King's throne, the entire Demon King's city and all its wealth will be yours. I told you I'm not going. Are you even capable of listening? No matter what she said to this strange man, it seemed not to register at all. A flicker of anger finally rose from the depths of Ayla's heart. Follow me this place. Ayla's breathing grew heavier. The magnetic field, the wind pressure, the body of Taya, who was in the early 7th rank, suddenly sank. I think you've lost your mind. Merely awakening some demonic bloodline and you truly believe you've become something special. Now immediately, right this instant, return to Pudiluo and deliver my money. If even a single coin is missing, I'll lead my army to crush the pathetic Demon King's castle of yours. The possessiveness in Taya's eyes receded somewhat. No, that's not. No, I don't accept this. I demand to challenge the man who married you, and I will win you back. Bang! Ayla drove her foot into his chest, unleashing terrifying kinetic force. The towering figure was sent flying backward, crushing what little sparse vegetation remained beneath him. Win me back. Do you take me for some sort of commodity? I only took a liking to you and thought to lend a hand, but you clearly can't tell who's really in charge here. This is Lilkia, not your pudilual. The demon followers exchanged uneasy glances, silent as cicadas in winter. Taya had only just awakened, yet the pressure radiating from him, the sheer density of his bloodline, was already enough to instill fear in them. It was a tremor that came from the very depths of their bloodline, the instinctive dread of a lower being before a superior one. And yet this same Taya, formidable as he was, had been kicked 70 or 80 meters away by Aira. If all of them were to rush her at once, they might very well fly even farther. Take him and get the hell out of here. And that money, send it to me in full as soon as you're back. Deliver it to the Imperial Palace in the Imperial capital of Lilkia. What a damn nuisance. Ayla's cheerful mood as an investment genius had been thoroughly ruined by Taya's inexplicable display of male rivalry. Ayla, let's head back. The two had already wandered the Crimson Moon wasteland long enough, and Ayla no longer had any desire to linger. Leaving the demon followers behind without another thought, they strode straight toward the outside. Seeing Ayla disappear into the distance, the demon followers hurriedly rushed over to pull Taya to his feet. Your Highness. Your Highness, there's still life-restoring medicine here. Taya forced himself upright, his chest covered in a patch of charred blackened skin mixed with the stench of burnt flesh. The pain made him grimace and bare his teeth. Where did she say to send the money? His first words upon standing were to ask about the address Ayla had mentioned before leaving. The Imperial capital. The Royal Palace. Zarge hastily responded. Ever since their lord's awakening, it seemed he had swung from one extreme to another. Before the awakening he had been gentle and refined, never contending for anything. After the awakening all it took was a woman, and although she was indeed incredibly strong and a rare mate, wasn't their lord's obsession perhaps a little too deep? They had only just met after all. The Royal Palace. Taya narrowed his eyes. Married and living in the Royal Palace, then Ayla's identity had to be either princess consort or queen. And word had it that the new emperor of Lilkia and his queen were deeply devoted to one another. The one he could encounter in such a place could only be the queen. Ayla, just wait. I will become the demon king. I will prove through war that I am stronger than that emperor. And I will take you away. Taya silently vowed in his heart, his gaze resolute yet ruthless. Seeing their lord so changed after his awakening, his followers felt deeply gratified. Taya produced 2 bottles of high-tier life potions and downed them both. The wound on his chest vanished completely. Let's go. Back to the city. It turned out the intelligence network among adventurers was indeed formidable. In just half a day, every adventurer party Ayla and the others encountered after leaving the Crimson Moon wasteland already recognized her. They greeted her and Puina warmly. That temporarily cast aside the foul mood Ayla had been carrying as if she had swallowed something disgusting. Your Majesty, the Queen, Miss Puina over here. Irad waved and called out from beside the carriage, having waited there for who knew how long. Today was actually quite enjoyable aside from that Taya ruining my mood. Ayla held the adventurer identity card she had just registered and gazed with delight at the rank 5 adventurer emblem printed on it. One day she would turn that 5 into a 9. At the same time Ayla had also discovered Puina's weakness. Curse chosen, if one had to say whether she was strong, she was indeed strong, since only the Church of Light could purify curses. But the rank of Puina's curses was too high. Ordinary people truly couldn't undo them. However, her curses were all slow burners. A stomachache might kill someone from the pain, but it would take a long time. Take her curse that accelerated the loss of life force, it also required time for the target to wither and die of old age. Her ability to deal direct damage, however, was limited. Even after cultivating magic she could only output damage equivalent to the 6th rank despite being at the 7th. No wonder Puina, a 7th rank chosen, had no remarkable battle achievements. Though to be honest, if one counted properly, Puina's achievements might even include Ayla's own cheap father-in-law. But adventurers. Ayla gazed blankly at the card in her hand, lost in thought. Though they could not compare to a regular army, their strength was uneven, the strongest capable of slaying dragons single-handedly while the weakest might be suffocated to death by a slime. They were still undeniably a force to be reckoned with. And back in her homeland this kind of power might well be called the Jianghu. It was formed by adventurers, bounty hunters, and various independent factions alike. Within the empire this force absolutely could not be underestimated. And correspondingly the Adventurers Association, the Bounty Hunter Guild. These organizations were vast, dangerous, and beyond imperial control. In Ayla's view that was not a good sign. Perhaps it would be necessary to summon the leaders of both factions for a talk. Puina, you go wash up first. Call me when you're done. Back at Puina's cottage the two needed to freshen up, so Ayla let Puina go first. After walking for so long her feet had grown sore and sweaty. She took off her lace-trimmed white socks, the faintly sour smell making Aira knit her delicate brows. Usually she could just toss them to Delk to handle, but now she had to wash them herself. It was only then that she remembered she hadn't called that dog of a man yesterday. She hastily fished out her magic crystal. At that very moment Delk was having dinner in the banquet hall. The moment the magic crystal he carried began to glow, Delk noticed it at once. He quickly wiped his hands and took out the crystal. "Old Del." The familiar voice of the young girl came through, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corner of Delk's lips. "Miss me?" There was a brief silence from the other side of the crystal. Delk had originally meant to say, "Finally remembered to call me," but what came out instead were those 3 words. Yet what he least expected was that just as he was about to move past the topic, a faint drifted over from the other end of the crystal. In Delk's heart red rain began to pour. After all, the girl had always been thin-skinned in such matters. In the past she would likely have shot him a glare or replied, "Miss your head." But this time she had unexpectedly admitted it. "What's wrong? Did something unpleasant happen?" "Not that unpleasant, just somewhat off-putting." She took out her adventurer identity card. "Guess what this is?" Delk recognized the credential at a glance. "A rank 5 adventurer. As expected of my little Rose. Hee, of course." Aira was brimming with pride, but she couldn't suppress her urge to vent. She thoroughly complained about the matter with Taya and his group in the Crimson Moon Wasteland. The more Delk listened, the tighter his brows knitted. When he heard that Taya had even dared to try bringing the girl back to Pudilio, his expression turned terrifyingly dark. "Where is he?" "No idea. He probably ran back to get me the money by now." Dirk could only sigh. The girl was perfect in every way except that her obsession with wealth and talent ran too deep. Still, he had no right to criticize her, for he was no different. As the saying goes, 2 who share the same blanket are never of 2 kinds. If he knew where a talented person could be found, he would absolutely recruit them under his banner. Even if he could not recruit them, he would at least build a close relationship with them. But this time this Taya had set his sights on his little Rose. If a gentleman could endure that, what could he not endure? Venting to you really does make me feel better. I was truly sick to my stomach for a good half day. From now on I will never go near demon folk again. A bloodline awakening turned him into some kind of pseudo-human. He simply couldn't understand human speech. Little Aira does need to learn her lesson. You must never regard the demon race as too kindly. Fuluosi suddenly interjected, startling Aira. "Mother. Why are you here too?" "We are having a meal." Fuluosi took the magic crystal from Dirk's hand. Dirk instinctively reached out to snatch it back, but since it was his own mother who had taken it, he could only leave his hand stretched out in midair for a long moment before slowly withdrawing it. Aira covered her face. So that dog of a man had asked her if she missed him, and she had answered, and her mother had heard every single word. Little Aira, demon folk are the way they are only because they intermarried with humans and acquired human blood, which suppressed their demon bloodline. As for those whose awakened bloodline is extremely concentrated, you must treat them as demon kind. Their brutality and bloodlust are no less than those of the most ancient demon kind. Fuluosi's serious warning actually made Aira feel less mortified. "Mother, have you ever seen a demon folk?" "No, but the Empire once had an incident in which a demon folk's bloodline awakened and went berserk. In just 2 days it slaughtered over 300 people. The Empire had to send troops to suppress it, and in the end General Senkita slew it. So some demon folk whose bloodline has awakened will have their minds greatly affected, drifting toward the earliest generation of the demon race. You cannot treat them as ordinary demon folk." Aira then gave a general account of the commotion caused by Taya's awakening. Dirk slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a crack. "This is no ordinary demon folk. Barring any surprises, he will certainly be the next demon king of Pudilio." Aira scratched her head, feeling as though her reserves of knowledge were woefully lacking. Her mother knew that demon kind could go berserk. And Dirk, merely from hearing her describe the awakening signs, knew that Taya would be the next demon king. All she could do was ask why over and over again. It seems the plan to reclaim the eastern and southern territories must be advanced once again. Given the nature of the demon race and the prevailing ways of Pudilio, if he becomes the demon king, he will surely raise an army and invade. We need to be more thoroughly prepared. Dirk analyzed this calmly. But I was the one who helped awaken his bloodline. Why would he come to attack us? Dirk looked at Aira. This girl still had no idea that she had already been marked by the next demon king. He had shown such possessiveness and aggression the very moment his bloodline awakened. In another 2 years that disposition would only grow more serious. By the time he became the demon king, that would likely be the day he raised an army and invaded. Such is the nature of the demon race. Aira began to wonder whether she had caused trouble. But the thought was snuffed out the moment it arose. I have done no wrong. Of course I have done no wrong. What demon king? What Pudelio? If they dare to invade, I will wipe them out. My grand plan to unite the world will eventually burn all the way to Pudelio. Since they are courting death, I might as well send them on their way first. Then step up military training. Quaina's accelerated ripening experiment has already succeeded. At least we no longer have to worry about grain and fodder. Once the reforms here are settled, I'll put it on the agenda. Fuluosi looked from Aira to Durk. So this was how the two of them got along, one moment flirtatious, one moment businesslike, and in between they settled the Empire's priority development strategy. In her own time it seemed all she could do was build good relations with the duchesses of the imperial city and the various territories, picking up tidbits of information over tea parties. All she could do was provide news of what was happening on various fronts. But her husband naturally had his own informants and could learn those things as well. Imperial affairs had always been deliberated and decided by him and his ministers. But here with Durk, husband and wife only had to move their lips and a development direction was born. There had not even been any extra discussion. Fuluosi however had misjudged. Durk's ready agreement would still need to be fleshed out with Igezi and Ywinier later. It was Aira who truly influenced the decisions. The heavy topic did not last long though. After the meal Durk went to confer with Igezi. As for the magic crystal, it fell into Fuluosi's hands. Listening to Aira recount her experiences on the Hongwe wasteland, Fuluosi felt as though she had been there herself. During her time as queen she had spent most of her days in the royal palace, especially after giving birth to Durk. She spent even longer inside the palace, to the point of almost never setting foot outside the gate. Apart from the necessary tea parties with noble ladies and highborn wives, she had never traveled far. Even now, after being revived, she was still bound by her children. It was only because she had just returned a few days earlier and Kana and Lilia were keeping a close watch on her that she remained where she was. Were it not for that, she would have gone to the Hongwe wasteland with Aira. The two of them did not talk for long. Fuluosi set down the magic crystal in her hand. Should she not also live for herself once? As a child her family had kept her from going far. After marriage the palace's rituals and rules had kept her from going far. Until her death she remained in the imperial city. Now that she had returned and Durk, Kana and Lilia had all grown up, could she set down the shackles weighing on her and properly attempt all the things she had always wanted to do but had never been able to. The sun rose and the moon set. Another day arrived. Aira did not return to the imperial city. She began studying animals with Quaina to speed up the entire process. Growth, reproduction. If successful, meat production would also be greatly increased, just like grain and fodder. In the imperial city, Fuluosi gathered the three siblings together early in the morning and shared her thoughts with them. Don't worry too much. This time when mother goes out she will go find little Aira. Mother won't run around. The older one grows, the more one is fretted over by one's own children. Kana and Lilia wanted to accompany her but Durk stopped them. You still have one final year of study. If you can't get an S-level graduation grade from Headmaster Ayi, then you can go farm in Agila City. Durk could also see that his mother was too deeply entangled by too many things. Going to find Aira was already a compromise. She was afraid that they would not agree to her traveling far. If Kana and Lilia were brought along, it would invisibly add another layer of shackles to his mother. Don't worry. Mother will come back with your sister-in-law before long. After speaking with the others, Fuluosi packed everything up the next day and set out for Agila City. Durk had of course informed Aira in advance. However, this meant that Quaina's little cabin could no longer serve as their base. Aira simply brought Quaina back to the city where the Sidegeli Chamber of Commerce had its branch. They also established a temporary testing ground in the city, experimenting on animals, and not just animals but even monsters. Originally Aira had planned to let Quaina rest for a few more days before moving on to the next step, but unfortunately once Quaina learned of the new mission she refused to stop for even a moment. Fuluosi's arrival caused little stir. Only Aira felt that she could not remain idle forever. Sometimes idleness itself brought a sense of guilt. Fuluosi was no weakling. In the area surrounding Agila City almost nothing could harm her except perhaps the high-rank monsters lurking deep within the Hongwe wasteland that she had never encountered. Aira thus let her go as she pleased while she herself began scouting for new candidates. As her spiritual power rank rose, her memories of the novel's content grew increasingly clear. Even the introductions of minor characters she had once only glanced at now came back to her in fragments. She even recalled something about Ai's identity as the academy principal. The book had never given her a chance to appear, yet it had narrated her legend. She had once been a candidate for the Elven Queen and inheritor of the ancient Tree of Life. Unfortunately, Aira had taken root at Castler Academy. In Ayla's view, this was also fine. Perhaps at a time of great crisis she could summon this academy principal to lend a hand. For military affairs there were Senkitu hired Lay Yasali as well as Ruilikan Kaisa and Layan, who were not yet entirely independent, and Jialuoya, who had not yet arrived from Gursa. For governance there was Igizi, a civil administrator originally appointed by Duruk, and Yaiwinir, the female lead. In terms of administration and logistics there was nothing to worry about. In education, Manchueli, who had just taken office, had yet to show much progress, still being in the stage of recruiting talents and building her team. Meanwhile, Halenwai, the chosen of Holy Light, coordinated with her in the church. In economics and technology, Kelly Bayer and Baruj's abilities were of course beyond question. Thinking about it this way, every area seemed to have its own talented people shining brightly. And Duruk was orchestrating all of this. As for herself, aside from occasionally producing some life essence, she seemed to have no other role. This realization made Ayla both happy and sad. Happy because it proved that the Empire was on the right track and moving toward a better future, sad because she felt that she was now so idle as to be almost redundant. She scribbled in her little notebook. Doctors. Life potions could completely replace them, and there were far more than enough, indeed too many to ever run out. Teachers still in training. Ministers waiting. After a burst of scribbling and crossing out when she looked up, only an hour had passed. The few additional talents in her mind were after all people like Hayurd, gifted in magic and battle aura. After writing them down, she waited until evening to discuss with Duruk. Given the current state of the imperial capital, such talents were not in great shortage. Anyone who could become the captain of a knight order was actually not mediocre. There was no shortage of manpower. And precisely because there was no shortage, Ayla had a headache. It was no longer the situation of months ago when enemies surrounded them on all sides, nor could every genius possess the same talent as Lay Yasali. The geniuses she remembered from the very beginning had naturally performed brilliantly in the book. Thinking about it, she had not paid attention to the male lead's movements for quite a while. Chersi could be considered a genius, but unfortunately he had neglected cultivation before his family was massacred. Only after the tragedy did he truly learn to work hard. But would things still go as they did in the original book? With the support of the western region, Duruk had within less than a year of his accession swept away all the treacherous nobles of the imperial capital, great and small, even as the Eastern Grand Duke's ambition to usurp the throne remained unchanged. But would Chersi's family, as in the original book, still resolutely follow the Eastern Grand Duke in revolt to the very end? She took out another magic crystal she carried with her. After a few flickers, "Your Majesty, the Queen, long time no see." Halenwai, dressed in a pure white and loose bishop's robe, wore a joyful expression as if delighted to see Ayla. "Halenwai, long time no see. Is there something your highness needs?" "Yes, I wish to know, among the intelligence your spies in the eastern region have sent back, is there any news of the Chersi family's movements in recent months?" Halenwai curled her lips slightly. "Your highness's instructions of course dare not be forgotten. The Chersi family's movements have been under the church's close surveillance. In the past 2 months they have been in very frequent contact with a marquis and 4 counts, all of whom have close ties to the Eastern Grand Duke." Then did the news of old Da's massacre of the imperial capital's nobles have any impact when it reached them? Halenwai reached out, took a thick stack of documents and quickly flipped through it. No. Although the church's penetration into the eastern region was limited at the time, most of the nobles there showed no fear. Instead, there was even a trend of moving further toward the Eastern Grand Duke. Presumably Chersi's family is among them. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, they are not very wise people. Her tone was filled with pity for fools along with a hint of mockery. Ayla keenly sensed that the person before her was no longer the same as when they first met. Over these months, given Halenwai's position, she must have seen more than a few of the nobles' hidden scandals. She was already an archbishop who had undergone a transformation in temperament, thinking and experience, different from the saintess of yore, yet the same. "Very well, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. No, it is I who should thank your highness. If not for you, I would probably still be that saintess who knew things but could do nothing about them. As things are now, I am very happy and content." Ayla offered a few strategic words of encouragement, and then the two ended the communication. Being unable to do anything. She remembered a phrase she had seen while browsing her phone in her dormitory in her previous life: "University opens your eyes, lets you witness the world's suffering, yet you can only look on coldly powerless." But now she was no longer the self of her previous life. She could change things, change the entire empire, change the world. Before evening, Fuluosi had already returned. "Little Ayla, look at this." She waved the freshly obtained adventurer's ID card in front of Ayla. On it was unmistakably level 7 adventurer. Level 7. Mother, what did you do? I merely killed 2 7th-rank magical beasts in the inner circle of the wasteland. I didn't expect the rank up to be so fast. Oh, by the way, while I was applying, I heard adventurers in the tavern say that Kikijuo City in the south had been raided by bandits suffering heavy losses. Some even said that a border city viscount from the southern region had sent people to raid as far as the imperial capital. Viscount of the southern frontier. Since the adventurer had said so, it was most likely true. Alia had witnessed firsthand these days how terrifying the adventurer's information-sharing abilities were. Although her mother was not one to deliberately pry, if the news had reached her ears, it had likely already spread among these adventurers. How could such a thing happen? Alia had not expected that someone would dare to come to her territory and rob things right under her nose. If no one had been hurt, fine, but if anyone was hurt, she would not mind letting the southern frontier know the pain of reaching into the imperial city. Little Alia, are you going? Of course. Since the southern frontier has stretched its hand over here, how can I pretend not to see? Then mother will go with you. No need, mother. Stay here and wait for my news. Since we've finally come out, it's good to take some time to enjoy this place. Flossa's hand had already landed on Alia's head. That won't do. Your safety is more important, little Alia. Those people from the southern frontier. Mother can't rest easy about you. Without much protest, Flossa's 7th rank strength would hardly hold anyone back. She left a letter for Puina, and the two set out under the cover of night. Unexpectedly, the railway lines to Kikijuo City had also been sabotaged, so they could only reach the nearest city Mota. They took a carriage to Kikijuo. En route, Alia found the carriage too slow and simply flew there by riding the wind. In just over half an hour they arrived. From high above, the northern district still had lights burning, while the southern district lay in darkness devoid of any sign of human habitation. The most splendid building in the northern district was the city lord's mansion, also the residence of the local nobility. Baron. Alia looked up at the sign outside the courtyard. Since when does a baron have a fief? Without a word, Alia walked in through the front gate with Floss. Even though the southern district was already pitch dark, this mansion was completely unaffected. From outside, Alia could even hear melodious music emanating from the mansion. It seemed a ball was being held here. Its silhouettes cast upon the windows danced gracefully, swirling elegantly. With a grim face, Alia walked silently toward the main entrance of the hall. It was the first time Floss had seen her daughter-in-law in such a low-pressure state. But any discerning eye could see what the people in this mansion were doing. The southern city was desolate, yet here they sang and danced. She too felt a stifling anger pent up in her chest. Boom. Crash. The 2 parlor doors were kicked open with such force that they tore straight off their hinges and crashed to the floor. Ah! The sudden thunderous noise made many women in the room let out piercing shrieks. Who has such audacity as to barge into my Baron Yoya's mansion? From behind the crowd stepped out a burly young man with blue hair and blue eyes, his brow filled with ferocity. Your Baron's mansion, you say? In other words, you are the city lord of Kikijuo. Yoya had already recognized Alia the moment he saw her signature golden hair. The Queen. Her Majesty the Queen. His originally vicious expression instantly shifted into fawning flattery. You recognize me? How rare. You have 1 minute to explain why the southern district has become ruins while you're here having the time of your life. Squad after squad of knights filed in, blocking the entrance. These were knights privately maintained by the Baron in his mansion. Yoya's eyes flickered as he forcibly suppressed his panic and answered with a light laugh. Your Majesty, it was those rabble in the southern district who provoked the bandits. I too have suffered an undeserved calamity. You have so many knights, why didn't you just slaughter all the bandits? No, Your Majesty, the bandits were brought in by those wretches from who knows where. These knights were all personally trained by me. Oh, Alia nodded as if she understood. What you're saying is that the knights you raised should not be used to defend the city or make needless sacrifices for those commoners in the city. Ah. Yoya hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Then why are you governing Kikijuo at all? You should be in the imperial city, or perhaps by now you'd have gone to heaven and wouldn't need to think up so many excuses. Yoya's eyes darted around wildly, though he did seem to steady himself a little. No need to look around. I came with only 2 people, no knights, no guards. But if you think these people can take me down, you'd have to see it in your dreams. What about me, Your Majesty? It's not only Baron Yoya here. A voice came from behind the crowd. The women companions and dancers who had been flustered hurriedly made way. Alia turned her gaze toward him. The newcomer was extremely composed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jilai. It is an honor to meet Your Majesty here. Yoya's heart settled and he even straightened his posture somewhat. Jilai, so you're the southern frontier noble who disguised himself as a bandit and plundered the southern city. Jilai had not expected this queen to be so unwise, trapped in the enemy's heavy encirclement yet bold enough to say it out so bluntly. Yes, that's right. But even if I admit it, what can your majesty and the lady behind you possibly do? The knights here are Baron Yoya's elite knights, every single one of them is no lower than the 3rd rank. Outside my 2 knight commanders are even 5th rank powerhouses. Before any reinforcements from the imperial city can arrive you will already have been taken by us. A city versus your personal safety, which do you think His Majesty would choose? You are very confident, just brainless. You, Jilai, hearing Alia's direct insult, immediately wanted to hurl curses back. But just as he opened his mouth, Yoya himself and the dozen or so knights around them were all seized by a gale of pressure, crushed to the ground with their facial bones bulging under the strain. It seemed as if the sudden pressure would tear flesh from bone. Do you think I'm foolish enough to come alone without the power to kill you all? You know what? In my eyes you are all fools, like unawakened monkeys swinging before me, annoying to the extreme. If only you had ensured the peaceful lives of the city's people I wouldn't have bothered with your rotten affairs. But you constantly scheme against my people, the church does, and you do too. Do you think yourself stronger than the church? The wind pressure eased. Alia had not crushed them all to death, after all Kikijuo was in dire need of manpower. Go. Before dawn I want the southern district restored to its former state. If you can't manage it, then you can go to hell and keep company with those vermin of the church. She sat down on a chair. Her voice was not loud, but no one present dared take her words as a joke. They scrambled and rushed out the door. Yoya and Jilai, however, were squeezed to the very back. Little Alia. Forgive me, mother. Did I frighten you? The ferocity in Alia's eyes had not yet fully dissipated. No. I just think that little Alia is truly formidable, really formidable. You are not like a queen but an emperor. She gently stroked Alia's forehead again and again, drawing her upper body into her embrace. Ayla lay in Fuluosi's embrace. The faint cool fragrance gradually calmed her restless, indignant heart. Mother, why not have Olda abdicate and let me be the emperor? Fuluosi raised her hand and gently tapped Ayla on the head. Little Ayla, you don't really think being emperor is so wonderful, do you? Think of Dirk, what time does he get back to his bedchamber every day? He has endless paperwork to deal with. Do you truly want to take over from him? Hee, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously, mother. Ayla nuzzled her head against her. This kind of embrace suited her far better. Dirk was still far too stiff. Being emperor was fine for a passing thrill, but when it came to the true workhorse, Olda was the one. What do you intend to do with these people? Fuluosi did not pause her motions. In fact, she had noticed earlier that Ayla's hair was exceptionally silky, thick and wonderful to the touch. Leaning against Fuluosi, Ayla thought for a moment. Let Olda find someone else to take over. I won't kill these people. Take them to the imperial city and have Olda put them to death to establish authority. The adventurers will spread the news. Perhaps setting up a newspaper office wouldn't be bad either. A newspaper. Ayla had just realized that news traveled at a very limited speed in this world. Magic crystals like the one in her hand were something ordinary subjects could never afford. She didn't know much about communication devices, but she could offer the idea to Barrage and see whether he could build one. For now, however, establishing a newspaper, especially one connected to the Merchant Guild, was highly cost-effective. Information would flow, and more importantly, the editing and compiling of that information would remain in her own hands. For nobles who valued family reputation more than life itself, this would absolutely be a deadly blade. In any case, whatever ideas you have, just go ahead. Mother and Dirk will both support you. This was not blind faith on Fuluosi's part. It came from listening over several nights to Dirk talk about everything Ayla had done since her arrival, enough to make her believe in Ayla from the bottom of her heart. Most importantly, if not for Ayla, she would never have regained her senses, and so she naturally trusted Ayla. Reluctantly, Ayla left the comfort of Fuluosi's embrace. Mother, I'm going to check on them. I'll be back in a moment. Go ahead. Ayla turned and soared into the sky. In the dim southern district of Shuajin, torch flames surged and flickered as battle chi and magic rapidly cleared away the rubble and ruins of the southern city. Mages took charge of swift reconstruction. In just a short while, one corner of the southern city had already been rebuilt. Clearly, with everyone working together, rebuilding the southern city would only take a single night, or at most one day. And yet they simply left people to their own devices. No one cared when attackers came, and no one cared after the attack. In that case this so-called city lord was utterly useless, his absence would be no loss at all or even an improvement. Such a person was better off gone. Ayla swept her gaze across the crowd and soon spotted Yuya and Jilai. Hurry, hurry. Move faster. If we don't finish before dawn everyone dies. Are you a bunch of idiots trying to get me killed? Having experienced a brush with death, the two of them had learned nothing except a lingering fear. While they're busy rebuilding, let's get out of here, Jilai whispered close to Yuya's ear. Viscount, we don't know whether the queen has hidden troops outside the city. Isn't this too risky? What are you afraid of? You don't actually think the queen will spare you just because you finish rebuilding this place before dawn, do you? Don't be naive. Yuya's brow was full of anguish. Of course he knew that even if they rebuilt everything, death would still be hard to escape. But what could he do, with this queen? Only a while ago rumors said she had been assassinated and no one had claimed this queen was especially powerful. Yet now here he was, the meat on the chopping block. Whether he stayed or fled, he could see no path to survival. Trust me. My knights still have a camp outside the city. As long as we escape there, they can escort us to the southern frontier. Once we leave the imperial city's jurisdiction, the queen won't dare to act. Yuya's heart stirred at Jilai's words. If he could live, who would choose to die? Are you talking about those knights disguised as bandits? Then that grain. Jilai's face twisted into a fake smile. Do you have any idea how much risk I've taken to get you out? That 40% of yours is my compensation. Compensation? Who do you think caused this mess? I told you back then to kill fewer people, just a few less, and look what happened. Shut up, you idiot. Do you still want to leave or not? 20%. I'll give you at most 20%. Ask for more, and even if you die here I won't say a single word about it. Yuya gnashed his teeth in fury, but there was nothing he could do. The other man still had troops outside the city, and that thin thread of hope might lie with them. Fine. 20% it is. Take me to the southern frontier. Yuya turned back and barked furiously, all of you hurry up. If this isn't restored before dawn everyone dies. The two exchanged a glance, then quietly crept toward the edge of the crowd, occasionally cursing under their breath like supervisors. Ayla did not stop them. Though the knights and mages grumbled, they were still diligent, and Ayla did not care to make an issue of it. As Fuluosi sat down at the banquet and was having dinner, Ayla's voice suddenly reached her ears. Mother, please keep an eye on the city for me. I'm stepping outside the city. Fuluosi turned to look around but did not see Ayla, still she sent her spiritual sense outward. Kikijuo city was far smaller than the imperial city, so Fuluosi's spiritual sense covered it completely with ease. Ayla followed them the entire way. The two had been running with battle chi ever since leaving the city, desperately sprinting for their lives. Their speed was not slow, but compared to Ayla's flight it was far too slow. Unhurriedly Ayla followed behind the pair until more than 20 minutes later Jilai whistled in a dense forest and a group of riders lit torches. Cartload after cartload of grain and treasure was revealed in the torchlight. Viscount. The leader, a burly man dressed in plain clothes who had the air of a bandit knight, saluted respectfully. Return to Bake City immediately. It's dangerous now, we need to move fast. Even though he had rejoined the main force, Jilai felt deeply uneasy as he brought Yuya along. He scanned the surroundings warily. Do any of you sense some presence approaching? Jilai asked his men. Seeing them all shake their heads, he felt a little calmer. If he couldn't sense it himself, it might be because his rank was too low. But his men, the highest had even reached the 5th rank, had sensed nothing either. That absolutely meant the two of them had escaped successfully. With that thought, Jilai relaxed considerably. See? I said I'd get you out and I got you out. Now about that grain. He turned to look at Yuya only to see him pointing at the sky in terror. At that moment the unease in his heart blared an intense warning. She's here. She's followed us. Unable to suppress the terror in his heart, Yuya let out a piercing shriek. Jilai hurriedly shouted to the men ahead, go. Quickly abandon the grain and flee. The people ahead turned back one after another. Yet the one walking at the very front was scorched black by a sudden bolt of thunder. Your Majesty, can we talk this over? The grain and money here are all yours for the taking. Jilai trembled as he made his last desperate attempt. The grain and the money were never yours. Yet you try to use other people's possessions to buy your own lives. Your Majesty, spare my life. It would be best for both the imperial city and the southern border. The peace between our lands for so many years must not be broken. You are only a viscount. Do you truly believe those people would go to war against the imperial city for your sake? You look down on commoners, but in the eyes of marquises and dukes, what difference is there between your lives and theirs? The only ones who truly see you are your subjects. If you hold them in your heart, they will surely lift you high in return. Why can't you understand such a simple truth? Aira landed. The force of the wind pressed men and horses alike to the ground, yet it carefully spared the grain. Your escape wasn't wholly useless. At least these people have been found. The public deserves an explanation. Invisible chains bound 100 or more captives tightly. The grain and money were all collected into her cloth bag. As if towing balloons, Aira slowly flew back. Some along the way tried to escape and fell from the high sky, shattering on impact. Aira did not bother with them, focusing instead on the few high-ranking commanders who were clearly different from ordinary soldiers. Yuya and Jilai valued their lives dearly. After the first person fell, the two no longer struggled. With so many people, their flight speed slowed down. Your Majesty, I have connections with several earls in the southern border. I can persuade them to serve your Majesty. No need. I also have wealth and treasures accumulated over the years. Just say the word and they are all yours. I will take them myself. Your Majesty, please, I still have a 70-year-old mother to care for and 2 children who have just turned 12. Spare my life. Jilai's voice quivered with tears. Since she wanted neither men nor wealth, he could only resort to pleading misery. When Aira stopped, Jilai's ash-gray heart pounded uncontrollably. Aira turned and looked at his tear-streaked, sniveling face. "Ah, right, I almost forgot. Don't worry, I will send them to accompany you." No. You can't do this. They are innocent, my family is innocent. Innocent? This isn't the first time you've done such things, is it? Aira's gaze fixed sharply on Jilai's expression. Good, it truly was not the first time. It was only that this time he had gone too far and adventurers had spread the word far and wide. The premise of harm does not reach the family is ill-gotten gains do not reach the family. You've done these things for years, did you ever spend any of it on them? Don't you already know the answer? Aira continued flying toward Kikijuo City. Jilai's face was utterly ashen. He stared blankly at the land rushing past below. Yuya knew he was doomed, but seeing Jilai in such a state, a miraculous flicker of relief unexpectedly crossed his heart. It was an hour later that they returned to Kikijuo. Aira had expended no small amount of spiritual power in guarding the captives. Fortunately, she brought the group back. The great commotion on the south side of the city aroused the curiosity of nearby residents. Even though it was already late at night, people still came out to watch. A crowd marveled at the once haughty night masters now mechanically hauling broken stones and cleaning the streets over and over. The even nobler mages were like unfeeling construction machines. Beneath their magic arrays, a brand new brick house rose in just over 10 minutes. The houses were even stronger and more imposing than before they had collapsed. Yet everyone only watched. No one stepped forward to help, they simply whispered to one another, wondering why today was so unusual. Quick look. What is that? Someone is flying. Some residents spotted Aira up in the sky as if flying a kite and pointed in astonishment. The crowd looked up. This time Aira did not conceal her figure, so the crowd discovered her easily. What is that dark mass behind her? Storm clouds. They're a bit scattered. People, those are people. Those people are wearing the clothes of the horse bandits. A sharp-eyed resident shouted, and the entire night seemed to ignite. It's them. It's them. I saw the one who killed my neighbor, they're horse bandits. And there's the murderer of my father. Aira deliberately lowered her altitude so the people below could see more clearly. With the group in tow, she returned to the Baron's mansion. Little Aira, how are you? Were you hurt? Fulosa's spiritual sense swept over her repeatedly. Only after confirming she was unharmed did she relax. Oh, so many people. Fulos looked in surprise at the horse bandits piled together on the ground. These are the bandits who raided and killed in Kikijuo, the knights under this wretch's command. She raised her foot and nudged Jilai's cheek. Behead these men in the city center. As for those two, after they are paraded through the streets, escort them to the imperial city. Although still furious, she could not forget the important matter. Executing the two in this small town would not have nearly the impact of having them beheaded in the imperial city before the emperor's own eyes. Fulos raised a hand and tapped lightly. On the open ground of the Baron's mansion, several enormous white bones rose into the air and formed a cage, trapping the crowd inside. Are you tired? Get some rest. I'm not tired, mother. Be good. Fulos pressed her into the chair. You need to think of the babies in your belly. They have been running around with you all night. Ah. Taken aback, Ayla's cheeks inexplicably grew hot. For the babies. If Fullos had not mentioned it, she might have almost forgotten about it. There were still 2 little lives growing inside her. Just mentioning it caused a strange feeling to surge up in her heart. It was all that stinking old Da's fault. You are also about to become a mother. It has only been 2 months, so you still need to be more careful. Listening to Fullos's gentle nagging, a powerful drowsiness swept over her. Without going anywhere else, Ayla lay down on the sofa and fell asleep with her head resting on Fullos's lap. Fullos smiled softly and took a small blanket out of the cloth bag to cover her. Though Ayla seemed more composed than others her age in Fullos's eyes, she was still a child who had not yet prepared herself to become a mother. Every time the topic of becoming a mother came up, Ayla seemed overly shy, or perhaps resistant. Fullos lowered her head in thought as the magic crystals in the cloth bag emitted a faint glow. Mother. Floss answered the transmission and Delco's voice came through. Floss reached out, sealing the sound away. It's so late, why aren't you asleep yet? I can't sleep. Ayla didn't call again tonight. I'm afraid something might have happened. Are you? Delco had keenly noticed that the backdrop behind Floss was somewhat dazzling. We're in Kikijo City. I nearly forgot, little Ayla wants you to send someone over to take charge here. Floss then described to Delco in broad strokes the rumors she had heard and how Ayla had brought back a vanload of people. I see. Where is she? Delco asked about Ayla. Floss angled the magic crystal downward, revealing Ayla's serene sleeping face. Little Ayla was very angry tonight. I'd always thought she was the cheerful sort who'd run to you to tattle when something happened. I never imagined little Ayla could be so decisive. Delco rubbed the bridge of his nose. Those who had gone to Gorsa back then, posing as horse bandits to sneer at the girl's short stature, had seen blood splatter everywhere after a single exchange. Blasted to death, crushed flat, sliced apart. After all, the girl was the cherished daughter of the Northern Grand Duke. Soft-heartedness was never in her bones. Of course he was the exception. Delco counted himself fortunate. Had he been included, he would probably have been snapped in two by the girl gods know how many times by now. It's fine, I suppose. Haven't you ever made little Ayla angry? What does she do to you when she's angry? Does she pin you to the ground and beat you? Floss chuckled softly, asking in a light, cheerful tone. She truly was curious about the young couple's life together, especially since little Ayla when angry had nearly killed someone. Delco's life surely couldn't be easy. Delco mused. The times he had truly provoked the girl were rare indeed. Perhaps it was when she had just returned home and he cornered her in the bedchamber, letting her experience such overwhelming stimulation for the first time, that it ignited her anger. But she had merely ignored him. It never rose to the level of domestic violence. Well, she stays very quiet about it. At least she hasn't actually raised her hand. Delco lifted his head to look toward the window. Of course he wasn't sighing over old memories nor admiring the night view, he was looking at that wall. The wall the girl had blasted to pieces with a single energy strike back then. That was merely a reflex. How could it count as raising her hand? Of course not. Then little Ayla truly is tolerant of you. Let's not talk about this, mother. When are you coming back? Floss had been with Ayla for 3 or 4 days now, and every night she had kept in contact with him, which was precisely why when no call came tonight he couldn't sleep. When the girl was busy with something she would forget to return the call, but his mother wouldn't. When she set out he had specifically emphasized that point. He had made her promise to supervise the girl's daily communication with him. What's the hurry? I've only been out for a few days. The Empire won't stop turning without me. You've all grown up, can't I be allowed to see a bit more of the world? But Ayla is pregnant. You can't take her traipsing around outside all day. When his mother had said she would return together with the girl, he had already sensed something was off. So you do know little Ayla is pregnant. Yet with a matter this important you didn't even inform your in-laws. Now that she's not by your side you remember how much the child matters. Smack. Delco slapped his forehead. Indeed, half a month had already passed, and since learning the news he had not even sent word to the Northern Duke's mansion. I'll wait until tomorrow. I'll contact my in-laws tomorrow. If there's nothing else, hang up. I have something to tell little Ayla. And send those people over promptly. The transmission ended. Delco set down the magic crystal and sat on the edge of the bed, his hands clenching of their own accord. The southern region. He had thought the bond between the two lands still held, that neither side would dare tear off the mask in public. Yet a mere viscount had dared to come into the imperial city's domain to kill people and seize grain. Was it because he had made no move against the southern region for so long that its nobles believed he was too accommodating? Back then that sword saint had been ransomed back only because Prince K paid a tremendous price. After all, the affair had involved Prince K himself, so it was never publicized. Thus there were always those who, fancying themselves nobles, believed that even the emperor would have to tread carefully when punishing them, especially the nobles of the southern region. They thought that merely bearing the so-called title of gathering place of nobles would let them truly contend with the royal family. Half a year ago he would certainly have swallowed his pride, for his wings were not yet full grown and wolves lurked all around. But that was the him of half a year ago, the him from before the girl had come. Now he was a king in his own right. Soldiers' coin and grain were all flourishing day by day. If he still endured this, then his work as emperor would have been in vain. He would launch an inspection. The border between the northern region and the imperial city stretched 600 li, and on both ends of that border stood not just one city, and not just one pest like tonight's nobles. He would send people to inspect, arrest and kill. The southern region could not be taken down immediately, but at least he would ensure that no commoner within the imperial city's bounds would ever be harmed by such bastards again. Delco did not sleep that night. Instead he went alone to the training grounds within the palace to cultivate. As dawn broke, light spilled down. Delco delivered his final sword stroke. The resplendent golden sword chi seemed to have fused with the brilliance of dawn, merging into an even more radiant light in the sky. The battle chi he had kept entirely suppressed surged skyward, and a phantom image of a divine sword swelled and circled overhead. At last it shrank into a miniature sword chi the size of the divine sword mark on Delco's body and plunged into him. Sword Saint initial stage. Sword Saint mid stage. He had broken through to Sword Saint and in a single bound vaulted over the early stage squarely into the mid stage. Even the divine sword grew because of it. Its might was further enhanced. Delco had not been drinking sparingly of the life essence condensed by Aira, and the version taken in by mouth was far more potent. After fully nourishing his body, the remaining power all melted into the divine artifact. At this moment it manifested a trait of being able to grow alongside him. Yet the divine artifact's own rank had always been higher than his cultivation, which was exactly why upon breaking through to the 8th rank Sword Saint he could step straight into the mid-stage. A blazing arc of light shot forth. "Ha ha ha, I never expected your majesty to catch up to this old minister so soon." Senkitu's rough uninhibited voice rang out. The voice arrived before the man was seen. "Master, I intend to make a move against the southern region." "The southern region? What about the eastern region then?" Senkitu hesitated for a moment. "Aira is over there." Delco then recounted the whole story from start to finish. Inspect, they must be inspected. Arrest those who should be arrested, kill those who should be killed. I'll lead the men there myself. Though he hadn't caught every detail, such matters were nothing new to him. After all, he knew well what sort of characters those nobles were. "No. Have Lyasli lead the team. You handle the negotiations with the southern region. As long as they cooperate, that will do. If they refuse, write their names down. In time I will go ask them in person why they wouldn't cooperate." The divine artifact in Delco's hand let out a low, unceasing hum. As for why Lay Yasali in particular, Durek naturally had his own reasons. Lay Yasali had already reached the late 6th rank, but training exclusively behind the walls of the imperial city was too comfortable for him. A knight, especially a high-ranked one who did not share Durek's opportunities, could hardly hope to advance quickly. This mission was Durek's assignment, for Lay Yasali a chance to temper himself through real trials. The people of the southern frontier would never submit quietly to an inspection, Durek knew that with absolute certainty. Lay Yasali's task was to stir things up enough to give the imperial city a legitimate excuse to condemn the southern frontier. After all, the priority was the eastern frontier. The imperial city could not wage a war on two fronts. Yet being unable to wage war did not mean they could not make life unpleasant for the enemy. With this pretext, the nobles along the edge of the southern frontier would think twice. It would also help pacify the south. Lay Yasali set out that very day with a squad of knights along with an administrator Durek had hastily chosen. The reason an administrator was chosen was that he was a true commoner without any official post or noble identity. He was an outstanding student Durek had found at the Kasalar Academy. The success or failure of governing Kikijuo City would directly determine his graduation. Whether he stepped onto an official career or was sent back to the academy depended entirely on the final result. His mentor accompanied him as well, serving as a pledge of reassurance. "Your Majesty." Lay Yasali was somewhat excited to see Aira after so many days apart. "Lay Yasali. Why did old Da send you?" "It's like this. Using force directly. Well, he must have his reasons. This place is indeed chaotic. Then I'll have to trouble you. For the Empire I will spare no effort. Lei Yasuli did not linger, for their final destination was not Kikijuo City. I pay my respects to your majesty. I am the student here to take over Kikijuo City. My name is Luoga. Luoga. Aira studied the young man before her. His brow and eyes carried a scholarly air, and he looked every bit a bookworm. She eyed him with a trace of suspicion. Judging by his potential, he was more gifted in magic and possessed considerably greater mental strength than ordinary people. Perhaps he was an academic ace. Your Majesty, I am Luoga's mentor. Please rest assured that we will restore Kikijuo City to life as soon as possible, and we will never let you down. The mentor carried himself with a calm, confident bearing. Aira had no idea what illustrious experiences he had behind him, but she had genuine respect for such confidence. Good, then you are the temporary city lords. Shortly I shall read your letters of appointment before the people. For now follow me. The mentor and his student silently followed behind Aira. Little Aira, it is already noon. Let's go, mother. Luoga noticed nothing strange, but his mentor stared at Fuluosi's back in shock. Mother. He had once had the honor of meeting the Duchess of the Northern Frontier, whose golden hair was exactly like the current queen's. The woman before him was clearly not the same person. Yet the address. A horrifying thought suddenly crept over him, as if he had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. At the center of the city by the vegetable market entrance, a makeshift execution ground had been erected. More than 100 so-called horse bandits were escorted onto the platform in batches. Before any words were spoken, the crowd below was already boiling. It's him. He's the one who killed my daughter. Curse him. Oh gods, please bring down divine punishment on this man, I would give anything. Hang them. Don't let them die too easily. Yes, burn them. Make them repent in the flames. The people wanted to rush forward and slash them, but the surrounding knights held them back. Silence. Aira spoke calmly, yet her voice dominated the entire clamorous intersection. The noisy street fell quiet at once, though the crowd still glared at their enemies with bloodshot eyes. I have already investigated this matter. The masterminds behind it are Baron Yuya and Viscount Jilai of the southern frontier. Aira read out all the findings from the interrogation, and the crowd's fury surged. When you have done wrong, you must answer for it. The Empire upholds the law. Every person kneeling before you is sentenced to death. The execution will take place here at noon today. The knights who had been stationed in the city overnight now stood behind the prisoners, gripping their greatswords. When Aira's order to execute fell, everyone hesitated. But when a gust of wind pressure pressed down on them, no one hesitated any longer. They raised their swords and struck. Thud, thud. All across the intersection heads rolled and blood flowed in rivulets. Good. These demons have finally received the retribution they deserve. They all deserve to die. What a fitting death. Amid the applause, a sudden shout cut through. What about the Baron? And the Viscount? Why aren't they dragged out and beheaded? Could it be that you still intend to protect them? The man's roar was loud enough for many to hear clearly, but few joined him. Nobles, my lords, this way of thinking had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even with the charges read aloud, the nobles would merely be arrested and then kept in comfort. It was already a blessing if they did not come out and wreak havoc again. How could they possibly be dragged out and executed? Yet many people turned their gaze toward the figure on the other side of the execution ground, as if hoping for something. Aira calmly clapped her hands. 2 knights drove out with 2 horse-drawn prison carts. Jilai still wore that deathly ashen expression, while Yuya kept his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to face the crowd's stares. For nobles, many valued honor above life itself. But Yuya was different. He cared only about himself. Family honor and reputation did not matter, but his own dignity mattered immensely. And now he was being looked at by commoners as if he were a pig or a dog. Even with his eyes closed, his hands and feet curled inward involuntarily, and his face flushed deep red. Then a rotten egg flew through the air and smashed against his head. This bastard is the one who brought in the horse bandits. You demon. You bastard who belongs in hell. Once someone took the lead. Rotten vegetables, rotten eggs, and even blades such as short knives and daggers flew toward them. Yet among the crowd, even those with cultivation ranks hovered only around the 1st or 2nd rank. The 2 were at the very least 4th or 5th rank sword masters. Their physical toughness alone was enough to withstand these blades. Still, the projectiles scratched streaks of blood across both their bodies. Aira ordered the 2 to be paraded through the city streets. Her ultimate plan, however, was not to have them die there. When they were brought back to the central intersection, the two men carried a faint scent of blood, and an even more pungent stench clung to them. Yuya's eye, struck by something unknown, bled without stopping. He struggled in the cage, trying to break free. In the end, the prison carts entered the Baron's mansion. Trust me. Soon you will hear the news of both their heads rolling on the ground. In truth, Aira had been wrestling with this ever since Aira City, when she had the culprits sent back to the imperial capital for execution. Now she was again sending two people back to the imperial capital to be beheaded. The former was to establish authority, the latter was to serve as a warning. Yet for the common folk who had suffered persecution, never being able to witness the execution with their own eyes, was that not somewhat unfair to them? Still, there was no helping it. Fairness had always been relative, absolute fairness never existed. If word spread that executions were carried out under the emperor's very nose and it made one or two nobles think twice, then it would have served its purpose. Here, however, most people would simply think the two were doomed because they had been discovered, that Yua and Kalai's own carelessness and recklessness had sealed their fate. Nor would it highlight the emperor's stance, or rather the royal family's stance. After all, in name Aira was only the queen. Outsiders knew nothing of how Aira and Delco actually interacted within the palace, nor would they think about Delco's standing at home. In their eyes there was only the emperor and the queen. Clearly the emperor outranked the queen. Sigh. What's wrong, little Aira? Why are you sighing? Floro sat down beside Aira, sensing that she seemed troubled by something. Aira rubbed her face. It's nothing, mother. I need to go back for 2 days. Go back? To the imperial capital? Yes. I'm worried about matters here. Please watch over this place for 2 days. All right with me, here you can rest assured. She stroked Aira's soft golden hair. If anything comes up, talk to Delco. He's been emperor for nearly a year now, he knows the ropes well enough. I know, mother. Aira lay back on the sofa, burying her face in Floro's embrace. This kind of familial warmth was something she had yearned for in her past life but never attained. After crossing over, the first person she grew familiar with was Avia, the biological mother of this body, her so-called cheat mom. But they had only spent 3 or 4 days together. How could one truly speak of familial affection expecting to bond with a stranger in just a few days? At the royal palace, Delco was there, not to mention Floro's constantly at her side. Aira knew that old rascal Delco always had his eyes on her, and though he treated her extremely well, it was different from Floro's kind of doting protective love. This was the feeling Aira truly wanted. Yet after indulging in that warmth for one night, Aira personally escorted the two prisoners back to the imperial capital the next day. Mother, I leave everything here in your hands. Don't worry. Stay safe. The train was fast. Within half a day they were already nearing the imperial capital. Along the way there were 2 small dark tides, normal occurrences along the railway. Though they stirred some ripples, they caused no significant impact. When the train pulled to a stop and Aira stepped off, at a glance there was the same familiar figure waiting for her. My queen, did you enjoy yourself out there? What do you think? Aira glanced at Yua and Kalai, who were being dragged out. Delco's light-hearted tone vanished. Take them to the dungeon first. 2 knights took charge of the prisoners and led them away. Come on, let's go home first. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Aira saw nothing improper about it. After all, they had held hands plenty of times in the bedchamber. So what brings you back early this time? I want to start a newspaper. A newspaper? Aira gradually explained her plan to Delco. This sounds a lot like those publishing houses. No, it's different. They only publish after a book is completed, but a newspaper values timeliness. Of course, it all depended on the situation. If Balg could quickly produce mobile phones and push them out on a large scale, then starting a newspaper would be entirely unnecessary. When the two returned to the palace, Aira dashed off to find Balg. Delco reached out with an air Kong hand but ultimately said nothing. The girl had finally come back and he had hoped for some alone time, but clearly he had been too shallow. The girl was devoted entirely to her career, so he couldn't hold her back. And so he took the little notebook in which Aira had briefly sketched her newspaper concept and went to discuss it with Aegis. For the entire afternoon Aira explained her requirements to Balg. At first Balg was utterly bewildered. Only as Aira elaborated point by point did he begin to understand. This was a field he had never touched before. The gap between forging iron and crafting a mobile phone was immense. Balg had no confidence either. All he could say was that he would do some research first. He also requisitioned a batch of magic crystals from the royal treasury for experiments. This world had magic and mana-infused energy stones, but that didn't mean there was no electricity. Besides magic crystals, Aira also asked whether it could be done with ordinary materials. Balg merely promised to look into it without confirming whether it was feasible. He simply asked Ayla to wait a few days while he researched. Ayla hadn't expected immediate answers, but at least she had given Balg a direction to explore. Night was the time when everyone could truly rest, and Delco was no exception. I've discussed the newspaper matter with Aegis. If we go through with its ducal, I will give it full support. Wherever there are church branches they can distribute it, where there aren't the local merchant guilds can handle it. On top of that we can recruit more people from the academy. Headmistress Aii came to see me before. With the Empire's current reforms she said she would continue her evaluation. Sister Aii. What does evaluation mean? Is Sister Aii planning to do something? If she doesn't pass the assessment she'll resign as headmistress and return to the Elven Kingdom. Delco shrugged. As an 8th rank sword saint he couldn't gauge exactly how strong Aii truly was, but he was certain that if a real crisis ever occurred Aii would not intervene. This wasn't intuition but rather. Delco glanced at Ayla, who was propping up her cheek and flipping through a novel. After he had advanced to the 8th rank sword saint. That was the night before last and last night. He kept dreaming an eerily realistic dream. In it Ayla was arrogant and overbearing, treating others harshly, utterly unlike his little Rose. Especially the scene where she tormented Ivanil felt particularly jarring to him. He knew who the girl was close to. Among all those people Ivanil could definitely rank in the top 3. Yet in the dream Ayla targeted Ivanil at every turn. It was because of this that he woke from the dream and began observing it from a bystander's perspective. Unfortunately the dream was fragmented and intermittent. Still he saw the imperial capital's gates breached, armies flooding in to burn, kill, loot and storm the palace. He saw Aii standing atop the city gate watching coldly as if the fate of the capital had nothing to do with her. Moreover his father had once warned him that Headmistress Aii was extremely powerful and must never be provoked. The Empire's survival mattered little to her and he had been cautioned not to rely on her. Resigning. That is a pity indeed. Ayla truly found AI's resignation regrettable, a top-tier combat force and one with such extensive connections at that. It's not that big a deal. I've already become a sword saint. If even a sword saint with a divine artifact can't handle a danger, then her presence probably wouldn't make much difference either. You've advanced again? Ayla asked in surprise, reaching out to squeeze his arm twice. It felt no different than before. Delk caught the small hand that was groping around. What do you mean, advanced again? Last time I broke through was thanks to that divine artifact and that was already months ago. Ayla pouted. From peak 7th rank to 8th rank the gap between a sword master and a sword saint was greater than all the gaps from the 1st to the 6th rank combined. And he says a few months. Ayla felt this wretched man was humble bragging. She cultivated diligently every day, making absolutely sure to catch every sleep she could, yet she was still only at the middle of the 5th rank. Who knew how many more days it would take to reach the 6th? In the old days ranks 1, 2 and 3 were measured in days, from the 4th rank on they were measured in months. When she finally had to go from 7th to 8th it would probably be measured in years, yet Delk had done it in just 3 months. By all accounts it was impossible for someone with Delk's talent to progress this quickly. Condensing battle chi required wringing oneself dry, even with life potions there was no way it could be this fast. No, this defies all logic. How can you advance so fast? How can I advance so fast? Delk curled the corners of his mouth. Well, I have my little Rose to thank for that. Me? What did I do? Delk slowly moved closer. Ayla pressed her hand against his face. We're talking about why you cultivate so fast now. What are you trying to do? Isn't this exactly how I'm telling you why my cultivation is so fast? His lips descended, but Ayla saw it coming and turned her head away. Unexpectedly Delk had seen through her anticipation, her twist brought his kiss right onto its mark. He pried her jaws apart and plundered her breath. MMH. Ayla reached out and shoved him, but how could her physical strength compare to Delk's? She was trapped in his arms, unable to move. Only after a long while did their lips part and Delk smacked his lips. You, what are you doing? Weren't you talking about cultivation? You. Watching Delk's movements Ayla seemed to realize something and she raised her hand to cover her rosy lips. Little Rose, you yourself are a walking rare potion. When you're out and about you'd best be careful. Ugh, I know, just get off me. Ayla shoved her foot against Delk's chest and pushed him away, but she never expected this bastard to lower his head and sniff directly. You smell good. That's obvious. Of course I bathed when I got back. Now let go of me, you pervert. She struggled a couple of times but couldn't wrench her foot free from Delk's hand. Gone all these days, and when you come back you expect me to just sleep. Delk pressed over her again, his hand trailing along her body. Suddenly he frowned. Little Rose, have you put on weight? Weight? You're the one who's put on weight. Delk stroked Ayla's lower belly, it was indeed a little rounder than before. Is it because of the pregnancy? Ayla rolled her eyes in irritation. It's only been a month and a half. What could possibly show yet? Delk lowered his head and kissed the spot, and the peculiar sensation made Ayla even more nervous. Yet Delk didn't stop there. Ayla struggled a little, covering her belly with one hand and biting her rosy lip. It had to be said, although a slight swell had begun to show on her lower belly, she was still no match for Delk. Ayla also gained a rough understanding of an 8th-rank sword saint's physical strength. If not for the fact that she had nearly lost consciousness in the latter half of the night, she wouldn't have been able to put a stop to this match at all. The next day Delk naturally gave Ayla a full-body SPA to ease her fatigue. Ayla didn't use creation to recover, it was all that man's own fault. The satisfied man was neither annoyed nor hesitant. With Aegis and Ivanhoe around, he clearly had much more free time now. That meant more time for the two of them alone. As the saying goes, only the ox dies from being overworked, the field is never worn out. Ayla begged to differ. She truly felt she had been on the verge of insanity at that point. Delk himself was like a machine without feelings, knowing no fatigue. In Delk's words, this too counted as cultivation, and the results were far better than the brief shallow taste of lips. Sleep outside tonight. Anyone who didn't know would think you'd only be happy if you tormented me to death. Faced with the girl's complaints, Delk kept his hands moving gently, kneading every inch of her. How could I? I love my little Rose most of all. Heh. Ayla only sneered. A man's mouth is a lying ghost. Just think, if the Empress mother found out, wouldn't you be done for? Delk froze mid-motion. Is she here? Then we'd better get a few more rounds in before that so we don't miss out. You wouldn't dare. Ayla jolted in fright and was about to sit up, but Delk pressed her down. Don't move. I'm just joking. Why is my little Rose reacting so strongly? Easy for you to say. You're not the one who's exhausted. But clearly little Rose enjoyed it too, didn't she? Bullshit. That was just an uncontrollable physiological reaction, understand? I didn't enjoy it. Yes, exactly. Delk simply nodded in agreement, smiling without a word. Anyway, I don't care. Your body's too strong now. Why don't you go bring Feyre over instead? Delk's expression darkened. He treated the girl as his one and only, yet she was always trying to push him away. That feeling was very unpleasant. Smack. Say that again and I'll smack you again next time. Seeing that Delk was rarely and truly annoyed, Ayla could only cover her bottom, pouting in protest, though she didn't intend to talk back. Fine, I won't say it. Hearing the girl mumble, Delk resumed kneading the exact spot he had just slapped. He was afraid he had actually hurt her and wanted to ease the pain. The bedchamber fell quiet, leaving only Delk's still somewhat busy figure. Ayla fell asleep again under the massage. To be fair, this wasn't the first time he had done it. Delk's technique had visibly improved. In the beginning he could only knead, later he pressed, rubbed, pushed and smoothed, a terrifyingly rapid improvement. Delk tucked in the edge of the quilt before leaving. The air of the imperial capital carried a touch of cold. Winter was approaching. Although the imperial capital was not as cold as the northern frontier, the temperature would still drop noticeably. And once winter came, the most critical thing was keeping warm. Every winter people died of cold. This was no isolated case. Even in the imperial capital. When Delk was studying at Kazeril Academy, he had seen frozen corpses, hunched in curled postures, never to wake again. That was the pauper's corner of the imperial capital. He wouldn't have gone there if not for a bet with Aegis. Back then he had always assumed that the imperial capital, the empire's heart, could never be so poor that its people couldn't even afford charcoal. But reality was exactly that, and seeing it with his own eyes taught him a lesson. With the laying of railway tracks and the empire's growth, such cases lessened, yet under the empire's enormous population they were still all too visible. Especially in smaller towns and villages. He had turned over the newspapers to Aegis to handle and entrusted winter supplies and provisions to Ivanhoe. When it came to resource mobilization, Ivanhoe was truly exceptional. Lyurkia's level of magitech development was by no means low, and it was precisely because of this that it proved even less friendly to the poor. The most rudimentary mana stone was essentially an oversized battery capable of covering a family's energy needs for an entire day. That was hardly expensive, an expenditure of 1 copper coin a day was not much. But the problem was that if a family had only a single laborer, owned no land of their own and could only work as hired laborers, they would earn merely 6 or 7 copper coins a day. And this was before counting daily expenses such as groceries. Hence it was common for both men and women in every family to go out to work. Rest a day and go without food was truly no idle threat. And the greatest expenditure was not energy, it was machinery. Without heating equipment, no matter how many mana stones you possessed, they were of no avail. Clearly these people could not afford such things. And simply scattering money about was of course a rather effective solution. As for the present royal palace, even if it had to drain every last reserve from its coffers, producing such a sum was not beyond its reach. It was only that handing out money was effective, yet the aftermath would be troublesome as well. Inflation was inevitable. Money would cease to hold value and the poor would soon sink back into their former lives. What was gotten in that way would be lost in that way, because the things bought with the distributed money would for lack of money eventually be sold back out again. No one can earn money beyond the bounds of their own cognition, hence Ayla's sweeping plan to establish schools was likewise about broadening horizons. To change things generation after generation would be a very long process, but it was not something that could be left undone. The nobility were like entrenched aristocratic clans monopolizing knowledge and the avenues by which knowledge was acquired. Kasalar Academy did admit commoners to be sure, but most of them were sons of wealthy merchants or children of families with a bit of property. Take Uwainir, she had been granted exceptional admission entirely because the commotion of her awakening back then had been too vast to suppress. Otherwise, with Uwainir's family conditions, even smashing their pots and selling the scrap iron could not have afforded her a place at the academy. It was only after Uwainir entered the academy with her outstanding grades and scholarships that her family could barely manage to continue footing the bills. Of course, this was never a question of whether they wanted to let her study, but purely an economic issue. Uwainir thus gained contact with knowledge she had never touched before. Ayla too had thought about this. The situation was at once akin to and unlike the early Tang dynasty of her homeland. What was unlike was that she could raise the butcher's blade whenever she wished. And strictly speaking, the four dukes were themselves the four greatest seigneurial clans. She was by her own right the daughter of one of those houses. And there was also the house of Boziding, which had pledged its allegiance. Two houses already accounted for half. If the royal house were counted in as well, that would already be past the half. Thus when Ayla proposed using the church as an anchor to conduct district-level instruction and spread knowledge, not a single domain raised any objection. Just consider it. A proposal approved by 3 of the 5 great houses. The eastern domain was locked in conflict and estranged from the most important member of that 3-house alliance, and the other house, the southern domain, had merely at that time been extorted by Duruk's people. Which house would dare to oppose it? Moreover, the eastern domain was open-minded, the southern domain was conservative, and the two were already out of harmony with each other, let alone capable of cooperation. The remaining counts and marquises, for all that they had a certain right to speak, could not, even when all their weight was added together, outmuscle Boziding and Lakifu, the two true heavyweights. Not to mention that the northern and western domains were not without marquises and lower-ranking nobles of their own. Having put down roots where they stood, they knew full well which side to take. None of them were fools. Ayla planned in the future to wipe away the noble class altogether. These people had occupied their place for too long and had become a cancer. Nobles like Sadie, who devoted their hearts wholly to the people, were far too few and utterly unrepresentative. Moreover, the southern domain was an excellent example. In the very place that most preserved the original savor of nobility, the lives of the common folk were the clearest measure of whether that class deserved to exist at all. Ayla opened her eyes in a drowsy haze. Having been in this world for so long, she had on this rare occasion dreamed of matters from her previous life. When she looked again at the palace architecture outside the window, she felt a momentary sense of rupture. The bedchamber was empty and utterly still, with no sound coming even from the corridor, while at the head of the bed a cup of warm water had been placed. Ayla picked it up and drained it in one go, and only then did the parched, scratchy feeling in her throat recede. Just as she was about to wash up, she saw that last night's nightclothes and undergarments had long since been washed and hung out to dry. Brushing her teeth, Ayla studied herself in the mirror. She had been here for half a year, and only half a year. It had been only half a year since she had become a girl too. Yet she seemed already to have adapted even more deeply than the 20 years of male identity she had carried in her previous life. In the mirror her face was a small melon seed oval, not so sharp. Her jade-green eyes were bright and brimming with spirit. Her skin was delicate beyond belief, the slightest pressure left a red mark. Especially from last night when she woke this morning, the marks on her wrists and chest had still not completely faded. If this had been in the old days, she would probably have been wondering when she had grown so fragile, so womanly. But time truly seemed to possess magic, and habit was a frightful thing that one only recognized in hindsight. Ayla found herself all the less able to sense that anything was amiss. It was only during intimate moments that an unnameable oddness stirred in her heart. And the children, subconsciously she was still thinking how she could possibly be pregnant. But pregnant she had become, and with two at once no less. After washing up, Aira picked out her clothes. 2 or 3 months ago she had still preferred a more androgynous style favoring crisp clean-cut garments. Until one day she had Dirk fetch her clothes and he brought out a dress. She had been too lazy to make a fuss and spent the whole day in it. The next day, as though it had become a habit, she simply continued wearing them. As a result, she now thought nothing of wearing pretty little dresses. Long stockings were the same. At first accepting white silk had already been her limit, and now lace-trimmed short socks paired with little leather shoes had become second nature. Most of these things had been bought and arranged by Dirk, from the inside out. But at least in this respect Aira still retained the habits of her previous life. It was enough so long as it was wearable. If someone bought them she wore them, if not she wore the old ones. Wearable sufficed. Only that skilled craft of putting up her hair still eluded her. Still, at home leaving it loose was just fine. Whenever Dirk was free he would tie it up for her, or if she didn't want it loose she could simply find a small elastic band and gather it back carelessly. Click. The bedchamber door was pushed open and she found herself face to face with the returning Dirk. "Hey old, you're off work this early today?" "Early? I've come to call you for lunch," Dirk said with a smile. "Oh, okay, let's go." Dirk reached out and took Aira's soft little hand. "Well, has your husband's skill improved by leaps and bounds?" Not bad, I suppose. I'll give you 8 out of 10. Keep up the good work, remain modest and guard against complacency. But if you're that rough and careless again next time you can go sleep in the study." Dirk felt the strength in the small hand within his own gradually increasing as if in warning. "That was an accident. Those days you were away you didn't even send messages in time. I simply missed you too much. See? Do you really think I don't know what's on your mind? Every single time, isn't it just about tormenting me? Tormenting you? No, this is love, my little rose. Have I never told you?" "Never told me what?" "I love you." The air fell silent for a moment. "Hey, you've said that more than a few times while tormenting me." Aira lowered her eyes and teased without the least restraint. "Haha, is that so? Saying it here makes it seem all the more proper." Delco felt quite pleased, though he couldn't understand why the version of himself in his dreams was always so guarded and striving for perfection to the point of being moody and erratic. Those around him whispered, calling him a tyrant. Delco didn't recognize those people, nor did he know who stood beside him. Whether trusted or estranged, the dream version of himself knew them clearly, but he did not. Yet one thing he was certain of: if everything began with Ayla's arrival. Without her aid, unaware of Heli as a spy discovering Rilican far too late, and without the likes of Liasli by his side, his situation would surely mirror the one in his dreams. That was another possible path of development. He had gained some insight from it. The more he compared, the more grateful he felt. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and, ugh." Aira let out a dry heave. She hurriedly channeled her power to dispel the sensation. It wasn't like the churning of her stomach, rather it was a pure rising sensation in her throat that made her want to vomit. "What's going on?" Delco quickly patted her back to help soothe her. What else could it be? She shot Delco a fierce glare and went back to eating. Suppressing it constantly, the feeling of nausea wasn't all that strong. Delco immediately understood what was happening. Remembering how Aira had wretched his Adam's apple, bobbed slightly as if he had made a difficult decision. Maybe what? Should we get rid of these 2 children? And if we don't, how many more times will this happen? Delco was left speechless. It's a minor issue. It just caught me off guard. I pushed my power down on it and now I barely feel it. Since we're already here, let's just eat first. Seeing the young woman's nonchalant expression, Delco gradually relaxed. Before him she never hid how she truly felt. If she were really suffering she would already be tearing into him. "Those 2 people you sent to Cocteau City, did you look into them?" Aira finally spoke, managing to change the subject. That tutor was once a retainer of a viscount tasked with managing the family's territories. Though not exceptional things were thriving under his hand. But then the viscount placed his own confidant into the position. Hampered at every turn, the businesses began to shrink. That fool dragged him out to take the blame and cast him out of the viscount's estate. Still, he genuinely has real ability. And what happened to that viscount later? Ayla's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she stared at Delco. This was gossip and she was dying to hear it. Once the tutor left, the businesses collapsed even faster and the confidant couldn't escape accountability either. Later the viscount personally went to invite him back, but by then he had already joined Casalara Academy as a tutor. The monthly salary was decent and there was none of that messy entanglements, so of course he refused to return. And to pay off his debts the Viscount eventually sold even his own mansion. Aira munch. The more she listened the more this tutor sounded like a protagonist. He was practically the textbook example of being made the scapegoat at work and then severing the company's lifeline upon leaving. It was too classic. What's the tutor's name? What about his family background? I think his name is Lorians. He grew up in an orphanage. He originally went to the Viscount's estate because the orphanage could barely keep itself running anymore. Slap. Too classic, this was absolutely a male lead template. I'm certain. Definitely a talent. We must recruit him. A talent. Delco couldn't figure out which part of that story made the young woman think this man was a genius. But he figured that since she was so confident there must be a reason. He simply nodded in agreement saying he would do his best to recruit him. Later send him over to manage the church's assets under Colbell's wing, he'll surely be one of her right-hand men. Delco said nothing, merely nodding in approval. No, it's still too hasty. Let's first see how well he governs Cocteau City. If he does well then we'll recruit him. Delco nod. He didn't quite understand why the young woman changed her mind so quickly, but that was fine, he just needed to go along and show he understood. Speaking of which, that student of his has a rather tragic background too. How tragic? Delco recounted slowly. That student's family used to be in business, just a small caravan, nothing large scale. But they ran afoul of the great merchant guilds from the Eastern Territory. Those guilds hired assassins to slaughter his entire family and only he managed to escape. His talent in both battle chi and magic is meager, so he hopes to build an even greater merchant empire than the Eastern Territories to exact his revenge. Aira stopped eating entirely. How on earth did Casalara Academy manage to harbor such extraordinary talents? Two people with the template of protagonists. One was a victim of layoffs who severed the company's lifeline, leaving his former boss drowning in regret. The other had his family sacrificed at the very start, setting him on a path of vengeance. She forced down the urge to call her mother right that moment. Everything would have to wait until Cocteau City was stabilized. Just wait a little longer. Let's see the results first. No need to rush now. Delco dropped the subject. Anything that could make the young woman set down her chopsticks and think deeply must be important. Those two, Delco now remembered them even more vividly. By the way, do you know what Charles did a couple of days ago? Charles. What could he possibly do? Haven't you been keeping him under discreet surveillance all along? Exactly. A couple of days ago he confessed his feelings while Lilia was eating. Ha! A confession. To Lilia. Aira was deeply shocked. The original destined pairing should have been with Ivional. Ivional was the one who followed Charles, but Charles had never personally confessed to her. Why would he suddenly confess to Lilia now? And you as her brother didn't do anything about it. Do anything? What counts as doing something? Would having someone throw a sack over his head and beat him up count? Delco's tone was so calm it was as if he hadn't ordered it himself. A couple of days ago I also asked Hylanwi. Charles's family has been in frequent contact with the counts under the Eastern Territories' Grand Duke, seems they're firmly on the Grand Duke's side. How could a young master like him not know his own family's situation? Why would he confess to Lilia at a time like this? Or is his family trying to show goodwill? Or are they betting on both sides? Aira couldn't help but speculate. His actions wouldn't go unnoticed by the Eastern Territory. The fact that they haven't eliminated his family means this is all part of a scheme they've cooked up together. There's no intention of defecting to us nor of betting on both sides. If they truly were playing both sides, the Eastern Territories' Grand Duke wouldn't let them live. After all, a fence-sitter is the most despised of all. Oh. You even know the saying about a fence-sitter. Aira found it a bit strange that this world had such an expression too. Is that so unusual? No, it's not that. What about Lilia? How did she react? She demanded compensation from Charles, claiming he damaged her reputation as a lady. Indemnity. Aira blinked. In her impression, Lilia was the type to neither fight nor snatch, showing scant interest in anything. A charge of tarnishing a lady's reputation felt to her more like a pretext to extort money. Perhaps she has tasted the sweetness of unrestricted pocket money. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to return. You raised Lilia's allowance. Delk extended a finger and wagged it slightly. That was earned by Lilia through her own acting. Back then, besides Sali, the two most troublesome noble houses could only be dealt with legitimately thanks to Lilia. Aira understood. So that was how Delk had cultivated her. Not fighting or snatching, that was because she had no money. Once she had money her desires began to stir. Moreover, since she often dined with them and they spoke unabashedly about Chersi, Lilia had probably realized that Chersi was certainly not a good man, or rather an enemy. Such behavior toward an enemy was understandable. So did Chersi pay? Of course. I doubt he would have the audacity to challenge us in the imperial city. Delk naturally also nursed a desire to vent his anger and thus tacitly approved of Lilia's actions. On the very first night after advancing to Sword Saint he saw an older plus-sized version of Chersi burst into the royal palace. Clad in a suit of semi-divine armor he could only manage to fight Chersi to a standstill despite holding a rank advantage. And there was also his lifelong cultivation method. His battle chi was clearly far superior in quality to that of Chersi, a latecomer to the craft. Yet he simply could not win. Whom could he complain to? In the end he died having only gravely wounded Chersi. The minister who had betrayed Senka to his own teacher also perished beneath the wheel-and pinion assault of many powerhouses. Though he had only been a spectator, to say he was not angry would certainly be impossible. And so he tacitly approved of Lilia's approach. After the meal Aira went to Berg's forge and saw him running experiment after experiment with a magic crystal showing every sign of falling into a demonic obsession. Aira merely looked and did not disturb him. She had originally planned to return, arrange some tasks, discuss the idea of mobile phones with Berg and then immediately go back to Kikijuo. But the resumes of those two people made her shelve that thought. She returned to her bedchamber and took out the magic crystal. After a flash Fuluosi's face appeared before her. "Little Aira, how are things going? Delk hasn't been handsy again, has he?" It's about done. Old duh. Hasn't been too handsy." The truth was it wasn't exactly his hands or feet that had been doing the moving. "That's good. Mother, why don't you come back? Or go back to Agula City?" What's wrong? Is there something you need me to do?" Fuluosi did not hesitate and immediately asked back. "No, mother. I heard old Da mention the two people he sent, that teacher and student pair. I want to test them. Perhaps they are two rare talents." Fuluosi's expression turned understanding. "You want to recruit them?" Aira nodded directly. "Very well, I'll leave this place to them and go back to Agula City to see Puaina." "All right, sorry for the trouble, mother." "What trouble? Silly child." Fuluosi departed for Agula City while Aira grew increasingly expectant of the day in 1 month when Kikijuo City would deliver its results. Meanwhile the review of the border nobles ordered by Delk was proceeding with painful slowness, nearly grinding to a halt. This had been the case since the very first day Lei Yasuli led his troops into the city. Carrying Delk's handwritten order he went to the Viscount's residence and was turned away at the door. With nowhere else to go in the city he suddenly remembered that he had yet to handle the matter Aira had urged before she left, so he hurriedly led his troops out of the city again. "My Lord Viscount, those men have left with their troops," the steward reported respectfully to the man standing by the window. The young man casually set down his wine glass. "That little emperor has stretched his hand a bit too far. On the soil of the southern frontier he actually dares to bring so many knights. Not executing them on the spot is already saving face for him." His tone betrayed no reverence, rather it was fraught with discontent toward Delk. This Viscount was Bank. That very night he learned that the entire household of Viscount Jilai, his neighbor, had been slaughtered. It was said the order had come from the queen and Jilai's crimes had been plastered all over the city. When Bank woke he became all the more certain that he could not allow Lei Yasuli and his men to uncover anything. Lei Yasuli, reeking of blood, returned to the city with his knights leading demonic horned horses through the gates. The stench of blood made the common folk retreat far from them. Yet it did not cause any major disturbance. While the men went to change clothes and rest, Lei Yasuli himself went once more to Bank's residence to present Delk's letter, only to be turned away again. Bank was stalling, waiting for Lei Yasuli and his men to leave. This detachment obviously could not be stationed here indefinitely. As long as he rode out this period he would remain safe. He knew well that he was but a viscount. Even if the Grand Duke of the southern frontier wished to use him as a pretext, he would never truly strive to obtain justice for him. His life would only serve as a blade in the Grand Duke's hand, nothing more than a means to force the little emperor to pay some compensation and promise not to investigate further. But with so many nobles along the border, why must it be his life? Was he the only one who deserved it? How many nobles on this line were clean? Anyone in such a prime position would be a fool not to line his pockets. Now this investigation was like hanging a sword above the heads of every noble along the border. He believed that once word spread before this cavalry troop could carry out its review, the nobles along the southern frontier would surely submit a joint petition asking the Grand Duke of the southern frontier or Prince Kaiai to halt the investigation. Thus the only thing he had to do was stall. On the second day Lei Yasuli came again to deliver a letter and was again turned away, but this time Lei Yasuli did not leave. What followed was a troop of knights who barged straight into Banks' residence. A large formation of knights filled the courtyard. "What do you intend to do? This is the Viscount's residence. Are you knights trying to commit insubordination?" The middle-aged steward stood before Lei Yasuli, striking a posture as if to thunder out a stern interrogation. "Insubordination? I, Lei Yasuli, have sworn to serve only His Majesty and Her Highness the Queen. I have come on His Majesty's orders. 3 days, I gave you 3 days. I have already delivered His Majesty's letter, and it clearly states 3 inquiries: if those who obstruct, death." On the first day Lei Yasuli had come if the men were weary, but the letter was still delivered. Then they left the city for Viscount Jilai's residence, and upon returning the letter was presented on the second day. Today was the third day. Lei Yasuli knew that here he would never be permitted to conduct his review smoothly. The previous day had been given for the knights to rest and recover. And this morning, the moment he left the inn, he brought everyone along. The men wore gleaming armor that shone with metallic luster, and there was not a single bloodstain upon them. At this moment inside Banks' residence the scene bore every appearance of an impending battle. Ban Kua Viscount naturally maintained his own knights. When Lei Yasuli and his men burst in, these knights hurried over as well, yet in contrast their amateurishness was all too obvious. The iron swords in their hands looked crude, and many of them wore only plain clothes, not even armor. In comparison, Lei Yasuli's men were armored even to the face, their weapons gleaming with a cold sharp light. The long sword in Lei Yasuli's hand had been tempered a second time by barrage and had become a semi-divine artifact. Clearly the gap between them and Lei Yasuli's rigorously trained knights was enormous. "Seize them!" His scabbard struck upright against the floor with a dull thud. Behind him dozens of knightly figures immediately moved into action. As battle chi burst forth, countless slender swordlights flashed into the air, followed by the ringing clash of steel against steel. Then fragments of broken blades and swords clattered to the ground. The 20-odd guard knights who rushed out were subdued in no time. "Stop! All of you stop! This is the Viscount's residence. You knights stand down at once." The steward rushed forward, trying to pull at Lei Yasuli, only to be sent flying by a single sweep of his sword. "I have already said that I gave you a chance. If you had behaved and cooperated with the investigation, you would have faced a formal tribunal, not summary execution." Watching the knights' movements in the courtyard, Ban Ko, who had been observing from upstairs, could no longer sit still. No, he had to run. If they caught him, he would die. He would certainly die. His composed demeanor was gone. He hastily gathered his valuables. Bang! The door was kicked open. "Who are you? Who gave you permission to come upstairs?" Lei Yasuli said nothing. He simply stepped forward and pressed a hand against his forehead. "Viscount Ban Ko, on the way here I have already memorized every noble along this route. You are highly suspect. You have the right to raise objections, but that must wait until you reach the imperial city. For now you would do well to hold your tongue." Battle chi gathered in Lei Yasuli's hand. With a slight exertion, Ban Ko lost consciousness and was then dragged back into the courtyard like a dead dog. He tossed him to the ground. "Send 2 men to escort him back to the imperial city. Charges resisting arrest and attempted escape." Meanwhile a knight handed him a handkerchief, which Lei Yasuli took and calmly used to wipe the blood from his hand. The 2 men dragged Ban Ko away. Lei Yasuli cast a glance over the vast Viscount's mansion. If Ban Ko were convicted after a formal hearing, very likely everyone in this mansion, his wife, his daughters, his relatives, would die. But that was not his concern. "Let's go. Next one." There are still 82 cities. The party departed. Only then did Ban Ko's wife and children hidden in the rooms dare to show themselves. Compared with moments before, the Viscount's mansion fell abruptly silent. Afterward, for the sake of efficiency, Lei Yasuli had letters sent to the local noble residences 3 times a day. Those who permitted the search were investigated. If nothing was found, he would go to the corresponding city in the imperial city region across the border and investigate there as well. His inquiries were not limited to the mansions. He even included the opinions of the common people. As to how the nobles conducted themselves, whether they governed well or conspired with anyone, the people had the clearest sense of it in their hearts. But Lei Yasuli still felt the pace was too slow. The knights were split into groups of 2 or 3 and sent to deliver letters to noble mansions everywhere. Those who refused were reported to him, those who permitted the search were reported to him as well. In this way the efficiency of his investigation improved greatly. But the ducal mansion of the southern frontier had already erupted in uproar. What does that little emperor mean by this? Does he truly think our southern frontier is a soft persimmon to squeeze at will? Investigating the entire border, how many noble allies will this cost us? A marquis shouted in the great hall of Duke Kibote's mansion, his voice booming with discontent. Exactly. Those along the border are only barons and viscounts, true, but the money and grain they pay each year account for 1/3 of the entire duchy's tax revenue. If the men sent by that little emperor come to investigate, I fear the duchy's annual tax income will suffer a devastating blow. Kibote's face darkened as he listened to the marquises and earls quarreling endlessly. Durk had been very audacious this time, announcing a border investigation with nothing more than a single message. He had not given him the slightest chance to object. But why? The imperial city's strength had always been mediocre. Even when Durk first ascended the throne it had been below the four frontiers. How had it developed so rapidly? When Durk spoke his tone was one of matter-of-fact entitlement, as if the Grand Duke of the southern frontier meant nothing to him. To Kibote it was even more of a provocation, but why provoke him? The answer was war. After thinking it over and over, Kibote could only conclude that Durk wanted to provoke him into acting first, thereby starting a war. In other words, he wanted an excuse to wage war against the southern frontier. That made no sense. Unless Durk was insane, he should have been actively preparing for war against the eastern frontier, not idly provoking the southern frontier. He thought for an entire night, and there was only one possibility: Durk had found a backing strong enough to wage war against two frontiers at once. This was a conspiracy, a scheme to lure the southern frontier into making a move so that the entire empire would believe the southern and eastern frontiers were plotting rebellion together. By then Durk could suppress the rebellion with full justification, and the people of the empire would sing praises of his achievements. Bang! Enough! Kibote's voice was not loud, but its piercing power was immense. Every one of you is after all a marquis or an earl. Yet an investigation that has not even touched you personally has thrown you all into such chaos. Where is your noble honor? And your etiquette? Facing Kibote's rebuke, the nobles who had argued the loudest wore expressions of guilt and embarrassment. Duke, tell us, what should we do? Kibote tapped lightly on the armrest of his seat. Have any of you been to see Prince Kayai? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and a few of them looked away with uneasy eyes. Step forward. I am not in the mood to concern myself with whether you are loyal. I only want to know what Prince Kayai's attitude is toward this investigation. After hesitating for a moment, several men in the crowd stepped forward. Duke, Prince Kayai said he wishes to see how you act. He trusts your choice. Kibote let out a contemptuous chuckle. What a cunning old fox. He says he trusts my choice. Whether I truly back down or go to war once any disaster befalls us, all of it will be shoved onto my head, won't it? So Kibote chose the safest course. Then let them investigate. Do not block them. Otherwise, when he truly sets his sword against your necks, do not say I never warned you. Kibote gave a cold snort and strode out of the hall, leaving a few people whispering among themselves. In the end they still agreed to Kibote's approach. Those on the fringes had simply been given more money, but when it truly came to risking their lives for wealth, they knew how to reckon that account. Kibote walked back to his study. A stack of documents still lay piled on the desk. Bang! He drove his fist hard onto the files, every one of them compiled by his men after Heli's letters arrived. Heli still wrote back every few days since her mother remained in the Grand Duke's mansion. Kibote read each letter, but the words within had grown increasingly perfunctory. At first Heli had explained that she had been transferred out of the imperial palace. Kibote did not believe her. Queens and imperial consorts could hardly escape the cage of the palace so easily. He had intelligence that Queen Aira frequently came and went from the imperial palace. Even setting aside the queen, how could the imperial consorts possibly leave the imperial city so easily? As it turned out, the people he had sent out actually discovered that Heli had been transferred to the western frontier. Kibote had nothing more to say. After that, each letter spoke of which chambers of commerce in the city the trade alliance had reached agreements with special emphasis on the great merchant guilds of the eastern frontier. Yet Heli had omitted a few zeros from the profits of those transactions. With less money the imperial city had no funds. Without funds it could not develop, and if it did not develop, Kibote would let down his guard. But in recent days Kibote had received reports that this company of knights was equipped with armaments of a quality they had never seen, even superior to the equipment the eastern frontier imported from Gursa. The knight commander at their head even carried a semi-divine longsword, something Kibote had never imagined in his wildest dreams. Apart from the semi-divine armor in the imperial city, the Grand Dukes of the other four frontiers possessed only gear approaching semi-divine quality, and even then they fell a hair's breadth short. Yet now he was being told that a knight commander he had never even heard of carried a semi-divine artifact. If even a knight commander was equipped like that, to what level of armament had the imperial palace already been raised? The stack of papers in his hand was nothing but waste paper as far as Keyboat was concerned. The intelligence Heli sent back was gravely unreliable, or else the young emperor's men had already realized Heli was an undercover agent and deliberately fed her false information. A small magic circle took shape in his palm and reduced the pile of documents to ashes. Heli's intelligence could no longer be trusted. Perhaps the eyes and ears he had planted in the imperial city would prove more reliable. Unfortunately, that informant had been seized by some inexplicable whim and insisted on worshipping the god of light. Now look where it had led. The Church of Light and the Church of Creation had merged. Now he had to go on about returning to the embrace of the god of light and the goddess of life. He looked as if he had been brainwashed. If he had only believed himself, it would have been one thing, but he had dragged the whole group of underlings in the imperial city into the faith as well. As a result, Keyboat no longer had enough agents planted in the imperial city. Heaving a deep sigh, he sank rather dejectedly into his chair and stared at the ashes on the desk. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. Half a month had already passed since Lei Yasali had gone to investigate the frontier cities. Batch after batch of minor nobles were escorted back to the imperial city. The people of the southern frontier were not completely idle either. Keyboat placed another call to Duruk, but after probing for some time he extracted nothing. He could only tell that Duruk's tone was utterly casual, with none of the air of one facing an imminent threat. Duruk clearly did not consider him a worthy opponent. Keyboat could not decide one way or the other. He had called only to make Duruk pull back a little. Those investigations were already enough of a deterrent. Unfortunately, Duruk paid him no heed and instead berated Keyboat for failing to govern his own subordinates. It made Keyboat feel like he had called just to be cursed at. Yet Duruk's bearing was too brimming with confidence for Keyboat to act rashly. Still, being scolded naturally bred resentment. Troop movements in the southern frontier pressed forward toward the border with the imperial city. Keyboat wanted to make a move to expel Lei Yasali and his party from the southern frontier, but a host of nobles called a halt. In the end, Kai stepped forward and gave him a face-saving way out, so no real clash occurred. Lei Yasali remained wholly unaffected, continuing to interrogate and investigate as usual, paying no attention whatsoever to the thickening smell of war along the border. He ended work exactly on time and left cheerfully with another batch of minor nobles. More than a few had had their entire households put to the sword. The murderous intent around Lei Yasali grew denser by several degrees, and he began to transform into the sword-forged warrior who had fought his way out of war in his previous life. In one stroke he broke into the peak of the 6th rank, only a single step away from advancing to sword master. Inside the imperial palace, Aira ate small pastries as she read through the materials Duruk had sent. They recorded the crimes and evidence of more than 60 minor nobles alongside 7 families that had already been erased entirely. That Keyboat had not launched any substantive counterattack was something Aira had not expected. Investigating these southern frontier nobles along the border was like slapping Keyboat, the Grand Duke of the southern frontier, twice across the face, and yet he had forced himself to swallow the insult. Aira had already ordered Bozeting to send troops to the lands bordering the southern frontier, but unfortunately no battle broke out. If one truly had, all sides might have suffered some losses. However, the moment the southern frontier made a move, they would lose the moral high ground. Then the imperial city could make a great issue of it. If they could not defeat the enemy, they could still make them miserable. That would also reduce their own losses. The only unknown was whether the eastern frontier would seize the chaos to start a war. After all, Bishop Anzer had also taken the remaining half of the imperial city's knights to the eastern frontier, so who could say whether he would join forces with the eastern frontier? According to the informants, Halenwai had infiltrated into the eastern frontier on the surface alone. 4 8th-rank powerhouses had been found among the Grand Duke's subordinates, and these were no shoddy products inflated by the church with polluted divine light. There was even a peak 8th-rank demon invited over from Pudiluo. No one knew what price the Grand Duke of the eastern frontier had paid to move a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the world. Adding the temple knights and experts Anzer had brought with him, the imperial city held no advantage in high-end combat power. Even if Duruk were a perpetual motion machine, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands in the end. If several of them were determined to besiege Duruk, even with Aira present, she might not be able to restore him fully once he had been beaten into meat paste. Of course, that was only for the time being. Give her a little longer and even a real meat paste could be revived. The most pressing matter was still to have Lei Yasali and his people advance to Sword Saint as quickly as possible. Once they reached the 8th rank, they would certainly have the strength to fight opponents of the same rank. Even if they could not help Duruk directly, they could still hold several of the enemy's fighters in check. With Aira as a living power source, their odds at the high-end level of combat suddenly swung wide open. But that was only the visible face. No one knew how many hidden cards still lay in reserve, and their own side was not lacking either. Kaisa's advancement had been swift as well, from nothing to the 5th rank in merely 2 months. This speed genuinely made the teachers' jaws drop. They had seen plenty of geniuses, but this was the first time they had encountered a freakish talent of such magnitude. As he climbed step by step into the 5th rank, the shortening of his lifespan from the aftereffects was gradually being mitigated. And then there was Jiaoyuoya. Ever since her imperial father had regained the throne, she had shed every burden and could once again devote herself to the study of magic. After 2 years of pent-up suppression, she broke straight into the 7th rank and became an archmage. When facing a sword saint, an archmage clearly played a far greater role than a sword master of the same rank. Mages required far deeper reserves than swordsmen or knights of the same rank, which naturally gave them the edge. With a genius like Garoa, who could focus his mind several ways at once, 4 or 5, even 7 or 8, colossal class spells would be launched from the very start. Who on earth could withstand that? Even an 8th rank sword saint would not dare take that kind of assault head-on. Against an opponent of the same rank, unless they were close enough to fight face-to-face, a sword saint had no advantage whatsoever. Aira set down the documents in her hand. The deeds committed by these border nobles were far more sickening, far more inhuman than she had ever imagined. Would a simple beheading be letting these people off too lightly? Aira recalled the punishments of her homeland, Lingxi flaying alive the burning pillar. The very thoughts made her shiver. Execution here was terribly monotonous. Either the condemned were burned alive, hung from a noose, or simply beheaded. Monotonous. Utterly monotonous. It could never highlight the miserable fates of these nobles. Once the newspapers published it, there would be not the slightest hint of deterrence. In half a month the newspaper's framework had essentially been completed. The printing equipment for the branches in Stedgley and at the various church outposts was still being set up, but its reach already covered every town around the imperial capital. The northern and western territories would still take time, but this was already enough. What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Delco's voice, rich with a magnetic timbre, sounded abruptly beside Ayla's ear. He was leaning down close to her. Why are you leaning so close? You startled me. Ayla gave him a reproachful glare. The imperial train is almost here. I came to let you know, and the Queen Mother is returning aboard it as well. Ha! Aira rose quickly to her feet. My mother is coming. Delco nodded calmly. She submitted her request to the palace 2 days ago. Of course I approved it. But you didn't even tell me. I wanted it to be a surprise. A surprise? Ayla's inner voice was shrieking like a marmot. She had spent in total so little time with her nominal mother. A sudden ambush like this, that's not a surprise at all, it's sheer shock. You. Ayla glared at Delco at a loss for words. I know you're worked up, but there's no need to be. Delco reached for Ayla's arm, but she twisted away and dodged him. What did my mother come for? Last week I told your mother about your pregnancy, so she wanted to come and see for herself. That's all. Of course. What about Dad then? Compared with Avia, Ayla was clearly far closer to her nominal father Lakiev. Your father is busy marshalling his troops and can't get away. Still, this should set his mind at ease, shouldn't it? At ease. Ayla remembered now, truly the one most eager for her and Delco to produce an heir soon was her own father, for the sake of the throne and for that divine artifact. She hurried back to the bedchamber at once. Del, where are the clothes I wore last night? Throw them out right now. And where are my original clothes? Find them for me this instant. Delco walked back into the bedchamber beaming. The girl's former androgynous wardrobe had, without her realizing it, been almost entirely replaced by little dresses. Even the 1 or 2 pieces that remained were of the bright, vividly colored sort. Perfectly suited to that gleaming, vibrant golden hair of hers. As for the clothes he had swapped out, he had naturally stored them away rather than thrown them out. Those were old clothes, so I already had someone dispose of them. Aren't there plenty of new ones here? I don't want a dress, ugh. For Ayla, wearing a dress at home had been fine. But she was about to meet her own mother, and on such a formal occasion how could she possibly wear a dress? So she wanted to change back into that old snug-fitting set. And those pieces of fabric Delco had tracked down from who knows where, he insisted they counted as clothes and had tormented her with them for the whole night. Those two had to be thrown out at once, just in case her mother accidentally found them. Delco reached out and held down the slightly flustered girl. Your mother is coming. What's there to be so flustered about? Can't you just be with her the same way you always are? Isn't this how you've been living in the palace all this time? You don't understand. Weren't you trying to match the habits of your life in the north the better to fit the impression your mother has of you? Ayla paused. She had indeed been thinking just that, to match the Ayla in Avia's memory at least enough not to give herself away. You know me well. What are you afraid of? You are my wife now. Why must you still force yourself to match the life in the north? Haven't you changed at all after all this time in the palace? Ayla gradually calmed down. Thinking about it, it was true, she had been away from the north for so long it was normal to have formed new habits. All along she had been learning about her past self through Lei Ji's words. That had made her instinctively want to put on a mask that matched the original Ayla so as not to arouse obvious suspicion. But what did it matter? Here she was the queen whose word was law, even the emperor listened to her. Why should she still disguise herself as the original Ayla? Ayla calmed down. Delco helped her into lace-trimmed little white socks, then her shoes. Then at least throw away those pieces of rag from last night. Delco grinned. Fine, I'll throw them away, and I'll find new ones elsewhere. Ayla stood once her shoes were on, testing the feel of them on the spot, and nodded with satisfaction. She swatted Delco's chest in passing. If you bring them, you wear them yourself, don't even think of dressing me in them. She turned to leave only to be caught from behind and pulled into Delco's arms. No way. They look far better on you, little Rose. I can't help myself at all. If I wore them it would be an eyesore, a tragedy. Although Delco was just over 1.9 meters tall, he was extremely broad and sturdy. His clothes made him look lean, tall and slender. But when he embraced Ayla from behind like this, the 1.65-meter tall Ayla was like an oversized doll cradled in his arms. Let go. We're going to pick up my mother. One kiss before we go. Ayla could not win against this brute of a man, so she could only give him a gentle kiss in return. Don't push your luck. After all that torment last night, you still haven't given me today's massage. I'll make it up to you tonight. Right now we need to go meet your mother. Humph. The weather was turning colder. Delco fetched a cotton cloak and draped it over Ayla's shoulders. They waited at the station for nearly half an hour before the train arrived. I greet your majesty. Avia gave a slight bow. There's no need for such courtesy, mother-in-law. Let us talk once we return to the palace. Delco quickly gestured upward with his hand, inviting her to rise. Mom. Ayla still thought that title felt too distant, so she simply used the same one she called her father. Avia walked over and stroked the top of Ayla's head. Little Ayla is going to be a mother herself now. Mother and daughter exchanged smiles. Avia's smile was one of relief. Ayla's was a helpless, wry smile. Her mother's visit, all of it was Delco's doing. She truly had to thank that brute of a man properly. Aira returned to the palace together with Ayla. From the moment she stepped through the gate, she curiously surveyed the palace's layout. Knights already waiting on both sides bowed in salute. As it happened to be noon, they moved directly to the banquet hall. The three took their seats. It was something of a family meal. They kept only 2 maidservants and dismissed everyone else. A strange scene unfolded. Aira held a knife and fork while Duruk and Ayla held chopsticks. Aira didn't think much of it. What surprised her was seeing Duruk eating with chopsticks just like Ayla. Over the meal the three chatted as if talking about everyday family matters, about Duruk and Ayla's married life and the hardships Lakifu endured holding back the dark tide. Heavy topics of course were reserved for after the meal. Your Majesty, what do you think of these 2 children? The promise made back then. Mother-in-law, you needn't worry. I already said during our communication that one of the 2 children will surely become the crown prince. But the divine artifact, I'm afraid it cannot be handed to him. Since I broke through to Sword Saint, this divine artifact has become deeply bound to me. So you've already broken through to Sword Saint. Aira's beautiful eyes widened slightly. How old was Duruk? He was only 7 years older than Ayla. Breaking through to Sword Saint at the age of 26 was unheard of. Her husband, Ayla's father, had been one of the most dazzling talents of that era, and even he had only stepped into the Sword Saint realm at 42. And he had already been hailed as a genius seen once in a century. Yet Duruk at just 26 had already become a Sword Saint. That's right. I had completed the breakthrough before our last communication. It's just that the more important matter at the time wasn't my breakthrough. Aira took a gentle sip of black tea, making an effort to calm her mind. As far as I know, cultivating battle chi requires constantly squeezing the body's potential. Your rapid advancement surely wasn't because you were stuffed with large amounts of magic potions, was it? Of course Aira knew in her heart that Duruk wasn't a short-sighted man, but such swift advancement was indeed bewildering. Of course. Duruk displayed the imposing might of his battle chi. It was dense, sharp and blazing, without the slightest trace of instability. For this rapid advancement I have Aira to thank. If not for her I'd probably still be at the peak of Sword Master, needing a few more years of effort to step into Sword Saint. But your aura, I'm afraid it's already at the mid-Sword Saint stage. Indeed. Perhaps it was because of the divine artifact. When I broke through it gave me a push, allowing me to climb even higher. Aira looked at Aira with a strange expression. Then what did you mean by saying your rapid advancement was all thanks to little Aira? This. Dirk was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't very well tell her about the imported life essence, nor that their nightly activities were akin to dual cultivation. It caused a huge amount of life force to accumulate in his body, and the divine sword was like a storage device. The power he couldn't absorb at once was all sealed inside it. Seeing this, Aira quickly spoke up. Life potion. It's a high concentration life potion, and it can assist cultivation too. Dad used high-grade life potions before and he knows about that. It's just that old concentration was far higher. Is that so? Aira eyed Aira suspiciously as if she were eager to prove something. The two of them nodded in unison. Aira narrowed her eyes. Very well, let's say it's so. Then your Majesty's power contains a share from our little Aira. We wouldn't dare demand that your Majesty dote on little Aira alone forever. But at the very least, if little Aira suffers any grievance in the palace, please allow Aira to return to the Northern Territory. Dirk frowned. Mother-in-law, I only acknowledge Aira. In this life Aira interrupted. Your Majesty, life can be very long, especially since you've already become a Sword Saint. You are only 26. The Sword God, that legendary rank, you might truly have a chance to attain it. But little Aira is different. Her talent is ultimately limited. In the future she may not be able to keep up with your pace and will become a burden. No one knows whether you will change your heart by then. We only hope that if little Aira truly encounters such a situation, she will have a place to go, a path of retreat. Dirk choked up. Aira, listening from the side, was dumbfounded. Wait, who? In just half a year, simply by sleeping, she had gone from having no spiritual power to leaping from the first rank to the 5th. Her battle chi too had improved because Dirk was always dragging her into training. As exhausting as it was, her physical toughness had genuinely increased, and she was about to touch the threshold of the 5th rank. So she was the one who had limited talent. Mom, why don't you take a look at me? Be good. Don't interrupt from the side. Aira casually patted Aira's hand without paying it much heed. Mother-in-law, I know my assurances don't carry much weight now. Everything must be judged by the future. I also promise you, if the day truly comes when Aira is heartbroken because of me, I won't stop her. You may even have my father-in-law bring his troops to teach me a lesson. To be honest, for an emperor to say something like that was already somewhat unwise. But when it came to Aira, Dirk accepted it. Good. After all, you and little Aira have done everything that should be done. In these 6 months she hasn't had any conflict with you, so we're fairly at ease. Lakifu and I only worry this much because you're an emperor. But deep down I truly approve of you as a husband. A smile bloomed on Aira's face and the heavy atmosphere relaxed at once. Dirk also grinned lightly. Mom, rest assured. Old Dad definitely doesn't have the guts. I even told him to go find Fair and the others and he wouldn't. Aira looked at her, reached out and tapped her on the head. You're about to become a mother, yet you're still like a child. Huh. Aira didn't understand how she was being childish. That brute of a man would mess around for hours every time and wouldn't let her rest. She just wanted to be a bit more comfortable and not so exhausted. In Aira's eyes, Aila's idea of pushing her man into another woman's arms was something only a child would have. For the women of the palace, whether empress or consort. If one could win the emperor's exclusive affection, that would naturally surpass sharing his grace evenly. Only children talked about sharing in this palace. If one could monopolize, one would monopolize. Alright, I have nothing more to discuss. If you have work to do, go ahead and attend to it. Very well, let Aira keep you company for now. I'll go finish what I have on hand. Dirk left, leaving only Aira behind. I have things to deal with too, Aira said, recalling the document she had casually tossed onto the garden table. At that moment a pair of fair hands had already covered Aila's belly. Whoa. Mom, what are you doing? Don't move. Let me feel. After all, I'm the child's grandmother, can't I touch? But right now they're inside my belly. You came out of me as well. What's so strange about that? Aira had no comeback. There was nothing she could do, everything her mother said was true and she could not refute it. Though the soul within was different, her body had after all been given to her by her own mother. It's only been a month and a half, isn't this growing a little too fast? Aira found it strange. At a normal pace it was only natural for the belly to show at 3 or 4 months, even with twins it shouldn't be showing this early. Sweetheart, maybe you really are the goddess of life reincarnated, these 2 little ones have been eating a little too well. The moment her spiritual power probed inward she sensed an incomparably dense aura of life. Heh Mom, you actually believe that? It was just a saying from when I founded the church. I wouldn't be so sure. Aira suddenly thought of a new idea. Flirting had once said that her very own mother had served as a holy maiden of light. Mom, look at this. The divine power of light rose from her body. Aira's stroking motion paused. Divine power of light. But that shouldn't be possible. And yet clearly. Aira had expected to see a shocked expression on her mother's face, but it lasted only an instant. What followed was pure puzzlement. Aira's spiritual power followed Aira's divine power step by step into her mental sea. Aira did not resist. The golden orb that had once been the size of a grain of rice had already grown to the size of a fist. Little Aira, perhaps I was truly wrong. Wrong about what? You are more likely the reincarnation of the god of light. Aira was utterly bewildered. Do you know why I left the church back then, traveled to the north and met your father? Why? Aira truly had never heard of these past events. In the original book they belonged to information from decades ago, the book did not mention them after all since they had nothing to do with the protagonist. More than 20 years ago on that night I saw something extremely uncanny. Aira's gaze grew somewhat profound and she sank into memory. At that time I was in the church making the last prayer of the day. It was on that very occasion that the statue indeed bore divine power and I saw the twisted statue oozing thick green blood. The god of light was crying for help, a god was crying for help. The statue twisted like that and decay began to spread outward. But when I came to my senses the statue was still the same statue. Back then your mother thought she must have fallen asleep during her prayers. Only when I returned home did I take out the small statue of the god of light I carried with me. On it still lingered a wisp of divine power, yet it was a twisted decaying statue, the same one that would later be known as the god of tainted light. I guessed then that something must have happened to the deity and I wanted to report it to the church elders. But perhaps it was because of that wisp of divine power that I could see the aura of decay on the elders. At that time the place where the power of decay was strongest was the north. Therefore I left the church and traveled to the north alone. The farther north I went the more violently the statue reacted and the more intensely it was corrupted. No one else noticed but I alone detected the anomaly. At the time I was deeply convinced that it was a divine oracle the god had bestowed upon me. I was determined to uncover the truth. Without understanding the situation in the north at the time I ventured out beyond the Langnate defense line. If your father had not arrived in time I would probably have died in that dark tide. Aira had been somber while speaking of the earlier events, but when she mentioned Lakefu the corners of her lips quietly curved upward and her entire demeanor turned a bit lighter. Then what happened afterward? Aira asked, unable to contain herself like an eager child waiting to hear the rest of a story. Later I learned that the farther north one went the closer one came to the source of the dark tide in the far north. That was a place I could not reach. Also the statue was lost during that dark tide. I knew the church could no longer be trusted, so I remained in the north. Afterward when I got together with your father we had your brother and then we had you. Then why did Flirting seem to think you were so powerful, Mom? Aira smiled, her lips pressing together as the curve widened. Everyone has their days of youthful pride. Back then I was also a 6th rank adventurer. But afterward I rarely went to the Adventurers Guild and never updated my adventurer ID card. Ah well. In any case the god of light has most likely already fallen. That golden orb in your mental sea might be the legendary divine core. If you can reach the 9th rank you may well become the new god of light. Isn't this a bit too hasty? I only gathered a little divine power of light. Aira could not understand how she had suddenly become apparently the next god of light. When the god of light fell that divine power of light became masterless and you happened to collect it. Although I don't know exactly how you made it form a cycle and grow on its own, you can produce divine power by yourself, that alone sets you apart from the other god chosen. Most of the god chosen drive divine power with spiritual power. Divine power is consumed and replenished over time, and the higher one's spiritual power rank the greater the divine power one can command. But that power in the end is not generated by themselves, it is more as if it were transmitted from somewhere else. So masterless divine power won't spontaneously form this golden orb just because it is gathered. Of course not. Otherwise the church would have collected it long ago and then wouldn't everyone be able to wield divine power. Aira felt as if she were finally growing a brain. She carefully recalled how the golden orb had first appeared. It seemed that she had first put the divine power of light into the gem of Serenity and then inexplicably it had formed this golden orb by itself. I was originally worried that Duruk would leave you too far behind. I never expected you to have already laid the cornerstone for becoming a god. With this golden orb am I guaranteed to become a god? Barring the unexpected it is only a matter of time. Aira was already 80% certain. Still she had only ever seen relevant records if this was her first time seeing the actual state of Aira's mental sea. Can one not become a god without this thing? Aira was curious. If having a divine core meant having a foundation for godhood, then when there were no gods in the very beginning, where did the first divine core come from? If so, then does that mean there's simply no way to become a god? Silly. Aira gently tapped Aira's forehead. I only mean that with this your path to becoming a god will be much easier than other people's. Others need to breach one realm barrier after another while you only need to accumulate enough. Take Duruk for example. Without a divine core, if he wishes to condense one through his own efforts, he must undergo deep contemplation, to understand what kind of god he wants to become and which rule he must master before he can condense a divine core and become a deity. This is a long and highly perilous juncture. According to legend, the two sword gods of the empire that preceded Lyurkia failed to comprehend what kind of gods they should become if they possessed only power and mastered not a single rule. They could only be regarded as false gods. Don't underestimate the false gods. Before the sword god who had pressed deep into the far north fell, no rebel force anywhere dared to utter a sound, and among them naturally were those with several or even more peak sword saints and peak archmages. Every last one of them kept their heads down. Your great-great-great-grandfather was already a sword saint then, and even he waited until only one false god remained before striking. Even so, the imperial army suffered catastrophic losses. Of the 20-odd powerhouses who fought shoulder to shoulder with him, only 5 survived in the end, and one of them was never able to fully recover. That is how the 4 houses of the 4 realms came to be. Besides, Aira turned to Aira, who had at some point already begun cracking melon seeds. They say the empire's founding emperor was the strongest of that group, the one who came closest to the sword god realm. No wonder he was the one who became emperor. Aira nodded as though the pieces had fallen into place. That's not the whole story. After all, he was the leader from the very beginning. Without his call to arms, those people might never have rebelled. All right, just now you looked as if something was on your mind. You're with child, don't keep worrying over this and that. Those are matters for Duruk to handle. I'm not worrying. Of course he's the one who does those things, I just checked the results. Aira rose as well and pulled Aira back to the small garden outside the bedchamber. An octagonal table still held the stack of documents she had been reading that morning. Here, this is it. Curious, Aira took them and flipped through. The characters were not densely packed, but there were many of them, charge after charge in a long list, followed by evidence seized from the mansions and signed confessions. Who are these people? The results of the audit on those nobles along the border between the southern realm and the imperial city. Aira also roughly recounted what had happened at Kikijuo city. The southern realm. As far as I know, its current Grand Duke Keyboat is far from an even-tempered man. You provoked him like that and he still did not mobilize his troops. He certainly has patience. It seems he has learned something and now treads with caution. My little Aira said, beaming as she straightened up to face her. What? If the imperial city has some secret weapon, shouldn't you give your mother a little hint first? Secret weapon? Aira was confused. What secret weapon did the imperial city have that she didn't know about? Wait, what secret weapon did the imperial city have? She had never heard of one either. I don't know. Does divine artifact count? Seeing the probing and puzzlement in her daughter's eyes, Aira knew that she truly had no idea. Or perhaps Principal Aie. Principal Aie. Aira shook her head. You don't really think she would work for you, do you? I'm not trying to burst your bubble, but even if the royal palace were overrun, she would never lift a finger. Aira laid the facts bare in front of Aira, showing no mercy. Huh? Why? She has been here longer than this empire has existed. She was already there in the previous empire. According to the records, even the 2 sword gods treated her with great deference. Yet when the empire was about to fall she did not make a move. She lives in the empire but she is not of the empire. You may seek her counsel but do not think about asking her to step in and defend it. After hearing that, Aira felt a twinge of disappointment. A powerhouse of that caliber was gone just like that. No wonder. In the original account Chelsea stormed the imperial city and broke into the royal palace without seeing Aira. Perhaps Aira had left Lyrakia, or perhaps she was there simply watching from the sidelines and never intervening. Aira took Aira's hand and patted it gently. Don't take this as something bad. With Duruk here and with his talent it is entirely possible he will surpass Aira. Aira's already dampened spirits took another blow. Duruk had already been able to wear her out this thoroughly since his breakthrough to Sword Saint. If he tried to cultivate to Sword God she feared she would end up rubbed raw and covered in calluses. Also, do you still have any of that high concentration life potion? When I head back I'll bring some for your father. Yes, of course. I'll fetch some for you before you leave. Creak, Fuluosi pushed open the small garden gate. Mother. Aira waved. Fuluosi hurried over. It's been a long time, Aira. Fuluosi. Aira froze when she saw the visitor. But you. The three of them gathered around the table. Aira and Fuluosi chatted with easy familiarity. Aira was reduced to a mere backdrop, so she simply picked up the documents from the table and read through them. At the end of the file were records of correspondence between these nobles and various high-ranking nobles along with detailed account transfers. A rough calculation showed that the minor nobles together sent out as much as 1,000,000 gold coins each year. This was hardly a region where commerce flourished. Setting aside what they embezzled for themselves, they still had to pay tribute upward. How cruelly they must have bled the people to scrape together such sums. Some cities even levied a shocking 8-to-2 tax split, requiring farmers to hand over 80% of what their fields produced. Most importantly, citizens registered in the Southern Realm were forbidden to leave it and settle elsewhere. That was simply locking people into the Southern Realm. Unless a major disaster struck and masses of refugees appeared, the nobles would only release them because they no longer wanted to deal with them. Most of the population the imperial city had absorbed had fled from the Southern Realm for this reason. Aila's face fell. The Southern Realm even prohibited ordinary families from moving at will. Wasn't that just trapping people there? It was like cutting leeks. As soon as they grew long they were harvested in another batch. The nobles kept only those with value, while refugees who would cost money to resettle were allowed to leave. Even if they starved to death in the Southern Realm, nobody would care. The dignity of those Southern Realm nobles was propped up entirely by the blood and sweat of the countless commoners beneath their feet. Mother, Mom, you two keep chatting. I'm going to find old Da. The two women watched Aira vanish in a flash, papers in hand. Aira smiled at her departing figure. When I was pregnant with Aira I remember feeling terrible. Who would have thought little Aira wouldn't be affected in the slightest? Still, her baby bump is visible now. It would be better if she didn't run like that. Fuluosi sounded a little worried. No need to worry. Aira is the light god's chosen after all. Such a small thing won't cause any harm. Just then a maidservant came out of the bedchamber carrying trash. Both women caught sight of several torn cloths, like handkerchiefs, inside the transparent bag. Those two youngsters really know how to play. Fuluosi's face darkened a little. She had told Duruk time and again to be careful, and yet he still carried on this extravagantly in private. He had not taken a single word of hers to heart. Still, this was only a minor episode. The two women had known each other well more than 20 years ago. Many of their old friends were gone. Meeting again after 20 years, they treasured the reunion all the more. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month had gone by. Lei Yasali and his companions had already returned. The newspaper distribution network was almost fully laid out. The scenes of those petty nobles of the southern territories being punished were captured and splashed across the papers, trumpeted far and wide. The public reputation of the southern territories plummeted overnight. In the royal palace, Aira watched the news arriving day after day, and her mood was delightful. Although the South's reputation has deteriorated compared with before, in truth it hasn't affected them much. The South's commerce is mainly conducted among the great families. Outside merchant associations do business with them mainly because they can lean on the nobles as their patron. Executing these people won't make them give up the backer they'd worked so hard to secure. Duruk casually brewed tea, poured a cup and handed it to Aira. She took it and blew at the rising steam. That was just a side benefit anyway. What I really wanted to accomplish isn't this. How are the people you sent over doing? The review isn't limited to the border areas of the southern territories. If the city lords of the imperial capital regions connected to them naturally will also be removed. This would leave a considerable talent gap. We don't need to fret, there are those who care even more than we do. Dirk had contacted Aira. Previously the Academy's students had been blocked from going anywhere with nowhere to place them. This was a royal problem, but now when manpower was urgently needed, if the Academy couldn't supply capable people, that was the Academy's problem, not the Crown's. Aira was after all a society figure with a reputation to maintain, her Academy's teachers, her Academy's students, and even her own lineage's grand disciples among them. Every element pulled at her. Aira also feared that needing so many at once would cause chaos. Fortunately she was high enough in cultivation to split her consciousness into dozens of parts like drone surveillance, keeping an eye on the border lines from time to time. The moment anything happened she would know immediately. Dirk didn't even need to ask. And those two? How are their matters progressing? The two Aira referred to were of course Liliancy and Luaga, that pair of ill-fated protagonist template talents. Dirk nodded slightly. Indeed impressive. In just a month and a half they managed to restore South City and even took the opportunity to establish a merchant guild of their own. The two of them are extremely capable. Luaga is highly proactive, pulling together every resource he can. He even co-founded a prototype chamber of commerce with the common folk. And Liliancy, as long as you hand him a chamber of commerce that has even a little foundation, he can quickly pull it into proper order and steadily expand it. Conversely, Liliancy lacks the ability to create a chamber of commerce from nothing, while Luaga lacks the knack for putting a chamber on the right track to profitability. The master-apprentice duo complements each other's weaknesses beautifully. They are indeed rare talents. To recruit them and simply package them off to Kellybuyer would be a bit wasteful. I feel the same, so I've changed my mind. Send someone to contact them in secret, tell them to ask for whatever they need. By now everyone knows that Sidegeli and Kellybuyer belong to the royalist faction. The Crown's enterprises are easy targets. Better to have a chamber of commerce developing in the shadows. Aira was making preparations on two fronts. On the Kellybuyer side, her main business was the life potion, and that potion was exclusive to her. It wasn't easy for anyone to target it. But one could never be sure that some magic potion would suddenly emerge to challenge it, causing some short-term impact. She was just being safe. Dirk nodded and agreed. Fine. I'll have Igezi pull some marginal person from the Chamber of Commerce to make the trip. He rose and sat down beside Aira. A little over a month later. Ayla's belly was already visibly bulging. Perhaps because Dirk was always bothering her, she remained in a state of gentle constant activation, and as a result the fetus was developing far beyond the ordinary. At just 2.5 months it was already the size of an ordinary 4 or 5-month pregnancy. Dirk also restrained himself more at night. After all, nothing could be allowed to bump the girl's belly anymore, and now every little thing required care. When there was nothing else to do, he could only sip some imported life essence. He turned his head and pressed his ear against Ayla's belly. It's not making a fuss. Quite well behaved. Aira reached out and pinched his cheek. Fuss over what? It hasn't even developed enough to make a fuss, what could you possibly hear? She chided him grumpily and shoved his head away. Dirk seized the chance to take her hand. It was soft, tender, with a faint pink flush on the palm. I heard from the Queen Mother that you've been reading some medical books. Yeah, just reading to broaden my horizons. Does Her Highness the Goddess of Life need medical books to broaden her horizons? He held Ayla's hand and toyed with it. What are you saying? No matter how strong my creation is, can it keep me from hurting during childbirth? If I read enough, maybe I'll be able to make them slip out painlessly. Dirk understood. The girl was afraid of pain and wanted to find a way to have painless delivery. Then have you found it? If I had, I'd stop reading. I'm still looking. Pure medical books about the human body were hard to find. By now 2.5 months had passed, and Aira could clearly feel her mental strength becoming more unstable than before. It was likely related to her emotions. Now she understood what Philosophy had meant when she said that she should avoid using it whenever possible. But even without mental strength she still had divine power. Though using divine power to drive the gems might produce unexpected situations. It could either be a pure enhancement or it might simply refuse to activate. Once she had tried driving the plague gem with divine power. She'd seen the destructive force, but it blew up halfway, nearly injuring her. Aira never tried again. When the time came for labor, if she used creation afterwards, she would certainly be able to deliver the child, but just how much pain there would be. Don't be afraid. I'll stay by your side the whole time. Stay by my side. Fine. If it hurts so much I can't stand it, you can stick your arm out and let me bite it. That counts as empathy. Aira twisted around and draped her legs over Durk's thigh. He cooperatively kneaded left and right, taking off her misty boot slippers and rubbing and stimulating her feet the same way he played with her hands. Aira was used to it. Every night Durk would massage her feet, claiming it promoted blood circulation. Her daily exercise had decreased significantly, so this was indeed one way to promote circulation. She had grown accustomed to it. Olga, what do you think Mom meant by what she said yesterday before she left? Meant? What else could she mean? Probably telling me not to bully you. Oh, that's rich, you've bullied me plenty. How have I bullied you? I love my little Rose more than anything. Aira pouted and said nothing. Suddenly she felt a strange sensation on the top of her foot. Just then she met Durk's raised eyes. I mean every word. Just massage properly, no need for hands and lips to wander. By now Aira had come to understand that the so-called cold capricious tyrant in the original book was in essence as loyal as a devoted hound. He was afflicted with a skin hunger condition, clinging to her at every opportunity. Especially since returning from Gorsa after that first time, he had become utterly addicted and his neediness had only intensified. By the time she was pregnant, whether out of fear for the cub's safety or that she might flee, he wished he could keep her within his sight 24 hours a day. Look at you, you've been dumping all your work on Ivy and Aegis these days. That poor Aegis didn't even get a proper honeymoon after his wedding. We didn't get a proper honeymoon either. Aegis is a worker and you're an emperor, how can you compare yourself to him? Delco continued massaging her, fully aware that she was merely prodding him to get on with assembling his inner circle. The trouble was the lack of trustworthy people. He could easily find someone capable enough for the work, but the problem lay in whether they could be trusted. Nevertheless, Aegis had already begun training his own successors. Once those apprentices finished their training, they would be able to take over Aegis's duties. And then the holidays would come. Rapid footsteps echoed. Delco quickly draped his coat over Ayla's little feet, clad in lacy white socks. Your Majesty, Sister Ayla. Ivanhoe hurried in, her expression urgent. What's wrong, Ivy? Why so flustered? Ayla instinctively tried to pull her feet back but failed. Outside, there are elves outside. They say they've come from the Elven Kingdom wishing to make a deal with your Majesty. Ivy spoke in a rush. Delco and Ayla exchanged a glance and quickly rose to their feet. Ayla knew little of the Elven Kingdom, but Delco did. Why would an Elven Kingdom that rarely contacted the outside world suddenly seek him out for a trade? Unless necessary, most elves seldom ventured abroad, only a handful of adult elves tasked with procuring supplies lingered outside. Come on, let's go see what this is about. The three hurried to the great hall. 2 elves stood within. Their pointed ears made them instantly recognizable to Ayla. Upon seeing Delco, the 2 promptly bowed. After all, they had come to ask a favor and they had the good sense to show proper respect. We greet your Majesty. Might I ask what business brings the 2 envoys here? Delco guided Ayla to her seat before sitting down himself. Your Majesty, we are here regarding the matter of our princess. Ayla quietly listened from the side, amused. A princess, was it? What was it this time? Had she slipped away to play and ended up captured as a slave? Sure enough, the lead elf accused the slave traders of Ralkia of overreaching. They had dared to prowl the outskirts of the elven forest and seize their princess. How many princesses are there in your elven forest? Ayla suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of the 2 elves. You must be Her Majesty the Queen. Counting Princess Sophia, we have 6 princesses in total. Princess Sophia is the youngest and therefore rather fond of play. Ayla could barely suppress her smile. Even though this was a dire emergency for the elves, she could not help but find it amusing. Such a cliché storyline. Who knew whether the princess would run into some hero to save her? According to our intelligence, the band of slave traders who kidnapped Princess Sophia has headed to the southern border. We beg your Majesty to rescue her, and in return we offer the sap of the moon god tree. The elf produced a clear glass bottle filled only halfway with a pale blue liquid. The sap of the moon god tree, a divine marvel that aided elven reproduction. It was the sacred tree the elves had guarded for generations. Without it, the elven race would edge closer to extinction. And its sap was exceedingly precious. Not only could it serve as a life-saving remedy, but it was also a prime material for brewing magical potions brimming with immense life force. Had this been half a year ago, Delco would have been delighted at the sight of it. But now, it was at best a potion slightly stronger than a high-grade life potion. To him it was practically dispensable. The little girl had imported goods, ones only he could drink with effects far surpassing this bit of sap. Not enough. You too should know that my empire already produces a type of life potion. Yes, your majesty. On our way here we passed by the Church of Creation and tried their life potion. It simply cannot compare to the sap of our sacred tree. Delco slowly shook his head. What you tried was merely the most basic low-grade potion. Above it are mid-grade and high-grade potions. Even though the high-grade ones still fall short of the moon god tree's sap, I possess a potion that is 100 times more potent than the high-grade kind. Its effects far surpass what you hold in that bottle, so your offer holds no value to me. The two elves were deeply shaken. How could there possibly exist a potion with life force greater than the sap of their mother tree in this world? Your majesty, surely such a potion is difficult to produce. This sap could serve as a substitute. Although they said this, deep down they harbored doubts about Delco's claims. On this continent the sap of their mother tree was universally acknowledged as the most potent treasure of life force. How could some random potion possibly surpass it? That is where you are mistaken. Though production of this item is indeed limited, its yield far exceeds that of your sap. Delco answered ambiguously, refusing to reveal the exact output. Otherwise, if these two spread the word, the market price of the potion would surely fluctuate. Then what would your majesty require to help our elven race rescue the princess? Delco pondered briefly. How about you give me a branch of the moon god tree? Impossible. Absolutely not. The two elves reacted strongly, their stance unwavering. Aira immediately understood what Delco intended. She quickly interjected, no need to break one off the mother tree. Do you have any branches that have fallen naturally, or even dead twigs? As long as she had one, she was confident she could bring it back to life. Only then did the two elves ease up. Asking them to cut a branch from the moon god tree was like demanding they break a bone off their own mother. But fallen branches or withered twigs were no great loss, like nails that fell off naturally, causing no harm. Moreover, they happened to carry such branches on them, worn as good luck charms. If exchanging a charm could bring their princess home, then it was well worth it. We do have such branches on us, carried as protective charms. If it can bring our princess home, giving up these charms would not be a loss. The two removed the withered branches from their waists. If that is the case, we are willing to exchange. They presented the items with both hands. Aira controlled the two withered branches as they flew over and caught them in her hands. Though their life force was exceedingly faint, a spark remained, they could still live. Settle down outside the royal palace for now. I will find your people as soon as possible. Yes, your majesty. Having handed over their goods, the two could only wait for news. They had come to the palace, yet rather than taking the most precious sap, they had instead asked for two unremarkable withered branches. After the two left, Delco sidled over. So, can those two withered branches be revived? A trivial matter. A lustrous white glow gathered in Aira's hands, and the withered yellow branches unexpectedly transformed into a deep blue with several sapphire leaves sprouting from the fork. A peculiar ripple of life force blazed conspicuously. Aira and Delco, both long accustomed to highly concentrated life essence, felt nothing particularly remarkable. Ivanhoe, however, felt her mental energy surge within her whole body turning as dizzy as if she had inhaled too much carbon monoxide. She could barely remain standing. Ivini. What's wrong? No, I'm fine, truly, it's just this branch. Before she could finish, she collapsed and Aira hurriedly caught her. Upon probing with her spiritual sense, Aira discovered that Ivanhoe's mental energy was abnormally active. Hardly the state one would expect of someone who had simply fainted. It took nearly 10 minutes before Ivanhoe recovered. Are you saying the aroma from this thing caused your mental energy to overactivate, which is why you passed out? It was like eating too much all at once, my mind couldn't bear it. Aira could somewhat sense it as well. When she had activated the withered branch, the life force it emanated was identical to the creative energy she had poured into it. But ordinarily when the branch revived on its own, that power should have been consumed. Instead, it had expelled the energy in perfect condition. To test her hypothesis, Aira sent Ivanhoe back to the governance hall and began experimenting again. The more she experimented, the more luxuriant the branch became. The life fluctuation it released surged from 1.5 times the creative energy Aira had initially supplied to 3 times. It was in every sense an amplifier for creative power. Carrying the little tree back to the garden outside her bedchamber, Aira waited as Delco arrived after finishing his contact with Colbert. All settled. In exchange for a vial of ultra-high concentration potion, he agreed to act and rescue the elf princess. Ultra-high concentration. In truth, that was merely a vague label. Aira preferred to describe such potions by how much they extended one's lifespan. What Delco referred to was the kind that could extend life by 2 months. Precious. Not exactly, dilute it less and it could be made. Not precious. Well, these were supplied through internal channels alone. Apart from figures like Liasli and Corbel, none had ever reached the open market. Money alone truly could not buy them. Delco of course had not sought help without reason, he simply used the transaction to secure the other party. Since the review in the south troops had been shifted frequently, the southern border was already sharpening its swords. Though no war had broken out, the south had made its stance toward Delco unmistakably clear. This trade was a conciliatory gesture, for Delco's primary objective was not the old stalwarts of the south. The east was strong and well-provisioned, further allied with the Holy Church's paladins. If war broke out with the east while the south seized the moment to strike, that could still be managed. The west shared a border with the south, so Bostin could send troops to pin them down. But the east was another matter. If the imperial capital first clashed with the south, Bostin could not possibly restrain the east. The north was busy guarding the dark tide and could spare no troops to hold back the east. Old-timers like Colbert and Cae feared nothing more than watching themselves grow frail with age. Colbert at least was comparatively fine, being a sword saint. Aging did not weigh on him so quickly. But Cae could not afford that luxury. Cae was only rank 6 and his age even exceeded Colbert's. The original plan had been to approach Colbert first, and if he refused, turn to Cae. As it turned out, such men would never refuse a longer life. The moment Colbert heard of lifespan extension, he agreed at once. He even tried to bargain with Delco, demanding 3 vials. Delco held his ground without yielding, insisting that only one existed. After much cajoling and pressing, Delco never budged. Perhaps truly convinced that only 1 vial was left, Colbert ultimately accepted. It would be a straight exchange, one person in hand, the potion in the other. All right, now that the contact is done, plant these 2 saplings. Might as well improve the air quality around here. Aira dragged a chair over and watched Delco dig the holes. Outsiders rarely set foot in this garden. Everything here had been planted by the emperors and queens of successive generations, planted by their own hands alone. Still, perhaps only Delco and Aira could have brought moon god trees here. As Delco dug, the life force emanating from the moon god tree saplings roused the flowers and trees of the garden, all of them surging back to life. The season was the dead of winter and these plants should have been dormant. Yet in an instant all were awakened. As time passed, the garden seemed to be plunged into high summer, 100 blossoms blooming at once. Once the 2 saplings were planted, Aira reached out and condensed life essence to water them, undiluted essence, no water mixed in whatsoever. The saplings, only knee-high at first, grew swiftly. By the end of the afternoon they stood as tall as Aira. A few coin-sized blue fruits had also appeared among the branches. Aira had initially wanted to pluck one and taste it. Delco stopped her. These fruits aren't real fruit, you know. The moon god tree is called the mother tree of the elves for good reason. What do you mean? Are you saying those fruits contain elves? Aira regarded the pitifully small fruits on the tree with skepticism. Not yet. When these fruits grow to the size of a normal infant, they'll turn translucent blue, then you'll see for yourself. Elves, huh? Aira thought of the 2 elves she had met that morning. Though they were already advanced in years, one could still tell they must have been exceptionally handsome in their youth. Still, they were nothing like Delco. Delco inclined toward the burly and masculine. If these elves were far softer and gentler, the tender young idle type. Yet Aira had no interest in male elves. Perhaps if they dressed in women's clothing they might be easier on the eyes. What drew her interest was chiefly female elves. If she could truly birth female elves. Heh heh. Delco watched the young woman, who had apparently started daydreaming and giggling to herself again, and could only chuckle. From his long observation he had stumbled upon a truth that even he found hard to believe: the young woman truly seemed uninterested in men, except of course for him. Every other man she treated like a brother without a shred of romantic feeling. Toward Mia by contrast she was vastly more indulgent. If Mia acted spoiled, the young woman would yield completely. Within 2 days word returned from the southern border. The slave traders who had forcibly detained Sophia were themselves taken into custody. Corbett had acted, and even the nobles behind the group dared not shield them. Corbett also arranged for Sophia to be sent back, and along with her the slave traders were delivered as well. The 2 elves from the elven forest were overjoyed to see Sophia. "Princess, are you all right? Were you harmed?" The 2 looked anxiously at Sophia's exposed wrists and ankles, yet found no wounds upon them. "I'm fine. Uncle, aka uncle, if I'm sorry, I shouldn't have slipped away on my own." Sophia wept pearly tears, apologizing again and again. There were also several other elves who had come with her attendants she had brought along when she fled. They too had been seized together with her. Your Majesty, these are the ones the Duke had me deliver, the chief culprits behind the kidnapping of Princess Sophia. If it pleases your Majesty, could you entrust the promised items to your humble servant? The envoy from the southern border pushed the prisoners forward, conducting himself with utmost decorum. Your Majesty, please hand these criminals over to us. We are willing to exchange one chance at the moon goddess's baptism for them. The two elves stared at the slave traders, fury blazing in their eyes. The moon goddess's baptism. Delco's heart stirred. The sap of the moon goddess tree was already a treasure, but the chance for this baptism was even rarer. It was said that only the successive elven queens and high ministers were granted this baptism once every decade. Its benefits were immense, especially the first baptism, which could vastly elevate one's innate talent. Only the fully grown moon goddess tree within the elven forest could perform the baptism. The saplings they had just planted could not, for this ritual was tied to the magic array that formed naturally around the moon goddess tree itself. As for the newly planted saplings in their own lands, even when fully grown, they might not possess this baptismal ability. The moon goddess's baptism. What is that? Aira asked with curiosity, and Delco whispered in her ear for a minute to explain it all. That really is a good thing, but I feel it might not be all that useful for you. Delco nodded in agreement. Because of Aira, his own aptitude had been steadily elevated, especially after breaking through to Sword Saint when he received an all-around ascension, and his talent advanced another step further. With Aira by his side, he improved day by day, and now having crossed the threshold into Sword Saint, his aptitude had long since surpassed people like Liasli. Back then Aira had observed that Caesar's potential and talent were slightly higher than Delco's and Liasli's. Now Delco had surged far ahead of Caesar by a wide margin. He could now be compared to Taya, the Demon King's son encountered in the Nightvale Forest. The gap between them was only a hair's breadth. Whether this moon goddess's baptism would truly benefit Delco, that was hard to say. At least Aira had not discovered any particularly high potential or talent among these elves. At best they could only be compared to Eliso, the captain of Delco's personal guard. However, ever since Delco reached the peak of the 7th rank, Eliso could no longer protect her much. Now he no longer stayed by her side regularly, having been sent by Delco to oversee the defense of the imperial city. Looking at their talent, which barely qualified as genius, Aira speculated that the moon goddess tree's baptism probably had its limits. Those born with exceptional talent were already exceptional to begin with. It had little to do with the baptism. Yet those with poor aptitude could be greatly elevated to the point of touching the threshold of heaven. After quietly discussing this with Delco, the anticipation in his eyes for this so-called baptism seemed to fade considerably. Still, this was a chance to have Kana or Eliso undergo the baptism. Kana had consumed such abundant resources yet remained at the 4th rank. Aira had no desire to comment on his talent. It was ordinary, even slightly below average. Eliso was somewhat better, though still far from the level of a genius. As Delco's captain of the guard, having reached the peak of the 6th rank at slightly over 30, was passable. But compared to geniuses like Liasli or Rilken, he could not measure up in the slightest. In just half a year Rilken had risen from the 2nd rank to the 5th, while Liasli had firmly stepped into the peak of the 6th rank. Either of them alone could utterly defeat Eliso. Though his aptitude was somewhat lacking, his loyalty was commendable. Ultimately Delco agreed to the proposal of the two elves. He had the southern border envoy take 2 bottles of potion and depart. This also served as a pleasant surprise for Corbett. That night Corbett, holding the 2 bottles of potion, fell deep into thought. He had wheedled and schemed, laying traps and ambushes, yet never managed to squeeze even 1 extra bottle from Delco. What madness had possessed him to hand over 2 bottles on his own? He had thought the man truly had only 1 bottle left, but then he casually tossed 2 his way. Corbett summoned the envoy and interrogated him thoroughly. Upon hearing of the moon goddess's baptism, he suddenly felt the potions in his hands were not nearly as enticing. The moon goddess's baptism, that was a grand opportunity to elevate one's aptitude. If only he could use it, he might reach that legendary realm all the sooner. It could only be said that without Aira's ability to perceive potential made tangible, anyone would assume the moon goddess's baptism would bring them a tremendous enhancement. But in truth, it was merely a so-so. Your Sophia, is that right? After the discussions concluded, Delco formally hosted a banquet for the 2 elves and the princess. Sophia curiously studied Aira. I'm Sophia. Are you the queen? Aira nodded in confirmation. Sophia was an elf with silver hair, silver eyes and pointed ears. She appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old and stood half a head shorter than Aira. That was precisely why Aira adored this little one the most. My name is Aira. You may also call me sister. Sister. Sophia seemed somewhat puzzled. It was only then that Aira remembered, elves lived far longer than ordinary humans. Even though Sophia looked young, her true age was probably greater than both of Ayla's lives combined. Wait a moment, how old are you? Me. I should be 66. In another 14 years I'll come of age. Sophia did not seem to think 14 years was a long time. Her casual tone made it sound like just a few days. Oh, never mind. But let's keep our own terms, you're not an adult and I am, so you still have to call me sister. Ayla delivered her final verdict. Sophia blinked for a while before finally speaking, Sister Ayla. Why is your belly sticking out? Although Ayla wore a relatively loose dress, a slight curve was still visible. She had not expected Sophia to notice it at a single glance. Princess Sister Ayla is carrying a baby right now. Ivanel, standing at Ayla's other side, explained to Sophia. A baby? Sophia hesitantly reached out a hand. May I touch it? Go on, feel it. Ayla didn't take it seriously at all. Sophia carefully placed her hand on Ayla's belly. Oh. How amazing there really are. 2 lives. The young girl's huge silver eyes were full of astonishment. Why so surprised? Wasn't your mother the same way before you were born? Me? No, we were all created by the World Tree. I was born because my mother offered her power to the World Tree. She had to pour her own power into it at intervals until I was born. Ayla understood now, so these elves were essentially fruits nurtured by watering the tree with their own power, no pregnancy required. Whoever planted it got the child. All my older brothers and sisters were born this way. When I come of age I can also nourish the World Tree with my own power. Then you don't need partners. Ivanel, who was listening nearby as if being lectured on bizarre knowledge, couldn't help asking. We do need them. The power the World Tree transmits must come from 2 people. My mother as the queen was chosen by the World Tree so she could conceive us without a male elf. But everyone else needs the combined power of 1 male and 1 female to bear fruit before watering it. Then elves should have no trouble finding partners since your looks are all so high. Ayla chimed in again. At the same time the 3 of them didn't forget to eat. It's not bad, I suppose. But if I had the choice. Sophia stole a glance at Delco. I think I actually prefer a more robust male like His Majesty. Ivanel instinctively looked toward Ayla. Ayla. What the hell? You've got a ridiculously handsome elf right there, but you've set your sights on old stinky Delco. Does that damn man really have that much charm? You like that kind of man? Is there really no muscle-bound He-Man type in the elf forest? Sophia pouted. It's probably because the World Tree has already shaped our forms from birth. No matter how we train, our bodies stay like this. Even if we gobble down food recklessly, we never gain weight. But your way of bearing offspring is different from humans, isn't it? Can you intermarry with outsiders? Of course we can, it's just that if we unite with another race we can no longer bear offspring through the World Tree. A light seemed to shine in Sophia's eyes as she looked at Delco, who was chatting cheerfully with the 2 elves at another table. Sister Ayla, I heard the Emperor of Talkia can have many consorts, is that true? Could you let me join too? Ah. Well. An inexplicable flame abruptly rose in Ayla's heart, not anger, just a reluctance to let anyone share Delco. She had always told Delco to go find Amphire and even later said he should go find Mia. But that was only because she was familiar with those 2. If Delco actually went, she'd probably sulk to herself. Now a girl she'd just met, pretty sure, but who went straight for Delco the moment she opened her mouth, made Ayla suddenly unable to feel fond of her. I wouldn't know about that, go ask him yourself. Ayla's tone suddenly turned stiff, startling Sophia, who couldn't understand why Ayla's attitude shifted so quickly. But Sophia paid it no mind and kept gazing at Delco with an infatuated expression. Ivanel naturally was sharp enough to sense something amiss. Princess, such behavior seems rather improper. Ha! Sophia didn't understand why their attitudes had suddenly become so cold toward her. Only moments ago everything had been fine. She glanced at Ayla, who was eating with a blank expression, then at Ivanel, who was staring at her with clear displeasure. Could it be because she said she wanted to marry Emperor Delco? Talkia was clearly a country where the emperor was allowed to take multiple wives. Why couldn't she marry Delco? Was it wrong to pursue true love? Princess, you'd best not entertain such fanciful thoughts. His Majesty's heart belongs wholly to Her Majesty the Queen. You stand no chance. Only after hearing Ivanel's words did that inexplicable possessiveness in Ayla's heart subside. Only then did she realize what she had been thinking. So this was what mother meant by unstable emotions during pregnancy. Indeed, if she hadn't been pregnant, how could she ever have wanted to hog that damn man all to herself? before she could hardly push him away fast enough. It was all the pregnancy hormones messing with her mind. "Alright Yvain, thank you." Ayla took a deep breath, reached out and held Yvain's hand in sincere gratitude. Sophia however seemed to dig in her heels. "Sister Ayla, I genuinely like I genuinely like the Emperor. Talkia is a country that permits its Emperor to have consorts. You can't be so selfish." If Yvain hadn't spoken, Sophia would only have been watching to see if an opportunity arose. But Yvain saying she had no chance made Sophia fixate on Delco all the more. "Fine, then go tell Delco yourself. What use is telling me? See if he'll want you." Ayla regained her composure, tilting her head away, unwilling to deal with this little brat. "Fine, I will. If His Majesty agrees, then Sister Ayla must not stop me." Ayla waved her hand impatiently, telling her to get on with it. And sure enough, Sophia scampered off to find Delco. Her arrival drew the eyes of Delco, the accompanying Aegis, and the two elves alike. At the critical moment Sophia suddenly grew bashful. "Princess Sophia, is something the matter?" Observing Delco up close, an overwhelming masculine vigor rushed at her, making Sophia even shyer. "I want." Seeing Sophia in such a state, the two elves immediately felt a dread foreboding. Surely the princess wasn't about to. "I want to become your consort." Those words burst out and the entire banquet hall seemed to press pause. Everyone froze in place, eyes wide. The first to snap out of it were the two elves, as they had already been somewhat prepared. No, princess, what nonsense are you speaking? You are a princess, how can you marry into another race? Uncle, I truly like. I like a male like Emperor Delco. Absolutely not. What if the queen finds out? This is an irresponsible act toward the bloodline within you, and the world tree will never approve of your conduct. But Sophia tried to argue, only to be interrupted by a voice. "Wait, there is no need for everyone to be so anxious." Everyone turned to Delco, who had spoken. Ayla crossed her arms and looked at him too, instantly putting pressure on Delco as he quickly continued, "I will never marry Sophia. And please do not discuss matters like this in front of me or my wife. I do have 3 other consorts, but they were left by my wife, the queen, and I merely complied with her wishes. Moreover, I will love only my wife for all my days. I hope Princess Sophia will not do anything that might cause my wife to misunderstand, because I do not want a single crack of suspicion to form between us." I. Sophia was at a loss for words. Delco made a gesture of invitation. "If there is nothing else, let us continue the banquet." If he chose to grant her face, he would address her as princess; if not, she was no more than roadside trash. What right did she have to intrude upon his life with the young lady? Utterly absurd. "Forgive us, your majesty. Sophia has been spoiled by us. Please do not take it to heart. If she is spoiled, then keep her in check. I do not wish to hear her speak of this again, nor will I ever permit her to come between me and my wife." Delco's use of wife rather than queen made the two understand that this queen was anything but a symbolic ornament in the eyes of the emperor. She was truly family in his heart. Such affection and trust seemed to have no place in a royal household. The two could only offer repeated apologies. Sophia sat back in her seat feeling dejected. Nearby Ayla, on the other hand, was in good spirits, arms crossed, her face brimming with pride. A smile curled at her lips. She was quite satisfied with Delco's performance. Ivinyl's eyes curved like crescent moons as she covered her mouth with a soft laugh. She had watched the emperor and her sister Ayla grow from hesitant affection to now having children together. She knew the other 3 consorts as well, but anyone with discerning eyes could see that the emperor had always treated them with cool indifference. Only the queen held his heart. And now out of nowhere a little brat wanted to marry into the palace and compete for his favor. Naturally she would never wish to see such a thing happen. Fortunately the emperor had not lost his senses at such a critical moment. That was something to celebrate. "Princess, do not grieve too much. Losing to Sister Ayla is no disgrace." For some reason Ayla felt that Ivinyl's words carried a note of schadenfreude, but she liked it. Sophia lowered her head, her hands clutching tightly at her skirt. "Alright, now let's eat. You're a minor, what are you doing thinking about partners? Isn't it better to stay quietly in your elven forest?" Sophia remained silent, seemingly drowning her sorrows in food, stuffing one mouthful after another. Ayla let out a helpless sigh. She had gotten carried away as well. Why was she bickering with a young girl of 60-odd years who had yet to come of age? "Don't just eat. Have some juice." Ayla set the glass of watermelon juice she was holding before Sophia. The young girl looked up, her eyes glistening with tears, and after a long moment managed to squeeze out, "Thank you. You are a good person." She picked up the watermelon juice and drained it in one go. Ayla was at a loss for words. This elf was certainly beautiful but also rather simple-minded. And she had been thinking of snatching away her old Delco. The man was a dog true, but that didn't mean just anyone could come and claim him. After the feast, Delco was already tinged with the fumes of alcohol. Yet he still remembered to arrange for Eliso to escort a few attendants in seeing the group safely to the elven forest. The journey would require crossing the eastern border, but with Halenwise people providing cover they only needed to keep a low profile. Night had fallen. Today's paperwork had been finished early thanks to Aegis, his students and Ivinil, so Delco had nothing to worry about. He followed Ayla back to the bedchamber. So, I did pretty well today, didn't I? Delco lowered his head, murmuring by Ayla's ear like a child seeking praise. Ayla did not turn to look at him. Nor did she speak. Instead she answered with action, pressing her lips against Delco's. His pupils contracted. This was the first time the young lady had ever taken the initiative to kiss him. What followed was an even more fervent response. I've changed my mind. Ayla's voice was laced with ragged breaths. If you ever dare to find another woman, I'll break it off and feed it to the dogs. Delco's mood surprisingly turned out remarkably bright. Carefully avoiding her belly, he scooped Ayla up in his arms. All right. If I ever choose another, you may kill me outright. Pft pft. Ayla lightly patted his lips with 2 soft slaps. You jinx. Just keep your lower half in check. If you can't, I'll snap it off and reattach it only when needed. Delco's movements froze for a moment. That was no surprise. When it came to this matter, the young lady could actually do it. I don't think that will be necessary. He gently laid her down on the bed. It's been so long now. Can you loosen up a little? In response to Delco's inquiry, Ayla merely turned her head aside and gave a faint nod. The two in the room resumed their cultivation. 2 hours later, however, I said loosen up, not go all out. I've changed my mind again. You can't handle it. Maybe find 2 after all. Her voice came and went, somewhat resembling a low whimper. Only Ayla knew how grueling that night had been, all because she had for the first time taken the initiative. After all this time cultivating, Ayla still could not measure the limit of Delco's endurance. Were she not pregnant, she would have poured her full power of Genesis force into a battle to the bitter end with Delco. But now all she could do was be ravaged. So much so that come the next day she had to whine and coax Delco into giving her 2 full-body massages before she could rise from bed. Delco could only sigh helplessly. After all this time the young lady's body had only just broken through to the middle stage of the 5th rank, still a far cry from his own strength at the middle stage of Sword Saint. The so-called death from exhaustion was utter nonsense. In the process the energy he expended was nowhere near what the young lady replenished for him. Even if she truly went all out with her Genesis force, he had no fear, for while the flesh could recover, the spirit had its limits. His spiritual energy had already advanced to Grand Sorcerer, reaching the 7th rank. Even if she truly went all out, he remained unafraid. So although the young lady said such things, Delco wasn't the least bit worried, he even felt somewhat amused. Winter departed and spring arrived, the weather turning warm. Eliso, who had gone to undergo the baptism, had finally returned. As Ayla had expected, this moon god's baptism indeed had its limits. Still it was somewhat useful. Not long after his return, Eliso broke through to Swordmaster. Hayurd and Lyasli also stepped into Swordmaster one after another. Their efforts were not in vain. Delco advanced to the late stage of Sword Saint. Ayla's belly was growing increasingly large and the cultivation between the two came to a halt. Fulos looked at Ayla's protruding belly and said, at this rate little Ayla might not even need 10 months for these 2 little ones to be born. As a grandmother, Fulos was naturally overjoyed at the prospect of seeing her grandchildren sooner. Delco, however, had fallen into some anxiety over these past 2 days. He wanted to pacify the eastern border before Ayla gave birth so that their children could grow up in a stable environment. The preparations were complete, troops were sufficient and fully trained, but there was no solution to the lack of high-tier combat power. He and Senkitu could each hold back 2 opponents of equal rank, but even so 2 fists could not fight 4 hands. Hayurd with his Rage Demon armor could barely count as half a Sword Saint's battle strength. After all, the Rage Demon armor's amplification was nowhere near as potent as that of the Pride Demon armor. Lyasli was far from sufficient. A single half-divine artifact could allow him to contend against a late 7th rank expert at best. Kaiser and the other young ones had not yet fully grown. There was simply too little time. Most importantly, the young lady in her current condition was in no state to go to the front lines. Her most relied upon burst technique could not unleash its full might without the girl serving as its living battery. Most critically, the eastern frontier was already stirring restlessly and heavy troops had been deployed along the border between the imperial city and the eastern frontier. In response, Senkitu led his troops and set up camp at the border. In addition, Boston had mobilized 20,000 men to station at the southern frontier border. This was to guard against Corbett launching a surprise attack on their home base at such a critical moment. However, the chances of that were slim. Boston's 20,000 troops were mainly meant to support the battle line against the eastern frontier. The southern frontier, the region with the largest number of nobles, had been profoundly affected by Aira's Order of Grace. It granted inheritance rights to both the eldest and younger sons, but fiefs did not expand, so each division only made them smaller. The whole scheme was to make the nobles turn on one another. Could those nobles fail to see Delco's intention? Of course they could see it. Yet even if they explained that intention to their children and recognized it as a conspiracy, what could they do? Did they truly think that a few words could suppress the greed and ambition buried in people's hearts? In the past, the eldest son inherited the title while the younger son could only watch helplessly. After the eldest son took the title, the younger son had to live under another man's roof. In everything he did, he could only read his elder brother's expression. Now that this decree had arrived, offering a chance to stand on equal footing with the eldest son who would truly be willing to give it up. The eastern frontier had naturally been affected the same way, otherwise it would not merely be restless now, it would already be at war. The northern and western frontiers were naturally affected as well, except that the north put its faith in brute force. In the western frontier, Boston had spoken plainly. Anyone with objections could go to the imperial city and voice them. Anyone unwilling to stay in the west could get out. Yet among those nobles, which one had not already lived in the western frontier for over a century? Their entire family foundation lay in the western frontier. Move away. How could they? If they moved, they would know neither the people nor the land, and they would be ostracized by local nobles, the so-called local exclusivism. What could be more comfortable than staying in the western frontier? And going to the imperial city? Ridiculous. Who knew how many nobles the emperor had already killed there since taking the throne? If they went to the imperial city, would they even survive? Boston was naturally affected too. His family did not have only one eldest son. However, Boston knew that he had pledged his loyalty to the royal house long ago, so he would certainly not let himself be dragged into misfortune. The two frontier regions quickly quelled the unrest within their borders. Delco had to admire the girl's clever little head, wondering how it was put together and why it could produce so many ideas. "Mother, I can't drink this anymore. This stuff is going to make me throw up." Aira's voice came through. Only then did Delco, lost in his daze, snap back to the present. Aira admitted that when Floaty had earlier offered to cook her a nourishing soup, she had quite enjoyed it. But she simply could not take drinking it every day. No matter how good something tasted, drinking it daily would eventually make one sick of it. Besides, she was pregnant and her appetite had been poor to begin with. "All right then, let's not drink it for now." Turning to Delco, she went on, "What are you brooding about over there? Your brows have been furrowed all morning as if you're facing some enormous problem." Floss asked the question, and only then did Delco hold nothing back, revealing all his plans. The imperial city is indeed lacking top-tier combat strength, and the gap with the eastern frontier is not a trifling matter. Let us wait until little Aira has given birth before going to war. Have old General Senkitu delay as long as he can. This is little Aira's first labor, how could you not be at her side? Delco could only nod in agreement. Aira rubbed her large belly. To be honest, it did feel rather nice to have something in her hand to idly play with. Switch Liasli and the others to high-tier potions for one final push. If they won't die from training, then train them until they do. In fact, mid-tier life potions were perfectly sufficient for daily training. Using high-tier ones was even somewhat extravagant. Yet she also had a feeling that her delivery day was not far off. A little more strength at the last moment, every bit counted. Delco issued the orders accordingly. The days that followed were spent in bitter waiting. Along the eastern frontier border there were no major battles, but small clashes never ceased. Senkitu had long expected this. The order from the imperial city was to delay, and he naturally knew exactly what they were waiting for. But the trusted men under his command did not know, and Senkitu could not say it openly. He could only rely on intermittent skirmishes to maintain morale. Finally, when spring reached its full bloom, Aira went into labor. Delco paced anxiously outside the door. But the delivery was unexpectedly smooth. A boy and a girl, a prince and a princess. When the servant announced the joyful news, Delco rushed into the room. Aira was using her power of creation to mend the damages. Even just after giving birth, she still looked quite spirited. Still, the pain was real, even more severe than the feeling Delco had given her the first time. "Old Del, bring the two little ones over for me to see." Delco's figure which had been rushing toward Ayla halted. He turned back and carried the children over. Frowning at the two little ones in Delco's arms, Ayla muttered in displeasure, "So ugly." Floss, who had just entered, heard this and laughed softly. "As their mother, you turn your nose up at your own children. These two were only just born. Once they grow a bit and their features unfold, they'll become good-looking." She reached out and took the children, freeing one of Delco's hands. He sat at the bedside and held Ayla's jade-white hand. "You've worked hard. Does it hurt?" Ayla rolled her eyes at him. "Stop spouting nonsense. How loudly was I screaming just now? If it didn't hurt, why would I scream?" "Sorry." Hearing Delco's apology, Ayla reached up and stroked his cheek. "What is there to apologize for? Just remember to wear one next time." Delco gave a bitter smile. "Then next time I'll tell you again." Ayla was instantly furious. "You still want a next time? Do you have any idea how exhausting it was carrying these two little brats every day?" She raised her foot and kicked Delco right in the kidney. Floss was nearby soothing her little granddaughter and felt gratified to see Ayla so energetic. She remembered her own labor, which had nearly taken half her life, unlike Ayla, who was as if nothing had happened. All right, leave the babies to me. I'll take them out." Floss carried the two children out. Only then did Ayla ask old Del, "Have you thought of names for the little ones? What about naming the boy Aid and the girl Liko?" As for names, the given name was not what mattered here. In the end, both children would bear the surname Yeragia, and that was enough. "Whatever you want. I don't know how to name people anyway." Naming customs here were unlike those of her hometown. Ayla was unfamiliar with them, so she offered no suggestions. "All right, now that we have children, it's time to go to war, isn't it?" Ayla had spent these months in the palace. Aside from taking a turn around the streets now and then, she had not gone anywhere far, and she was nearly dying of confinement. Barely half an hour after giving birth, Ayla rose to move about, stretching her waist. The further along her pregnancy had gone, the more those two little ones had confined her, and a lightness she had not felt in ages now lingered softly in her heart. There was, however, one more thing. Ayla lowered her head. Whether it was Duruk's doing or the recent abundance of good food, the toes that had once been easy to see could now only be barely glimpsed. What troubled her most was the tight, swollen feeling in her chest. Seeing Ayla frozen in place with her head bowed, Duruk hurried to her side. "Did you get up too quickly? Perhaps you should rest a few more days." "No, it is just that my chest feels a little swollen." Ayla scratched her head, beginning to understand why this fullness had come about. Duruk was not one to stand on ceremony and reached out to test for himself. "Hey!" Ayla slapped his hand away with disgust. There was a slight warmth lingering on Duruk's hand. "I know what is going on. I do not need you." Duruk understood as well, and a smile crept over his face. It seems the two little ones will not be going hungry after all. Then he hugged Ayla from behind, lowering his head close to her ear. "Little Rose, tell me, should I fight the two little ones for their meal?" "Scram. Like hell you will. Get ready and head to the eastern frontier at once. General Senkatu has been stalling for too long already. How can you show not a shred of urgency? With you by my side, I fear nothing, no matter how many enemies come." Duruk lowered his head to breathe in her scent. The fragrance of this young woman was already different from the very beginning. Now moreover it was suffused with the scent of mother's milk, and that delicate fragrance was completely overwhelmed. "Humph, after being cooped up for so long, I can finally set out as the sovereign and command a campaign myself." Her spiritual power had broken through to the 6th rank at the beginning of this month, and with its ascension her divine power had broken through in tandem. Overall battle chi remained the weakest of them all. Even with Duruk's 8th rank battle chi helping to strengthen her body, the effect it brought was extremely limited. Then there was what her mother had once said, that a godhead left untouched would eventually turn one into a god. Ayla really had believed it at first. Only now did she realize that the godhead's advancement actually had its upper limit locked by her own spiritual power. Once her spiritual power made its breakthrough, the golden orb that had long been motionless swelled considerably and completed its evolution. If anyone said the two had nothing to do with each other, only a ghost would buy it. The plan of attaining godhood by simply lying flat shattered on the spot. Fortunately, Ayla had never really counted on that godhead. "Stop hugging me. Go prepare at once, we leave tomorrow." "All right." Duruk dropped a kiss on Ayla's cheek. "I will have Lay Yasali and the others make the arrangements." He could not naturally move all his forces away. The men he had once trained to oppose the eastern frontier had become useless for that very purpose, fit only to defend the imperial city. Once Lay Yasali and Hayurd left, the capital's defense force would inevitably be greatly diminished. Fortunately the hidden shadow guard still had 2 7th-rank instructors. Besides the Empress mother would remain to guard the home front, no great disorder could arise. The entire imperial city began to stir with the force of this command. That evening everyone gathered together. Mia and Anfair. Kana and Lilia. Fuluosi Durk and Aila. Though it was often just a few of them, the atmosphere today was unmistakably different. Little Aila, you have only just given birth and are at your weakest. Why not rest another couple of days? Mother, do I look like someone weak and frail? Aila sniffed, presenting muscles she scarcely had, yet the abundant life force radiating from her body truly could not be ignored. But who knows how long this campaign will take once you are gone. These 2 little ones have not had a single day with you. Fuluosi looked at Aida and Liku in the stroller. When the 2 little ones were in Aila's belly, they had absorbed no small amount of the weak creation Aila had constantly kept active, along with the nourishing reinforcement of Durk's battle chi. Once they were born, it was as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. In a single afternoon all the wrinkles on their bodies had faded away. They looked exactly like infants already past 100 days, ready to celebrate the 100-day celebration. This was exactly when they needed their parents by their side. What is the rush? Old Da and I are going to conquer a realm. Ultimately we are preparing for their future. Let them stay by themselves for a few days. Aila looked at the 2 little ones in the stroller, a surge of inexplicable tenderness and affection rising in her heart. Only the war at the border was not yet resolved. This was not the time to remain home enjoying peace with the 2 little ones. As an emperor who cared for her people, how could she watch her generals and soldiers fight at the front while she nested in the rear building bonds with her babies? Fuluosi knew she could not talk Aila around, so she did not try further. She turned to Durk instead, cautioning him over and over to take good care of Aila, and he naturally nodded his head in agreement. Even if the Empress mother had not said a word, he would have done the same. With no comparison, one would simply feel that happiness was ordinary. But the dream came again and again, as if to remind him how truly beautiful his present life was. In the dream he was isolated and helpless, 3 consorts and a queen, all of whom he had to guard against. With no one under his command, he was also reduced to a puppet by a pack of nobles. The only thing to be seen was forbearance, continual forbearance. Reality meanwhile was so wonderful that Durk wanted to say to the self in his dream, if all else fails, borrow some of my people. How could you have allowed yourself to live so miserably? It was a pity that the 2 sides could not communicate. He had always been an observer, never the one living through it. What he saw was only what the other self saw, a rather severe limitation. He had no way to glean more information by looking beyond that limited perspective. The endless cycles were like something intended to be branded into the depths of his memory. Yet apart from making him cherish this hard-won happiness all the more, they carried no negative effect. Sister Aila, take me along as well. I am already at the late 5th rank and can be of real help to you. And me Aila. I have reached the 5th rank too, which surely counts as a minor expert. You simply have to take us this time. Mia and Anfair spoke out in unison. Mia possessed exceptional talent as a mage, and her advancement was equally conspicuous. Anfair, sustained by life potions and driven by the fierce conviction that if it could not kill her it only meant she must train harder, had likewise succeeded in breaking through to the mid-5th rank. Back then Anfair's level had lagged far below Mia's, but now it looked as if she would soon catch up. This progress was evident to all. Fine, you can both come. But if you follow me, you are my personal guards and must obey orders. You must not go to the army camp flaunting any consort privileges. I understand, Sister Aila, Mia answered without hesitation. Anfair however scratched her head as if she had just remembered something. Almost forgot, turns out I am a consort after all. Still, you 2 do not need to set out with us tomorrow. You will first go to Agula City and pick up Puaina. Puaina's curse power would be an absolute boon on the battlefield. Just imagine soldiers who a second ago were fighting you tooth and nail and in the next second clutch their stomachs seized by diarrhea they cannot suppress no matter how hard they try. What combat strength could they possibly retain? After dealing with the 2 women, Lilia and Karna naturally refused to fall behind. However, Lilia was manageable. She had just stepped into the 5th tier, but Karna was only at the middle stage of the 4th tier. Especially since he had never set foot on a battlefield in a real fight, he would be nothing but cannon fodder and might even drag his comrades down. So they simply did not let the 2 of them follow. Though Karna muttered in discontent before he could even speak, he saw his elder brother narrow his eyes and fix him with a dangerous glare as if to say, try saying another word and see what happens. In the end he did not test that possibility, and Lilia's task was to keep an eye on Karna. Ayla even declared that if Lilia watched over Karna well, she would increase Lilia's allowance next month. If she failed, both of their allowances would be cancelled entirely. For someone like Karna, all talk and no combat, Aira was not about to let him go to the battlefield and drag his teammates down. He never worked hard in peacetime, yet now that war was imminent he wanted to stir himself in. There was no such good deal. After the family dinner concluded, the two little ones were taken away by Frost. The crowd dispersed and Delco led Aira back to the bedchamber. The two embraced, the scent of each other lingering around their nostrils. "Little Rose, what if we can't win this time?" "Can't win? If we can't win, do we just stop fighting? We are preparing, and so is the eastern border. Both sides are drilling their troops. The longer we delay, the harder it will become." In truth, Aira herself was uncertain. The enemy's high-tier combat power alone, on the surface, was already beyond what the imperial city could compare with. Even with the 20,000 men Boston brought, or even with Boston himself joining in, they might still not gain any real advantage in high-tier combat. They knew what cards they held themselves, but they had no idea what hidden forces the eastern border still possessed. In plain terms, the development time left to them was simply too short. If they had another 6 months, they would surely be able to crush the eastern border. But not now. The Temple Knights of the Genesis Church, trained by Highlandry, were mostly only at the 3rd or 4th tier, with few at the 5th. Perhaps they held the advantage in low-tier fighting strength, but the ones who decided victory were not these people. Delco's encircling arms tightened slightly. "I will protect you. As if I would really let you run off alone." The two gazed at each other, each able to feel the other's breath no more than a few centimeters apart. They slowly drew closer. The night passed quietly and both rose early. They boarded the train heading toward the border line of the eastern border. It is time to act. Let the guardians of the gods set out and notify the faithful in the eastern border that they may begin. Highlandry held the scripture in her hand and spoke calmly to the believer beside her. The other merely bowed slightly. "Princess Aira, your majesty, may you both have great fortune in battle and return in triumph. As for this money, whether much or little is spent, what matters is that it proves useful at the critical moment. Have all the elders set out. Contact those foreign merchant guilds in the eastern border. If this operation succeeds, I can sell them the next 3 batches of goods at half price." Kriebel looked rather weary, clearly having waited all night for news. "President, if we do this, we're going to lose money." The young man hastily tried to dissuade her. "Lose money? Our boss is in danger. What use is this money to you? Where do you think these life potions came from? Go and do it now. I don't like repeating myself." "Yes. Father, word has come from Her Majesty the Queen. The eastern border's main forces are currently locked in a standoff with the imperial city. Now is the time for us to make our move." Compared to her former aloof demeanor, Jairoa was now much more composed. It's time to fulfill the promise we made back then. Belber, assemble the troops, form the ranks and march on Ralcoa." At Gaulai's command, Belber hastily bowed and went down to prepare. Great numbers of knights gathered as they mobilized toward the eastern border. The siblings advanced hand in hand along with the great army toward the eastern border's frontier. "Duke, I see no need to keep waiting. The magic array is fully prepared. What's the hurry? The most important lead has yet to take the stage. Wouldn't the magic array go to waste otherwise?" Yarrow swirled the wine glass in his hand, the translucent deep crimson liquor swirling with his motion. "But Duke, if we just keep grinding on like this, aren't we merely wasting our soldiers?" Those who spoke were mostly nobles of the eastern border. They knew better than anyone exactly how these soldiers and knights had come to be. "Waste? Foolish. If Senkortu is willing to keep us company in this attrition, then this is the finest training ground. Look at the soldiers and knights you brought. 1 6th-tier knight has never even taken part in a proper battle. Soldiers not like soldiers, knights not like knights. They are swords, swords meant to kill, yet in your hands you have adorned them with flowers. And now that such a fine opportunity arises to truly sharpen these blades, you are still begrudging a few irrelevant lives." Yarrows harshly berated the assembled nobles before him. The wine glass dropped from his hand and shattered with a crisp crack. It silenced the petty nobles below into trembling fear. "I think comfortable environments have made your brains comfortable as well." Yarrows himself was already of a high cultivation realm and would frequently go out to seek magical beasts for battle. He firmly believed that only through the brink of life and death could one achieve greater breakthroughs, yet before the heavenly chasm of the 9th tier he was stumped. No matter how many battles he fought, he could not cross that threshold. Having already attained the status of Sword Saint, he could not find a single person who could truly fight him with all restraints cast off. Waging this war was not entirely because he wanted to be emperor, more importantly he wanted someone to fight, especially the strong. Beyond that, he had been influenced by the Potaro Empire. He considered his ancestors' steadfast loyalty utterly laughable. If the empire was not to be held in the hands of the strongest, was it to be dragged into the abyss forever by a weak and cowardly royal family? Moreover, since he was a strong man, why should he pledge his loyalty to these weaklings of the royal house? That was stupidity, that was foolishness. Yaros could not accept it, and so he launched his war. He had originally meant to wait a while longer. Unexpectedly, with the temple knights joining in, his side had grown even more massive. If he still did not launch the war now, people might truly think he had some strange hobby of playing the turtle. With the combat power currently in his hands, even if the northern border and the western border both joined in, he was confident he could hold his own. If it came to an all-out battle, crushing him in a short time would be nothing but a dream. And this also happened to fit his desire to find strong opponents. It was only a pity that the crowd standing below, not daring to say a word, were as timid as soft persimmons. Yaros was greatly irritated. Why were the men under his command all such cowards? It was simply beyond reason. After such a long period of peace, these people have all turned into cowards. The war has already broken out, yet here they are still bickering and complaining. They begrudge every bit of troop strength and treat war like a game. But what can he do? After all, these are the men under his command. Duke, there is news from the imperial capital. His Majesty the Emperor and the Queen have already set out for the front line. Urils was puzzled as to why the Queen, who should be in the midst of pregnancy, would follow along to the battlefield. Yet he could not deny that his heart was surging with excitement. The true battle was finally about to begin, and the forbidden spell he had been preparing for so long could finally be unveiled. Have them ready. Once the war formally begins, let them witness the might of this forbidden spell first. This was a forbidden spell supported by a grand archmage. In but an instant an entire city could be reduced to dust. Even the entire border region might be thrown into turmoil. This was the ultimate power that Urils pursued. Even if he could not yet possess it himself, at the very least witnessing it would be worth it. If anyone from Delco's side survived, they would undoubtedly be a true powerhouse worthy of crossing swords with him. On the road to the front line, Delco had naturally not come completely unprepared. Others always saved their trump card for the critical moment, but this time he had been accumulating his power ever since before he set out. The occasional trace of aura that leaked from him made Liasley and the others in the same carriage feel as if they were sitting beside a nuclear bomb that could detonate at any moment. Ella kept her hand on Delco, channeling the power of creation into him. Both Delco himself and the divine artifact already contained an abundant reserve of creation power that had yet to be fully absorbed. Now, however, it was all transformed into battle chi and stored within the divine sword. Ella, clad in golden armor, was likewise adapting to the power of the 4 gems that had undergone yet another qualitative transformation. When she had been pregnant with the 2 little ones, her spiritual energy had been unsteady, so she had never dared to attempt it. Now was the perfect opportunity to try. The 2 waves of dark tides they had encountered on the road had both become victims of Ella's experimental power. The train slowly ground to a halt and the group reached their final stop. Long time no see, old General Senkitu. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, the Queen, seeing you safe and sound, the weight on my heart has finally been lifted. Delco gave a nod of acknowledgement. Teacher. Your Majesty, you have also become a father. It's just a pity I didn't manage to send a gift in time. Teacher, say no more. If not for you holding the front line, how could we have waited in peace for the children to be born? By the way, I haven't asked yet. A prince or a princess? Both. The boy is called Aid and the little princess is called Liker. Ha ha ha, excellent, excellent. Your Majesty's fortune makes this old servant quite envious. Senkitu had no daughters, only 3 sons, which had stirred within him a deep obsession with having a daughter. Unfortunately, even when he grew old, he never managed to have one. 2 of his 3 sons had died young. Only the eldest was still alive. Senkitu had initially hoped to groom him as his successor, but unfortunately the eldest's talent was limited. Though he had not died young, his health had always been poor. He had been bedridden for years, never without magic potions. Perhaps this was the curse of the arrogant's demonic armor upon its wielder. It was only now, with the appearance of life potions, especially those so-called high-grade life potions which had no restrictions whatsoever on Senkitu, that he managed to force his son back into being a normal, healthy man free of illness and disaster. That was also why Senkitu held Ella in such high regard, not only because she had saved both him and Delco from the curse of the god of filth light at one time. Everyone made their way toward the military camp. Teacher, what movements are there in the eastern border? Delco had just begun to ask. A knight rushed hastily to Senkitu and reported, Commander, the eastern border has dispatched 2 squads escorting more than a dozen mages in this direction. Mages? Senkitu's expression turned thoughtful. Your Majesty, I fear your whereabouts have already been exposed. Even if they are exposed, so what? There was no way to keep this matter hidden anyway. Delco was quite open-minded about it having come with the intention of a swift decisive battle. Whether they could win was hard to say, but the moment he showed himself the high-tier combat forces on the eastern border would likely swarm out in full. In war what ultimately mattered most was top-tier combat power, especially for a sword saint who had already transcended the ordinary limits of numbers. Tens of thousands of soldiers were nothing before a sword saint who had unleashed his full strength merely 2 sword techniques worth of work. Moreover, the eastern border's ability to respond so quickly was actually a good thing. It gave Gorsa's side an opening. Without resting, the group went straight up onto the city walls. They could see 2 forces approaching from left and right, yet they stopped in the distance. More than a dozen mages raised their staves, magic arrays spinning atop them, and in an instant a single enormous intricate magic array descended without the slightest warning upon the city above. Crimson magic lines spread out like molten lava, rolling as if they might drip down at any moment. Damn it! Almost at the very moment the array unfolded, Senkatu realized what the enemy intended to do. Hundreds of miles away Urils also stood upon his city wall, hands behind his back, grinning with delight as he gazed into the distance. "Your Majesty, I wonder if you'll like the grand gift I've prepared for you." The marquises and earls behind him also stared at the magic array that lit up the distant sky, their breathing growing heavier. As long as this descended, once the emperor was dead, the imperial capital would be theirs for the taking. At that time would wealth, power and status not be far better than being cooped up in the eastern border? Delco reached out and gripped his sword hilt. A magic array of such scale would be hard even for him to break with a single slash. At the same moment Senkatu also drew his sword. A magic array of such enormous scale left no chance to flee. Senkatu had never imagined that Urils would intend to bury this entire city's people as sacrifices alongside Delco. And given its scale it might even engulf the surrounding cities as well. A magic array this big. They must have needed a very long time to prepare it. Ella suddenly spoke and Delco looked at her in astonishment. At a time like this, how could the young lady still have the leisure to make such a remark? The most important thing about a magic array is stability. The more advanced the spell, the more nodes it involves. Ella raised her hand and pointed at the sky. The magic array, already dazzling in the darkness of night, grew even more radiant. The mages in the distance were utterly baffled. "Chief, what's going on? Strange. Why are the elements in the magic array so active? This defies the fundamental laws of elemental theory." But this magic array was personally adjusted by that Grand Archmage. How could there possibly be a problem? Both sides immediately erupted into panic. They desperately channeled power into the palm-sized magic arrays on their staves, straining to suppress the surging restless elements. But no matter how they pushed, the ever-brightening magic array in the sky simply refused to stop. "Damn it, what in the world is going on?" Urils was somewhat startled as well. "What's going on? Since when did Dyla develop a habit of worshipping the god of light? Why did he make this magic array so bright?" While one group was scrambling in bafflement, unable to understand why the elements that should have been calm had flown into such a violent rage, another group watched the increasingly radiant magic circle and marveled at how spectacular it had become. Ayla pressed 2 fingers together and a light snap rang out. The ultra-wide area magic circle transformed before their very eyes into an extraordinarily gorgeous burst of fireworks exploding high in the sky. A gale swept through and the night blazed bright as day. So the encyclopedia does come in handy. She had spent the past few months cooped up in the royal palace and had found some assorted books to pass the time. She never would have known otherwise. The plague gem's ability was the perfect counter to mages who needed to construct a magic circle before casting. Different spells corresponded to different magic circles, but in essence the process relied on mental force to guide the elements and trace the pattern. When the elements within a magic circle reached total equilibrium, the circle was considered complete. The difficulty lay not in drawing it but in maintaining that balance. Yet the ability granted by the plague gem, accelerating molecular motion, could easily shatter that equilibrium when applied to a magic circle. Of course the magic circle itself possessed a certain self-repairing capability. If sword chi cut a few cracks into it, they would quickly mend. The higher the tier of magic, the more true this was. With something like that ultra-wide area magic circle, Ayla could only make it bloom in one place after another, letting a localized disturbance trigger an even larger one. Only when the damage surpassed the magic circle's capacity to repair did the entire structure collapse. That was also why the magic circle had grown brighter bit by bit. Unceasing disturbances were accompanied by unceasing repairs, the whole smoothing over the local until the limit it could withstand was finally exceeded. The master and apprentice stood rigid, their expressions dazed. And not just the two of them, even the despairing soldiers and knights gaped blankly at the sky. "That's my little rose for you." Delco was the first to recover, pulling Ayla into a one-armed embrace. He had already braced himself to unleash a charged strike, surely at least one patch of safe ground could be carved out. He asked for nothing more than for the girl to survive. Who could have imagined that this source of death would be broken so easily? 100 li away Jarl stared blankly, lost in thought. Haha, fireworks, His Majesty must have enjoyed this splendid feast. He murmured under his breath even as the oppressive pressure of his battle aura ruthlessly crushed everything around him. The nobles standing behind him suddenly felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized their throats and pressed down on their shoulders. Their legs trembled if those of slightly weaker cultivation had already collapsed, pale-faced and gasping for breath. A bunch of trash. The veins on Jarl's hands had long since bulged, anyone could see how furious he was. A wide-area magic spell prepared over months with more than a dozen high-tier mages taking turns and an archmage personally participating in the construction of the magic circle had in just a few minutes turned into an incomparably strange and dazzling fireworks show. Just thinking about it made Jarls laugh in anger. That emperor truly has remarkable methods. In the distance the light gradually faded, returning to the darkness of night. The aura around Jarls slowly receded as well. Muster the troops. At dawn I will go and see this emperor's methods for myself. He had originally planned to wait a few days and observe, but after this battle he was eager to meet the emperor at once. He wanted to see exactly what kind of method could so easily shatter the wide-area magic circle it had taken him months to prepare. The few marquises and counts behind him who could still stand nodded and answered hastily. Only after Jarls left did the others feel as though they had been granted a pardon. In truth, this group had followed Jarls into rebellion half willingly, half by force. Everyone could see the benefits, but the risks were no mere decoration. Yet Jarl's power had forced even those nobles who still wanted to hesitate into plunging into the rebellion at once. Several of them wiped the cold sweat from their brows and hurriedly sent people to make arrangements. But inside Jarl's estate someone was even more anxious than he was. Or rather more agitated. Well, if it isn't our Archmage Aira. Your magic circle doesn't seem to have delivered the value it was supposed to. Jarl's tone was stiff and full of displeasure. Aira, however, could not have cared less, flicking at his rose-gold side-swept bangs. His peach blossom eyes gleaming with excitement. No, my duke, isn't this exactly what you wanted? You didn't want it to shatter with a single blow, did you? Besides, don't you want to see exactly what could throw the magic circle I took over into such chaos that it collapsed? Aira leaned in, but Jarls, growing irritated, shoved him away. Don't make wild guesses about my intentions. Even if your magic circle didn't unleash its true power, it should at least have cleared away those troublesome wastes. The fact is, your magic circle became fireworks, and right when Delco arrived, as if welcoming him. So now it's my fault. Aira blinked, the innocence in his eyes nearly spilling over. You're the one who insisted on sending a grand gift tonight. I didn't tell you to use it tonight. Is it my fault the timing was wrong? Humph, get out of here. Stop bothering me. Jarls walked toward the inner hall without looking back. Hey, do you think tonight had something to do with that little queen? I hear her ability is quite strange. I really want to study her properly. Aira smiled brilliantly, not a trace of grief over his ruined masterpiece on his face. Once Delco is dead, the queen. Humph, she's merely a plaything. If you want to study her, she's yours. Ha. So Delco has to die first. Then I'll have to be a little more serious. Hearing Aira mutter to himself as he left, Jarl's grim expression finally relaxed into a faint smile. To be singled out by an archmage was hardly a pleasant fate. From beginning to end, in Jarl's eyes, the only one worthy of crossing swords with him was Senketu. If the royal family had any hidden masters hidden away, so much the better. Delco was nothing more than a puppet, a piece of cannon fodder. Killing Delco first would naturally be the best outcome. As for the queen, only after much inquiry did Jarls learn that the life potion had been introduced by Aira. That meant she naturally knew the recipe. When the time came, he would throw her to Aira. After the research was done, he would force the formula from her. Wouldn't the life potion then become his own personal money bag? At that thought, Jarls smiled knowingly. Delco led Aira into a tent at the temporary military camp. The surroundings were guarded by the knight orders of Lyasli and Hilda. Their armor and longswords were clearly not the equipment of ordinary knights. The others also had the tact to keep well away from that tent. Tonight the soldiers and knights had experienced a life and death crisis. Their emotions were like a roller coaster, one second facing mortal danger, the next watching fireworks. It was in its own way a rather unique experience. Wartime. Ella rarely rose early. She splashed cold water on her face to rouse herself. Before even eating breakfast, she already sensed something amiss in the camp's atmosphere. Old Del, what's going on? Something feels off. They're not planning to start fighting at dawn, are they? Humph. Last night the Eastern Front mobilized their entire army and set up camp 20 li from our position. It seems Euryalus knows we've arrived and can't wait to make his move. The two hastily wolfed down a meal before rushing to the city walls. There an endless sea of dark figures advanced toward the city like a colossal curtain. Aren't there just a few too many of them? The Eastern Front has roughly 60,000 troops, and that's not counting their night orders. Serenity approached clad in his gleaming golden demonic armor and explained, Euryalus probably intends to use these ordinary soldiers to wear us down first, then send his knights in to reap the battlefield. Ella's expression turned peculiar. Ordinary people. If she sent her deathly grey mist over there, what would even be left of them? That said, they are still subjects of the Empire. Shouldn't we try to persuade them to surrender first? Persuade them to surrender? Delco shook his head helplessly. The teacher tried that the very first day he arrived here. It didn't work. I see. Ella had still harbored the thought that they were her own people. But since surrender was out of the question, she could not be blamed for being ruthless. As the army reached the city gate, Serenity was about to order the troops to meet the enemy when Ella stopped him. General, there's no need to be hasty. A thick grey mist spread outward. Soon churning fog covered the area below the city walls and gradually rolled toward the enemy army. Though the mist covered a vast area, the actual energy it consumed was far less than what the plague had used to stir up an elemental upheaval the night before. What's happening? Why did fog suddenly appear? No, this isn't fog. Are they burning something over there? Yet the dense mist was neither irritating to the eyes nor had any smell. The only drawback was poor visibility, but it did not hinder their charge. They had expected the enemy to send out their night legions to crush them, but so far no one had come out to meet them. A small arrogant swell of pride rose in their hearts. They did not know whether the enemy was cowed by their overwhelming numbers or by the night army waiting in the rear, but as long as they reached the city gate there would be reward. Alas, they did not get far through the grey mist before the vanguard began falling in droves. All that remained on the ground were withered corpses wearing faces of fanatical ecstasy. No. Something's wrong with this mist. Get out of here, as someone shouted, and more soldiers began realizing the danger. The charging formation ground to a halt and soon a large-scale rout broke out. As the grey mist spread farther, the panic only intensified. Ella could sense tens of thousands of lives fading away rapidly within the fog. She had thought she might feel sorrow, pity or guilt, but instead she felt none of it. If anything, she felt a strange detachment. The hum of Delco's longsword jolted Ella out of that godlike state of looking down upon mere ants. But Delco had not noticed anything wrong with her. Two streaks of battle chi like shooting stars tore through the thick mist and hurtled straight toward them. Delco and Serenity braced themselves, then launched off the ground and collided head-on with the attackers. But in the next instant a vast magic circle sealed all four of them inside. Haha, Euryalus, good luck. I'll head on ahead. Aira laughed as he slipped past the four and rushed toward the city wall. Protect Her Highness. Liasli barked as everyone immediately closed ranks around Ella. So this is the Queen. Don't let the small fry get in the way. He raised his hand and a magic circle formed in his palms so smoothly and swiftly that not the slightest warning preceded it. Bang! He was fast, but Ella was faster. For such a small magic circle the energy cost was negligible. In a single breath the elemental structure of the circle collapsed into chaos. Oh! Is this the power that destroyed the forbidden spell last night? Aira's face still wore a playful astonished grin betraying no tension. Liasli, all of you withdraw for now. Ella could sense the overwhelming mental force radiating from her opponent. But mental force was still just mental force, a driving mechanism. If a mage could not cast magic and had only mental force to rely on, he was nothing but a rabbit without fangs. Even a desperate bite would lack real bite. At best it could pin a person down with pressure, but that was hardly a problem for Ella. Even if his realm was higher, could his mental force possibly outrank the authority of divine power? Aira landed on the city wall. Trapped in a magic circle below, Delco felt a surge of anxiety, but then Ella's voice reached his ears, "Don't get distracted. He's nothing but a weakling, hardly a threat." Only then did he set his mind at ease and turn back to the fight. Euryalus and the 8th rank pinnacle demonic ally he had invited wore mocking sneers. A brief exchange of taunts and the four plunged into a world-shaking battle. On the city wall Aira was beginning to sweat. The air around them grew restless and the temperature began to climb. Ella's golden hair drifted wildly as her azure eyes turned into pure gold, divine power surging around her. Ahaha, no one told me the Queen was not only an arcanist but also a chosen one. Aira kept trying to trace magic circles, yet everyone collapsed into elemental chaos the moment it took shape. He had believed that as long as he was fast enough the enemy could not counter him. But now he seemed to understand it was not merely his magic circles, the entire space around him was in upheaval. You know, only an utter fool would march right into the tiger's den the way you did, Ella teased. Aira scratched his head sheepishly. Then your majesty the queen, could you possibly let me go? I think we ought to start over. We see no need for that. Since you have come, stay. The air howled and pressed down with crushing force upon Aira before being forcibly wrenched open by the Archmage's mental power. Your majesty, I believe we can still negotiate. If we keep this standoff, your mental energy won't be able to hold out much longer. Ella curved her lips into a smile as something like Rubik's cubes materialized and floated around her. Balger's research on the handheld device might have moved at a snail's pace, but when it came to simple objects that could store mental energy, he could craft them in an instant. The 36 magic cubes floating around Ella were reservoirs of mental energy accumulated over these past few months. Though they lacked the adaptive transformation ability of the gauntlet, each one held mental energy equivalent to the 7th rank. And every single one of those cubes was fully charged. We believe there is no need for concern. Aira parted his thin lips, staring at the cubes in astonishment. He could not use magic, but his perception still worked. He knew all too well what those cubes could do. How about this, your majesty? Once the war is over, the Duke will take control of the imperial capital. At that time I can make you my wife. You only need to cooperate with me on a few small experiments and you can go on enjoying all the resources and status you have now. What do you say? Seeing that the situation was turning against him, Aira could only offer the same line Euryalus always used, hoping to make Ella stand down. If you can't speak properly, you might as well not have that tongue. I do not care for it. The searing heat around them surged once more. Ha! So that's how it is. I did think Euryalus wasn't exactly pleasant to listen to. Alright, I surrender, how about that? But if you ask me, you truly have no chance of winning. Aira's chest felt heavy. As time passed, he could sense the might of Ayla's power growing ever stronger. He couldn't tell whether Ayla was growing stronger or he was growing weaker. Ayla tossed him a pair of bracelets. Put them on yourself. I won't say it a second time. Aira had no choice but to slowly pick up the bracelets from the ground and slip them onto his wrists, even showing them off to Ayla. Is this acceptable now, your majesty the queen? Ahem. Just as Aira began to breathe a sigh of relief, Ayla swept him off his feet with a single kick. Still, I find your tongue rather displeasing. But since you might still be of some use, tell me, who else does Euryalus have on his side? Aira winced in pain, his face twisting as he gasped. Unlike a battle-cheat cultivator, he did not possess a powerful physique. From that kick he vaguely heard the crack of his own ribs breaking. The crushing pressure weighed down on him like a mountain, leaving him unable to move even under the searing agony. Aira, no more jokes. The playful grin on his face was utterly gone. He truly hadn't expected Ayla to strike a grand archmage like him so mercilessly. In normal circumstances, shouldn't she wait for the battle to end and let Euryalus come to ransom him, or use him as a hostage to threaten Euryalus into withdrawing his troops? This wasn't how he imagined it would go. Could you move your foot first? Even without this I would have told you whatever you wanted to know. This is merely punishment for your careless tongue, not an interrogation. Ayla thoughtfully channeled a strand of creation force into him, and Aira immediately felt his breathing ease. Though the pain remained intense, he could speak without difficulty. Fine, I apologize for what I said before, though my offer still stands. That is not what I wish to hear. Ayla raised her hand and Aira was lifted into the air, wrapped in the surging atmosphere. On Euryalus' side there is a demigod. Do you understand, your majesty? A demigod. Though not fully stepping into the divine domain, he is absolutely beyond anything a sword saint can compare to. A shadow of gravity flickered through Ayla's eyes. She had never witnessed the full might of a demigod, but she had indeed seen the power of a deity. Can Euryalus actually command a demigod? By what means? Because of that demigod artifact in the imperial city. If Euryalus succeeds, that artifact will be the demigod's payment for a single strike. All for a mere demigod artifact. Ayla was astonished. It was only a demigod artifact. As long as the materials were available, Barga could forge as many as he pleased. Was this really enough to recruit a demigod to do his dirty work? Mere. A demigod artifact, your majesty. From what I hear, even the royal family only has the one suit of armor on Delco that can be called a demigod artifact. That's true. Ayla nodded, looking toward the four locked in fierce combat. Though Barga had reinforced the armor Delco wore, it still remained at the demigod artifact level. The armor was more a symbol than something practical. After all, it was the very armor the founding emperor had worn all the way to the founding of the nation. Barga had originally wanted to melt it down and reforge it with a good chance it would become a true divine artifact, but Delco refused, allowing only a few enhancements. Still, a demigod artifact shouldn't be considered such a rare treasure. In Ayla's mind surfaced the image of a floor full of plain white magic crystals in Barga's forging chamber. To create a phone, Barga had struck out more than a dozen pieces. Several had already reached demigod artifact quality, but their functionality still fell far too short. So Barga melted them down and reforged them again and again, only to hammer them back into ordinary blank crystals. Ever since the gods vanished from the world, true divine artifacts had become rarer than a century can meet. Most are nothing but flawed remnants. An intact demigod artifact is already exceedingly precious, so how is it not a rare treasure? Ayla still shook her head. She truly felt this demigod was debasing himself, sincerely willing to lend his aid just for some demigod artifact. Still, since he was acting for profit, there was no real loyalty to speak of. In that case, perhaps her side. Aside from this demigod, does Urils have any other trump cards? Of course. Among the temple knights there are 10 8th rank powerhouses and over 30 7th rank ones. You have no chance of winning. Daira spoke as though he were urging Ayla to give up resistance. Yet Ayla merely waved her hand dismissively. A pack of puppets propped up by tainted radiant divine power. Nothing to fear. That magic array of yours, why haven't you dispelled it yet? She pointed at the magic circle still enveloping the 4 battling figures in the sky. Your Majesty could actually break it herself if she wished. Ayla raised an eyebrow. Since when did Daira become so wise? Then, with power gathering in her palm, she pressed her hand toward the distant magic array in the sky. A crisp sound akin to shattering glass rang out. The cage broke apart, but in its wake came the terrifying shockwaves of the 4 combatants' battle chi colliding. Ayla narrowed her eyes slightly. The force was not directed at her, yet it pressed down on her with immense weight. Violent winds mixed with scorching heat battered everything, almost unbearable to endure. Ordinary people fleeing below were instantly flung more than 10 meters into the air, sent tumbling like skimming stones. Just as they landed, the next wave of shockwave blasted them up again. The last time she witnessed such combat was back in the royal palace, but then there had been the palace itself and all combatants were of the same rank, so it had never felt so overwhelming. An ideal fluid formed into a protective barrier and the violent currents instantly became imperceptible. Then creation force turned into an extremely fine thread that pierced into Senkitu's and Delco's bodies. The two shuddered at once. Their fighting style, which had been precise and measured, testing the strength of swordplay, suddenly transformed. Torrential floods of sword chi poured down as though they cost nothing at all. Have you both gone completely insane? Brak the demon cried out in shock and hastily retreated, but wave after wave kept coming. Sword chi linked into a sea of flames and Senkitu pressed forward, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Urils had no idea what was happening either. Before his eyes, Delco seemed to have become a different man. Just moments ago they had even been exchanging taunts while fighting. Back and forth they went, yet even at Uril's level, close to the peak of Sword Saint, he could not gain the slightest advantage. But once Daira's dual field was broken, the opponent acted as though possessed, and even more baffling to him was the fact that, despite such reckless expenditure, Delco's battle chi showed no sign of decline. Instead it grew ever more vigorous. Urils retreated abruptly and produced a bottle of potion. Delco, you never expected this, did you? The potions sold by your own royal family have become one of my trump cards against you. Delco recognized the high-grade potion in his hand at a glance. But to be fair, something diluted with water like that could hardly make up for the battle chi depletion of a sword saint. A single bottle wouldn't be nearly enough. Yet Uril's battle chi was indeed visibly recovering. Can't figure it out. It's simply potion purification. This one bottle is worth 10 of your high-grade potions. Delco pressed his thin lips tightly together, holding back. He must not laugh. Yeril saw the muscles on Delco's face twitch slightly. His mood became even more elated. However, as the battle wore on, he noticed a problem. Delco and Senkitu had not drunk a single potion from start to finish. He was still wondering when the two had taken a potion, so he paid extra attention to their movements. But so far, no, not even once. Helpless, he drank another potion. This was already the 4th potion he had consumed. Delco, how can you keep going this long without drinking potions? Could it be that you've already developed a more advanced potion? Delco gave a contemptuous snort. Did he need to tell the enemy that they had Little Rose as a power bank? And what, more advanced potion? He drank the undiluted essence straight from the source. How could he ever drink a watered-down potion? Barak's wounds split open again only to heal rapidly thanks to a life potion. The two sides were forced into a war of attrition. Yarrow's, though he bore no wounds, was in a truly miserable state. There was no helping it. The two were perpetual motion machines. When one finished, the other took over, the pair rotating to strike in tandem. No one could withstand that. The potion he drank only granted him battle chi recovery, not the infinite buff that Delco and the other possessed. The two fought with completely unrestrained movements, but that only meant he was beaten while tied hand and foot. Retreat. Yarrows fell back in disarray, dragging the demon kin into withdrawal. This battle looked like the Imperial city's advantage. But in truth, wasn't it the Eastern Domain that had held Delco and Senkitu at bay with only 2 people? Remember, the Eastern Domain's 8th Order experts were by no means limited to 2, of course this did not include Dyla, who had already been captured by Aira. Besides that, the high-tier humanoid machines among the Temple Knights had not entered the battle. In terms of expert strength, the Eastern Domain still held an overwhelming advantage. But at least this first battle had been won. The entire fight yielded only a single captive. When the two returned to the city, Lyasli was hauling Dyla along. The two exchanged a glance. Dyla smiled awkwardly. "Haha, greetings, your majesty." But soon enough he couldn't smile anymore. As if he had finally found someone to tattle to, Lyasli reported every disrespectful word Dyla had said about Ayla to Delco in full detail. Dyla's face was already covered in cold sweat. Your majesty, I was just mimicking Yarrow's tone and running my mouth. I absolutely never had such thoughts." "Running your mouth?" Delco's voice was saturated with murderous intent, his face taut and veins bulging across his forehead. He pressed one hand to Dyla's forehead, lifted him up and dragged him away like a dead dog. Ayla had just dispelled the grey mist lingering on the battlefield, and after confirming that there was nothing of value besides the corpses, flew down from the city wall. Where is old Del taking that guy?" She took a step to chase after him, but Lyasli bowed slightly. "Your Highness, His Majesty seems to have a few matters he wishes to discuss with him in private." "Private discussion? What matter is there that I cannot hear?" Ayla looked suspicious. At that moment Senkitu walked over. "Your Highness, thanks to you I haven't fought such a satisfying battle in years. Today was a real treat." Senkitu was in high spirits, his wide grin never closing. "It was you, old general, who held off the enemy's peak sword saint and kept our side safe. There's no thanks to you about it. Just now I saw an expert from the Eastern Domain come toward the city." "What happened?" "He was taken away by old Del for a talk. I interrogated him beforehand. The Eastern Domain has invited a demigod expert as their trump card." "A demigod?" Senkitu's just comfortable expression froze at once. His face shifted from shock to gravity in an instant. "Yes, and the most ridiculous part is that this demigod agreed to make a move for a mere demigod artifact." Ayla was full of contempt when she said this. "What?" Senkitu thought he had misheard. "A demigod artifact." He touched the demigod greatsword at his waist and the demigod inner armor underneath the arrogant demon armor. Before Barge came, he too had thought demigod artifacts were exalted. After all, it had been the only one in the royal family. But now, Lyasli's and Helder's longswords had already reached the threshold of demigod artifacts. This was the result of Barge's plainly visible progress over these past few months. With a frenzy of resources piled on, Barge's forging level and rank had risen at a cheater-like pace. Correspondingly, the material quality required to forge equipment of the same grade had dropped. If they had stuck to the previous material consumption, giving everyone a demigod artifact would have caused a great deal of pain. But now it was just that, nothing worth wincing over. "So I want to talk to that demigod and snatch him over to our side." Senkitu shook his head in denial. "Your Highness, the strong all have pride. Since the demigod has already decided to help the Eastern Domain, he will certainly not defect to us." "Too small, old general, your vision is too small. The Eastern Domain merely has him make one move in exchange for one artifact. We'll give him a complete set. Pride? That's just an excuse for offering too little." This. Senkitu put himself in that position, imagining one demigod artifact versus an entire set of demigod artifacts. Between two parties who knew nothing of each other, the highest bidder would naturally win. A demigod artifact was equipment that changed with its user. Other weapons required people to adapt to the equipment. But a demigod artifact actively adapted to its user, not to mention how terrifying a full set's bonus would be with overwhelming value. Ayla refused to believe that a demigod who would act for a single artifact could resist the temptation of a complete set. No sooner had Senkitu agreed to the plan than Delco walked back. But Dyla was nowhere to be seen. Delco merely gave Lyasli a slight nod. Lyasli understood Delco's meaning at once and took the initiative to leave and wrap things up. Where's that guy? Why did you come back alone? Aira looked behind Delco only to find no one there. Nothing. He was a little tired, so I had someone take him to where he belongs. Delco reached out and pinched Ayla's cheek, cutting off the girl's skeptical expression. Ah, forget it. It doesn't matter. Aira didn't think Dyla could be of much use anyway. A teammate who had gotten himself captured at the very start was better left unused. She then recounted the entire plan to Delco. He naturally had no objections. This was a demigod. If he had another 6 months with the girl around, he might well be able to fight. But now time was too short if the only option was to placate this demigod in this way. The group dispersed. The battlefield was at the eastern city gate. All the civilians had been gathered in the western district so that if the city fell they could evacuate immediately. But if Aira wanted to go shopping, she could only travel from the eastern city to the western city. Though it was wartime, the western district still had its stalls set up and shops open for business as usual. Aira and Delk stood side by side, their hands clasped together. They strolled through the crowd. Amid the clamor, Aira could hear townsfolk discussing the war. I heard the eastern border came under attack again this morning. Bah, what's there to fear? With Commander Sencorta stationed here, nothing can touch us. No matter how strong those enemies are, can they possibly surpass the commander? I also heard His Majesty and the Queen have come here. Where did you get that from? They're sitting safe and sound in the imperial capital. Why would they come to the front lines? That would be madness. What do you know? Since His Majesty ascended the throne, how many nobles has he executed? Especially Her Majesty the Queen. I've heard she frequently inspects the provinces, and a large share of those executed nobles were rooted out by her personally. So even if there's a war here, maybe the Emperor and Queen really have come. Their conversation clearly reached Ayla's ears. The commotion last night had been considerable, but these townsfolk had no way of knowing who was responsible, let alone who had destroyed the magic array. Even within the military, word had only spread by morning. Had the two of them not joined the battle today without dispatching soldiers, there would probably still be people unaware of their arrival. What these people trusted was not so much Aira and Delk as the sovereign, but rather Sencorta. The proud commander had never once lost, whether suppressing rebellions or beast tides. Sencorta's trust was not granted by imperial decree nor manufactured by royal propaganda. He had truly won it himself through battle after battle together with his army. That was also the most fundamental root of the people's faith. Aira found this quite agreeable. When a nation has a pillar-like figure, a true hero, especially one utterly loyal to the royal family, it can only be a good thing. There was no such thing as merit overshadowing the ruler. Although Sencorta held no noble title, his status and identity could no longer be measured by titles. The late emperor had not granted him a title, but had instead kept him among the ministers, apparently deliberately separating him from the noble class. Thus he became a true regent entrusted with the young sovereign. Not to mention Ayla's goodwill toward him, she had not only saved him but also restored his son to health with her medicine. Moreover, Sencorta's very character ensured he would never conspire like those treacherous ministers, and Aira felt assured of that. Old Del, your subjects don't seem to trust you much as their emperor. Ayla's tone was teasing. If she could hear it, so naturally could Delk. Delk lowered his head with a soft chuckle. The little rose's prestige far surpasses mine. Of course. Did you think I went out all those times just wandering around aimlessly? Delk laughed even harder at the girl's proud expression. Then it seems I as emperor am truly more unfit than the queen. That's fine. From now on just follow me, watch closely and learn well, you'll get there too. Aira put on the air of an experienced mentor, but Delk suddenly leaned close to her ear, his voice intimate. I've followed behind the queen for so long and still haven't grasped the essence. Why not teach me more thoroughly tonight? What do you mean, behind? Realization struck and a flush crept across Ayla's face as she glared fiercely at Delk. It's because your head is always full of such filthy nonsense that you can never learn. Then I'll just have to study even harder. Ignoring Ayla's huff, Delk kept holding her hand and continued strolling. Naturally, snacks were indispensable along the way. To appease her, Delk deliberately bought more than usual. When they returned to the military camp, Aira had one hand held by Delk and the other clutching a little soft white sweet pastry. Let's go back to the tent first. I need to change clothes. This was not something mere creation could fix, it could only be addressed by fundamentally altering the body's functions. Delk followed Aira into the tent. Get out. I'm changing. However, the shameless man was clearly reluctant to leave. We're an old married couple. Let me help you change. Delk pulled a fresh set of clothes from his bag. After all, he had packed the luggage, so most of their belongings were with him. Fine, but hurry up. And keep your hands to yourself. Delk did not reply. Aira spread her arms wide and glared at him as he brought the clothes over. But the unexpected always comes more suddenly than anticipated. A shadow suddenly pressing close made Aira stiffen, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around Delk's head. You. Don't bite. Aira pressed her pink lips tightly together. It was a long moment before the two figures parted. Delk wiped the corner of his mouth. The divine sword within him hummed as if excited by this very power. We're on the front lines. Instead of seizing the time to cultivate, you're wasting energy on useless things. Tears glistened in Ayla's eyes, and though her voice had softened, it in no way diminished her accusation that Delk was neglecting his duties. Delk glanced at the sky visible through the tent opening. Night had already fallen. Isn't this cultivation? I'm seizing every single second to cultivate. Aira did not immediately understand, but soon enough she did. He had refrained from cultivating with her during the last 2 months of pregnancy, and now he was continuing right where they left off. It had been a long while since his last indulgence, and Delk cultivated thoroughly. His entire being felt refreshed and invigorated. But early morning came with the ceaseless clatter of iron armor outside the tent, and Aira simply used her power of creation to erase the exhaustion of the night. Suppressing the urge to beat Delk to death, she flew up to the city wall. Delk followed closely behind. He tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. Perhaps this one battle alone would be enough for him to digest that immense power of creation and step into the pinnacle of Sword Saint. A demigod. Even if the negotiations fell through, he refused to believe he could not kill a demigod with Sword Saint peak strength plus the judgment he had been accumulating for so long. Unsurprisingly, the Eastern Realm's thrust was not merely a great army bearing down from all sides. The temple forces stationed in the Eastern Realm had followed as well. In terms of numbers, the Imperial City was at an overwhelming disadvantage. Even the so-called 8th Order Temple Knights, no matter how lacking they might be in true quality, were not something Lei Yasali's group of 7th Order Knights could hope to contend with. The only option was Ayla's approach of overwhelming quantity, the spiritual power of more than 30 energy-storing magic cubes turned into a sky-filling gray mist that became a battlefield-wide buff. She could control what the mist eroded, making it a terrifying debuff for the enemy, especially for those Divine Realm Knights who moved like mindless automata. They charged headlong into the gray mist with no regard for anything else. Aira could clearly feel strands of radiant divine power gathering into the golden orb, yet the amount was limited by her own spiritual rank. The power tossed endlessly within her sea of consciousness. It wanted to rush into the golden orb, but because the orb was already overflowing, it could only circle around the periphery. With nowhere else to go, the divine power surged toward the 4 gemstones. There it was spurned and kicked back as if in contempt. In the end, the divine power seemed to find a solution. Part of it transformed into spiritual power, expanding Ayla's sea of consciousness. Part of it merged into the golden orb. Once the divine power that had been forcibly cramming into her sea of consciousness was given guidance, it began to split off on its own initiative. Aira could feel her rank rising rapidly. Her spiritual power was growing, but the 4 gemstones did not undergo a qualitative transformation with her spirit. Even so, that was enough. Having undergone 5 qualitative transformations, the gemstones were already utterly different from when she had first arrived in this world. The Temple Knights were many, yet at this moment they had instead become Ayla's nourishment. Lei Yasali led his men in a charge. Although they were inside the grey mist, the enemies they faced were drastically weakened, as if they were on the verge of being drained dry. The battle turned into a one-sided counterattack. Senkitu and Duruk, fighting 2 against 8 in the sky, adopted a style of trading life for life and disregarding wounds entirely. One moment battle chi was slashing into their bodies. Before it could even fully penetrate the skin, the already split flesh had healed. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. It was as if the attacks of the several men were completely ineffective. Yelalisi stood with his arms crossed, his expression gloomy. In just one night he could not understand what had happened to those 2. And beyond that, he could see Ayla's spiritual power growing ever more intense. Aira stood straight on the city wall, her long sword planted in front of her, her hands crossed over the end of the hilt. From a distance she met Yelalisi's gaze. A hint of playfulness suddenly blossomed on her face. Yelalisi felt an inexplicable unease rise in his heart. Duke. My lord. His captain of the guard hurried over, looking anxious. Those merchant guilds have stopped supplying potions. They are also inciting the commoners here to revolt. Duke. A magical butterfly flew to Yelalisi's ear. Guersa has raised troops and invaded. Battle has already begun at the border, requesting reinforcements. Duke. A group of Creation Church believers has taken over the local church branches. They have gathered hundreds of thousands of worshippers and are marching in protest. Several lords' residences have already been smashed into ruins by that rabble. The speakers were urgent, but none of this was a problem for Yelelisi. As long as he could take the imperial city. Count Mazite has led his knights back to suppress the rebellion. Marquis Hakesyke has left with 300 knights. There is more. The reports came one after another. Yelelisi's face darkened like the bottom of a cauldron. Right at the formal start of battle, one after another had drawn away so many troops. Utterly idiotic. Boom. Dazzling battle chi burst forth. The surrounding air could not withstand the pressure and turned into a shockwave that swept savagely across the sky and the earth. Duruk's aura soared once more. Peak sword saint. The veins on Yelelisi's forehead bulged. He had always prided himself on his extraordinary talent in the path of the swordsman. At only 53 he had already neared the world's absolute pinnacle. It was the greatest pride of his life and the thing he praised most deeply in his heart. But now a young emperor barely 20 had actually walked ahead of him on this very path. Unacceptable. Unforgivable. Daij, this farce has already strayed somewhat from its intended course. It is time for you to make your move. A dark shadow appeared silently. Ayla's eyes on the city wall betrayed a glimmer of surprise. She seemed to know where this demigod had come from, the assassin organization. The greed demon armor she had once sought was held by a female assassin from that very organization. Still, with demigod-level strength, this person was probably at the head level within the assassin organization. The dark shadow arrived in an instant and flashed through Duruk's raging battle chi as if crossing unguarded territory. Shink. A dagger pierced Duruk's throat. Your Majesty. Senkitu cried out. He wanted to go to the rescue but was blocked by 4 mindless knights. The dark shadow wore a mask, its face impossible to see. Feeble. Those 2 cold words had just been spoken when Duruk seized its wrist in a single iron grip. He grinned, blood spreading through his mouth. He had originally intended to recruit the man, but since the man had attacked with lethal intent the moment they met, he could not be allowed to live. He raised the divine artifact high. The judgment which had been charging for 2 days and 2 nights manifested as a colossal blade that seemed almost corporeal. The dark shadow tried to pull its arm free, but Duruk held it fast and the surrounding air locked it in place. On the city wall the veins on Ayla's pale neck stood out. Her gaze turned dark and piercing. Since you are so eager to die, then stay here. Even from 100 meters away Yelelisi could feel the terrifying aura emanating from that phantom figure, as if he would be torn to shreds at any moment. Swish. There was no earth-shaking explosion, only the most ordinary sound of a blade cutting through the air. In front of Duruk no one remained save for a small section of arm still in his hand. A demigod. This is all. He drew the dagger from his throat and tossed it casually to the ground. The wound had already healed. Duruk touched his neck, which was no different from before, and secretly marveled that the girl's healing power simply defied all reason. With one stroke a sword scar 100 li long stretched toward the eastern realm, splitting even the city wall. Duruk had underestimated the power of that strike, gravely underestimated. He had imagined as much as possible that the sword stroke would be enough to wound a demigod. Yet he had never imagined that only a forearm would be left. Victory came with such shocking suddenness. Yelelisi had just been standing 100 meters behind the dark shadow, and the force he received from that stroke was not much different from what the shadow received. Duruk could still feel the power that had erupted from the demigod in the moment before death, a power that made his heart tremble, surpassing the sword saint and reaching the domain of gods. It was only a pity that the man's power had erupted too late. He had only begun to take the strike seriously after the sword had already fallen. Duruk from the very start had given everything he had. The divine longsword hummed without end, its blade covered with dense cracks. Only then did Duruk realize with a shock that this stroke might have already reached the threshold of the sword god. If ever the day came when he could raise his hand and unleash such a slash, that might well mean he had entered the realm of the sword god. The end of the war was abrupt and caught everyone unprepared. But with the demigod gone, the temple knights were merely fish on the chopping block. A little extra effort was enough to finish them off. The battle had not taken long, but pacifying the eastern realm and finding someone to govern it still consumed a month and a half. Only after everything was settled did they return to the imperial city. Everyone gathered outside the imperial city to welcome their triumphant return. Sister Ayla. Yawainier waved from afar. Fuluosi stood at the very front. The 2 hurried down from the vehicle. That's right, they jumped straight off the train. Iwe. Long time no see. The 2 jumped down, and Kwaina Mia and the other girls with them followed as well. Having been apart for nearly 2 months, everyone hugged one another excitedly. Mother, you have worked hard. Durek looked at the little ones in the arms of the two maids beside Fuluosi. But Fuluosi was looking at Ayla. How many children do you two plan to have? These two little ones are not even 2 months old and you have already given them younger siblings. How can little Ayla's body endure it? Durek scratched his head awkwardly. When he thought of the little girl's reluctant expression and complaints and heard his mother say this, he felt even more that he had indeed been a little too hasty. Mother. Ayla embraced Fuluosi warmly. They did not linger long and returned to the palace first. Within a few days the palace seemed to be back to its former routine. Old, where are those two little ones? They just fell asleep, so they've been carried off. Ahem. You must not be too careless. Don't forget. I know. 10 years, right. I will step into the realm of the sword god. That is at most 10 years. Who knows whether it might suddenly descend. Ayla corrected him. Then what are you waiting for? Time to cultivate. Durek scooped Ayla up in one motion. Are you trying to die? If you are cultivating, don't drag me into it. With her startled cries, the cadence of yin and yang began to rise and fall. Time slipped away quietly as well. The southern realm was recovered. Pudilua was utterly defeated and the people recuperated while preparing to resist the gods. In the following decades the banners of Lyurkia were planted in every corner of the continent.